Translating, transcending to a different world. I have to kidnap a girl every once in a while. The richer the better. Preferably fair-skinned, beautiful, and with long legs. Others secretly curse me as a perverted and abnormal man. But what they don't know is that I do this to stay alive. It's all because when I transcended, I gained a system that dictates I must kidnap a wealthy young lady or I will die. What I never expected was that the girls I kidnapped would come willingly afterward, with their hands tied, saying, "Brother, are you just here to rob us? You can also rob our love." At this moment, in an abandoned factory, a girl trembled as she looked at the person in front of her. "Who are you? Who do you think I am?" However, I did not reply to the girl, just quietly looking at the system. Seeing the reward of 15 days of lifetime, my suspended heart finally let go. Why does this kind of thing have to happen to me? If I don't kidnap the young lady, I will be wiped out by the system. Isn't this system abnormal? The girl didn't get my reply. Couldn't help but shout, "Are you talking?" The girl's shout broke my thoughts, and I finally had the mind to look at the girl I kidnapped. After seeing the girl's stunning appearance clearly, I immediately froze again. This is too good looking. Is this system not abnormal? The girl, seeing the kidnapper, dared not move herself, and her momentum gradually became more arrogant. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Can't even speak? You are." The next moment, before she could finish speaking, a swooshing sound was heard. A dagger brushed past the girl's hair by her ear, and then deeply nailed into the wall behind her. "It seems you haven't recognized your position, Miss Li Mucheng." At this moment, she, who had always been spoiled, finally realized her situation and immediately trembled and cried. I gave Li Mucheng a cold stare and sat on the box next to me to check my own status. When I saw the Charm Max column above, I was stunned. Charm Max? What use does a kidnapper have for charm? Is it necessary to seduce someone with charm when being caught? This so-called kidnapper system is really rotten. At this moment, the system rang out. Release new tasks. Task 1. Approach Li Mucheng to obtain more information. Task 2. Complete the collection progress of the illustrations. Task 3. Kidnap the target Suyusen. I glanced over lightly and had the answer. This damn system is simply not human. But it seems it's not human. At this point, I suddenly became interested in her reaction. Through my understanding, Li Mucheng is a person who is indifferent to everything, as if she were a block of ice. It's a pity that such a beautiful girl turned out to have a poker face. TSK TSK TSK. Thinking of this, my playful heart also arose. Then I walked out of the shadows, pinched her chin. Just now I didn't notice. Now I see clearly that Miss Li, your appearance is really good. No wonder you can be called a cold-faced beauty. Li Mucheng looked at the man in front of him with a half-fox mask, his eyes full of fear. What do you want to do? Hearing this, I grinned and said, "Do you still need to ask? Even a discerning person would know." Just then, a sharp voice came from the factory gate. "Hee, it's really effortless to come here." Immediately after, several men holding weapons and looking arrogant emerged from the shadows. Another expert? I was slightly surprised, turned around and looked at the people at the door. "May I ask what you are here for? Shouldn't we follow the rules of the martial world?" "Bah, where did the rules come from? To be honest with you, boy, we actually have a crush on this woman for a long time. It was you who intervened in the middle and stole what belonged to us. Now I want you to give her to me." Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brows in confusion and turned to look at the girl staring at me, asking, "Do you know them?" Li Mucheng blinked and shook her head. "I don't know. Aren't they your colleagues?" Upon hearing this, I shook my head helplessly. "I don't have colleagues who are that ugly." This sentence instantly angered the leader of the men, and he angrily smashed the iron rod in his hand towards the nearby paper box. "You kid, if you don't drink the toast, you'll drink the penalty. Brothers, attack!" Seeing the boss speak, the rest of the little brothers also raised their weapons and ran towards me shouting, "Oh, trouble." I glanced back at Li Mucheng, took out the dagger under my feet, and untied the rope in her hand. "Find a safe place to hide later. Don't ask so many questions." Upon seeing this, she asked in surprise, You're not tying me up?" "I already did," I replied. Li Mucheng became even more confused. Then I pushed her aside and said, "Go play by yourself." Before the words had even finished, I kicked one thug who was charging at me, knocking him to the ground. I then blocked another thug's iron rod with the dagger in my hand and punched him in the abdomen. With a muffled groan, in the blink of an eye, the two thugs fell to the ground. Upon seeing the situation, a young man tremblingly said, "Boss, this kid is not simple. We are not his match." The leader looked at me, who was leisurely whistling, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Retreat!" I looked at the departing figures and sneered, "Waste of time." Suddenly I seemed to realize something. My body leaned to one side. Then I reached out and slapped away the dagger that Li Mucheng stabbed at me, and then looked at her with a smirk. "Miss Li, girls shouldn't be wielding knives and guns. It's very impolite." Li Mucheng retreated a few steps in fear. angrily saying, "So kidnapping me in broad daylight. Are you polite, Mr. Kidnapper?" I shrugged helplessly and took a step towards her. Unfortunately, we couldn't reach a consensus. Do not mess around. My father's people and the police are already on their way. The consequences are very serious, but that doesn't stop me from educating you. After saying that, I picked up the knife on the ground, aimed it at Li Mucheng's head with a horrified expression, and gave her a blow to the head. Ouch! She cried out in pain, holding her head with both hands and crouching down, tears in the corners of her eyes. When she looked up again, there was no trace of Yifeng, only a half-fox mask left. A black sedan slowly drove out of the wide aisle. Limu Orange took a deep breath, shifting her gaze to a pair of fox masks next to her seat. "Just you wait, I'm not going to let you go." After saying that, Limu Orange raised her hand and rubbed her reddened forehead. "It hurts." Drip, 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 drip. A shrill bell rang, and Yifeng sat up after reaching out his hand to turn off the alarm clock at the head of the cabinet. That should be about right at this point in time. Thinking back to last night, Limu Orange's look of hatred Yifeng sighed deeply. "I'm sorry, Ms. Li, maybe we'll meet again. It's indefinable destiny now." Chapter 4, Passing the Test. A variety of tall men in suits had long since gathered at the entrance of a luxurious private villa that looked like a Mr. Bodybuilder talent show. "Dude, what are you guys doing?" A tall, muscular man in line turned impatiently when he heard a voice behind him, until he saw a man a head shorter than himself and then smiled contemptuously. "Kid, this is no place for you. I advise you to go home. I'm not just curious to ask. Please explain it to me." "Okay, do you know which family owns this villa?" "I don't know. This belongs to Li Jing, a rather famously clan in Shu City." "Li Jing? Who is it?" The man threw a disdainful look at Yifeng and finally opened his mouth to explain. "You can think of him as a rich man that people like us can't reach." "Oh, so what does this have to do with you guys in line? Kid, don't you usually read the news? Last night the Li family's daughter, Miss Limu Orange, was kidnapped. That's why Mr. Li is recruiting widely to see if he can find someone with a strong enough ability to protect Missy." Yifeng skimmed his mouth when he heard this, and then immediately made a very alarmed appearance. "What? Kidnapped? That dares to do this? Don't want to die? Isn't that so? The bandits who had the guts to kidnap Miss Limu Orange must be a black power group, otherwise it would be impossible to kidnap Miss Li under such tight protection." "Maybe. So that's the presence of the forces of evil we're dealing with. Junior, don't you feel a fire burning in your heart?" Looking at the man who was almost bursting his clothes, Yifeng shook his head expressionlessly. "I don't think any of these are as real as one thing." "What is it?" "Money. Bah. Secular. So you come over here and work for free for people and don't ask for a dime? Hey, ideal is ideal, and reality is reality. The two can't be confused." The big man smiled sarcastically, then said with a serious face, "Little brother, I'd advise you not to come with your small frame. Protecting these big shots is dangerous. This is not child's play. I suggest you take a look next door. You might even get lucky." "Next door?" Yifeng curiously cocked his head out of the crowd, and actually realized that there were two long lines. One was the line for the recruitment of bodyguards that he was in, and there was another line with a few lone people. What are they applying for here? Cleaners? People are applying for tutors. Governess? What's the name? Yifeng. Got a resume or something? Nope. What? The interviewer took off his glasses in amazement and took a closer look at the youngster, immediately frowning and shaking his head. "Sorry, you're not qualified. How will you know if you don't try? Kid, I admit you have some talent, but we don't take vases here. Tell us what you can teach. You know that the tutor Our Lady requires has to be of good character, and you've already failed with this frivolous attitude. Perhaps I could teach you ladies to survive? This is Missy's bodyguard. Fu, so he'll be the one to test you." Yifeng was brought into an open space by the interviewer. At this time, the bodyguard named Fu was wearing boxing gloves and punching the sandbags one by one. Bang, bang, bang. Thick voices continued to ring out until Alfred took off his gloves when he saw someone coming. "And this is? Alfred, this one has come to be a tutor, and I'd like you to test him." "Test him? It's not like I have any written knowledge. It's not knowledge he's teaching." As if Fu understood something, he grabbed another pair of boxing gloves next to the sandbag and threw them towards Yifeng. "Kid, try a few moves?" Yifeng quickly received the gloves that flew apart with one hand and smiled faintly. "Yeah, not bad. I hope you're not a flowery kung fu fighter. Take that." Fu saw Yifeng put on the boxing gloves and smiled slightly. His left foot stomped on the ground and violently rushed straight towards Yifeng, and then he threw a straight punch straight at Yifeng's face. Just as the fist was about to land on the bridge of Yifeng's nose, Yifeng lowered his waist and instantly dodged Fu's attack, turning to swing an uppercut to hit Fu's abdomen. Bang! Fu's other hand blocked Yifeng's attack, then pulled away and flung his hand. "Is this kid that strong?" Still coming? I hope you kid can stay this handsome, otherwise it's not good to break your face. Yifeng didn't take Ah Fu's words to heart at all, knowing that his fighting skills were intermediate. As long as he didn't meet any king of fighters or other existences, there was no need for him to be afraid at all. With the passage of time, spare Ah Fu or one of the shock. He always felt that his moves are like being seen through like, and more outrageous as Yifeng a few rounds down the head even sweat did not come out of a drop. To know that they are retired from the army of people. No more fighting, no more fighting. Ah Fu hastily removed the gloves and flung them to the side. He already knew that Yifeng's strength was above his own. If he let this kid protect the young lady in the name of a tutor, perhaps it would also be a kind of undercurrent that would not be readily seen. But all of this would have to be asked for permission from the master first. What's your name, young man? I have to admit you're pretty good with your hands. My name is Yifeng. Yifeng, just call me Ah Fu. I've passed my test. Oh, is it hard to believe there's a test in the back? That's certainly true, but there's no rush for the later tests, so just send me your phone number and leave. I'll call you later. Good. Yifeng nodded slightly, not worried in the slightest because there was still a test to be done. Instead, he leisurely left. This kid has a good heart. He might actually become Mrs. Nominal Tutor. Until Yifeng completely disappeared, Ah Fu moved towards the villa and went around the corridor up to the second floor and knocked on the door of a room. Knock knock. Enter. It wasn't until a very authoritative voice came out from the room that Ah Fu straightened his clothes and opened the door to walk in. Upon entering the door, a middle-aged man with serious eyes and a vicissitude of face was looking at the documents on the table, and did not feel any mood swings towards Ah Fu's arrival. Master, what is it? A kid came in for an interview today. Pretty good. He wants to come in and be Mrs. Tutor. Here's what I think. After briefly summarizing with the man in front of him, Matthew waited for the man to speak. Your idea is good, but give me a fine check on this kid. If it's clean, no problem. I hope you can get this done. Yes, don't worry, master. Ah Fu will definitely do it with all his heart. Aha. After Ah Fu left, the middle-aged man put down the documents in his hand and turned to look at the photo frame in front of the desk. Inside was a family photo. A girl was being held by a beautiful woman, and beside the woman was the man sitting here. Li Jing. Chapter 5, Signing of the Home Tutor Contract. Li Jing looked at the photo frame for a long time, finally put it back inside deeply. Mu Orange. Father, I'm sorry, because I just met you. Accompanied by the ringing of the cell phone, Limu Orange walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. At this moment, the bathroom was still wafting hot air, as if she had just finished her bath. Perhaps the phone ringtone was specially set. Limu Orange's long hair was still wet, and her small feet were bare on the floor, her round and full toes looking extremely cute. Hey, Mu Orange, you finally answered my call. I couldn't get through to you last night, but today the servants at home told me that you've been kidnapped. How is it? You're not hurt, right? A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone, and there was a crunchy feeling, like a little elf emerging from the woods. The most unanticipated thing was Limu Orange's current expression. The one who originally had a cold face towards everyone actually smiled when she followed up the phone call, like a watery hibiscus flower that was mouth-watering. Yusin, I'm fine. I was thinking of coming to find you last night, didn't think I'd run into this, but don't worry about it, alright? I didn't suffer any abuse. Thanks to you being kidnapped and still laughing. Do you know how worried I am about you? Why don't I apply to my dad and send more bodyguards to pick you up next time? No, my father is already starting preparations to find me a better bodyguard. Ha, who needs him to care anymore? Mu Orange, don't be angry. Uncle, he must have a bitter reason. Bitterness? Could it be that his bitterness is working outside when my mother is about to die of an illness? Why did my mother ever look at such a cold-blooded and heartless person in the first place? Limu Orange was suddenly agitated and even yelled when she said this. But she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Hugan. I didn't mean to be mean. It's okay, Lamu Orange. Who called us two good girlfriends? Now my dad also grounded me during this period of time. So if there's anything, we'll use our cell phones to contact each other. Aha. Alright, Mu Orange, I'll stop talking. I'm going to music class. Goodbye, UXIN. Limu Orange hung up the phone and ignored his wet body and fell directly onto the bed, followed by taking out a pair of fox masks from under the pillow, and gently smashed his fist on top of the fox mask. Who the hell are you? Why did you kidnap me? Is it just for fun? Weirdo. Achoo. Meanwhile, Yifeng, who was coming out of the convenience store, somehow managed to sneeze. Who's cursing me? This is. I remembered to pay the rent this month. Yifeng rubbed his nose and continued to walk towards his home. Just as soon as he got home, Yifeng heard the system beep, and then after packing up the things in the shopping bag, Yifeng opened the system and began to browse up, and only after a careful look did he realize that the iconography from the original garbled symbols vaguely appeared a few fonts that he could read and understand, namely Mu Orange. Background, daughter of Li Jing of Li Group. Progress, 1%, additional bonus for reaching 20%. How come Limu Orange's name appears in the iconography? Is it hard to believe that all the people I kidnap will be collected? But the significance of this is there. Yifeng thought for a long time, did not come up with an answer. In the end can only be left unsettled. After all, the boat to the bridge naturally straight. Maybe later on I'll understand. Now or live the most important. In the evening, after a simple meal, Yifeng was about to take a bath and fall asleep. But his cell phone rang at this time. Hello? Yifeng, right? Your preliminary test has been passed. Please come to the villa entrance tomorrow and wait. The subsequent discussion matters will be clear when we meet. Okay. The person on the other end of the phone was very dry and hung up immediately after explaining his business. And what Yifeng wanted was exactly the same. Efficient, fast and hassle-free. Phew. I've finally gotten through the hard part of the first stage. So let's hope it gets smoother and smoother in the future. What? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Limu Orange's voice was emitted from the dining room early the next morning. While beside her, Ah Fu buried his head and said, I'm sorry, miss. This is also the master's intention. What makes him want to do that? I don't even need a tutor or anything. Go back and tell him I can take care of myself on my own. I don't need him pretending. Limu Orange, who was originally eating quietly, was like a kitten that had its tail stepped on. Her body exploded and said fiercely, Miss, this is a dead order from the master. We can't help but disobey it. Please don't make it difficult for us. Miss, well, maybe he sent them to spy on me again. I don't need him to care if I live or die. And if he's so sentimental, why didn't he go see my mother in the first place? Limu Orange said this with a slight sobbing tone in her voice, and her original petulant and savage aura gradually dissipated, and she opened her mouth only after a short while. Where's the man? Already outside the villa. Tell him to come in. Yes. After Afu turned around and left, Limu Orange's hand holding the dinner knife trembled slightly, and after what she had just experienced she instantly had no appetite, and immediately threw down the cutlery and walked towards her room. Long time no see, Yifeng. Afu came to the door and led Yifeng in. Oni-chan is dining right now, so I may have to ask you to wait for a while. It's fine. It's part of my job later on after all. This kid is quite on the ball. I'm sure it's easy to talk to smart people, but in fact, Yifeng's heart at this time is thinking that he can not only account for the system's mission, incidentally, can earn a considerable amount of honorarium, can also improve their own lives. That really is steamy. Along the way, Yifeng looked at the surrounding villa's decoration as well as various facilities, couldn't help but sigh once again that the life of rich people is good. After entering the house, Afu called away the maid at the entrance of the house before bringing Yifeng to the parlor and gesturing for him to sit down. Mr. Yifeng, it is now up to me to sign a contract with you on behalf of our company regarding the tutor. Here are the details of the contract. Please check it out. Yifeng took the document and briefly skimmed through it and nodded after realizing that there were no problems. I'm fine with that. Well then, I hope that you, Mr. Yifeng, will fulfill the terms of the contract. The current salary is $100,000 a month, with all sorts of perks attached, and the contract date is currently a 2-month probationary period. Do you think it's acceptable? How much? 100,000. That much for a governess? Yifeng forced himself to calm down, pretending to be fine, and nodded. So, a pleasure to work with? Don't come with these manners, Mr. Yifeng. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Afu smiled and took the signed and fingerprinted contract, handing it to the maid on the side before leading Yifeng towards where Limu Orange was. Chapter 6, Beginning to Teach. That. Just call me Alfred. Fuck. Is there anything I need to pay attention to when meeting Missy? Afu revealed a rather intriguing expression when he heard this. As if from his expression it seemed that in the future Limu Orange would definitely get along with himself in a particularly unpleasant way. Missy has some slight coldness as well as toughness aside. She's still a very good kid. Yifeng could even already feel that Afu was already doing his best to praise Limu Orange. Yifeng, in fact, Missy, she's very good. It's just that, at this moment, the door to a room opened violently, followed by Limu Orange wearing a purple dress with a disdainful face walking out. Yifeng had to agree with Limu Orange's cold-faced beauty of the point of view, because she is really too beautiful. Just a monochrome dress and no additional dress can become the most delicate presence in the scene. Just from her eyes seem to hate themselves. Limu Orange saw Yifeng's appearance, originally wrinkled eyebrows slightly stretching open. It seems that Yifeng's appearance or other things to give him a slight advantage. You're the governess my father sent? Limu Orange said unhappily with her hands clasped in front of her chest, while also looking Yifeng up and down. Strange. This guy is giving me a sense of deja vu. Have I seen him before? Yifeng also knew that this had arrived at the opportunity to show himself, and walked up with a slight nod. Yes, Missy, my name is Yifeng is. What can you teach me? Before Yifeng finished, Limu Orange interrupted, as if this was to intentionally pinch up with Yifeng. Fu saw the situation, felt bad, was about to go forward to intervene but did not expect Yifeng was not willing to show weakness back to the mouth. I can teach you to be human. What do you mean? Limu Orange glared at Yifeng, the indignation in her eyes speaking for itself, randomly interrupting someone without waiting for them to finish their sentence. Is this your education? MS. Li, I'm sure I need to teach you a lesson. Yifeng's eyes didn't bring the slightest bit of avoidance. Instead, he locked eyes with Limu Orange. He wasn't like those servants who would spoil her. He was here to be a teacher. You're bold. Ah Fu, give him to me. Limu Orange turned her head and wanted Ah Fu to throw Yifeng out, but she realized that Ah Fu had long disappeared at this time. Meanwhile, the gardener outside the villa is watering the plants suddenly realizes that the water pistol in his hand has been snatched away at some point, and turns his eyes to see that Ah Fu is whistling and doing his job. What are you doing, Alfred? Nothing, I slipped. Wow. Humph. What's your name? Yifeng. Yifeng, I'll remember you. Limu Orange turned around and wanted to head to her room. In fact, she had no intention of letting this so-called tutor teach her. Missy, I would advise you to be a competent student. Oh, well then, get in my room if you can. Limu Orange coldly snorted and walked into her room without even looking at Yifeng. TSK. What a disobedient child. Then it's up to Uncle I. Ahem. It's up to this teacher to teach you properly. Yifeng knocked on the door of Limu Orange's room after he said that. Missy, it's time to come out to class. I told you I don't need any teachers. And you're not my teacher. Meh. Looking at the tightly closed room, Yifeng helplessly spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. As far as Limu Orange, such a character no wonder will become a cold-faced beauty. Yifeng also did not rush, but instead lying on the sofa quietly closed his eyes and rested his soul. Limu Orange, this look, the more anxious you are about her instead of backfiring. Everything has to be static. After listening to no movement outside the room, Limu Orange disdainfully cold snort. Must be this time that Yifeng again went to find his father to sue his own. After all, this is not once or twice. With the passage of time, what surprised Limu Orange was that she did not receive any messages during this period, which for a while made her think that there was something wrong with her cell phone. What the hell is that guy doing? Why isn't he moving at all? Harboring doubts, Limu Orange quietly came to the door and unscrewed the doorknob to reveal a tiny gap to observe the movement outside the door. Leaning against the gap, Limu Orange vaguely looked at a silhouette was leisurely lying on the sofa. It was none other than his own tutor Yifeng. This guy sleeping? How dare he? Isn't he afraid I'll tell my father about this and have him fired? Limu Orange pushed open the door and walked out, despite the doubts that continued in her heart. As soon as he saw Limu Orange come out, Yifeng stretched out and sat up, as if the party was really resting. Yo, Missy finally gave up and came out. Aren't you afraid I'll tell my father about your current situation? Seeing Limu Orange move out Li Jing, Yifeng also didn't change his face at all and yawned lazily. Whatever, Missy, I'm just fulfilling my mission. Sleeping is your mission? It was you, Oni-chan, who didn't cooperate in the first place, and that doesn't have a single thing to do with me, so please don't turn things upside down. I told you I don't need a tutor. I've read the reports. Missy, you were kidnapped a while back, weren't you? Suddenly Yifeng interrupted Limu Orange with a turn of phrase. So what if it is? Don't you want to get back at the people who kidnapped you? Hearing Yifeng's words, Limu Orange suddenly recalled the fox-masked man's intimidation of herself as well as the brain crash that couldn't make her forget. You have an idea? Of course. Tracking is an essential part of the course. Well then, as long as you can help me find that person, I'll give you the best deal. But if you can't do it, just disappear from my sight immediately. Deal. After Yifeng finished saying this sentence, suddenly a system tone sounded inside his head. Congratulations on reaching 10% Othicon progress and gaining skill mastery knowledge. Mastery of knowledge, elementary as if it were an encyclopedia, with knowledge at many levels, but not skillfully proficient. Phew. Here comes one of the more useful contraptions that just happens to match the profession of a teacher. But how did this progress go up so fast? Wasn't it just 1%? Hey, are you even listening to me? You say, Oni-chan. When do we start teaching? Yifeng glanced at the sunny sky outside the house and turned his head to reply. Now, master. Find out? I'm sorry, master. According to a newly captured group of robbers, they said that it was originally a robber hired by another group, but the one who really robbed Miss is someone else. And now there is no news of that person at all. Then keep looking for me. I don't believe he can still disappear out of thin air. Yes. Chapter 7. Are you serious? I can't believe your family even has a backyard. It's almost enough to be considered a small ecological garden. Yifeng looked east and west on the path in the back of the mountain, as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. So, what did you bring me to a place like this for? Limu Orange carried her skirt to follow behind and incidentally raised her leg to go around a place with wooden vines, although she was very reluctant to let this unruly and disgusting person in front of her to be her teacher. But in her heart, She was curious about where Yifeng would bring her. If Yifeng dared to be disrespectful to herself, she could also find a reason to dismiss him. Yifeng glanced back at Limu Orange's movements and realized that she was keeping a relatively safe distance from herself and that one of her hands was touching her back waist as if she was grasping something. It seems that after the kidnapping incident, this girl is very vigilant. Don't worry, Missy. I'm not going to think otherwise of you, so please don't bring such a dangerous thing with you, okay? How do you know? Limu Orange suddenly stopped talking, followed by removing the thing he was holding in his back waist, and when Yifeng looked carefully he almost didn't die of shock. I thought that Limu Orange had brought a wolf spray or a stun gun for defense, but I didn't know that she had brought a real gun. Missy, aren't you the most dangerous person right now? Cut the crap. I won't hurt you as long as you don't have any bad intentions. Limu Orange also felt that he had gone a little too far and held the pistol in his hand muzzle facing the ground. So what are you going to teach me now? I'm leaving if you don't tell me. Well, the reason I brought you to this place is to teach you the ways of survival. A way to survive? What do you mean? Limu Orange asked curiously, her tone not as impatient as before. Yifeng didn't rush to explain. Instead he asked rhetorically, could it be that Missy, your previous tutor, didn't teach you this skill? No, my previous teachers taught me all about books and the etiquette of various instruments and such. Limu Orange said this in a tone that was getting lower and lower, as if these mastered skills were instead a heavy shackle in her heart, like a canary in a cage. Do you like it? What's the point of not liking it? In the end it's still like this. Ahem. Without talking about that, please, Oni-chan, our destination is here. Limu Orange walked behind Yifeng and looked around, realizing that the surroundings were just big trees except for weeds and wildflowers, and it was obvious that Yifeng had brought her inside a jungle. In order to dispel the concerns in Limu Orange's mind, Yifeng continued to speak. Missy should know that if under such a harsh environment, if there is no corresponding survival skills, what will be waiting is not necessary for me to say more. While it may never get to this point in your circle in your lifetime, wasn't the other day an exception? Limu Orange didn't say anything, but in her mind had already surfaced the feeling of powerlessness of being at the mercy of others when she was kidnapped. She didn't want this kind of cowardly and incompetent look. Teach me. Of course there's no problem. But, please call me teacher. You this. Limu Orange gritted her teeth and skimmed her head, struggling in her heart for a long time before she reluctantly spoke. Senior. Teacher. Connect. You. Please teach me knowledge. Teacher. That's right. Realize I'm not your enemy. Don't look at me with hatred. Oof. Okay. First let's take a look at this grass. Missy, do you see anything different from the weeds along the side of the road? Well, Limu Orange cautiously approached Yifeng, and only when she saw that he was single-mindedly focused on the grass did she relax her guard, and turned her attention to the grass Yifeng was talking about. Isn't this exactly like a regular weed? Then this is where you are wrong. This grass can be used to save lives. If someone is injured but fails to stop the bleeding in time or to prevent the wound from getting infected, they can use this grass to relieve their condition. You should know that if you are injured in the wild and don't have medication, your body will experience all kinds of uncomfortable symptoms. So much for this insignificant little grass feature? Limu Orange was obviously interested in the herbs Yifeng was talking about, and even reached out her hand to carefully touch the small grass. Of course, it's also the devilish work of nature. This grass is commonly known as the life-saving grass, in critical situations that can really save a person's life. And how is it going to be used? Yifeng turned his head sideways and looked at the wide-eyed Limu Orange, who was completely different from the original delicate young lady, and smiled for a moment. It seems that this girl is actually doing this on purpose, just like a hedgehog, to wrap herself up and not allow anyone to get close to her. In fact, she is still very cute. Limu Orange subconsciously realized that she was too close to Yifeng, and hurriedly turned back to pull out her gun and pointed at Yifeng. You stay away from me. Okay, I'll forget what I said. Just when Limu Orange pointed her gun at Yifeng, Yifeng suddenly threw a stone from his pocket and hit Limu Orange's wrist. Limu Orange suddenly retracted her hand in pain. Yifeng saw this moment and easily snatched the gun from her hand. Limu Orange reacted too late at this time, and could only watch Yifeng take the gun in his hand while preparing to press the button on his wristwatch. Relax, Missy. I just don't like it when someone points a gun at me. Yifeng took the gun and checked it, and even saw a few unloaded bullets in the magazine, which almost didn't scare his soul away. Precious, you're serious. Forcibly suppressing the nervousness in his heart, Yifeng handed the pistol back to Limu Orange, saying in passing, by the way, Missy, next time if you want to shoot and point at someone you have to turn the safety on first. Humph, it's up to you. Limu Orange took the pistol handed by Yifeng and put it back into his arms. Right, I'm sorry. Was that just something I heard? Nope, no, I didn't. Hurry up and keep teaching me. I haven't even finished yet. Deadly haughty. Yifeng cursed in his heart, but he still felt ridiculous. This is not a cold-faced beauty. so I really can't believe the rumors. Remember Missy, the way to use this grass is. Yifeng has not finished speaking suddenly noticed something. A grabbed Limu Orange waist pistol in one fell swoop to open the insurance. At the same time holding Limu Orange's hand to pull her behind himself, said to the opposite side of a thick tree, "Don't hide my friend. Don't blame me if you don't come out yo. I don't like guys who don't say hello." Chapter 8, I'm sorry Uxin. Under Yifeng's gaze, a person slowly walked out from behind the tree, and when he took a closer look he realized that it was Limu Orange's bodyguard. Ah Fu. Ah Fu smiled and raised his hand seemingly satisfied with Yifeng's move. "Yifeng, it's me, Alfred, why are you here?" Before Yifeng could open his mouth, Limu Orange, who was behind him, poked his head out and asked curiously, "Missy, you are fine." Originally I was planning to look for Yifeng to talk about what the master ordered, but suddenly saw Yifeng take Missy Yu towards the woods slightly worried, so I followed him. It looks like Yifeng is a very competent teacher. Ah Fu naturally discovered that the two were holding each other's hands. What surprised him was that Limu Orange didn't reveal any antipathy towards Yifeng. Maybe Yifeng could really change Missy. Seeing that Ah Fu's speech and demeanor were natural, Yifeng also gradually lowered the gun in his hand. "If you come out a few seconds later maybe I'll shoot." "Hey, I'll pay attention next time. But isn't it time you let go of Missy's hand?" "Let go?" Limu Orange froze for a moment and looked down, realizing that Yifeng had been holding her hand since just now. For a moment she stiffened in place while pulling her hand out. "Give back. Give me back my gun." "Ahem. Sorry." Yifeng discharged the magazine and turned the gun towards himself to hand it to Limu Orange. Limu Orange took it and hid the gun in his arms, followed by saying to Ah Fu seriously, "Don't tell him about me having a gun, and about what you didn't even see just now." "Yes, I'll be right back. Missy, please be safe." Alfred nodded and turned to leave the woods. The two instantly fell into silence after Ah Fu left, and it was only after a while that Limu Orange opened his mouth. "Today, I'll treat today as if it didn't happen, and in the future, if there's this kind of situation, remind me beforehand and don't take matters into your own hands. Got it?" "Yes, Missy." "Well, that's enough for today." After Limu Orange said this, she didn't even look at Yifeng before walking towards the direction of the villa, while Yifeng slowly followed behind Limu Orange. Until they returned to the villa, the two still hadn't said a word. After sending Limu Orange safely into the villa, Yifeng also knew that his work for the day was over. According to the regulations on the contract, Limu Orange's class was held on the weekend of every week, which also meant that once tomorrow was over he would have to wait for another 5 days before he could meet with Limu Orange. "But I don't have much time left. I have to get more lifetime tomorrow or I'll be very nervous." Yifeng stood at the entrance of the villa and stopped to watch Limu Orange enter the house. Just then Limu Orange suddenly looked back at Yifeng. "Is there anything else Missy wants?" "Tomorrow. Remember to come on time." "As you wish," said Limu Orange walked into the villa. At the same time Yifeng's brain heard a system tone. Yifeng, who was eager to open the system, left the villa in a hurry and got into a car with the help of Ah Fu to send him back home. "Sasha." A slight writing sound resounded in Limu Orange's room, only to see that she was holding a pen that seemed to be drawing something on the book. A closer look revealed that it was actually the life-saving herb that Yifeng had brought her to know today, followed by the herb's efficacy. Just as Limu Orange was writing the method of use, all of a sudden paused and threw the pen on the table. "He doesn't appear to be finished." Limu Orange recalled the scene of Yifeng shielding himself behind her came back to her mind. Then she raised her right palm to look at it with her eyes. "Why do you always feel so relieved when you have him with you?" Drip, drip, drip. A sharp ringtone rang. Limu Orange instantly reacted to the fact that it was her good best friend Su Yusin calling. The sudden phone call made her little face swish red, and she hastily reached out her hand and patted her face to try to calm her restless heart down, and only after a while did she pick up the phone. "Hello? Muchan, are you busy? In the past, you used to answer my calls in seconds." Su Yusin seemed to have a hint of blame in her tone, but her adorably soft tones sounded as if she was being pampered. "I'm sorry Uxin. I was just talking to Fu about things." "Well, then I forgive you. Uxin is still the best to me." "Who called us best friends?" "That's right Mu Orange. Didn't you say that uncle had arranged a new tutor for you? How is it going?" Wait, let me guess first. Is it because you're not happy with him?" Mu Orange, so you're pissing off another teacher again? Uxin, where did you say that about your good friend me? Am I that mean? Hey, after all, this is the 5th one. Mu Orange, perhaps out of concern for Su Yusin or perhaps not wanting her to continue on this topic, took the lead and asked, "By the way Yusin, have you finished your piano lessons? The teacher just left my house after school." Speaking of this, Su Yusin's tone was visible low. Mu Orange, I actually don't like these so-called courses, but father and the others had to arrange them for me. And why wouldn't I be? But so long will pass. When we grow up in the future it'll be fine. Speaking of which, tomorrow is Sunday. so I can come and find Moo Orange for you to play with. Well, tomorrow? Yeah, it's Saturday. Moo Orange was about to agree, suddenly remembered something, and Yifeng's face gradually appeared in front of her eyes. No. Hey, why? Is it Moo Orange you have something to do? Right. I have something to do at home tomorrow. Something very important. Apparently it was the first time Moo Orange had lied, and even her tone was not very firm. Su Yusin didn't even suspect if there was any falsehood in Moo Orange's words, because Moo Orange was indeed forced to go to dinner parties sometimes just like herself, and she also met Moo Orange at a party. In that case, that's fine. It's just a shame I won't be able to see you Moo Orange this week. I'm sorry Uxin. I'll definitely come next time. It's fine. Who asked us to be good girlfriends nah? Moo Orange, I'm not going to chat with you for now. I'm going to have dinner with my father. Okay, bye Hugin. Moo Orange hung up the phone and clenched it tightly in her hand, and her breathing also seemed rather rapid. It could be seen that the first time she lied she was still very uncomfortable. I'm sorry Uxin. Moo Orange closed the notebook and then lay back on the bed. The image of Yifeng protecting himself came back to her mind. It seemed that this small action of Yifeng had long been imprinted on the young girl's heart. Chapter 9, Like a Fish in Water. Yifeng, your family lives here? After parking at the destination Yifeng spoke of, Fu looked at Yifeng with a surprised face. He didn't think that someone as talented and capable as Yifeng would actually live in this kind of old house. Hey, it can't be helped. That's why I took a chance on a job that pays well. You guys. Alfred didn't know what to say, but just took a wad of cash out of the car box. Fu, what are you? Take it to improve your life. Consider it a loan from me. Your paycheck may not come for a few more days. Take it if you consider me a friend. Don't make me flip out. Then thank you Fu. I'll return it to you when I have the money. Yifeng didn't expect Fu to be so generous to himself. He had only just become Moo Orange's tutor today. Okay, I'll leave then. I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Boom. Only a roar of the car's engine was seen, and only Yifeng was left alone on the road. Phew. Finally a busy day. Thankfully I didn't leave a bad impression on Moo Orange. Yifeng collected the cash that Fu had given him into his arms as he walked home. Illustrated progress updated. Moo Orange's progress has reached 20%. Progress reward has been issued. Gain bonus 15 days of lifetime. Skill firearms mastery, intermediate. Driving mastery, intermediate. Charisma authority has unlocked words. Aha! So much. Yifeng thought at first that the system would casually give a little something to show that, but I didn't expect to be dazzled by looking down. After a generalized look over, Yifeng focused his attention on the charisma authority. Initially he remembered that the charisma phrase in his ability had always been a question mark, and now there was a possibility that it would change, which also made him impatient to check it out. Name, Yifeng. Age, 20. Skills, cold weapon mastery, driving mastery, firearms mastery, charisma max. Article, illustrations. As expected of Yifeng, a string of charisma parsing was unlocked underneath the charisma skill, with a small line written on it. Your charisma will make you a fish out of water in person, and will have an extra effect when interacting with the opposite sex. What does that mean? Why do I feel like a male chimera in a movie? Why do I have special effects on the opposite sex? Yifeng felt speechless. For some reason he always felt that this skill that seemed useful on the surface would be a trouble. Hopefully it was an illusion. Now almost a month Yifeng was finally at ease. Just as he was planning to cook a sumptuous meal to reward himself, he heard a fierce quarrel coming from the corridor outside the door. Who is it that's still making noise this late? Can you still let people rest properly? Yifeng immediately pushed the door out. Just as he looked at the source of the sound he realized that it was his landlord and one of the tenants having an argument. Charters, why is there no water? You have the nerve to talk. You're already 2 months behind on your rent and you still want water. You're lucky I didn't stop the electricity for you, and you still want to ask me for water. You have 3 days to pay me the rent or get out. Yifeng met his first tricky opponent, just as he wanted to go back to his room silently but was seen by the chartered lady. Hey, don't even think about running. You kid, you also haven't paid rent for a month. Before the landlady finished speaking, Yifeng took out the cash and counted it before handing it to the landlady. Is that enough? The landlady froze for a moment, then took Yifeng's money and counted it. Then after verifying the quantity completely lost her temper just now, and said with a smile, enough is enough. Child, you have a good rest. Just now it was my fault. I'll go this way. Looking at the back of the chartered lady's departure, Yifeng sighed, picking up the money in his hand and shaking it off. I'm sure it's still good for this. Morning, Alfred. Good morning. Miss is already waiting inside, so I'll leave you to your lessons. Okay. Yifeng agreed and rubbed his eyes and walked into the house. As soon as he entered the house, Yifeng saw Moo Orange wearing a white dress sitting on the dining table quietly looking at himself. Is Missy ready? We're going to start. Yi Feng was interrupted by Limu Orange in the middle of his sentence. Don't you even have the most basic of manners? What? Etiquette? Yi Feng didn't know why he was disliked by Limu Orange just after he entered the house, and he reacted only after recalling the conversation he had just had with Afu. Ah, good morning, Oni-chan. Limu Orange nodded slightly only after hearing Yi Feng's words, picking up the napkin on the table and wiping her mouth as she faintly said back, "Good morning, teacher. So let's get to class now, shall we, teacher?" Wow, good. After a familiar journey, Yi Feng brought Limu Orange to the location of yesterday's class. Just as he was about to open his mouth to talk about another plant, who expected Limu Orange to take the lead. "Sensei, yesterday you left before you finished talking about how to use herbs. Usage? Wow, right. The method of use for the life-saving herb is actually quite simple. Just chew it up and place it on the wound. Won't there be side effects? There's no other effect other than a bit of numbness in the mouth after chewing the herb. Well, the next thing I'm going to talk about is this herb." After Yi Feng's patient explanation, Limu Orange, who was initially reticent, gradually asked one or two questions from time to time, as if she had also participated in Yi Feng's lessons. "Well, today I'll put this many plants for now. If it's too much, I'm afraid you won't be able to digest it." "No need. Please continue, teacher." Limu Orange suddenly jumped ahead. Seeing Limu Orange like this, Yi Feng was slightly stunned. He didn't think that Limu Orange would be interested in herbalism, but he still waved his hand and refused. "Missy, rice is eaten one bite at a time. The road can be taken one step at a time. I admit that you are very smart, Missy, but I want you to know that life is not just about being busy. The most important thing is to enjoy these good lives, isn't it? It's not that nice." "That's where you're wrong, Missy. Follow me." Yi Feng knows that Limu Orange actually still retains the mentality of a small child. After all, the character of a child who has just reached adulthood is still different from that of a mature person. And now the most important process is to go and enlighten them. "Where to?" Limu Orange followed behind Yi Feng despite her heart being full of doubts, not worrying at all about any accidents. After circling around the woods, Yi Feng led Limu Orange to a green meadow. A gust of wind brushed by, like a slender warm hand caressing Limu Orange's cheek. Yi Feng took off his jacket and spread it under the shade of the tree. "Missy, please sit down if you don't mind. After all, it won't be beautiful if this clean white dress of yours gets dirty." Well, Limu Orange wanted to say something but still stopped her mouth and obediently sat up, completely lacking that initial cold look. Chapter 10, Props Rewards. Warm sunlight shines through the leaf gap in the shade of the tree. Yi Feng, his hands on the back of the head with his back against the tree, leisurely looking at the distant grass blown down by the wind. Limu Orange is holding his hands on his legs, quietly looking at all this. "Missy, feel it all. You'll find nature's charm." Limu Orange followed Yi Feng's example and closed her eyes. And sure enough, in this instant it was as if everything was quiet, which made her mind feel an unprecedented sublimation. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city's irritable heart also faded away. Well, serene. Yes, if you're not in a good mood any day, Missy, you can come here and sit for a while and naturally your mood will improve. Aha. Limu Orange quietly opened her eyes, looking back at Yi Feng, who was still enjoying himself. For some reason her heart was always warm, as if a warm hand was melting ice. "Yi Feng, why don't you come and teach me tomorrow too?" Yi Feng's eyes snapped open when he heard this and looked at Limu Orange. He could tell that she wasn't joking from the serious expression on her face. "You want me to work overtime? No way. It's true that all you nasty rich people like to squeeze the blood and sweat out of us poor people. Sorry, Missy. I'm only free on weekends, so no need to tell." "I know." Limu Orange's previously stable emotions were instantly like a dynamite barrel that had been ignited. "Go back. I'm tired." "Well, look at it. I tore my face off straight away after the original reveal. It's a good thing I've watched dramas about the workplace beforehand, or else I would have been victimized by a bad woman like you, who's shiny on the outside and dark on the inside. Luckily, I'm skilled." When Limu Orange and Yi Feng came back, Afu was also standing at the door waiting. When he saw Limu Orange, he respectfully said, "Missy, the master wants you to go to a party." "No go." "But Missy." "I said no." Limu Orange crossed Afu's eyes and walked straight towards her room. Yi Feng immediately cleared the relationship with himself when he saw the situation and immediately shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. Kids these days are so stubborn that they get angry at the slightest attention. "What? Did you make Missy mad? She wanted me to work overtime, so of course I didn't do it." Afu helplessly pursed his lips. To know that everyone else broke their heads wanting to be Limu Orange's teacher. "Yi Feng, this guy is good, but instead, he is unwilling to do so." Limu Orange, does she have a lot of classes other than weekends?" "Yes, this is all requested by the master. After all, Missy is going to inherit the master's group in the future. Well, of course we have to prioritize training a qualified heir. No wonder that girl is having such a depressing time. In my place I would have probably broken down a long time ago." "You can't say that. After all, someone has to inherit the family business. That's true. In fact, the master has always been very indebted to the young lady. He wasn't even able to see a single side of the lady when she was dying. And this has led to the young lady, her relationship with the master has always been like this. Well, why am I telling you so much? I have to hurry back to reply to the Lord. I'll send someone to take you back later. No, Alfred. I'll just go back by myself. Well, just call me if you need anything. Here's my number. Yi Feng took Ah Fu's business card and waved at him before leaving the villa, unaware that all these actions of his were watched by a pair of eyes in one of the windows. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Limu Orange stared at the place where Yi Feng had left and murmured softly until she confirmed that there was no trace of Yi Feng before she returned to the table and continued to draw herbs. Only a few of the herbs had a brief description under their paintings. Anesthesia, pain relief, drowsiness. Woohoo! Back home, Yi Feng lying on the sofa enjoying the beauty of his own time. If it is not this system will force the end of his life, otherwise Yi Feng would have been alone in a peaceful and undisturbed place to start his new life, which is also his dream. Ding! The progress of the icon has increased. Please check it in time. No, it's really just going up one day at a time. Suddenly I think Little Moo Orange is a lot cuter. Yi Feng hastily called out the system and found the reward he had acquired at the system's prompt. Progress of Li Moo Orange's information, 30%. Obtained props master key, consumable. Scapegoat doll, consumable. Oh, I can't believe there are props. Yi Feng had thought that the system would randomly give himself a few days of lifetime hastily, but I did not expect that this time is to give themselves never touched the thing, which he can take a good look at. Just from the name of the two props feel is very powerful look. Sure enough, Yi Feng found the two props that Feng had obtained in the first selection of his backpack, and there was a detailed description of the props written underneath them. Master key, can unlock any lock, but only in the line of sight. Pick a lock? Too bad. If this thing was a permanent prop I could be a locksmith. Scapegoat doll, when the holder is mortally wounded, he or she will avoid it in time, but only once. This is a good thing. It is equivalent to an additional life. It seems that this system is not useless. Yi Feng was happy when he suddenly realized something, and his original happy expression gradually solidified. No, why do I feel a premonition of a boss battle when I'm given these props? It's like a movie where someone has to make a flag before a big battle. It's just a matter of perhaps overthinking it. Anyway, Limu Orange is well protected now, and he doesn't need to worry so much about it. Finish the mission early, and declare himself free when he saves up a few decades of his lifetime. After turning off the system, Yi Feng headed to the bathroom to take a shower. The next few days were all considered a vacation for himself. At this moment, in a high-end hotel in the city center, countless elegantly dressed and delicately groomed people gathered together to talk and laugh, looking like they were attending a party. Old Lee. Suddenly a loud voice rang out from the crowd, which caused the gazes of many people around them to be attracted. One of the waiters snorted disdainfully at the sight, as if serving these upper-class people seemed as if they themselves had been elevated. Who is this big old man? It's a disgrace to clamor at such an occasion. Before the waiter finished his sentence, a slap was slapped towards his face. The waiter was instantly slapped, confused, when he came back to his senses and realized that the person who slapped him was the hotel manager. Manager? I only saw their manager glaring at him with a displeased face, and reading indignantly in one mouthful. You can cut off this mouth if you don't want it. Do you know who he is? He is the recognized boss of Shu City's underground. Su Wanli. If you let anyone hear this, our entire hotel will be finished. The waiter then realized that his blabbering almost caused a big trouble, and quickly bowed to show his mistake, but it was already too late. You don't have to come tomorrow. Now get the hell out of here. Yes, I'll roll. This way. Chapter 11, Su Yusen. Old Lee, only to see a stout, burly man jogging in a burst to the side of the man named Lao Li and hugging him excitedly. Hey, old Su, don't mess around. So many people have a bad influence. Hey, at least we're old comrades in arms. This is just pure comradeship. It's inevitable that there will be bad press on this, so it's better to be cautious. How dare they? Su Wanli's brows suddenly tightened, as if he had turned from a benevolent Luo Han into a fierce and evil ghost. Old Su, don't mess around. You still have to give enough face to the people above you in the open. Li Jing glared at Su Wanli in order to calm him down. This old comrade of his was good at everything else, but his temper was still as impulsive as ever. Well, old Su, are you the only one here today? Where are your daughter and siblings? Su Wanli, who had originally looked like an angry man, heard Li Jing talk about his wife and daughter, and in an instant, he changed back to his initial appearance of a kind face. My daughter-in-law, she seems to have gone to play mahjong with the wives. Yusen, she's eating cake at the party. She said she'd come over later. It seems like she still has something to tell you. Something to tell me? It's mostly about Moo Orange then. Niece Moo Orange is still angry with you? Have you explained to her? No, Not being able to go and see Sin for the last time that day has always been a pain in my heart. Li Jing's eyes drooped as he said this, as if he had aged more than 10 years in an instant after finishing this sentence. Geez, it's not your fault. We had a mission back then. Old Su, you're drunk. Oh, yeah, I'm drunk. Su Wanli hastily nodded in agreement, as if he was talking about something he shouldn't be talking about. Father. At the same time a soft sweet tender voice rang out from behind the two, looking in the direction of the voice to find a young girl with blonde hair standing beside her. Yusin, you're here. This is your uncle Li Jing. There's no need for me to introduce you more. Su Yusin nodded her head obediently, flicking her hands up her light blue long dress toward Li Jing and gracefully bowing. Good evening, Uncle Li. Good evening Iuxin. I didn't expect you to come to the party today. Look carefully. Su Yusin's short hair just to the back of his neck, wearing a hat on his head with the same color as his own dress. Inside is a white long shirt. That pair of lovely and good looking no matter who looks at it for the heart. Actually, I wanted to see if Mu Orange had come, but I didn't see her. Su Yusin, who was still lively just now, instantly fell down as soon as she talked about Li Mu Orange, and those pathetic eyes were like a helpless little beast. Su Wanli, who had always been a daughter's slave, saw his daughter like this where she could still stand, and hurriedly poked Li Jing with his elbow. Uxin, don't be sad. Isn't Uncle Li in front of you? Wouldn't you just talk to Uncle Li? But I have classes tomorrow. Who said anything about classes? There's no class at all tomorrow. Your teacher just called me this evening to tell me she wasn't feeling well and told you to make your own arrangements for tomorrow. Really? Father is so nice. Su Yusin reached out and wiped her moist eyes, slowly revealing a sweet smile. This scene can be Su Wanli look at the heart are melted. So many years he and his wife has been carefully cared for his pearl in the palm of his hand. No matter what she wants to own will also agree. But Su Yusin is very understanding. Since childhood has always been the existence of a good girl, which also allows Su Wanli to save a lot of heart. Uncle Li, can I go to Mu Orange tomorrow? Looking at Su Yusin's large Kazran eyes, Li Jing had no choice but to loosely agree. No problem. I'll give it to my teacher tomorrow. Yes. Thank you, Uncle Li. Thank you, Uncle Li. Yusin remembered that there are still things to do. Father, you and Uncle Li take your time to chat, I'll leave first. Seeing her plan succeed, Su Yusin jumped up and left the venue. After not seeing Li Mu Orange for so long, she could go back and dress up properly. Hey old Li, is Mu Orange's mindset okay these days? After all, he just went through that kind of thing. Fu told me that Mu Orange is quite well, and is even more cheerful than before. Ha? How is this possible? You know that the real kidnapper hasn't been found yet. I'm afraid that there's something wrong with that kid, and now I've informed the entire underground level to look for him without any dead ends. It wasn't any of those reasons. It was a tutor Mu Orange that got better. A governess? Doesn't niece Mu Orange hate it when you set him up with nonsense? I thought so at first, but that kid has some skills. And now that Mu Orange kid has begun to follow along and has not revealed any impatience. It's that amazing. Why don't you lend it to my family Yusin to use? It's possible for even niece Mu Orange to learn in, even if it's a divine master. Oh, that kid has signed a contract with our family now, so you don't have the chance. What? You said he was young? Well, only just turned 20, not particularly well off at home. Parents can't seem to find out much, probably left early. So you're comfortable with this kid teaching your daughter? Aren't you afraid that something will rub off? Ahem. Su Wanli looked at Li Jing's serious expression and immediately stopped his mouth. Fu said that the boy is very much looking at his career the way he is, and from the moment we met his attitude was also just looking at his status as a teacher. This kid has such a good heart? You have to know that niece Mu Orange's look several families have broken their heads wanting to marry you. I don't know. There's only one step to take. That kid is now the only good medicine that can cure Mu Orange. Achoo! Yi Feng, who was eating, sneezed once again. Hiss, why again? Is it hard to believe that I have a cold? But it shouldn't be this season. That's just it. I'd better take some cold medicine later just in case. Early the next morning Li Mu Orange was preparing to go to the study for class as usual after finishing her meal, but she was suddenly stopped by Ah Fu behind her. Missy, please wait. The teacher said she couldn't make today's class and there's someone at the door looking for you. Someone's looking for me? Li Mu Orange blinked, recalling yesterday's conversation with Yi Feng. In fact, as soon as she went back to the house, she knew she was wrong. She shouldn't have said those words to Yi Feng, but her own emotions were cathartic as if they were out of control. Is that guy really here? Li Mu Orange walked out of the dining room with brisk footsteps, and sure enough, she realized that there were voices in her room. This guy is so rude. How dare he enter my room without permission? Wait, the book is still on the table. Li Mu Orange thought of this, heart panicked, pushed open the door of the room and barged in, hastily opened his mouth. Who allows you to enter my room without permission? Quickly give me out Yi. When Li Mu Orange looked clearly at the visitor, She was momentarily dumbfounded, because the person in the room was none other than her good girlfriend Su Yusin. Chapter 12, Perversion. Perversion. Rain. UXIN? How come it's you? Ooh-hoo. Su Yusin was obviously frightened by Limu Orange. She thought she would give her best friend a surprise, but she didn't expect to end up giving herself a shock. Right. I'm sorry, Mu Orange. I didn't greet you before entering your room. I'm really sorry. Looking at Su Yusin, who was almost on the verge of crying out, Limu Orange hurriedly went forward to hold Su Yusin's hands and pulled her to sit down on the side of her bed. I'm sorry, UXIN. I didn't even think it was you. If I had known it was you, I never would have done it. Really? Really? Su Yusin raised her cute little head, eyes rustling as she looked into Limu Orange's eyes, seemingly confirming whether Limu Orange was telling the truth. Of course it's true. We're best girlfriends. Limu Orange smiled and clasped Su Yusin's hand to change the subject. By the way, Yusin, how come you have time to come here today? Well, my teacher didn't come today, so I thought I'd come and play with you. Mu Orange. So, why don't we go out now? Limu Orange's afterglow intentionally glanced at the notebook on his own desk. It looks like there is no trace of being touched, which is why he let out a sigh of relief. Good. But Mu Orange has just entered the house, is not called someone else's name. It seems to be called G something. LOL. Limu Orange's heart stopped for a moment when she heard Su Yusin's words, and after blinking rapidly, she barely managed to put on an embarrassed smile. How could that be? I just thought there were servants entering the house. I clearly ordered them not to clean my room. That's why I yelled. That Yi is one of my maids, surnamed Ji-la. So it is. Su Yusin certainly didn't suspect that her good best friend would hide anything from her, so she went out with Limu Orange. Good morning, Missy. Good morning, teacher. It was the weekend again in the middle of the day, and as always, Yi Feng was the first to greet Limu Orange. Just as Yi Feng was about to open his mouth, he didn't expect Limu Orange to grab in front of him and say, I wonder what Herb's teacher is going to identify again today. Let's not go to the woods today. Let's talk about something else. Not going? Why? Limu Orange said with dissatisfaction, realizing that she had been waiting for a week. Missy, today we will learn other things that are in my teaching program. Okay then, what do we learn? Learning to hide. Concealment? Yi Feng brought Limu Orange to the outdoor garden and said to Limu Orange, Missy, concealment is also a part of survival among others. If you master the skill of concealment, you won't be easily discovered in a moment of crisis, which will also greatly increase your chances of surviving. Isn't it just a place to hide? What's there to learn? Of course not. That is at most a hide and seek. Concealment is actually lurking in the environment. As the environment changes, concealment will be different. Can't understand. If you don't understand, don't you dare to bet with me, Missy? What's the bet? Let's just bet on whether or not you'll be able to stay out of my sight in this garden later. Missy, what's the bet? Limu Orange pursued. How about this? If I win, I'll do whatever you want, Missy, and conversely, if you lose, Missy, then how about listening to the lesson? Good, that's what you said. Limu Orange thought over Yi Feng's words, pondered for a moment and realized that he didn't seem to have anything to lose, and immediately agreed. Then from now on the clock, I give you 5 minutes to hide. Missy, if I don't find you within the next 10 minutes, count me out. How? Yeah. Then the clock starts. As soon as Limu Orange heard Yi Feng's words, he spread his legs and ran towards the depths of the garden. The huge garden was extremely hidden even when hiding in the flowers and grasses. Limu Orange's mind was already thinking of the moment when Yi Feng admitted defeat. After finally picking for a long time, Limu Orange chose among the flowers that matched the color of her clothes. The young girls, breathing gently, blew the petals of the flowers, quietly waiting for time to pass. Limu Orange, who thought she was winning, suddenly heard a footstep approaching towards her. No way. How did he know I was in these flowers? It must have just happened to be here. It must have been. With the sound of footsteps sounding almost in front of her, Limu Orange almost held her breath and didn't dare to breathe. And in her heart, she had been hoping that Yi Feng would leave the area where she was hiding. Don't hide, Missy, I know you're here. Who knew that Yi Feng would suddenly open his mouth to break the silence? But there was still no movement in the flowers. Strange. Is it hard to believe that I'm in the wrong place? See no response. Yi Feng scratched his head and slowly left. This action can let the stone in Limu Orange's heart fell to the ground. But also in the secret joy of Yi Feng's technology is not as good as their own. When I get back, I'm going to humiliate you. Who told you to always put up a front in front of me? Just as Limu Orange opened the champagne early, a hand behind her suddenly patted her back. Who? Oh. Limu Orange was so startled that she immediately stood up from the flowers and looked back to find that at some point Yi Feng was staring at himself with a smile. Sorry, Missy, you lost. A smirk of triumph surfaced at the corner of Yi Feng's mouth, as if he was mocking Limu Orange. How is it possible? How did you find me? Limu Orange was incredulous. She didn't expect Yifeng to have discovered himself a long time ago, and figured that just now, his appearance was just pretending, and he had actually recognized his disguise a long time ago. You gave yourself away a long time ago, Oni-chan. From the beginning when there were muddy footprints on the floor tiles and, ahem, Yifeng coughed as he spoke. As well as what? As well as Missy you. Come on. You smell. My. Flavor? Limu Orange first froze when she heard this, then suddenly reacted. The disbelief of being caught had long since disappeared. Instead a strange sense of shame and indignation, both sides of her face smeared with a layer of scarlet, stammered and shouted, change, pervert. Yifeng, you are a pervert. Yifeng also realized that there was a hint of molestation in his words, so he hastily put his hands up in apology. I'm sorry Missy, that was rude of me. I'll reserve what I just said though. It's one of the things I found out about you. Pervert. Don't get me wrong Missy, I wouldn't be interested in a little girl like you. Yifeng had thought of avoiding the danger in time, but he didn't know that he had stepped on Limu Orange's fuse. Roll. The atmosphere that had been quite interesting was suddenly chilled by Limu Orange's sentence of rolling, and for a moment it was as if she had changed back to the icy girl she had been at first. Missy I told you to get out. Limu Orange hysterically roared, venting the emotions in her heart. To say why she changed so much probably only she knows. I don't need you as my teacher from today. You can stop coming. Yifeng opened his mouth and wanted to say something in the end, but still faintly answered with a good word and turned to leave the garden. Chapter 13 Limu Orange with a guilty conscience. Ah! A man's ripping roar echoed through the basement. Looking down he was tied to a stake covered in dried blood, and beside the man stood a few leisurely men, one of whom was holding a red-hot, white-smoking soldering iron in his hand and said in a calm tone, still won't talk? The bound man's head drooped with a disheveled expression and said in a dying tone, I've told you all I know, please let me go. It seems you're still unrepentant. The man administering the sentence gave a sardonic laugh and slowly approached the prisoner with the branding iron. I really don't know. It's also the first time we've seen that fox man. We really don't know who he is. So your employer doesn't know either? The man administering the sentence held the branding iron up in front of the prisoner's eyes, and the scalding heat scared the prisoner into shivering. The employer is in contact with our boss. We are just ordering things to be done. The boss just said that he wants the Lee family's daughter as a hostage, and nothing else is explained. There. Ah. Zip. Looked at the nourishing oil of the barbecue. Yifeng fell into a deep thought. He did not know exactly what exactly did today and accidentally stepped on the tail of Limu Orange. It seems that this time is to screw up the task, but if the task is failed but will be erased ugh. Yifeng thought about countermeasures as he took a bite of the roasted meat, but when he checked the system with nothing to do he was suddenly stunned by the data in front of him. What? Yifeng stood up excitedly, still holding the fragrant kebabs in his hand. The surrounding diners have cast a curious gaze towards Yifeng. Noticing this moment Yifeng hastily picked up the skewer in his hand and took another bite, saying vaguely, Hull times, *T is too roaring. The air suddenly fell into silence, and Yifeng finally chose to pack up and take it home to eat. Miss, you haven't eaten all night, please just eat. Limu Orange's door resounded with Afu's knocking, but what responded to him was silence. Miss, did something happen to you today to make you like this? Why don't you tell Alfred me about it? Maybe I can help you. Seeing that Limu Orange in the house still didn't move, Afu probably knew one or two things, so he slammed the wall in mock anger. I know. Missy, do you think it's that Yifeng who did something to you today? I've known for a long time that he doesn't have good intentions. I'll send someone to give him away right now. Ka. Afu had just said this when the door to Limu Orange's room opened in response, followed by a red-eyed Limu Orange glaring at him with a deadly glare. Send him to what? Are you going to break the law again? Hey, Missy, I didn't mean that. Seeing Limu Orange come out, Afu was then relieved. His attitude softened all of a sudden. It seems like that Yifeng kid must have made Missy angry. This is the first time I've seen her so attached to someone since I've been Missy's bodyguard for so long. You are not allowed to do anything without my permission, okay? Or I will tell father. Yes ma'am. Leave me alone. I don't feel like eating today. Yes. Looking at Limu Orange walking into the room with a bereft face, Afu still couldn't help but pull out his cell phone to unring the bell. Limu Orange closed the door and staggered down to his bed. In the darkness through the moonlight outside the window can vaguely see in Limu Orange's pillow next to her own laptop, while the laptop shell is wet. I'm sorry, old master. I'm sorry. Limu Orange curled up into a ball, her hands cold together. Her mind floated back to this afternoon when she was incredibly remorseful for her anger towards Yifeng. Limu Orange always felt as if she had been abandoned after listening to Yifeng's words that he was not interested in her. A kind of anger came out from her heart. Not only did she have an idea of wanting to keep Yifeng by her side, but she also had an emotion of deception. But only after completely calming down did she realize that she was overly emotional. and when she wanted to apologize to Yifeng, he had long left the villa. Teacher, don't go away. Okay, I was wrong. Will you come back? Limu Orange may not even know that at some point he had developed a different kind of feeling for this teacher who accompanied him. Buzz. Yifeng, who had just returned home with the pack skewers, was ready to call up the system when the cell phone in his pocket actually rang, and a familiar voice came in after he answered the call. Yifeng, can you explain what happened between you and Missy today? Alfred, why are you asking all of a sudden? Missy hasn't eaten all night. She's been shutting herself up in her room ever since she said goodbye to you, and she won't talk about it no matter how much I ask her. What's wrong with you guys? Missy fired me. It's that simple. Why then? I don't know. All of a sudden I was told I didn't have to be called to work. Sparingly. What Missy actually said was all in anger. Just now I looked at Missy. She looked like she was very sad. What does this have to do with me? You're her teacher. Not anymore. Yifeng, count on me to beg you nicely. You'd better come back tomorrow to give Missy a lesson. What Missy said for a while was just angry. You mustn't take it to heart. Ugh. Okay, but I'll tell you in advance. If something like this happens again, I won't be coming. I might think I've done something unconscionable. Well, then it's the same old time tomorrow. Aha. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng couldn't wait to call up the system, and sure enough, he saw that there was a new progress in his mission, and a closer look revealed that the progress of Limu Orange's iconography had soared from 30% to 50%. What's going on here? How did it improve so much? Didn't I not have much contact with Limu Orange today? Even though Yifeng was puzzled by this, he still received the quest reward issued by the system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the life bonus for 30 days and the skill healing, low, nursing, low acquisition of simple skills such as medical treatment of wounds or checking the body for diseases. Well, is this treating me like a doctor? How come the reward this time around is so ribbed? It doesn't feel like it's going to be used very much. Although Yifeng was not very satisfied with the system's rewards for this mission, the extra 30 days was a real satisfaction. One is one step closer to a happy life again. Chapter 14. Miss, it's time for breakfast. Early in the morning, the villa maid came to the door of Limu Orange, gently knocked on the door. According to the past Limu Orange's daily routine, this point has gotten up, but the room in the house is still no movement. Miss? Without getting a response from Limu Orange, the maid didn't know what to do, so she quickly walked in the direction of the parlor. Yifeng, Missy, she's actually just a bit eccentric, but she doesn't really hate you. You mustn't be angry with Missy. At this time, Yifeng was invited to the parlor by Afu early in the morning. Afu was worried that Yifeng would be affected by the unhappiness that happened yesterday, so as soon as Yifeng came in, he explained without stopping. I know all of this, don't worry about it, Alfred. The two of them had just been talking for a few sentences when an anxious-looking maid walked into the parlor, and when she saw Afu, she hurriedly told what had just happened. What? You're still awake after knocking on the door? Did you open the door? The door is locked. I can't open it. It's broken. Take me to the door. And by the way, ask the person in charge of the keys to bring them. Yes. Yifeng, who was sitting on the sofa on the side, also got up and followed behind Afu, to say that the most worried person among them is none other than Yifeng. If something happens to Limu Orange, then his mission can be finished. In a short while, the two of them came to the door of Limu Orange's room, and sure enough, there was still no movement despite Afu's calling and knocking hard on the door. Bad. Something must have happened to Missy. Yifeng, wait here for me, I'll go fetch the key. Don't you just bang on the door? The doors in the villa are different from ordinary doors. They are all burglar-proof and crash-proof. Oops, I'll stop talking to you for now. Wait for me here. Afu finished his sentence and ran away in a hurry. Yifeng tried it as Afu expected, but he suddenly thought of the window. Maybe he could flip in through the window opening? Thinking of this, Yifeng hurriedly went around from the back, and through the construction of the house he did find the window of Limu Orange's room, and immediately went over the fence to the window sill. But when Yifeng wanted to pull open the window only to find that the inside had been unlocked, then the only situation that could be taken now was only one. Bang! 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 Yifeng clenched his fists and riveted his strength to punch a fist toward the window. I have to say that the glass material is really resistant to impact. Yifeng swung a number of punches, or not the slightest bit of movement. Instead of his fists are also worn through the skin, oozing out a little bit of blood. Hey! There! Just then he suddenly remembered that the universal key prop he had acquired earlier could unlock all locks in sight. Thinking of this, Yifeng immediately called up the system and will props column of the universal key out of thin air. Ideas out, and indeed a silver white key floating in the air, flashing light. Yifeng's eyes staring at the window was locked. At the same time the heart silently read the use of, and really only heard click. The window lock actually opened itself. Yifeng saw the situation, hurriedly lifted the window, jumped into the house. As soon as he entered the house, Yifeng smelled a nice fragrance, which smelled exactly the same as the smell of Limu Orange's body yesterday. which was like a magic spell trying to manipulate Yi Feng's nature of mind. But fortunately Yi Feng's determination was full, and shook out the distractions in his mind before arriving at Limu Orange's bed. When he looked clearly and found that at this time Limu Orange is wearing a black thin pajamas curled up together, the girl's hair cloaked on her pillow, delicate features like a fairy tale sleeping beauty, the surplus waist and slender white legs is embellished. That scene is like a painting of things as beautiful. But Yi Feng carefully discovered that Limu Orange's quilt was not covered, and that her nostrils were exhaling boiling hot air, and both sides of her face were red. Bad. This ninny can't be getting a bad cold. Yi Feng, who had gained the healing skill, immediately saw what Limu Orange's problem was, and gently put the back of his hand on her forehead. Was really hot. Not good. Looks like it has been burning for a long time. Must go to the hospital quickly to rely on medication. Yi Feng seriously frowned and carefully swept over Limu Orange's neck and calves while muttering in a low voice, "Missy, much obliged." After saying that, Yi Feng intercepted Limu Orange and picked her up. At the same time, he took a blanket and covered Limu Orange's body. So hard. Who knew that just at this moment, Limu Orange opened her eyes in a daze as if she felt something, and the two of them just stared at each other. Maru Spice. Yi Feng secretly said bad luck in his heart, and was just about to explain when Limu Orange moved at this time. Senior. Teacher? Limu Orange blinked with misty eyes. Perhaps because of the fever she had no strength, even her speech was muttering. Why is the teacher here? I must have dreamed that he wouldn't come back, and I'd still be alone. But it's a good dream. At least you can apologize to his face. Right. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm sorry. Limu Orange used her only remaining strength to wrap her hands around Yi Feng's neck to rest her head on his shoulder, gently biting her lips and said in Yi Feng's ear, "No, it's fine. I didn't even take it to heart. Missy, don't move. I'm taking you to the hospital now." Even Yi Feng, who was more determined, could not block Limu Orange's set of unexplained moves, and the original thoughts in his head were completely disrupted by Limu Orange. It's better to be in a dream so I can keep hugging you. Sensei. Limu Orange finished the sentence, somehow suddenly went forward and kissed Yi Feng's cheeks, which could scare Yi Feng, could not care about the other holding Limu Orange on unscrewing the lock of the door and ran out of the room. Chirp. It's broken. Something's wrong. The girl's brain is fried. At this time, Fu also happened to take the key with the villa ran over. When he saw clearly Yi Feng holding Limu Orange was first shocked, and was about to ask how to know that Yi Feng ran while saying, "Don't ink. Quickly prepare the car to the hospital." "Okay, I'll get the car." Of course Fu realized that his Missy's health condition was not right, and without saying anything he went to the garage to drive, and in no time the two of them drove towards the nearest hospital. "Doctor, luckily you got it here in time and the patient has stabilized." After checking all of Limu Orange's physical indicators, a doctor said with the report in his hand, "No one else is in any serious trouble right now. A few days in the hospital and they'll be healed." "Thank you, doctor. It's been hard work. It's what I'm supposed to do." After the doctor left, Fu then let go of his heart and sat on the floor on his butt, while Yi Feng was sweating profusely and panting in place. From the beginning Yi Feng had been running around holding Limu Orange the entire time, and now he could finally rest. Chapter 15, Cutting and Cutting and Cutting. Didn't either of you realize she was sick? It's been burning all night. After Yi Feng rested for a moment he turned his head to look at Fu, who had his hands against his head. "No. Yesterday since you left Miss didn't even eat for some reason and locked herself in the house, which is what Miss used to do when she gambled with Master." Fu said and turned his head to look at Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, Miss, she sometimes does actions you don't mind. The previous Miss was actually very gentle, but since something happened she has become more and more reluctant to get in touch with people." "It's okay, I didn't take it to heart. Thank you." Toodaloo. Suddenly Fu's cell phone rang, and when he answered it a dignified voice came from inside. "How's it going, Master?" "Miss, she has stabilized now. The cause of the illness was a fever caused by a cold. It's good that it's okay. There's still things going on at the company that you're more on top of." "Okay." A few short sentences of conversation phone so hung up. Because of the private wards of the Reason Hospital corridor is also particularly quiet. Even the nurse's trolley is also almost no sound. Yi Feng naturally clearly heard the Fu on the phone that the man in the middle of the conversation. "Yi Feng, can I ask you for something?" "What is it?" "Can you take care of Missy for me for a while? I have to do the hospital paperwork." "It's okay, go ahead. Thanks." After Fu left, Yi Feng wanted to be bored and take out his cell phone to play, but he heard a subtle coughing sound coming from the ward, which made him rush into the ward to check the situation. As soon as Yi Feng entered the room, he saw that Limu Orange, who was originally lying on the hospital bed, had sat up at some point, and the blanket on her body also fell down, revealing a flash of spring light. Hearing the movement of opening the door, the attention of Limu Orange, who had been sitting up, was instantly attracted by Yi Feng, who came in. Limu Orange blinked dully, and then lowered her head until she saw her own thin pajamas and then raised her head to look at Yifeng again. Ahem, Oni-chan, you wake up. Before Yifeng finished his words, Limu Orange pulled the quilt with both hands and shrank in a blink of an eye to wrap herself tightly, and Limu Orange's voice rang out from the thick quilt. You, what are you doing here? You came in here so privately without my permission? Yifeng also knew that this embarrassing scene also on his own cannot get out of it, and quickly explained up. Missy, do not misunderstand. I heard you're coughing some worry, so did not say hello, I came in. Woo. A cute whimpering sound was emitted from the quilt, followed by the quilt slowly revealing two pitch-black eyes staring dead at Yifeng. Worry. Worried? He said he was worried about me? What's happening to me? Why am I here? Limu Orange muttered. That, would have to start this morning. Yifeng told what happened today one by one, but of course he covered up what Limu Orange did to himself. He could only take it as Limu Orange burnt out and therefore acted in a chaotic manner. Sick? Am I sick? Limu Orange thought back. It seemed like she did have such a memory, but she thought it was a dream at that time. After all, she was, and so on. No, not a dream. Limu Orange was fortunate to have covered her face with the quilt. Otherwise Yifeng would have seen her already right face. Of course, the doctor said that you have a bad cold, Missy, and that's why you have a fever. Who knows that Limu Orange's mind at this time was not at all in Yifeng's place, and had long drifted back to the memory of the morning when Yifeng hugged himself and he stole a kiss from Yifeng. Are you listening, Missy? Missy? I'm listening. Limu Orange looked back at Yifeng's cheeks quietly, as if she had already left her mark on him. Missy, you can't be such a fool in the future. When you sleep at night you should at least cover yourself with a quilt. Teacher. What's wrong? About yesterday. I'm sorry. You say that. It's nothing really, except that you have to promise me something if you want my forgiveness. What is it? Don't go to bed without a blanket in the future. Being sick can be a pain in the ass. Good. I promise. Limu Orange's good-looking eyebrows arched slightly, and under the quilt, she actually revealed a smile. But no one just noticed all this. Teacher. What's wrong? Yifeng did not know why. There is always a feeling that Limu Orange's attitude towards himself seems to be better than a star from the initial meeting, and there is also an indescribable feeling. Tomorrow. Will classes continue tomorrow? Limu Orange cautiously sent out a question. After saying this, her small hand tightly clutched the edge of the quilt, holding her breath as she waited for Yifeng's answer. Well, I'm afraid not. No, it's true that I brought this on myself. After getting Yifeng's reply, Limu Orange's eyes lost their luster for a moment, like deep, bottomless gullies, and she muttered something in a low voice. Because the doctor said you'll have to stay in the hospital for a few more days to heal, Oni-sama. So naturally the lessons will have to stop for now. Hey, suspension? Yes. Missy, how could you possibly be allowed to go to class outside again with this body of yours now? If Afu found out about this he would not peel my skin off. Hara. So that's how it is. Scared me to death. Limu Orange patted her small chest, turning her eyes back to her initial dainty appearance, looking at Yifeng who was standing by her bedside. Limu Orange's eyes suddenly thought of some method, pursed her lips and said, Teacher, I'm a little hungry. Hungry? Then I'll call and ask Alfred to bring up some food. Don't. Limu Orange suddenly interrupted Yifeng with a voice, afraid that he would pull out the phone and really call Afu. We're in a separate ward now. There's a special dining area in another part of the floor. Can you get me something to eat, teacher? And this treatment? It's worthy of being an independent ward. Even the service is VIP level. Hearing Limu Orange's words, Yifeng couldn't help but be staggered, so he immediately agreed. I'll go now then. What would you like to eat, Missy? Anything, as long as it's something you bring. Then, well, Missy, wait for me to come back. I'll go and come back. Thank you, sensei. Only after Yifeng walked out of the hospital room did Limu Orange lift the covers to reveal her reddened and burning face, but this time it wasn't caused by a fever. Limu Orange brushed her own finger gently against her lips, as if she was reminiscing about something, but that was unknown. Chapter 16 Karma. Not a moment's effort, Yifeng called a bowl of vegetable thin rice from the cafeteria. According to the doctor's statement, is currently Limu Orange can only eat some light food. Missy, the doctor said you can only eat thin rice. Do you think you can make do? Yifeng carried the bowl and was ready to hand it to Limu Orange, but he didn't realize that Limu Orange was looking at him with a beeping face of anticipation. Missy, it's time to eat. Thank you, sensei. With a weak face, Limu Orange leaned on her hands to try to support herself to sit up, but despite all her strength she fell back on the bed. Missy? Teacher, I don't have the strength. Limu Orange looked at Yifeng pitifully. Can you feed me? Yifeng took a deep breath, knowing that just now when he entered the room for the first time Limu Orange was sitting up against himself, but by this time he started to act soft. It's not a good idea. In case someone with a heart of gold sees it, This is a separate ward, teacher, so you don't have to worry about being seen by others. Ugh. Well then. Looking at Limu Orange's determined eyes, Yifeng knew that since he stepped into this ward he couldn't hide, and in the end he could only agree to finish earlier and get off work earlier. It's true that these rich people are really lazy. They need to be fed even when the food comes to their mouths. When can I enjoy this kind of treatment? Yifeng found a chair and sat beside Limu Orange's bed, and after adjusting the position of the head of the bed he gently scooped up the diluted rice with a small spoon and carefully sent it towards Limu Orange's mouth. Limu Orange swallowed contentedly after containing the thin rice, and then even quietly stuck out her tongue and swirled it around the spoon before letting go of her mouth. I want more. Missy, watch your language. I'm going to eat again. Missy. Alright, hurry up. Thank you for your hospitality, sensei. After finishing her meal, Limu Orange took the paper napkin handed by Yifeng and wiped the corners of her mouth, returning to her ladylike appearance. Your hands. Doesn't it move? That's because you have strength after eating a meal. Despite the grooves, there seems to be a bit of truth in them. Looking at Limu Orange, whose mental state is gradually getting better, Yifeng is also ready to say goodbye. Anyway, the follow-up let off food to do it is good. Missy, what's wrong? Well, it's getting late and I should. Yifeng quietly looked at Limu Orange's expression in the middle of his sentence. In case this niece went crazy again later, what should I do? It's better to wait and see. Oh, is this a teacher trying to leave early? What Yifeng didn't expect was that Limu Orange didn't show an angry expression. Instead, she looked at Yifeng with a confident face, as if everything was under her control. Early dismissal? I thought there were no classes today? There was no lesson, but teacher, think about this lesson. Isn't it logical to make it up? As if. It is. So to make it up, wouldn't you have to find a day from Monday through Friday to make it up? Exactly. So does that make it an extra day of classes and therefore tiring? Yes, that's right, Limu Orange said with his hands together. Instead of that, teacher, you might as well stay until the end of the day. When I'll talk to Fu about counting your lessons for the day, teacher, and it'll be solved. Hiss. Listen to the advice of Limu Orange. Yifeng carefully thought about seems to be such a thing. I have to say also have to be the daughter of the plutocrat. Sensible. How about it, teacher? Does it seem like there's no problem with what I said? Limu Orange squinted her eyes and quietly waited for Yifeng's reply, but she already knew the final result. No problem. It's still Missy who's stroking it out. Of course, that's why the teacher has to stay with me until class time. Okay then. As expected, after looking at Yifeng honestly sitting beside her, the corner of Limu Orange's mouth lifted up with a hint of a smile, and she just leaned against the bed and stared daggers at the side of Yifeng's face, as if she was enjoying the best things in life. Knock knock. Suddenly there was a knock on the ward door, followed by Alfred's voice. Yifeng, are you in there, Alfred? Yifeng heard this and hurriedly got up and went forward to open the door. Limu Orange bit her lip and hummed softly, seemingly scolding off Fu for how he came back at this time. With the opening of the ward door, a sweaty Fu appeared outside. Well, is Missy awake? Much better already. Just ate. That's good. Just now I went back and asked someone to bring over Missy's coat. With that said, Alfred motioned for the maid with the clothes behind him to walk in. Let's go, Yifeng. Let's take shelter. Good. Afu leaned against the edge of the window by the windowsill and looked gratefully at Yifeng. Yifeng really thanked you today. If I had been one step later I wouldn't have known how to explain to the master. No, it's not. It's what I'm supposed to do. You're not at all like you should be at your age. I was arrogant when I was your age. Ha, can that be the same? You play the long road of life. I play the fast and the furious. And it's all driven. Missy, does the dress still fit? Well, go bring Yifeng here. Yes. Limu Orange looked at the maid taking away her pajamas. Her mind couldn't help but think of this morning's scene again. And all of a sudden she shrunk back under the covers. After a short while the door of the room was knocked again. Limu Orange lifted the quilt and patted her red face with both hands and cleared her throat. Please come in. Is there anything else? Missy? Teacher, you haven't had your lesson yet. Classes? But miss, you're in this physical condition. It's good for the teacher to give me some theoretical knowledge. Otherwise it'll be too boring. Well, I wonder what knowledge the lady would like to hear. Yifeng sat down on the chair with a helpless sigh. I want to hear the hiding technique you mentioned before. Teacher, what should I do if I want to hide well without being noticed? It's very simple. Just like when I found you before, Oniai-chan. The first thing is to remove the features of yourself that are easy to detect, such as the smell of your body as well as the color of your clothes. And the second thing is to blend in with your environment so that you won't be detected. I see. So how do I mask the scent I carry on myself? At first glance, Missy, you didn't listen to the lesson carefully. One of the herbs I taught you is a herb that can mask the odor of your own body. Just crush it and apply it to your clothes. So, I see. The first time as a teacher, Yifeng apparently forgot a saying called teach the disciple to starve the master. He planted the cause will eventually become the fruit in the subtle. Chapter 17, First Meeting in the Elevator. Teacher, can I ask you a question? Limu Orange saw that it was almost time for class to end, hesitated for a moment or couldn't help but say it. What's wrong? What do you usually like? Teacher, this is very broad, but my favorite is to buy a small house of my own when I have money, and grow some vegetables and fruits when I usually have nothing to do, and spend my days carefree. Looking at Limu Orange, who didn't speak, Yifeng muttered to himself. This one sounds like it should be pretty unmotivated. After all, who in a big bustling city would want to live that idyllic life? Not at all. Limu Orange shook her head in denial. Teacher's idea, I think it's good. It sounds like happiness, nah. Apparently Limu Orange seemed to have substituted herself into Yifeng's life, filling her eyes with Yifeng's figure. Yeah, looks like we're seeing things the same way. Hey, well, it's getting late. Missy, have a good rest. I'll take my leave. Bye teacher. This time Limu Orange didn't speak out to retain Yifeng, because he could see a hint of fatigue in Yifeng's expression, and didn't need to think that this was the trouble he had brought to Yifeng. Bye. After seeing Yifeng leave, Limu Orange's smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared in an instant, looking at the empty chair beside himself and fell into deep thought. Ding dong. As the elevator door opened, the people in the elevator scrambled to get out of the door. Yifeng saw this and hurriedly sidestepped to avoid the situation, in order to prevent unnecessary conflicts. Sure enough, Yifeng noticed a single thin figure amongst the crowd swinging back and forth in the torrent, looking like it was at risk of being trampled at any moment. Oh, Suyusen looked around the crowd full of people, simply do not know where to go, and finally even made a stupid standstill move. This action can be out of their own miserable, constantly forward people towards Suyusen's shoulders. Originally weak body where she can withstand this kind of toss. In the last impact after Suyusen's body completely lost balance, straight toward the ground. At this time, Suyusen has long been scared out of her wits, and in her heart, she thought why she had to hide from her family to secretly come to visit Limu Orange, and had known that she would have called her bodyguard together after learning the news. Just in the nick of time, a powerful body caught the unsteady Suyusen, and Suyusen's head was completely buried in that person's chest. Are you okay? A comforting sounding voice rang in Suyusen's ears, and an inexplicable sense of security and warmth filled Suyusen's entire body. Good. So warm. This young lady? Are you listening? Hey! Suyusen only came back to her senses under the reminder of that voice, realizing that she was buried in someone's body at that moment. In an instant Suyusen got out of Yifeng's arms, her face redder than a ripe apple. Thanks. Thank you. Really, thank you very much. Suyusen lowered her head like a chicken pecking rice and kept bowing to Yifeng, just like a little chicken cub that was wound up. It's good that people are okay. Next time don't stand stupidly in the crowd. It's dangerous. I'll take care of that. Thank you. Only then did Suyusen raise his head to see clearly what his savior looked like, and when he got a good look at Yifeng's face, he froze in place for a split second, his mouth open and unable to speak. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Looking at Suyusen's silly look, Yifeng touched his face. Suyusen realized that her actions were impolite and hurriedly waved her small hand. No, I just, well, don't take it to heart. I'll leave when the elevator comes. Bye. At this time, the people in the elevator were almost finished. Yifeng immediately took advantage of this gap and walked in, completely not noticing that Suyusen still had something to tell herself. I just want to know your name. Shy Suyusen finally said what was in her heart, but when she raised her head there was no trace of Yifeng. Strange. Where's that big brother just now? Suyusen regretfully pouted and dejectedly walked towards the ward where Limu Orange was. Not long after Suyuxin came to the ward where Limu Orange was under the guidance of the nurse. Fu, who was guarding the doorway, immediately stood up from his seat when he saw that the visitor was the daughter of his master's good buddy, and went forward to make a bow to Suyuxin. Hello Ms. Su. Fu, right? May I ask if Mu Orange is in there now? Yes, Ms. Su, you can just go straight in. Thanks. Impatiently Suyusen knocked on the door of the room and walked in. Limu Orange, who happened to be at this time, also noticed the ward door opening. At first she thought it was Fu looking for something for herself, but after realizing that the person at the door was Suyusen, she revealed a surprised expression. Yusen, what are you doing here? Mu Orange, are you okay? Suyusen's heart in her throat was finally swallowed once she saw her good girlfriend unharmed, and she quickly walked to Limu Orange's bedside and hugged her. Really? You scared me to death. If father hadn't told me you were sick, I wouldn't have known until now. It's Uxin. How did your father know I was sick? Of course it was Mu Orange. Your father told my father on the phone. In fact, Uncle Li he. Suyusen said this and suddenly realized that what she said next was a forbidden area for Limu Orange, so she hastily shut her mouth and shifted to other places. I know anyway. What's the matter? Are you hiding this from me? No, I just don't want you. Uxin. To worry about me la. After all, you're my best friend la. All the more reason for you to tell me then Moo Orange. Don't do that next time. Alright, I know. Moo Orange also showed a rare sincere smile in front of Su Yusin, knowing that Su Yusin was her only good friend. Right. Moo Orange, are you free next weekend? Let's go to the amusement park together. Moo Orange apologetically shook her head to reject Su Yusin's offer. I'm sorry Hugin, I may not be available on the weekend. Why? It's been a long time since you came to see me. Moo Orange. Suyu is pleased to see that Moo Orange is still reluctant to meet visible down, since Moo Orange was kidnapped as if it was like a changed person. Do not love to get along with themselves. Because I didn't have class before. My teacher she decided to make up for it this week. That's why I didn't have time. Then, well, Moo Orange can you call me when you're free? Moo Orange took both of Su Yusin's hands and solemnly nodded his head in response. Of course there's no problem. Chapter 18 only he can't. In no time the two to be good to each other again became close and good girlfriends, chatting with each other interesting things. The whole ward is full of laughter. Moo-chan, let me tell you one more thing that just happened to me. Su Yusin said here her small face playfully red, quietly sat on the side of Moo Orange's bed attached to her ear and said, Uxin stop it. My ears are itching. Moo Orange poutingly glanced at Su Yusin without any goodwill and patted her shoulder. But she found that when Su Yusin mentioned this topic that she was about to talk about, her face actually reddened, and all of a sudden she came to be interested in squinting her eyes and asked, what is it that makes Miss Su blush? Have you met your true love? Oops. Moo Orange, don't tease me. Su Uxin saw that she looked even more shy by Moo Orange poking her heart. At the same time her mind recalled the handsome look of the man who protected her in the elevator. Ugh, what a shame we didn't keep him. I'm sure there's something in your eyes. Tell me quickly. Maybe I can even be a moon goddess to pull your strings? Moo Orange pulled Su Yusin's arm to listen with an expectant face, and her obsidian-like eyes lit up immediately. So, then you can't laugh at me if I tell you. How come? I can't wait for my best friend to find a handsome boyfriend nah. Okay, stop. I'll just tell you. Su Yusin's tone gradually became shy, and finally after taking a deep breath she began to recount what happened to her in the elevator. Originally I learned from Uncle Lee that Moo Orange you were sick so I secretly came to the hospital wanting to take a look at you. After asking the nurse in front of the desk I took the elevator to reach the floor, but it was at this time that there was an accident. Su Yusin paused for a moment turning to tell the follow-up in a sweet tone of voice, looking like she was telling a fairy tale. I was pushed out of the elevator because there were too many people, but I got lost in the crowd and a body caught me in the nick of time. Oh typical hero saving the day scenario. Moo Orange also gave Su Yusin a joke like a melon eater, not knowing what the next situation would be. And then a gentle voice shone into my heart like a beam of warm sunshine in the cold winter. It was warm. Stop describing your psyche. Tell us the results. Su Yusin was interrupted indignantly glared at Moo Orange, but still continued. When I looked up I saw that boy's appearance. He is the most handsome boy I've ever met in my life. And I don't know why it's as if he has a magical power that is attracting me. Moo Orange, who had originally smiled throughout her aunt's smile, felt a wave of pain coming from her heart as if she had been grabbed by something after hearing Su Yusin talk about her feelings. No, it surely can't be him. Obviously Moo Orange already has a rough idea in his heart of who the person mentioned in Su Yusin's words will be. Based on the point of time to calculate then the probability will be Yi Feng. Then he looked down at me and told me to be careful. But I was in a complete daze and he ended up taking the elevator. I don't even know his name. Su Yusin beamed with a face of regret. But after she finished her encounter she found that Moo Orange, who originally liked to chime in, didn't say a word up to this time, so she raised her head in bewilderment to look at Moo Orange when she found that her face had long since lost the smirk she had at the very beginning, and her gaze was dull as if she was thinking about something. Moo Orange, what's wrong with you? Moo Orange? Su Yusin gently put her hands on Moo Orange's shoulders and rocked back and forth. What's wrong Uxin? What did you just say? Humph. Moo Orange, you're not even listening to me. No, I was just imagining what the scene you just mentioned would be like. Uxin, because it sounds so dreamy. I feel the same way. It's like a prince in a fairy tale appeared in front of me. Moo Orange, do you think he will remember me? No, Moo Orange said decisively, but suddenly realized something and changed his words. Because neither of you know each other's names. Of course not. Exactly. It's my fault for not even asking for his name. Su Yusin feebly rested her head on Moo Orange's shoulder, as if everything was just a bubble. Moo Orange did not answer, but her eyes had long since not been as bright as they had been at the beginning, and her mood had become more and more complicated. Yusin, you only have a one-sided acquaintance. You can't rely on a person's looks to judge what kind of person he is. In case he is a bad person with ulterior motives for you? No, I don't think he is. He's just trying to trick you with this moralistic look so he can. Orange, you cannot rely on the appearance of a person to judge what he is. It is not through contact to slowly understand. So tell me what he looks like. This time Orange's tone became cold and incomparable, and her gaze at Su Yusin also became harsh. Yuxin. I've already warned you, why do you keep making mistakes? Su Yusin got interested and chattered. He has a head of short, broken hair and is a head taller than me. The most characteristic thing is that his facial features are particularly handsome, as well as his voice. Okay, stop it. Orange immediately droned on, a higher volume, yelling back Su Yusin, who was still immersed. Orange? What's wrong with you? Not feeling well in your heart? Looking at the face full of displeasure Orange, Su Yusin asked cautiously. This was the first time she had seen Orange show such an icy expression to herself. Realizing that his emotions were too out of place, Orange hastily reached out and hugged Su Yusin tightly into his arms. Sorry Yuxin, I just felt like you were just about to leave me, so I was a little scared. Really didn't mean to throw you off. So that's how it is. Naive Su Yusin really took Orange's words seriously, hugging her good best friend while comforting. Don't worry Orange, you'll always be my good friend. We're not going to separate nah. Under the circumstances that Su Yusin couldn't see, the corners of Orange's mouth rose slightly, and similarly hugged Su Yusin, happily nodding. Well, good friends forever. Unbeknownst to him, Orange's fists were clenched in death at this moment, and a trace of blood was seeping out from the side of his lips. I'm sorry Yuxin. I can give you anything but him. Chapter 19, Emergency Missions. Back at home with nothing to do, Yifeng took out his cell phone and began to play. Although his phone is very old, but look at the news to play a small game, what is not a problem. The first thing that strikes you when you click on the news hit list is a bright red, highly colored headline. Against all odds, rookie actress reveals she's been suborned by company executives. Now she's been blocked and doesn't know where she is. It seems that even strange worlds have cannibalism. But the editor who was able to break this news is pretty good. Yifeng expressed his opinion and then continued to scroll down. After all, in this world he was only surviving as an ordinary person at best. After flipping is some gossip news or people's livelihood. Soon Yifeng is not interested. Immediately turned off the phone, will get up to cook to go. Oblivious to the inconspicuous overseas news board written above a message. A notorious foreign mercenary squad disappears into thin air, with a suspected destination in an eastern country. Its purpose unknown. MS. Su, someone is looking for you. Just as Su Yusin and Orange had just finished hugging, there was Afu's voice from outside the door. Su Yusin of course knew who it was that had come to find her, so she looked fondly at Muqian. Muqian, I have to go. Father has sent someone to look for me. Go Yuxin, we'll get together when I'm better. Well, make sure you take care of yourself. I'll be back sometime. Well, have a safe trip. Bye Muchan. After saying goodbye to her best friend Su Yusin, the smile on Orange's face dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she finally looked out the window at the sun that was about to set, as if muttering something in her mouth. Yuxin. It's not too late to turn back. Let's go back to the old days when we were that close. Okay? Don't go any further. Please. TSK. Why do I always feel like my heart is in turmoil? Yifeng looked out the window with a complicated mood, and even his freshly made noodles became less fragrant. Must be why I haven't slept well in the last few days. Yifeng, who thought, carefully settled on this conclusion and idly opened his system interface. The things displayed on the interface remained unchanged as always, and Orange's icon progress also stayed at 50% unchanged, as if everything was at a standstill. No always feel like so light to do a mission to go down, then how long can be considered truly free? This mission 3 Su Yusin in the end, where the task can really not give any hints. At least the kidnapping of Orange also revealed that people are the group's big miss. This is good. The more to the back of the difficulty is also more and more big. Just as Yifeng was thinking, suddenly a crisp system tone interrupted his thoughts. Urgent task is issued. Please go to the corresponding place within the specified time to complete the task. Upon hearing this news, Yifeng instantly froze. This so-called urgent task in the system was his first time to meet. Nervous, Yifeng hurriedly opened the system page to observe the details of the task, at the same time ready to go out. Urgent mission, kidnap Xie Yuyan, the girl from West Lane. Time limit, 10 minutes. Reward for mission completion, Master Key X1. Firearms proficiency, intermediate. Lifetime 15 days. Enhancement points X1. Penalty for mission failure, 30 days of lifetime. Asterisk. After browsing through the task, of Yifeng raises his heart and then calm or broken curses, combined with his hard work to get the time to be taken away again. How can this not let a person angry? Although the rewards of this urgent task is very rich, but the sudden release of the task is very let Yifeng passive. On the one hand, there is no preparation. On the other hand, there is a rush of time. Not even the time to think. This is if you go to a place where the danger is high you will be finished. Seeing this, Yifeng took out a pair of half-faced rabbit masks from the closet, and incidentally took the dagger in the closet's compartment along with it, and quickly ran out the door. Pop! Accompanied by the sound of slapping, a man in a suit was looking angrily at the bald man across from him. Wastes! If you can't even look after a woman, what the hell is the use of having you? The bald man who was slapped did not hesitate to kneel in front of the man with a bang. Boss, this is not my fault. That ninny had already been captured and brought to the car by all of us, but somehow her handcuffs opened on their own, and she even injured a few of our brothers. Handcuffs open themselves? You think I'm a little cutie? Do you think I'm a cutie? I told you she's a dangerous person in the organization who needs special treatment, and you think you're safe just because you're handcuffed? Boss, I'm sorry. It's me, Bald Head, who was negligent and careless. Our people hurt her. She must not be able to run far. At that time I will personally bring that woman to you. Seeing the man's face grow somber, the bald man was so frightened that he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed a few times. I'll give you another 10 minutes to get her back. You should know that this is the old city. If anyone finds out, you'll all be waiting to carry your heads to the president. Please don't worry, my lord. Remember, act low-key, don't get caught by ordinary people. Remember not to see any blood. The police department can always be on the lookout for us. Seeing this, the bald man was like an amnesty, and hurriedly got up and led the surrounding minions to chase after the woman in the direction she fled. Bah! What a bunch of make it or break it guys. Ha! 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 At this moment, a figure on West Street was weaving inside an alley that was not illuminated by the streetlight, and it could be seen through the silhouette of the figure that it was approximately a woman. The woman gasped and looked back every few steps as if she was on guard for something. No, it's no good. The drugs are kicking in. Xia Yuyan secretly bad. Just in the car, although he broke free from the handcuffs of the restraints. But in the car when the people fighting accidentally was cut by a knife in the abdomen. Although the wound is not deep, but the knife is coated with special anesthetic poisons. But all the cuts will gradually lose mobility and finally fainted on the ground. Damn it. Is this how it's going to end? I don't want to. I'm not happy. Xia Yuyan bit through her lips in an attempt to try and clear her head while continuing to walk forward. Though she didn't know where to go. She just had to get as far away from the group as possible so she could survive. Xia Yuyan? Just as Xia Yuyan was about to leave the alley, the exit of the alley in front of her gradually came a man wearing a rabbit mask stopping her way. I'm sorry, I don't know this person you're talking about. Xia Yuyan calmly answered the man in front of her without revealing any cracks. Really? But why is your hand touching the knife hidden in your waist? Chapter 20. Phew. With a cracking sound, in the blink of an eye, the seemingly weak and powerless Xia Yuyan instantly drew out the bayonet at her waist and held it backhandedly in the palm of her hand, stepped forward, and stabbed towards the masked man with the last of her own strength. Don't! I definitely don't want to go back to that place. I want to live my own life. Oh, poisoned? Yifeng with his medical skills saw the wound on Xia Yuyan's small abdomen with the weak light, and then combined with the symptoms she appeared to have, the probability was that it was related to the paralyzing poison, and it seemed that the people chasing her did not want to hurt her life. Die. He only saw that the bayonet was getting closer and closer to Yifeng's heart, but he didn't make any attempt to dodge at all. As if. Xia Yuyan frowned slightly, sensing in a very short period of time that something was wrong with Yifeng. Although Yifeng was posing as if the portal was wide open, the always cautious Xia Yuyan realized that Yifeng's body was slightly tilting to the side, as if he was trying to dodge his own attack. Who the hell is this guy? Is he one of the newly trained assassins? Who cares? Just kill them all. Thinking of this, Xia Yuyan made an attack to rely on brute force to stab at Yifeng's heart, stepping and borrowing strength in the blink of an eye to stab at Yifeng. Just when the sharp bayonet was about to penetrate into Yifeng's heart as expected by Xia Yuyan, the masked man in front of her gently sidestepped and dodged her attack. But this seemingly obvious attack was just a false move by her. Just as the two men's bodies brushed against each other, Xia Yuyan's hand with the knife suddenly moved. Her wrist deftly rotated for a week to fling the bayonet out of her right hand, while at the same time stretching out her left hand to hold the handle of the knife, so that not only did she jam the masked man's position, but also she could give him a fatal blow when he didn't react to it. Go to hell! Xia Yuyan snorted coldly. Her left hand clutched the handle of the flying knife, and she made a magnificent turn to stab at Yifeng's chest that was showing an empty space in a smooth manner. Just when Xia Yuyan thought everything would be over, she only heard a clang sound, and she froze in place, with a bayonet spinning around and flying up into the sky, eventually landing at her feet. How? He reacted so quickly? No, he designed this trap from the beginning, and I'm the one who got into it. It was my own judgment that did me in. Bang! After using up the last of her strength, Xia Yuyan sat down on her knees powerlessly, relying on her last ounce of strength to keep herself from collapsing. You, exactly. Who is it? Me? Under the mask, Yifeng retrieved his dagger into his clothes and took out a bundle of thick rope and pulled it outward with force. Well, with the quality of the rope she shouldn't be able to break free. I'm just a puppet following orders. Ha! Xia Yuyan wanted to say something else, but the onset of the toxins in her body left her completely powerless, closing her eyes and collapsing towards the ground. In the first moment of Xia Yuyan's collapse, Yifeng did not come forward until he looked at Xia Yuyan's pale face and shortness of breath before he completely breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, just now in Xia Yuyan's short two exchanges, Yifeng will feel a trace of tricky, and this is not her full strength state. Fortunately, he relied on Xia Yuyan's injury plus the double pressure of the mind to gain the upper hand. Or else just one blow, I'm afraid I've already become a dead soul under the knife. This TikTok system is really not taking my life into consideration, and I'm afraid I would have died long ago if I didn't have intermediate cold weapons and combat skills. Yifeng cursed the system while bundling the unconscious Xia Yuyan, recalling the words that came out of Xia Yuyan's mouth just now. Yifeng had already guessed an approximation. This Xia Yuyan was most likely an assassin, and the reason she had become like this was most likely because she had been targeted by her own organization, which had reduced her to this state. No, we can't stay here for long. We have to go home soon. After tying a perfect hands and feet binding knot, Yifeng then used his coat to cover up Xia Yuyan's conspicuous rope knot. Although it was already early in the morning, it would be troublesome if he met someone, so he had to cover up as sending his drunken friend home in order not to be suspected. Just as Yifeng was about to carry Xia Yuyan away, he suddenly turned back to look behind him at the bayonet that had fallen to the ground and the small amount of blood on the ground. Where are the people? I asked you, where is everyone? Half an hour later, where Yifeng and Xia Yuyan were originally located was standing a bald man and several men with their heads bowed. Boss, we lost information as far as here, and the traces left on the ground only left a puddle of blood and nothing else. You mean she grew her own wings and flew away? The man who answered the question looked at his own boss's face full of killing intent, trembled, no longer dared to open his mouth, but instead lowered his head even lower. 5 minutes. If you can't find a clue in 5 minutes, it's not necessary. Before the bald man could finish his sentence, a majestic voice came from the shadows seeping out of the alley, followed by footsteps from far to near. The little brother who was scolded for not being able to raise his head suddenly heard a strange sound, followed by the bald man's figure appearing in his buried head's vision. Flop. The bald man was kneeling on the ground with a horrified expression facing the alley, and his forehead was almost on the ground. Lord, please be generous and spare me. That suddenly arrived here and no whereabouts. I suspect that it is taken away by someone. This is not my doing. I have given you my full measure of mercy, and now I wait until I am impatient. As the footsteps approached, the shadows gradually came out a dignified man in suit who was looking at the bald man with the eyes of a mole. You have missed your only chance, and you will be punished accordingly, the man in the suit said lightly, as if the bald man was already a dead body from the unconcerned look in his eyes. Asterisk 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 Q. The bald man on his knees, seeing that he was not forgiven by the man in the suit, no longer pretended to go on. You're nothing but a traitor sent by the pavilion. I've already given you enough face. I advise you not to give an inch. With that said, the bald man pulled a pistol out of his pocket and aimed it at the man in the suit. What do you think would happen if I killed you here and now? How powerful can you be to avoid the sub? The bald man had not finished his sentence when the pistol in his hand fell to the ground, followed by his hands pressed his neck to reveal a horrified expression. Cough. Ahem. A thin line appeared on the bald man's neck at some point, and as the thin line continued to expand, a stream of blood gushed out uncontrollably. In no time at all, the bald man fell to the ground staring wide-eyed, apparently too dead to die. The man in the suit, on the other hand, was greedily breathing in the strong smell of blood through his nose, while in his hand he held an eagle claw knife that was still dripping blood. Chapter 21, Like to be stubborn? Watching their own boss die like a dead dog, the remaining juniors no longer have a crooked mind, and have kneeled down to beg for forgiveness from the man in the suit. My lord, have mercy. The little ones are only his little brother. We have been ordered to act in finding the whereabouts of that woman. I hope that the Lord will be lenient. Yes, my lord. If you're so generous, spare the little brothers. Yeah. The surrounding minions, in order to live, brushed in unison with a model kneeling and begging for mercy, knowing that the most powerful boss among them was killed by the man in the suit in a single move. Which who still dares to rebel? I for one value loyalty very highly, but I don't see it in you guys. The moment your boss dies, someone falls to their knees and begs for forgiveness. What is that if not a 250? It's people like that I hate the most in my life. The man in the suit shook off the bloodstains left on the eagle-clawed knife, not looking squarely at the remaining few at all. Hearing this, the juniors who were still kneeling on the ground just now immediately stood up again, making a grandiose and righteous appearance. My lord, in fact, we are very loyal to our big brother. No matter how much he beats and scolds us, we will never fight back, because we always remember how much he takes care of us. One big brother. One lifetime big brother. In my heart he is as dear as my elder brother. Oh, so you're all loyal to your boss? Yeah. The crowd nodded in response. Then since you're so loyal, you'll be buried with him. SH. The nearest junior collapsed to the ground in agony before he could even finish his sentence. A hard gash separating his throat, and in no time at all he was still. No! Help! Ah! Screams and wails resounded through the alley, but silence soon returned, and the air was thick with the scent of blood, which the man in the suit from the beginning was standing in the center of the crowd with an intoxicated look on his face, contentedly breathing in the smell. You're still as wicked as ever. A pale voice came out from the alley where the original man in the suit had passed. Did you find the woman? Lost. Supposedly rescued. Rescued? Does she know anyone? I don't know. Forget it. Hurry up and clean up this mess. The pavilion master is still waiting for us. He'll probably be furious again this time. Who? Yifeng threw the tightly bound Xia Yuyan on the sofa, followed by taking the medical kit placed in the room and rushed to give Xia Yuyan medical treatment. It's a good thing there's no one on the road, or we'd be in trouble. You guys mustn't die. My mission still depends on you. Yifeng took out scissors to cut open Xia Yuyan's clothes and then sprinkled with medicinal powder and alcohol. Looking at the pain and frowning tightly, Xia Yuyan is still alive. Yifeng then let go of his heart. Luckily, he didn't do it in vain. Sure enough, after Yifeng finished medicating Xia Yuyan, the system tone suddenly sounded. However, Yifeng didn't have time to open the system to check it out at this moment, and after letting out a sigh of relief, he prepared to wrap Xia Yuyan's wound with gauze. It was at this point with the help of the light that Yifeng got a good look at Xia Yuyan's full face. Xia Yuyan kept a head of bright red hair showing natural curls just reaching her shoulders. But these are not outstanding. To know that there are many people with different hair colors in this world, the most characteristic is still Xia Yuyan, not devilish figure, like a beautiful work of art in general, exquisite. Body proportion control is a masterpiece. If you want to compare Limu Orange and Xia Yuyan, it's the difference between a basin and a mountain peak. Even Yifeng couldn't help but be staggered when he saw it. This woman didn't expect to look so good. I didn't even pay much attention to her just now. There are probably many people who are mesmerized by her bewitching figure and looks. What a scary woman. I don't know what this stupid lack of system thinks. Even asked me to tie up such dangerous people. Such a powerful woman was injured. What should I do if I was affected? No, we have to find a way to protect ourselves. Don't wait for the time of life to come before we are killed ourselves. Who is this looking for? Yifeng felt the dagger at his waist still after a reassuring sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take advantage of this moment to take a shower, he suddenly realized that Xia Yuyan's eyelashes gently fluttered. So he helplessly skimmed his mouth. Don't pretend to be asleep. I'm not your enemy. After being exposed by Yifeng, Xia Yuyan, whose medicinal properties had disappeared, opened her beautiful eyes. A pair of deep blue eyes staring at him tightly. Who the hell are you? Is that the tone you take with your savior? A lifesaver? Xia Yuyan twisted his body to find that he did not know when he was tied up on the bed, struggled hard to see the knot is too tight to move, and only then honestly down. I've never seen anyone's rescuer treat the rescued like that. Then I've never seen a person who was saved who couldn't think of a way to retaliate against the person who saved his life. You, who the hell are you? Seeing Yifeng's eloquence, Xia Yuyan no longer argued with him and began to look around the surroundings while questioning Yifeng. I told you I'm just a concerned citizen, so please don't think too badly of me, okay? If I were your enemy, do you think you'd be in such a good position to talk to me? Then where are your intentions? Saving me won't do you any good at all. Apparently Xia Yuyan was now like a puppy being blocked in a corner, but anyone who came near her she would pounce up and bite twice. For her only the wall behind her was the safest place for her. Just go with your heart. Maybe it was fate that made me save you. Well, how about I untie you if you promise me a few things? Demand? Xia Yuyan inner secretly scolded Yifeng. It is true that this man is on their own purpose to do so. After all, so many years of experience as a killer. Coveting her people can be more to go. Whether it is to play a variety of roles close to the target of the assassination or by the pavilion of those who are the color of the devil on the eyes of all without exception want to get her body. But Xia Yuyan, by virtue of her own strong martial arts and cautious character to avoid these dangers, but ultimately fell into the hands of their own people. Perhaps that they are only a tool in the organization. A merciless killing machine. Hey, what about it? Are you going to answer or not? Under Yifeng's interference, Xia Yuyan indignantly stared at Yifeng. In her eyes Yifeng was nothing more than a colorful devil who coveted her beauty in a vain attempt to possess herself. But she herself would give anything to escape the place that had disgusted her all her life. Looking at Yifeng, who was still wearing a rabbit mask that had yet to be removed, Xia Yuyan immediately mocked. Making demands? You don't even dare to show your face and you still have the guts to make demands? You like to be stubborn, so why don't I carry you back to where you were and see if you're still tough? After Yifeng finished the sentence, the good-natured Xiao Yan no longer grabbed the opportunity to speak, and lightly grunted and skimmed her head. Chapter 22, Removing the Mask. Well, does the wound still hurt? Yifeng glanced at Xiao Yan, who didn't know what she was thinking about, and inquired. Hey, why are you giving me that look? It's not like I hurt you, so take it out on your enemies. Should the good guys be held at gunpoint? Only after hearing Yifeng's words did Xiao Yan turn her head around to stare at Yifeng's mask and said, You really aren't from the pavilion? What's in the attic and in the house? If you're going to say something, say it clearly. You. Xiao Yan clenched her teeth and struggled for a bit, apparently to no avail. From her angry eyes it looked like she was dissatisfied with Yifeng's attitude. You have the ability to untie me. I wish you could still speak so contemptuously. Looking at the gauze and seeping out a trace of blood, Yifeng helplessly sucked in a sharp breath, trying to calm himself down. Suddenly he felt in his heart that Limu Orange's strange temper was surprisingly quite good. Stay still. The gauze needs to be changed. Yifeng gradually approached Xiao Yan and decisively held down the constantly shaking Xiao Yan while using scissors to cut the clothes on her belly even more broken. Xiao Yan was obviously being treated like this for the first time. Her heart was about to explode with anger, but the force with which Yifeng held himself down was like an iron clamp, making her unable to move. Yifeng with his medical skills quickly rewrapped Xiao Yan's wound with gauze. Stop moving. I won't care if the wound bleeds again. Why did you save me? Xiao Yan slowly felt as if Yifeng had really saved herself only out of a helping hand, and she carefully observed Yifeng's micro-expression after she had spoken out about her organization just now. But the result was flawless. Then in the end there were only two results. The first was that Yifeng really didn't know who he was, and the second was that he was hiding very deeply, as his stance wasn't bad either. So it also made Xiao Yan more suspicious of the latter. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Haven't you heard? I saved you because I wanted to. Understand? You'll be in danger if you save me. Do you know what I am? You're nothing. You'll stay in my place and leave when you're healed. What? I said you'd leave as soon as you were healed, and I wouldn't think otherwise of you. You're weird. Xiao Yan thought for a long time, not knowing how to describe Yifeng, and finally could only use the word strange. Okay, now we're kind of on the same page, right? I won't do anything to you if you quietly recuperate here, so there's no problem leaving when you're healed, right? Good. Xiao Yan finally only faintly said good and then did not follow up. Then it's a deal. Now I'm going to untie you. Don't get any ideas. Saying this, Yifeng then drew the dagger from his waist and cut open Xiao Yan's rope. Just at the moment of breaking free from the bondage, Xiao Yan pinched Yifeng's wrist with one hand while snatching the dagger in Yifeng's hand and tightly aiming it at his neck. Tell me what your codename is or I'll slit your throat with a knife. Xiao Yan was filled with killing intent that was almost about to overflow. Almost the next second she was going to slit Yifeng's throat. You see another rush. Yifeng scared his mouth, not even caring at all about Xiao Yan's self-protective reaction. Throwing the gauze in his hand to the furious Xiao Yan, he turned around and walked towards the living room on his own. The gauze changes itself. Xiao Yan looked at the gauze that fell on her thighs and then to Yifeng, who was busy alone in the living room, threw the dagger to the floor and sat on the edge of the bed, burying her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Looking at the room with no movement, Yifeng knew that Xiao Yan had already put down her hostility towards herself. If she really dared to stab her own throat in the square, Yifeng would have disposed of her without saying a word. He definitely would not give such a hasty account of his own life. And anyway, the task was already accomplished. Anyone who stood in his way of living would be taken care of by his own hand, because he just wanted to live. What's your name? During Yifeng's efforts to cook the noodles, Xiao Yan's weak voice sounded at the threshold of the bedroom, and a pair of deep blue eyes were gazing at him in the darkness. Just call me Yifeng. You're Xiao Yan, right? How did you know my name? Would you believe me if I said it was God's will? I never lie. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders. Seeing that Xiao Yan did not trust herself, also let her go. Go sit down at the table. Dinner will be ready. Xiao Yan still stood in the shadows without moving, just looking at Yifeng's back without speaking. Is the gauze tied? No. Ugh. Why are you as stubborn as a donkey? Can't you listen a little? I've heard it all my life. Then listen to it one more time. Cut. Hurry up and get the gauze retied. The noodles are about to rise. Yifeng's afterglow glanced at the bedroom and realized that the dazzling eyes were no longer there, so he thought that he had finally gone to tie the gauze. At the same time that Yifeng set the noodles on the table, Xiao Yan also walked out from the bedroom step by step. With the light irradiation, Xiao Yan's mature and beautiful appearance showed out. Her degree of beauty is no less than Limu Orange, especially in the delicate body above can be said to be the leader. But Limu Orange beauty on the beauty in the appearance like a work of art. It can be said that each has its own style. Is the gauze changed? Xiao Yan crossed Yifeng's eyes, then found the farthest chair and sat down. Let's eat the noodles, though I'm not very good at it is all. Xia Yuyan looked at the noodles on the table and then at Yifeng, until Yifeng picked up his chopsticks and ate before she followed. Hissy. Sucking. Well, anything off about the flavor? No, not enough to tell me. I'm cooking it is. Have I seen you before? I told you it's all God's will, and I only saved you out of my desire to save you. Get it? TSK. It's so hard to eat noodles with this mask on. Yifeng also removed his mask when he said this, while Xia Yuyan took a bite out of her noodles at this point, staring unblinkingly at the true appearance of the man in front of her. A handsome face appeared in front of her. As a killer has seen countless good-looking men still remain as quiet as the lake General Heart, but after seeing Yifeng produced ripples, it's like a rock slammed into a lake rippling and causing it to be unsettled for a long time. The noodles are falling out of your mouth. Xia Yuyan was awakened by Yifeng's words and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. This was the first time she lost her temper. It was really shameful. However, she didn't know why. After Xia Yuyan saw Yifeng's real appearance, her heart always felt like it was being tickled by something. She couldn't describe what kind of feeling it was. In any case, she didn't hate it. Chapter 23, Who's That Kid? After a brief understanding, Xia Yuyan's initial caution slowly dissipated as Yifeng's mask was removed. Well, I'm not bad at this, am I? After looking at Xia Yuyan, who ate the last bite of noodles in small bites, Yifeng got up and picked up the dishes to prepare to clean up. Not bad. Originally, he thought that he would be met with a cold look from Xia Yuyan, but who would have thought that Xia Yuyan would even praise Yifeng's cooking skills at this time? Yifeng did not expect Xia Yuyan to even answer himself. What? Now you know I'm not a bad guy? Right? No. As much as I appreciate it, I'll still be watching your every move. Xia Yuyan's words just reached her mouth and then paused, speaking the words that followed. What's wrong with me? How could I subconsciously want to apologize to him for my earlier unreasonable behavior? It's simply too strange. Xia Yuyan shook her head in an attempt to shake these emotions that were clouding her judgment out of her mind. This guy. What's wrong with him? Why do I want to be close to him unconditionally? Why is that? Yifeng, who exactly are you? I won't bother you with that one. There's no need for us to cross paths too much. You can leave when you're healed. If this had been placed before, Xia Yuyan would have been overjoyed. But for some reason, after spending a short time with Yifeng, after hearing Yifeng personally say these words, her heart was in turmoil, and her chest felt as if it was being blocked, as if she couldn't catch her breath. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so strange? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your default. First of all, let's make it clear that this is my house. You'll just have to hold back and sleep on the couch, no problem with that. It doesn't matter to me where I sleep. Not bad. You're quite cognizant. Call me if you need anything. I have to do something else. After washing the dishes, Yifeng dried his wet hands and then glanced at Xia Yuyan, whose clothes were tattered. And at this time, Xia Yuyan was also looking at herself with strange eyes. For clothes, I don't have any women's clothes either. So see what style you like and I'll buy it for you when I have time. Are you like that with everyone? Like that? So charitable? No. I'm not a saintly mother. I'm just doing it out of my own heart. So saving me was something you volunteered for? Forced? Actually. Xia Yuyan rolled her eyes as she sat on the sofa, never imagining that this person Yifeng was just as tough-talking as herself. Saving someone's life is saving someone's life. And you're still saying that you were forced to do it. So it's hard to believe that if you don't save me, I'll die. Who would believe that? Remember to keep the wound out of water. The medicine you put on yourself. Put it on the table for you. After everything was ready, Yifeng was ready to go back to his bedroom to check his quest rewards, which he had been holding back for almost a night. Thanks. Phew. Now you know how to say thank you. Seeing Yifeng staring at himself with incredulous eyes, Xia Yuyan didn't bother with him and lifted the quilt to get into the sofa with a single bone. Despite the thin quilt, Xia Yuyan still felt her body warm. The surrounding sounds also quieted down with the disappearance of Yifeng. Originally the quieter, the more cautious Xia Yuyan suddenly felt a surge of sleepiness. Strange. No. I can't sleep. How can I sleep in this strange environment? Who? Boost points. Which skill is better to boost with this thing? Yifeng, who was lying on the bed, was staring at the system page and was mesmerized. Just after harvesting the rewards except for a new firearm skill was the set enhancement points. After the system's explanation, Yifeng understood that the so-called enhancement points were nothing more than the ability to move one's skills up a level, such as from intermediate to advanced, which was the top level. This thing is quite useful. This is the first time I've seen such a rare thing. Looking at the skills he now held, Yifeng didn't rush to choose which one to upgrade, but instead saved the enhancement points. Who knows if this point is easy to get? It's better to save it for now and wait and see, just in case it's useful someday. After returning to the system page, Yifeng suddenly realized that his original 3 tasks had been increased by 1 task. and at a closer look it said approach Xia Yuyan for more information, please see the progress of the illustration for details. Ha! Xia Yuyan is in the iconography too? Yifeng hurriedly opened the illustrated book and realized that one of the messy pages had long since turned into Xia Yuyan's information panel. Name, Xia Yuyan. Identity, top assassin of the Dark Court. Age, 20. Progress, 9%. This icon seems to be collecting information on all the people I've already kidnapped. But what's the point? Is there any extra reward for progressing to 100? Thought for a long time. Yifeng also has no clue. And finally simply flipped a bit after they are ready to sleep. Now there is a new task that they also have to glean some rewards from Xia Yuyan back to the capital. After seeing her identity, Yifeng has a trace of worry. The Dark Cabinet? Don't get involved with me. I don't want to live every day being assassinated by countless killers. Old Li, you've been socializing quite a bit lately. At this time in another conversation session, Su Wanli came to greet Li Jing where he was. Well, is niece Mu Orange feeling better? It's been much better. Thankfully nothing happened. Li Jing shook the red wine in his hand. Something seemed to be on his mind. You told Xin on purpose, didn't you? Well, it's just the two of them that have the best relationship. I told you. Why is my usually obedient baby girl so abnormal today? Fortunately, someone behind me said that she came to the hospital. Otherwise it would have scared me. Su Wanli took the red wine handed to him by the waiter and then drank it in one go. By the way, Old Li, do you remember the day Mu Orange's niece was arrested? Got a clue? No, they're not in cahoots. And with all the ways exhausted they still can't extract any useful information. It seems this kidnapper of my daughter is declaring war on me. Oh, what does that mean? Think about it. After capturing Mu Orange, that person didn't ask for anything in the first place. He just simply arrested and incidentally cleaned up the thief who had an evil intent. So there's no need to think about it to know that he had another purpose. What the wily Li Jing doesn't realize is that this time he's completely gaming the air, and is still taking all sorts of steps to find out where the kidnappers are. Ugh, it's a good thing that Kid is there. Mu Orange can relax on his side. Who? Su Wanli all of a sudden, as if he had captured some keyword. As soon as he heard that kid in Li Jing's mouth, all of a sudden he extracted the keyword and repeated it. Who's that kid? Chapter 24, The Protest of the Belly. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Ever since Mu Orange was kidnapped I found her an athletic tutor. I was thinking of using the teacher as her bodyguard, but I didn't realize that this kid really has a pair of skills. You know that Mu Orange kid hates it when I hire him a teacher, right? I know. Didn't this mess with you? That's true. But ever since this kid came, Mu Orange looks like a different person, and her original petulant temper is much better. Really? Is this kid really that godly? I don't know. Probably the same age group talking to each other. Anyway, this kid is great. I kind of like him. Aren't you afraid that your precious daughter will be abducted by him? You know, I've hired all the female teachers for my Yusin, just because I'm afraid of meeting someone with ulterior motives. Fear not, for that boy has no extra thoughts at all. I was quite skeptical at first, but after Afu monitored him, I was completely relieved. That kid is simply dedicated to his career, and he can't wait to punch a clock and go home every day. Li Jing said here himself laughed. Such a stable and mature character was seen in a young man who had just reached the age of 20. This unique state of mind is not the same as ordinary people. Is this kid really as godly as you say? Don't believe me. Say in advance that you're not allowed to dig my feet off. This kid I am very optimistic about. See how you say that? Am I that kind of person? Besides, I definitely won't let a man be my family's UXIN's teacher. Alright, no more nonsense with you. The overseas group is coming to me today to negotiate a contract. I have to go and get ready. Go on, be safe. Su Wanli watched his best friend leave. After looking at the watch, shows the time is also away from the exit almost. Said secondly he and Li Jing, this status to these parties are only for the people above to support a scene. Well, it's time to go find my good girl and go home. Ha! Su Wanli was about to lift his leg to refreshments to find his daughter. Did not expect Su Yusin did not know when to stand in front of him. From her serious expression Su Wanli saw a hint of wrong. Yusin, when did you get here? Didn't go for cupcakes? No. Su Yusin shook her head slightly and looked at Su Wanli with a serious face and said, Father, was what Uncle Li just said true? When did Mu Orange find a tutor? And who is that brat you guys are talking about? And, UXIN, you wait first. Su Wanli was almost a little confused by Su Yusin's series of questions and hurriedly interrupted. One question at a time. Okay, good. First of all, Uncle Li and Father, is what you just said true? You mean the one where your Uncle Li hired a tutor for Mu Orange? Right. Su Yuxin nodded her head with firm eyes and replied. Just now she originally came to say hello out of politeness, but it never occurred to her that just as she walked into the crowd, she heard Su Wanli and Li Jing's conversation about Li Mu Orange, and Su Yuxin quietly eavesdropped at that moment. Well, I just heard a generalization in my party, so I'll tell you this. Your Uncle Lee hired a bodyguard come tutor kid for Moo Orange, and it worked out pretty well. Why didn't Moo Orange tell me about this? Maybe it's just an insignificant thing. Not at all. Moo Orange she'll tell me no matter what. Obviously I'm her best friend. Su Yusin suddenly felt betrayed, and her heart felt extremely uncomfortable as if it was blocked. Moo Orange, why didn't you tell me? Are you hiding something? Obviously you weren't like this before. Why are you doing this? Why? No way. I'm going to find Moo Orange and ask him about it. What? No. It's so late, you have classes tomorrow. You can't be fooling around. Then father, can I ask you something? What is it? I want to know who that tutor Moo Orange has for her. It's... Su Wanli originally wanted to refuse, but looked at his lovely daughter's eyes full of tears. If one of their own did not agree to the next second, Su Yusin is going to cry out of the appearance of difficult. There shouldn't be any problem just getting to know it, right? It's not like I'm digging up old Lee's corner anyway, so maybe Yusin will take one look and listen. Ugh, okay then. But Yusin, you have to be a good boy and don't do anything unauthorized again, or I'll have to ground you. Only after getting her father's consent did Su Yusin put away that pitiful face, turning to a sweet smile. Father is the best to me. Ugh, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Achoo, TSK. What's going on with me lately? Why do I keep sneezing? Lying on the bed, Yi Feng tightened the quilt on himself, just as he was about to sleep, but he heard the sound of subtle footsteps coming from the living room. It's late and you're still up? That woman is crazy. Yi Feng, who had intended to keep his affairs to himself, suddenly sighed after thinking that there was still Xie Yuyan's mission and put on his clothes and walked out. Yi Feng has just opened the door to his room and looked at a pair of deep blue eyes like the sea in the darkness to his side. Through the location of those eyes, Yi Feng knows approximately what Xie Yuyan is doing. Good lord, that's not enough food. What are you going to do? Why are you up at this hour? Apparently Xie Yuyan was a bit wary in the face of Yi Feng's appearance and unconsciously stepped back. That's what I was going to ask you. What are you doing in the kitchen at night when you're not sleeping? Xie Yuyan was momentarily speechless, stammering half a day to say a few words. I want to go to the bathroom. Isn't the restroom on the other side? So it's the wrong way. The annoyed Xie Yuyan interrupted loudly, causing both of them to focus their attention due to the quiet night suddenly ringing out so loudly. Goo. Just at this time, Xie Yuyan's stomach seemed to rebel against her party's words, grunting hard. Hungry. I'm making that noise because I have an upset stomach. Goo. Look at your stomach protesting. That's it, trying to go to the bathroom. Coo. Want to eat something? I'll make it for you. Anything. Thanks. After seeing that Xie Yuyan finally compromised with life, Yi Feng forced down the act of wanting to laugh and prepared to turn on the lights, but right after he pressed the switch he was stopped by Xie Yuyan. Wait, don't open it yet. It's already too late. Chapter 25. Why are you so nice to me? Along with the light, the darkened living room was suddenly brightened, and Xie Yuyan's full appearance was illuminated. Quick, turn it off. Just see Xie Yuyan bare shoulders, hands covering the chest with that shy and angry eyes glaring at Yi Feng. Smooth and tender skin as beautiful as jade. Delicate and graceful body posture is a big killer. Yi Feng saw this and hastily closed his eyes and turned his head. Hold. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that. Whoosh. Before Yi Feng could finish, a slipper flew towards his ear, accurately hitting the top of the light switch, and for a moment the living room returned to its dark appearance. Yi Feng, do you have extra clothes? I'm afraid you're the only one who can wear my own clothes. Can you make do? Aha. Dark blue eyes blinked, and the initially hostile tone turned away, instead adding a hint of flirtation and indescribable shyness. Taking advantage of Yi Feng's return to the room, Xie Yuyan tiptoed on one foot and hopped up to find the other slipper and immediately got into the sofa, quickly lifting the quilt to cover herself. What the hell? Why are you in such a state? I was just looking for something to eat, and I just threw my torn clothes away. At this time Yi Feng, who found a clean shirt in the room, also walked out. I put the clothes in front of you, so hurry up and put them on. Thanks. A murmuring voice came from the covers in the couch, followed by a subtle rustling and changing of clothes. You can turn on the lights. The lights turned on only to see that Xie Yuyan was wearing Yi Feng's wide white shirt, and despite Yi Feng's stocky figure, he still looked a little crowded. Isn't there a bigger dress? It has nothing to do with the size of your clothes. It's about you. Poof. Xie Yuyan didn't target Yi Feng at every turn as she did before, and lightly hummed after glancing down at her own exceptional merits. Is it okay to just deal with a couple bites? It's better not to eat too much at night. It's all good. I'm not picky. Yi Feng also did not say anything more, walked into the kitchen and started to get busy, leaving behind Xie Yuyan, who was dazed on the sofa. Why does this guy look better and better? No. It must be the problem of the accident that just happened. I'm an assassin. There's no way I'd let that affect my state of mind. Obviously Xia Yuyan was deceiving herself and just finding an excuse to comfort herself. Need help? Just as Yi Feng was about to make the simplest egg fried rice, Xia Yuyan's voice suddenly came from behind him. Yi Feng turned back to look and found that I do not know when Xia Yuyan even their own did not notice that stood at a distance of 2 meters away from himself. Which if you want to report the kidnapping of revenge that he is not finished. No, we have to send the woman away. Stay here is always a hidden danger. Maybe one day to see me not good to give me a stab. I will drink on the spot northwest. This to find who to say. Could you please walk a little louder next time? Get used to it. I'll try to change. Are you really okay with having injuries? It's fine. It's a minor injury in my career. Xia Yuyan lowered her head as she spoke, seemingly reminiscing about her past. But from the clenched expression on her face most of it was not so good. Then please can you break 2 eggs? I need to crush the overnight meal a bit. Beat the eggs? I know. Xia Yuyan picked up the 2 eggs on the cutting board and placed them in front of the bowl. It should be if I remember correctly. Ka. Only a sound of a broken eggshell was heard. And when Yi Feng looked at it he was instantly stunned. At this time, Xia Yuyan's 2 hands were full of egg liquid and broken eggshells. And she didn't need to look to know that she wasn't beating eggs at all. It was clearly pinching eggs. Is that so? How can it be? Haven't you ever cooked for yourself? We all ate what was readily available and no one would teach us to cook. Ugh, that's not how you beat an egg. You watch. Yi Feng had no choice but to mourn for the 2 innocent eggs for 2 seconds, then took another egg out and put it in his hand. Watch this. Cracking an egg is really easy. You just need to crack a hole first and then this. As Yi Feng broke it with both hands, a full egg came out of the shell and fell into the bowl. That's the right way to do it. Look at you, can that work? You're almost tasty with your hands with a little breadcrumb frying. Sorry, what are you apologizing for? I'm not your boss. You don't have to apologize to me. It's just a small thing. Just be more careful next time. Xia Yuyan looked down at her slippery hands, and in the end, she actually raised a smile. Can I really have a life like this? It feels pretty good the way it is. Well, go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. It won't be long. Aha! Clang! Yi Feng brought the plate filled with egg fried rice to Xia Yuyan. How does it taste? Smells good. Xia Yuyan looked at the still steaming egg fried rice, pursed her dry lips, picked up a spoon and scooped up a spoonful of fried rice into her mouth. How was it? Appetizing? Good. Yummy, yay. Really delicious. After saying that, Xia Yuyan took another bite. In the past outside she was eating dry food and bread that can be eaten. As killers they can't be distracted in any way. Eating in her mind is just to maintain the body functions. Now that she was free and experiencing such beauty, Xia Yuyan couldn't help but be glad that she had escaped, and perhaps a better life awaited her in the future. Yi Feng, thank you, I will find a way to repay you. Yi Feng, who was eating fried rice, suddenly heard Xia Yuyan suddenly say this sentence. He wanted to wave his hand to refuse, but looking at Xia Yuyan's firm expression he still nodded his head and agreed. Perhaps finding her a new target might put her anxiety to rest, so that she could be free from worrying about her blending in and causing something to happen. Let's not talk so much about it. Let's eat. Soon after hearing the sound of the spoon reaching the bottom, Yi Feng got up to clean up Xia Yuyan's bowls and chopsticks, and the quick-eyed Xia Yuyan was the first to snatch her own bowl. What are you doing? Give me the bowl and I'll go wash it. It's better if I do this. At least I can do what I can. You're injured now. It's fine if you want to help me, but everything has to wait until you're healed before you give me all this advice. Okay? Right now you just need to get some rest. Yi Feng, why are you being so nice to me? Why? Chapter 26, She's nervous. Xia Yuyan stood in the doorway of the kitchen looking at Yi Feng, who was washing the dishes. For some reason she always had a strange feeling. Raised to be cold-blooded from a young age, she has no idea what family is or what happiness is. She only knows that home is a happy place, and her eyes are filled with longing whenever she sees a family playing outside or living in harmony at home. But she knew she didn't deserve anything so beautiful in her life because she had too much sin on her hands. She wouldn't say anything about the murderers' organization not being me either, and she even wanted to kill herself at one point to end this life of sin, but couldn't do it with the tip of the knife at her neck. Yi Feng. When he heard Xia Yuyan calling him, Yi Feng happened to have finished washing the bowl and was ready to wipe his hands. Wouldn't you say that a person who commits a heinous crime should be punished accordingly? Yes, sure enough, nah. Xia Yuyan lowered her head and smiled to herself. But it's going to depend on how she approaches this. Treat? What do you mean? Hearing Yi Feng's words, Xia Yuyan immediately raised her head as if she had caught the pre-dawn light. Atonement. Only to make amends for mistakes can be considered a true sense of atonement. But the sins committed certainly cannot be washed away, can only be regarded as the comfort of the heart. What's wrong? Why are you asking all of a sudden? In fact, Yi Feng had already guessed the meaning of Xia Yuyan's words. The person she was talking about was actually herself. But Yi Feng would not do anything like being a saintly mother in order to favor her. and he had even less right to forgive the murderer on behalf of those people. No. Nothing. I was just asking off the top of my head. Xia Yuyan's eyes flickered not to look at Yifeng and hurriedly returned to the sofa and wrapped herself into a ball towards the backrest. Think of something that makes more sense to you. After all, becoming an assassin wasn't a choice you made of your own free will, was it? From Xia Yuyan's tone of voice that and confused look, Yifeng judged that Xia Yuyan was probably forced to become like this, because she had something different from a real killer. That is conscience. Don't be in a hurry to answer me. You have to answer yourself. Xia Yuyan opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately closed it. Yifeng. Good night. Good night. As the door to the room closed, only then did Xia Yuyan turn around and gaze deeply at Yifeng's room. Only having been in contact with this man for just one night, Xia Yuyan had never felt so at ease. Leaf maple. Early in the morning woke up Yifeng is getting up ready to wash, but suddenly found in front of their own is receiving a notification from the system. Clicked on a look and found that I do not know when there is an illustration of the rewards waiting for their own. Fixing their eyes on a look, Xia Yuyan's progress was from 9% overnight soared to 30%. What the hell happened? Has the woman come to her senses? Just as Yifeng was wondering inadvertently, he realized that Limu Orange's progress was about to reach 60%. Almost every day it was going up by 1 or 2 points. Although this was all very suspicious, it was ultimately a good thing, and Yifeng did not care about these issues. Under the system's lead, Yifeng received the reward for this mission. Perhaps his face was too dark this time. Except for the reward of 30 days of time, there was nothing more. This system is really getting stingy. You don't have to give it if you don't want to. After a brief time of organizing, Yifeng looked at his personal information and roughly browsed through it. Host, Yifeng, age, 20. Remaining lifetime, March. Skills, firearms mastery, cold weapons mastery, driving mastery, nursing, charisma, possessed items, illustrations, master key, scapegoat doll. Keep this up and it won't be long until I can have the life I want, and then I won't have to give this damn system a good look anymore. As soon as he thought of this, Yifeng's heart even felt much more comfortable, and after putting on his clothes, he walked out of the room. Just after going out, Yifeng realized that Xia Yuyan was still in a deep sleep, seemingly not even a little wary of his opening the door. It was probably because of the injury, so I'd better leave her alone myself. Considering not to disturb the injured Xia Yuyan, Yifeng minimized the noise and headed to the bathroom. Just at the moment the bathroom room door was closed, Xia Yuyan, who had her eyes closed, opened her deep blue eyes. I can't believe. Slacked off. Xia Yuyan had to admit that last night was actually the most peaceful day of sleep in her entire life, to the point that she was somewhat unable to forget it. Is it peace of mind because there is no mission? No, it's not. Is it because of the comfort of sleeping on a soft, fluffy couch? No, maybe it's because of him. Thinking of this, Xia Yuyan shifted her gaze to the bathroom. Listening to the subtle sound of water flowing, Xia Yuyan couldn't help but raise a smile. Obviously he's not obligated to do that, so why is he so considerate of his feelings? This guy. Missy? Meanwhile in the villa was finishing breakfast Limu Orange, perhaps thinking about something, sitting dumbly on the chair. After a few days of recovery she was soon out of the hospital. There still. 4 more days. Why does time pass so slowly? Missy. Aha! What's wrong? Hearing Afu's voice, Limu Orange suddenly raised her head. Obviously she hadn't listened to what Afu had just said. Missy's teacher for today is here. We should go to class. Ah, I see. Limu Orange sighed helplessly. Since she took Yifeng's class she couldn't raise a trace of interest in other classes at all. Only she herself knew that only Yifeng's class she would devote herself to, and only Yifeng was her own real teacher in her mind. Teacher, I wonder what you're doing right now. Yo, wake up. When Yifeng just came out of the bathroom he saw Xia Yuyan sitting on the sofa looking at himself. Well, good morning. Good morning. How's it going? Does the wound still hurt? That little injury doesn't feel like anything to me, but thank you. Xia Yuyan smiled to herself. Standing on the tip of the knife, licking blood all year round, she was injured has been the norm, and now can survive intact has been a miracle. Oh yeah, this is for you. Yifeng picked up a glass bottle of white powder on the dining table and threw it to Xia Yuyan. What is it? Xia Yuyan took the glass bottle and looked at it carefully. Lest your wounds get infected. Nowadays you can't be in public, it's better to avoid some dangers. Just want me to leave when I'm healed? Xia Yuyan laughed and jokingly uttered the words, but from her hand that clenched the medicine bottle tightly and her fluttering little eyes, one could tell that the one who was truly flustered was actually herself. Chapter 27, Girlfriends Against Each Other? That's not what I meant. So you're saying I can stay here? Xia Yuyan saw Yifeng state find the right time to jump ahead and said, from her impatient tone it is not difficult to see that she would like to stay in Yifeng's house. Although Yifeng would like to let Xia Yuyan find a safer place. After all, this place is not far from where he saved her that day. But taking into account the follow-up, there is Xia Yuyan's mission. In case one day and similar to save her this urgent task, and he could not arrive at the scene at the first time is not to follow the disaster. I don't have a problem with you staying here, but do you mind the quality of life here? Besides, I'm a man. Don't you think something embarrassing will happen? Oh, Xia Yuyan raised her eyebrows and pursed her lips. For example? For example. Oops. Anyway, it's just that some kind of ordination or something like that will happen. Don't you feel diabolical? Xia Yuyan wanted to immediately answer without diaphragm, but after careful thought she decided not to act impulsively first. Nowadays Yifeng's opinion is still unclear to her. It can't be helped. Why don't you? I'll go out and find a job after I'm healed? This won't work either. You have now become the most wanted target. You don't need to think about it to know that there must be many pairs of eyes staring at you, but wherever you reveal a hint of a horse's foot, then everything you've done before will all be for nothing. What can I do then? I can't keep dragging you down. Xia Yuyan lowered her head in shame, looked like she was apologizing for the trouble she had caused Yifeng, but that was not what she was thinking inside. Yifeng, since your mouth said that we are arranged together by God's will, then does it mean that we will not be separated? It's as if we've been linked together like a script with a story already arranged. Don't worry, there's always a way. So, well, alright, I'll go to the mall later and buy you some clothes that fit and wear. It's not such a good idea to always wear my clothes. Actually, I feel quite comfortable in it. Yeah, you're comfortable, but it's all changed in the back if I want to wear it. The sizes are all yours. Wear it bigger. The corner of Xia Yuyan's mouth raised in a bizarre arc, and she finally had to compromise. Alright then, but this dress will be your gift to me. Okay, I have a lot of body armor anyway. Right, Yifeng? There's something I want to ask you. Later, I'll get breakfast ready first. You go wash up. I've got all the necessities you should use. Good. Xia Yuyan sat on the sofa and looked at Yifeng, who was heading to the kitchen, and always felt that this was the life she wanted to live, and perhaps for her this was her home. Missy, do you see a formula that should be applied to this change in value? Missy? Ah, excuse me teacher. What did you just say? Ugh. A middle-aged woman wearing glasses shook her head helplessly when she saw Limu Orange's distracted appearance, and spoke of Limu Orange's current state. Missy, your mind is pressed against me. I see that it's getting late, so I'd better come back another time. Sorry teacher, I got carried away. Limu Orange blushed and opened her mouth. She didn't know why. Every spare moment she would think of the bits and pieces with Yifeng. These beautiful memories were like a movie that had been playing on a loop, always making her unable to resist recalling those moments. Missy, you're more than just wandering off. Your attention has never been on me from the beginning to the end, and while I admit Missy you're smart, the lesson has to be carried out. Sorry teacher. I'll leave you to it Missy. Next time I hope you don't look like this. After watching her teacher leave, Limu Orange sighed in shame. For some reason when she came back from the hospital, her heart was in turmoil, as if something was blocking her chest and she couldn't get out of it. Why is this happening? Yifeng, what the hell is he doing now? No way. I have to go find him. The heart is getting more and more uncomfortable. Limu Orange cannot care about other. Is about to call on Afu to take himself to find Yifeng, but did not expect when she opened her room door so Uxin is standing outside the door. Rain. Uxin? Why are you here? Muchan. We're good friends, right? Yeah. What's up you are? What made you think you had time for me today? Limu Orange detected a hint of something wrong from Su Yusen's expression and went forward to take her good girlfriend's arm and said happily, it's a rare day when we have time. Want to go to the mall together? Nomu Orange, there's something I need to talk to you about. Su Yuxin shook off Limu Orange's hand. Limu Orange's smile also stiffened, brought Su Yuxin into the house and closed the door to sit on the chair and look at Su Yuxin. After a while before faintly opened his mouth, speak up Uxin, what is it that you want to talk to me about? Mu Orange, why did you lie to me? Su Yusen also said it straight out. She didn't want to beat around the bush. The more she did the less she would get the answer she wanted. Ha, Uxin don't get any ideas. When have I ever lied to you? Aren't we best friends? You're still lying to me after all this. Su Yuxin saw that Limu Orange was even more heartbroken in this manner and roared out. You obviously said you wouldn't hide anything from me. But you've changed lately. Changed so much. You're gradually becoming less like the Mu Orange you were before. Limu Orange was disliked by Su Yusen for no reason. Of course her heart is also uncomfortable. Originally her temper is not very good. If not the person in front of her is Su Yusen she would have long ordered people to expel. Uxin, don't be unreasonable, okay? I've always been myself. Not at all. The old Mu Orange wouldn't have lied to me. And the current you I feel is deliberately distancing yourself from me. The old you wasn't like this. Su Yusen gazed deeply at Limu Orange with red eyes, as if she wanted to call her good best friend back through this act. Uxin, don't you dare say something nonsense. I said I am who I am. I haven't changed before and I haven't changed now. If you're here to talk to me about this, then forgive me. Limu Orange also had a temper and glared back unwillingly. You're still hiding it from me. Then I'll be frank and clear. So don't blame me for ruining our friendship. Su Yusin crossed her small waist wearing a Western-style dress and looked at Limu Orange. Why don't you start by explaining who that tutor is? Why haven't I ever heard you talk about it? Homeschooling? Limu Orange instantly reacted to who the tutor Su Yusin was talking about, and her eyes instantly became stern. Could this be the reason for the discomfort in one's heart? Who did you hear that from? Chapter 28. Sure enough, there is this matter. Mu Orange, why don't you tell me the truth? Didn't you say you hated that new tutor? Feeling betrayed by her best friend, Su Yusin's heart is like being stabbed by a needle in general pain. She simply does not believe that Limu Orange will lie to himself, until the truth is revealed that her heart to uphold that part of the trust has also gone up in smoke. Why? Why did you lie to me like that? Aren't we close friends? Su Yusin, who faced reality, cried out in excitement, and her eyes looked at Limu Orange with more than a hint of resentment. Seeing that she could no longer cover up her matter, Limu Orange annoyingly skimmed her head and looked out of the window, saying in a flat tone, I'm sorry Uxin. I have my own reasons for this matter. What on earth could make you betray our friendship? Was all the time we used to spend with each other a sham? Su Yusin desperately wanted to retain her good girlfriend, but from the expression on Limu Orange's face even she had a hint of impatience with herself. You like that governess of yours that much? Don't even care about the friendship we've both had for so long? Silence is often the most hurtful move. Su Yusin this time was considered to be a complete heartbreak, turned around and walked towards the outside of Limu Orange's room. Good. Then in that case I won't say anything more, and I wish you well. Su Yusin, who had said this, wiped away her tears and took a step to leave Limu Orange's room, and Limu Orange didn't turn around, but instead held the notebook on the table tightly in her arms. Yi Feng, missed you so much. Actually, I don't think anyone should find me. On the other hand, when Yi Feng was about to go out to buy clothes for Xia Yuyan, he was stopped by Xia Yuyan and said that she also wanted to follow Yi Feng. No way. You can't expect this kind of fluke. Even if you have strong camouflage ability, do you really think that you can rest on your laurels? Just leave this matter to me. But, Xia Yuyan's words were not good enough to come out of her mouth, and she swallowed them back hard. I'm afraid something might happen to you. Don't worry. Besides me, who would know who you are? The best thing to do is for you to hide here and not be discovered is all. Just think about the consequences if you are discovered because of today's outing. Well, okay, but you have to come back early. Xia Yuyan was ultimately convinced by Yi Feng, pulling on his coat corner and said, Don't worry, I'm not much of a shopper in the first place. I'll go. Careful. After seeing off Yi Feng left, Xia Yuyan momentarily fixed in place. Lonely, she looked around for some reason. After Yi Feng left, her heart gradually produced a feeling of fear. The heart was also born a kind of Yi Feng will not run away, never come back illusion. Yi Feng. At this time, Yi Feng did not know what kind of life he should face next. The mall wasn't too far away from Yi Feng's house, and just as Yi Feng passed a piece of the road, a man wearing sunglasses walked towards him. Yi Feng naturally noticed the man, but he continued to walk by himself as if he was an ordinary person going out, and in no time the man blocked in front of Yi Feng. Who are you? What are you doing in my way? Yi Feng raised his head in shock and looked at the man in front of him, staring at him with a more frightened tone. I'm going to call the police if you don't explain why you're here. Don't be afraid, little brother. I actually don't mean any harm. The sunglasses man saw Yi Feng move out of the police station and quickly removed his sunglasses and waved his hand and smiled. Can I have some of your time on my end? There isn't much time, so I'll ask you 2 questions. Okay, you ask. Yi Feng impatiently agreed. Okay, may I ask if you've seen this woman recently? Speaking of which, the sunglasses man took out a photo from his arms. The person on it was exactly what Xia Yuyan looked like. Yi Feng put his hand on his chin for a moment in thought and shook his head. Haven't seen it. But well. The sunglasses man was delighted and hurriedly asked. But what? But this woman looks so pretty. Brother, can you give me the photo? Roll. The sunglasses man immediately chided the voice. The party he thought he had found a clue. Did not expect to ask a lonely. Hey, why do you people still curse? There is no quality, you still. I said get the outta here. You really think you're handsome with a pair of sunglasses, but after all this time, you're no different from the flyers you're handing out outside. Yi Feng walked away while his mouth was broken, but in reality, he secretly memorized the sunglasses man's looks and left the place. Didn't I tell you not to start a conflict with the common people? Have you forgotten what His Excellency told you? In the sunglasses man's anger at the time, a woman dressed in urban beauty walked to his side, whispered, What's the use of asking these ordinary people? Maybe the woman ran away a long time ago. The sunglasses man impatiently put his sunglasses back on. There will always be clues. Didn't His Excellency say that as long as these civilians are offered a good price that they can't access in their lifetime, there will always be new discoveries, and there will only be more and more eyes, and that woman won't be able to run away. Waste of time. Looking at his departing companion, the man in sunglasses adjusted his demeanor again and refound a passing pedestrian to inquire. TSK. Looks like it's really as I expected. What kind of role does that woman have that makes so many people look for her? Is a top assassin that sought after? Came to the shopping mall. Ye phone also sent a difficult. This is actually not a thing. It seems that they have to find an opportunity to change a place to live. At present, it is better not to act rashly. Never mind. Let's go buy herself some clothes to confuse her first. Who knows if there are any more ears in this mall to catch her. Mr. Sue, please take a look at the summary of recent business. In Sue's group of finances, handing the list in her hand to the tall man in front of her. Has anything big happened lately? Su Wanli inquired as he flipped through the statements. As the underground hand of Shu Chang, he naturally needed to keep an eye on these things, while Li Jing looked at the things on the bright side. He was in charge of the things on the dark side. This was also the fundamental reason why the two groups stood. Recently it seems that many people from outside the city have been pouring into our city, all with varying identities, as if they are working for some purpose. Oh, find out for me. This is a sloppy matter. Sawani saw no problems with the summary submitted to the finance in front of him. Find out for me in 3 days and use all the power you can. Yes, Mr. Su. Originally the expression of the majestic Su Wanli, suddenly saw a familiar figure outside the office. Immediately widened his eyes, put away that kind of momentum. Not for anything else, only because the person who came is his own Pearl Su Yusin. Chapter 29, Su Yusin, who suggested a little scheme. UXIN. Why did you think of coming to Dad's company today? Didn't you say you were going to find Mu Orange to play together? Su Wanli's heart is secretly happy. His daughter has finally grown up, knows to share for herself, not worthy of being Dad's proudest little cotton jacket. Father, can I ask you something? Anything, as long as it's within my power. Su Wanli patted his chest and said, this is the time to show the high image of being a father. I want to see someone. What man? Homeschool. Homeschooling? Isn't this very simple? UXIN. Just talk to your mom and ask her to call that tutor you want to meet over. I'm not talking about my tutor-in-law. I'm talking about. Su Yusin said here and clenched her small fists. In her eyes it was this so-called tutor that made herself and Limu Orange fall out. As long as she drove this tutor away, maybe Limu Orange would get back together with herself. It's Mu Orange's tutor. What? Su Wanli froze. He didn't know why Su Yusin would suddenly specify that he wanted the young man Li Jing was talking about, but he had about guessed that this was most likely what Limu Orange had told his daughter. Su Wanli had a momentary dilemma, knowing that the young man in Li Jing's mouth was Limu Orange's private and exclusive teacher, as it also involved the duties of a bodyguard. But considering that his own daughter just wanted to meet with that young man, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Yusin, can you tell Daddy why you want to see that teacher? Is it something different in the way the teacher I hired for you teaches? I'll forgive Yushin for not being able to comment on that one. Su Yusin had a strong attitude and placed her hands in front of her chest. This was one of the rare times Su Wanli had seen his daughter so hardened. Su Yusin was obedient in his eyes, but when she acted like this even 8 horses couldn't pull her back. Well, but I'll have to consult your uncle Li Jing before that. Good, then I'll wait to hear from you, father. Su Yusin nodded in response and found a free chair to sit on. See, it's forcing itself to be executed now. Su Wanli smiled helplessly and took out his cell phone locked in the safe, opening the only contact in the phone book of his cell phone and pressing call, which was his private contact with Li Jing. Hello, old Li. Why old Su? You sound like you have something for me. Hey, you're really right. Indeed I have something to discuss with you. Su Wanli said this, suddenly felt that his daughter was looking at herself with an expectant look, and finally helplessly set out his request. Didn't you tell me about the Mu Orange tutor boy at the party before? I'd like to ask you to let me meet that kid. What? Old Su, what's wrong with you? What are you looking for that kid for? This has nothing to do with you at all. I know that kid has nothing to do with me, but my girl's pole hit me. Li Jing's voice on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and one could faintly hear him exhale deeply. You mean, Yusin the kid? That's right. Somehow I heard about Mu Orange hiring a tutor, and today I had to find me to meet that young man in person, so you can't say no to me as a father. You mean you want me to be the bad guy? How can I? I'm not discussing it with you. Come on, don't think I don't know what's in your mind. Doesn't Yusin just want to meet that kid? No problem. I'll just give him a greeting. You name the place and I'll call him over tomorrow. Hey how troublesome. It's a good thing it's oldly. I feel better when I talk to you. Line don't nonsense. I still have things to do here. Later I will send you the contact information of the boy. Remember, you cannot give me a corner. This kid, I am using it. Don't worry oldly. The thing I hate most in my life is people who dig their heels in. Yusin, she's just curious and wants to meet. there won't be any misunderstandings. That would be best. Well, that's it then. I've got to get busy with the company. Okay, then old Lee, you busy. I do not disturb. Once the exchange was over, Sawani hung up the phone. Father, have you and Uncle Lee discussed everything? Don't worry, UXIN. It's all been discussed. That kid will come over tomorrow if nothing happens. Great. I mean, it's finally time to meet this teacher that Moo Orange takes so seriously. Su Wanli looked at his daughter's smiling expression, did not know what to say. In the end, just patted Su Yusin's golden hair, gently said, Yusin, make sure you talk to me and your mom about anything, okay? Don't worry, father. I understand all this. Suyu was glad that the plan was successful and turned back to her good girl appearance, while her heart was already calculating what method to use to treat Lee Moo Orange's tutor on a daily basis. Moo-chan, we'll make up. For sure. Hello, please, can you help me pick out some clothes? After buying 1 or 2 pieces of his own clothes, Yifeng came to a store selling women's clothing, and the salesman was still slightly stunned when he saw that the customer who came in was Yifeng. Hello, guest. How may I help you? It's like this. My girlfriend is out of town on a business trip for work, but I wanted to buy some nice clothes to surprise her. Looking at the handsome Yifeng, a moment salesman actually froze. After the reaction, hurriedly greeted Yifeng into the store. It seems like you really love your girlfriend, guest. She's really lucky to have such a good boyfriend. She always buys me clothes too. Guest, what kind of dress style does your girlfriend like to wear? Is it this elegant looking long dress or sexy little short dress? Listening to the sales clerk's introduction on one side as well as the style of the clothes as far as the eye could see, Yifeng's mind actually came up with the scene of Xie Yuyan wearing these clothes, and suddenly his old face flushed to take advantage of the fact that the sales clerk didn't pay attention to himself to calm down. After some understanding, Yifeng heart probably have an idea, so to the clerk pointed to 2 sets of clothes, looking at a dark blue dress, in the skirt waist tied with a white ribbon. Solid color collocation appears very monotonous, but if it is worn in the body of Xie Yuyan, that can be a lot of difference. The other one is relatively much more conservative, wearing a pure white long sleeve inside, and the outside is more inclined to a kind of sports jacket version, with strong elasticity and stretch, and the material is also smooth to the touch and not easy to be lint. Could you please get me a set of each of these 2? For height it's about half a head shorter than me, and the build size bigger is better. The saleswoman will cover her mouth and sneer. Yifeng, blushing, looks even more heartwarming to her. It's just a pity that he already has a girlfriend. Yes, please wait a moment, guest. I'll go pick the appropriate size now. Chapter 30. Xie Yuyan rubbed her drowsy eyes and realized that she had fallen asleep in Yifeng's bed at some point. Hey, how come I'm in Yifeng's bed? I remember. Xie Yuyan vaguely remembers that after Yifeng left she has been in a highly nervous mood. Quiet room. She suddenly realized that since Yifeng left, it seems that this peace of mind and warmth of the room is not so comfortable. The real reason for her to sleep peacefully and will not be anxious is because of the Yifeng accompanied by her side. Yifeng was like a good medicine, bringing her solace in her lowest and most painful moments. Xie Yuyan once wanted to go out to look for Yifeng several times, but when she brought her personal weapon and put her hand on the doorknob, she recalled what Yifeng said to her before he left and hesitated again, and finally let go of her hand and sat back on the sofa. But as time passed, Xie Yuyan's rapid breathing was like a volcano ready to erupt. Why hasn't Yifeng come back yet? Is it because he was found out by someone in the organization? Or did he think I was a liability and left me? Yifeng, come back soon. No one would have expected that the once cold-blooded and ruthless killer would actually have such a vulnerable side. And this sudden transformation was even in an instant. Xie Yuyan's body at this moment stood up from the sofa as if it was out of control and staggered towards Yifeng's room. Just into the house, Xie Yuyan will find that Yifeng's room decoration is very simple and neat. In addition to some wallpaper to prevent wallpaper from falling off, there is nothing else, and the quilt is also folded neatly. It looks like no one has ever lived in the appearance. If there is no Yifeng's odor, Xie Yuyan almost thought that Yifeng the person is actually non-existent. Yifeng, Xie Yuyan high nose sniffed. In the smell of Yifeng's flavor, after she seemed as if obsessed with magic, climbed on Yifeng's bed. Lying on the leaf maple, Xie Yuyan felt the party's anxiety and uneasiness is also at this time to get relief, and there is even a hint of hazy drowsiness came. Good, so good. Xie Yuyan couldn't help but close her eyes, and before long she was breathing evenly. Pulling her thoughts back, Xie Yuyan sat up from the bed with her messy hair. Through the curtains of the gap, a little light sprinkled in Xie Yuyan's smooth white shoulders. Because Yifeng's clothes are too wide, a body shirt in her body almost into a strapless dress. A pair of muscular and elastic thighs, smooth and tender, exudes a healthy luster. Just at this moment the threshold of the room unexpectedly came from Yifeng's voice. Phew, awake? Surely it's better to fall asleep in bed, right, Yifeng? Xie Yuyan turned her head to look at Yifeng at the threshold, actually suddenly laughed foolishly, and then groped the edge of the bed and got out of bed. Her feet stepped on the floor and gradually walked towards Yifeng. Hey, hurry up and change your clothes. You're dangerous in that state. Looking at the spring light leak Xia Yuyan, Yifeng hastily turned his head away. Although he will not be tempted by the beauty, but he is at least a man. Looking at Xia Yuyan, he would of course blush. Do you hear me, Xia Yuyan? Don't be walking towards me. Yifeng has not finished the words. Thought Xia Yuyan to go out of the door, also deliberately gave a seat, but did not expect Xia Yuyan not only did not go out but also hugged up. Duong. Yifeng first felt his chest being squeezed by a heavy object, followed by Xia Yuyan's petite body sticking up. The hot and burning breath constantly beat on Yifeng's neck. Xia Yuyan closed her eyes and wrapped her head around Yifeng's neck and kept rubbing it. Hey, this Yifeng is so realistic. The illusion turns out to be so real too. Hallucinations? This silly woman doesn't think she's dreaming. Xia Yuyan, you're not dreaming. Can you please control yourself? Nonsense. If you're real, how could I not notice when you opened the door? I'm a killer. Ouch. Xia Yuyan covered her head in pain and realized that Yifeng was clenching his fist and knocking her head. Does it hurt? Kind of. That's not right. 2sh. Hey. Xia Yuyan blinked and raised her head to look at Yifeng, who she was hugging, and then looked down at the pressure she was exerting on Yifeng. Now you finally know. Before Yifeng could even finish his sentence, he told that a strong and powerful force pushed him out from the threshold, followed by the door of the room closing with a bang. Hey, this is my room. I know. I got your clothes back for you. I know. Remember to make up my sheets later. Please stop talking. I want to be quiet. Who is Jing? Bang. Only to hear the door of Yifeng's room emitted a violent sound. Even the door shaft was loosened a bit with it. Yifeng hastily stopped his mouth and stopped joking. Ahem. That punch just now would have killed someone if it had hit them, right? At the same time Yifeng's cell phone vibrated at this time. Picked up and found that the caller was actually Afu. No way. Is Missy in a mood again? She's trying to make me work overtime. Even though Yifeng was reluctant in his heart, he could only pick up the phone when he thought that Limu Orange's task had not been completed. Hello? Yifeng, I have something important to discuss with you. It can't be that Missy is sick again, can it? Can't you say something nice? Besides, Missy thinks so highly of you that other people can't wait to be happy, but you can't wait to get off work early. Alright, get down to business. His lordship has ordered you to meet someone somewhere tomorrow. Who? I can't tell you that. Just go. What the hell can't you tell me? Why do I feel like you guys are going to set up a hangmen banquet? Quickly give me clear or I will not go. Ugh. Okay, then when the time comes, don't say I told you so. Alfred on the other end of the phone spoke in a much lower voice. Miss Sue wants to see you. Miss Sue? Who is it? I don't recognize. Yifeng inquired in a puzzled manner, as he quickly went through his mind to confirm that there was no such person. I don't know. They asked you to go there by name. I sent you the address. Remember to go tomorrow. Perhaps afraid that Yifeng will ask questions again, Afu quickly hung up the phone, leaving Yifeng standing in place alone, not knowing what to say. TSK, how come another Miss Sue family appeared out of nowhere? What an ass. Wait a minute. The Sue family? Chapter 31, The Most Beautiful Smile. Could it be that the Sue family's eldest lady that Afu was talking about was Sue Yusin from the System Quest? Thought of here, Yifeng hurriedly took out his cell phone and began to search up. Sure enough, through the news on the understanding found that there is such a Sue group, and the group's president Sue Wanli's pearl is called Sue Yusin. It seems like a very necessary trip for myself, and I'll be moving tomorrow. Squeak. When Yifeng didn't notice the movement of his bedroom door opening, a dark blue pupil appeared in the doorway. His eyes looked around as if he was looking for something, and in no time Xia Yuyan found the plastic bag that Yifeng had placed in front of his door, which looked like it contained clothes. The doorway gradually widened. At the same time, Xia Yuyan was always observing Yifeng's every move. A little bit of movement she would close the door as fast as she could, but from her point of view Yifeng looked like he was nodding his head to the air. Even though she was very puzzled, she still took this opportunity to take the plastic bag into the bedroom. After Su Yuxian's matter is figured out, Yifeng is ready to tell Xia Yuyan in the room that he met someone with strange words and behavior on the road today, but when he turned around and approached the bedroom, he found that the plastic bag he put on the doorway disappeared, and he didn't need to think about it to know that it was taken away by Xia Yuyan. Forget it, let's wait for that woman to come out. She almost scared me to death today. If I didn't know, I would have thought she was drinking fake wine. Bam! Sitting on the sofa, Yifeng did not stay for a while behind the bedroom door should open, followed by Xia Yuyan murmured voice. Yifeng, what do you think? Yifeng had wanted to make a few perfunctory sentences, but he froze at once when he saw Xia Yuyan wearing that dress. Xia Yuyan's fair skin and light-colored skirt with a perfect match. Before wearing a black uniform, Xia Yuyan looks very oozing, like the god of death to harvest life. The eyes are also like a rough sea, seems to be swept away all the things she sees. but now with a light blue skirt is like a shimmering phosphorescent lake, serene and elegant. Really rely on clothes and horses rely on the saddle. This saying. The most special thing was still Xie Yuyan's rich figure. This dress was simply like it was tailor-made for her, and only she could emphasize the value of this dress. What's wrong? Say something if it's good. Xie Yuyan covered her mouth and let out a petulant laugh, taking the opportunity to sit beside Yi Feng in between his swaying. Having been an assassin, she could of course tell some answers from a person's expression, and obviously Yi Feng's answer was very satisfying to her. You seem to be a man too. If you keep being so cold I'll almost think you like men. Ah. It wasn't until Xie Yuyan sat beside Yi Feng that he realized something was wrong. This woman has so much innate advantage. Where have I ever seen such a big battle myself? Sin? Really too sinful. It looks good. This dress suits you. Feeling that Xie Yuyan's body was almost about to stick up, Yi Feng hurriedly pulled his butt away to empty some gap. Yeah, well, you chose these clothes, Yi Feng. It's me who should be thanking you. You're welcome. It fits just fine. Noticing that there was something wrong with the way Xie Yuyan was looking at him, Yi Feng hurriedly told him about his previous encounter on the road. Sure enough, the organization really looks up to me. Xie Yuyan turned into that icy look again, while thinking in her mind that she was good at suppressing her emotions, or else she would have gone out at this time for fear that she would have already been discovered. In the twinkling of an eye, Xie Yuyan's downcast appearance was captured by Yi Feng, in order to fear that she did something stupid to follow. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about these, as long as a while later it's safe. No. You have no idea how long they're going to hold out to find me. There are a lot of killers in the organization. Xie Yuyan shook her head mockingly. She thought she had broken free from the cage. Did not expect to have to stay in another place to wait for the right time. If this is placed in the previous, her character may not be able to stand to take on the weapons and those organizations of traitors to fight for their lives back. But now she doesn't dare to do it anymore. Originally, she regarded her life as the most useless thing, but now she treasures it immensely. The answer to changing this nature of her mind is simple. The man beside her. Yi Feng, it's not good for you to go on like this. Why don't you and I still set aside our relationship? I'll find a chance. What? A little frustration to the pressure you cannot lift up your head? No matter how many hundreds of people will come in the future, it is still the same to do their own. In contrast, I still like the person I met at the beginning, unwilling to open up a new life for yourself. But I don't want to. Losing you. It's like you got your back slashed for what your heart wanted. And when I met you, your face was all about the promise of a better life. But now how come you're still scared? Not at all. Xie Yuyan retorted, looking at Yi Feng's side face and hesitating to speak. Then go and face them. Don't be afraid or back down. There's always a way to get through it, isn't there? Can I really do this? Don't worry. You can come to my place anytime you want. Yi Feng. Thank you. Alright, but before that I need to discuss something with you. Well, I'll promise you anything. Ahem. You have a big problem with that statement. Yi Feng clenched his hand into a fist and coughed twice, signaling that he was going to talk about things. My thought is that since there are so many people chasing you right now, then how about we stay hidden for a while and then we can move places when there are fewer scouts. Moving places? Us? Yeah. Think about it, you sleeping on the couch every day isn't such a good idea. You always have your own room. Well, you mean you and I can still live together? I know it must be a bit diabolical for you, but it's the optimal solution for now. And I'm afraid you'll do something stupid if you're alone, to put it bluntly. Are you worried about me? Xie Yuyan, as if as a change of character, on the surface seems to be expressionless, in fact has long pinched their thighs, signaling calm. Sort of. After all, Xie Yuyan was an important person on Yi Feng's mission. She couldn't afford to have anything happen to her. I promise. But you have to tell me first if there's any danger. I don't want to drag you down. That's what you are, isn't it? Yi Feng smiled lightly without answering her, which made Xie Yuyan anxious to come closer to Yi Feng's face. Her own body almost pressed towards Yi Feng again. Hey, I promise you, don't keep threatening me. Who threatened you? Xie Yuyan blushed and lifted her skirt with a sweet smile, revealing the most beautiful smile she had ever seen in her life towards Yi Feng. Thank you, Yi Feng. Chapter 32, Su Yusen's Prince Charming. Really? The next morning after having breakfast, Yi Feng told Xie Yuyan about his going out later. Yeah, my status is now a tutor in bodyguard law. I have to go to the students' classes every weekend. But it's not the weekend either. Xie Yuyan, wearing the dress that Yi Feng bought for herself yesterday, how can not smile? She had thought that today can still stay with Yi Feng all day. There's a special situation today. I was told to meet someone at Su's place last night. Male or female? Xie Yuyan didn't know why she even asked this question, but from the way she was gulping she seemed to care about the answer. I think it's a girl. Well, hearing this, Xie Yuyan's heart was like a needle sticking. The thought that Yi Feng would be with another woman made Xie Yuyan uncomfortable. Then roughly how long will it take for you to come back? Yifeng? Xia Yuyan of course knows that with the current self want to retain Yifeng is certainly a pie in the sky. He only need and Yifeng gradually improve the relationship is good. Besides, perhaps those students of Yifeng simply as a teacher, they do not need to be so sensitive. I should meet up and come back. I actually don't want to go. Nah, it's part of my job. Yifeng changed his clothes and came all the way to the door while Xia Yuyan followed behind him silently watching all this. Be careful on the road. Don't worry. Bang. As the door closed, the house once again returned to silence. Xia Yuyan stood in the doorway staring blankly at the place where Yifeng left. The raised smile disappeared. The uneasiness in her heart once again surged up after Yifeng went out. No. Don't go, okay. Yifeng. The ticking clock on the wall was like a bell and drum hammer knocking on Xia Yuyan's heart. In the past as an assassin she never felt scared and lonely, but now she crouched down with her hands clasped around her chest, trying to make herself less uneasy. Why? Why am I in such a mood? Why? Xia Yuyan touched her hot face as if realizing something. She was no longer the cold-blooded killer she once was, and now she was perhaps her true self. It's here, isn't it? After taking a taxi to the downstairs of Su's building, Yifeng looked at the cell phone to send himself the address of Afu compared to find the right after walking in towards the door. Just as Yifeng had just walked to the main entrance, two serious security guards stopped him although they were dressed in sturdy clothes looking like objects not to be messed with. They did not expect that after stopping Yifeng one of them opened his mouth respectfully. Hello sir, may I ask if you are an employee of the group? You can't enter the company without a work license. Well, I'm not from your company. I was called here to meet someone. See who? See? Just when Yifeng was about to say Su Yusen's name but he did not expect a lovely voice to come from behind him. Big brother, why are you here? Hey. Strange, why do I feel like I've heard this voice somewhere before? While Yifeng had not yet turned his head around, the two security guards standing in front of Yifeng looked startled and were about to salute when they were stopped by Su Yusen behind Yifeng. Su Yusen used her index finger on the side of her mouth to signal the security guards to keep quiet, and just at that moment, Yifeng also turned his body around. When he looked clearly at Su Yusen's appearance, Yifeng opened his mouth to say something but could not remember who this little girl in front of him was. In short, very familiar. Su Yusen saw Yifeng's appearance, obviously did not write herself down and said with a beeped mouth, Big brother, can't you remember who I am? We only met a few days ago. Yeah. The other day. Who? Oh, you're the girl in the elevator. With Su Yusen's reminder, Yifeng finally remembered who this girl was. In fact, it was not that Yifeng had a bad memory, but he was now only focusing on the mission objective. The rest of the things would be covered up by him. Looks like you don't have a bad memory either. Big brother. Su Yusen was happy when she heard that Yifeng still remembered her and pinched the hem of her skirt with her small hand. Luckily she dressed up and went out today. Otherwise she would have lost face. Looking at the blonde lowly in front of him, Yifeng also couldn't help but sigh at how all the girls he knew were so good looking. Unlike others, Su Yusen has a head of short blonde hair, 2 strands of pigtails tied with butterfly hair ropes on each cheek, bangs on her forehead just up to where her eyebrows are, and her petite and delicate height. Without knowing it, she thought she was a small child. But the only feature that directly killed Yifeng's judgment was a feature that Limu Orange didn't have. And that was the difference between a small hill and an airfield. Looks like the kid is a picky eater, and the nutrition is growing elsewhere on the bias. Why are you here, big brother? You're here to apply for a job. Su Yusen couldn't help but come to Yifeng's front. Looking at Yifeng's delightful handsome face made Su Yusen happy and bubbly. Well, I'm not really sure. I just came over to look for someone. Looking for someone? Then just leave it to me. I can help you with whatever you want to find. Brother. Su Yusen removed the big word in 3 words, and the word brother was much more affectionate, and her heart would pause fiercely whenever Su Yusen called Yifeng brother. Ugh. I never thought I'd meet my brother here. I'm so happy. That asshole Yifeng. Get lost. I don't care about him today. I want to stay with my brother. Obviously Su Yusen has long taken Yifeng as her Prince Charming since she experienced the elevator, and meeting again can only make her heart even more determined that this is all destiny. And she and Yifeng are destined to meet together again. Since it's fate that brought us together, of course we should accept it. Is this really okay? They can let us in? Don't worry about it. Brother, come with me. Su Yusen, who has read many romance novels and TV dramas, of course knows that chances are reserved for those who are sure of themselves, and underneath the original mask of a good girl is a little devil with a spade tail. In an instant Su Yusen went up and pulled Yifeng's hand, and in front of the security guards 2 surprised expressions under the red face will Yifeng brought in. Bad. Bad. Missy has been abducted by this little white boy. Yes. Since the 2 of us have been guarding the gate for so long, it's only Missy's smile that makes me feel the most happy. But now that a brat has agitated Missy like this, it's really disheartening. Right. Hurry up and tell the president. The president will definitely be angry when he finds out. Yeah, This is no different from that kid parking a ghost fire in front of our company to take away the lady, and even calling the president Lao Dang. This is simply a naked provocation. Obviously Su Yusun's cute looks are recognized in everyone's heart. Chapter 33, Exchange of Names. In Yifeng was Su Yusun forcefully pulled into the company's internal. Surrounding employees have cast a surprised look, to know that the girl pulling Yifeng but his president's daughter, but privately who all know Su Wanli is a senior daughter slave. Su Yusun in Su Wanli's heart but in the hands of fear of falling, in the mouth for fear of the existence of melting. But the scene in front of them, they were collectively dumbfounded. A strange man was being pulled by Su Yusun to walk around the company. This scene if Su Wanli saw it, Yifeng must be peeled off 2 layers of people's skin. Big brother, this is Su's group in here. Su Yusun stopped when she brought Yifeng to the door of a manager's office, but the hand holding Yifeng perhaps intentionally did not let go. Which position do you want to apply for, big brother? I'll take you directly to the manager. Looking at Su Yusun's lovely smile, Yifeng of course also discovered something wrong along the way. Since this little girl in front of him brought herself into Su's group, the surrounding people's gaze on himself has not moved away, which made Yifeng feel very wrong at once. What are you good at, big brother? I will call the manager's sister. Su Yusun was like a little follower circling around Yifeng. Just as she was in the middle of her sentence, Yifeng interrupted her. Excuse me, little sister. May I ask what your name is? Ah. Only after hearing this did Su Yusun retract her hand, resting her hands on her chest, realizing that she hadn't properly introduced herself to Yifeng from the time they met until now. Su Yusun, why are you so stupid? Obviously the first time, because of their own carelessness, did not and big brother left each other's names, and even now are still so sloppy appearance. This let big brother how to look at their awe. Su Yusun hurriedly bowed back and forth towards Yifeng and apologized up. Right. I'm sorry, big brother. I haven't been able to introduce myself to you until now. I'm really sorry for being so rude. It doesn't matter. There's no need for you to be so formal. Little sister. Yifeng hastily waved his hand to stop it. At the same time, Su Yusun's small face was slightly red as she looked at Yifeng's face. I can't get enough of seeing my big brother looking so handsome. I wish I could see him forever. Big brother, please allow me to introduce myself first. Su Yusun cupped the sides of her skirt with both hands and slightly squatted down towards Yifeng and made a salute. Her almost perfect and elegant posture couldn't help but make Yifeng approximately have guessed the identity of this little sister. My name is Su Yusun. I'm the daughter of the president of the Su group. Please show me more. Sure enough, Yifeng heard the 3 words. Su Yusun's heart was happy. Not surprisingly, this little girl in front of him was Su Yusun in the system mission. Hello Su Yusun, my name is. Yifeng was about to introduce himself when a violent roar suddenly came from behind him. Yusun, Uxin, where are you? This middle heavy voice resounded throughout the company hall, and Yifeng followed the sound to find a man with a huge body and a fierce face looking anxiously and constantly looking around. Father? Father? Su Yusun saw Su Wanli after a delicate body trembled. She did not expect their father will become this panicked look. Has always been Su Wanli is to the image of a loving father appeared in front of her. This is the first time she saw her father so out of sorts look. After suddenly hearing his baby daughter's voice in the quiet hall, Su Wanli turned his head and found Su Yusun, who was staying with Yifeng. Even though he was wearing leather boots, he quickly ran over. Looking at such a burly Su Wanli, Yifeng also realized that things were not right, so he hurriedly withdrew backward a safe distance. He did not want to get into an argument with such a dangerous-looking person. Yushin, you scared the hell out of me. Su Wanli first glanced impatiently at Yifeng beside Su Yusun, and only after confirming once again that Su Yusun was safe and sound as an old father did he let out a sigh of relief. How can you just bring a stranger into the office? Have you seen him before? Seen. Big brother is very nice. Su Yusun wanted to cross over her father to see Yifeng. After all, she still didn't know what his name was, but Su Wanli seemed to be intentionally blocking in front of her to prevent his daughter from going forward. Looking at Yifeng with a wary face, until he saw his calm as water eyes and then breathed a sigh of relief. This kid, is he as calm as old Lee said? You're Yifeng? Yes. Hello Mr. Su. Yifeng saw Su Wanli's hostility towards him plummet. He didn't know why, but it was a good thing. If there was an additional dispute, it certainly wasn't good news for his mission. Not bad. You're an interesting kid. Su Wanli's eyes and Yifeng stare at each other, but Yifeng did not move away in vain, but looked at Su Wanli squarely. From his body is not afraid of the shadow slanting appearance, will probably know whether his person is really reliable. Old Lee, this guy from where to dig up the treasure. I even wondered if this kid is not the people here. This kind of state of mind ordinary people do not have. Hey, Yifeng? Originally excited, Su Yusun heard Yifeng's name first to joy, so that he is even in Yifeng big brother officially no. But in retrospect, Su Yusun suddenly noticed that something was wrong, because wasn't Yifeng Li Mu Orange's tutor? Su Yusun's smile to this stiffened. Looking at Yifeng's eyes also became blurred. How did this happen? How did today called you over no other meaning. Is that I want to meet you. This kid is really oldly, he said. So God. Now it really seems that heroes come out of the youth. Ah. Mr. Sue, you're joking. I'm just a part-time worker. It's all about living. Good boy. In that case, you young people talk. I have a meeting here that needs to be called urgently. How about we talk later? No problem, Mr. Sue. Yifeng nodded his head in agreement. At least he could set aside some time to communicate with Su Yusen, as a way to make a good preparation for the subsequent kidnapping mission. The goal now was to make a good relationship with Su Yusen. Then I'll leave first. Uxin? Weren't you so happy just now? Why are you acting like a little sulk now? Su Wanli looked at his daughter's dumbfounded appearance, felt strange, but still assuredly explained a few sentences and left the hall. As for whether he would be worried about his daughter having an accident, how can I be worried about the person Lowly personally examined? It's hard to believe that this kid can still tie up my daughters? You're kidding. After Su Wanli left, everything returned to the normal order. Yifeng is looking at Su Yusen, crooked head, looking at his own look, feel a hint of oozing. This expressionless Su Yusen, and just that the sunshine lovely look is too much difference. Chapter 34, I'm sorry Orange. Yifeng, he's mine. Seeing Su Yusen staring straight at herself so blankly without saying a word, Yifeng had to take the lead and open his mouth to greet her. Hello Miss Su. I'm sorry, I don't know your identity yet, and I apologize for my presumptuous behavior just now. Listening to Yifeng's gentle tone, Su Yusen's face only gradually slowed down, then opened her mouth to Yifeng and faintly said follow me, then turned her head towards the elevator room. Just entering the elevator, Yifeng saw that the atmosphere was a bit off and said with a smile, the last time you met with Miss Su was on the elevator, and now it seems to be a kind of inexplicable fate. Su Yusen's petite body shook after hearing this, but still didn't answer Yifeng's words. See Su Yusen unwilling to take care of their own. Yifeng also do not know which one of the red line he touched. Su Yusen had to be interested in shutting his mouth. Why are all these young ladies so erratic in their personalities? Ding dong. As the elevator door just opened, Su Yusen took the lead and walked out in a bored manner. But when she just took the first step out of the elevator door, suddenly her foot slipped, and her whole body fell backward uncontrollably. Look out! The quick-eyed Yifeng held Su Yusen, who was about to fall to the ground, from behind, and then pushed her back to right Su Yusen's body. Miss Su, be more careful. It's not good if you fall here. Oh. Su Yusen sobbed a little but still continued to walk towards her own small room. This room is Su Wanli specially taken to Su Yusen as her own lounge use. Usually tired can come here to take a nap. Come in. Su Yusen opened his room after signaling Yifeng to go in, but looked at Su Yusen. That cold tone always feel that he should not go in, but carefully thought about Su Yusen is only a small child like Limu Orange. Can have any bad thoughts? Nodded his head and stepped in. Also, the moment Yifeng walked into the room, Su Yusen closed the door. Miss Su, I think it's better to leave this door open, just in case there's any nonsense to chew on. It's okay, no one knows. Why does that sound so awkward? Yifeng, you sit down first. I have a few questions I want to ask you. Su Yusen sat on a chair and gestured for Yifeng to sit opposite her, and her eyes towards Yifeng were mixed with a hint of hatred and helplessness. Why is it you, big brother? You ask. Missy, are you the tutor of Limu Orange? Yes. Sure enough. Su Yusen was hoping in her heart that Yifeng would deny it, but how could that be possible? It was only a figment of her own imagination. Why did you choose Limu Orange as her tutor? In order to make a living. I was casually trying to take my chances, and I didn't expect to just apply for the job. So, then what do you think of Limu Orange? Su Yusen somehow suddenly changed the topic, and when she asked this she realized that she had said the wrong thing. What am I doing? Why am I suddenly asking about his opinion of Mu Orange? I'm not here to make him leave Mu Orange, so that I can get back together with Mu Chang. Miss Mu Orange, it's good. It's just that sometimes bar personality temperament is a bit odd. Yifeng. Suddenly Su Yusen called out to Yifeng and stood up with her two small hands slapping on the table to look at him. You left Mu, Miss Su? Looking at Su Yusen's mouth stammered for a long time and could not pop up a few words. Yifeng looked at her curiously. What do you usually teach Mu Orange? Su Yusen ultimately failed to say that sentence. Somehow once she looked at Yifeng, hardly Mu Orange's weight was gradually replaced by Yifeng, and want to get back together with Limu Orange's idea is also silently fade. Everything is taught, depending on which one she prefers. Only Miss Li, although her mouth is unforgiving, her heart is still very kind. You're already this close? I was here first. Su Yusen clenched her small fists and gritted her teeth unwillingly. Her best friend was also hiding from her to spend time with the person she desired. This was tantamount to a drastic blow to her. So Mu Orange, the reason you don't get along with me is Yifeng. You didn't even want to tell me about it. I'm really angry. Su Yusin instantly remembered that he went to the hospital to visit Limu Orange met Yifeng is also by no means a coincidence. It is very likely that Yifeng accompanied the sick Limu Orange stayed for a while before he came out to meet his own. Himself and Limu Orange get along for so long than a sudden appearance of Yifeng. The blow was pretty hard on her. Yifeng. Mu Orange. She's pretty, isn't she? Well, Miss Li is very pretty. Sure enough nah. After all, anyone would like Mu Orange right? She's so pretty much better looking than me. Su Yusin eyes highlights heard Yifeng finish this sentence instantly turned black. That Vice lovely good girl appearance all of a sudden became horrible. Instead of saying this Vice like a bad doll general she is the real her. But I still prefer you. Miss Su. Yifeng said with a smile, completely not noticing Su Yusin's subtle changes. Whoa. Sorry, I was talking about character. Really? Yifeng was interrupted by Su Yusin before he could modify the incorrectness of what he said in time. And it was not hard to see with her excited eyes that she was very excited right now. Yifeng, he actually said he likes me. He likes me. Even Mu Orange, who had been with him for so long, hadn't spoken like this. Apparently Su Yusin had already taken Yifeng's words as a confession to herself and covered her mouth shyly. Mu Orange, did you see that? All of this is your retribution. All caused by your own fault. If you had confessed to me earlier, I might have understood you, but now don't blame me for being unjust. Su Yusin somehow suddenly took a small step to come in front of Yifeng. Both hands grabbed one of Yifeng's hands in his own hand. Feeling the warmth of Yifeng's palm, Su Yusin was like a boiling kettle, exuding scalding hot air all over her body. Brother Yifeng, it's true that all fairy tales are true. You are the Prince Charming arranged by God for me. Mu Orange is not worthy of her. Only I can be with you. Su Yuxian has long been their own and Limu Orange broken friendship behind. Who would not have thought that a pair of good girlfriends will be this end? But this is just the tip of the iceberg. When Su Yuxian determined to choose Yifeng, she and Limu Orange has become an enemy. Chapter 35, The Imp. Yifeng somehow, just now also bored face with ice like Su Yusin and lively up. But Yifeng this has been used to. Now he is bent on completing Su Yusin's task. He had thought about it before. When the system releases a kidnapping mission, as long as it is completed it will unlock the chaos of the iconography. And then the kidnapped person will also appear in the iconography. And the progress in the iconography is most likely that as long as one stays by the side of the kidnapped person one will grow progress by oneself. It is possible that one needs to be accompanied for a certain number of days. How else could it be that the progress only grows when one spends time with these girls, and one never does anything more than accompany them? I just don't know what the effect will be when the progress reaches 100%. Does it mean I can run away? Together with Su Yusin, who met today, Yifeng will have to deal with 3 people on his own. And if the progress reaches 100 there is something else to do that can be finished. One is no time management guru. 3 people to take care of, then one's life amounts to about the same as pronouncing it over. Brother Yifeng, are you angry with me ACA? Is it okay if I apologize to you? Just as Yifeng was wondering, Su Yusin had long jumped down from her seat and looked at Yifeng's heroic posture for a long time. And finally couldn't help but wake up Yifeng. Ha? Apologize for what? Yifeng came back to his senses to see Su Yusin standing in front of him staring at himself with a curious face, due to the reason that the two of them were too close to each other, resulting in the fragrance of Su Yusin's body being smelled by Yifeng. Su, Miss Su, do you usually like strawberries? Hey, why are you suddenly asking about this? Brother Yifeng? Su Yusin was stunned at his words, but still answered obediently. I love strawberries. That sweet flavor is my favorite. Do you like strawberries? Brother Yifeng? I didn't mean that. I just smelled strawberries, so I guess that you like strawberries. Miss Su, strawberry flavor? But I didn't eat any today. Su Yusin muttered here and suddenly realized something. Because she liked strawberries, so even the shower gel she usually used was strawberry scented. The strawberry smell that Brother Yifeng said couldn't be that he just smelled me. It must be. Oh, so shy. Because in the morning I ate a few strawberries. Big. It's probably because of this nah. Su Yusin lifted her butt and sat on the desk. Due to her low height her 2 little legs were hanging in the air, swinging up back and forth. It could be seen that she was very happy with Yifeng. So, Yifeng's gaze was drawn over to Su Yusin on the desk. Brother Yifeng, do you have a favorite girl? I'm just asking because I'm curious. The sunlight outside the window made Yifeng look at Su Yusin will be extra harsh, so did not notice that at this time Su Yusin is looking at himself with an excited gaze. A favorite girl? How could there be? I don't have that in mind right now. Yifeng but said the real words. Because he now has no heart to love on this. They are half a step into the death of the people, still have what qualification to seek love it? This counter is not harmful to others. Really, I mean what a shame. What's the pity in that? Isn't it good to live alone? Instead, look at Miss Su, you should focus your mind on your studies. My academic performance. Su Yusin just wanted to prove to Yifeng that she had good grades, but then she turned her head and thought that this might also be a good way to get Yifeng. My grades were not good. Father, he also hired many teachers for me, but the final result was almost nothing. Oh, Yifeng was delighted in his heart. Initially, his purpose of bringing this topic out was to see if there was any opportunity to get close to Su Yusin, and finally kidnap her without anyone knowing. With Su Yusin saying that her grades were not good, Yifeng knew that his opportunity had come. Miss Su, brother Yifeng, you wait first. Su Yusin suddenly called out to Yifeng, who was about to open his mouth. This interruption made Yifeng's heart tighten. No way. Did she see my intentions? Brother Yifeng, don't you call me Su something, missy. It doesn't sound good. Su Yusin leapt down from her desk. Both hands crossed at her waist and pouted in dissatisfaction. Well, I thought. And what would you like me to call you? Well, after Yifeng finished his sentence, Su Yusin's little heart was like being tickled, and several epithets immediately surfaced in her mind. How about Xin? No, I can't. I'll look like a flirt if I call her that right off the bat. How about sister? But what if brother Yifeng really treats me as his sister? No. Countless epithets flashed through Su Yusin's mind. Su, baby, darling, wife. No. What was I thinking? Su Yusin desperately shook her little head, trying to get rid of all these distractions. These epithets will have to come later at least. It's too early for that. Just when Su Yusin was at a loss, she couldn't help but think of Limu Orange. Mu Orange, I'm really sorry. I can take brother Yifeng's first call. Yusin. What? Call me Uxin. Su Yusin narrowed her eyes and gave a crooked smile. Yusin? It's okay. Then maybe I can help you if you want to improve your grades. Uxin. He. Actually, I've always trusted you, brother Yifeng La. Teacher, you also have a student who is my good girlfriend, Limu Orange. Su Yusin's tone was flat when she said the three words Limu Orange, and she simply couldn't tell that they had a fight just before. Such a coincidence? Can't it be that you met in the hospital that day to visit Limu Orange? Yes, day. I didn't expect to still be able to meet you here with brother Yifeng. It's really a great fate, nah. Just like it was meant to be. Uxin. Actually, before this I always had a question. That is, will your father accept this one thing of me being your teacher? I think it's still necessary to talk to President Su about it. Brother Yifeng, just don't worry about it. Leave everything to Yusin me. Su Yusin patted her own small chest and swore. She only need to slightly trick her father will certainly agree. She actually always knew that her father would unconditionally tolerate everything she did, but she didn't want to use this coddling to fulfill all her selfish desires until she met Yifeng, and the imp's wings gradually revealed themselves. Chapter 36, The Leaky Coat. Right. Do you want some milk tea? Brother Yifeng. Su Yusin, who has changed her state of mind, has already put the matter of repairing her relationship with Limu Orange behind her, because she knows that even if she repairs her original relationship with her girlfriends, it won't help, and they are destined to be enemies. Mu Orange, this time just let go for once for the sake of our friendship for so long, okay? Brother Yifeng is destined to be with me, so don't come and mess around. Milk tea? Uxin, do you want some? I'll go down and buy it for you. Yifeng was about to get up but was pressed down by Su Yusin with her hands on his stomach. Brother Feng. Su Yusin trembled, and her tone, which was normal just now, became a whisper again. I don't mean that, nah. I want to say that our company is specially equipped with a drink store. If brother wants to drink it, I'll go to the store and say it on the line. It's not that I'm asking brother to help me do things, nah. Su Yusin's small hand stiffly pressed in front of Yifeng's abdomen. Originally she just wanted to stop Yifeng from getting up, but she didn't expect that by mistake she put her hand on Yifeng's abs. Even though there was the obstruction of the white shirt, but Su Yusin could clearly feel Yifeng's robust and powerful muscles and perfect curves. Ugh. Yifeng's abs are so. I love it. For all. Yusin, what's wrong with you? Is everything okay? Yifeng detected Su Yusin's delicate body trembling and thought that something had happened. He didn't know what he should do for a moment, so he could only speak out in concern. I'm fine. Brother Yifeng, please stay here for a moment. I'll order 2 cups of milk tea now. Brother Yifeng, wait for me, yo. I'll be right back. Don't worry. Aha! After Su Yusin left, Yifeng could not help but laugh out. He would have thought that Su Yusin, this kind of miss, will be the same as Limu Orange, has its own unique character. Now it seems to be a cute little girl. Well, this time they do not have to worry about being dumped face. Sniffing the strawberry aroma still remaining on his body, Yifeng secretly thought in his heart that Su Yusin would buy milk tea that would also be strawberry flavored. At this time Su Wanli, who finished the meeting, was walking on the way to Su Yusin's lounge. He was still a little worried about his daughter spending so much time with Yifeng. However, he is not worried about Yifeng will produce bad ideas. He is worried about his own daughter will not therefore produce sentiment. This kid's, whether it is words and deeds or looks, are very distinctive. No wonder that the old Li guy is so optimistic about this kid. in exchange for me is also the same. Just as Su Wanli was about to walk to the door of the restroom, he suddenly realized that his own daughter on the corner corridor was holding 2 cups of milk tea in her hand and walking towards him with an excited look on her face. Who? Su Wanli looked at his daughter, who was walking towards him with relief. My daughter has grown up and knows how to care for her father. She's really her father's best friend. Father. Father. Su Yusin looked at the 2 cups of milk tea in her hand with one eye along the way. LOL. I was thinking of getting 2 strawberry milk teas, but the store was out of them, so I had to replace them with vanilla milk teas, said Su Yusin. Looked at his right hand, has inserted a straw of a cup of milk tea. If you look carefully you will find that at the top of the straw there is a faint trace of pink residue on it. Looking at the pink trace, Su Yusin's pretty face was pink and she uncomfortably pursed her lips, not knowing what she was thinking in her heart. But just as she was about to walk to the restroom, when she raised her head she discovered Su Wanli, who was staring at herself and laughing. Ah, father. Why is father here? Why is he smiling at me? Can it be that he saw me sneaking around the stairwell? UXIN. You've grown up. Father, I'm so relieved. As a tough guy image of Su Wanli also cannot help but be moved by his daughter's behavior. Just as he was ready to take Su Yusin hands of milk tea but did not expect to grab an empty, fixed eyes to find Su Yusin will hold the milk tea hand back. Yusin? Only to see Su Yusin muttering, her mouth looking very dissatisfied with Su Wanli's behavior of grabbing her milk tea. She huffed. Father. Father. If you want to drink milk tea at your age, please go buy it yourself. This milk tea is reserved for brother Yifeng. Yifeng? Su Wanli, stunned to look at his own daughter, heart like a knife. The original self is the one who is self-involved. And from Su Yusin, that shy look at their own conjecture seems to have become a reality. They are proud of the little jacket leakage of the wind. No. Father, get out of the way for a moment. I can't reach the door. Su Yusin bypassed Su Wanli, who was standing in place like a wooden man, holding the milk tea, and unscrewed the door of the room and walked in. Listening to the sound of the room door opening, Yifeng, who was sitting on the chair, then saw Su Yusin, who walked into the room. Brother Yifeng, I bought the milk tea back. Su Yusin looked down at the milk tea in her right hand before taking the lead and handing it out. Shivering. Yifeng, brother, please, while it's hot, drink it. If it gets cold, it's no good. Drink it. Ah, thank you, Yushin. Yifeng took the milk tea in Su Yusin's hand. Although he didn't know Su Yusin would talk like this, but Yifeng still thanked Su Yusin for her kindness and held the milk tea in his hand. Right, UXIN? Did I hear President Su's voice just outside the door? No, father, he's still on his way here. Brother Yifeng, don't think so much. Su Yusin swallowed her saliva and looked straight at the milk tea in Yifeng's hand, and urged Yifeng to drink it after seeing that he still didn't drink it. Brother Yifeng, aren't you going to take a sip to taste the flavor? Looking at the face of the expectant Su Yusin, Yifeng also had to do as he was told, opened his mouth and held the straw and drank it. Boing! Su Yusin's entire body made a strange sound after seeing Yifeng drink the milk tea, and then forcibly pressed down her inner excitement not to be discovered to inquire in a low voice. Well, is it good? Also, not bad. Sure enough, I wasn't wrong, nah. Yusin, you even drink milk tea that is strawberry flavored, nah. But this cup of strawberry flavored milk tea is a bit light in flavor. It can't be that you've cut corners. Oh, maybe it's because the strawberries are too small. Don't worry about those details. Ni ini. Chapter 37, Signing of the Contract. Looking at Yifeng drinking the milk tea he prepared without any doubt, Su Yusin also happily drank her own milk tea. Ka! Just then the sound of the door opening came from outside the door, and following the sound I actually found Su Wanli walking in. Finally, we can get down to business. Yifeng, who had waited for a long time, was much more comfortable in his heart. He was also very uncomfortable after staying here for so long. He was not willing to take his precious time to do meaningless things. Mr. Su, you're finally here. Yifeng stood up and looked at the lost and fought Su Wanli. Somehow he always felt that Su Wanli was completely different compared to when he saw him before. One was a domineering president with a majestic presence and an imposing appearance. But now how did he look like a wilted cucumber? It looks like what kind of shock can make such a successful man look like this? Horrible. It's horrible. Yifeng didn't even know that the culprit who caused Su Wanli's appearance was himself. Su Wanli gave Yifeng an expressionless look, and his eyes went down to look at the milk tea in his hand again. How's it going, kid? How's the milk tea? Not bad. Mr. Su, is it time for us to get down to business? Yifeng felt a cold whoosh at his back and also hurriedly steered the topic to the right track. Business? What business do you want to talk about? It's like this, Mr. Su, after my understanding of what about Yusin, I think that in order to make her even better, I can give her some help in her studies. What? Su Wanli was Yifeng. This sentence said some angry. To know their own daughter's performance that is quite excellent, whether in the theoretical knowledge or music and dance and other courses, are deeply loved by the teachers. But Yifeng suddenly a sentence of their own daughter needs to be promoted, which makes Su Wanli is very dissatisfied. Just as he was about to speak out and stop, Su Yusin, who was standing behind her, poked Su Wanli's back and said in an extremely whispered tone, "Father, please, I want brother Yifeng to be my teacher, but Yusin your class. I believe that just with Yifeng's brother's knowledge mastery must be very powerful. Besides father, you haven't tested Yifeng to let him go is simply unreasonable." Su Yusin countered Su Wanli's point of view, a move that was tantamount to another hole in the cotton jacket Su Wanli was wearing. Ugh! Forced by the threat of his own daughter, Su Wanli could only sigh and sink his teeth into talking to Yifeng. "Yifeng, what is the form of the contract you signed with Old Li, serving as Miss Li Mu Orange's personal bodyguard, while teaching her lessons, the content of which can be mainly biased towards self-protection as well as survival and such knowledge? What about class time? Every weekend for 2 days they go to Miss Li Mu Orange's villa for classes. Does that mean you have free time on weekdays?" "Yes, the contract states that non-class periods are on my own time on my own schedule." "That's great. This way brother Yifeng will have time to spend with me." Su Yusin, who was standing at the back, stomped her little feet excitedly and kept slapping Su Wanli's chair in Yifeng's unseen line of sight, as if telling him that she was settling for Yifeng. Otherwise, he would not stop. Ugh! Su Wanli let out a long breath, and for a moment it seemed as if he had aged several years. The girl is not big enough to stay. Seeing that Su Wanli didn't make a statement for a long time, Su Yusin still couldn't help but open her mouth. "Father, I don't think what brother Yifeng said is wrong. I believe that under brother Yifeng's teaching I will be even better than before. Look at Mu Orange, hasn't she changed a lot? Alas, but I have to discuss this with your Uncle Li first, knowing that Yifeng is the tutor he hired." "Okay. Thanks father." Seeing that her father had agreed to her request, Su Yusin also playfully looked at Yifeng and spat her tongue out at him. Sawani pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and called into Li Jing's phone. "Hello, Old Li, I need to discuss something with you." Su Wanli smiled slightly awkwardly. He had previously promised Li Jing that he wouldn't dig his corner, but now it was good. His own daughter was the first to wield the shovel. What did he tell himself to do? "Old Su, if you want to discuss it, then just discuss it. Why are you so maudlin? Do the two of us still need to be so formal?" Had. It's not really a big deal. It's just that I want to borrow this lad Yifeng." "Yifeng? What are you borrowing him for?" "I want Yifeng to be a tutor for UXIN. But don't worry, it definitely won't interfere with Mu Orange's niece's regular classes." "Let Yifeng be a tutor for UXIN? Didn't you never hire a male tutor, Old Su?" "Yifeng is different. He I met today. This young man is quite reassuring." "Hey, after all this talk you've combined to troll me." Li Jing laughed and joked. "This is not inevitable. UXIN you also know is my daughter-in-law and I's heartmeat. You see this matter you can make the decision?" "Alright, but I'll put it in front. If something happens back there can have nothing to do with me. Don't come back and say that my Old Li is not righteous." "That's good. I'll buy you dinner next time." Okay, hang on." Su Wanli hung up the phone and then looked at Su Yusin's nearly glowing eyes and said, "Alright, your Uncle Li said there's no problem." "Thank you father." Su Yusin excitedly jumped into Su Wanli's arms and pouted. "I knew father was the best for me." Ugh! Su Wanli already didn't know how many times he had sighed, and could only hold all his helplessness in his stomach. "Then Yifeng, what time do you see as the approximate free time for teaching UXIN?" "Thursday and Friday then." "That's good. Later I'll have someone print the contract and sign it for you. The salary is the same as Lao Li's side. Do you think it's acceptable?" "No problem." Yifeng readily accepted. He didn't care much about the salary at all. As long as he could get close to Su Yusin, it was enough. Soon a contract was signed and Yifeng officially became Su Yusin's tutor. "Mr. Su, I see that it's getting late. I'll take my leave. I'll be here on time and on schedule next week." "Okay, so it's..." Su Wanli was about to leave with Su Yusin, but he didn't realize that Su Yusin at this time trotted to Yifeng's side and said to Su Wanli, "Father, I'm going to send brother Yifeng off." Before Su Wanli could make a statement, Su Yusin quickly pushed Yifeng to leave the room. "Why do you think I idly mentioned this tutoring thing to Old Li? This is good. My own daughter is planted in it." Where could Su Wanli not see Su Yusin's real purpose for doing this? But he finally agreed to do it because of Yifeng. He didn't have the slightest bit of excitement the whole way down and looked like he was on a mission. This kid is just weird. Chapter 38, Don't Tell Mu Orange. "Then I'll leave first. UXIN you can send it here." Just out of the Su's group's entrance, Yifeng was ready to take a taxi home. But unexpectedly at this time Su Yusin stretched out her small hand and pulled the corner of his coat, looking up pitifully at Yifeng and said, Brother. What's wrong Yushin? Just, can brother not tell Mu Orange about this? This thing? You mean about giving you lessons?" Su Yusin nodded and immediately explained. Brother must also know that Mu Orange has a bit of stubbornness in her personality, so if she finds out about it she will definitely be unhappy. So, please also ask Brother Yifeng to never tell Mu Orange, okay? So, okay. Yifeng carefully thought about also agreed. More than one thing is better than one thing. With Li Mu Orange's character may really be as Su Yusen said will make a small mood. This point Yifeng is in the eyes of the. Then it's a deal. Goodbye Brother Yifeng. I'll be looking forward to our meeting next week. Su Yusen waved her small hand to bid farewell to Yifeng, a smile slowly appearing at the corner of her mouth. Next time, what kind of strawberry-flavored stuff are you going to prepare? Den. Miss. Out of tune. In the music room, a woman watched in amazement as the absent-minded Li Mu Orange played out-of-tune piano music. To know that since she became Li Mu Orange's piano teacher she had discovered her extremely high talent, no matter what tune was played by her with spirit and pleasant ears. But in today's teaching session, it was the first time she saw Li Mu Orange playing out of tune. Ms. Mu Orange, do you have something on your mind? The piano teacher did not chastise Li Mu Orange. On the contrary, she was concerned about Li Mu Orange. So long in the class she has long known that Li Mu Orange is a child who is hot inside and cold outside. This child eats softness but not hardness. Li Mu Orange withdrew her hand on the piano and placed it on her chest, lowering her head for a long time before speaking. I don't know. It just feels like my chest is stuffy and hard to bear. It looks like the cause of overwork. Let's stop here for today's lesson. Miss, do you want to go and rest? Li Mu Orange is still expressionless nodded. No matter in front of whom she is that a bland look. Except for one person. After returning to her room Li Mu Orange recalled the moment when she and Su Yusen had an argument. This moment her heart also hurt. She also did not want to get into this situation with her best friend. But, when Su Yusen knew about Yifeng's existence, her heart was particularly uncomfortable. As if her most precious thing had been snatched away by someone else. Li Mu Orange covered her chest with one hand and picked up the notebook placed on the table with one hand. Until then her uneasy heart gradually stabilized, as if Yifeng was accompanying her. Teacher, I want the weekend to come soon, so I can see you soon. Teacher. Holding the notebook in his arms Li Mu Orange actually revealed a happy smile. Phew, home at last. Yifeng, who just got out of the taxi, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Finally he could go home and have a good rest. And I don't know if that woman, Xia Yuyan, had a good meal. Just in case, Yifeng still bought some cupcakes and yogurt from the bakery downstairs to bring up to Xia Yuyan for a taste. Yifeng just entered the apartment door and found a missing person notice posted on the community bulletin board. However, there was no photo of the missing person posted on the notice, but only in the appearance and height and other descriptions are extremely accurate. Manhunt, sex female, height 170, with red hair and beautiful. If you see this, please call us. We'll thank you when we find the missing person. 500,000 coins are enclosed. Yifeng just took a brief glance and left the place with the cake in his hand. Through the description on the notice board, the person they are looking for must be Xia Yuyan, but dared to bid 500,000 coins, indicating that Xia Yuyan still plays an important role in her organization. If he is not careful again, I'm afraid that the trouble will come up by itself. Of course Yifeng would not be stupid enough to reveal the notice, nor would he stop at the notice board for too long. Since the notice had been posted here, it meant that those in the organization had already infiltrated this apartment, so he had to be careful at every step from now on. It's taking responsibility for the mission while also taking responsibility for your own life. It seems necessary to go back to Xia Yuyan to explain. Although now it seems that this woman is not as cranky and nervous as the first time I saw her, but the more she is that calm and collected when she suffers a blow may completely collapse. One has to keep an eye on her not to do something stupid. Thought of this Yifeng expressionless on the elevator toward their homes. At the same time outside the building of a tea pavilion, several dressed as middle-aged men are playing chess with the old men in the community. When Yifeng stood on the public display board when they seemed to use the afterglow to observe Yifeng's behavior until he stayed for a few seconds to leave the look of the way they took back their eyes. Ding dong. Outside the door Yifeng took out the key in his pants humming a little song unscrewed the door ready to walk in. But just as he had just unlocked it he did not twist the door handle. Ka. Only heard a lock ring. Yifeng perceived in the door came after the subtle footsteps moving sound, which let Yifeng momentarily into a deep thought. According to the cat's eye at the door is able to see their own. If Xia Yuyan in the door behind the door that according to reason she is not possible not to leave, they will not hurt her. But until now the door behind the door is still not quiet, which makes Yifeng cannot help but worry about the situation in the house. What's going on here? Something happened to Xia Yuyan, didn't it? No. If something had happened to her, it wouldn't have been posted. So what's going on? Yifeng will gradually touch his hand to the small dagger in his arms. In order to avoid accidents cautious Yifeng has long been in the body of the hidden have self-defense weapons. Ka. Standing outside the door Yifeng once again twisted the doorknob, slowly revealing a gap. until he realized that the living room was not illuminated by lights. Yifeng stopped opening the door in a flash. The whole corridor is quiet. Even the sound of a needle falling on the ground can be heard. But in this stalemate, Yifeng violently pushed open the door and pulled out the dagger in his hand and stepped into the room to make a defensive stance. But when Yifeng looked clearly at the situation behind the door, dumbfounded. Because behind the door where there is someone, in addition to a hanging clothes hanger there and then nothing else. What's going on? Obviously the footsteps have. Yifeng is thinking of this suddenly in his heart. He said that it is not good. He was fooled. Chapter 39. You smell like her strawberries. The moment Yifeng reacted, he knew that he was being soundly attacked. Due to his passive situation and not knowing what was happening in the house, Yifeng could only go and rely on where he felt out. But this was a bait that someone else had deliberately made, and he was hooked. Bang! Only a sound of the door closing, followed by a figure flashing over from behind Yifeng. In an instant a sharp eagle claw knife against Yifeng's neck, followed by a cold and piercing voice in his ears. Get out before I kill you. If you dare to step foot in this place I will kill you back to the organization even if I have to fight for my life. Xia Yuyan almost finished the sentence through clenched teeth, and from her hateful tone one could hear the killing intent that filled her. Organization? What's wrong with you, Xia Yuyan? I'm Yifeng. Yifeng heard from Xia Yuyan's words that she was mistaking herself for someone from their organization and immediately explained. Yifeng, how can that be? He doesn't want me anymore. Everything is just false. Xia Yuyan choked on the word Yifeng, and her eyes gradually became mesmerized as she muttered to herself. Xia Yuyan, take a good look at who I really am. Aren't I back? Those who don't know would think I've abandoned you. Back? Are you, Yifeng? Xia Yuyan's lax pupils gradually contracted, blinking to look at Yifeng, who had been hijacked by himself with a knife, apparently still somewhat unable to accept the reality that Yifeng had returned. Who else could I be if not Yifeng? You quickly put down the knife. Yifeng, are you really Yifeng? After Xia Yuyan confirmed that the person in front of her was Yifeng, the knife in her hand also fell to the ground, and those eyes of deep blue gemstones also flooded with a little bit of tears. It's really you. I thought you weren't coming back, leaving me alone in this place. Yifeng, who broke free, rushed to take a deep breath, knowing that the knife in Xia Yuyan's hand had been precisely placed against his neck. As long as Xia Yuyan exerted force, he would immediately bleed to death. Didn't I say I'd be back? Why do you look like I haven't been here in years? And it's only been an afternoon. Back. You're back. Yifeng was about to teach Xia Yuyan a lesson but realized that she didn't even listen to what she said and even jumped up and hugged herself as she spoke. Humph. Now that you know you're wrong, you want to beg for my forgiveness? It's too late. Just when Yifeng wanted to press Xia Yuyan's shoulder to push her away to criticize a moment, but felt his shoulder wet, looked down and saw Xia Yuyan, even cried out in front of his face. Woo! Yifeng, you! Where the hell have you been? Didn't you say you'd be back early? How long has it been since then? I thought you. Xia Yuyan heart and is happy and sad. Since she woke up in Yifeng bed after seeing Yifeng still did not come back, heart also became more and more anxious. In the middle of the journey, she wanted to go out several times to look for Yifeng but still controlled it. Not because she was afraid that the organization's people would find her. She was just afraid that she wouldn't be able to come back after she went out. As long as this place has traces of you, I'll always be here for you. For the day you come back for me. Accompanied by the passage of time minute by minute, Xia Yuyan's sanity is also gradually being eaten up. Her eyes, that initially hopeful eyes, finally lax into a deep blue pitch black. And finally the scene of the party. I'm sorry, it's been a really busy day and it's taken a long time to get through things. Yifeng also knew that he had gone back on his word and apologetically patted Xia Yuyan's back as a sign of comfort. Next time I'll never make that mistake, okay? Don't ever put a knife to my throat again. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help myself. It's okay, I know that's not your intention. I just want you to trust me, okay? I'll never go back on my word when I say I'll give you the help you need to live in peace. I believe you. Xia Yuyan nodded slightly and put her head on Yifeng's chest, quietly enjoying the short and beautiful time. In fact, she just wanted to drag her feet for a little while longer so that she could stay on Yifeng for a little while longer. But just as Xia Yuyan was enjoying this good time, a strange strawberry smell that did not belong to Yifeng's flavor stuck to Yifeng's clothes. Yifeng, what exactly did he do? Why does he smell like another woman? Didn't you say you were taking care of business? How come you got strawberries on it? When Xia Yuyan thought of the scene of a strange woman drilling into Yifeng's arms, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. And at the same time, she also felt angry at the fact that Yifeng had said that he would accompany her. Nah, Yifeng, why does your body smell like strawberries? Did you fall into a moldy strawberry trash can? Or, is there a wildcat trying to steal fish? Originally looked at gradually calmed down Xia Yuyan, Yifeng are relieved. Now how suddenly become strange again. So have no choice to open the mouth to explain up. You said the strawberry flavor should be Miss Sue. She prefers strawberries to me, to buy a cup of strawberry milk tea only. Is that all there is to it? Or what? What else do you want? That's good. Only after getting Yifeng's answer did Xia Yuyan feel relieved. But the strawberry odor on Yifeng's clothes was too uncomfortable for her, so she started to take off Yifeng's coat. Yifeng had thought that Xia Yuyan leaned on herself to relieve her of that uneasiness and fear of being alone at home, but how did she relieve herself of her clothes to begin with? Seeing this, Yifeng hurriedly stopped this behavior of Xia Yuyan and inquired, "What are you doing? Why are you starting to undress me? It's not that you don't smell right. Smell that rotten strawberry smell on you yourself." "Rotten strawberries? Ah, you mean this? Maybe my new student accidentally got a little taste of it when he hugged me. That kid loves strawberries. So take your clothes off then. It won't wash well with such a heavy smell." Okay, I'll do it myself." Yifeng had just removed his own clothes when Xia Yuyan stuck up again, while also intentionally rubbing her face on her chest with her face, making a purring sound. "Xia Yuyan, just a little while, it's just a way to make it up to her." Yifeng did not think that he was still so tired even after returning home, which made him want to go back to the initial period of time when there was only Limu Orange in him, and that period of time was considered to be the most relaxed and leisurely time. Chapter 40, Cake-Flavored Finger Food. After a short while, Xia Yuyan left Yifeng's arms. Well, it was only after Xia Yuyan's mood had completely stabilized that Yifeng was able to rest. Tiredly, he sat down on the sofa and handed Xia Yuyan the cake he was carrying. "No, I don't need to guess that you must not have eaten. Fill your stomach." Xia Yuyan did not say anything when she saw that Yifeng was right. She threw the coat that Yifeng took off to the washing machine and then sat beside Yifeng, took the cake in his hand and ate it with satisfaction. "And you're still laughing? You almost sent me away with a knife just now." Yifeng glared at Xia Yuyan without any good reason. This guy does not reflect on the good, and now he is still eating the cake he bought to leisurely laugh out. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Xia Yuyan took a bite of a cupcake. Since Yifeng left in the morning, she hadn't eaten a single bite of food. Her heart was completely thinking about the departed Yifeng, but he came back as the best result. "I have something important to tell you." Just as Xia Yuyan was engrossed in looking at Yifeng's side face, Yifeng looked at her with a serious expression. Xia Yuyan swallowed the cake in her mouth, picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip of water. "You're going to say something about those in the organization, right? How do you know? Don't tell me you've been sneaking out?" Yifeng instantly tensed up. Now can be said to be the most dangerous time, if the slightest attention will be found by those killers. You should know that for the two skills of stealth and detection is handy. Geez, don't get so excited. Xia Yuyan pulled down Yifeng, who was getting up, while picking up a cupcake and placing it by Yifeng's lips. "Here, have a cupcake." No. Well, Yifeng was about to refuse but did not expect that Xia Yuyan did not give him a chance to refuse at all, and violently stuffed her index finger into Yifeng's mouth, during which she did not forget to turn around in Yifeng's mouth. "Xia Yuyan, Yifeng covered his mouth when he watched Xia Yuyan do this, realizing that he had just inadvertently licked her finger. "Look at you. Just eat it earlier and be done with it. Causing my hands to get dirty. I'll go wash my hands." Xia Yuyan did not give Yifeng the opportunity to continue. Her eyes stayed on her slippery index finger, while Yifeng did not react to stand up and quickly walked into the bathroom, leaving his mouth still wrapped in the cake. Froze Yifeng alone. Wow. It wasn't until the sound of running water from the faucet came out of the bathroom that the frozen Yifeng was pulled back. This woman, is she always this bold? She just put her hand. Alas, after about half a minute, Xia Yuyan walked out with an expression as if nothing had happened. "Yifeng, you don't worry. Well, I haven't been out of the door since today. The reason I found them is because I saw people with abnormal behavior through the curtain gap." "Is that so? That's good. Do you know that there are posters all around the neighborhood looking for you? But anyone who finds you will give $500,000. "Hey, $500,000? So little?" Xia Yuyan shook her cleaned hands, but there was not a single drop of water visible on them. "I thought I could be worth $3 or $5 million. And you're smug about it." Yifeng skimmed his mouth breathlessly. "Anyway, you shouldn't make any noise lately. Just get through these days safely and you'll be safe. Yifeng, why don't you give me up? At least there's a $500,000 bounty." Xia Yuyan sat down beside Yifeng and happily ate the cupcake in the bag again, calculating in her heart whether she should do what she just did again. She had just cleaned her fingers carefully in the bathroom. Yifeng of course knows that she is joking. From her leisurely appearance can be seen completely on their own will give her out this matter did not take it seriously. "That's not a funny joke. You look like you trust me. Are you really not afraid that I'm trying to gain your trust?" Said Yifeng will be a bad smile. "Make a wicked look." "Oh." Xia Yuyan just faintly returned a no word, then picked up another piece of cupcake and placed it at Yifeng's mouth. "Good point," rewarded with a cake. Yifeng sensed that Xia Yuyan was setting herself up for a sneak attack in order to get herself to open her mouth and take advantage of the opportunity. Yifeng immediately reached out and snatched the cupcake that Xie Yuyan had placed at her mouth. I said, where's that vigilance you have as an assassin? Didn't you think I was a spy at first? Seeing that her plan did not succeed, Xie Yuyan ate by herself again, looking at the side of Yifeng's face and smiled. Whatever, you're a member of the organization or not, as long as I can be by your side I'll be satisfied. Ding! Just at this time Yifeng's mind rang a familiar system tone. No need to guess, also know that this is the probability that the progress reward has arrived. I believe you. That's my answer. Xie Yuyan once again picked up a piece of cake and placed it at Yifeng's mouth, tilting her head to reveal a flirtatious look. Reward you with another piece. I've been inseparable from you since the moment you pulled me out of that bottomless abyss of no hope. Looking at Xie Yuyan's appearance that was as vivid as a blooming delicate flower, Yifeng was all shaken. So beautiful. Come on, my hands are getting sore. Can't you do me a favor? Xie Yuyan's words woke up Yifeng, who was still dazed, so he hurriedly opened and ate the cupcake. Hey, that's right. Hey, Yifeng, why is your face red? I have a little stomachache and I need to go to the bathroom. Looking at Yifeng, who was looking for an excuse to scurry away, Xie Yuyan looked at the finished cupcake in the bag and pursed her lips. The cake tastes so sweet, nah. I wish I could keep eating it like this. Who? Washed a handful of cold water. Face Yifeng looked at himself in the mirror. Just now Xie Yuyan, the charming look, even if it is a strong determination of him, also broke the power. In order to calm himself down, Yifeng immediately called out the system to check up on the mission's prompts. But right after he took a good look, he was surprised to find that not only Xie Yuyan's progress had increased, but even Li Muqiang's progress had also increased a bit. Limu Orange progress, 60%. Xie Yuyan progress, 60%. The progress of the two had unexpectedly leveled off. It wasn't clear why it was growing so fast. Xie Yuyan herself was understandable. After all, the two of them spending time together would naturally grow in progress. But Limu Orange himself wasn't accompanying her. Forget it, let's just claim the quest reward first. Yifeng put the matter of progress behind him and immediately clicked on the mission interface. Chapter 41 Props with Side Effects. Progress awards have been issued. Gay lifetime 30 days. Antidote. Skill strong body. Charisma privilege unlocked. Limit capsule. Antidote. Drinking the potion will remove all negative statuses, but there will be extremely unstable side effects. Stronger body, stronger stamina and perseverance. Less fatigue. Limit capsule. After taking the capsule, it can break all the human body functions and maximize the ability. However, the price at the end of using it is extremely dangerous and will cause great harm to the human body, so use it with caution. This time's mission reward. Yifeng had spent a full 10 minutes to roughly understand the details of some props. Both of these bonus props end up indicating that there will be side effects, but this limit potion looks like it will be dangerous and should be used as a last resort. Throw in the known skills and times, and it looks like it unlocks access to the charisma skill. Thinking of this, Yifeng hastily clicked on his personal information and saw that there was an extra row of small words under the charm word. Because of your special charm, it will make in the relationship with the opposite sex subconsciously change the attitude of the opposite sex to you. The attitude of execution on what you do to the opposite sex. Yifeng read it over and over again several times, still didn't understand the meaning of the phrase. So let's just take it as more effective socializing. Just then a light knock suddenly sounded outside the door, followed by Xie Yuyan's voice. Yifeng, are you okay? It's okay, I just washed my face. That's good. I thought you weren't feeling well. Outside the door, Xie Yuyan patted her chest and let out a relieved sigh. The party she sat on the sofa to see Yifeng did not come out for a long time, thought he was angry with himself. When Xie Yuyan just sat back on the sofa, Yifeng came out from the bathroom. Xie Yuyan stared at Yifeng's face, trying to want to judge from his expression whether Yifeng had experienced what he just did nasty or not. But it failed because Yifeng did not show any expression. Just walked over and sat on the sofa. Xie Yuyan, can you tell me the specifics of your organization? How come there are so many eyes and ears even in our district? People should count for a lot. I actually haven't cared much about those aspects. The way I dispatch missions is different from ordinary assassins. They go for missions sent down by the organization, and upon completion, they receive rewards based on mission reports. What about you? I am in charge of completing the highest level missions sent down from the headquarters. These missions tend to be much more difficult than normal assassinations and other series of missions. Whenever we complete a mission, we don't get paid accordingly either. We are like their dead soldiers, at their mercy, and ultimately end up being disposed of after being useless. Is that one of the reasons you escaped the organization? Maybe, but the most important reason is still because I don't want to be controlled anymore. I've committed too many sins. Mentioning the past, Xie Yuyan said with emotion. Thank you, Yifeng. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have been caught by now. I owe you my life. Harm. Don't get all life or not life. Your own life is your own, and no one can shake it in this case. So don't keep thinking about exchanging your life for anything. I didn't think to ask you to have to do anything for me in return for saving you. You really are a very gentle person nah. Looking at Yifeng's mesmerizing side face, Xia Yuyan somehow felt that Yifeng had become much more attractive since he came out of the bathroom, to the extent that she would have some unspeakable thoughts after looking at Yifeng's side face for a long time. Alright, remember what I told you today? Remember not to expose yourself, and when the time is right you won't have to hide any longer. Okay, I promise. Xia Yuyan of course agreed to Yifeng without any hesitation. She knew that Yifeng was looking out for himself. But Yifeng, I also want to make a condition. Conditions? What conditions? You say. It's that when you come back can you not come back so late like today? I thought something had happened to you. Well, I promise you, I actually didn't expect to be back so late today. That's why. Say yes yo. If you come home late next time Yifeng, I will definitely kill you d. Xia Yuyan narrowed her eyes and made a scissor hand movement, using the most melodious tone to say the most horrible words, but Yifeng just took Xia Yuyan's words as a joke. In his opinion, the relationship between himself and Xia Yuyan now is not to say that it is too bad. At least she won't treat herself as an enemy to look at anymore. And what she said in her mouth about killing herself must also be talking for fun. Well, it's getting late, so get a couple days of rest tomorrow and I'll have to go to work on the weekend. Well then, good night Yifeng, good night. Yifeng got up and headed to his room to quasi-rest after saying that. Time flies, once again to the weekend. Rested a few days of Yifeng essence to the villa. He just walked into the villa outside the big iron door. We'll see standing outside the door Limu Orange is wearing a set of black long skirt eyeballing his own. Good morning, teacher. Good morning. Yifeng realized that it was only a few days since he had seen her. The tone of Limu Orange's speech to herself had gradually taken on a life of its own, which would have definitely been thrown off by her if it had been placed in her own time when she had just begun teaching. Has the teacher had breakfast yet? Had some bread to pad my stomach to make ends meet. What? This can't be done. This is too unbalanced in the teacher's nutritional intake, and her body will develop a condition if she continues like this, Limu Orange retorted, while leading Yifeng towards the house. It just so happens that I haven't used breakfast either. Would you like to dine with me, teacher? Limu Orange, who had her back to Yifeng, was slightly nervous after saying this sentence, knowing that the purpose of her waiting for Yifeng so early was to have breakfast with him once, for which she hadn't eaten anything until now. It's not very good, is it? Doesn't that bother the chef too much? It doesn't matter teacher. In fact, the chef will make an extra serving in the morning, so don't worry about that. Okay then. Yifeng actually wanted to refuse, but he saw that Afu, who was following Limu Orange, had started to wink at him from the moment he came in, and this action also made Yifeng realize that he was forced to agree to Limu Orange's proposal. Really? Limu Orange's heart was delighted, and a smile spread out at the corner of her mouth. Sensei, please follow me. The dining area is just ahead. Chapter 42, You Really Ate It. When following Limu Orange to a corridor, Yifeng curiously asked, Missy, I remember that this is not the place where you eat. Where are we going? Seeing Yifeng's question, Limu Orange did not stop and just answered Yifeng's question. I usually eat in my own living room, but since the teacher is here, he should be treated according to the treatment of an honored guest, so naturally he has to go to a private room to dine. A private room? There's no need to go through so much trouble, right? I have no problem being casual. That won't do. My teacher is the person I respect the most. I'll look like I have no tutelage if I entertain him so casually. Limu Orange finished stopping and opened the door in front of her. Alright teacher, we're here. Standing in the doorway towards the room inside look. Yifeng will see that the layout of the room is very exquisite. Leaving aside the lighting dim dress-up luxury decorations do not talk about. Just look at a round table made of mahogany standing in which, and then turn around Limu Orange has already been seated. Teacher hurry up and sit down to eat. We have class later nah. Yifeng was a little uncomfortable looking at Limu Orange's unblinking stare at himself, as if her deep eyes could see through him. Heck, it shouldn't be a problem to have dinner together. Yifeng hesitated for a moment and walked in. Just the moment he stepped into the private room, the door behind him was closed. At this moment only he and Limu Orange were left in the whole private room. Gulp! Yifeng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked back to see that his chair was being close to Limu Orange, but there was no need for such a large table to be so close. Seeing this, Yifeng walked up and was putting his hand on the base of the chair in preparation to move it farther away, but was interrupted by Limu Orange's realization. Sensei, what are you trying to do here? Well, I was thinking of sitting farther away. Sit farther away? Limu Orange's expression went from anticipation to loss visible to the naked eye, and she lowered her head in a pitiful manner. Sure enough, teacher hates me that much? What? Nasty? I didn't say that either. Then why are you so far away from me? Teacher? Can't I just have dinner with you, teacher? Limu Orange always kept her head lowered and her black hair covered her face, which made Yifeng unable to see her expression. That's not what I meant. Missy, you misinterpreted me. Yifeng sat Farpoint had no choice but to sit down with a hard head after no way, and opened his mouth to comfort. I just think it's too close for me to dine, and I definitely don't mean to stay away from you. Really? Really? Limu Orange raised her head to stare into Yifeng's eyes, and only wiped her reddened eyes when she saw Yifeng nod at her again. Then, well then, I'll trust the teacher. So, Missy, you mean I can sit farther away? Not at all. I mean, since that's not what the teacher meant, then that's how you eat. Perhaps because she felt that she was still far away from Yifeng, Limu Orange gamely raised her chair towards Yifeng's place. She didn't stop until she was almost shoulder to shoulder with Yifeng. Missy, you, what are you? Eat. This is a punishment for the teacher. Whoever told the teacher to want to move the chair so badly is now just not allowed to move. Limu Orange red face said so, while the side of the speechless Yifeng is worried about whether there are people around to see, which if to Li Jing with a small report of their own is not finished well. Jingle bells. Just then, Limu Orange pressed the bell in front of the table, and immediately after, the door to the room opened and Afu pushed the food cart in. Yifeng looked at Afu's look of admiration towards himself. In his heart he said that he was finished. He should know that Afu was Limu Orange's housekeeper. Every day what happened he would report it to Li Jing. A plate of sumptuous and luxurious food was placed on the table, but Yifeng didn't even look at it. At this moment, his heart had already begun to calculate what suitable excuse to find to leave the private room. The food is served. Enjoy your meal, miss. Afu looked at Yifeng's dark face holding back his laughter and left the private room, the gloating eyes as if saying, knock yourself out, kid. Sensei, I didn't know what flavors you like, so I prepared a copy of all of them. Yifeng looked at the table full of dishes, suddenly stunned. Where is this breakfast? This is simply a banquet, okay? Missy, are you sure we can finish all these dishes? Teacher, just choose what you like to eat. The rest of the meal will be disposed of for the animals in the manor. Oh, so, with one hand propped up on her chin, Limu Orange picked up a piece of peeled king crab meat and put it into Yifeng's bowl. Teacher, taste how this dish tastes? Thanks. Yifeng was flattered and held the bowl. He did not expect that the arrogant Limu Orange would actually give himself food, which was really a bit scary. Teacher, you eat this again. Looking at Yifeng's appearance, Limu Orange seemed to have awakened some strange state of mind, as if she squinted her eyes with a look of enjoyment and continued to clip dishes for Yifeng's bowl. It didn't take long for Yifeng's bowl to pile up a small mountain, and Limu Orange didn't give up until he couldn't put anything down anymore. Teacher, after all the food I've been chucking for you, don't you think about returning the favor? Yifeng held the chopsticks and looked at Limu Orange's triumphant look, not knowing what to say, and finally could only compromise. Maybe that's the bad taste of the rich. I wonder what you'd like to eat, Missy? Want to eat anything, as long as it's a dish you pinch. Teacher, oh, anything really? The corners of Yifeng's mouth rose as a wicked idea came to his mind. Limu Orange looked at Yifeng's evil expression and blinked numbly. Obviously, being in a greenhouse, she was well protected. Then, please also eat this, Missy, said Yifeng from a dish out of the food he picked, fixed his eyes to find that it was a chopstick of mustard. Limu Orange looked at Yifeng holding up the mustard in the air with a black face, which also made Yifeng couldn't hold back his laughter. It was unexpected that such a noble and elegant Limu Orange would also show this expression. What's wrong, Missy? This is a delicacy I prepared especially for you. Yifeng obviously overplayed his hand, deliberately using words to provoke Limu Orange, apparently forgetting that Limu Orange is a soft eater but not a hard eater, only to see Limu Orange pursed her small mouth, stretched out her head and bit Yifeng's chopsticks in one bite. Ham. Woo. The moment she ate the mustard, Limu Orange's tears flowed out uncontrollably. This kind of irritating seasoning she held back and didn't spit it out is already considered good, and Yifeng's side was completely dumbfounded. Not Missy, you're really eating. Chapter 43, Seasoning on the Chopsticks. Missy, don't eat it. I'm just kidding. I didn't tell you to really eat it, Yifeng said as he picked up the water cup filled with water on the table and handed it to Limu Orange's side. Quickly drink water. No. Limu Orange covered her mouth with one hand to try not to spit out the mustard in her mouth. Her eyes were already so irritated that she could hardly open them. My little ancestor, yeah, please just spit it out quickly, okay? If this was known by Li Jing, he would definitely put himself on the charge of teasing her daughter. Yifeng realized that it was a big deal and hurriedly urged Limu Orange to spit out the mustard in her mouth. Well, Limu Orange forced herself to endure the discomfort, eventually eating the mustard cleanly, not forgetting to smile towards the end. Sensei, I've eaten everything. I'm done, said Limu Orange, opened her small mouth. And sure enough, the mustard inside had long been swallowed. I know. Hurry up and drink the water. Where did Yifeng care to see if there was mustard in Limu Orange's mouth? He hurriedly handed the cup in his hand to Limu Orange. Limu Orange also took the cup and gulped down the water, finally sniffling before slowing down. Why are you so stubborn? You're really eating mustard when you see it. I'm really not afraid of eating myself out. Listening to Yi Feng's reprimand, Limu Orange looked at Yi Feng as if he was a nobody, and said in a flat tone, "As long as it's what the teacher says, I'll listen." "What? Missy, you can't say that. What do you mean that you will listen to everything I say? People have to have their own judgmental thinking. I am your teacher is also only to propose planning for your learning. The real executor is you yourself is right." "Then, teacher, will you harm me?" Limu Orange looked straight at Yi Feng with her dark eyes. How could a teacher harm you? Then isn't that right? Since the teacher won't harm me, I naturally have to listen to him. Oops. Yi Feng's hands trembled as he pointed at Limu Orange, not knowing what to say, and in the end he could only stop there. "It's just a matter of you being happy, Missy." Seeing that Yi Feng couldn't argue with himself, Limu Orange smiled and pursed her lips, and finally shifted her attention to Yi Feng's wet chopstick head, knowing that just now during the process of eating mustard, she could carefully lick the traces of mustard left behind by the chopstick head, leaving only her own flavor. The only reason why she's so stubborn is to make Yi Feng focus on herself so that when he eats later he'll be filled with his own flavors. "Teacher, I really want to be close to you more and more. Don't try to be anyone else's teacher in your life. You'll always be my teacher." "Alright teacher, the food is getting cold, eat quickly." After saying that Limu Orange will eat the dishes on the table by himself, Yi Feng no longer say anything more, took up the chopsticks in his hand to eat together. Although Limu Orange appeared to be eating her favorite food, in reality as she took each bite of the dish she would silently focus on Yi Feng until Yi Feng did not notice the abnormality to put his chopsticks into his mouth. Limu Orange then revealed an excited smile. "Teacher, what's wrong? Is the food still to your liking?" You don't say. It tastes pretty good." Yi Feng, who had not eaten such a luxurious meal, felt delicious the first time he ate it, and at this time he could not care about the mustard incident, and looked at the delicious dishes and stuffed them into his mouth. And Limu Orange watched Yi Feng's action as her face flushed peach red and put a piece of beef into her mouth. "It's good that teacher thinks it tastes good. This is all as my thanks to teacher La. It seems that I attached the seasoning. Teacher liked it very much. When can I let the teacher eat the main ingredient that I made by hand? I'm really looking forward to it. I'm full. Thanks for the hospitality." Yi Feng eventually collapsed on the dining table, looking at the fact that there were still so many expensive delicacies that he hadn't eaten. He only felt full of regret. "Is the teacher full? There are still so many dishes left. I'm so full I can't eat a bite anymore." Yi Feng waved his hand and breathed deeply. The party's eating too fast had made him a little too braced. Now he just wanted to have a good rest. Limu Orange also didn't urge Yi Feng to start the class quickly. She just quietly accompanied Yi Feng, and even quietly moved her body a little bit closer to Yi Feng's chair. To her, classes and whatnot had long since not been the main thing. What she really cared about was staying with Yi Feng. Even if she didn't do anything, she was still happy. "Teacher, can you teach me other skills?" "Other skills? What do you want to learn?" "I want to learn counter-stalking, anti-stalking." "That's not a problem, but what are you learning that for, Missy?" "Concealment I think would help you a bit more." This one is because better protection." Limu Orange nodded affirmatively. "Teacher, think about it. If at some point in time I'm being followed but am unaware of it, that's very dangerous. If I mastered concealment alone, I'm in the light and the enemy is in the dark. There's no room to use it at all." "That's true." Yi Feng listened to Limu Orange some explanation, thoughtfully nodded his head. "Think back, really Limu Orange words quite reasonable. Alright then, we'll start by learning counter-surveillance from today." "Yes." Seeing that Yi Feng agreed to his request, Limu Orange immediately pressed the bell and couldn't wait to stand up. "Sensei, let's go to school now. Someone will clean up the rest of the meal." Whoa. Oh. Although he didn't know why Limu Orange was so impatient, Yi Feng still followed Limu Orange's steps. "Whatever. It's part of what I'm going to teach anyway. Maybe people just want to learn these skills in case they can use them later." If Yi Feng looks back from his own teaching progress, he realizes that from the time he started to talk about herbs to counter detection, there might be a subtle connection between them, and the reason why Limu Orange really changed her mind is in it. Phew, a hot bath is really cozy. On the other hand, just finished showering, Xie Yuyan drilled out of the bathroom. Thanks to Yi Feng specially prepared to be able to waterproof the wound sticker to let her have the opportunity to take a shower. Otherwise Xie Yuyan themselves do not dare to get too close to Yi Feng, or smell the smell of sweat on their own body can be bad. Transparent droplets of water flowed slowly down Xie Yuyan's fair skin, and she was using a bath towel to carefully wipe her smooth body. If Yi Feng was here now he would find that this bath towel was exactly his. Phew. Xie Yuyan clutched Yi Feng's bath towel in her hand and placed it in her nose, gently sniffing it as a sound of enjoyment came out of her mouth. Goo hee hee. Yi Feng's flavor. Hoo hoo. Chapter 44, Teacher's Drink. Missy, are you sure I can come in? Standing outside Limu Orange's door, Yifeng showed a surprised expression, knowing that he had just walked to Limu Orange's door and she had given herself an expulsion order. But just after the meal, Limu Orange took the initiative to ask Yifeng to come to her room for teaching. This move can make Yifeng puzzled. Even he was wondering if Limu Orange is looking for an excuse to sue himself for trespassing in order to clean up his own meal. I'm just tired, so I want to study in my room so I'm more comfortable, Limu Orange said as she sat on a chair in the room looking at the overwhelmed Yifeng. Oh, really? You've already invited me. You're still like an idiot. You really don't mind, Missy? This is your own room, yeah. I said I wouldn't mind. Is this a waste of teaching time? Teacher? My time is precious. Okay then. Yifeng saw that Limu Orange's attitude was so resolute in the end. He could only compromise, and immediately stepped into Limu Orange's room. Although it is the second time into her room, but the last time the state of affairs urgent simply cannot wait to watch. And now a house Yifeng will smell a light fragrance. Do not have to guess, also know that this is Limu Orange itself emitted the flavor. The room items were neatly arranged and the decoration was quite gorgeous. But just as Yifeng looked at Limu Orange's pillow with a mask padded under it, he froze. This mask, isn't it the fox mask you left at the scene when you kidnapped her? Why is it under her pillow? Yifeng hurriedly adjusted his mind, while withdrawing his sight, and sat on the small sofa beside Limu Orange. But all of these subtle expressions were firmly captured in Limu Orange's eyes. Teacher? What's wrong with you? Why did you come in here all spooked? No, it's fine. I was just looking at the layout of your room, Missy. It's quite nice. Okay. Without further ado, let's officially start the lecture. Yifeng changed the topic and started to talk about having knowledge about anti-detection. Missy, first of all, we need to know that the first and foremost thing to pay attention to in counter surveillance is that you discover the person who is following you in time. Otherwise, even if you learn various ways to cope with it, but in the end, you don't discover that person, still doesn't have any effect. And how about realizing in time that you're being followed? This needs to be told from all sides. Since most of Yifeng's lectures were theoretical knowledge, it didn't take him long to speak before his mouth got dry. And after finishing a point, Limu Orange interrupted Yifeng. Do you want some water, teacher? You must be tired after speaking for so long. See, although Missy is usually a bit bratty, but her heart is kind and gentle, worthy of being a student taught by me. Yifeng, such a student will definitely make me proud in the future. Thanks for your kindness, Missy. I'll just go outside and find someone. Wait, Limu Orange called out to stop Yifeng, who was about to stand up, took the lead to walk to the door with a step, looked back at Yifeng and said with some small expectations in her heart, I'll go, teacher. It just so happens that I've been sitting for a long time and want to walk. Then please, Missy, said Limu Orange, then hurriedly walked out quickly. Yifeng also took this time to get up and stretch. Suddenly he inadvertently found Limu Orange placed on the table notebook. Does Limu Orange usually have the habit of writing in a diary? No. Why is there a picture on it? Ah. Yifeng, close to a look, immediately found the content of Limu Orange notebook is what? This page is exactly before the story of a variety of herbs when one of the herbs can sleep. It seems that Limu Orange is very interested in this kind of knowledge. She even drew it out. I now announce that she is the most outstanding student in this class. She has a very positive attitude towards learning. Watching his knowledge teach his students, Yifeng's heart was born with a sense of accomplishment, oblivious to the fact that Limu Orange outside the door was walking in with 2 cups of water in her pursed, smiling mouth. Teacher, drink water. Ah, thanks a lot, Oni-chan. Yifeng was about to casually take a cup, but he didn't realize that Limu Orange handed over the water cup in her left hand, and he passively got it in his hand and drank it. Looking at Yifeng's refreshing drink, Limu Orange quietly watched all this and moistened her own lips with a small mouthful. Sensei, let's continue. Good. I can't believe you can take notes. Missy, notes? Ah, you're talking about my notebook. Teacher, Limu Orange heart secretly bad. Just when she walked to the door, she saw Yifeng is looking at their own desk. Their notebook page must also be Yifeng saw. Heart secretly, I was too excited this morning, forgot to pack up the notebook. However, looking at Yifeng's appearance, fortunately he didn't think otherwise. After all, in his eyes he was just a student. I was afraid I would forget this knowledge later, and a good memory is better than a bad one, so I simply wrote it down. Not bad, you're commendable for this habit. Missy, just as Yifeng had just finished saying this, his head always felt drowsy, as if it had been filled with water. Hiss, teacher? Seeing this, Limu Orange revealed a surprised expression, and the corner of her mouth raised a wry smile, but she quickly put it back. Won't the teacher continue the lecture? Speak. Definitely need to speak. Missy, you wait a moment. I guess I'm a bit dizzy from not sleeping well last night. I'll go wash a cold water face. Yifeng was just about to go out when Limu Orange grabbed the corner of his coat. Teacher, since you want to rest, then rest. The body is more important. No, the class has to keep up. we've only covered a little bit today, and we haven't finished what we need to cover. How about this then, teacher? How about you take a break on the lounge chair on the balcony? I'll call you when it's time? Take a break? Yifeng only felt that his body gradually started to get tired, and a sense of exertion permeated his entire body. Well then, Missy, can I use your recliner? Sure thing, you rest your case, teacher. I just have to tell Alfred about the banquet next week. Limu Orange said this, making an appearance of being unconcerned about Yifeng being sleepy, closed the notebook and put it into her drawer and walked out the door. Go, Missy, can you call me in 10 minutes? Okay, bye teacher. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Limu Orange left Yifeng's field of vision after waving her hand towards him at the door. Bye. Yifeng sat on his butt on the recliner and could no longer resist the feeling of exhaustion, closing his eyes and passing out. Before he was about to go to sleep, Yifeng was still thinking in his heart that Limu Orange's character had become better and better or something like that. Who? Just as Yifeng's chest was rising and falling, Limu Orange, who had originally disappeared from the doorframe, suddenly poked his head out and quietly watched it all. Chapter 45, Limu Orange, who couldn't control herself. Old teacher. Limu Orange ran into the room with a panicked look and stood in the doorway calling out Yifeng's name. I forgot to take something to Alfred. Teacher? Limu Orange approached a few steps to look at the closed eyes of the sleeping Yifeng, once again whispered, inquired. See, Yifeng is still no movement. Limu Orange turned around to close the door tightly, while also clicked on the lock. Teacher, don't pretend. I know you're awake. Limu Orange said flatly. Eyes have been staring at Yifeng lying on the recliner. See, for a long time, still no attempt to move. This time Mu Orange was assured. Not to hide, the sound of footsteps went up. At this time, Yifeng was lying senselessly on the recliner and huffing and puffing. No matter how Limu Orange called him, he did not respond. Looks like it worked. Limu Orange looked at Yifeng's reaction with great joy in her heart and quietly walked to his front and carefully tapped Yifeng's cheek with her slender fingers. Teacher's face is so strong. I really want to see this handsome face for the rest of my life. The once haughty and elegant Miss Limu Orange had now turned into a demented girl face look, and the excitement in her heart had reached its peak when she saw Yifeng's handsome face. Teacher, can I touch your face? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Limu Orange's eyes were mesmerized as she looked at the sight of Yifeng's face, nearly falling into a frenzy. Originally she was still in a more rational situation and still able to make subtle movements, but just as she stroked her hand on Yifeng's cheek, her inner adoration had already reached the extreme point. Nah, sensei. Limu Orange gently caressed Yifeng's side face with that smooth and soft little hand. You know what? At first I actually didn't like you, teacher. I thought you would be a half-wit with a mouth full of words. But when you protected me, taught me knowledge, and saved my life, I've grown to like you more and more. Teacher, nah. Limu Orange boldly raised her leg across one of Yifeng's feet and pressed her entire body onto Yifeng's body. Ah! Limu Orange closed her eyes and let out a soulful sound. Her body trembled slightly as she placed her head diagonally on Yifeng's shoulder, revealing a happy expression. Teacher, really like to stay with sensei like this now. When the flavor of the fruit is tasted, then it will never be forgotten. And this is the case with Limu Orange. Limu Orange's face kept rubbing against Yifeng's chest in an attempt to bring down the hot temperature of her face. Teacher's flavor. Limu Orange's agitated nose kept sniffing the odor of Yifeng's body, and her pupils gradually became lax. Just at this moment, the original lying motionless Yifeng suddenly tightly frowned and moved a little, which made Limu Orange, who was still on Yifeng's lap, instantly stiffen in place, and the surrounding air also seemed to freeze, quiet without a sound. However, it was good that Yifeng simply moved and showed no signs of wanting to wake up, so Limu Orange was relieved. With the sudden interruption, Limu Orange was able to have some sense. She looked at the alarm clock on the wall and felt that the time was almost up, so she tried not to make a sound and slid down from Yifeng's body. Until she successfully landed on the ground, she breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, almost couldn't come back. It's all because you're too tempting. Teacher. Limu Orange pouted as if she was pouting to Yifeng. The sunlight outside the window sprinkled on Yifeng's cheeks will be the teenager's handsome and dashing appearance to the fullest. Looking dumbfounded, Limu Orange after a long time before realizing that he should secretly take a picture as a souvenir. So Limu Orange grabbed the smartphone that was placed by her bedside and pressed the photo button while Yifeng was still awake. Sensei is really getting more and more mesmerizing. I really want to keep letting him sleep like this. AC. Looking at the cell phone to shoot their own masterpiece, Limu Orange only dropped the temperature to rise again, but at the same time sitting on the chaise longue, Yifeng's eyebrows slightly trembling, as if to wake up signs. How long have I been sleeping? Why is my head so up? Yifeng gradually opened his eyes and sat up straight with one hand resting on his forehead, forcing himself to endure the discomfort. But sleeping under the warmth of the sun is also a real treat now. It feels like all the exhaustion from the previous days has been swept away. Yifeng stretched his waist as he spoke, but just as he sat up straight and looked around, he saw Limu Orange, who was sitting on the edge of the bed looking at her cell phone. Right, I'm in the middle of a class. I didn't sleep for long, did I? I'll be damned if I'm going to get my paycheck docked. Missy, how long have I been asleep? 10 minutes, teacher. Isn't that the time you said? Limu Orange pretended that she had played with her cell phone enough and threw it aside. Standing up and walking to Yifeng's side. How's it going, teacher? Does it feel okay? It was pretty good. I even got sleepy and disoriented. There is no relationship. The teacher rests while the quality of teaching this also raises awe. That said, Yifeng had just sniffed the odor of his body when the words reached his mouth. How come my clothes are covered with that nice fresh scent from Limu Orange's room just now? Could it be that this girl Limu Orange? Is Limu Orange's body so fragrant? I just lay down in the room to sleep for a while and I got the smell. Don't worry, sensei. The matter of rest is something that is definitely needed. So, don't push yourself whenever you feel tired. I don't want you to hurt yourself physically when you teach me knowledge. It was true that this girl's character was cold on the outside and hot on the inside. And once you got acquainted with her, it was easy to get along. Alright then Missy, let's go ahead and start the questions. Yifeng rested for a few moments before continuing to tell Limu Orange about the lessons on anti-detection. Missy, if I were a psychopathic stalker, for example, what would you normally do to see if your surroundings were safe? Teachers are perverted stalkers? And this, well, and this, it's unbelievable, Limu Orange said indignantly. No, I'm not a psycho stalker. I'll just give you a single example. An example. Oh, so, Limu Orange pursed her lips regretfully, and her mind thought of the exciting scene of Yifeng quietly following her. Really? If you want to follow me, do you need to give me an example? I could have just thrown myself into the arms of a good boy. I don't need you to follow me personally. Limu Orange's mind presented these kinds of thoughts, thinking that tonight's dream had a new topic. Chapter 46, Teacher, I like you. After Yifeng woke up from his nap, the lessons went on as usual, and soon it was time to get out of class. Missy, let's stop here today. It's getting late, I should get going. Yifeng glanced at the clock on the wall, then got up and prepared to leave. Well, teacher, I'll give you a ride. Limu Orange surprisingly did not speak out to retain Yifeng as usual, and there was even a hint of urging in her tone. Okay. Just as the two were walking side by side on the path outside the villa, Limu Orange chatted with Yifeng. Teacher, who taught you all that you learned? Most of it is collected from books, and some of the experience tips and such are from my own experience. Yifeng didn't think that Limu Orange would ask himself this question, but on second thought it was right. After all, at his age, he showed skills and knowledge reserves that he shouldn't have. I'm afraid that anyone else would have asked this question. I can't believe sensei is so smart. Nah. Limu Orange didn't feel surprised. Instead, she was very satisfied in her heart, thinking that really her favorite man is always so perfect. Everyone has their own strengths. Well, for example, you, Oni-chan, have your own unique characteristics. Really? And what does the teacher think are my characteristics? Limu Orange raised her eyebrows lightly. A hint of flirtatiousness was mixed in her tone of voice. Obviously she was eager to hear Yifeng's evaluation of herself from his words. I'm afraid it's not good to say it. Yifeng smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect Limu Orange to really break the sandpot and ask to the end. This kind of obstinate stubbornness is also one of her characteristics. Why can't you say it? Teacher, you have to make it clear. Limu Orange stopped taking steps forward and stood still waiting for Yifeng's answer. Ugh. Well, Oni-sama, you are a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Initially when Oni-sama and I met, didn't Oni-sama develop a great deal of resistance and aversion towards me? But in the later contact I realized that you, Oni-chan, are not cold and heartless as the outside world says. Instead, I think you are a smart and clever person who treats the people you know very attentively. Really? Do I look like this to the teacher? Limu Orange inquired with some disbelief. Knowing that the previous time she had lost her temper with Yifeng, even she felt that it was a bit too much. But Yifeng continued to tolerate everything about herself and accompanied her with the most gentle attitude. I don't mean to compliment you, Missy you, but there are some bad things you need to change, Missy. If I change, wouldn't the teacher be happier with me? Limu Orange murmured and asked. You can't think like that, Missy. You can't change yourself based on how one person judges you. No one is in a position to sway you from yourself, including me. Originally thought to finish quickly, Yifeng heard Limu Orange say so, then faced her and spoke in a serious manner. You are not obligated to live your life for someone else. You have to live your own life, and change will always come from your inner self. I see. Go on, teacher. Yifeng could tell from Limu Orange's demeanor that she was now thinking about her words, which was a good start. When she first saw Limu Orange, she could tell that Limu Orange had become numb to her current life situation and was living in the world with an extremely negative mood. But fortunately, she was now interested in her class, and she could slowly guide her onto the right track from that point on. I'm going to say what I just said to you. Missy, please live for yourself, okay? Teacher. Limu Orange's tears actually fell in unison at this time. A drop of teardrops slid down her cheeks, and the young girl's long-frozen heart completely melted at this time. Thank you, teacher. Thank you. Limu Orange stepped forward and hooked her hands around Yifeng's neck and hugged him. The fragrance from the young girl's body once again drilled into Yifeng's nose. Don't do that, miss. This will be the end of me if I'm found out. Despite how much Yifeng tried to persuade Limu Orange, she still hugged Yifeng like a little sloth and wouldn't let go. Alas, not only as a teacher, but also as a psychiatrist. Shouldn't Mu Orange's father give me more pay as an incentive? Only after a long time did Limu Orange reluctantly let go of her hold on Yifeng, and after wiping the corners of her moist eyes, she looked at Yifeng with more than a touch of love in her eyes, except that Yifeng mistook it for gratitude. Teacher, I'm sorry for taking up your time after class. It doesn't matter. Just stay back, Missy. I'll be gone soon for the rest of the journey. Okay. Limu Orange this time had no more cowardice as well as confusion from before, and suddenly called out loudly to Yifeng when he walked to a distance away from himself. Sensei, what's wrong? Yifeng turned to look at Limu Orange, only to see the young girl standing in the leafy forest path with her hands resting on her chest looking at herself. Her rosy little mouth opened seemingly to say a word, and finally tilted her head towards herself to reveal a sweet smile. Sorry, Missy, your voice is too low for me to hear, Yifeng said at the top of his voice. I said, goodbye, teacher. Wow. Bye. The two of them waved goodbye, and Limu Orange silently watched Yifeng's departing back until he could no longer be seen before turning to leave. The originally densely packed trail came to life after a ray of sunlight shone in after the leaves fell off the trees, and the dead trail came to life after all. Just as Limu Orange walked on her way back to her room, she suddenly stopped in place and said into the air behind her, Phew, Missy? True enough. Not a moment later, the corner of the corridor walked out of Afu's figure. At this time he was rubbing the back of his head awkwardly with an embarrassed face and laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry, Missy. I'm just a little worried about Missy's safety. You saw it all? Oni-chan. This, I didn't mean to. Prepare the car. Prepare a car? Where to? Afu looked at Limu Orange's ice-cold face, and the Limu Orange who was still shy just now were not the same person at all, and his heart even got a little scared. Missy, you're not going to bury me to silence me, are you? Don't. I'm just following orders. Go to father. Father's company. Don't. Missy, I have an old man and a young man. Hey, going to the president's company? Alfred reacted with a slight but instant excitement. I understand. Wait a moment. Missy, I'll go prepare the car now. This is the first time Missy has taken the initiative to meet the president. This is a breakthrough. Chapter 47, Father-Daughter Meeting. Everyone, this business venture will be very important. Every step we take from now on is destined to determine whether or not the company will be able to be part of a larger market platform later on. At this time Li Jing is in his own conference room held an urgent meeting on the matter. The executives under the table also nodded in response. As long as the company's future is better, their salary and wages will also increase. Who do not mind the money? So I wrote out a program myself last night, and here it is. Just as Li Jing was about to make his remarks, the door outside the office door suddenly knocked. Who? Li Jing frowned tightly and growled in displeasure. No one wanted to interrupt at the most crucial time. Master, it's me, Fu. Alfred? Hearing this, Li Jing instantly understood that he had something urgent to tell himself about Limu Orange. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to interrupt the scene at such an important time for him. Sorry folks, I have more important things to do than that. The following program is for my secretary to present the program. Li Jing explained a few more important nodes of the program towards the male secretary beside himself, then got up and left the conference room. As soon as Li Jing stepped out the door, he saw Afu was sweating profusely and looking straight out of breath. What's wrong with you, Alfred? Old. Master. Eldest Miss. Missy. Mu Orange? Mu Orange, what happened to her? You quickly say Li Jing's rare loss of temper in public. To know that he is a well-known entrepreneur in Shu City. Li Jing's two hands pressed down on Afu's shoulders in death. His emotions instantly agitated. The scene of Limu Orange's accident appeared in his mind, and his entire body was lost as if he had lost his soul. I vaguely remember a message she entrusted to his wife when she left him due to illness. Hubby, I must take care of Mu Orange after I'm gone. I'm sure he'll understand what you're doing one day. I also know you love me. I won't blame you for the fact that you didn't come to see me, because we made a promise that we'd give Mu Orange a good life. Since that day, Li Jing has plunged himself headlong into his career, aiming to be able to let Limu Orange live a carefree life, but he has neglected his own company as a father to his daughter, so much so that Limu Orange hasn't been kind to himself since her mother's death, and even thought that he had killed her mother at one time. Master, hear me out. Fu assisted the powerless Li Jing hurriedly swallowed a breath to tell it smoothly. I mean, miss, she came to see you. My daughter. What? Li Jing's heart was aching when he suddenly heard Ah Fu's words behind him and froze for a moment. The lady has come to the office. Li Jing's face instantly became stiffened down, and it seemed that Li Mu Orange's face-changing kung fu was also more or less influenced by Li Jing. "Ah Fu, if you don't finish your sentence properly next time, you'll be waiting for a month's punishment of washing the company's toilet." "Master, I am wronged. By the way, Mu Orange, where is she?" "I'm here." A cold and piercing voice sounded behind Li Jing, and when Li Jing turned back to look, Li Mu Orange was standing not far away and looking at himself with his hands clasped in front of his chest. "Mu Orange? You're here." As soon as Li Jing saw his daughter, he didn't know how to speak. Once he also wanted to explain all this, but when he got close to Li Mu Orange, he didn't have the chance to speak at all, and she didn't want to listen to his explanation. Father. Li Jing, in listening to his daughter, so called himself almost on the spot after the old tears. To know that in addition to the previous wife is still alive at that time Li Mu Orange will be good and lovely called his name. Today is the first time he heard Li Mu Orange so called himself for such a long time. Mu Orange, you're here." Li Mu Orange didn't know how to face her father. She also didn't know why she wanted to come to see her father after hearing Yi Feng's words. Could this be part of the change? Li Jing's rushed and uneasy appearance obviously didn't know what to communicate with his own daughter. But in order to be able to ease his relationship with her, he still took the lead and said, "How's your health these days?" Of course, Li Mu Orange knew that Li Jing was talking about his previous hospitalization, but he didn't know how to go about communicating, and in the end, he just nodded lightly. "It's good that you're physically okay. Is the kid done with his class?" "His name is Yi Feng." Li Mu Orange immediately frowned when she heard Li Jing call Yi Feng a brat, and the atmosphere, which had only just eased a little, became tense again. "His name is Yi Feng. It's my teacher. Please call him by his name." "Father." Li Mu Orange's eyes were tinged with a slight anger, as if Yi Feng had become the existence of a reverse scale in her heart. "I'm sorry, it's father, I said the wrong thing. Yi Feng. Li Jing didn't expect Yi Feng to carry such a heavy weight in Li Mu Orange's heart and immediately changed his words to apologize. "That little. How is Yi Feng's teaching?" Li Mu Orange seemed to be remembering something, and the upturned corners of her mouth nodded slightly. This action could make Li Jing, who was watching, so happy that his daughter actually smiled in front of him. This was definitely a breakthrough. It looks like that Yi Feng himself did not look away, only how to feel the daughter of Yi Feng's attitude a little too good pointed. Later, a few rounds of conversation down, Li Jing found that as long as it is involved in the topic of Yi Feng, Li Mu Orange will show a happy and talkative look. To the other family topics, basically sort of a word. This Yi Feng seems to be really his own hope of repairing the father-daughter relationship, but his daughter seems to be trapped. "Father, I'll take my leave. I have to prepare for my teacher's class tomorrow." Good. Finally, after a goodbye from Li Mu Orange, he left the company, and Li Jing looked at Li Mu Orange's back as she left with a rare smile. Finally, and daughter progress. If this continues, he will eventually have to apologize to her and explain the truth of the day. But this process he must be less than a bridge builder. That is, Yi Feng. "President Li, may I ask if we're still going back to convene the meeting now?" "There's no rush. I have more important things to do." Li Jing waved his hand and walked towards his office, already having a new plan in mind. "Alfred, come in." "Yes, master." Outside the door, Ah Fu walked in, and considering that he had to report to Li Jing about what happened today, it was Li Jing's personal bodyguard who went to send Li Mu Orange home. "Tell me about that little. Today, Yi Feng and Mu Orange happened." Yes, Alfred eventually chose to tell what happened today. Chapter 48, The Blackened Xieyuyan. "Are you saying that Mu Orange's changes because Yi Feng enlightened her?" "Yes, master. Since Yi Feng became Missy's tutor teacher, Missy's character has been gradually changing for the better. But through these days of observation I feel." Ah Fu dared not continue to speak after he had gotten his words out. He was afraid that he would upset Li Jing if he said it. "Are you trying to say that Mu Orange has a crush on Yi Feng?" Li Jing looked for Matthew's difficult expression and voiced his guess. "Yes, master. Miss looks like she likes Yi Feng." "Ugh." Li Jing sniffed inside, all of a sudden seeming to have aged several years. "Master, what do you think should be done about this? What's your opinion?" "I will only do as you command, master." Ah Fu wouldn't dare to step on Li Jing's red line right now. As a bodyguard, he only needed to fulfill the tasks his boss gave him. "Tell us how you really feel about yourself." "That's an order." "Yes." Alfred said this almost through clenched teeth. "I think the reason why Miss is able to become like this is all because of Yi Feng. If we let Yi Feng and Miss leave, I think Miss might be very angry, thus doing something extreme. Mu Orange is indeed very likely to do such a thing." Li Jing laughed helplessly and bitterly, then looked at the photo of his former family on his desk and gazed at his departed wife's appearance and laughed. "Let Mu Orange do what she likes, and at the same time keep an eye on this Yi Feng. If he does anything bad to Mu Orange, directly put him under control." "Yes, Ka." Yi Feng walked into the house after unscrewing the front door. Feng was downstairs and he still looked at the apartment building near the suspicious behavior of the personnel. It looks like the organization chasing Xia Yuyan is very reluctant. Yi Feng, you're back. Yi Feng had just turned around and closed the door behind him when he felt a huge pressure behind him. Xia Yuyan hugged Yi Feng from behind and the uneasiness in her heart dissipated. She was very happy today because Yi Feng kept the promise that he would come back on time. Xia Yuyan, you didn't sleep? No yet. Xia Yuyan released her hold on Yi Feng and happily sat back on the sofa, stretching out her small hand and kept patting the edge of the sofa to signal Yi Feng to sit down. It's been a hard day's work. Come take a break. Why does it feel like you're extraordinarily out of sorts today? Yi Feng sat on the sofa looking at Xia Yuyan in disbelief. When did she become so lively? That's because you kept our promise. So I'm happy. Xia Yuyan said here, intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the bedsheets drying on the windowsill. Yi Feng keenly perceived this and followed her eyes to the window. Hey, isn't this my sheet? Why is it hanging on the windowsill? Yi Feng stood up and curiously walked up, touched and found that the top of the bedsheet was wet and there was a smell of laundry detergent. Obviously this was washed. This. Seeing that the matter was revealed, Xia Yuyan stammered with her hands behind her back, not knowing what to say. Xia Yuyan, did you wash my sheets? Seeing that she was discovered by Yi Feng, Xia Yuyan had to nod her head and admit that it was her own doing. Yes. Why? I remember I just washed it once last week. Because I've been staying at home always feeling guilty for not doing anything to you. Yi Feng, so I took it upon myself to wash your bedsheets. That's all. Xia Yuyan pushed up her high chest and nodded with an affirmative look, her words carrying a hint of undertones. I've told you that you don't have to feel too much psychological burden. You always feel that if you owe me something you'll embarrass me instead, so don't ever think like that, okay? Why are you always so gentle? Xia Yuyan heard Yi Feng's gentle tone, looked at Yi Feng's eyes instantly changed. Like a kitten eager to be petted by the master cannot help but bury her head to Yi Feng step by step closer. What did you say? Speak up. Hey, you. Yi Feng was about to bring his ear closer when Xia Yuyan crashed headlong into his arms. Xia Yuyan, you. Yi Feng, do you think this is the will of heaven? Don't be all heavenly or not. Just get out of my arms for a second, okay? Let's have a nice talk. Yi Feng more and more feel that Xia Yuyan, this woman, is more and more bold. To know that he is a man of blood. This side action is like in the tiger's mouth. This woman is not initially so vigilant? Now how to become so? Just talk about it. Xia Yuyan buried her nose into Yi Feng's clothes and inhaled his scent deeply. Her mind was gradually filled with Yi Feng's scent and permeated her whole body. Then she murmured, Yi Feng, I can't hold it in any longer. Do you know why I want to wash the bed sheets today? I want to. Just as Xia Yuyan's deep blue pupils were gradually about to turn peachy, suddenly a nice fresh scent stopped her from wanting to continue exploring Yi Feng's journey. Another one? Xia Yuyan froze dumbfounded in place, her eyes wide, and the fresh scent was as if it had slapped her hard in the ears. Why? Xia Yuyan pushed Yi Feng's chest away and tilted her head like a puppet on strings that had lost its soul. Everything was still except for her mouth moving. Why, Yi Feng? Why? Aren't you my destiny? I'm clearly the one who should have left the scent on your clothes. Who is this woman? Another one of your students? Then how come they all managed to leave their scent on your clothes? Do you teach with hugs when you're a tutor? Why? It was as if Xia Yuyan was like a robot who would only say this one sentence. Xia Yuyan? What's wrong with you? Yi Feng saw this scene a cold spine. Always felt that the Xia Yuyan in front of him was like a different person. It's obviously me. I'm the only one who should be smelling. Xia Yuyan's dark eyes were like a puddle of stagnant water, unable to see anything. Yi Feng saw this and decided to take advantage of this time to take the lead in subduing Xia Yuyan before making any plans, knowing that he was not her opponent at all in the open. Just as Xia Yuyan reached out to pull out something in her arms, Yi Feng also struck at this moment, immediately stepping forward to clamp down on Xia Yuyan's wrist. But Yi Feng didn't notice the water stains that accidentally dripped down when Xia Yuyan hung the bedsheet on the windowsill earlier, and wearing slippers, he fell down at the point where he was about to touch Xia Yuyan's wrist. Wooing. Chapter 49, Progress Bug? Put. Along with the sound of a collapsing sound, Yi Feng could no longer control his body as he fell towards the ground. But when Yi Feng once again reacted to his lack of control over Xia Yuyan's hand, realized that it was already too late. According to Xia Yuyan's ability, I am afraid that it has been. Hey, why? I can't see? Yi Feng opened his eyes and realized that it was pitch black in front of him, and that his breathing was particularly bad, as if his face had been planted inside a ball of cotton. What the hell? Just as Yi Feng was wondering, he heard Xia Yuyan's convulsions again. Boing. Xia Yuyan? What's wrong with you? Yi Feng wanted to get up from his collapsed state, but just as he was about to raise his body, a pair of hands tightly wrapped around Yifeng's waist while pulling hard into his body, as if he wanted to melt Yifeng in his arms. Xia Yuyan, what are you doing? Let go of me. Yifeng struggled hard, while reaching out his hand constantly trying to untie Xia Yuyan's bonds. What am I in for? It was only when Yifeng's hand unintentionally slapped Xia Yuyan's face that her eyes snapped back from pitch black. Hey, my arms. Xia Yuyan looked down and realized that Yifeng was making whimpering noises as he was locked tightly in his arms. Yifeng? Right. I'm sorry. I'll untie you now. The nervous Xia Yuyan immediately spread her hands to release Yifeng from her arms. Phew. Rescued Yifeng sat on the ground straight gasping. Just if they are laid out a second, maybe smothered fainted. What is it shielding air effect so good? This woman's head body also has a pad? Yifeng looked along Xia Yuyan's body and realized that there was no such thing as a handkerchief in her hand, and instantly understood exactly where that cotton-like thing just now came from. Sin. It really is so sinful. Xia Yuyan, what are you doing? Xia Yuyan looked down at her breasts, red-faced, blocking her hands in front of her body, skimming her head. She said to Yifeng, right. I'm sorry Yifeng. I don't know how I suddenly lost consciousness. No consciousness? What the hell is going on? I don't know. Xia Yuyan lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yifeng, and her heart was filled with guilt. She only remembered that she felt very angry when she learned that there was another woman in Yifeng's scent and she was unconscious immediately after. Hiss. Anyway, get up first. Let's sit on the couch and talk slowly first, okay? Xia Yuyan nodded numbly. She only knew that just now Yifeng had buried his head into his. Ugh. It's so embarrassing to think about. But, why is my heart beating so fast? Yifeng helped Xia Yuyan up and sat on the sofa. At this time, Xia Yuyan still had a face of self-reproach and lowered her head. Are you okay? No. It's okay. I think it was just thinking about the bad old days. The bad old days? Yifeng carefully thought about this possibility. After all, Xia Yuyan before the killer will inevitably have a heart cannot pass. Maybe just her stress reaction. From now on everything is back to normal. So, then how are you now? Is there any discomfort in your body? Yifeng. I'm sorry. Xia Yuyan's just now shy mood was instantly brought to tears by Yifeng's words. Why are you so nice to me? I wanted to do something bad to you. Ugh. Oh, Yifeng. Xia Yuyan kept wiping her unstoppable tears with the back of her hand. Her heart filled with the guilt of deceiving Yifeng as well as having unfeasible thoughts about him. It looked like a lot of bad things must have happened to her in the past, and this thorn in her heart had to be removed, or else something would happen sooner or later. Looking at the bawling Xia Yuyan, Yifeng secretly made up his mind to overcome Xia Yuyan's psychological difficulties, and if this situation occurs again in the future he won't be as lucky as he is today. It's okay, you've got me with you now. Everything's going to be okay, isn't it? Yifeng stretched out his hand to caress Xia Yuyan's crimson red hair. His warm palm at the same time stroked away the distractions in her mind. Yifeng. Xia Yuyan called Yifeng's name out of her mouth and leaned her head on his shoulder, and her tears gradually stopped at this time. Said yo, you'll be there for me. When I need you, definitely. Yifeng. What's wrong? Nothing. I just want to hear your voice one more time. Yifeng, who had taken care of everything in the evening, quietly lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling in deep thought. When exactly did this progress occur? Yifeng looked at Xia Yuyan in the iconography and realized that there was another row of progress under Xia Yuyan's 60% progress, which showed 10%, and he vaguely remembered that he hadn't seen this progress before. And in Su Yusin and Li Mu Orange's progress is a bunch of messy code. Only Xia Yuyan has this progress. The system also did not explain the reason to himself. Is it possible that there is a bug? Thinking about it, Yifeng still did not find any clues about this progress, and finally had to treat it as abnormal data. It's just a matter of going to bed early. I still have to go give Li Mu Orange a lesson tomorrow. Yifeng just closed his eyes. His mind came back to the scene of his head accidentally stuffed with cotton today. Suddenly his old face flushed his heart as if he was pricked by a kitten scratching. It's really sinful and vicious. Meanwhile Xia Yuyan, who was sleeping on the sofa, was curled up under the quilt in the darkness of the night, trembling slightly, and the sound of her gasping for air could vaguely be heard. Yifeng. Like you so much. Ha. Not a moment later Xia Yuyan lifted his own quilt. A hot air along with wafted out. A closer look found that it was she was holding Yifeng teaching today back to where the jacket held in his arms trying to dye the jacket with his own flavor. This should be about right. That's what I call a dress. Those shameless brats want to take away my providence? Dream on. After those who are in my way are gone, I'll make sure you're all properly cleaned up. The oldest of them has taken a fancy to my man. Don't even think about it. Chapter 50, Xia Yuyan's request. I'm out the door. Be careful on the road. Early the next morning, Yifeng and Xia Yuyan finished their meal together and then set off to Limu Orange's residence. After last night's events, Xia Yuyan is no longer as emotionally unstable as yesterday. Just as Xia Yuyan sent Yifeng to the gate, Xia Yuyan suddenly opened her mouth. Yifeng, come back early yo. Well, is there anything you want to buy? I'll bring some back for you. Really? Xia Yuyan smelled happy. In the time of Yifeng's absence, she, in addition to sleeping in Yifeng's bed, cannot think of other ways to eliminate the uneasiness of the heart. Cannot be changed once a day, sheets it. This will certainly be detected out of place. Besides, Yifeng has to prepare food for himself every time he comes back from work. Obviously he's already tired enough, and he can't do anything for Yifeng. No way. I have to do something for Yifeng, even if it's just a little bit. I want a cookbook. Recipes? Well, I want to learn to cook. Xia Yuyan just said this, instantly recalled the scene of beating the eggs before and hurriedly waved her hand. I definitely won't be as clumsy as last time. I'll follow the steps of the recipe. Yifeng smiled heartily at his words, did not reject Xia Yuyan's request. Is there anything else you need besides recipes? Nope, no more. So I'll get the recipe at the end of the day. Then I'll go out? Well, thank you Yifeng. Sending Yifeng away, Xia Yuyan went back to Yifeng's bedroom. Thinking that the jacket Yifeng wore on his body today was full of his own scent, she excitedly tossed and turned on the bed. Now those vixens should know better. The only one who's with Yifeng is me. Sensei. When Yifeng just got out of the car ready to enter the periphery of the iron fence door, he heard Limu Orange's voice. Turned his eyes and found that Limu Orange did not know when actually stood in the gate of the fence, waved his little hand towards himself. And even a bodyguard are not. What are you? Missy? Why are you here? Yifeng rushed forward to protect Limu Orange's body. To know that when he initially kidnapped Limu Orange there was already a group of thugs appeared, which means that Limu Orange has been targeted. If he is not able to protect her, will not only be accused by Li Jing, most importantly, it will also make the mission fail. Don't stand here yet. Let's go in first. Good. Looking at this small action of Yifeng surrounding and protecting himself, Limu Orange was extraordinarily happy. She loved the time when she was in close contact with Yifeng. And it was true that this one thing of secretly coming to the door and waiting for the teacher by herself was worth it. Just as Limu Orange wanted to stick on Yifeng's body in preparation for replenishing the supplementary teacher energy, a smell that did not belong to Yifeng was dispersed from his coat. This flavor. Originally was happy Limu Orange, and the smell of Yifeng clothes on the smell of two eyes, instantly godless, standing in place motionless. Hands clutched Yifeng's clothes, muttered something in his mouth. Why? Why does the teacher smell like another woman? Why? Who the hell is she? Who the hell is this woman? Yifeng was about to lead Limu Orange towards the house when Limu Orange, who was standing still, tugged at the corner of his coat. What's wrong with you, Missy? It's time for us to go to class. Classes? Limu Orange raised her head to look at Yifeng, who was smiling, at her heart was very bad. Teacher, why did you betray me? Now you're still acting as if nothing happened. Is that woman the one you really like? Can't. Limu Orange clutched Yifeng's clothes more and more tightly. And even Yifeng noticed a hint of something wrong. How does it feel that this look of Limu Orange is shifting back to that icy look from before? Did I do something out of the ordinary? Is my nose hair showing? Missy? Nah sensei, can you explain where the smell on your clothes is coming from? Limu Orange revealed an oozing smile, always gazing into Yifeng's eyes, as if but one word he said wrong would result in a bad outcome. The smell of clothes? Yifeng suspiciously lifted up the clothes and sniffed, and sure enough, he smelled a body odor from Xia Yuyan. This is because I collided with a girl when I was out this morning, and I wrapped my arms around her in fear of her falling. Of course Yifeng couldn't tell Limu Orange about Xia Yuyan's matter. The best outcome of Xia Yuyan's situation right now was that only he himself knew about it, so that it would be safe to go on. Cradle? Based on Yifeng's statement, Limu Orange's mind conjured up a picture of Yifeng's embrace of a woman. After that woman coveted Yifeng's looks rubbing back and forth on him, and she immediately flamed up. And then what? What else did she do to you? Teacher. Yifeng did not expect Limu Orange's reaction to be so intense. In order to not let his own cracks reveal the cloven foot, hastily explained, there is no more behind. After helping her up I left. During Yifeng's speech Limu Orange had been watching Yifeng's eyes, and finally could not see any problems, chose to believe Yifeng. Is that so? That's good. Limu Orange's unhappy expression only slightly eased, so she walked over to Yifeng and unbuttoned his tunic as if she was gambling. Hey, Missy, you. Wait. What are you doing? Missy. Yifeng pressed down on Limu Orange's two uneasy little hands in a panic. So Honorable Missy looks just like a female pervert. Why do you still go at it at the drop of a hat? Teacher, your clothes are dirty. I'm telling the underlings to wash it. Get your hands off me. Limu Orange reluctantly pinched the buttons on Yifeng's coat with both hands and refused to let go. Obviously the fact that another woman had left a taste on Yifeng's body was like a nail in the flesh that made her feel uncomfortable. Fine, fine, I'll do it myself always. Missy, you loosen your hand first. So, okay. Limu Orange beamed and reluctantly released her hands. She was still calculating in her heart to sneakily touch Yifeng's body, but now it seemed that she couldn't do it. Either give the teacher another glass of water? No, 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 no. Yifeng of course could not have imagined that the knowledge he taught Limu Orange she would all use on herself. Yifeng slowly unwrapped his tunic and folded it over his arm, but Limu Orange grabbed the clothes. She wasn't going to let Yifeng hold this disgusting thing in his hands. She was going to personally have someone take care of this garment properly. Chapter 51, Burning Clothes. Is Mr. Teacher still going to share breakfast with me today? Limu Orange held Yifeng's clothes in one hand and walked into the house side by side with Yifeng. I'm sorry Mu Orange. I've already had breakfast today. If you haven't I can wait for you. Ah, this way. Limu Orange sniffed and lowered her head in loss. Originally thought that she would be intimate with Yifeng like yesterday, now it seems to be out of the question. So, will teacher be able to accompany me to dinner? I have some questions I didn't understand in yesterday's class that I want to ask sensei. That's not a problem. Are we still having breakfast in the hall like before? No, it's in the booth. Limu Orange said with a firm attitude. So, okay, but in advance I really can't eat anything anymore. Ooh. Well, you go ahead, teacher, and I'll get someone to wash your teacher's clothes. Ah, good. Limu Orange walked on a path to the woodshed after briefly leaving Yifeng, and stopped just as she was about to reach the door. Fu, I have a favor to ask of you. Oni-chan, how come you found me again? After Limu Orange finished the sentence, a silhouette sidled out from beside the stone pillar behind Limu Orange. It was none other than Ah Fu, who was secretly following Limu Orange. Humph, just your stalking skills could be discovered by anyone else, right? Of course, it was all taught to me by my teacher. Limu Orange snorted disdainfully, while raising her head triumphantly when talking about Yifeng, as if the fact that she was Yifeng's student made her feel very excited. Like a girl showing off her beloved boyfriend to her best friends. Ahem. Fu, get rid of this dress and buy a new one for the teacher to come. Limu Orange stuffed the jacket stained with Xie Yuyan's flavor into Ah Fu's hand, then turned around and walked towards the private room. She couldn't keep Yifeng waiting for long. Miss, what you said about handling, burned. Yes. Ah Fu sighed helplessly as he took Yifeng's clothes. Sorry Yifeng, I'm just following orders. Don't blame me. At this time sitting in the private room, Yifeng is blissfully unaware of what is happening in the outside world, but looking at the table with the same rich but not heavy dishes as yesterday cannot help but be staggered. The life of a rich man is so longing. Just at this time Yifeng's ears were blown by a warm wind. The itchy feeling immediately made Yifeng cover his ears and stood up in panic, and when he looked back he found that it was Limu Orange who was covering her mouth and laughing secretly at herself. Oni-chan, when did you get here? The extremely nervous Yifeng's heart was also full of surprise. He actually did not notice the first time when Limu Orange approached him. It is reasonable to say that with Limu Orange's knowledge is not enough at all to have such a great stealthy movement. Could it be that she is a genius? No, 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 how could it be possible? He is the one who owns the system. It's hard to believe that he will still be surpassed by his own students? Joking, this is not. Must be Fong just saw so many dishes out of focus. Hey, I came right when the teacher was just fuming. Limu Orange turned back and closed the door of the private room, once again sitting on the seat beside Yifeng. Alright teacher, it's breakfast time, but are you sure you don't want some, teacher? Even though there were 2 sets of cutlery on the table, Yifeng refused because he was truly unable to eat any more food. Not for me. You eat, Missy. So, well. Limu Orange picked up chopsticks and began to eat breakfast slowly. This time, although she brought horseradish, visible Yifeng does not do anything inside, inevitably some annoyance. Just as Limu Orange was about to pinch the slightly distant chicken soup with bamboo fungus, she realized that her hand couldn't reach it at all due to being too short, and instantly had a new method. Sensei, are you done eating? Let's go to class then. When Yifeng saw Limu Orange calling him, he was about to get up but realized that she was looking at him with a beak of dissatisfaction. Senior, teacher, you're not concentrating at all. I've obviously just started eating for a while. Hold, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about what point to go down in my lesson plan later. Well, in that case then punish the teacher for pinching my food for me. Limu Orange's foxtail was also revealed at this time, squinting her eyes as she waited for Yifeng's answer. Hey, clip the vegetables? Don't you get to clip it yourself? Missy? It's just not pinching. Look, teacher, said Limu Orange, demonstrating how she couldn't reach the vegetables in the soup when she tried to pick them up. See, sensei, I've already tried my hardest not to be able to pinch the dish I want to eat. It's fate, but can't you stand up? Ugh, is it possible that sensei isn't even willing to help me with this small favor? I thought there wouldn't be these barriers between me and sensei. Limu Orange 2 pompous performance spare Yifeng seems to be speechless, to do not know what to say. It looks like their position as a teacher really have to do some servant's work. Okay, Missy, you say what you want to eat and I'll put it in a bowl for you. I'm sure teacher is still the best to me. Limu Orange pressed down the excitement in her heart after her plan succeeded and pointed her finger at the vegetables in the chicken soup. Teacher, I want to eat bamboo fungus. Bamboo fungus it is. Yifeng stuck his unused chopsticks into the chicken soup. Not a moment later he picked up a piece of bamboo fungus and moved it towards Limu Orange's bowl. But just as the bamboo fungus was about to fall into Limu Orange's bowl, Limu Orange opened her mouth in front of Yifeng with her face upwards, in which a crystal clear spider silk slowly pulled open. Ahem! Cough! Yifeng saw Limu Orange's strange look. The hand holding the chopsticks instantly fell on the table, and the bamboo fungus also naturally fell to the plate of other dishes. Limu Orange pursed her lips in displeasure as she watched the bamboo fungus not enter her mouth. Teacher, can't you be more serious? It's obviously almost done. No, Missy, why don't you pass the bowl over? What are you doing with your mouth open? Feed me. Naturally. What's the problem? There are problems, and it's a big problem. Yifeng picked up his chopsticks and spoke out while wiping them with a sterilized towel. Where does anyone need to be fed to eat? Missy, can't you just bring the bowl a little closer for me to put it in? But I have other condiments in my bowl, and the bamboo fungus will go bad in it. Then use my bowl. Bam! Only to hear a sound of broken porcelain. Yifeng looked down and realized that he did not know when the bowl in front of him was actually broken by Limu Orange holding it in his hand. Oops, I missed it. Chapter 52, I'm happy to be with my teacher. On purpose? This girl must have done it on purpose. Looking at the ceramic bowl in pieces, Yifeng helplessly got up and walked towards the door. This action can be Limu Orange shocked. He thought that Yifeng is tired of his own irrationality, reached out his hand to grab Yifeng's hand but grabbed a blank. When she opened her mouth to apologize to Yifeng, standing in the doorway Yifeng but spoke first. Missy, sit where you are and don't move. I'll get a broom over here. Sharp splinters can easily hurt someone. Teacher. Limu Orange didn't think that Yifeng's action was actually for himself. Smelling, his heart warmed up, and at the same time, he also felt deeply guilty for the behavior he did just now. Better apologize to the teacher. In no time Yifeng came into the room with a broom, sweeping all the porcelain tiles on the floor clean before dumping them into the trash can on the side to wash his hands in the process. After Yifeng sat down in his seat, Limu Orange squeezed her small hand tightly and looked at Yifeng. Teacher, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so willful. Yifeng did not count Limu Orange anything, but instead was pleasantly surprised to think that Limu Orange would actually apologize in this matter, which if placed in the past was something he would not even dare to think about. It's okay. There's no harm in learning from one's mistakes. Yifeng rearranged his chopsticks to clip on a piece of bamboo fungus and carefully placed it at Limu Orange's mouth. This is a reward for Missy. Reward? Limu Orange looked at the bamboo fungus handed over by Yifeng and his eyes brightened up, immediately opened his mouth and bit the chopsticks. Ah! Without doing any thinking at all, Limu Orange ate the bamboo fungus. Yifeng chucked with a red face, and then loosened her mouth obediently, contentedly savoring the delicious taste in her mouth. Thank you, sensei. No. It's okay. For some reason Yifeng actually had a slight expectation in his heart after feeding Limu Orange once, and even wanted to feed her another bite, just like feeding a carrot to a bunny. But this thought was hastily thrown out of his mind by his reasoning. Teacher, I'm full. Let's go back to class. After Limu Orange greedily swallowed the last trace of bamboo fungus one bite at a time, she picked up a napkin and wiped her mouth while sneaking a peek at Yifeng's dull gaze with her little eyes. What is the teacher thinking? The chopsticks in your hand haven't been put down. It seemed that Yifeng didn't hear Limu Orange's call and was still thinking about himself, which caused Limu Orange to instantly reveal a playful expression. If you're so inattentive, you should be punished. Limu Orange quietly circled around from her seat to Yifeng's back and bent down to bring her face to Yifeng's ear. Hey, what kind of way should I scare the teacher? Should I blow your ear like I did just now? Or, kiss you on the cheek? Limu Orange looked at Yifeng's side face in a daze and exhaled a burning nostril. Now she knew what she should do. Slowly moving closer toward Yifeng's face, just when Limu Orange's cherry mouth was about to touch Yifeng's cheek, Yifeng suddenly felt a warmth on the left side of his face and instantly realized that there was someone behind him, and when he turned his head to look at it, the lips of the two of them were almost close to each other. Duh! Missy! Limu Orange's brain was as hot as a boiling kettle when she saw the scene, and her body fell behind her in an uncontrollable and weak manner. Look out! Quick eyes and hands Yifeng hastily held Limu Orange's back, which did not let her fall to the ground. Just Limu Orange's mouth in front of their own Yifeng brain is also a muddle. Thought that can easily control their own desire. But a Limu Orange really close to their own Yifeng cannot even move the body, but fortunately did not cause a big trouble. Senior. Teacher. Limu Orange's shy face was almost dripping with water. The small hand that had nowhere to rest on her chest didn't dare to look at Yifeng's eyes, and in her heart, she was also chagrined why she didn't have a good grasp of the situation at this time. Obviously she could have picked up with Yifeng. Kissing. Eldest miss. Let's get up first. With the help of Yifeng, Limu Orange stood up again, but her legs were trembling back and forth as if they were not listening to her. In the end, she did not have any contact with love affairs, and she did not know how to cope with this scenario for the first time. Oni-chan, we should get to class. Limu Orange nodded her head and buried her head like a quail and walked in front, pursing her lips not knowing what she was thinking. Along the way the two men followed each other without words, until after walking into the room Yifeng coughed twice with the majesty of a teacher signaling Limu Orange to get ready to listen to the lesson. Just then Limu Orange suddenly raised her head, a subtle blush on her white neck, just like a pure-hearted girl in a comic who fell in love. Old teacher, today, the thing, I didn't mean to. Limu Orange's voice became smaller and smaller as the words ended, her head almost on the verge of being buried in her arms. Yifeng would have seen the shy look of Limu Orange. The party has long been as Limu Orange's mischief, so become cheerful and lively point she is not a good thing. Although Yifeng was only instructed to teach Limu Orange all kinds of theoretical knowledge, but after these days of contact, he realized that Limu Orange was gradually changing herself. No longer as arrogant and cold as usual, perhaps the current her was her true self. It doesn't matter. Of course I know you didn't mean it, Missy. Really? Teacher, you won't hate me for this? Why? I had a great time teaching with Oni-chan, too. Teacher. Limu Orange stood up from the chair in a flash, clenched her fists as if she had made up her mind, and turned to look at Yifeng. Missy? On the side. Yifeng was in the middle of puzzlement. Limu Orange walked up and sat on Yifeng's lap with her but, her back turned to Yifeng with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Big miss. Feeling the young girl's soft and delicate body, Yifeng didn't know what to do. He didn't expect Limu Orange to suddenly sit on his lap. Teacher, can we have a day off today? Limu Orange rested her two nowhere hands on her legs, feeling Yifeng's thick and powerful thighs as she stared at the floor and opened her mouth. I want to be in my teacher's arms. Sleep. Hey, Missy, aren't you going to bed? It's different. It's the teacher who brings me warmth and who teaches me what I like. So I feel that the teacher is in my heart. It's very reliable. As long as I stay by sensei's side, I'm happy. Very happy. Chapter 53. Teacher, you don't want to. Please sensei. That's all I'm asking. The tension in Limu Orange's heart after she finished the sentence had reached the extreme point. Her palms clenched into fists were oozing with a slight fine sweat, and her breathing had become so rapid that even her own heartbeat could be heard extremely clearly. Okay, I promise. Yifeng was silent for a moment, eventually gave his answer. Really? Limu Orange even wondered if she had heard wrong. She had thought that this kind of rude request Yifeng would reject it on the spot. She had already prepared herself to be lectured by Yifeng, but what made her unexpected was that Yifeng agreed. Well, but only for a little while. Yes, Limu Orange immediately agreed, her heart overflowing with joy, and she stammered. That teacher, I'll just, going to sleep. Oh, well, go to sleep. With Yifeng's consent, Limu Orange's body slowly fell backward, and she didn't relax until she touched Yifeng's chest. Feeling the warmth of Yifeng's arms, Limu Orange breathed deeply, trying to calm herself down. Old teacher, am I heavy? Not heavy. So, well, do I have the odor of the meal I just had on me? No. Well, Missy, hurry up and get some rest. I didn't feel anything. Limu Orange's slender figure is more inclined to the beauty of a class of visual enjoyment, like a fine work of art. When her soft body into the arms of Yifeng, even Yifeng are inevitably some hold. Perhaps because of Limu Orange Xiaoyan, these girls' contact with the edge of the cause of the Yifeng now have some control over their own experience, not by the so-called temptation of the beauty. That's good. Limu Orange leaned her head against Yifeng's chest, originally talking about sleeping on Yifeng, but after actually smelling Yifeng's flavor and making physical contact without a trace of sleepiness. Sensei, then, I'm going to sleep. Aha, said Limu Orange, slowly closed her eyes. Hot body work and let her settle down. The blush on her face is getting bigger and bigger as time goes by. This kind of not being able to open her eyes to make a move is making her suffer a lot. Hold on. The teacher's arms are intoxicating. But in order to remove the teacher's concerns one by one in the future, I have to hold on. Otherwise, if I fail, the teacher might not let me do this in the future. Looking at Limu Orange closed her eyes and let out the sound of even breathing. Yifeng thought that Limu Orange might have fallen asleep. This is not a way to go on. It is better to carry Limu Orange back to the bed from herself. After all, sitting and sleeping is definitely not as comfortable as lying down. But in order not to wake up Limu Orange who was still sleeping, Yifeng had to stretch out his hands towards Limu Orange's waist so that he could carry Limu Orange to the bed through the princess carry. But just when Yifeng's hands were just holding on Limu Orange's waist, Limu Orange, who was still sleeping, trembled as if her whole body was leapt by an electric current. Old teacher, he touching my waist. What's he doing? It's hard to believe. Can't it be that the teacher can't wait to let out his inner beast too? It's okay, teacher, as long as it's you. Please feel free to bully Limu Orange, as long as you like it. Limu Orange waited expectantly for Yifeng's subsequent behavior. And sure enough, when she was breathing for the third time, a thick and powerful hand wrapped around her back, and the other hand held her thighs, and in an instant the whole person was held in the air. Limu Orange didn't expect that she would be suddenly picked up, and the conjecture in her heart became more complicated. Teacher, what is he going to do? Is it hard to believe that it will be like the knight who saves the princess in the fairy tale who gives her a deep kiss in the ending? Old teacher's kiss. Good. I'm looking forward to it. Wait a minute. If you sneak up on me while you're asleep like this, should I open my eyes and catch you at a critical moment? That way the teacher will be at my mercy, right? Teacher, you don't want the rest of me to know that you kissed me in secret, do you? Limu Orange almost laughed with excitement at the thought of this solution, but fortunately realized that her situation was critical, so she continued to stand guard and wait quietly for Yifeng's bait. After Limu Orange was picked up by Yifeng, he didn't expect Yifeng to take a step and walk. This behavior confused Limu Orange in his heart. Hey, why? I'm moving? Where is he taking me? Sensei? Limu Orange momentarily did not dare to open her eyes to confirm what Yifeng was doing now, which if she was found to be fake sleeping would definitely be hated by her beloved teacher. She did not want that. At the same time, she also noticed that the movement caused by Yifeng during the period from picking himself up to getting up to his current step was extremely subtle, and the meticulous care made her even more expectant of the things that were going to happen behind her. After a few bumps, Limu Orange felt Yifeng stop moving forward while his own body was slowly descending. Could it be that the teacher's body is approaching me? What should I do? Should I open my eyes if my teacher kisses me secretly? Or should I just pretend to be asleep and act like nothing happened? So torn. The heart is like a deer in the head of Limu Orange at this time. The atmosphere does not dare to come out. Just as she felt her body is getting closer and closer to something when her back unexpectedly touched a soft place. Hey, what's this? As the contact surface of the back enlarged, Limu Orange's sensations became clearer. This feeling is my bed? It wasn't until Limu Orange's body fell into the soft mattress that she realized that her body's transition from floating to moving and finally to lying on the bed was deliberately done by Yifeng, which instantly turned the expectation in her heart into a bubble. What the hell? Teacher's action turned out to be just putting me on the bed. I was so excited about what was going to happen. Limu Orange only felt unusually disappointed in her heart. Instead of this, she would rather sit on Yifeng's lap and chat with Yifeng. Bad teacher. To think nothing of himself. Simply bad. No way. Definitely can't end this hastily. I'll lose money if I don't even get to the last class of the week like this. The unwilling Limu Orange instantly thought of an extremely wonderful method. Just as Yifeng put himself down and was about to raise his body to leave, Limu Orange suddenly opened his arms and wrapped his arms around Yifeng's neck, taking the opportunity to hold Yifeng tightly, and said in a frightened tone, "No, don't kill me. My teacher will definitely not let you go." Yifeng, who was about to leave, was hugged by Limu Orange, and immediately after listening to Limu Orange's words his body stiffened and became motionless. Chapter 54, Growing Strawberries. No, don't leave me, mother. Although Limu Orange muttered in a small voice, it was still heard by Yifeng's ears. Mother? Could it be that Mu Orange dreamed of her mother? Before kidnapping Limu Orange, Yifeng also know her a little bit. In Limu Orange very young when her mother died due to illness. Her mother's departure is the same as a painful blow to her, but also make her completely changed a person. Yifeng reached out his hand and gently stroked the back of Limu Orange's head. Since Limu Orange was in the state of hanging upside down on his neck, Yifeng had to lower his body in order to let her body touch the bed. Old mother, Mu Orange misses you so much. Limu Orange's lips hovered between Yifeng's neck intentionally or unintentionally, and this slight itch also made Yifeng uncomfortable. Placing Limu Orange's head slowly on the pillow before reaching out to untie Limu Orange's hand. Just then Limu Orange's small mouth suddenly opened and bit down on Yifeng's neck. Hiss. Although it does not hurt, but feel their neck as being a strong and powerful suction pull. Yifeng hastily took coercive measures. To know that this picture was seen by other people, then even if they jumped into the river cannot be washed. Zip. Boo. It was good that Yifeng took the opportunity to reach out and pinch Limu Orange's nose, and as time passed Limu Orange, who was not breathing well, finally loosened her mouth, and Yifeng was able to pull out. See Limu Orange open small mouth calm breathing. Yifeng also dispelled the idea that she deliberately turned around and walked out of the room. Just a short while after Yifeng had just left, a flash of scarlet quickly appeared on the face of Limu Orange, who was lying on the bed in deep sleep, and immediately afterward, she opened those deep black eyes. So rich. Teacher's breath. Limu Orange licked her lips, seemed to be reminiscing about something delicious. Bad. At this time is in the bathroom taking a look at the mirror. Yifeng looked at his neck, a smear of stained red. The mood is instantly like falling into the trough. If the servants in the other estate saw this and reported it to Li Jing, then wouldn't he be dead tonight? No way. Never let anyone see it. Yifeng thought about it and didn't know how to erase this mark, and in the end, he had to fasten the top button of his shirt, praying in his heart that he wouldn't be noticed by anyone. Yifeng, why are you here? Isn't Missy in class? Just as Yifeng had just organized his clothes and was about to go out, Ah Fu walked in. Alfred? Yifeng didn't expect someone to come in the bathroom at this hour. Fortunately, he had already fastened his button before this. In order to make it look like nothing had happened, he felt like making a preemptive strike. Did Missy not sleep well yesterday? Why are you talking about going to bed before class even starts today? No way. Hearing Yifeng's words, Ah Fu firmly shook his head. Oni-chan's work schedule is very accurate. Generally at 10 p.m. Will be bathed and go to bed. Yesterday is still the same. This morning when the maid went to call Oni-chan did not appear to linger on the bed behavior. So does Missy usually take a lunch break on the weekends before she takes my class? This would be true. In the past, Missy would either go to play with Miss Sue or stay home alone for her lunch break. That could be the reason then. I'll go back if there's nothing else. Oni-chan might have woken up by this time. Okay. Just as Yifeng was saying goodbye to Ah Fu, suddenly Ah Fu came up with this sentence. Right, Yifeng? Yifeng thought that Ah Fu had noticed the buttons tied on his collar and hurriedly returned. I'm not hot. Who asked you if you were hot? I mean your jacket. Missy re-switched it for you. The original one accidentally broke. Broken? Anyway, it's just a new dress for you, so just come straight to me to get it later. Okay. Now Yifeng didn't care about clothes or no clothes or anything. As long as he got through today's lesson steadily, he had succeeded. After Yifeng just returned to the door of Limu Orange's room but found that Limu Orange was already sitting on the seat quietly looking at the notes in her hand. After noticing Yifeng coming, Limu Orange smiled and looked towards Yifeng. Teacher, you're here. Well, did Missy get any sleep? Thanks to Sensei, I slept peacefully. But why is it that when I woke up I wasn't on my teacher's lap? Limu Orange took the initiative to explain that her memories were only at the beginning, which also made Yifeng feel much more at ease. It's not like I went to the bathroom, so I carefully carried you back to bed. Miss, that's right. Sensei is a real gentleman. Seeing Yifeng's silence, Limu Orange patted the chair beside her and said, Teacher, let's go to class. Time is precious. Good. Yifeng lifted his collar and sat next to Limu Orange, so he opened his mouth to talk about the anti-tracking points. After speaking for a long time, Yifeng always had a special feeling. He always felt that Limu Orange's sight was not on his face but on his neck. Missy, what's wrong, teacher? Where was I just talking about? The teacher just talked about how you can head into a crowd when you meet someone you're following, so you'll have a better chance of getting away from the stalker. Well, it seems I was overthinking it. What's wrong, teacher? Did I answer incorrectly? No, you answered well. I was just checking to see if you were paying attention to my lecture. But why are you buttoning up your collar? Teacher, aren't you hot? No, it's not hot. How can it be hot when you see I don't even have my jacket on? Well, okay, don't get distracted. Yifeng stretched out his finger and tapped Limu Orange's forehead, signaling her to stop interrupting, and continued with the lesson. I'd like to see what I've done to my teacher again. If I keep this up, I'm going to. I can't help it. Limu Orange listened to Yifeng's lesson expressionlessly on the surface, but inwardly she had already been in waves thinking of various ways to uncover Yifeng's collar. Hey, teacher, your collar is dirty. Let me wipe it for you. No need. Teacher, your buttons are about to fall off. Why don't I go change your shirt? Sit down. Teacher. Missy, can't you ever settle down? Hey. Sorry. Chapter 55, Cold Snake. In the end, Limu Orange managed to find a way to still not see the mark she had left on Yifeng. Oni-chan, you remember to solidify what I taught you. I'll leave if there's nothing else. Well, does the teacher's new clothes still fit? Is there any discomfort in wearing it? Everything is fine. Thanks for your concern, Missy. I'll see you next week. Bye, teacher. Limu Orange beckoned her hand to say goodbye to Yifeng. In fact, she was very reluctant to leave Yifeng in her heart, but the progress of the course in the past 2 days was very satisfactory to her. And when she saw the blush and excitement of Yifeng at the sight of herself, she knew that according to this way she would surely increase her feelings with Yifeng slowly, and finally live happily ever after as in the love story. But as her love for Yifeng grew stronger and stronger, Limu Orange already felt that just 2 days of classes couldn't satisfy her anymore, and she wanted to stay with Yifeng all the time even more. Alfred, looking at the place where Yifeng left, Limu Orange suddenly spoke. It's Miss. Isn't there a division under my father's umbrella that specializes in developing technological products? Well, I'm not really sure. Limu Orange looked at Afu's difficult expression when he immediately heeded his meaning. This is not a clear obviously is afraid of what he caused to cause him to become the so-called accomplices. Looks like this is something you'll have to do yourself. Ugh, get the car ready to go to the office. Okay. When Yifeng sat in the car just driving to the apartment near, suddenly remembered that this morning said to buy recipes for Xiaoyan. Immediately called the driver to change the route towards the nearest bookstore to drive. Jingle bells. After one of the doors opened, the bell behind the door also rang out crisply, and the store's female clerk rose from her seat. Welcome. Yifeng didn't expect such warm hospitality when he casually entered a bookstore, nodded in response and walked over to the female clerk. Hello, may I ask if there are any cookbooks to buy here? Recipes. Recipes? Do you need to practice your cooking skills, sir? Yes. Of course Yifeng wouldn't reveal everything about Xiaoyan. Every time he went out he would raise 200% alertness. Well, we certainly have a wide variety of recipes here, which you can find in the third counter. Sir. The cute talking shopgirl held out her hand and pointed towards the third counter she was talking about. Okay, thanks a lot. You're welcome, just call me if you need me again. The shopgirl narrowed her eyes and sized up Yifeng's appearance. A faint pink color bubbled up on both sides of her face, and she stuck out her tongue and licked the corners of her own mouth where Yifeng couldn't see it. Just as the female sales clerk was infatuated by Yifeng's appearance, a man in a suit walked out from the room behind the counter. The man in the suit first straightened his tie, then looked at Yifeng, who was selecting books, and turned his head to look at the female sales clerk, who never moved her gaze away from Yifeng. Having fun? There's nothing to do anyway. The shopgirl shrugged impatiently. I thought this poor place would be boring, but now it looks like there's fun to be had. Aren't you afraid I'll tell that lord about your slack work? The man in the suit smiled teasingly. If you don't mind me digging a hole in your chest. Ha, you haven't changed as usual. Night cat, don't give me the benefit of the doubt. I wouldn't have come all the way back from overseas if it weren't for the fact that I was able to kill Cold Snake myself. The female clerk glared at the man in the suit with a slightly impatient tone. Why don't you get out of here? I can smell a foul odor from you staying here. The man in the suit didn't get angry at the words of the female clerk. He just elegantly reached out his hand to hold up his black-rimmed frames. Don't be so grumpy. I think we can cooperate appropriately, can't we? After all, the reward for capturing Cold Snake is something no one would want to refuse. I don't need anyone's help. I can find her on my own. TSK. After so many years of being stepped on by Cold Snake, you still look very unconvinced. This kind of mood, actually I can also understand you. 10,000 years old. Just as the man in the suit was in the middle of his sentence, the female sales clerk's smile slowly faded and her gaze moved away from Yifeng's handsome face. If you say one more word, I swear I'll sew your stinking mouth shut. Then you'll be a dead dog as a bad wolf. That's just it. Since you won't agree to it, let's call it quits. And when the time comes, don't say I didn't warn you. The man in the suit smiled faintly and walked out of the bookstore with his chest puffed out as he took a book from the shelf titled Dead End. Just this one book. Yifeng picked a teaching book that was most suitable for first-time cooks, handing it to the clerk. Hello, I want this book. Please help me put it together. Yes, sir. The shopgirl winked at Yifeng, her originally cute appearance instantly becoming flirtatious. It seems that Mr. is interested in cooking for a moment. I wonder if Mr. would like to discuss cooking with me. Looking at the pretty face of the female sales clerk, this would be a normal person would not be able to hold. But Yifeng shook his head without changing his face. Sorry, I'm still busy. Can I have the book? Humph. What a lack of sass. Sir, or is this just a case of lusting after you? The female sales clerk stared at Yifeng with a bad smile on her face. It was hard to meet a man who was very much to her liking. She would not let him run away easily. Just when she thought she would slowly seduce Yifeng with her looks and figure, she didn't expect him to snatch the recipe and throw out a coin with the largest denomination in front of the shopgirl. Keep the change. I have urgent business to attend to. But thank you. After saying that, Yifeng took the cookbook and left the bookstore, leaving the shopgirl alone and messy in the store. Walking on his way home, Yifeng's mind floated back to the encounter he had just had in the bookstore. Although he couldn't see the secret of the people behind this bookstore, he had a guess in his mind that this clerk must be the same kind of person as the man he had encountered searching for people in the department store plaza. What kind of existence does that woman Xia Yuyan have in this organization? So many people want her dead? It seems like we need to find some time to ask Xia Yuyan properly. Meanwhile, The woman in the bookstore walked up and closed the store door behind her, heading straight for the warehouse behind her. Cold snake. As your name suggests, you're as cold-blooded as you are ruthless. Let's see how long you can hide. And don't show your 7 inches, because I won't hesitate to plunge the knife in my hand into your heart. The number 1 in the organization should belong to me. Shui. Staying at home, Xia Yuyan suddenly sneezed, and after stretching out her hand and rubbing her nose, her shapely body was as flexible as a snake, hugging Yifeng's pillows and entwining them together, her mouth confusedly reciting some words. Yifeng's scent. I really can never quit it. Chapter 56, Won't Leave You. Yifeng, why did you change your clothes? When Yifeng punctual home, Xia Yuyan has long been waiting at the door, looking at Yifeng hand holding the bag of books. Originally full of joy, Xia Yuyan in the discovery of Yifeng's coat did not know when to change a face slightly stiff. Was there an accident? I'm not really sure about that. That student of mine took it upon himself to change it for me, saying it was a bad dress or something. Yifeng also did not have to focus on the clothes above. For him, clothes and other things can be worn on the line. By the way, I promised you a recipe this morning. Xia Yuyan, who was still angry when she saw that her dismount was not a threat to Limu Orange, immediately smiled with joy when she heard Yifeng's words and took the recipes handed over by Yifeng. Thank you, Yifeng. The thought that Yifeng would promise himself to keep in mind Xia Yuyan's resentment also dropped. I'm so close to Yifeng that I'm with him every day. Why should I be angry with a child? I might as well put more effort into researching recipes. After all, the TV says that if you want to capture a man's heart, you have to capture his stomach first. At first, Xia Yuyan didn't really understand this sentence. If you have to grab the heart first, then wouldn't a person just die? Then what's the use of grabbing the stomach again? Luckily, she understood the meaning later. Hiss. Why does it feel like my back is cold? Yifeng shivered uncomfortably and looked back at Xia Yuyan, who was flipping through the recipes with devotion. Xia Yuyan, did you not eat? Eat? How can I not eat? Xia Yuyan raised her head and blinked her eyes quickly twice, before Yifeng and her agreed that they would eat properly. But as soon as Yifeng left, she couldn't get off of Yifeng's bed. If it wasn't for the fact that Yifeng would come back every day to check if there were any traces of movement in the food he left for himself in the refrigerator, she would rather lie on Yifeng's bed until she starved to death. However, today is an exception. Due to the overly coveted Yifeng's breath on the pillow, when Xia Yuyan slowed down, she had heard the sound of Yifeng open the door. In a hurry, she had to sort out the messy hair and wrinkled bed sheets out of the bedroom. Oh, well. Seeing Xia Yuyan's trembling appearance, Yifeng had already guessed a generalization and took a step in the direction of the refrigerator. Yifeng, seeing as you've worked so hard to come back, aren't you going to take a shower first? Xia Yuyan could not let Yifeng get close to the refrigerator, and after placing the recipes in her hand on the shoe cabinet, she hurriedly jogged and blocked Yifeng's path. I'll take a shower myself, but right now I'd like some milk from the fridge. I'll take it for you. Yifeng, you go sit on the sofa, just leave this small matter to me. Xia Yuyan stood still and did not allow Yifeng to advance half a step at all. She did not want to take a beating from Yifeng. No, I'll just do it myself. Yifeng put one hand on Xia Yuyan's shoulder to push her aside, but found that Xia Yuyan was not moved at all, and stood in place with a pitiful look at herself, which was obviously apologizing to Yifeng. What? Still trying to play the emotional card on me? Right. I'm sorry. This time Xia Yuyan sidestepped and stopped obstructing Yifeng. She knew that this would not help. It would be better to apologize earlier. Sure enough, after Yifeng opened the refrigerator and saw the plate of lunch intact, he closed the refrigerator door back after a moment of silence. Right. I'm sorry. If you're so reluctant to eat my cooking, then I won't do it. It's a waste of food instead. Yifeng did not even look at Xia Yuyan and said with his back to her, No. Xia Yuyan instantly panicked when she heard Yifeng's no longer gentle tone. Like a person who fell into the water and couldn't breathe, she walked around Yifeng and walked to him. I definitely don't mean that. I love eating the meals you make. Yifeng, come on. You didn't even touch the lunch I left you in the fridge and you're still here to weasel out of it? I'm afraid that's why you bought the cookbook. Not at all. Xia Yuyan tried her best to explain up, those deep blue eyes wrapped in tears as if they were going to cry out in the next second. I only bought the cookbook because I wanted to learn how to cook to relieve some of your burden for Yifeng. I definitely didn't mean what you said. You don't have to explain. Next time I won't make you lunch. Yifeng once again turned around, leaving behind Xia Yuyan, who froze in place with her head lowered, and without hesitation walked towards his room. Oh, just as Yifeng walked to the door, she heard a whimper from Xia Yuyan and her heart said that it was not good. Bad. Is Xia Yuyan crying? I was just trying to teach her a lesson. If she doesn't eat properly, her body can get sick. How can she, as a killer, cry over such a trivial matter? Yifeng had thought of relying on this incident to let Xia Yuyan learn a lesson. Of course he would not blame Xia Yuyan on this kind of small matter, but he had not thought that he had only casually said a few words, Xia Yuyan even cried out. Hug. Sorry. Xia Yuyan. Yifeng was turning around and suddenly realized that Xia Yuyan did not know when she stood in front of the refrigerator door and ate something in a big mouthful without thinking about it. Oh, well, Xia Yuyan? What are you doing? Yifeng was startled by Xia Yuyan's behavior and approached to find that Xia Yuyan was shedding tears while holding the cold lunch and eating it into her stomach regardless. What? Don't eat it. Yifeng was shocked by Xia Yuyan's behavior. At best he thought that Xia Yuyan would stand still and wait for his lecture, but he didn't expect this result. Yifeng dissuaded Xia Yuyan several times. She still ate the food on her plate, which made Yifeng rush to reach out and grab the plate from her hands, but Xia Yuyan still held onto the plate and stuffed her tears and lunch into her mouth one bite at a time. Seeing this, Yifeng could no longer look at it, and used all his strength to snatch Xia Yuyan's plate over, but it was already too late, and all the food in the plate was eaten into Xia Yuyan's stomach. Eat. Finished eating. Xia Yuyan dropped a single tear onto the floor, and the wooden floor quickly appeared as a small wet dot. Yifeng, I've finished eating. Don't leave me, okay? Xia Yuyan. Looking at Xia Yuyan's dull eyes, Yifeng was chagrined in his heart. At the same time, he was also blaming himself for coming up with such a method to teach Xia Yuyan a lesson, even though the cold food would not have any effect on her body if she ate it. But looking at the side of her mouth full of rice particles and her dull gaze, Yifeng's heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. Yifeng did not care whether there were still food residues or grease stains on Xia Yuyan's body, and went forward to hug the trance-like Xia Yuyan, whispering soothingly in her ear. Won't leave you. Chapter 57, Heartbeat. Clunk. The plate in Xia Yuyan's hand suddenly fell off, followed by a shattering sound. Hug. Sorry, I broke the plate again. Am I useless? And keep causing trouble for you? Yifeng. Stop talking about it. It's fine. None of it matters. Yifeng gently stroked Xia Yuyan's hair at the same time reaching out his hand to wipe away the tears beside her face. His gentle tone resounded in Xia Yuyan's ears. I don't mean to scold you. Replenish energy to the body. This is something that must be done. Otherwise it will affect the health of the body. Looking at you not eating every other day, I'm sure I'll be very worried. I also just want to take today to preach and teach you. Everything is my fault. I'm sorry. Don't. Yifeng, don't apologize. Xia Yuyan's stagnant gaze has long changed back to normal when Yifeng came forward to hold himself. Seeing Yifeng running towards himself despite everything, Xia Yuyan, where there are any other thoughts, now she just wants to stay by Yifeng's side for the rest of her life. Xia Yuyan interrupted what Yifeng was about to say and rested her head on Yifeng's chest, listening to Yifeng's heartbeat. I know all about it. Yifeng did everything for my good. Obviously from the beginning you saved me without asking for anything in return, and even let me live here to take care of me every day. The one who should really apologize is me. I've been spoiled by your gentleness, Yifeng na. You know, in those days of being an assassin, my mission was either to spy on the target day and night or to assassinate the target of the mission given in the organization, where we don't have our own mind. We are just a robot with a bare shell. If the organization hadn't planned to kill me, maybe I wouldn't have seen you. Yifeng. Xia Yuyan said she couldn't help but stretch out her smooth hand to caress Yifeng's cheek. You are the one who made me who I am, and you gave me this happy life. Xia Yuyan. But I realized that the so-called good life was all for naught. And in the absence of your presence I seem to have gone back to the same horrible place I was before. That's why at that moment I realized that for me, despite the absence of the organization's pursuit and the worries about not having enough to eat and wear, the world is still bleak and colorless. But since I met you, Yifeng, I just fell in love with a world full of happiness. I'm afraid that's the most heartfelt confession of all. Yifeng is not a cutie pie either. He also heard from Xia Yuyan's words that she liked him, and he admitted that his heart produced a slight flutter. But what was the use of it? As long as the system still existed, there was no way he would focus on these things in his life. On the one hand, it was for the sake of living. On the other hand, he wouldn't want to let a girl like Xia Yuyan live under his own hypocritical facade. Did he really start out with saving Xia Yuyan in mind? He just wanted to live. Only Xia Yuyan and himself were grasshoppers on the same rope. Xia Yuyan. I'm sorry. Xia Yuyan's originally expectant eyes instantly dimmed after hearing Yifeng's answer. She did not expect Yifeng to reject her confession without hesitation. It's true. I'm sure it's because of my own identity that's causing this, right? If I had a beautiful family like Yifeng's students, maybe he'd say yes. Who would want someone who's covered in filth? You are the most unseemly profession. On the surface it looks like Yifeng is apologizing for rejecting this act of Xia Yuyan, but if you listen carefully you will find that Yifeng's tone is more like an apology to Xia Yuyan than a rejection. Well, okay. Xia Yuyan took a deep breath and eased away from Yifeng's chest, her relaxed tone like she was easing the awkward atmosphere she had just experienced. But Yifeng, you have to be ready at all times. I'm not the kind of person who can just give up at will. Now this girl is going to take a good bath. Before that, give me your shirt. Shirt? What do you need my shirt for in the shower? Of course it's to help you wash your clothes. After all, your clothes have been stained with oil by me. This is as my compensation to you. Perhaps to take care of Xie Yuyan's emotions, Yifeng did not reject her request and nodded in agreement. Then, okay. Immediately after, Yifeng was about to undo the buttons on his shirt when he suddenly remembered something. Right, the mark on my neck. This mustn't be seen by Xie Yuyan, or else it'll be over. If she gets the wrong idea that I rejected her while leaving someone else's mark, that wouldn't be a matter of emotional stability. Anyone else would go crazy. No, wait. I'll go to my room to change into a set of clothes first. So Xie Yuyan, you can go ahead and wash. I can't imagine that you'd still be shy in this scenario, Yifeng. Well then, you can just leave your dirty clothes next to the sink later. I'll go get them myself. Good. Just like that, Xie Yuyan quickly packed up her toiletries and walked into the bathroom. Only after Xie Yuyan's figure disappeared did Yifeng let out a sigh of relief. And only after sweeping the broken plates on the floor into the trash can did he return to his room to change up his clothes. Wow. Really? You're so heartless. I thought I could hold on to you for dear life. Yifeng. Xie Yuyan let the shower herself, not moving at all. But why is it that the moment Yifeng hugged me, I could clearly feel that the regularity of his heartbeat suddenly became very fast, albeit briefly? Could it be that everything was an accident? Although Xie Yuyan's very subtle initial confession to Yifeng was not successful, she is not someone who gives up on this. She will never admit defeat before completing the task. Xie Yuyan therefore didn't feel much panic. In her heart the answer had already been finalized. Either Yifeng was happy with herself or she was happy with Yifeng. Other than that there was no other result. Upon touching the gentleness from Yifeng, she could no longer endure those lonely, cold days before. Bang! 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 Just then the door outside the bathroom also rang. And this movement immediately pulled back Xie Yuyan, who was still thinking. Yifeng, is that you? Yes, I left my shirt on the sink. And I made some vegetable soup. You'll have some to warm up your stomach later when you get out of the shower, okay? Got it. Thank you, Yifeng. Seeing a hint of concern in Yifeng's words, Xie Yuyan's eyes blinked soulfully before she bit her lip and thought of something. I'm in the shower. Don't waste it. A few moments later the bathroom room door slowly opened. From the doorway poked out a jade hand, grabbed the white shirt on the edge of the sink, followed by the shirt was quickly grabbed into the bathroom. Chapter 58, Kissing. Yifeng, who was sitting on the sofa playing with his cell phone, looked at Xie Yuyan, who had wet hair and trembling legs, and sat beside him with a slight flush on her face, leaning helplessly on her shoulder. What's the matter with you? You can take a shower and still deflate yourself? Washed too long so I'm a little groggy, Xie Yuyan said breathlessly. If she hadn't moved to the sofa step by her own will, she probably would have passed out in the bathroom by this time. Feeling Xie Yuyan's wet hair, Yifeng hurriedly stood up, while Xie Yuyan looked at him with a puzzled look. Yifeng, where are you going? Get you the hair dryer. Look at your hair. Ugh. That's because there's no strength left, nah. Xie Yuyan was like a puddle of soft mud leaning against the sofa making a lazy sound. I should have known. I should have restrained myself. But I can't stop when I smell Yifeng's scent. In a short while Yifeng took out the hairdryer from the bathroom and walked over to Xie Yuyan. Sit a little to the side and I'll blow dry your hair. Give. To me? Xie Yuyan had thought that Yifeng would just bring the hairdryer over, but she didn't expect him to take the initiative to say that he wanted to give himself a blow dry. A move that would have given her powerless body an instant boost. Or what? I thought you said you had no strength left. Come and sit down on my side. Good. Xie Yuyan scooted over to Yifeng's side immediately afterward. He heard a buzzing sound, and a warm breeze blew from the back of his head. Really? I'm afraid you're the only one in the whole world who can wash yourself off with a bath. And you're still a killer. You didn't see you so tired when you fought me before? It all depends on the situation. This is the internal body caused by the weakness. It's not all your fault. Blame me? How is this even connected to me? Yifeng kept stroking the moisture of Xie Yuyan's hair, and in his heart, he said that it was good that she had short hair, so that her hair could be blown dry soon. I wouldn't be in this state if I hadn't lost track of time and enjoyed myself while smelling you. Ka. The sound of the hairdryer was also turned off at this time, and Yifeng inquired while packing up the wires. What did you just say? The sound was too small for me to hear. I said thank you. Now that's always audible. Yifeng didn't know why Xie Yuyan suddenly blushed, but still patted her soft hair. Go and drink the soup on the stove later when you have the strength. Don't spoil yourself. You knew? When did you see it? Hearing Yifeng's words, Xie Yuyan suddenly tensed her nerves and frantically began to recall whether she had closed the door properly after taking Yifeng's shirt. Nonsense. I can't be blind to the cold food you ate in front of me. Later I'll go downstairs and buy you some more stomach medicine back. Got it. Have you always been like this? What? Are you this nice to everyone? Yifeng didn't know why Xie Yuyan suddenly came with such a sentence. And suddenly the atmosphere in the room had some subtle changes. How can that be? Do you think I'm a great benefactor? I have nothing to do every day to spread love and justice. And I don't know that you're in over your head. Yifeng picked up the jacket on the cabinet and put on his clothes while talking. Just as he turned back and was about to admonish Xie Yuyan for a few moments before he realized that she had stood behind him at some point. Yifeng was startled by Xie Yuyan's silent appearance and his body fell backward against the door. Xie Yuyan was wearing a leaf maple bought relatively thin pajamas. Due to the heat of the just showered, her chest buttons did not fasten. A strong sense of impact hastily let Yifeng turn his head. So, Yifeng, you mean I'm the only one? Or what? You're the first woman in my house. Foo. Xie Yuyan jumped into Yifeng's arms with a mesmerized face. Yifeng's words were tantamount to telling himself that his first live-in girl was himself. Obviously Yifeng's words were very flattering to Xie Yuyan, but her body began to tremble along with them. Yifeng, what's the matter? Are you not feeling well? Yifeng also noticed that Xie Yuyan's body was trembling at a strange frequency. Just as he wanted to push Xie Yuyan's shoulders away for further observation, Xie Yuyan suddenly closed her eyes and raised her head sideways to kiss at her neck. Yifeng was stunned by Xie Yuyan's sudden kiss and at the same time immediately realized that the place where Xie Yuyan kissed his neck was exactly the place where Limu Orange had left her mark on him, which made him hurriedly push Xie Yuyan's body away. Ooh! Xie Yuyan looked straight at Yifeng with a red face as if she was drunk, stretching out her slender fingers to touch her wet lips. He. Kissed it. Ouch! Xie Yuyan was still giggling when suddenly her head was gently knocked by Yifeng, immediately after covering her head and blinking at Yifeng. Is this woman crazy? Why does she look like a different person? Wasn't she normal just now? Just as Yifeng was looking at Xie Yuyan with a blush hanging all over her face in wonder, he suddenly thought that just now, when Xie Yuyan was kissing his neck, her face slightly brushed against his chin, and then a rolling heat came with it. Wait, is it possible that? Yifeng pulled Xie Yuyan closer as soon as he pulled her over. Apparently Xie Yuyan didn't expect Yifeng to do this either, opening her hands to make a gesture of wanting to hug her. Kiss your ass. Yifeng hurriedly stretched out the back of his hand and put it on Xie Yuyan's forehead, and sure enough a hot sensation spread. Oh no! Fever! Is it really the food that's to blame? Of course Yifeng didn't know what Xie Yuyan had done in the bathroom, so he blamed everything on top of the frozen food. And in his heart he blamed himself more and more for not taking care of Xie Yuyan, but now in such an emergency she didn't dare to easily send Xie Yuyan to the hospital, so she had to go downstairs to the drugstore to buy some anti-fever medication back. Xie Yuyan, you wait for me at home obediently, you know. You need to rest now that you have a fever. Xie Yuyan cocked her head like a child as if she didn't understand the meaning of what Yifeng was saying, but her two hands held onto Yifeng's clothes to prevent him from leaving. Don't abandon me. Don't leave me alone. I'm not leaving. I'm just going downstairs to get you some medicine, you know. You have a fever. Yifeng stroked Xie Yuyan's forehead. The rolling temperature still hadn't changed at all. If he didn't buy the medicine back quickly, this woman would burn her brain out. Chapter 59, The Exhausted Yifeng. Be a good girl and wait for me at home, okay? Yifeng, where are you going? Are you leaving me? The woman hadn't been given a fever to the head. Yifeng reached out his hand and gently stroked Xie Yuyan's hair and said warmly, I'm not going to leave. I'm just going down to buy you some medicine. You have a fever. Xie Yuyan shook her head with one hand pulling Yifeng's clothes, unwilling to let him go. Don't. I won't let you leave me. Ugh. Sorry about that. Yifeng sighed slightly and picked up Xie Yuyan in a hug. Good lord. Yifeng, do you want to go into the bridal chamber with me now? But we haven't gotten married yet, nah. What the hell is in your head? After walking into the room, Yifeng threw Xie Yuyan on the bed as soon as he could, followed by turning around and locking the door and quickly leaving, not listening to Xie Yuyan's cries in the room at all. At this hour, the pharmacy should still be open. After taking the elevator out of the cell door, there was no other sound except the crickets chirping in the grass, but Yifeng could still feel that there were several lines of sight watching him in the darkness around him. Cough cough. Yifeng coughed violently a few times, then made a weak appearance walking towards the direction of the pharmacy. Going to follow? Not many seconds after Yifeng disappeared, a small talking sound came from inside the grass pile. Follow it. The bad wolf has already killed a lot of his own people in anger in the past few days. It's better to be cautious in what you do. Without walking for a few minutes, Yifeng walked to the drugstore below the apartment, and judging from the fact that the lights were still on in the store, it was not closed yet. Hello. As soon as Yifeng stepped into the store, he saw the female clerk of the pharmacy watching a TV series on her cell phone. She was still startled after hearing Yifeng's voice. You, hello. The fire in the heart of the clerk, who was about to get angry after seeing Yifeng's appearance, had long been doused by a pot of cold water, and ignoring the TV series that was playing on the cell phone on the counter, he stood up from the seat in a flash. Hello customer, how may I help you? I'd like to buy a little fever reducer. I'm a little sick. Ah, I'll get it for you now. Just a moment. Seeing Yi Feng's weak tone, the clerk rushed around the cabinet to the shelves and started to pick up fever-reducing medicines, and in a short while came over with 2 boxes of medicines and handed them to Yi Feng. Customers, both boxes are the most effective fever reducers. I'll take it all then. After quickly settling the bill, Yi Feng said a thank you and hurriedly left the pharmacy, while the clerk smiled and waved his hand at Yi Feng. What luck to meet such a handsome guest. Just after the clerk hadn't been happy for long at all, Skinny Man came through the door, and as soon as he did he began to survey the clerk and all the corners of the drugstore. Guest, are you here to buy medicine too? Let me see. The tall and thin man glanced at the place where Yi Feng had disappeared before turning around and walking into the pharmacy. Wow. The shopgirl sat back down on the counter to watch her TV show in a bored manner, having just arrived in a good mood in this moment gone again. The tall, thin man scrutinized the medicines on the shelves, and finally found an obvious vacancy in the column of antipyretics, and immediately after that, he walked to the counter and looked at the female clerk and asked, how long did it take to organize today's shelves? What's the problem, guest? The shopgirl glanced breathlessly at the tall, thin man impatiently. I want to buy the newly manufactured medicine. Guest, please don't pick a fight if you're fine, okay? Our medicine here is properly organized every night, and the medicine on is the latest in stock. Hello, why are you leaving? Looking at the tall thin man inexplicably leave, simply do not listen to their own words. The female shopkeeper is even more angry, muttered a few sentences and then ignored. Well, is that guy a suspect? Nope, just got fever reducers. Ugh, when will it end? How can there be a target in a place like this? Cut the crap and stay hidden. Yes, ding. When the elevator door opened, Yi Feng walked out, but after he just took a few steps he stopped and looked back at the elevator. Until after more than 10 seconds the elevator still didn't show downward before Yi Feng turned towards the stairway. He hadn't pressed his floor from the start, though it didn't make a lot of sense for him to do so. He wouldn't be able to escape in this building if anyone really noticed anything unusual. He was only doing it to make sure there was no one behind him, and it looked like he was still relatively safe for now. After another 2 floors down, Yi Feng returned home. When he just entered the house and looked at the closed door after this relaxed breath, fortunately Xia Yuyan did not have any accidents. Taking out the key, Yi Feng then opened the lock of the room, and sure enough, Xia Yuyan was lying on the bed at this time making uncomfortable whimpering noises, and her mouth was still muttering Yi Feng's name. Gotta take the pills first. Yi Feng from walking back to the living room to pour a cup of water after the fire came to the bedside. Touching Xia Yuyan's still hot forehead will be her limp body to help up, but Xia Yuyan seems to have lost consciousness as soon as she sits up to fall down. Yi Feng had to let her lean against his chest. Sniff, sniff. Xia Yuyan opened her beautiful eyes an instant after smelling Yi Feng's scent and muttered, Yi Feng, you're back. Well, let's not talk so much about it. Come and take your medicine. Yi Feng tore open the bag of fever-reducing pills and took out a fever-reducing pill and placed it by Xia Yuyan's mouth. Open your mouth and take the medicine. Good. Xia Yuyan opened her mouth and took a bite after hearing Yi Feng's words. Hiss. I told you to take your pills, I didn't tell you to bite my hand. Yi Feng forced himself to endure the pain coming from his fingers to deliver the pill into Xia Yuyan's mouth before pulling his hand out. Oh, well, drink water. MMM. During the period Xia Yuyan was quite obedient, just following the orders given by Yi Feng. After finishing the fever-reducing medicine, Yi Feng carefully placed Xia Yuyan on the bed, while he himself closed the door of the room and walked to the living room. Phew. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Serving Limu orange in the morning and Xia Yuyan at night, and the system's mission is intended to treat himself as a servant of these women to cultivate at least he is a kidnapper Now, where is the link between everything he does and being a kidnapper? Never mind, I'll sleep on the couch today, take a shower and get ready to rest. Yi Feng got up and walked towards the bathroom after drinking a cup of water, while Xia Yuyan's difficult expression in the room eased slightly, her mouth still calling Yi Feng's name. Chapter 60, Xia Yuyan after the fever subsided. Boing. Late at night, after the fever had subsided, Xia Yuyan gradually awoke from her coma. A strong sense of thirst as well as the soreness of her limbs pervaded her entire body. It hurts. What's happening to me? Xia Yuyan narrowed her eyes slightly and sat up slowly with her hands on the mattress. Even though the fever had subsided, her body was still in discomfort. Xia Yuyan used her memory to try to pick up the water cup on the table when she realized that she didn't seem to be on the sofa in the living room. It's. Xia Yuyan touched the quilt covering her body and inhaled deeply before realizing that she was in Yi Feng's room. How did I sleep here? And where is Yi Feng? Xia Yuyan put on her slippers and stood up to turn the bedroom light on, and in an instant she saw the glass of water and pills on the bedside table. It's antipyretic? Am I sick? Xia Yuyan gradually had some memories in her mind after looking at the name of the medicine. It looked like Yifeng had gone downstairs to buy medicine after feeling sick, and then even fed himself the medicine. Where's Yifeng? Xia Yuyan picked up the cup of water and drank it all in one go. Her dry throat gradually got a little better, but she didn't see Yifeng's figure immediately opened the door and walked out. With the help of the bedroom light, Xia Yuyan saw Yifeng lying on the sofa asleep. At this time he was using his jacket to cover his body, while Xia Yuyan's own quilt was folded by him and put aside. It's really here. You're such an idiot for not making a quilt. Although Xia Yuyan's mouth was broken, her eyes looked at Yifeng with a little more love. Yifeng's jacket gently lifted aside. Xia Yuyan took her own quilt unfolded to cover Yifeng's body, and then squatted on the ground and looked at Yifeng's sleeping face. The body's pain suddenly eased a lot. I wish I could look at you like this forever. Xia Yuyan rested her chin quietly looking at Yifeng flooded with a smile. Just then she suddenly saw that Yifeng's neck actually had a little stained red. Seeing this, Xia Yuyan immediately came a few points closer and pursed her own lips after scrutinizing for a while. It's true that the veins in the neck are very fragile, and it was only yesterday that I only kissed them just a little bit and they turned into this, but it looks really good nah. I really want to leave my mark on every part of Yifeng's body again, but why does this mark look so dark in color? Hasn't it only been one night? Or is Yifeng's blood clotting function too good? Obviously Xia Yuyan didn't think in other places and still thought that this mark was left by herself on Yifeng's neck. Good night Yifeng. Xia Yuyan softly said good night to Yifeng. Although she wanted to hug Yifeng but she knew that Yifeng was too tired today, she wouldn't bother him anymore. After saying that, Xia Yuyan returned to Yifeng's room and turned off the lights. Yifeng, who woke up from his morning sleep, was confused and wanted to get up but realized that half of his body was suspended on the sofa. The strong sense of stagnation scared him. If he had just rolled over, the probability that he would have fallen under the sofa. That's not right. Isn't the sofa quite big? Why am I sleeping on the edge? Yifeng's body first to the sofa squeezed, but this should have a vacant place has become very congested like a wall blocking his back, and even the most basic action of turning over he cannot do. What the hell? Bewildered Yifeng raised his head to probe towards the inside of the sofa, and when he saw what was going on his brain cleared up in a flash. Xia Yuyan, why is she sleeping here? Didn't she sleep in my room last night? And I thought there was a wall behind her. Yifeng lifted the quilt, was about to get off the sofa but found that Xia Yuyan's hand had long been tightly wrapped around his arm at some point. If he were to forcefully break free, he would certainly wake her up, but this is not a way to go on. Just when Yifeng was at a loss, another strong compression came from his back, followed by Xia Yuyan's voice from behind him. Good morning Yifeng. Good morning. Nope. What are you doing? Yifeng saw Xia Yuyan woke up also do not care what the movement, grabbed her hand and broke it as a way to break free. Really? What's with the big reaction? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Xia Yuyan saw Yifeng leaving in a panic and yawned like a nobody, continuing to lie motionless on the sofa. What do you mean you won't eat me? Why are you suddenly sleeping on my couch? Didn't I give you all the beds? Isn't it your own problem? Why are you blaming me? Xia Yuyan looked at Yifeng pitifully as if Yifeng had done something wrong. My problem? Come on, you tell me how it became my problem. Yifeng was also exasperated and laughed. He did not expect that Xia Yuyan would still blame himself. He was so busy that he ended up being wrong himself. Yifeng, do you usually sleep in the room you sleep in? Yeah, but what does that have to do with my question? That's why you should be sleeping in your room. I'm the one who should be sleeping on the couch, so you're the one who really took my bed. Hey, that makes sense now. Understand you my ass. I think you're really brain fried. That's not because you didn't come back in time. Xia Yuyan said here, reaching out from the quilt and grabbing Yifeng's pants. Beaming. So you're responsible for me, oh, you woman. Yifeng didn't have the good sense to stretch out his hand and popped a heavy brain crash on Xia Yuyan's forehead, which hurt Xia Yuyan's two hands to cover her head. If you hadn't eaten cold food last night and didn't blow dry your hair earlier, how could you have gotten sick? Next time pay better attention to me, understand? I know. Xia Yuyan knew why she suddenly had a fever, and it wasn't because she stayed in the bathroom for too long, and more or less she was still a little embarrassed in her heart. By the way, take your own temperature later. The thermometer is in the medicine bag in your room. I'm going to make something light. Don't. I have the recipe now, it should be me doing it. Xia Yuyan stood up when she heard Yifeng trying to steal her job by lifting the quilt. Told you were getting well. It's not like I'm not going to give you a chance to cook. Yifeng turned around and prepared to tell Xia Yuyan to sit back, but looked at the pajamas she was wearing because she didn't fasten the buttons and even a touch of spring light leaked at first. Get your pajamas on properly, you hear me? Okay, I know. Don't be so angry this early in the morning. Xia Yuyan curved the corners of her mouth as she looked at Yifeng's shy look and smiled as she fastened her buttons. Chapter 61, Feeding Kanji. Yifeng, do you hate me? What are you muttering about all by yourself? Sit down and eat your meal. Xia Yuyan stood at the dining table and first glanced at the diced meat fried rice in Yifeng's bowl, and then looked at the greaseless white rice in her own bowl, pouting and looking at him with dissatisfied eyes. What are you looking at me for? Come on, sit down and eat now. Yifeng put a plate of fried green vegetables next to Xia Yuyan's bowl, and he himself picked up the spoon ready to eat a bite of diced meat fried rice, but looked at Xia Yuyan motionless staring at his own appearance, also put down the spoon in his hand to explain. Your body has only just recovered. You can't eat greasy and smoky food. It's useless for you to hate me. You'll just make do with white porridge and vegetables for this period of time. I'm not going to. Who's going to eat this? Xia Yuyan desperately shook her head, and it was clear from her expression that she was resisting. I think Yifeng, you just hate the new. You used to make me delicious food, but now you only serve me simple food. It's true that love disappears. Yifeng looked at his bowl of fried rice, suddenly felt unscented. Especially Xia Yuyan with that pitiful look made it seem as if he really abused her. No matter what you say, it's always no. If you want to eat meat, then you have to wait until you're completely healed. Protest. Yifeng, you're clearly taking personal revenge. Come on. Whatever you say. What would it take for you to eat your meal properly? Not unless you feed me. Xia Yuyan uttered these words without any pause at all, as if these words were something she had long been prepared to get out of her mouth at any time. Stare. Ugh. Why do you still have to be fed like a child? I don't care. This is all punishment for not giving me meat. Okay. Just be a good boy and sit back in your seat, okay? When Xia Yuyan saw Yifeng agree to her request, she was all smiles. In her heart, eating anything was acceptable. She just simply wanted Yifeng to feed himself. Don't bother leaving your position. I'll just come here myself. Xia Yuyan picked up the white kanji on her seat and made a half circle around the table to Yifeng's side. Aren't you going to move your chair over here? How am I supposed to feed you if you're standing? Of course you have to sit down. Xia Yuyan said and turned her back to Yifeng, followed by sitting on his lap with her but under Yifeng's puzzled eyes. Hey, Xia Yuyan, Yifeng, don't move. If you spill the kanji, you'll have to do the laundry again. Sure enough, after Xia Yuyan finished this sentence, Yifeng stopped any movement. Xia Yuyan twisted her body again until she found a comfortable position before she was satisfied with the white porridge. I'm ready. Give me the bowl. I'll just carry the bowl myself. Here's the spoon. Yifeng took the spoon and stretched out his right hand to scoop up a spoonful of white porridge and raised it in the air. That's always good. Miss Shay. Hey, I'm satisfied with that. You did a good job, Sayaka. Xia Yuyan briskly opened her small mouth to eat the white porridge in the spoon, making a gesture of tasting a top-notch delicacy after swallowing. Good times. It's worthy of being Yifeng brand white porridge. It's all good when you eat it. Come on, auntie. Hurry up and eat your porridge. See Xia Yuyan's behavior. Yifeng can no longer watch. According to this bowl of rice shall not be eaten to the monkey years and months to go. Do not wait for Xia Yuyan ready to quickly scoop up the next spoon. Rush towards her mouth to send. Little leaf, can't you be a little more gentlemanly? There's no place for your hasty nature. Yifeng didn't give Xia Yuyan a chance to speak, and kept speeding up the speed of the porridge in order to finish the feeding task quickly. Wait, I haven't finished eating yet. I'm sorry, Yifeng. I was wrong. I have to say that Yifeng's efficiency is really fast. Not after a while the bowl of kanji has seen the bottom, just when he will put the spoon into the bowl but found that Xia Yuyan is drumming a cheek face hard to look at their own. Alright, you've eaten your meal too, hurry up and get down there. Now it's my turn to eat. Ooh-hoo. Xia Yuyan covered her mouth after a long time before she ate all of the diluted rice piled up in her mouth, and bared her teeth as she looked ferociously at Yifeng. Yifeng, where have you been so rude? I almost choked to death on you. It's not because you talk all the time and don't pay attention to your food. I'm correcting your bad habits. Bad Yifeng, you'll get what's coming to you. Come on, get down and get out of my way to eat. Hey. Xia Yuyan, what are you doing? Yifeng was about to push Xia Yuyan off of himself, but he found that she was lying on his chest like an enraged puppy and making movements that might attack at any time. Xia Yuyan bit down on Yifeng's neck and clutched Yifeng's wrist tightly with her own hands. No matter how Yifeng turned his neck, she would follow along. Hiss. Stop. Shut up. Xia Yuyan, you're a dog. Ooh-hoo. Don't you want to explain? Afterwards, Yifeng touched the red and swollen teeth marks on his neck and looked at Xia Yuyan, who was sitting on the sofa and looking at himself, and said, "This is revenge for me. Now we're even." Although Xia Yuyan was sitting on the sofa looking like she was reflecting, her gaze always lingered on her teeth marks, and every time she glanced at them, the corners of her mouth would unconsciously rise slightly, except that Yifeng, who had his head in the air, didn't even notice these subtle changes. Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. Look at your neck, besides the mark, is there no wound? According to you I still have to thank you? Hey, it's what I'm supposed to do. I wasn't complimenting you. What on earth is going on? Didn't the previous information say that the Lee family's daughter would take a car to the Lee group's manor on weekends? Why is it that the latest scouts are saying that the Lee family's daughter has been in the manor and has never left the house? Is the information reliable or not? In a basement somewhere in Shu City, a man with a heavy face was looking at the messy documents on the table and browsing through them. If you look carefully you will find that the documents are all information related to Limu Orange, and outside of his door stood a few fierce and vicious men. The group of trash sent for the first time is also even managed to let the other kidnappers get there first, and in the end, people still safely evacuated until now have not been discovered. The boss said he's not satisfied with our behavior. If this operation still doesn't succeed in kidnapping the Lee family's daughter, they'll all be waiting to be thrown into the sea and fed to the fish. But boss, how can we carry out the plan without any information? It's very simple. Before this I looked at the topographical map of the Lee's manor. There is a high mountain at the back of the manor. As long as we take advantage of the cover of the night to use climbing tools to reach the top, we can enter the manor from the back. At that time, while all the people are not paying attention to the situation, to kidnap the Lee family's daughter and leave the scene, so that we can get out of the way. The plan is all clear? I hear you, several people said in unison. Then set the operation for 2 weeks from now, and in the meantime continue to gather intelligence that isn't there. Yes. Chapter 62, Volume King Su Yusen. Yi Feng, who had spent a few days in an ordinary manner, had again reached the time when he had to give Su Yusen a lesson. Sitting in the taxi, Yi Feng's mind gradually floated back to the images of the past few days. You have to know that Xie Yuyan, who served as the chef spooning 3 meals a day in the past few days, could have tortured his stomach pouch. A no longer simple but fried shredded potatoes. Yi Feng would have thought it was a very good start. At first looked at Xie Yuyan's superb knife, Yi Feng even thought of this dish will actually be how delicious. But as he sat at the table and watched a blackened, shredded potato dish being served, he realized how serious the situation was. Xie Yuyan, what's this blackish thing? Shredded potatoes. I made it according to the recipe. Isn't it appetizing? Are you sure this is still edible? Why can't we eat? Xie Yuyan had an apron tied around her waist and a discolored spatula in one hand. Yi Feng, who felt enveloped by an aura of death, swallowed hard. It's gonna kill you, right? It's going to die. Ahem. Actually, I don't think I'm very hungry right now. Why don't we eat later? No line. This is a delicacy that took me a lot of effort to cook, so you have to eat it while it's hot. It seems to be an unavoidable calamity. Well, I'll just take a shallow taste. No problem. Yi Feng sat stiffly on the chair and made a look of death. Even he was wondering if he would trigger the effect of the scapegoat doll in his props if he ate this mouthful of shredded potatoes. Looking at Xie Yuyan's expectant gaze, Yi Feng hesitated for a moment and picked up the bowl and chopsticks in his hands. His slightly trembling hands picked up a pitch-black shredded potato and finally closed his eyes and sent it into his mouth in one breath. How's it going? Xie Yuyan cautiously inquired about Yi Feng, who was frozen in place, seeing a glimmer of hope in his unchanged expression. I'm just saying that even though it doesn't look like much, it actually tastes pretty good. Just as Xie Yuyan thought of this but found that Yi Feng stood up from the chair, slowly walked to his body and reached out his hand on his shoulder. With a tone of voice like in the aftermath of the consolation, there is no relationship. Although there is no talent in the cooking above, we can also try other skills. There is no need to hang on a tree to die. Ugh. Looking out of the car window, Yi Feng's eyes had a lingering feeling. Although he said this way, Xie Yuyan still did not give up their cooking dream. Vaguely remember after that, Xie Yuyan with a serious expression looked at himself and said, what will let you eat the most delicious dishes and so on. Well, in the effort does not fail. Xie Yuyan in these days of cooking practice finally made it can eat the shredded potatoes. Although the seasoning put too much lead to the whole dish seems to be salt deliberately pickled, except, passenger, the destination is here. Oh, okay. Back to God. Yi Feng and the delivery of the fare after the car came to an upscale single-family villa community. This is still the first time Yi Feng came to Su Yusen lessons. Life is not familiar with the place. He was about to pick up the cell phone to check his memo left in the address. Suddenly he noticed something behind the back of the quietly approaching their own. Sensing that the silhouette was getting closer to him, Yi Feng also turned around in this instant, and only after he saw the person coming clearly did he withdraw the vigilance in his heart. Yusen, why are you here? Only to see Su Yusen wearing a small beige dress. Her face was dressed with a slight light makeup. Her golden hair was tied with 2 pigtails. She looked like a fairy tale-like princess. Brother Yi Feng. Su Yusen obviously did not expect Yi Feng to turn back at this time. Originally prepared to take the opportunity to jump into Yi Feng's arms to scare him, the plan also declared a failure. And finally had to be good-naturedly nodded toward Yi Feng. Right. Brother Yi Feng, this is for you. After saying that, Su Yusen handed Yi Feng the strawberry juice she was holding. Strawberry juice? That's for me? Aha! I specially used the juicer this morning when I thought Brother Yi Feng would come. Su Yusen's face was covered in blush as she spoke. and the volume of her speech became lower and lower. If Limu Orange was here, she would know that whenever Su Yusin made this face, it meant she was lying. Yi, brother Yifeng, drink it quickly. It won't taste good after a long time. Well, then I'll thank you in advance. Uxin. Yifeng nodded his head and smiled towards Su Yusin. This cute and understanding girl was like a cute and naive little sister in the neighborhood. There was always a sweet and honeyed feeling when he got along with her. It just so happens that recently suffered from Xia Yuyan's food persecution. Now there is a good juice. Yifeng of course will not be too much. Lifted the lid and tilted his head to gulp and drank. On the other hand, Su Yusin, who had watched all the images from the side, blocked her mouth with both hands, staring at the strawberry juice in Yifeng's hand without looking away, her small mouth occasionally emitting a hee-hee-hee sound. After Yifeng drank all the strawberry juice in the cup, Su Yusin stretched out her small hand and patted her flushed little face before she happily walked up. Brother Yifeng, give me the cup. Well, thanks to Uxin for her hospitality. No matter, I'm happy to be able to work for Brother Yifeng. I'm sorry Hugen, your voice is really low. What did you just say? Ah, no, nothing. Brother Yifeng, please follow me. I'll take you to my home. While following Su Yusin on the way to her home, Su Yusin deliberately slowed down her pace to walk side by side with Yifeng while chatting about other topics. Brother Yifeng, last week Mu Orange's class. Brother, what knowledge did you give Mu Orange? Lecturing? Actually, nothing was taught last week, and one day in the middle of it Mu Orange was still sleeping. What? Sleep. The smile on Su Yusin's face disappeared when she heard this. Just now she was complacent about preparing her special strawberry juice for Yifeng once again, but now she only felt that the sky was about to collapse. Yeah, Limu Orange should have slept in her own room because she hasn't had a good rest recently, but that's good. I can at least relax and unwind. So that's it, I thought. Su Yusin patted her chest reassuringly, secretly saying that it was fortunate that she hadn't been shortchanged by Limu Orange. By the way, Brother Yifeng, you didn't tell Mu Orange the secret between the two of us, right? You mean about the tutoring sessions I'm giving you? Aha. That's not true. After all, I promised you. That's good. Yifeng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Su Yusin's relieved face. Uxin, this child seems to be the character that secretly works hard and then amazes everyone. Yet I guess the reason she doesn't want Limu Orange to know that she's also giving her lessons is because she wants to sneak away. I would like to bestow upon her the title of King of the Rolls. In fact, Su Yusin's purpose was really to sneak away, but the direction she was sneaking away in was just not grades. Chapter 63, Su Wanli's Test. Yusin, your environment here is quite good. Every family's home is such a large private space? Yifeng, who was walking on the road, curiously watched the exterior of the detached villa. In addition to the unique decorations, there were also private parking rooms, private pools, gardens, and even homes where vegetables were grown. Yes, every home is designed. My mother and I even grow some fruits and vegetables in our spare time. Su Yusin spoke and secretly closed the distance between her and Yifeng again. While Yifeng looked at the surroundings, she looked at Yifeng. That's nice. Does Brother Yifeng like this life too? This kind of life must be liked by anyone. Carefree and leisurely. Actually, Brother Yifeng can live with me if he wants to. Su Yusin almost said these words in a voice that only she could hear. What did you say, Uxin? I'm sorry, your voice is really low. Nope, it's nothing. I'm just saying that we've arrived. Brother, look at the house in front of us. It's my home. Su Yusin walked up and stretched out her finger on the fingerprint unlocking screen at the gate, followed by the screen, and then popped up a camera window scanning her appearance, only to hear a crisp click. The gate will be unlocked. Brother Yifeng, please come in. This is my home. Thank you, Yushin. Under Su Yusin's lead, Yifeng walked through the door. Right at the entrance foyer, he stood on the doormat and carefully asked, Hugen, do I need to change my shoe covers? I think I ran out of shoe covers. Su Yusin revealed a pair of white silk short stockings after taking off her own small black leather boots, and vaguely could still see her small round and rosy feet from the short stockings. After putting on her slippers, Su Yusin glanced at the shoe cabinet and suddenly kicked a plastic bag in the back of the cabinet and turned around to see that Yifeng hadn't noticed before she let out a sigh of relief. It seems like there really isn't. Yay. Then Brother Yifeng, you can wear these new slippers. I gave a pair to my mother when we were shopping at the mall earlier. It's not good. Why is it bad? It's just a pair of slippers. So please don't be shy, brother. Well, I'll be rude then. Yifeng took off his boots and placed them neatly at the door, then put on his slippers and followed Su Yusin in. Brother Yifeng, you sit on the sofa for a while. I'll go make you a cup of tea. Su Yusin, as the little master, greeted Yifeng as soon as he entered the house and sat down. Not waiting for Yifeng to be polite, she ran towards the kitchen with her short legs. Yusin. Yifeng was embarrassed to stand in place and survey the surrounding. Although Su Yusin's home is a luxury villa, but the interior looks extremely simple and plain. In addition to some good-looking porcelain, Wood carvings looks and ordinary people's interiors are not much different. This is also very consistent with Su Wanli's unassuming character. The more status and position people instead still so low-key. Really puzzling. Just as Yifeng gradually walked to the sofa in the living room, he suddenly noticed a strong line of sight with a hint of hatred inexplicably coming towards him. Who? Is there someone else in this house? Yifeng followed his senses and looked to the side of the sofa, and he saw a man who was crossing his legs and looking at himself viciously. Su, President Su? Boy, you can. This person was none other than Su Yusen's father, Su Wanli. Su Wanli's lanky figure sat on the sofa looking a little crowded, looking at Yifeng surprised but not panicked look, hatred reduced by a few points. I said Yuxin yelled to go shopping with her mother yesterday. After all, it was specially to buy slippers for you. Buy slippers on purpose? That's not true. I snuck the shoe covers off the counter early this morning and threw them inside the cracks. So who do you think it's for? Brother Yifeng. I've brewed the tea my father treasured for you. Why don't you move, brother? Are you looking at? At this time Su Yusen walked over with a cup of tea in her hand, and when she followed Yifeng's line of sight she actually found her father sitting on the sofa. Ha. Father, didn't you go to the office? Why are you here? Su Yusen, in the sight of Su Wanli's excited heart, almost did not put the hands of the teacup knocked over, suddenly stammered up, so that the words from entering the house at the beginning of their own and Yifeng's conversation were heard in the ears of their father. Yuxin, you haven't made tea for my father in your long life. It seems that this morning you've been urging your mother and I to go out all because of this. Well, alright, Yifeng, just hurry up and start the lesson for Yuxin. I came here today for no other purpose but to verify if you are as good as Oldly said the teaching is that good. But let me say in advance, if you don't have the quality of teaching that I expected, I won't let you come to this house anymore. Oh, Father. Su Yusen was instantly anxious upon hearing this, and was interrupted by Su Wanli when she wanted to say something. Yusen, you go and bring the textbooks. This matter is not negotiable. Me giving Yifeng this chance is already the best indulgence for you. Poof. Su Yusen huffed and puffed as she walked up the attic to head to her room. After Su Yusen briefly left, Su Wanli beckoned Yifeng to sit down, and his tone of voice was also much milder from the harshness at the beginning. Kid, I hope you won't let me down. This child, Yusen, is the apple of my eye, so I hope you can do your job well. Don't worry, President Su, I won't have any other ideas. I'm just in the capacity of a governess. Aha. Su Wanli nodded and then did not say anything else, looking to Yifeng in front of his own tea heart some meat pain. After a while Su Yusen came down with her textbook and beamed, just as she wanted to sit beside Yifeng but was stopped by Su Wanli. She had no choice but to sit on the opposite side of Yifeng. So, Miss Su, we're ready to begin? Yusen. Okay, Yuxin. The next time Yifeng with their own knowledge and skills and use as a teacher's experience to talk about the knowledge in the textbook. Su Yusen also obviously into it. After 2 hours of explanation, Su Wanli heart, the last trace of concern is also completely eliminated. I have to admit that this kid is really a genius. Not only is the knowledge base or teaching methods are far better than the previous tutor I hired for Yuxin's tutor, more than a few times better. The Oldly honestly do not deceive me. Just as Yifeng had just finished speaking about a point of knowledge and was about to take a sip of tea, Su Wanli spoke at this time. Alright, let's stop here today. Chapter 64, Success at Last. Father, clearly the class is not over. Su Yusen looked at Su Wanli fiercely like a fried kitten after hearing her father talk about the end of the course. I'm sorry, Hugin. The main reason I'm home today is because I'm taking you to a very important meeting with your mother later. Su Wanli did not expect that the momentarily well-behaved and obedient Su Yusen would show this kind of brutal appearance in front of Yifeng, but still said in a serious tone, Yifeng, I'm very satisfied with today's lesson, and I apologize to you for my rudeness earlier, but we do have a family matter today. The lesson has to stop now as well. It's okay, Su, I can understand you. Yifeng waved his hand to indicate that it was fine, and he certainly raised his hands in favor of being able to leave work early. Thank you, the cost of the course will remain at the standard rate, so let's call it a day. Su Wanli nodded towards Yifeng. Now that he was completely assured of Yifeng's character, it seemed that tomorrow he would not need to stand by like today. Yuxin, quickly go and change your clothes. You have to wear a dress for today's banquet. Su Yusen, who was standing on the side with her head lowered in place, did not move at all, and then a tear was seen sliding across her cheeks to fall to the ground. Yusen? Su Wanli saw the situation is not right, slowly approached only to find that his own baby daughter actually cried. This time can make him anxious. To know that he is most afraid of is his own daughter crying. Why take up my own time? Shouldn't my father have to discuss things with me first? You can do whatever you want with this kind of imposition. I'm sorry, Yuxin. I actually didn't want this. Su Yusen suddenly raised her head, her two small hands gripping the hem of her skirt in a death grip, her eyes revealing a hint of anger as she roared loudly facing Su Wanli. I hate my father the most. Su Wanli heard Su Yusin after this sentence is like a bolt from the blue. To know their own daughter from childhood to adulthood have not said this sentence to themselves. But when he really heard after this sentence in the mouth of their most beloved daughter after this only realized the seriousness of the situation. Su Wanli knew that if he didn't speak out to save himself he would probably cause a big trouble. So he had to cast a look of help to Yifeng who was on the side. Yifeng naturally wasn't good at getting involved in Su Yusin's family affairs, but still walked over to Su Yusin's side and picked up the tissue on the table and handed it to her. Don't cry Yusin, look at your makeup is all cried out. Ugh, I didn't want this either, obviously. I wanted to show my best side to you, ni. But it seems like I messed everything up. Yifeng exported a really fast effect. Su Yusin's temper is like a needle pierced the ball like an instant leakage. The mood is also slightly improved. Not at all. Hugen has done a great job. Seeing that Su Yusin was still thinking about herself, Yifeng's heart inevitably grew a little more fond of this cute little girl. I'm the one who should be happy to be able to tutor a cute girl like Uxin. Lovely? Am I cute? Of course. Oh, after getting Yifeng's appeasement in just a few words Su Yusin stopped her tears. Su Wanli will see this all in the eyes without saying a word. The depression in his heart is getting heavier and heavier. Yusin, get back to dressing. There's not much time. Brother Yifeng, let me walk you to the gate. There are still some things I don't understand from today's knowledge. Su Yusin suddenly interrupted Su Wanli with a voice. And she didn't even look at him. That's not good. Uxin. Aren't you going to the banquet? I'm not going with a father who disrespects me. Su Wanli sighed helplessly and finally looked at Yifeng and said, Yifeng, can I trouble you to come 3 hours earlier when you come to class tomorrow? It's okay, but is it really okay? This is what I owe Uxin. It should be on for as long as it takes. As a father I can't go back on my word. Since you said so, Mr. Su, then I have no problem with it. Really? Su Yusin rubbed the tear stains at the corner of her eyes, and her eyes and tone of voice when she looked at Su Wanli were also devoid of the dissatisfaction and indignation she had just felt. Only until Su Wanli nodded his head did Su Yusin reveal a happy smile and pounced into Su Wanli's arms in a burst of trotting, as if she had become his good daughter again at this moment. I knew father was the best for me. Thank you father. That's not what you just said. So, Yushin, will you always promise me to go upstairs and get ready to leave now? Okay, but I want to see brother Yifeng off, just to the door of the house. Okay then, is 5 minutes enough? Enough, Su Yusin said and pulled the corner of Yifeng's coat to raise her head to look at Yifeng. Brother, let's go. Wow. Speaking of which, brother Yifeng is giving me lessons for the first time today nah. Have I behaved badly ah? I will listen to your brother's advice and correct it in time. Yifeng thought back to the process of teaching Su Yusin today, looked at Su Yusin and shook his head. Yusin's learning performance is not a problem, but there are still some deficiencies above the theoretical knowledge. Overall it's still good, not bad. Then compared to Mu Orange, who would you think is better? Brother? Does this still need to be asked? Of course it's Uxin. You are unaware of how resistantly Mu Orange was initially. If it wasn't for me using other methods maybe at this point I would have said I was fired. He. Thanks for the compliment, sensei. Obviously Yifeng's sentence was very flattering to Su Yusin. Even her cheeks reddened quite a bit. After agreeing on the time for the meeting on the second day, Yifeng bid farewell under Su Yusin's watchful eyes, and it was only after Yifeng's figure completely disappeared that Su Yusin turned towards the house with a fondness. Mu Orange, did you see that? The person that brother Yifeng likes more is me. You're nothing but an evil person who relies on your power to keep brother Yifeng on a leash. Brother Yifeng wouldn't like you. I'm the best student. Hey, it finally worked. Xia Yuyan looked at the plate of brightly colored and fragrant shredded potatoes. Her tired eyes revealed a slight delight. After her continuous attempts finally succeeded in making a dish that satisfied her and lived up to her hard work these days. Looking forward to Yifeng's return, when she could show him her true strength. Chapter 65, Xia Yuyan, God of Cookery. Well, since I managed to make the first dish in the cookbook then it's time to reward myself. Xia Yuyan muttered. Here her demeanor gradually became strange, and her originally normal tone revealed a hint of desire. So are we picking Yifeng's shirt or tunic today? It's a pity that this guy has secretly hidden his pants. There's really no trust at all, Xia Yuyan said angrily. Before he had when Yifeng was not at home to look for more masculine objects, but with some of her search down surprisingly in Yifeng's room could not find a trace of it, and finally she had to give up. While waiting for Yifeng to reveal the traces of the time, tap tap tap, just as Xia Yuyan was about to have a full-blown adventure in her own treasure hunting place, she heard a light footstep coming from the corridor on her level. As an experienced killer, Xia Yuyan probably heard the footsteps for male. After this period of time Xia Yuyan collected the residents of this floor, in which the male residents simply will not come back at this point in time, and from this footsteps issued by the sound she can tell that this person in the full of gas, and even a little bit familiar. That's not true. Yifeng is still in class at this time. It can't be him. Could it be? Just when Xie Yuyan was ready to go to the cat's eye to find out what was going on, the footsteps suddenly stopped at the door of the house, and Xie Yuyan immediately froze in place and did not dare to come out of the atmosphere. Is it really those guys? How did they find me? Or did I inadvertently reveal a break that I didn't even notice myself? No way. Definitely can't be discovered. Yifeng hasn't even tasted my good cooking yet. We obviously still have so much time to live on. Definitely don't get caught. Xie Yuyan's nerves that had been leisurely down once again tightened up, which made her immediately move towards the direction of the sofa one step at a time. In order to be prepared for emergencies, Xie Yuyan purposely hid a dagger under the sofa, and it just so happened that today it seemed to be going to come in handy. Well, both of Xie Yuyan's eyes lingered on the still open door, reaching out to remove the dagger under the sofa and clutching it tightly in her arms. What should I do? If it's true that the organization sent someone, what should I do to hold out until Yifeng returns? No way. I have to kill my way out before Yifeng comes back. I can't drag him down. But I really want to see him one last time. After Xie Yuyan met Yifeng, her whole life has undergone a sea change. Even she herself did not realize. Since and Yifeng stay together, she more sentimental. On the contrary, as a killer she is gradually changing that once cold-blooded and heartless self. Jingle bells. Just when Xie Yuyan was at the end of her rope, she suddenly heard a series of crisp metallic clashes. Hey, this is the key? Is it any wonder that? It's hard to believe that they gave Yifeng. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. How dare you put Yifeng. Death. You all have to die. Xie Yuyan's bright eyes suddenly lost their luster. At this time she gripped the dagger in her hand, exudes an icy cold aura, just like the god of death to descend, generally terrible. Ka. After only hearing an unlocking sound resounding from the key inserted into the door lock, Xie Yuyan staggered to the doorway, and just the moment the door opened her eyes snapped open and she drew out the dagger in her hand and stabbed towards the door. What's wrong with you? Xie Yuyan, it doesn't look like you're looking too good. The one who opened the door and walked in was none other than Yifeng, who got off work early. When he just opened the door of his room, his cerebral nerves instantly tingled him, which made him instinctively take a few steps backward. Strange. Why did I just feel a sense of foreboding? Yifeng, you're alright? That's great. Looking at standing in front of the body flustered Xie Yuyan with her hands behind her back looking at herself in surprise, Yifeng always felt that there was a hint of something wrong. I do not know what this woman is pumping crazy again. After seeing Yifeng safe and sound, Xie Yuyan hurriedly closed the door, while taking this opportunity to put the hidden dagger into the shoe cabinet by the door. This subtle action was not detected by Yifeng, which allowed her to put her heart down in the real sense. What can I do? I'll be back after class. But didn't you say you were going off into the sunset? Why are you back so early today? That student of mine came back early today because of a family emergency. Didn't expect that. Really? Xie Yuyan said as she walked up and straightened out Yifeng's wrinkled clothes from the rush. At least you told me when you came back early, nah. Otherwise it's dangerous. Fair enough. Well, actually, I'm just going to say it la. What I want to tell you is actually something else. Xie Yuyan said here, even her tone raised quite a bit. Two pairs of glowing eyes seemed to be waiting for Yifeng's inquiry. Two small hands that had nowhere to rest finally chose to rest on her chest towards Yifeng with a sweet smile, and turned her gaze towards the shredded potatoes on the table. I did it. Success? You mean? Yifeng followed Xie Yuyan's gaze, and the moment he saw the shredded potatoes a cold shiver ran through his body, and even produced some regurgitation. Yes I become completely proficient at frying up a delicious plate of shredded potatoes. Xie Yuyan excitedly pushed Yifeng's back to the dining table and took out a set of bowls and chopsticks and handed them to Yifeng. This time will definitely satisfy you. Yifeng. Yifeng hesitated for a moment and then took the bowl and chopsticks handed by Xie Yuyan, looking down at the shredded potatoes that Xie Yuyan had fried and gulped. Just based on the appearance of this plate of shredded potato, fire control is very stable. It can be seen that Xie Yuyan, this is a lot of effort. The most critical thing is that Yifeng can smell the light flavor of vegetables from this plate of shredded potatoes. This flavor instantly washed away Yifeng's fear of shredded potatoes for a period of time. So, taste? After making up his mind, Yifeng took a deep breath and picked up a chopstick of shredded potatoes and put it into his mouth without any hesitation at all. Well, Xie Yuyan didn't dare to utter a single breath when she saw the scene, and had been gazing at her heart and holding her breath quietly waiting for Yifeng's feedback. How's it going? Is it appetizing? Yummy. Yifeng looked at Xie Yuyan in surprise. This was even better than my own frying. The potatoes were sliced to just the right thickness, the texture was crisp and delicious, and the flavors were mastered to a very high standard. So I can say that this was one of the best plates of shredded potatoes ever made. Really? Finally. Chapter 66, buying a cell phone. It seems like I underestimated your strength. Xia Yuyan, I even thought you would give up. Yifeng said so on his lips, but from the bottom of his heart, he was also happy for Xia Yuyan, as long as she had a favorite hobby. No matter what it was a good start. This kind of hobby can not only divert her attention from her usual boredom but also slowly recultivate her heart, which will let her create an invisible shield against her former self, which is what he wants to see. As long as she took an interest in these hobbies, then she would have the motivation to live. And what would it matter if she herself ate more of the shredded potatoes from before? Not at all. Xia Yuyan said proudly, as if she was proving herself to Yifeng. I'm going to make lots and lots of good food, and then you'll be able to eat my cooking every day. Well then, I can always look forward to it. Xia Yuyan folded her hands and crossed them together. Looking at Yifeng continued to taste his own cooking after the more and more happy. This feeling is she has never had. At the same time secretly vowed in her heart must be well guarded this beautiful life. Yifeng simply fried some dishes afterward, and the two of them quickly finished their meal. On the sofa, Yifeng called Xia Yuyan over and talked to her about some of his ideas. Xia Yuyan, I think it's very necessary to buy you a smartphone. Smartphone? What do I need that for? You can read ebooks when you're bored, yeah, or play games, watch TV or whatever. And there are cooking videos in there too. Well, let's just forget about it. Even if I had it, I shouldn't be able to use it. Really don't? I also said we can contact each other on our cell phones when the time comes. What? Right. There's something I can communicate with you. Yifeng. Yeah, like today I came home 2 hours early so you'd be prepared. The smartphone that was still of little use in Xia Yuyan's mind changed its attitude in a flash at the thought of being able to contact Yifeng when he wasn't at home. Reaching out and pulling Yifeng's sleeve to wink at him. Yifeng also saw what Xia Yuyan wanted to express from her longing eyes, smiled and said, then it's a deal. Tomorrow I'll go to the department store to have a look after my classes. I might come back a bit late. Don't worry too much for me Although Xia Yuyan agreed, it was evident from her tone that she was unavoidably a little worried about what Yifeng had said. Get some rest then. I have class tomorrow. I'll take a shower first. Yifeng was standing up when suddenly his wrist was tugged by Xia Yuyan on the sofa. Xia Yuyan? Yifeng. I want to go with you. Buy a cell phone? No. Yifeng categorically refused Xia Yuyan's request. When he finished the sentence he always felt that his tone was too forceful, and Xia Yuyan, a person who was particularly sensitive. Then his tone instantly softened and sat down next to her to explain. Of course I'd love to take you to buy a cell phone, but as you can see your organization's people still haven't given up looking for you, and it wouldn't be worth it if everything we've worked for was undone for the sake of a cell phone tomorrow. Just hold back for the betterment of the future, okay? Xia Yuyan hurriedly wanted to say something, but she all knew that the facts were in front of her ultimately lost her head and nodded. I know, hang in there, the sun will come up eventually. Yifeng also knew that Xia Yuyan was in an extremely bad mood at this time, and he didn't bother her too much, leaving the sofa and walking towards the bathroom. And after Yifeng left, Xia Yuyan clenched her fists and punched the soft sofa, eventually collapsing. Why after all this time you guys still won't let me go? I'm just trying to get on with my life. For a moment, Xia Yuyan wanted to take the dagger in her own hand and kill her way back to the organization, but she knew that it was simply a pipe dream on her own. At the same time, a huge conference hall was filled with noble people from various parties, talking about the information of their own business together. This so-called banquet was more like a cooperation meeting. President Su, thank you for signing the treaty with our company. We will not let you down. President, in the future. You're welcome. Then I'll take my leave, Mr. Su, and wish you a good time at the banquet. A man in a suit left the crowd with his briefcase after shaking hands with each other towards Su Wanli. Apparently a project was successfully negotiated. Honey, just as Su Wanli picked up the red wine from the tray of the waiter at the side and prepared to taste it, a sensual voice rang out, followed by a blonde noblewoman with a ponytail walking over. Wife, what are you doing here? Not playing cards with the other wives? This person was none other than Su Wanli's wife, Tang Kurson. Only to see the blonde-haired noblewoman glared at Su Wanli without any good reason. Her pretty figure was shown to the fullest. Although there were some slight creases on her face, her features were extremely similar to Su Yusen. Only one looked noble and the other looked lovely. It was like two kinds of painting styles. And what a card game! Don't you even know that your daughter is moping in the restroom all by herself? Didn't even eat her usual favorite cupcake, said the noblewoman. Walked to Su Wanli's body and stretched out her hand to grab Su Wanli's ear, despite the huge gap between her size in front of Su Wanli. But the momentum can be said to be full. Did you make your daughter angry today? Even when I went to talk to her she didn't pay much attention to me. Honey, don't. There are so many people around watching. Let's talk slowly about what's going on. It took Su Wanli a good deal of talking to convince his wife to let go of his hand, and said with an innocent face, "It's true that I had something to do with Uxin being in a bad mood, but I've spoken to her nicely. This shouldn't be. Don't give me any should or shouldn't. Hurry up and go coax your daughter to me. If you can't coax your daughter today you won't be able to get into my bed." Tang Kurson angrily threw a blank stare at Su Wanli and stepped on her high heels to leave the banquet hall. Su Wanli heard this where he dared to be slow, and hurriedly walked in the direction of the restroom. It didn't take long for Su Wanli to walk to a room with a closed door, gently knocked on the door and walked in. "Uxin. I heard mom say you have no appetite. Is it because of something?" Su Yusin sat on a chair quietly looking out the window at the night scene, only to beep her mouth when she realized her father had come in. "Good evening, father." Chapter 67, At least go home. "Good evening, Hugin." Su Wanli closed the door and carefully sat on the chair opposite Su Yusin. For his own daughter he could say that he was absolutely attached. "I heard from mom that you don't have an appetite, so how come you don't even go for your usual favorite cupcakes?" Su Yusin just gave a light grunt towards Su Wanli and immediately skimmed her head. Without having to think about it, she knew that she was still angry about today's incident. "What happened to Yusin today was indeed, father, I didn't do a good job. I apologize to you for that. But it was also because I was afraid that something would happen to you that I had no choice but to do such a thing. Brother Yifeng, he is not such a person. It's father that you think too badly of, brother him." Su Yusin muttered and fought for Yifeng, but she also knew that Su Wanli was looking out for himself. Eventually she sighed out. "Isn't she a good example? Li Mu Orange? A girl as good looking as her would have been kicked out by Uncle Li a long time ago if brother Yifeng really had a problem. It's different. Everyone has different interests. Just like my daughter I think is the best looking girl in the whole world for one thing. Father, despite what you say I will never forgive you." Although Su Yusin said this on her lips, her tone gradually became a few points gentler. "It's also true that this one was fathered to me, but I promise you there won't be a next time something like this comes out of the blue, and I'll tell you about it beforehand. Okay? That's more like it." Obviously Su Yusin's anger had already dissipated long ago. Only the reason why she did this was only for the purpose of making Su Wanli more accepting of Yifeng, or else as things went on today, Su Yusin wouldn't be able to sneak in and do something more meaningful. "So what Yushin means is that he forgives father me? I never blamed my father. I just wanted some private time to myself." "Okay. Uxin, don't worry about it. Father promises that it won't be like today. Okay?" Su Yusin didn't have a faint smile on her face until then. "Father, I'm craving cupcakes." "Of course there's no problem. Go, father will take you there." Brother Yifeng. The next day's morning, Yifeng came to the gate of the villa area 2 hours early as promised, and was thinking of going to Su Yusin's door alone by virtue of his own memory, but did not expect that Su Yusin's voice had already sounded behind him when he had just walked to the door of the card swiping verification. Where did this kid Uxin come from? Why from the direction in which she came? It feels like she has been waiting for me for a long time. Not a moment later Su Yusin trotted to Yifeng. An excited smile appeared on her face. "Long time waiting, brother Yifeng. Just now I went to the convenience store to buy 2 ice creams, so I just came over now." "I see. The sun does seem to be a bit too much today, and it's already a bit hot just standing here." Yifeng looked at the sorbet in Su Yusin's hand that was still emitting an icy chill and opened his mouth to ask, "Judging from the color of the sorbet you bought, Uxin, it's strawberry flavor, right?" It's strawberry flavor, yo." Su Yusin handed one of the popsicles in her hand to Yifeng. "Ni, this is for you de." "Ah, thanks Uxin." Seeing that the sorbet was gradually melting, Yifeng had no choice but to accept Su Yusin's meet and greet gift. Speaking of which, yesterday Su Yusin also prepared strawberry juice as a gift for herself, and those who didn't know thought she was feeding herself. Brother Yifeng, eat it quickly. It might have melted a bit after being brought over on the way. Su Yusin took a bite of the ice cream in her own hand, and the icy coolness spread out in her mouth, seemingly cooling her hot face. "Why is this ice cream melting so fast? I haven't even started eating it yet." Yifeng just held the ice cream in his hand. The water on the ice cream flowed down the surface. In order not to let the ice cream melted down, the water dripping on the hand, Yifeng had to take a bite of it and chewed it quickly. The only way to avoid melting the sorbet is to eat it as fast as you can. It's still that rich strawberry flavor. Hissy. On the contrary, Su Yusin's side of the food is relatively slow, because Su Yusin's eyes have been stuck in the body of Yifeng's sake, so that the ice cream below the ice cream has long been turned into water droplets in her hands. Until this moment she reacted to hastily open the mouth to eat up one bite at a time. Brother Yifeng, he eats really fast. It seems that he likes strawberry flavor as much as I do. Don't worry, I'll prepare more strawberry love for you in the future. By the way, Uxin, is your father still home today? No, father left for the office early in the morning. Is there something wrong with my brother asking about this all of a sudden? Nah, I'm just asking off the top of my head. Is it really just a casual question? Hey, what are you doing looking at me with that skeptical look on your little one's face? Do I look like that kind of bad guy? Of course not. Brother is a very, very good man. It seems like you really trust me. UXIN. Yifeng took the last mouthful of sorbet into his belly, and his face suddenly became start to look terrible when he turned his words. But since you said so, UXIN, I'm going to show my true colors. Yo, hey, what exactly is the face? Su Yusin heard Yifeng's words actually did not show a look of fear, but instead with a curious baby like the opposite to Yifeng held up the joke. It seems like you haven't realized the seriousness of the situation. UXIN. Seeing Su Yusin is still like a silly duckling, Yifeng decided to take this opportunity to scare her. Want Su Yusin so pure girl or let her taste the world's sinister? Suddenly Yifeng shot out and grabbed Su Yusin's wrist. Su Yusin trembled but continued to eat the sorbet in her hand. What's wrong with you, brother? What's the matter? Could it be that you, UXIN, haven't seen the current situation clearly? A pure and flawless little flower like you deserves a good education yet. Yifeng made an expression that he thought was scary and smiled evilly towards Su Yusin. Ha, what are you doing, brother? Hey, UXIN, you're just now reacting to the situation? But it's already too late. Who told you to be so vigilant? No one can save you now. You'll be immediately educated by me. Oh, no, ha ha, go ahead and scream. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Just when Yifeng thought that this education of his was successful and was ready to call it quits, who would have thought that Su Yusin would have grabbed Yifeng's hand instead and pulled it towards his house? Hey, what is she doing? UXIN? Why is she still holding my hand? Just when Yifeng was puzzled, who would have expected Su Yusin to suddenly and shyly open her mouth? Don't be outside. At least go back to the room. Ha, chapter 68. I've only been an adult for a short while, but I'm prepared. But it's my first time. Brother Yifeng, can you be more gentle? No, Yusin, do you know what you're saying? I mean you can't bare your heart to someone you've just gotten acquainted with for a few days. You have to keep a careful eye on everything, just like I could be a bad person too. Yifeng is really to Su Yuxin speechless. How also to this other dangerous aspects to think about. This if Su only saw just that scene, he will be silenced it. No way. Brother Yifeng is not a bad person. Su Yusin immediately retorted. Even Yifeng himself smeared himself, she would not allow it. Well, enough about that, let's get to class quickly. Yifeng changed the topic. From his micro-expression after hearing Su Yusin's words his heart was a little complicated. As soon as she entered the house Su Yusin quickly closed the door. And just as Yifeng was changing his shoes, Su Yusin turned around and closed the door. Brother Yifeng, there's only the two of us in the house today. This I know. Mr. Su already told me yesterday. Don't worry UXIN, I will protect you. Well, I didn't mean it like that. I'm quite relieved to have Niinai around. Though, Su Yusin said and walked towards the house. Yifeng was about to follow the previous to the living room to prepare for the teaching but was stopped by Su Yusin. Yusin, why do I feel like you're acting weird today? Is there something you want to tell me? That. Su Yusin lowered her head with her hands restlessly behind her back and inquired in a glutinous manner. Brother Yifeng, can I ask you where you were lecturing Mu Orange? There's outdoors and there's in the room. Why? I'd like to lecture in my room, too, Lord. The main thing is that you can sit in your own comfortable chair, and you don't have to bury your head too low if you have a desk. It's fine, as long as you don't mind. UXIN. After all, it's not good for me to enter your room as a man. Wouldn't mind. Okay then, need to go upstairs, yes? Brother, please follow me. After going up to the attic, Su Yusin opened her room looking slightly worriedly at Yifeng. Brother, come in. Yifeng didn't hesitate too much. When he stepped into the room he began to survey the layout of Su Yusin's room. Unlike the more bland and minimalist Mu Orange, Su Yusin's room can be described as cute, with the Muppet dolls placed in front of the table, as well as the pastel-colored outfit and strawberry-scented aroma revealing Su Yusin's personal characteristics. How about Brother Yifeng? It's adorable, just like UXIN. Hearing Yifeng's praise, Su Yusin's originally nervous heart eased a lot. Cute. My brother says I'm cute. Wavy dash. Okay Yusin, we've wasted some time already, so hurry up and sit down and get ready for class to start. Yifeng from their own brought over the bag took out the course materials we'll give CUXIN class. After yesterday's explanation Yifeng always feels CUXIN is not so clumsy as she said in her own mouth, but he only told once CUXIN will be all remembered. Okay. Su Yusin sat down on her chair with her little legs, flipped open the textbook and listened to the lesson. Yusin, did you memorize the types of questions I talked about yesterday? Remembered. I don't have a good memory, and my teachers used to say that I couldn't memorize the formulas. Really? Then how about I give you two relatively easy questions? It's okay, but don't dislike me, brother. Why yes, it's because you can't that you learn, isn't it? Yifeng said and took out a piece of white paper from his bag and wrote 2 questions under Su Yusun's gaze and placed them on her table. Begin. Su Yusun sneaked a glance at Yifeng, and then looked at the questions Yifeng had prepared for himself. The question type is not very difficult, but Yifeng deliberately designed a need to rely on another formula in order to solve the problem. And this other formula Yifeng did not speak. He deliberately set this trap as a way to determine whether Su Yusun pretends to be a will not look. The question. Looking at Su Yusun frowning with a difficult look, Yifeng interfered on the side. Yusun, if you get this question right I can give you some mystery rewards. Oh, sh. What? The reward? Su Yusun's little head swished up and her 2 eyes gazed deeply at Yifeng. What exactly is the reward? Can brother reveal it in advance? Of course not. Why else would you call it a mystery reward? Bad brother. Oh, is UXIN yours to admit defeat? How? Su Yusun clenched her small hand unwillingly. Whatever the mystery prize is, but I think it's going to take it. Ho ho ho. It looks like it's a must, so let's see what you're made of. How about it, brother? Did you do the math right? Looking at the completely wrong answer Yifeng put down the test paper did not have too much emotion. Could it be that I'm overthinking things? Is it that Yusun is highly gifted? But it's logical that a different teacher who teaches other knowledge would work just as well. It's hard to believe she's faking it, but I used agitation. It doesn't look like an act from the way she's acting. Brother Yifeng? UXIN, I just looked at it. Although you wrote the formula at the very beginning correctly, the formula at the back was not applied in such a way. In short, you didn't even get it right. None of it's done right? Ugh. I'm sorry. It's my fault for being so stupid. Su Yusun, who was still proud of herself in the last second, hung her head like a flower that had given up after learning that all the questions she had done were wrong, and every now and then she would also let out 1 or 2 sobbing sounds. Seeing this Yifeng also panicked. He simply did not expect Su Yusun to suddenly cry out. It is only 2 questions. Who could have expected the end to be like this? UXIN, don't be sad. This question is actually beyond the syllabus. It's not within our teaching schedule at all. In fact, UXIN, you're already smart if you can memorize the formulas from yesterday's lecture. Yes, is it? Brother wouldn't have just found a random excuse to try and cheer me up, would he? Not at all. I actually wrote out what I was going to learn today ahead of time when I came up with the questions. I'm so sorry, I'm just thinking about it now. Well, what about the reward? Su Yusun wiped the corners of her eyes and looked at Yifeng with a look of icy pity. There is. Of course there still is. In the end, Yifeng had to lift a stone and hit his own foot. Chapter 69, Mysterious Reward. In order to promptly appease the sad Su Yusun, Yifeng replied without hesitation. First of all, the main responsibility for writing a superb topic still lies with me as the one who wrote the question, which has nothing to do with our lovely Su Yusun. Really? You're not saying that just to comfort me, are you, brother? Ha! How could that be? That's why I felt like giving you the mystery reward in order to make it up to Yashinti. So it's, what is it? Su Yusun's wry gaze flickered, and the devil's little tail that had been hidden for so long was revealed at this time. In fact, when Su Yusun heard that there is a reward for this, thought of the fastest speed to finish writing to hand in the paper. But in her mind on the topic, the smart, she immediately realized that the formula of this problem is not in the scope of Yifeng's lectures. But Yifeng is still out of this question in the end of the significance of what? Thinking about it in the end, he could only come up with one conclusion, and that was that Yifeng was setting himself up. I can't imagine that my brother has such a dark side. It's getting more and more interesting. The result was predictable. Yifeng ended in failure. The gift is a 15-minute break. How's that? Isn't it a good deal? Su Yusun lost her smile in front of Yifeng for the first time, and only after a long time did she narrow her eyes and emerge with a terrifying smile. Looks like brother wants to go to work and touch the fish. This is the excuse you made, right? How? Then this so-called reward is not substantial at all. I won't accept it. But I don't have anything that I can hold. Who says there isn't? My brother has a lot of advantages. You just haven't realized them yet. Then how about this? Brother, you give me a hug as a reward for this. A hug? That's it? Aha. This isn't too good. UXIN, you're at least a big lady. It's inevitable that there will be some bad things if you're intimate like this. Brother, that's what's wrong with you. Su Yusun said as she stood up from her seat, gradually approaching Yifeng. First of all, even though I'm the eldest miss of the Su family, but I'm also a person. It's no different from you, brother. And secondly, where is hugging a little bit of intimacy? This is clearly the love and care from the seniors to the juniors. As long as the heart is clean, there will be no dirty thoughts. Why does it feel like you girls are brainwashing me? I'm telling the plain truth. The more Su Yusun said, her body was getting closer to Yifeng, and Yifeng, who noticed it, also hurriedly fell backwards. Yusun, a little too close. Brother, don't change the subject. Tell me if what I said makes sense. Yes, yes, yes. Will you sit back down first? No way. It's too perfunctory. I've been very serious in answering you, but I don't feel your heart at all, brother. After saying that, Suyu was glad that the time had come. She pounced her body towards Yifeng, and then only heard a muffled grunt, and she herself was attached to Yifeng's body, soft jade in his arms. Yifeng first froze for a moment. He did not expect the always well-behaved Su Yusen to behave like this. Then he hastily patted her back and said, Yusen, what are you doing? Quickly get off of me. No, I'm asking for a reward from you, brother. Su Yusen squinted her eyes and enjoyed this brief moment of beauty, as if just staying on Yifeng's body was already a very intimate move for her. Mu Orange, you haven't experienced this kind of treatment before, have you? Only I can be this close to brother Yifeng. If you had recognized the reality earlier, maybe I would have reconciled with you face to face, but it's too late now. Brother Yifeng has already lost his embrace to me. La. Su Yusen enjoyed a while in Yifeng's arms and finally left reluctantly. If she stayed too long, she would be suspected by Yifeng. Alright, I'm happy with my brother's reward. What's wrong, brother Yifeng? There's something wrong with your expression. No, nothing. Get ready to continue the lesson. Yifeng did not know whether Su Yusen harbored the idea of intentionality, and just now when she left from her own arms, her small hands unintentionally wandered around her belly. But looking at Su Yusen's pure and naive expression, Yifeng had to take it as an accident. I've touched it. I touched Yifeng's abs again. It's still as strong as last time. Su Yusen's small hands scratched in the air, as if some unimaginable scene had surfaced in her mind, but it was good that she came back to her senses in time early, or else sooner or later, Yifeng would be able to see some clues. Phew, it's finally over. After closing the last page of the prepared textbook, Yifeng stretched his back. He was also slightly sleepy due to the extra 2 hours of school causing him to be slightly sleepy. Hard work, brother Yifeng. No matter. As long as you remember what I taught you UXIN, it was all worth it. Su Yusen smiled and nodded, while looking at the hourly clock in front of her desk, and suddenly stood up from her seat when she realized that there were still 5 minutes left for class to end. Seeing this, Yifeng instinctively retracted his big grinning posture to prevent Su Yusen from jumping into his arms again. Brother will be leaving class soon. Why don't you rest in your room for a while? I'll go get you a glass of water. It's still Yusen who knows what she's doing, so I'll trouble you. It's okay. Su Yusen hummed a little song and walked out of the room, looking like she was in a good mood. And Yifeng also checked Su Yusen's room at this time. He did not forget that he still had the most important task that he had not accomplished, and he had purposely made some investigations during this period of time. Since Limu Orange experienced the kidnapping case, whether it is Su Yusen or other rich kids, the security force around them has been raised by a full grade. If you still follow your own old way to kidnap Su Yusen, then although it can be successful, but you will definitely be found out. After all, Su Wanli's identity cannot be underestimated. LOL. This task can get harder and harder. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of going up the stairs interrupted Yifeng's thinking movements, and after a moment Su Yusen handed a cup of water to Yifeng. Brother, please drink. Yifeng asked curiously after receiving Su Yusen's cup of water. Yusen, aren't you going to drink? Me? Su Yusen shook her head after pursing her moist lips. I just drank it when I came downstairs. So, Yifeng nodded the cup of water in one drink. Has been lecturing, he also felt dry mouth. Also on the cup of water, without doubt dry drink. It's just a glass of water. Is it hard to believe that one's own students would harm oneself? It's ridiculous. Chapter 70, Fruit Brand Cell Phone. Strange. Why is there a faint strawberry flavor in the white water? Yifeng lifted up the empty cup and checked back and forth. Reasonably speaking, should not is not clean? Su Yusen watched Yifeng's action, also comprehended Yifeng's meaning, and stood on her tiptoes to snatch the empty cup in Yifeng's hand. Her white face quickly covered with a touch of scarlet. Brother Yifeng, since he's finished drinking, then give it to me. But UXIN, this cup seems to be a bit unwashed, and there's still a bit of faint strawberry flavor left inside. Su Yusen froze for a moment, her eyes fluttering as she looked around. No good. Maybe I added too much and my brother noticed. Ugh. It's all because you're so attractive. I can't stop thinking about you drinking water filled with my love. But, it's probably because I've squeezed strawberry juice from this cup before. I drink it every day at home. Well, time. It's getting late. Brother, I'll send you back. Su Yuxin saw that Yifeng was looking at him with a slightly skeptical look, and hurriedly interrupted his thoughts. Alright, it's time, so I'll go back first. Uxin. You don't have to see me off. No way. As the master I must entertain you, brother. Just let me drop you off at the outside door. Seeing Su Yusen with such a strong attitude, Yifeng naturally couldn't say anything more, and after nodding their heads, the two of them walked towards the door. Brother, are you going to give Mu Orange a lesson tomorrow? Su Yusen suddenly asked as the two walked side by side. Even her usual cute tone was reduced by a few points. Yes, Mu Orange's class is on the weekend. You know this UXIN. How long will brother have to give Mu Orange lessons? As far as I know, Mu Orange's academic performance is much better than mine. The image of Yifeng giving Li Mu Orange a lesson gradually appeared in Su Yusun's mind, and her heart felt very bad. Yeah, I didn't really teach her about learning or anything like that. Most of what I taught her was related to life skills. Life skills? Also, after all, Mu Orange probably wouldn't even be able to take care of herself if she was separated from the servants, and her kind of condescending personality wouldn't allow her to learn such skills. Su Yusun thought of this mood are a lot more comfortable. Only she can endure Li Mu Orange, that strange character before. I think Yifeng must also be more or less annoyed with her. Well then, UXIN. You can drop me off here. I'm almost ready to go home. Okay, then be safe on your way home, brother. And I'll see you next week. Bye. After waving goodbye to Su Yusun, Yifeng took a taxi to a large digital products mall. He did not forget to buy a smartphone for Xie Yuyan today. Hello, how can I help you? After Yifeng just walked into a fruit brand smartphone store, the enthusiastic clerk came up. Hi, I'm looking to come in and buy a smartphone. Do you have any recommendations? I wonder if you, my guest, have any requirements for cell phone performance? That's not much of a concern. So let's go with something a little more practical. Yifeng recalled that he had previously talked to Xie Yuyan about whether he was interested in the use of the cell phone's functions, but Xie Yuyan's answer was that he was satisfied with being able to contact Yifeng. A little more practical. Then use this one, the clerk said, and pulled out an exquisite-looking cell phone from the booth. This cell phone is specially designed for practicality. Not only has the flashlight function, which is brighter than ordinary cell phones, as well as the function of special positioning, and in terms of endurance as well as making phone calls, it is also long-lasting and smooth, and receives signals quite a bit faster than other cell phones. And most importantly, the clerk said, suddenly picked up the back of the phone and slapped it against a nail on the counter, only to see the nail embedded dead center into the boards of the counter, while in contrast the phone was intact. The most important thing is that the cell phone is very resistant to falling and smashing, and can also be used to open walnuts. I'll take it. Without any hesitation at all, Yifeng took out the card he had on him and handed it to the clerk in front of him. Come on, a cell phone that can open walnuts is really super cool. Okay, welcome to your next patronage. After buying a smartphone, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh as he walked home, enjoying his own good time. Speaking of which, since he kidnapped Xie Yuyan, most of the mission has not progressed yet. Li Mu Orange and Xie Yuyan's progress is stuck at 89%. There is no movement, and Su Yusun himself seems to have not kidnapped her, so he can't see any content. Recalling the kidnapping content announced by the system, at first Yifeng thought that the kidnapping it mentioned would be as vicious and ruthless as a terrible outlaw, but after he found out that as long as the kidnapping on the physical level is also counted in the task completion, as if the system's real intention is not to kidnap these girls, it is more like a kind of invisible hand is linking itself with the kidnapped girls. So the so-called kidnapping is equivalent to a connecting link. So why would the system associate itself with these girls? After thinking for a long time, Yifeng also did not come up with a reason, and ultimately can only take a step to see the mentality of this doubt over the page. Yifeng was walking down the apartment building when he suddenly saw two men wearing maintenance-lettered uniforms walking out of the gate of the building next to his own. Thought it was an ordinary household inspection. Yifeng did not care. When he stepped into the elevator, naturally pressed his own floor. The elevator gradually rose when Yifeng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen the two maintenance personnel. Nope, they're not maintenance men. These two are the same scouts who were squatting under the apartment building to observe earlier. Has the organization that captured Xie Yuyan started going door to door? No way. We have to get back to the house quickly. After watching the elevator rise to his own floor, ringing beats, Yifeng also finally exhaled a breath, waiting for the elevator door to open. Luckily it's not too late. As the elevator door slowly opened, Yifeng suddenly saw two maintenance staff were communicating with a householder. When Yifeng appeared in the elevator, the two maintenance staff also looked at Yifeng warily, but quickly withdrew their gaze. Anything else to check? No sir, thank you for your cooperation. What a pain in the ass. The male head of the household mumbled impatiently and closed the door, while the two maintenance men continued to check up on the next head of household. Yifeng looked at the order of their lineup and realized that there were still two more to reach his house, and in his heart, he was glad that he came back in time, while also carefully walking towards his room. Absolutely, definitely can't be exposed. Chapter 71, Elimination of the Crisis. Yifeng took out the key in his pocket and walked to his door with a natural face, and the two maintenance staff had also discovered Yifeng's presence a long time ago. What are brothers doing? Yifeng made an appearance of being the first to greet the two with a familiar face. One of the maintenance staff looked Yifeng up and down and said with a smile, "Hello, head of household. We are from the property in the apartment. The purpose of today's visit is mainly to check if there is any pipeline aging in the room, and this side we will record it all. Really? Do I need to pay extra for the property then? The rent for this house is high enough. I can't afford it. Yifeng spoke at a much higher volume while inserting the key into the door lock. TSK. Even though the voice was small, Yifeng still heard the maintenance man's disdainful voice. After a while he still said in a gentle tone, "No sir, all of these so-called repair costs will be borne on the property's side, and please don't worry." So, Yifeng looked at the tenant next door to him who had also completed his repairs, and the next one was about to arrive, and took a deep breath in preparation for unscrewing the gate. After delaying for so long, Xie Yuyan should have enough time to hide, right? As long as she can avoid this inspection, I believe those people will leave completely, right? Well sir, this side needs to inspect your house, and please cooperate with us. The two maintenance staff slowly walked to Yifeng's doorway with a book of room numbers of all the residents of that apartment in their hands. Well, then you guys need to hurry up. I'm tired enough just going to work. Yifeng turned the door handle and the back door was also completely open, making a calm expression as he walked into the room. After turning on the lights in the bedroom, the darkened living room also finally had light. Yifeng walked inwards while keeping an eye out for Xie Yuyan. Fortunately, everything was as he expected. There were no traces of someone's presence either on the sofa or in the kitchen. Everything was so clean that it did look like Yifeng was the only one living there. Hurry up! The kitchen and toilet are here respectively. Yifeng pointed in two directions and sat down on the sofa tiredly, not caring about this one thing that the two maintenance personnel entered the house. One of the maintenance men answered the door and walked into the bathroom, while the other headed toward the kitchen, listening to the sound of the clock ticking away on the living room as if the whole world had gone quiet. "Hello sir, everything is normal. No safety hazards have been detected at this time. I'm really sorry for the trouble." A repairman walked over and bowed towards Yifeng. "It's okay, just close the door on your way out. I don't feel like moving anymore." "I know sir, have a nice life." The two repairmen walked out of the room with expressionless faces, and knocked on the door of another occupant after closing Yifeng's door. Phew! Yifeng completely breathed a sigh of relief, and the panic in his heart was much more solid. Luckily, Xie Yuyan, this woman was smart, or else she would have been in trouble. Yifeng took off his jacket and walked towards his room. He didn't need to think about it to know that Xie Yuyan must be hiding inside his room. Ka! The moment the door to the room opened, Yifeng saw Xie Yuyan in her pajamas holding a dagger in her hand, hiding behind the door with a serious face. After discovering that the person who opened the door was Yifeng, the dagger in Xie Yuyan's hand was also withdrawn from her hand. At this time can be seen from her forehead there are still some slight fine sweat. Her mouth is also spitting out burning breath. Even her pajamas buttons are also buttoned up in the wrong position. It seems that the sudden inspection can be put her nervous bad. But why are the pajamas buttoned up wrong? Did you just change your clothes? They're gone? It was only the moment Xie Yuyan saw Yifeng that her icy expression finally had a bit of blood color. Go. So, does that mean we're safe? For now. Too. Great. Xie Yuyan loosened the dagger in her hand and walked up and jumped into Yifeng's arms, and in no time Yifeng felt the shirt at his chest gradually getting wet. Yifeng did not stop Xie Yuyan as usual, but let her vent the negative emotions that had accumulated inside her. Even her crying was a silent sob, about being afraid of being found out if she was loud. It's okay already. Yifeng reached out his hand and gently patted Xie Yuyan's hair as a sign of comfort. Yifeng. Great. Xie Yuyan pulled her head out of Yifeng's arms, and the corners of her moist eyes were still faintly red and swollen. I'll be able to continue to cook you lots and lots of delicious dishes in the future. Is that why this woman is crying? This girl. I've got your cell phone back for you. Want to try it now? Really? Xie Yuyan raised her eyebrows lightly, and with a slight joy in her surprised expression, she stepped forward and hugged Yifeng once again. Thank you Yifeng. Now it was finally possible to contact Yifeng when he wasn't at home. Otherwise those stinky brats would always stomp on their noses. You're welcome. Let's go out then. I always feel a bit stuffy in my room. This is probably because I was so nervous just now. Okay, let's get out of here. I want to use my new cell phone quickly. The corner of Xie Yuyan's eyes looked towards Yifeng's bed until she realized that there were no obvious traces before she pushed Yifeng's back and walked out. Just as the two of them had just reached the sofa, Yifeng was covered by Xie Yuyan before he could open his mouth. A faint fragrance drifted into Yifeng's mouth from Xie Yuyan's hand. Strange, this smell wasn't the scent of shower gel either. Could it be that Xie Yuyan had bought hand cream? But she didn't leave the room at all. At the time when Yifeng was wondering, Xie Yuyan looked at her own hand and suddenly widened her eyes, hurriedly put her hand back, and when Yifeng did not have time to ask questions, she came to Yifeng's ear and muttered in a low voice, "Hush, Yifeng, don't talk first. Can you tell me just now that those two people are going to some place? I'm afraid that they have a listening device or something like that hidden in the room." Yifeng nodded after hearing this and reached out his hand to point in the direction of the kitchen and bathroom, and Xia Yuyan nodded and walked toward the kitchen. Phew, the check is done. Everything is normal. Xia Yuyan walked out of the bathroom not a moment later, and only then did she speak in her usual tone. That's good. I just heard 2 people in the corridor who have left. No surprise they should be going to the next floor. Xia Yuyan sat beside Yifeng and said with an expectant face. Alright, now it's time to talk about business. Hurry up and take out your cell phone. Good. Chapter 72. Well, looked okay. Looking at Xia Yuyan who kept playing with her cell phone, Yifeng could also see how much she liked her cell phone. This phone is so functional. It's even capable of being used to smash walnuts. But, who uses a cell phone to smash walnuts? Originally holding a cell phone could not help but be moved to tears. Xia Yuyan after listening to Yifeng's sentence snorted out a laugh. Yifeng, why don't you give me your cell phone? How about you use this new one? It doesn't matter. Besides I'm getting attached to this old cell phone, so just use it. Well then, I'll buy you a new cell phone too when I make some money later. Aha. Alright, Xia Yuyan said sharply as she held her cell phone next to Yifeng's shoulder all of a sudden. Now it's time to give me your phone number. And what's with that social media program we need to friend each other too? Okay, I've already bought the phone card beforehand and put it in your cell phone. Give me your number. Yifeng completed a series of operations in 3 clicks and finally returned the phone to Xia Yuyan. Here, everything's done. Xia Yuyan took over the cell phone in front of Yifeng's face and pressed down the button to dial the phone. And in an instant Yifeng's cell phone rang. Until here she was relieved to take back the cell phone. Aren't you going to keep playing with your phone for a while? Xia Yuyan ruffled her hair that was resting on the side of her ear and smiled as she stood up from the sofa. It's not a game. As long as I can use this cell phone to contact you, it's already enough. Hearing this sentence from Xia Yuyan, Yifeng was slightly stunned, but looking at her action of pursing her lips and sneaking a smile, he knew that she was waiting to see her embarrassment. You Xia Yuyan, is this how you treat your savior? I think you've been here long enough. Feeling that his authority was disappearing bit by bit, Yifeng took advantage of Xia Yuyan's turn to prepare to clean up after her. Well, I've learned a new dish today, so I'll make it for you to try. Ah! Xia Yuyan only felt her waist being lightly caressed up by a pair of hands, and she suddenly winced, instantly understanding what was going on, and collapsed in the direction behind her. Hey, Xia Yuyan, you flop. Yifeng did not expect Xia Yuyan to suddenly fall straight down, so he had to hold her firmly in his arms. Well, a delicate body in the arms, feeling Xia Yuyan's slender waist and refreshing aroma, as well as her that turned back to look at his pair of soulful eyes with affection. Yifeng admitted that at this moment his heart panicked. Xia Yuyan is also like a flower waiting to bloom. Her face has long been covered with red, and a stringent look gazing at Yifeng. Her eyes also gradually become confused. Yifeng, hug, sorry. Yifeng suddenly loosened his hold on Xia Yuyan at this point, revealing a confused look. When he was about to leave but Xia Yuyan turned around and hugged him. It's okay. I'll just hold the back for a minute, okay? Just for a little while. Xia Yuyan's tone was no longer as blushing as the party. She just quietly hugged Yifeng without uttering another word. The sharp Xia Yuyan of course saw that Yifeng's eyes looked like he was hiding the truth of something. That confused and entangled look she had experienced until Yifeng appeared in her life. Yifeng, what is it that's been bothering you? Aren't we close enough for you to tell me? But I'm not giving up. You pulled me out of the abyss, and I won't let go of your hand. Absolutely not. Yifeng, thank you. I'm going to cook, so sit down and rest for a while. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize for that. But just so you know, Xia Yuyan suddenly came close to Yifeng's face and revealed a bright smile. I'm not going to give up. After saying that, Xia Yuyan hummed a little song and walked towards the kitchen, leaving Yifeng standing alone as if he was thinking about something. In the evening, Yifeng looked at the night scene outside the window as if the whole person had lost his soul. Although after that he and Xia Yuyan still chatted normally, but he knew that he had established an invisible barrier in his heart. Is there any freedom for a man in his present condition? I'm just a machine that carries out orders. What room is there to talk about anything else? If you act on your emotions, you'll only hurt yourself. Horror. And is it really because of fate that one meets up with Xia Yuyan and the others? These are just for their own survival. If not the system's forced request, they will really risk dying to save a mutually unrelated person? Ugh. Yifeng closed his eyes after letting out a heavy sigh. Perhaps in this sigh he had found the answer. After hearing a sigh from the room, Xia Yuyan withdrew her ears from the door, her deep eyes blinking before returning to the sofa. Is it because of my identity? Or does Yifeng have something to hide? No way. If this goes on, I'll be farther and farther away from him. Don't. Absolutely not. As Xia Yuyan thought of this, her eyes gradually began to become hollow. Isn't it true that Yifeng will accept me once all threats related to me are cleared? That means we can be together forever. Xia Yuyan clenched her hand and turned her head to look at Yi Feng's room, seemingly hesitating about something. Late at night, inside a store on a darkened street, several figures were talking about something in one of the warehouses. One of the masked men knelt on the ground and shivered. Duh, sir, now that the surrounding precincts have been thoroughly investigated, there is still no whereabouts of that woman. Perhaps she has already run away? Run? Where can she run to when she's injured? So many assassins from the Dark Pavilion were deployed yet they couldn't even find a single hair on her head? What a bunch of losers. An old man with a goatee was smoking a stick of tobacco and exhaled thick white smoke after saying this. Goat, don't be so angry. There's always a way, isn't there? Everyone knows about Cold Snake's ability. The fault lies in the fact that the people up there are too self-righteous, thinking that they are in control, and only letting us wipe their asses for them after something goes wrong. A flirtatious tone rang out from the side, and if Yi Feng was present he would be deeply familiar with it, because this person was exactly the same shopgirl that he had encountered when he had bought the recipes. Chapter 73, Familiar Brain Crash. Nightcat, you're talking a little too much. The old man with the goatee looked unkindly at the woman in front of him, only to hear the Nightcat grunt and say nothing more. Well, this time specially called you here mainly for the Cold Snake. This thing, through the exhaustion of this area, has no traces of her possible existence, but in order to prevent it from happening, still need a part of the people to stay here to be a dark line. The rest of the people need to go to other places to collect intelligence. After saying that, the old man with the goatee took another deep drag from his smoking gun. Nightcat, you and Bad Wolf will be in charge of the Dark Line mission, and the rest of you will be ready to move tomorrow. What? How dare you make me stay in this boring as hell place, and stay with this dead dog? Nightcat had no qualms about voicing his dissatisfaction in the crowd, and Bad Wolf, who originally had nothing to say, pulled out his eagle claw knife from his pocket after hearing this and gazed at Nightcat with a meaningful look. Nightcat, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because Cold Snake is gone. I won't hesitate to slit your throat if you dare say anything bad about me again. Ha? Just you? That's really the funniest joke I've ever heard. Just as the two men were drawing their swords, the pale voice interrupted them again. That's enough. You two want to prove yourselves, then bring back Cold Snake in person. What's the use of just moving your lips? The matter is settled. If anything goes wrong again, I will personally bring you to the Pavilion Master to receive your punishment. The two instantly stopped their mouths after hearing the word Pavilion Master here, and skimmed their heads after looking at each other. There is one more thing. Recently Shu City is surging with dark currents. According to the intelligence, there is a professional criminal gang coming here. Currently it has already caused all parties in Shu City to pay great attention to it. Our Dark Pavilion should remember not to be too open. It would not be good for other organizations to catch a hold of it. Yes, the crowd nodded in response. Then it's decided. And that's the end of today's meeting. Good morning, Yi Feng. The next morning came to the living room of Yi Feng, saw Xia Yuyan his good breakfast on the table. Looking at the color of the golden crispy fried eggs, Yi Feng heart cannot help but sigh. Xia Yuyan on cooking this skill is really more and more skilled. Good morning. Hey, breakfast is already done. Yi Feng, you hurry up and go wash up. Okay. Although Xia Yuyan's tone was just as light as yesterday, Yi Feng could feel as if she was struggling to hold on, trying her best to put her best foot forward. Today has come to the day to give Limu orange lessons. Yi Feng naturally do not dare to delay, quickly finishing their attire, and then came to the dining table. At this time Xia Yuyan has sat on the dining table, propped up his chin and smiled at himself. Eat up. It's not that hearty, but it doesn't taste bad. Thanks. Don't say the word thank you or I'll get mad. Okay. Hard work. Well, you're welcome, nah. Soon Yi Feng finished his breakfast and walked to the door ready to go out, and just at this time behind him, Xia Yuyan suddenly called out to him. Yi Feng, what's wrong? What happened yesterday? I'm sorry. I might have been a little confused in the head lately, so it's okay. You're a very nice girl, is what I. Yi Feng said this to an abrupt end and turned around after standing still and gazing into Xia Yuyan's eyes. No, it's nothing. Contact me on the phone if there's anything, okay? Good. Then I'll be off. Take care of yourself. Good. Bang. After the door to the room closed once again, Xia Yuyan stood still and hung her head, her crimson bright hair covering her eyes, only to see her slowly advancing towards Yi Feng's bedroom with heavy steps, as if that place was the only place that could make her dejected mood slightly better. Since the experience of last night, she could clearly feel that Yi Feng was getting farther and farther away from her, and if she didn't take a little something, she might lose him. Yi Feng, what is it about? Please tell me, okay? Sensei. As usual, Yi Feng just got out of the taxi and saw Limu Orange waiting for himself at the door. Nowadays Limu Orange will always show a little smile whenever she gets along with herself. Maybe this girl is really changing slowly. Mu Orange, why are you waiting for me at the door again? I told you next time I'll just come straight in to find you. I still want to see you soon. Teacher. Limu Orange reached out her hand and pulled Yi Feng's sleeve in front of the surrounding servants, Originally she wanted to hold Yifeng's arm, but there was nothing she could do about it. Whenever she got close to Yifeng, he would automatically keep a fixed distance away from herself. After several attempts she gave up. Well, sleeves are sleeves, there will always be time to slowly correct. After all, and teacher contact with the woman only I still have a lot of time and teacher in the future life to leave good memories it. Thinking of this, Limu Orange seems to be thinking of something happy, and from time to time also issued a few sounds of hee and so on. The side of the leaf maple saw could not help but stay away from the farther. Aha! This is me. Yikes! Teacher, you finally woke up now. Yifeng opened his eyes in a daze. He only felt as if his brain was as if it was down, completely without any previous memories. Looking at Limu Orange sitting in front of the desk and writing furiously, Yifeng curiously opened his mouth just as he wanted to speak. A mouthful of water in his mouth almost didn't choke himself. Cough cough. Yifeng wiped the wet corners of his mouth after swallowing a large amount of water with difficulty, while Limu Orange on the side was quietly watching all this, reflecting Yifeng's figure in his dark eyes. Would you like some water, teacher? I'll go pour you some? No need. Missy, how did I fall asleep? Why is it that I don't have any memory of it in my mind? Poof. Limu Orange heard Yifeng say this and pouted, her little mouth curled up high, clasping her hands in front of her chest, and said in a displeased tone, Teacher recently did not rest well? Just now when I was speaking, teacher slept on the recliner. Seeing teacher you look tired, I naturally can't be bothered to disturb you again. I'm sorry. It seemed that there was this one thing. A vague fragment emerged in Yifeng's mind. He vaguely remembered that he did feel sleepy and fell asleep. Could it be that he was like this because he thought about Xia Yuyan all night yesterday? But obviously his body is very healthy. Teacher, you're not trying to waste teaching time by sleeping. Watching Yifeng seem to be searching for memories, Limu Orange hurriedly disrupted his thoughts, so that Yifeng was forced to talk to himself. How is it possible? Am I such a person? Your teacher? This girl is talking nonsense again. It seems impossible not to knock her around. Thinking of this, Yifeng reached out his hand and popped a brain crash against Limu Orange's forehead. Chapter 74. Which one is the real you? Well, Limu Orange covered her head and froze for a moment, looking straight at Yifeng as if she had associated something. Seeing Limu Orange's eyes were a bit off, as if she was scrutinizing herself. Seeing this, Yifeng coughed twice and walked towards the door while still saying to Limu Orange, Missy, I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. Saying that, Yifeng left the room and headed towards the bathroom. Teacher. Limu Orange put down the laptop in her hands after Yifeng left and stood up from the seat, slowly walked to her bed, reached out her hand and lifted the pillow after a fox mask appeared in front of her eyes. Could it be you, sensei? Phew. Yifeng, who had woken up from his sleep, only woke up much more after washing his face with a handful of cold water. How did I fall asleep again? I wasn't sleepy when I was lecturing to Limu Orange before. Could it be that having Su Yusun's lessons caused me to be stressed? Just at this time, Yifeng's pants pocket phone buzzed. When he curiously took out his phone and found that it was a message from a friend in the social software. All that was seen was a message from a small snake whose avatar was a Q version of a snake. Yifeng, is work still going well? Before Yifeng could reply, the cell phone once again sent out a vibration. Yifeng, are you watching? Yifeng had just typed a word, another message was sent over. Yifeng, will you return my messages? Or is the cell phone not on your person? Does this woman type that fast? Yifeng skimmed his mouth, although his typing speed was considered ordinary. But nowadays, this cell phone in his hand was too old and pressing buttons would sometimes lag, so it greatly reduced Yifeng's typing speed. I'm in the middle of a class. You're now. Yifeng was about to send a quick paragraph of message back. Suddenly the cell phone interface jumped to the call interface. Coincidentally, he accidentally pressed the reject button. Oops. What? Denial. Xia Yuyan looked at his just call over the phone, instantly was hung up in the heart as if falling into the valley. Thought to tell Yifeng today they have a good meal. But the result is this. It seems that after that incident Yifeng has changed his opinion of himself. In his eyes I must be a trouble. At this time, Xia Yuyan's mind gradually surfaced the scene of Yifeng and that big lady he talked about happily teaching together. That icy face as if it was going to drip out oozing blood. Leaf Maple, you pulled me out of the abyss. Are you going to push me down again with your own hands? Why don't you want to give me some hope? Just a little bit. Xia Yuyan's pupils gradually laxed as if they had lost their luster. And those good-looking eyes were now like a motionless Dead Sea. Ding, ding, 11%, 12%, 13%, 20%, ding, ding. Just then the cell phone that Xia Yuyan was holding tightly in her hand suddenly rang, and at the same time brought her back to consciousness. It's. When Xia Yuyan picked up her cell phone to see the caller clearly, she realized that the person who called was actually Yifeng. And despite the resentment in her heart, she still picked up the phone. Hello? Xia Yuyan, are you there? Yifeng's hasty voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, my phone was so laggy, typing was slow and I accidentally hit the hang up button. Hello? Yifeng. Listening to Xia Yuyan called his name, Yifeng body all over the body tingling for a moment. In order to cover up to go flustered, he hastily snorted. Xia Yuyan, what's the matter with you calling now? No. I just wanted to see if you were there. As soon as Xia Yuyan heard Yifeng's voice, the whole person seemed to be soaked in a honey pot. At this time she was sitting on the sofa. Suddenly her mind turned, stood up and walked towards Yifeng's bedroom. So, I'm still in class. I'll be back in about another hour or so. Did you have a good lunch today? Eat Miles? Ha? Xia Yuyan suddenly let out a delicate voice, almost didn't scare Yifeng's cell phone off. Ahem. It's good to eat. Then I'll hang up if there's nothing else. No. Wait. Xia Yuyan spoke out and interrupted Yifeng, followed by a few deep breaths and continued. Yifeng, can you call me my name a few times? I want to hear it. Call your name? Why? Oh, please. So, okay. Yifeng helplessly shrugged his shoulders, not knowing what this woman Xia Yuyan was up to again. So he kept reading her name. Xia Yuyan. Xia Yuyan. Well. Xia Yuyan. Ha. Xia Yuyan. After calling a few more times in a row, Yifeng heard no movement in the cell phone, so he said into the phone, it's almost time for me to go to class. I'm hanging up. There was still no movement on the phone, and Yifeng guessed that maybe Xia Yuyan was no longer by the phone at this time, so he hung up and walked out of the bathroom. Unbeknownst to the other end in her room, Xia Yuyan was looking at the ceiling with one hand over her mouth with misty eyes, her mouth softly calling out Yifeng's name over and over again. Well, Missy, let's go ahead and start the lesson. As soon as Yifeng entered the house, he saw Limu Orange looking at himself with unblinking eyes. Teacher, I have a question for you. Say it. What does the teacher think of me? Hearing this question from Limu Orange, Yifeng visibly froze for a moment. He had thought that Limu Orange would ask questions related to the course, but he didn't expect it to be about himself. How do you look? Of course you're my student. No, that's not the answer I want. I want the answer that's inside you. Sensei, I'm sorry Missy, I didn't catch your drift. It's okay, I'll find it myself. After Limu Orange finished speaking, she stood up and walked towards Yifeng, who was beside her. Just when Yifeng realized that they were too close to each other and wanted to back off, he didn't expect Limu Orange to jump into his arms. Missy? Shoo, teacher, don't talk. I'm looking for the answer. To Limu Orange's sudden embrace, Yifeng did not understand the situation at all. Can't it be that she argued with her father again? Then as a teacher, it was very necessary for him to enlighten his student. Yifeng gently placed a hand on Limu Orange's head and stroked the silky black hair, gently saying, Missy, have you encountered another bad thing recently? If you don't mind telling me, maybe I can make some suggestions? Teacher. Limu Orange looked up at Yifeng, who was smiling at him and didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. Which one is the real you? Chapter 75, Going to the Company. Alright, Missy, you can just send it here. Go back now. Just after walking out of the door, Yifeng said to Limu Orange behind him, but Limu Orange still followed himself. Yifeng always felt that today's Limu Orange had a trace of extra curiosity about herself, as if she had discovered some secret, with a winning look in her eyes. Missy, didn't I say it would be fine to send it here? Hurry back. I didn't say I was giving you a ride, teacher. It's just that we're on our way. Well, with that the two were heading in the direction of the outside of the manor when they were stopped by a voice behind them. Missy. The two of them turned around and realized that it was Ah Fook, who was running over with great strides. Alfred, what are you doing over here? Limu Orange raised her eyebrows lightly at the sight of Ah Fu's arrival, and it was clear that she was very unhappy in her heart at his arrival. Duh, great miss. I'm here by order of the master. Father? He has something to say later. Right now I'm going to walk the teacher to the front door. Sure enough, you were saying it was a side trip, but now you're not even going to act, are you? Missy, that's not what you just said. Yifeng suddenly interrupted. I'm just doing a good job of being polite as a student. Where's the sense in letting a teacher leave on their own? Missy, actually I'm here to explain things to Yifeng. Please just be accommodating. Ah Fu anxiously ran to the front of the two men, shifting his gaze to Yifeng, who was on the side. Yifeng, master actually has something to look for you. Looking for me? Yes. His lordship would like you to come to his office tomorrow before canceling your class sessions. Ah Fu, who was about to finish his sentence, was suddenly interrupted by Limu Orange's voice from the side. No way. No canceling the teacher's class tomorrow. But Miss Master has something important to discuss with Yifeng. No matter what it is, there's no way. Not on this one. Although Limu Orange's usual petulant appearance was similar to the present, this time her attitude was much tougher than her previous ones, and her stern eyes were filled with determination. If there is something to tell father, he can say it himself or find another time to say it. But this matter is not negotiable. Teacher, let's go. After saying that, Limu Orange took Yifeng's arm and walked in the direction of the door. Hey, Missy, you wait. There's nothing to wait for, and you're not allowed to promise Alfred, teacher, or else I won't let you go. Although Limu Orange's tone towards Yifeng was obviously a little less intimidating, it was clear from her powerful movements that she didn't want Yifeng to retort. After being held up for a few steps, Yifeng stopped in place while pulling Limu Orange, who was walking forward. Missy, wait, okay, don't get excited first. I'm not going to turn in tomorrow's class. Limu Orange stopped only after hearing Yifeng's assurance, but the hand holding Yifeng's arm was not retracted, and she didn't know whether she forgot or did it on purpose. Then, alright then, but don't take the opportunity to slip away. Teacher. Yifeng moved his arm that was firmly clasped by Limu Orange and said helplessly, do you think I have this chance? Well, I just can't. Say, Alfred, what did President Lee want to see me about? His lordship wants to talk to you alone, because of Missy's safety concerns, so he can only tell you when we meet at the office. Missy's safe? At first Yifeng thought that Li Jing was looking for him to ask him to improve his relationship with Limu Orange, but then he said something about Limu Orange's relationship, so it seemed that there was something urgent happening for him to say that. As Limu Orange's teacher and having to protect her for the sake of the mission, Yifeng can only go to Li Jing's company to find out what's going on. So are you free now? Why don't we go over there now? That way it won't conflict with tomorrow's classes. Just a moment. Alfred pressed the portable headset that hung from his ear and nodded after a moment. Master said it's okay. Yifeng, you can get in the car with me now. Well, I'm going too. Limu Orange, who hadn't been speaking to indulge in Yifeng's arm, opened her mouth at this time. Missy, Master told Missy to stay at home because it's safe. Well, why don't you go tell him it's safe to have a teacher with him, or is it safe for me to be alone in the house? After a while Alfred spoke up. Miss, please follow me to the car. That's more like it. Let's go. Teacher, looks like teacher will have to work overtime today. Look, this is the ugly face of the capitalist. Once he saw my face smiling after working overtime without pay. Miss, you can let go of your hand now. Teacher, do you think the cloud in the sky looks good? I think that cloud looks a lot like a blade of grass. Yeah. Miss, where are the clouds in the sky? Isn't it cloudy today? Geez, don't worry about that. Get together and get in the car. Seeing that Limu Orange was unmoved, Yifeng naturally had no choice. Considering that he might have to give Xie Yuyan a word, Yifeng took out his cell phone and prepared to contact Xie Yuyan. Limu Orange couldn't help but think of something as she looked at Yifeng's cell phone after he pulled it out and looked at the broken case. Teacher, the cell phone of yours should be very old, right? Not surprisingly, the market has long since phased this phone out by now. Yeah, this cell phone is old. Then why not get a better one? There's no money, and money has to be spent. And it's not like this phone can't be used. So let's just make do until it breaks. So, Limu Orange seemed to have thought of something. So she stopped talking and quietly stood beside Yifeng. Just as she raised her head to look at Yifeng's hand kept tapping something on the screen, then she curiously poked her head over. But just at this instant Yifeng just closed the cell phone. What are you looking at? Missy, I'm looking at what the teacher is doing. Staring intently at the phone. It is difficult to send messages to his girlfriend, right? Limu Orange looked at Yifeng as if she was joking. But from her leathery smile it was not hard to see that at this moment her heart was already nervous to the extreme. Girlfriend? Where would I get a girlfriend? A guy like me? Probably never will have one. Yifeng smiled like a self-deprecating smile. He was the least qualified person to pursue happiness, let alone a girlfriend. Only. No way. Limu Orange, suddenly red-faced, desperately retorted. Looking at Yifeng's lonely side face, hate to tell him his own heart now. Someone as nice as Sensei will surely be liked by many girls. No, I'm not good at all. Actually, I. Just then a car stopped in front of the duo, the window revealing Afu's face. Missy, Yifeng, get in. Okay, Missy, let's go. Limu Orange was silent for a while before speaking faintly. Alfred, you lost your bonus this month. Chapter 76, Protect Mu Orange. Aha! At this moment, Limu Orange was still hugging Yifeng's arm, happily humming a little song. She was very happy to spend more time with Yifeng today. Missy, could I trouble you to loosen your grip a little? My arm is getting numb. Yifeng said helplessly as he looked at Limu Orange, who had almost put her entire weight on herself. Originally he was going to sit in the passenger seat, but Limu Orange insisted on sitting in the back seat himself, saying that it was better to protect himself, and Yifeng had no choice but to do it. But now it seems like this is not protection. It's clearly using yourself as a cushion. Buzz. Just as the car was moving, Yifeng's cell phone placed in his pants pocket suddenly vibrated. The probability is that it is Xia Yuyan's reply. But in the way of the right hand was confined by Limu Orange, Yifeng also had to wait to get off the car and then make a reply. We're here. Yifeng, you and Miss get off first. I'll come when I go park the car. Okay. Yifeng nodded his head in response. When he looked out of the car window he realized that when the car stopped at the gate a group of bodyguards had actually surrounded the car while being alert to every move in the surroundings. Sure enough, something had happened, and it looked like it should be related to Limu Orange. Yifeng looked at Limu Orange seriously and said, "Missy, later you must follow me closely, okay? It looks like something has happened. We have to get off quickly to go to President Li's office." Limu Orange also let go of Yifeng's arm and seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, but she felt inexplicably relieved when Yifeng was by his side. "So, teacher, you have to protect me. Don't worry, pinch hey." Limu Orange and Yifeng is about to get off the car when suddenly held his hand in tightly interlocked fingers. This action let Yifeng for a moment did not react. "Duh, Missy, what are you doing? Quick, teacher, let's go. Didn't you say that you want me to follow you closely? I'm going to be able to protect you closely." Limu Orange's other hand pushed Yifeng, wanting to try and get Yifeng to focus his attention elsewhere through his movements. And Fu in the driver's seat was staring intently at his steering wheel, muttering something to himself. If this steering wheel was made with airplane-style grips, would I be able to fly? In the end, Yifeng could only be forced to walk into the company building with Limu Orange holding hands with each other, looking at the clearance gate that was even more heavily guarded than the last time and even had various instruments to check. Even the calm Yifeng couldn't help but frown. Like Li Jing, so much power even have to be vigilant like this, and combined with the treatment of Limu Orange's attitude, Yifeng's heart already has a rough idea. Put aside the silly pursed lips smile, Limu Orange blissfully unaware that they are in danger. In her heart Yifeng has long become their most trustworthy people. "Teacher, wait, I'll dig out your secrets bit by bit, and then we'll switch roles." As Yifeng was about to pass through the security gate with Limu Orange under the serious gaze of the surrounding security, Yifeng was stopped by a tall bodyguard. "I'm sorry, Missy, but the one next to you needs to go through the detector." "No problem." Yifeng was about to let go of Limu Orange's hand that was clutching his own when he was pulled back by Limu Orange. "He's my teacher. He doesn't need to check." The bodyguard on the side made a mistake. After all, the order issued by Li Jing was that everyone who came to the company should be carefully examined. But Missy Master has stipulated. "I said no means no. I'll be responsible for any mistakes." "Teacher, let's go," said Limu Orange, then pulled Yifeng into the safe passage. Yifeng is not good to say anything more. Let this Limu Orange so. This girl, I also said that her attitude is slowly changing lately. How is it still the same as before? By taking the elevator it didn't take long to reach the floor where Li Jing was located, and under the surveillance of several bodyguards once again the two of them walked to the door of Li Jing's office. "Missy, it should be safe now. See if your hand can." "Father, teacher and I are coming in." Limu Orange didn't pay the slightest attention to Yifeng's whispers, knocked twice on the door and then quickly stepped inside. "Missy, wait." Before Yifeng could finish his sentence Limu Orange led Yifeng into Li Jing's office. "Yeah, you guys come." Sitting in the office at a loss, Li Jing finally smiled a little on his sad expression after hearing his daughter's voice, but just as he raised his head and saw that Limu Orange was clenching Yifeng's hand with a death grip his eyebrows twitched, and the words he wanted to say stopped at the edge of his mouth. "Okay Missy, now you should let go." Yifeng looked at Li Jing's reaction and said in a hurry. He had already detected a hint of a wrong atmosphere. "Well, okay then." Limu Orange also realized that there was no reason for her to continue holding Yifeng's hand, so she readily agreed, but she didn't forget to cut her index finger on Yifeng's palm when she finally let go. "Ahem, Mu Orange, why don't you sit on the couch next to me? I have something I need to talk to this kid about." Oh, it wasn't until Yifeng sat down that Li Jing spoke seriously. "Yifeng, in fact, I'm looking for you to come over today because something very important happened in Shu City. I think this has something to do with Oniai-chan." "Exactly." Li Jing cast an appreciative glance towards Yifeng, and Limu Orange, who was originally sitting on the sofa and secretly looking at Yifeng's side face, also focused her attention when she heard that this matter was related to herself. "You do realize that Mu Orange was kidnapped once before you were Mu Orange's tutor, right?" This, slightly heard. "At that time, I investigated with the old Su went down, but whether the scene fingerprints or other evidence of the left samples have not been able to find out that person a trace, which can be seen that this person is extremely good at kidnapping the matter. Until now we are also tracking down. But in the process of tracking down that mysterious man we inadvertently found another group of evil gangs from outside the country. Their mission was also aimed at kidnapping Mu Orange, only to be intercepted by that mysterious man halfway through." Li Jing became more and more serious as he spoke, and an aura of superiority radiated out. "This gang's target is also the Li group. In the recent past I learned that a small group of fierce and professional people have arrived in the territory of Shu City, but their ability to hide is just too professional. So much so that my people can't even find out where they are currently located. And their target I'm also sure is Mu Orange." With that said, Li Jing turned his gaze to Limu Orange who was at the side. "They know it's useless to catch me alone. so I'd like to ask you to protect Mu Orange during this dangerous time. Is that okay? Yi Feng was momentarily in trouble. He had never thought that it would come to this point. Chapter 77. Once he thought that there was still Xie Yuyan's business to deal with at home, Yi Feng didn't dare to focus all his time on Li Mu Orange. Besides, there was also Su Yusen's class, which couldn't help but make his free time much less again. But according to the current situation, Xie Yuyan was relatively safe, as long as she didn't mess around. Weighing his options, Yi Feng nodded under Li Mu Orange's expectant eyes. Presently, I will do my best to ensure Missy's safety, but this is only limited to the course of the lesson. I can't do anything if it's not in the scope of my work. No, I don't mean that I need you to guard Muchan around the clock. Just can you come when you're needed? Well, rather no problem. That's good. I can rest a little easier with you protecting Mu Orange. Getting Yi Feng's promise, Li Jing breathed a long sigh of relief. What he valued was not how strong Yi Feng's own strength was, but that as long as his daughter was with him she would not do anything stupid. Realizing that Yi Feng was also just an ordinary person with a high level of physical fitness. Hearing this, Li Mu Orange, who was sitting on the sofa, came over excitedly. Hey, so teacher can come anytime, anywhere? Oni-chan, you should have misunderstood the meaning. Just now it clearly said in case of need. I've always needed a teacher. Isn't that so? Muchan, stop it. Li Jing suddenly spoke out from the side, which had to make Li Mu Orange put away his playful eyes. Poof. Then, this period of time is on you. Yi Feng, don't worry about the salary. I'll definitely give you a generous reward after the deed is done. President Li, you misunderstood. My purpose is not money. Not money? Is it coming for my daughter? Li Jing froze slightly upon hearing this, then immediately reacted. Suddenly Li Jing's eyes became abnormally fierce. Yi Feng realized that what he said just now was misunderstood by Li Jing, and hurriedly waved his hand to explain. What I mean is that protecting Missy is what I should do. The extra payment is actually unnecessary. I'm just doing my job. I see. Yi Feng, you are too modest. Li Jing smiled in embarrassment. He knew that Yi Feng was a good-hearted kid. So that's how it is. The side of Li Mu Orange is not the same. Originally thought it would happen for the love of two people to break through all the obstacles of the touching story. Who knows, Yi Feng said this meaning. Damn it. Why is Mr. Teacher so attractive but he's just like a wooden head? Doesn't he have any emotions? That's it for today. Yi Feng, if you want to go back the car, I've already sent someone to prepare it for you. Thank you, President Li. Then I'll take my leave. Yi Feng turned around and nodded towards Li Mu Orange again after saying this, but Li Mu Orange followed. Mu Orange, I'll see the teacher off. Ugh. Looking at Li Mu Orange, who quickly pushed Yi Feng to leave, Li Jing sighed heavily. It looks like his own daughter has been completely and utterly trapped. And I do not know if it was a correct choice to call Yi Feng in the first place. Missy, you know the situation now. I hope you can protect yourself, okay? When you encounter a dangerous situation you must first ensure your own safety. When he walked to the security gate, Yi Feng turned to Li Mu Orange and said bitterly. He knew that his preaching might not be very useful to Li Mu Orange, but he always had to educate her. Are you worried about me, teacher? Li Mu Orange blinked her eyes, slightly surprised, and looked at Yi Feng. It's that time of the day, Missy, and you're still imagining things. Remember what I told you? Okay, I know, but can you promise me one thing, teacher? Li Mu Orange said this looking at Yi Feng's eyes. The corners of his mouth outlined a good-looking arc, but in Yi Feng's eyes the smile was a bit oozing. What is it? Then I'll take that as a yes. Teacher. Li Mu Orange pulled Yi Feng's arm and quietly whispered in his ear. Remember what the teacher convinced me to ask for at the time? What's the request? Yi Feng vaguely remembered that it seemed like he did promise Li Mu Orange something when he went to be her tutor for the first time. Didn't Sensei promise to help me find the man who kidnapped me? It's something like that. What's wrong? Yi Feng did not expect Li Mu Orange to suddenly talk about this aspect. He thought that Li Mu Orange had long put this matter behind him. My request is really simple. I want Sensei to work with me to find out where this person is. What's wrong, teacher? You don't want to? Of course it's no problem, but let's take our time to discuss all this afterward. Shall we? Alright then, but teacher, don't you dare lie to me when the time comes, or else I'll show teacher what I'm capable of. Okay, I know. If there's nothing else I'll leave now. Bye, Missy. Yi Feng obviously did not take Li Mu Orange's words seriously, casually perfunctory a few sentences and then hastily left, while Li Mu Orange did not get angry because of Yi Feng's perfunctory, but rather a little happier. Bye, teacher. Take care on the road. With the transportation of Li Jing's special car, Yi Feng quickly arrived at his apartment building. As expected, when he observed whether there were still people watching nearby, he realized that those people before had long disappeared, and it looked like they were turning their attention elsewhere, which was nothing but a good thing for him. I'm back. When Yi Feng opened the door and stepped into the living room, He looked over and found Xie Yuyan lying on the sofa curled up in a ball as if she had fallen asleep. To the side of the dining table looked. Also saw a dish or two is still smoking hot. Dishes have long been placed neatly. Looking at this scene, Yi Feng heart also do not know how. Always feel warm. Just then a pair of hands hugged himself from behind him. Yi Feng, you're back. The dishes are all still hot. Eat quickly. Well, you haven't eaten either, have you? Come join us. Hey, I'm not really hungry right now. I'll just watch you eat. Xie Yuyan was burying her face into Yi Feng's back before she could breathe when Yi Feng dragged her to the dining chair. There's no such thing as being hungry. Just eat together. After saying that, Yi Feng took the bowls and chopsticks and hit the rice and put it in front of Xie Yuyan. Let's eat together then. But why did you suddenly say you'd be back later today? Yi Feng, did something happen? When Xie Yuyan saw that Yi Feng's attitude towards himself was no longer as cold as last time, a smile finally surfaced on his face. Finally, still a chance? Chapter 78, repeatedly jumping across the edge of blackness. Yi Feng's eyes lit up after taking a bite of Xie Yuyan's well-done tomato scrambled eggs, while giving her a thumbs up and praising her. Xie Yuyan, your cooking is really getting better and better. So you have such a high talent? Ah hey. Xie Yuyan bit her chopsticks and looked at Yi Feng with a smile. It's good that it's to your liking. I'm just doing little things that can help you la. Immediately after Xie Yuyan's words, narrowed her eyes and looked at Yi Feng. Seeing Yi Feng burying his head to eat also could not bear to disturb him. Finally had to put down the chopsticks, quietly waiting for Yi Feng to finish eating. What's wrong, Xie Yuyan? Why do you keep looking at me? Yi Feng looked at Xie Yuyan, who was staring at him after swallowing a mouthful of rice, and asked in a puzzled manner. Yi Feng, is there something you haven't finished saying? Ah, you mean this thing about me coming home late? Or what? Xie Yuyan's sexy voice is like a flirtatious note. If a person who is not strong in determination will surely be intoxicated by this voice and will not be able to extricate themselves. Ahem. Actually, the reason why I'll be back so late today is because something happened on my student's side. Something happened? The perceptive Xie Yuyan of course knew that Yi Feng's words had a deeper meaning. Through her previous understanding of Yi Feng's stalking, Yi Feng was currently giving lessons to a total of 2 students. One was Limu Orange, the daughter of the president of the Li group, and the other was Su Yusin, the daughter of the president of the Su group. Judging from the time of the class, this matter today must be related to Limu Orange. Even though she searched through her smartphone for recent news about what happened to Li's group when Yi Feng was not at home, she did not find out anything. So that meant that this one thing that happened today was very serious and had reached the point of needing to meet in private. If it's just something that's gone wrong, it shouldn't be to the point of making you work overtime. Yi Feng, right? Xie Yuyan's face looked slightly angry, probably resenting Yi Feng for not telling her the truth. Well, actually, it shouldn't be a big deal. It's just that I got the news that recently a group of criminal gangs should be targeting Li's group, and President Li's intention is to ask me to protect Limu Orange only. Just hearing this, Xie Yuyan couldn't help herself, frowning tightly and looking at Yi Feng unhappily. Yi Feng, do you know how dangerous the criminal gangs are to you? In order to achieve their goal, they won't consider their lives or again be reasonable or anything. Any obstacles that stand in their way will be removed. This point is the same as the Dark Cabinet organization. Both are extremely dangerous existences, said Xie Yuyan. Came to Yi Feng's side and put her hand on the back of Yi Feng's hand. Her tone was also slightly eased, and her eyes were full of concern for Yi Feng. Yi Feng, I don't want to see any accidents happen to you. Promise me to disassociate yourself from that what's-her-name Li's group now, okay? You'll get hurt if this continues. Yi Feng also knew that Xie Yuyan was concerned about himself with this appearance, but he had a reason why he had to back off, and said expressionlessly, I'm sorry Xie Yuyan, I'm afraid I can't promise you this matter. Can't promise me? Xie Yuyan, for a moment her own body as if by a wave of inexplicable energy emptied itself, holding on to Yi Feng's chair shakily, even stood almost unsteady. Why can't you even promise me this? I'm trying. I've been trying my best. Why can't you even give me a chance? Why the hell is that? Is it because that little brat is better looking than me? Or is she more pleasing to you than me? Even if, just take a look at me. I'll even take a look at you. Listening to Xie Yuyan's words with a little tremor, Yi Feng also do not know how to go to explain to Xie Yuyan, but his heart at this time is also not at taste. Just that he turned his head to try to pacify the emotionally unstable Xie Yuyan, but found that Xie Yuyan is looking at himself with a bizarre smile. Xie Yuyan? Yi Feng, is she important? Before Yi Feng could finish his sentence, Xie Yuyan sat her butt on his body. At the same time coming closer, her face was almost on Yi Feng's face. Does she mean that much to you? Xie Yuyan, have you misunderstood something? Answer me yes, or not. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment and sighed deeply, looking straight into Xie Yuyan's eyes and said, it's important, but you're more important. Since she's more important then, Xie Yuyan's other hand was quietly touching to her back. But when she repeated what Yifeng had said, she froze all of a sudden, her brain replaying over and over again the words that Yifeng had just said, and she seemed to think that she had misheard them. It was only after Yifeng looked at her once more and said the words that she was more important that Xie Yuyan's thoughts were pulled back. Hey! Only to see Xie Yuyan's face covered with scarlet red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ferocity of the party had long since disappeared, replaced by the same panicked and overwhelmed performance of an adolescent girl. You, what did you say? I'm more important. How? I obviously. Stammering and unable to say the words of Xie Yuyan, Yifeng was also amused by her appearance, and after a sigh of relief, said to her, "What? Do you think I don't value you? No, not really, alas. Xie Yuyan, your words really give me chills." Yifeng turned his head to the side as he made an appearance of being broken-hearted, dripping with acting skills that looked extremely professional. After saying that, Yifeng pushed Xie Yuyan's waist with his hand to push her down, but just when Xie Yuyan's body was about to be pushed away from Yifeng's lap, Xie Yuyan wrapped her arms around Yifeng's neck, and her body couldn't help but squeeze towards Yifeng's arms, and apologized in an anxious tone. "Right. I'm sorry, Yifeng. I didn't expect the real situation to be like this. I'm sorry I said those words to you that chilled your heart. Please, can you forgive me for being unreasonable? I'm really sorry." Xie Yuyan's anxious tone was almost on the verge of crying out, but Yifeng continued to push Xie Yuyan's body in order to let Xie Yuyan learn a long lesson in emotional control and stop being so aggressive. "Yifeng, please just ignore me, okay? I apologize for what I just did. I was just scared at the thought of you leaving." Speaking Xie Yuyan's tone gradually with a sobbing tone, seems to be chagrined for his own behavior just now. Yifeng saw this and then put away his indifferent attitude. Yifeng is unaware that his actions can be described as repeatedly jumping sideways in the edge of Xie Yuyan's blackening. Chapter 79, I promise you. Alas, I don't mean to blame you either. I just hope you don't think too much about it. Since I promised you before, how could I abandon you? Xie Yuyan couldn't be bothered to reply. She just hung on Yifeng's body like a little sloth and refused to come down. "Yifeng, will you forgive me?" "Well, if you want me to forgive you, you can, but only on one small condition." "What conditions?" "I'll agree to whatever the conditions are." As if she had made up her mind, Xie Yuyan looked at Yifeng with firm eyes, while a trace of anticipatory joy was still mixed inside. "Well, I could say that. Aha! I'll listen carefully." Yifeng glanced at his uneaten rice bowl on the dining table and took a deep breath to speak out his conditions. "My conditions are, Xie Yuyan, can you get off my lap? I still want to eat the rest of the meal." After Yifeng finished the sentence, Xie Yuyan had only revealed a smile and was hard-pressed back by Yifeng's sentence. The two looked at each other for a while before Xie Yuyan said in a flat tone, Just this? Or what? I just want to eat." "No way. Yifeng, you must add another condition." How about adding another one where you wash my dishes? How about that?" Now Xie Yuyan was completely out of temper, glaring at Yifeng as if with resentment before reluctantly coming down from his lap, just as Yifeng was about to take over his own dishes. Who would have thought that Xie Yuyan would grab them first? "What are you doing? Xie Yuyan, isn't your bowl on the opposite side? What are you doing with my bowl?" Who expected Xie Yuyan holding the bowl in front of Yifeng's face, huffing and puffing, gulping the rice in Yifeng's bowl all ate Annette, and finally did not forget to proudly cast a cocky look towards Yifeng. "What are you women doing? Where else can you grab food from someone else's hand? If you're hungry, go get your own bowl of rice." It wasn't until Xie Yuyan huffed after swallowing the last mouthful of rice. "Now that I'm done eating, I'm going to go wash the dishes. I've fulfilled all of your conditions," said without waiting for Yifeng to call her to stop. She rushed straight toward the sink, leaving Yifeng sitting at the dining table alone and silent. In the end, Yifeng was able to get Xie Yuyan to return the chopsticks back to him, but the price was having Xie Yuyan personally feed herself. Thinking of this, Yifeng cannot help but recall the other Daily Orange is also so. Is it good-looking girls have this kind of like feeding people's bad taste? "Yifeng, don't stare. Open your mouth. The fragrant white rice is coming. Xie Yuyan, should we still count?" Well, Yifeng is opening his mouth to speak but never thought that Xie Yuyan actually did not hesitate to send the rice into their mouths. This moment Yifeng realized that this is completely Xie Yuyan naked revenge. Her mouth, the so-called feeding, is only to play a role in covering up. Her real purpose is to make themselves embarrassed. Okay, stop. Wait. Although Yifeng wanted to resist, when he looked at Xie Yuyan's obviously intoxicated and unable to extricate herself, he knew that he had to finish this bowl of rice, or else she would not give up. After everything returned to calm, Xie Yuyan called out to Yifeng as he was sitting on the sofa after his bath. "Yifeng, there's something I want to talk to you about." "Don't worry, I'll take care of myself." "That's not what I was going to say." Xie Yuyan beeped and always felt that Yifeng was not very attentive to his own safety. Just now she was in the time of Yifeng's bath, also learned some of the ins and outs of some recent events. After her speculation, this time was sent to the mission will be a group of mercenaries who are good at field combat. Although she would like to hope that Limu Orange will be taken away in this operation, it is best not to come back forever. But the same as Limu Orange bodyguard Yifeng must also be in danger. And finally she thought of the safest way. That is, what? Follow me? No way. Definitely not. After listening to Xia Yuyan's suggestion, Yifeng righteously refused, not even giving Xia Yuyan a chance to explain. I've turned a blind eye to everything else and done as you please, but definitely not on this one. Xia Yuyan saw Yifeng getting up and wanting to leave, got up and followed, saying seriously, I won't expose myself. Those people are simply not strong enough for me to stuff my teeth. No way. Even if you are powerful alone. So what? It's still not planted in my hands. It was planted in your hands. But so what? If you really meet that gang Yifeng, you can't deal with them on your own. You need my help. I'm sorry Xia Yuyan, there's no way I'm backing down on this matter. You just stay here obediently and don't set foot out of the door even one step. You are illegally imprisoned. I protest. It's useless to protest. Even if your organization's people withdrew, but who dares to make sure that they didn't make a trap? Or maybe there are some people left behind to continue scouting? I need to ensure your safety first. I'll be distracted instead if you're still messing around at this point. Xia Yuyan also knows that Yifeng is for his own sake, but she is not willing to see Yifeng into a desperate situation. For her heart only left Yifeng's position. If Yifeng really accident, she will not have the idea of living again. For her, Yifeng has become the world in her heart. But I don't want to see you have an accident. After Xia Yuyan finished the sentence, Yifeng also stopped talking, just quietly looking at her. After a long time he opened his mouth. Xia Yuyan, in fact you don't have to do this for me. You should have your own better life instead of making a single-minded attempt to repay me. Then why did you go this far for me? Isn't it contradictory to have pulled me out of danger while advising me to learn to let go for the sake of danger? Let's put it this way. Yifeng, it's fine if you want me not to go, but there's one condition. On what terms? The condition is, defeat me, just like the first time we first met. If you defeat me I'll be obedient and listen to you, but on the contrary if I defeat you, you let me secretly follow you around. It seems that the only way to convince Xia Yuyan that she will be willing to listen, but the full bloom of her own really is her opponent? Okay, I promise. In the end, Yifeng still agreed to Xia Yuyan's conditions. Chapter 80, The Duel. Yifeng, I won't let go of the Wataru. After clearing the field, the two stood opposite each other. Xia Yuyan was still wearing loose pajamas and stretched out a lazy waist, as if in her eyes this game has been divided into winners and losers. The reason why Xia Yuyan was so frivolous was because in her previous fight with Yifeng she knew exactly how many kilograms Yifeng had, and she had to know that her fighting skills had been practiced in that grim environment. So when Yifeng agreed to the request for a duel she knew that Yifeng had stepped into the trap he had set for himself. Yifeng's expression was solemn. He also knew that Xia Yuyan's strength wasn't weak, and was even stronger than himself. But in order to make her stay obediently, he had to agree to it. And this was also Xia Yuyan's young plot. Seeing that Yifeng did not speak and made a good defense posture, Xia Yuyan pursed her lips and smiled. Yifeng, do not be so serious. Although the end is not going to become more laughter, maybe transit. Xia Yuyan, Yifeng is trying to retaliate. But when he said the words of the moment, Xia Yuyan like a change of appearance as if 2 or 3 kung fu will be in front of him. Obviously Xia Yuyan took out all her strength to deal with Yifeng. Just that the light looked just to let Yifeng lower the defense just see Xia Yuyan punch quickly toward Yifeng's hand joints to hit. But fortunately Yifeng has a fighting skill to add its dissolution. But a wave has not yet leveled a wave again. Xia Yuyan a hand clamped down on Yifeng's arm, single foot stomping hard to jump up in the air. And in the air with the other leg kicked to Yifeng's shoulder. Bang! Due to the fact that Xia Yanyan was unable to avoid the pincers, Yifeng's shoulder was kicked by Xia Yanyan. And while Yifeng wanted to take advantage of Xia Yanyan's stagnation to find the right time to return the favor, but Xia Yanyan pulled back in time to pull away from the distance. Looking at the slight reddening of Yifeng's neck, Xia Yuyan also loosened her tightly furrowed brows, biting her lower lip as if she couldn't bear to see this scene. Yifeng, give up. You'll get hurt if you keep fighting like this. There's no such thing as surrender in a duel. Either you beat me down or I'll still be standing here. Well then, I'll apologize again when it's over. Seeing that Yifeng did not die at all, Xia Yuyan no longer dissuaded her. Now all she needed to do was to defeat Yifeng as fast as possible. Therefore she definitely would not leave any backhanded moves. Yifeng also from the process of fighting with Xia Yuyan know that he is not defeated. Just a few rounds to see Xia Yuyan will be able to subdue himself. And then continue like this he will lose. Guess I'll have to use that up. Yifeng used his consciousness to quickly open the system and added one of the skill points gained from the previous quest on top of fighting mastery. And a hot current immediately surged through Yifeng's entire body. Upgraded fighting mastery, intermediate, to fighting mastery, top. After hearing the prompt of the system tone, Yifeng noticed that Xie Yuyan had already arrived in front of him, but her action moves were slow and obvious as if she had been penetrated by herself. Unlike the party that could only take a beating from passive defense, now it was time for him to counterattack. Xie Yuyan on the side of the completely unaware of Yifeng has been in just a few seconds a huge change. When she came to the front of the Yifeng ready to give him a final blow, found Yifeng stupidly stood still like a log. Heart thought Yifeng this is to give up, but in the next second their fists are going to fall on the abdomen of the Yifeng when it chill like an ice pick drilled into their back. What's going on? Why do you feel this way? Before Xie Yuyan reacted, Yifeng stretched out his palm and caught her fist. Xie Yuyan saw the situation is not good to lift her leg and kicked at Yifeng's wrist in order to get rid of the bondage. But in the next second, Yifeng's other hand clamped down on her ankle. What? This can't be. Xie Yuyan pupils shrunk. She did not expect Yifeng will catch his 2 attacks in a row, which if any other person has long been lying on the ground unconscious. But she knows that now she looks like this broken must get rid of the bondage. Drink! Only heard a cry. Xie Yuyan stirred up her other leg to try to make Yifeng lose his center of gravity balance. At the same time her palms beat the ground to shift her body to Yifeng's back, wanting to sit on this around Yifeng's shoulders. But Yifeng, as if he had already recognized her tricks, and in the process swept over her waist and heavily dropped Xie Yuyan on the soft sofa. Oh! Only heard Xie Yuyan a dull grunt, not waiting for her to come over a fist wind and arrived. In waiting for her to open her eyes when Yifeng's fist appeared in front of her eyes, Yifeng smiled gently, unclenched his fist and bounced it on Xie Yuyan's head. You lose. No. I'm not convinced. Just now I was being gullible. The enemy won't give you a second chance for being gullible. Well, okay, willing to bet. Be a good boy and stay home, okay? Now let me see if you've fallen anywhere and are you in any pain? Why? What for? Xie Yuyan looked straight into Yifeng's eyes and asked in a flat tone. Why is it that you move as if you've changed into a different person? Just now your reactions and moves were not the same as you before at all. That's what you don't understand. I'm hiding my clumsiness. It's just that you and I can only use our true strength to deal with it now. You're full of... Come on. Be honest and tell me if you're on some kind of stimulant or something. I'm sorry. I'm turned on. Xie Yuyan sat up from the sofa. Obviously the defeat of the duel just now made her very unconvinced. It was as if the situation of a sure win had been flipped in an instant. This impossible situation made it even harder for her to believe. How can that be? All this time we've been in the same place, okay? And how could I possibly have this? You can't be a sore loser. Who can't afford to lose? Just stay. I don't want to help you yet. Xie Yuyan said and then fell silent, lowered his head in a very bad mood. Yifeng saw the situation can do. Had to coax the chant. I don't just want to prove to you that I have the strength to protect myself, so you just stay at home and wait for this period of time when the winds and waves are calm. Will not it be safe? When you want to go out, I'll accompany you. I wasn't trying to go out. I was just worried about you. Listening to Xie Yuyan's glutinous tone, Yifeng's heart is also not at taste. He knows that Xie Yuyan the girl is good for himself, but now the situation is different. He cannot be in the Limu Orange has been in danger again to bring her into danger. Regardless of whether there is a system that this is said that he will not allow it. Chapter 81, Cell Phone from Limu Orange. Here, have some water. Yifeng received a cup of hot water and sat on the edge of the sofa, saying to Xie Yuyan, who was playing with her cell phone alone. Xie Yuyan sneakily glanced at Yifeng and turned back with a cold snort. For Yifeng's chit-chat she was ignoring it in the slightest. Come on, it's neither winning nor losing. And now I've offended this ant, how can it be so hard? At this time, Yifeng's heart was already frantic, but he also had to coax the Xie Yuyan in front of him. But on the bright side, at least she promised that she wouldn't mess around. What's going on here? Didn't we all agree not to get upset? Xie Yuyan muttered in a small voice with her beeping mouth. I'm not angry over that incident just now. And what was that about? It's still not about you hiding your clumsiness. Did you secretly hide your strength just to humiliate me? Thanks to that, I thought I could beat you. Ahem. I didn't mean for this to happen. You didn't ask me before. I don't care. Xie Yuyan dissatisfiedly turned her head to look at Yifeng and said with a strong attitude, Yifeng, you're not allowed to hide these things from me anymore. The two of us should just be honest and open instead of hiding it and not daring to show it. I've already given you all I have. Hey, speak clearly. Don't act like I'm some kind of bad guy. Then you promise me you won't hide anything from me. Okay, then I promise to tell you everything except my own personal problems when you want to know. Well, Xie Yuyan heard Yifeng said this sentence always feel where the strange, but on second thought everyone has their own shall not say the secret. Then also relieved. So, well, it's a deal. Those who violate the rules will be struck by heaven. That should always make you happy. I'm the one who's not happy. Seeing that Xie Yuyan is willing to talk to herself, Yifeng is also relieved. He now has to properly channel Xie Yuyan's psychological condition. He knew that Xie Yuyan's anger had subsided a lot, but in order for her not to do anything stupid, he had to give her a good shot in advance. I observed the area when I returned today, and there are still people watching around, but there are far fewer of them. I suspect they've moved on to other areas, but one possibility is, they're drawing out the snakes? Xie Yuyan snatched the answer. Yes, I suspect they're setting a trap. This will create a false message that we've left, but maybe it's true that they've left, but intuition can tell me not to take any chances. Xie Yuyan also knew that the deeper meaning of Yifeng's words was to let herself stay at home and be at peace. After today's duel she was also a little more at ease with Yifeng's ability to protect himself, but that dangerous situation could change at any time. Although she was worried about it, but at the same time she agreed to Yifeng she had to be wary of the dark cabinet's surveillance, which in turn made it difficult for her to move in and out. Yifeng, do you still have to go to Limu Orange's class tomorrow? Xie Yuyan didn't know when she had brought herself closer to Yifeng, and if she wasn't afraid that Yifeng would notice, Xie Yuyan wanted to rest her head on Yifeng's shoulder. Of course I'm going to take it. I still have to have my usual classes when I should. I just have to focus on the safety aspect more than usual. Well then, you must take care of yourself, but if I see a single wound on you I will never let you go. Okay, don't worry. Don't forget that I'm the Yifeng who subdued you in one move. Don't say that. That was me being gullible. It's you, Yifeng, who did the sneak attack. You're not a martial artist. Okay, my bad. Yifeng smiled and looked at the clock on the wall. It's getting late. I still have to go to class tomorrow. Xie Yuyan, you should also take an early rest. Don't put today's incident on your mind. Okay? Everything will be fine. That's it for today then. Good night. After watching Yifeng disappear into the living room, Xie Yuyan also returned to her couch after saying goodbye, her mind filled with images of the changes before and after today when Yifeng fought with herself. Just what was it that made Yifeng so powerful? If he really hid his clumsiness, all his basic skills would have been exposed, as if he had learned the moves all at once, which is simply impossible. Forget it, as long as he is powerful enough to be able to protect himself. But I didn't realize that this is also the bottom card in Yifeng's hand? I thought I knew him well enough, but I didn't realize that he still had cards hidden in his hand. But that's a good thing. It's a good thing that I didn't rush it. I thought I could be able to forcefully control him through brute force at some point in the future when he's going to leave me. But now it looks like the whole plan is going to have to be a long shot. So that's good news too, isn't it? Good morning, teacher. Early in the morning Yifeng came to Limu Orange's manor. Due to the recent special circumstances, Yifeng temporarily cancelled all the activities with Limu Orange in the outdoors. Although Limu Orange wanted to go out several times, was also rejected by Yifeng. She had no choice but to stay in the room with Yifeng and obediently took up the class. During the break between classes, Limu Orange sat on the edge of her bed reaching under her pillow for something, and under Yifeng's notice she pulled out a brand new pair of smartphones. Sensei, this one's for you. Cell phone? What are you giving me your cell phone for? Missy, I already have one. Teacher, that one of yours isn't even called a cell phone. Okay, that one of yours is obviously just a flashlight starter. Maybe one day it won't even be able to light up the flashlight system. Missy, you're making my cell phone sound too useless too. I don't care. I've already bought it anyway. And it's for you. Teacher must take it. No. This is too expensive. Yifeng waved his hand and refused. If he really accepted the cell phone that Limu Orange gave him, that would be the same as he owed her a big favor. You know he hated returning favors. Teacher, if you treat me as your student, take the cell phone. This cell phone is just as a token of appreciation for your mentoring me. Teacher, if you insist on not accepting it, then I'll be stalking and prodding you every time you come around until you take it. Teacher, alas. Missy, where are you such a strong buyer and seller? Besides, who does business at a loss? Aren't you giving me money in disguise? That's a testament to you too. Teacher, take it. Yifeng really couldn't argue with Limu Orange, and finally had to take the phone as a reason to buy it with his own salary. Just as Yifeng was looking at the exterior model of the cell phone, Limu Orange suddenly came with an irrelevant remark. By the way, teacher, this cell phone can't touch the water, or otherwise it will break. Aren't cell phones all off limits to water? So yeah. Chapter 82, How to Win a Man's Heart. Missy, I'm going to have to give you a different course due to the recent special circumstances. Hey, then what are you going to prepare to talk about? Teacher, I haven't finished studying anti-tracking yet. This is put on the back burner. From now on I'll have to show you how to tell if your surroundings are going to be dangerous by the slightest movement. It's kind of an observation. Whoa, I'm going to learn this one. Originally there was not much interest in Limu Orange. After hearing the new course that Yifeng said in his mouth, both eyes lit up. Although she learned the knowledge of anti-tracking, but she had no concept of observation. If the target she was looking for in the future to hide want to find it is also difficult. But Missy, this is something I can only teach you the theory of. It's not safe to be around right now. Just in case what we'll teach indoors. Good. Limu Orange hid her inner excitement while pushing the cup of water she had placed on the table outward in the direction outside of Yifeng. Just a moment, missy. I'll take a sip of water to wet my throat. Yifeng cleared his throat and reached out to pick up a cup of water to send it to his mouth. Limu Orange instantly panicked and grabbed it in front of Yifeng. Missy? Yifeng looked at Limu Orange with a surprised face. Obviously he hadn't understood why Limu Orange would do this. This cup of water is a bit cloudy. It should be because the water purifier cartridge wasn't replaced in time. So teacher, you can just drink the other cup. This one looks clear. Limu Orange took away the water in Yifeng's hand by pretending to be calm, and handed Yifeng another cup of water by the table, and immediately added, I'll go and pour this glass of water. Really Afu didn't call for a timely inspection of the utensils. Later I'll ask father to dock his salary. After saying that, Limu Orange put on her slippers and quickly ran out of the room. From her expression it looked like she was in a panic. Is there such a thing as being so particular? Isn't water and stuff just as much to make do with as it is? Yifeng shook his head and lifted his glass of water and drank it in one go, then focused his attention elsewhere. A few moments later Limu Orange walked back with a clean cup of water and sat back in her seat after taking a sip in front of Yifeng. Alright teacher, let's start the lesson. Wow. Bah! In an unknown abandoned warehouse, a stocky man spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, followed by exhaling white smoke with a face of enjoyment after taking a deep drag on the cigar in his hand. Boss, it's not a good idea to go on like this. At least we're a professional team. Kidnapping a little girl isn't easy. Just then, a dangling tall and thin man behind the man kept slashing his arm with the knife in his hand, only to see his blood-covered arm covered with a scar that had not yet dried. This kind of easy and simple task usually we have completed it in less than a day. Why are we still staying in this hole now? Gecko, you settle down. The chief must have his own reasons for not going out. Besides, didn't Mayor do an analysis before? Did you not even take a look? Just in the shadows of the light, an old white-haired man was wiping the gun he was holding with a white cloth, while an assortment of weapons and explosives lay beside him. Who expected? The gecko heard the words of the old man. Attitude is even more arrogant. A big grin-pulling voice roared, there is a need to analyze? Is it just a big boss with power and influence? This is not as difficult as our last assassination of a gangster in Europe. If I say it is just a direct raid into the end. Simple and trouble-free. Quiet. After the gecko said this, the stocky man dropped the cigar in his hand on the ground and looked at the gecko in front of him with a serious face. Ugh. No fun. The gecko shuddered for a moment, but made a show of returning to his position as if he was not afraid of anything, but the knife continued to keep cutting his arm. Hey, this is still the most fun. The stocky man looked towards the back of a woman standing outside the window and took a deep breath. Mayor, tell us what you've analyzed so far. After listening to the man's words, the woman named Mayor stared blankly at the scenery outside the window, speaking in a calm tone. This Li Jing is not an idle person. His brother Su Wanli and he is the resounding figure of Shu City. A white road and a black road, which is why we have to hide. If we were to kidnap the Li family's daughter, that would mean that there would be the forces of both families fighting against us, and the danger factor isn't normally small, but the quality of their personnel is not high, and there are hardly any characters who can hold their own, and there is no additional news except that the Li family's daughter changed her governess the other day. A governess? Is that great? It's just a little white boy. It should be just a male favorite of the Li family's daughter. It doesn't pose any threat to us. Mayor turned around after she finished speaking. Her appearance was also charming and attractive, and she was considered to be a level in the beauty column. Probably that was why she was called Mayor. But these two families have spread their news net far enough. When we came here it was already known by them beforehand. Both the Li group and the Li family manor are tightly protected. As long as we slightly reveal a hint of movement, in less than half an hour there will be their reinforcements arriving. And is there a better way? There is. Just like what I said before, the back of the mountain is a better choice. As long as we grab the Li family's daughter the moment we take her, then the initiative is in our hands. May added as the corners of her mouth turned up at this point. As far as I know, the people from the Dark Cabinet are here as well. Perhaps we can work with them to secure this mission, and their request is simple enough. A 2% share of the mission's remuneration will do. They're just doing business along the way, and the purpose seems to be to look for a female assassin from some renegade organization, then promise them 20% for 20%. Good, then I'll contact them later. No surprises, the mission execution date is this week. I'll let you know when it's time. Chief. Aha. The robust man looked to the side of the gecko that was still mutilating itself without changing his color and spoke faintly. Gecko, go tell the brothers to get ready. The mission will start in a while. Okay boss. Finally. Is it finally going to start? Ha 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 ha. Ugh. Xia Yuyan's face was slightly grave after looking at a column in her cell phone titled How to Get a Man's Heart. Whether it's anything like going to the playground together, Shopping together or talking about going to the cinema together, she can't do it. The only thing she can do is to prepare a hot meal for Yifeng when he's off work. Really? Obviously there are still a lot of things have not done with Yifeng, So hide down the day in the end. When is the end, Chapter 83, I hate you like a log. So that's it for today's lesson. I should almost go check on something. Limu Orange glanced at the clock on the table. Obviously there is still an hour before the end of the class, Yifeng said on here. Which seems to be clearly want to leave early, Limu Orange of course cannot agree. What just went up here? Don't you watch the time, teacher? There's obviously still an hour before class ends. Limu Orange was very angry. Even she was wondering if Yifeng didn't want to go to class and said that on purpose. Yeah, I'll have to check the security of the neighboring estates in the next hour. Yifeng stood up from the chair. Although the manor where Limu Orange is now living can effectively avoid the loopholes being drilled by the bad guys due to the large number of people, but the sparsely populated manor is also a very dangerous place, even though the manor is full of security nowadays. But if a group of professional team really comes, all these so-called security are not enough to look at. As a precautionary measure, Yifeng decided to spend some time looking around to see if there were any places that could be easily exploited, so that he would still have a chance to react if something really went wrong. Checking security? Teacher, why should you be in charge of these things? Father sent a specialized security team, they will take care of it. Let's just continue. No way. Yifeng seriously interrupted Limu Orange's words, and in a serious tone, he put his hand on Limu Orange's soft black hair and gently patted it. Security checks alone are not enough. The fact that they were able to silently feel their way in under the tight control of the territory's gates speaks volumes about their strength. These people live a life of licking blood from the tip of a knife. Don't take any chances, Missy. In fact, I'm very worried about you in this state. Missy, it's you who should be the most vigilant at this point in time. You have to know that if anything really goes wrong I won't be able to come in time. So Missy, you must wait for me to come, okay? I will protect you well no matter what. Teacher. Limu Orange reached out her hands to grab the large hand that Yifeng had placed on her head after hearing Yifeng's words and placed it on her cheeks and smiled slightly. I don't know why. If I had been in the past, if I had heard that a bad person would capture me, I would have been so scared that I would have locked myself in my room and waited for the last moment. But now it's different. Limu Orange closed her eyes, seemed to think of some scene in her mind, and the frequency of her heartbeat gradually stabilized as she said one word at a time. Since I have teacher by my side, I always feel at ease no matter what I do as long as I have you with me, teacher. Even though my temper sometimes hurts, teacher, but I really want to be with teacher forever, whether it's in class or lying on that lawn feeling the wonderful nature. Missy. Yifeng also did not expect Limu Orange will suddenly say these words. In his eyes Limu Orange is like a small child with a heart disease, but today it seems that she has long been in their own company to slowly recover. In time will certainly be cured it. Missy, you've grown up. Humph, don't look at me like I'm a child. You and I aren't more than a few years apart. Teacher. Well, I actually want to say something to you. Oni-chan. Originally also intended to teach Yifeng a good lesson, to teach Yifeng contempt for their own. Did not expect Yifeng suddenly came to such a sentence, which made Limu Orange suddenly stopped, only to rest down the heart and thumped again, just like a small rabbit that was startled and fled in fear. Could it be that the teacher has finally noticed my feelings for him? It seems that the teacher is not so dull. I thought it would be in the Scarlet Sunset. Teacher hugged me to say this, but it does not matter. I and the teacher there are more worthy of the time to be remembered. Nah, I'm sorry. Yifeng brooded for half a day before he said these three words to Limu Orange. This opening, Limu Orange originally radiant, she was like a black and white cartoon lost color. Yes. No. Up? What's that supposed to mean? A new form of confession? But it's too easy to be misunderstood. Don't you think, teacher? 4. Why are you apologizing, teacher? Because. Sort of a guilt trip inside me. Yifeng recalled the memory of when he kidnapped Limu Orange. A set of intimidation down really scared Limu Orange, and he was reluctant to do so, but in order to live he had no choice. So until now Yifeng also feels that he owes Limu Orange an apology. I don't know why you're apologizing, sensei, but I accept. Limu Orange suddenly looked like she understood why Yifeng was apologizing and smiled brightly, while holding Yifeng's hand tightly again and laughing. Sensei is the best person for me, so I won't blame you for whatever sensei has done to me, because I know that everything sensei does is for my own good. Missy. Yifeng took a deep breath. At this moment he made up his mind to tide over this difficult time for Limu Orange. This is a fulfillment of the promise to Limu Orange, but also an explanation to the real self within himself. So does sensei have anything else to say to me, D? The atmosphere has been baked up to this point, so I don't think there's any need to hide it anymore, right? Limu Orange blinked twice rapidly at Yifeng like she was hinting at something, but Yifeng didn't understand what Limu Orange meant and laughed twice awkwardly. No more. The corners of Limu Orange's mouth twitched slightly before she finally threw a blank stare at Yifeng and muttered to herself. I hate you like a log. Yifeng saw that Limu Orange didn't want to tell himself and didn't force himself, walking towards the outside of the bedroom while explaining to Limu Orange, Missy, I'm going to go check the security situation first, so just stay in the room obediently and try to avoid being alone without security, okay? I'll go get Afu to come over now. Don't! Limu Orange quickly stepped forward to stop Yifeng, who was about to leave, and spoke his thoughts under Yifeng's puzzled eyes. I want to go with the teacher. No can do. It's already so dangerous now. I definitely won't let you, Missy, travel to a dangerous place. Or what if something happens? But I think it's very necessary to go with you, teacher, to check it out. Think about it, teacher. If you can tell me where there are hidden dangers while you're checking out the neighborhood, so that I also have a rough idea of the situation on the ground, so that if I really encounter something, isn't it also the same as giving myself one more way to survive? Yifeng thought carefully. Limu Orange really said in the right. If you do not go to contact those who have not gone to the critical moment will be dizzy, not know where to escape to, and ultimately agreed to Limu Orange's request. Okay, but Missy, you'll have to change into something that can't be easily seen. Good. Chapter 84, The Locator in the Cell Phone. Teacher, look at this body. How is it? Hearing that Limu Orange was going to change, Yifeng waited for her outside the door. Just as Yifeng froze, he suddenly heard Limu Orange's blushing voice from behind the door. Missy, you want me to look? At least open the door to in fact, casually wear some casual clothes can, as long as the color is not too bright. Yifeng saw Limu Orange's room door slowly open in the middle of his sentence, and as the doorway gradually widened, Yifeng finally saw Limu Orange's clothing. Just see Limu Orange wearing a black and white maid outfit, head also wearing a white hairband, with white knee-high stockings and a pair of black leather boots. Pure and lovely appearance also mixed with a hint of flattery. Yifeng also finally know why Limu Orange just tone will be a little shy. This look who looked not confused. How about it, teacher? This outfit shouldn't attract attention, right? Limu Orange raised her head and stared at Yifeng with her big watery eyes, and laughed quietly after realizing Yifeng's surprised look. I knew it. It's a good thing I prepared this outfit in advance. It's funny to see that look on your face. Senior. Teacher? After the second time Limu Orange's call, Yifeng came back to God. How could he not think that the clothes Limu Orange said would be a maid's outfit? Although it is very good, just. Ahem. Yifeng clenched his fist with one hand and put it to his mouth and coughed twice, trying to cover up the embarrassing scene he just had. That's not appropriate for you to wear, Missy, is it? How is it inappropriate? Teacher, think carefully. If I wear a maid outfit it won't be too much noticed. After all, the servants in our manor are all dressed like this, and the color tone of the clothes is also monotonous and not easy to be noticed, as you said, teacher. This is the best choice. Well, that's fine then. I'll go get Fu and we can get going. Yes, master. Limu Orange obediently nodded her head, and the sudden sentence almost didn't break Yifeng's waist. Lord, what are you babbling about? Missy, don't talk nonsense. This will go horribly wrong if the others hear it. Yifeng was so scared that he hurriedly folded back and looked at Limu Orange with a panicked face. Where could he have expected Limu Orange to suddenly say such words? Ugh, isn't that how you address people when you're a maid? Sensei, you are now my. Without waiting for Limu Orange to finish her sentence, Yifeng had already stretched out his hand to cover her mouth, both eyes gleamingly glaring at Limu Orange. Missy, you can't call me that. I still want to live for a few more years. Yifeng had already associated himself with his feet being filled with cement, followed by a stone sinking into the sea, and a chill went down his back spine straight to the sky. Ooh-hoo. Limu Orange stammered and couldn't speak due to Yifeng covering her mouth. Yifeng saw this and reminded her again before finally letting go. Ha! Teacher, you almost bored me to death. Limu Orange beeping, obviously very dissatisfied with Yifeng cover their own actions. But Yifeng does not know is actually Limu Orange party and Yifeng cover their own. Quietly outstretched tongue licked Yifeng's palm. Just Yifeng, too nervous, did not notice it. Teacher's flavor. So delicious. Sorry. Missy, you remember not to call me that, okay? Just call me what you always call me. Got it. Looking at Yifeng's hurriedly fleeing appearance, Limu Orange's mouth gently murmured the word master again. From her flirtatious smile could vaguely see that she seemed to have thought of some obscure picture. How about it, sensei? I'll say a lot about the security in the manor. Limu Orange walked side by side with Yifeng on the outdoor road, looking at the heavily armed men vigilantly observing the surroundings every few dozen meters away. It was obvious that the security force Li Jing had set up here could be described as very strong. Yifeng looked around and always felt that something was wrong. After checking in all directions, it seems that on the surface it looks foolproof, but one of the most fatal loopholes lies in the woods in the back of the mountain. Fuck, is there anyone watching in the back of the mountain? Hearing Yifeng call his name, Fu walked up and thought about it and replied, we didn't set up a defense in the back of the mountain. Taking into account that the back of the mountain below is a high cliff, it is unlikely that anyone can come up from the bottom of the circle. The soil there is simply not enough to support the person to climb. But we have also done defense measures. Not only the mountain body is planted with anti-climbing spikes, there are also alarm detectors and anti-climbing wires. And finally in the exit of the woods there is a secret sentry staring at. I see this group still dare to hit the idea of the big lady not, Alfred said under his breath. That shouldn't be a problem. But I think that the back mountain piece should never be taken lightly. Their gang must not have many personnel and they definitely won't fight as hard. Don't worry Yifeng, I'm clear about that. Well then, contact me if you need anything and I'll keep an eye on my cell phone. Good. Yifeng looked back at Limu Orange after his explanation. Then Missy, you also pay more attention to your safety. I will leave first. Okay. Teacher, be safe on the road. Limu Orange did not like the usual that stalking to send Yifeng, but instead waved his hand towards Yifeng to say goodbye. This action Yifeng see in the eyes also slightly feel gratified. Missy is really growing up. Already gradually have a big picture know when to do what should not do what. It seems that the teacher's education is very successful. After Yifeng's back gradually disappeared in Limu Orange's gaze, Fu on the side cautiously reminded. Missy, let's go back first. It's not safe outside. Well, I'm going back to change, so don't call me until dinner. Okay. Limu Orange reached out and removed the maid's hairband from her head, returning to her fairy-like icy cold and clear appearance. Bang! Limu Orange returned to her room the moment she could not care about changing the clothes on her body. Instead, she took out a black screen from the desk. As the screen lit up, a road as well as the model of the high-rise buildings appeared in the screen. The most conspicuous among the screen is a glowing red dot is in a car model. He. This way I know where the teacher is every day. But it's a pity that I can't hear the teacher's voice. Or maybe next time I'll give the teacher a string of necklaces, so that the teacher's every move will be under my control. Limu Orange's pretty face gradually revealed a sickly smile, unaware that the locator installed in Yifeng's cell phone would one day allow her to discover the truth she didn't know. Chapter 85, I'm going to die of cold. After dinner, Xia Yuyan came to the sink and looked at Yifeng who was washing dishes and asked with concern, "How is it? Is everything alright?" "Well, it's not bad. At least the security sent by Li Jing is considered more professional and responsible. But there are still loopholes. Security is a joke. It's good for scaring ordinary people on a regular basis, but it's useless when you're dealing with professional gangs." Xia Yuyan spoke of this matter in a very frivolous manner, as if everything was a breeze for her. "Looks like our assassin lady has a lot of experience. What would you do if it was you?" Yifeng suddenly remembered that Xia Yuyan could be considered an expert in this area, and his own knowledge could only be considered a drop in the bucket when placed in others. "Come on, I've never even been there, how am I supposed to know? I told you to follow you before and you wouldn't let me, and now you're coming to me for advice. Late. Hey, you girl." Looking at Xia Yuyan who left with a haughty inclination, Yifeng also knew that he had sort of offended her yesterday, and after washing the last bowl, he put his wet hands on a towel and scraped them, and came to the sofa and sat beside Xia Yuyan. After Yifeng sat down, Xia Yuyan didn't get up and leave or act like she didn't see it, but first used her afterglow to sneak a glance at Yifeng, and then muttered, "Now you know to look for me. Am I just an existence that can be thrown anywhere? How can you say such a thing? I'm still looking out for your safety. Gee whiz, I just think you're so smug." Xia Yuyan glared viciously at Yifeng, as if she was afraid that Yifeng would misunderstand and continue to explain. "You can look out for my safety, so why can't you let me look out for yours? Don't think I'll thank you if you do. I'll just hate you for not keeping our previous promise." Obviously Xia Yuyan had lost a bit of control of her emotions when she spoke here, and it could be said that nowadays her worries about Yifeng had long exceeded her own. "I'm sorry Xia Yuyan." Yifeng did not dare to look directly into Xia Yuyan's eyes. If he was sincere about Xia Yuyan wanting to save her, that is certainly not. But in the slow contact with her, Yifeng's heart is also silently changing. From the beginning of the temporary promise to take in her that helpless to now sincerely want to think about her safety, has changed a lot. It could be that Yifeng was feeling guilty that he was reaching out to her with a purpose, or it could be that his time with Xia Yuyan had allowed him to find his true self. This depended on Yifeng himself. Apologizing doesn't work. If apologizing worked, I wouldn't feel sad and scared every day because of this identity. I can understand how you feel, but isn't yours slowly changing now? Now all you need to do is to put the old you behind you and remodel into a brand new you. You are not a killer or someone with no identity. You are yourself. You are Xia Yuyan. You're hopeless, holding the hand of a person like me. What an idiot. Xia Yuyan looked at Yifeng without saying a word, although it was clear from her expression that she didn't look like she was reacting in any way. Xia Yuyan's hand firmly grasped the corner of Yifeng's coat and never let go of it, as if holding onto it gave her an inexplicable sense of security. "Well, I'll just help you out. Don't say so many melodramatic words. I'm not going to cry because of these clumsy words of yours. Definitely not. Hey, Hey, thanks a lot then. When Xia Yuyan said this sentence, Yifeng knew that things are considered to be a success, with Xia Yuyan as his own military staff. At least to be able to more comprehensive analysis of some of their own did not notice the place. Humph. All this counseling comes with interest. No problem. You can have as much as you want when your paycheck comes in a few days. Aha! Yifeng did not even finish his sentence. Xia Yuyan leaned over and lay on his knees, closed his eyes and pretended to be resting with a soft tone and said, "Just punish your thighs as my pillow. Now you can ask questions." What kind of punishment is this? Ahem. So may I ask, if it were you, what would be your choice for the most efficient and fastest way to get to the target point with so many security guards watching? Well, Xia Yuyan tilted her head and looked straight at Yifeng's chin, and from his stiff and tense thigh muscles, she could feel that Yifeng was now very tense, but only made a look of forced composure. First of all, I'll observe the security forces and the positions of the guards as well as their shift order, followed by the use of machines and equipment that can interfere with electronic devices. Without the alarm cameras, those people are the best to deal with. If it were up to me, I should be able to eliminate them all. Ouch! Only hearing a bang, Xia Yuyan's forehead was popped out a red mark by Yifeng, and the innocent Xia Yuyan covered her forehead with both hands and looked at Yifeng aggrieved. Stinky Yifeng, why are you hitting me? And you have the nerve to talk about it. There's no need for you to say that last sentence. Now you have to cut loose from who you used to be. Stop thinking about how you used to be able to be. Now you're living for a new you. I'm just saying it for fun. Really? Xia Yuyan suddenly thought of something and rolled over to turn her head towards the inside of the sofa. This action startled Yifeng and hurriedly retracted his thighs while Xia Yuyan's head lost its support and fell on the sofa. Xia Yuyan, what are you doing? Didn't I say you wouldn't move around? Well, Xia Yuyan rubbed her dizzy head unhappily and looked at Yifeng, looking as if she had been wronged in some big way. It's not because of Yifeng that you flicked my head that I turned my head in pain. All the factors are because of you. Okay, I'll admit I'm wrong. Okay? Just in the few moments that the two were conversing, a thunderclap sounded outside the window. Yifeng couldn't help but look himself out the window while Xia Yuyan suddenly jumped up from the sofa, put on her slippers and snapped them towards the balcony. No good. The clothes I just washed today. Don't let them get wet by the rain. About a while later, the sky has turned into a touch of black. Looks extremely depressing, and at this time the sky has already started to drizzle. A cold wind blew over while still froze. Yifeng blew awake. Hiss. It's about to change? Yifeng. At this time, the balcony came Xia Yuyan's weak voice. Heard here. Yifeng thought Xia Yuyan is out of something, is about to get up to find her when she found Xia Yuyan has come to their own front. The same in her hand is still holding a wet bed sheet. Xia Yuyan revealed a look of icy pity, her demeanor displaying a dainty charm to the fullest. Oh, I'm going to die of cold tonight. Chapter 86, Sleeping Together. In advance, today is just a special case. Just in case, I'll put up a pillow in the middle of the bed so there won't be some misunderstanding, Yifeng said as he sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Xia Yuyan, who had already laid down on the other side and turned her back to himself. I know. Go to bed soon. I'm sleepy. A faint voice came from Xia Yuyan's end. Ugh. Yifeng let out a long sigh. He did not think that it would turn out to be like this now. Everything had to start from before. What should I do, Yifeng? Am I going to be alone and worried today? Lying on this temperatureless sofa waiting for the countdown of my life? Xia Yuyan revealed a look of hopelessness, and the bedsheet clutched tightly in her hand fell to the ground, saying in that dejected tone, Indeed, even the weather can't tolerate me. What place in the greatness of heaven and earth is where I belong? Don't worry, Yifeng. Even if I die of cold in the cold living room, I won't be like a robber taking over your room. I just wish I could see you more in your last moments. Why do you feel that there is something in this woman's words? It's a shame she's not an actress. After Xia Yuyan finished her carefully prepared lines, she sneaked a glance at Yifeng with her little eyes, and saw that Yifeng was still indifferent and continued to sell her misery. Being able to make a fragrant dish for you every morning is the happiest thing I've ever done, and I'm going to lose this opportunity before I've even finished learning the recipes. I'm so upset. After all, Yifeng couldn't stand Xia Yuyan's monologue anymore, and he would be crushed by Xia Yuyan if he continued like this. How about you come over to my bed tonight and make do? Yes. Without waiting for Yifeng to finish his words, Xia Yuyan retracted her exaggerated performance. Under Yifeng's gaze, she grabbed the pillows on the sofa and the single thin bedsheet as soon as she arrived in front of Yifeng. I'm ready. You don't even act now, do you? Xia Yuyan, why don't I make do on the couch for the night? It shouldn't be a problem for me to stay for a night with this physique. Yifeng then thought of another way, but the corner of Xia Yuyan's mouth in front of him visibly twitched, but it quickly returned as before. It seems like you hate me, Yifeng, don't you? You don't want to stay with me even when there are special circumstances? Since I annoy you so much. Wait. Stop. Yifeng hurriedly interrupted Xia Yuyan's spellcasting. He also realized at this time that Xie Yuyan seemed to be not sleeping in the same bed with himself tonight. She would not give up. It's always okay if I don't sleep on the couch. Pinch hey. Xie Yuyan saw Yifeng helplessly compromised, also revealed a triumphant smile, stepping on slippers cheerfully striding towards Yifeng's room, until she walked to the door. Also did not forget to say a word to Yifeng. Thank you kindly, I'll repay you. Okay, I'll go wash your sheets. Hard work. Although Yifeng usually acted like a calm and collected person, when he actually sat on the edge of the bed and watched Xie Yuyan lying on his bed, it would definitely be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. But the good thing was that Xie Yuyan didn't do anything out of the ordinary, so perhaps she was really just borrowing her bed for a night. Xie Yuyan. Yifeng gently called Xie Yuyan's name to make sure that she wasn't asleep. By all rights she should be quite sensitive in terms of movement, but there wasn't a hint of movement after Yifeng shouted her name. Did you really sleep? This woman's sleep efficiency is so fast? I don't think so. I had to be careful when I opened the door before, but now she's asleep with all the commotion? Yifeng recognized at a glance that Xie Yuyan was pretending to be asleep, and walked to the other end of the bed to see for himself what Xie Yuyan was doing, only to see that Xie Yuyan was gazing at the closet in front of her with her eyes open without saying a word. What are you thinking about? I just called you, why don't you answer me back? Yifeng, have you fallen? Xie Yuyan stared at Yifeng and muttered. Fallen? What do you mean? Xie Yuyan? Humph. Looks like you'll have to show proof before you'll face reality? I thought you would explain. Under Yifeng's doubt, Xie Yuyan slowly took out a new style smartphone from her bosom and waved it in front of Yifeng. Well, the evidence is overwhelming and ironclad, so I'll see what else you have to argue about. Speaking, Xie Yuyan's eyes became more and more wrong, and her mouth was muttering words to herself that Yifeng could not hear clearly. I've been thinking about it all night and I can't think of any reason to fool myself. I wanted to treat it like it didn't exist, but this cell phone is like a thorn in my heart. I must be a liability in your eyes. Can you not be so sensitive? This cell phone is actually limu orange hard stuff to me. At that time I did not think to be hopelessly I had to put it away. Is that so? Of course, otherwise you'd see me coming home on my own cell phone. Yifeng sighed helplessly, but on second thought, how did Xie Yuyan know that he had another cell phone in his pants pocket? Well then, don't accept anything from her next time. If someone like that gives you something, it must be for the purpose of getting something from you. I'm the only one who has no bad intentions, okay? I'm afraid you don't believe that when you say it yourself. Well, I don't care. You're not allowed to use the cell phone she gave you anyway. Okay, then you can always sleep in peace after dealing with this, right? Aha. Only after clearing the misunderstanding did Xie Yuyan nodded her head in satisfaction. In fact, she had found this phone long ago when Yifeng took a shower. But when she looked at the clean phone interface and didn't even pass the start experience page, she knew that Yifeng was most likely forced to accept this phone. The frothing she did just now was just in anger at Limu Orange's behavior. Yifeng. I'll buy you a cell phone later too. Okay? Could be. Then it's a deal. Oh, I can only buy your cell phone for you. Well, go to bed now. Well, good night. Good night. With the lights off and the room extinguished, Xie Yuyan quietly lay on the bed sniffing the strong scent on Yifeng's bed sheet, heart full of joy. Finally, I'm finally sleeping with Yifeng. It's only temporary, but it's a big step towards a better life. Chapter 87. I'll wait for you. Forever. Phew. Yifeng, who was sleeping on the bed, opened his eyes as if he had received some kind of shock, and when he woke up he was breathing in the air in a big gulp. What's going on? Why is my chest so tight? It's as if something is blocking it. Is it possible that I slept on my stomach and pressed on my chest, causing me to lose my breath? To be Yifeng a little rest to slow down, the god finally found the culprit that led to his breathlessness. Is lying on his chest sleeping Xie Yuyan, and lead to their chest blockages because of Xie Yuyan chose to die with himself. What the hell is going on here? And when did this woman get on my chest? Xie Yuyan. Yifeng originally wanted to quietly slip away from the bed, but when he wanted to move up, when he found that Xie Yuyan not only pressed on his own body but also with both hands tightly embraced his waist, like an impermeable cover, like his own firmly trapped in the bed cannot move. For this reason Yifeng had to use the awakening method as a way to get Xie Yuyan off his chest. Xie Yuyan. Only after Yifeng called out Xie Yuyan's name for the second time did she move, only to see Xie Yuyan brow slightly stretch, as if this sleep for her is very enjoyable, followed by intentionally or unintentionally with the facing Yifeng's neck cut rubbing, mouth slurred words Yifeng cannot understand. Finally, after Yifeng called out Xie Yuyan's name for the third time, she reluctantly sat up from in front of Yifeng, lifted the quilt covering her back along with her, and waved at Yifeng after rubbing her bleary eyes. Good morning, Yifeng. Good for you. Look what you've done. Ha, I didn't see what I did. You're still trying to weasel your way out of this. Didn't we agree last night that you couldn't cross the pillow? How come this morning you jumped on me instead? Yifeng said and looked at himself and Xia Yuyan. At this time the action is slightly out of place. His heart was stunned, like he felt something lifted his leg and shook Xia Yuyan down. Yikes! Yifeng, what are you doing? Almost lifted me off the bed. Xia Yuyan, hands grasping the bedsheet to stabilize the body. During the period also did not forget to sneak a look at the flustered appearance of Yifeng. Recall that Yifeng, just that action must have his intention. It seems that Yifeng's body is very robust now. You first explain why you're in this current state. Didn't we agree not to violate each other's territories? Who said I didn't follow the rules? It's clearly you, Yifeng, who violated the rules. Xia Yuyan stretched her waist while extending her finger to Yifeng's right. Look, here's proof you broke the rules. Ha! Following the direction of Xia Yuyan's finger. Suddenly Yifeng realized that next to his head was the very same dividing line that he used to divide the territory last night. But why would this pillow be in this position? You see, the pillow is on your right hand side, which means the territory on the left hand side is mine, right? So it's also correct for me to fulfill my duties on my own territory, right? Instead, the one who violated the law is you. See if that's what I'm saying? Hiss, that makes sense. No, do you want to hear what you're saying? Listen to Xia Yuyan's sophistry. Yifeng did not react for a moment. Good guy, you, this is not abide by the rules. You are equivalent to overriding the rules. Hey, don't worry about so many details, I forgive you. Let's just forget about what happened today. Xia Yuyan also knows that she is in the wrong. The reason why she wants to do this is because since it is not easy to be in the same room with Yifeng, if you don't do something meaningful that is not meaningless, then let's shake hands and make peace. As compensation, how about I go make breakfast for you, Yifeng? Just as Xia Yuyan was about to get out of bed, Yifeng, who had suffered a bellyful of anger, suddenly pulled Xia Yuyan's wrist and yanked her towards the bed. Xia Yuyan's body planted back uncontrollably. Xia Yuyan, did you really think you'd be spared? It seems that indulging you all this time has made you forget who is the master of this room. Right. I'm sorry, Yifeng. I was wrong, alright. Xia Yuyan looked at the furious Yifeng like a frightened white rabbit, hands in front of her body trembling up. But from her pair of cunning eyes can be seen Xia Yuyan on their own situation is now very enjoyable. Apologize? It's already too late. After Yifeng finished the sentence, he immediately stretched out his hands to scratch Xia Yuyan's waist and kept scratching her itchy flesh. Just when Yifeng thought that Xia Yuyan would laugh uncontrollably and beg for forgiveness, he realized that Xia Yuyan was staring at himself with her big dark blue eyes dumbfounded. You, not afraid to scratch? Ha! Ha! At that moment, the entire room was plunged into a deathly silence, and only after a long time did Yifeng faintly open his mouth. Well, let's just pretend what just happened didn't happen. Put. Xia Yuyan also couldn't help but laugh out listening to Yifeng's frustrated tone. For some reason her excited heart hadn't stopped during the time she spent with Yifeng. Just when she wanted to go and prepare a fine breakfast for Yifeng to make it up to him properly, she realized that just now Yifeng was putting his body extra close to herself in order to tickle himself at the moment. Seeing Xia Yuyan suddenly did not speak, Yifeng also realized that he was now using both hands to support the bed, while Xia Yuyan was between his hands with a shy demeanor looking straight at himself. Hold. Sorry, I'll just as Yifeng raised his hand and prepared to leave, Xia Yuyan suddenly took advantage of his inattentiveness and stretched out her hands to wrap her arms around Yifeng's neck, her head slightly forward towards the side of Yifeng's face, and gently kissed him, and then immediately put her head on the side of Yifeng's shoulder to speak out a sentence in a tone that had never been seen before. I will wait for you, waiting for you forever. In the moment Xia Yuyan kissed himself, Yifeng's brain is like a roar, generally stunned motionless. He did not expect Xia Yuyan will say such words to himself, but feeling Xia Yuyan hit on his neck that burning nostrils, Yifeng opened his mouth, do not know what to say. After a long time, Xia Yuyan smiled and pushed away Yifeng in front of her, pretending as if nothing had happened, and said, I'll go make breakfast. Wait for you, said Xia Yuyan. Red-faced Tao-like left Yifeng's room, leaving alone as if turned into an ice sculpture like Yifeng a person. Chapter 88, Xia Yuyan's new idea. How about it, Yifeng? This dish is a new one that I just learned recently. Let's see if it's to your liking. Looking at Yifeng, who was still in a daze as he sat at the dining table, Xia Yuyan propped up her hands and stared at him, as if nothing had happened just now. Xia Yuyan, just now? No, nothing. Yifeng moved heavy long sigh of relief. He also knows that Xia Yuyan to his own heart is a little bit different, but he has implicitly told her, he is impossible to touch the matter of love. I know what you're worried about. Xia Yuyan reached out a hand to gently pull her hair over her ear and closed her eyes to speak her heart. It's your right to refuse, that I can't interfere with, but it's also my right to pursue what I want. I'm not going to change my mind just because of your words. I'll keep insisting until you agree anyway. So, please be ready to realize that in the future. Xia Yuyan opened her eyes. Those firm eyes revealed a confident glow, as if telling Yifeng that one day she would succeed. Yifeng finally only sighed and said nothing more. Just as Xie Yuyan herself said, although he could reject Xie Yuyan, it doesn't mean she can't pursue what she chooses. Hey, so how did the food taste today? Give a rating? Very nice. That's good. Carrot. Xie Yuyan narrowed her eyes and smiled slightly, the path in her heart becoming clearer. What the hell? Difficult to get a rest of the day. Yifeng opened the systems panel at his leisure. After a glance at everything is as calm as usual, but just when he once again saw Xie Yuyan progress bar below the numbers do not know when it actually turned from 20% to 30%. Exactly when is it the case? Watching the progress has changed. Yifeng also gradually realized that it seems that this progress that he thought was a bug before seems to be normal, and it is very likely that it represents a certain item, although he does not know as now. It looks like it's progressing slower than the progress bar above. That shouldn't be getting along before it spawns, and it's 30% and there's not even a reward. So does that mean it takes 100% to get the appropriate reward? That should be the case. It looks like it's an awesome prize. Yifeng, what are you looking at? When Yifeng was muttering to himself, Xie Yuyan came over towards the direction of the sofa. She looked at Yifeng's two eyes empty and lax look and thought that something had happened. But when she called out to Yifeng, he came back to his senses, and this action made the meticulous mind of her slightly suspicious, and put this behavior in her heart. It's okay. I was just thinking about something. It's nothing. Well, Xie Yuyan saw that Yifeng did not want to tell himself, so he did not say anything more. Took out his cell phone and sat on the sofa to play with himself. By the way, Xie Yuyan, I might have to go out later. Go for it. Might be back later. Oh, is there anything you want that I can get for you? No. Looking at Xie Yuyan's appearance, Yifeng did not have to think to know that she was in a mood. What's wrong with this? I didn't say anything else. Xie Yuyan put down the black screen of the cell phone and gave Yifeng a blank look. It is obvious that from the beginning she held the phone to now she has not played at all. The attention has been placed on Yifeng's body, never moved away. It's okay. I was just thinking about something. It's nothing. Listen to Xie Yuyan's words. Yifeng felt familiar. A careful thought to realize that he just said this sentence. Do not have to think, also know that Xie Yuyan this is to take just what he said to choke himself. Sorry, I did have a bit of a bad attitude just now. Yifeng looked at Xie Yuyan, who was playing with a black screen cell phone on the side, and opened his mouth. It's not because of your attitude. Yifeng, I just wish you could lean on me a little more. Xie Yuyan put down the cell phone in her hand and whispered with her head down. Actually, I know that Yifeng, you also have things you don't want to talk about, and I can understand all of these. But I don't want to see you with a sad face. No matter what kind of difficulties you can tell me. Now that you're no longer alone, I can also help. So that's how it is. I thought it was my bad attitude that made you angry. Yifeng didn't expect that Xie Yuyan would even care for herself to this extent. Even her own sad expression was captured by her. I'm a bit angry. Who told you not to tell the truth? And what are you doing out of the house all of a sudden? It's not that we're running out of food at home, so I'm going to the mall to buy some food. I want to. No way. Yifeng firmly shook his head and rejected Xie Yuyan without even waiting for her to finish her sentence. How special the situation is now, I'm sure you know. I can't possibly do something dangerous for your safety. Let's wait for this matter of the gang of thugs to pass first and then we'll talk about it. Okay? Well, you be safe on the road then. Don't worry. It's just a grocery run, it won't be anything. Bang. After the door closed tightly, Xie Yuyan raised her legs on the sofa and placed her head on her knees with her hands on her thighs and closed her eyes. What on earth could make Yifeng show that kind of expression? Can it be that those brats did something out of the ordinary to Yifeng? No way. Something must be done. Just as Xie Yuyan was thinking about it, she suddenly had a flash of insight and mischievously widened her eyes, as if she had thought of some good idea. Right. I used to at least take a course in listening. Just need to place a subtle listening device on Yifeng's body without him noticing. Won't everything be known? Hey, it's exciting to think about doing something on Yifeng. Wait, Yifeng, since you're not willing to tell me the truth, I'll dig it out myself. Phew, these dishes should be enough to deal with for a week. Yifeng from the mall came out of the Yifeng carrying a variety of ingredients. Now with the support of the paycheck, Yifeng can also buy a little bit of delicious meat and fish ingredients. Occasionally to improve the meal is still quite good. Just as Yifeng was walking home, he suddenly thought of something. Why don't we buy Xie Yuyan a piece of cake to try? There should be more girls who like it if desserts anyway. Chapter 89, Encountering Su Yusen. Ugh, I can't see my teacher again. Limu Orange sprawled on her own bed, while her face wore a fox mask, staring blankly at the ceiling. I wonder what Mr. Teacher is doing right now? You're not staying at home today, are you? If I had known that, I would have signed a lifetime contract with you, so I could be with you every day. Thinking of this, Limu Orange lifted the mask and quietly placed it inside her locker while taking out the monitor that was monitoring Yifeng's position. And I wonder what the teacher has been staying home for. Isn't it boring to be alone? Suddenly Limu Orange realized that Jifeng's location wasn't where he lived. Instead it was in a store slightly away from his house, which according to the map was a dessert store. A dessert store? Does sensei like desserts? But he didn't show any interest in desserts when we ate with sensei before. It's really strange. Welcome. Yifeng just entered the store, saw the shelves are placed on a variety of exquisite desserts. Cakes and breads have everything. From the bakery also came out a rich milk flavor. The bakery is also a rich milk flavor. The bakery is also a rich milk flavor. Only to see a uniformed clerk came to Yifeng and said enthusiastically, "What kind of dessert would you like to order? We may have more than you can handle in a moment." Yifeng put his hand on his chin and thought about it. It seemed that Xie Yuyan did not have a picky eater when it came to food, but each of the snacks here looked very good. So can you please help me pick out two that relatively everyone likes to buy? No problem, guest. Please wait. The clerk nodded, then turned toward the cabinet where the treats were displayed, and in no time the clerk came over with two cakes on dinner plates. One of the cakes on the plate is chocolate mousse. The rich aroma of cocoa powder with buttercream can't help but be mouth-watering. And the other is ice cream cake with strawberry embellishment. Cold sweet ice cream wrapped around the fragrant cake as if the aroma is stored. When a bite of the scent will explode in your mouth. Coupled with sweet and sour strawberry flavor, no matter who would probably want to try a bite of it. Can you look at these two cakes? These are the best-selling cakes in our store. And this strawberry-flavored ice cream cake is often bought by a cute rich lady. Yifeng heard the key words from the clerk's mouth. Suddenly a clear silhouette of a person appeared in his mind. Strawberry. Cute. Miss Rich. This can't be Su Yusen, can it? Jingle bells. At that moment, the store door suddenly opened, and then a girl wearing a pink and white color skirt walked in, happily walking with small steps to the front of the store clerk and said, "Hello sister, still the same as always." The clerk was also startled by the appearance of the girl in front of her. Obviously she didn't expect the person she was talking about one second to appear in front of her the next. "Hello Ms. Su, as usual, but today you came too late. The last cake has already been bought by this gentleman." The clerk smiled apologetically towards Su Yusen, knowing that this had happened before, when Su Yusen had spent more than 10 times the price to buy it from that customer's hand. It was evident that Su Yusen was obsessed with this cake. She had also specifically told the clerk before that she wanted to hire a baker to supply her exclusively, but was ultimately turned down, seemingly on the grounds that her parents didn't allow her to eat sweets on a regular basis. Whether or not this was true is unknown. What? It's been bought. When Su Yusen heard this news, it was like a bolt from the blue. The whole person froze in place. Just when the store clerk thought that a scene like the last high-priced purchase would happen. Who would have expected Su Yusen with her small mouth suddenly opened her hands and jumped headfirst into Yifeng's arms. Ha! The clerk's entire body was dumbfounded at the sight. She didn't expect Su Yusen to make such a move towards a strange man. "Joe." Su Yusen hugged Yifeng in front of her and inhaled fiercely. Her face was still slightly flushed. From the corners of her upturned mouth it was as if she had already known that the person beside her was Yifeng. "Rain. Uxin? What are you doing now? Quickly loosen up. What's decent in this public?" Yifeng also did not expect Su Yuxin will be in front of the face of the clerk to make this operation. He thought Su Yuxin will focus all the attention on the cake, is ready to scare him a jumpet. Who knows, was scared of a jump as their own. Poof. Su Yusen loosened her small hand that was holding Yifeng, during which she even greedily took the opportunity to touch Yifeng's back, and immediately after that, she crossed her small waist and beamed. "Bad brother. It breaks my heart that you're the one who bought my favorite cake away and said I wasn't. How can you blame me for this? How did I know that you would buy a cake in this store? Uxin. Besides, this is at least about a first-come first-served basis. It's you, Uxin. Who came late?" Poof. Su Yusen grunted ostentatiously and turned back to the store clerk and said, "Sister, can I trouble you to get me a coconut pastry?" "Ah, okay Ms. Su, please wait." The clerk came back from her surprise and took out a coconut pastry for Su Yusen while telling Yifeng to go pack it himself. Only after watching the clerk leave, Su Yusen came back to Yifeng's heel and asked in a curious tone, "Brother Yifeng, why are you here? I didn't buy some vegetables to go home and make some dinner, and I smelled an aroma on the way and came here." Yes. This store is so good for dessert. It's a shame my father and mother only allow me to eat it once or twice a week." "Yusen, don't you have class today? Why are you here?" Yifeng digressed. "I sometimes come to my father's company to study, and I just came back today. But can one person eat all the food you bought?" "Ah, I bought some extra and put it in the fridge to chill, so I can just take it out when I want it." So, Su Yusen did not doubt Yifeng's words. After nodding, she jumped into Yifeng's arms again, knowing that there are not many chances to meet the person she wants to see the most when she is not attending classes. She can take advantage of this time to replenish her energy. "Uxin, stop it. So many people are watching. You are at least the Su family's eldest daughter. Pay attention to your image." "I don't care about that much. I want to hug my brother when he's nice to me." I don't care what others say. Su Yusin narrowed her eyes and said to herself, Brother Yifeng, I like you. Yusin likes you the most. Chapter 90, forget it. I'm tired. After Su Yusin ruthlessly replenished Yifeng's energy one more time, she was willing to let go of her hold on Yifeng's hand. Just at this time, a man wearing a black uniform with white gloves walked in outside the door. After seeing Su Yusin, he breathed a sigh of relief with peace of mind. Are you okay, Missy? I see you haven't been out for a long time. It's fine. I'm chatting with my teacher together. Please uncle, will you wait for me outside for a while longer? Okay. The driver nodded and turned his head to look at Yifeng, followed by saying hello Mr. Yi and left. How do they know my name? At the sight of the driver's greetings to himself, Yifeng were astonished. He did not expect that he as a small home teacher can be known by so many people. This is too strange. This uncle is also my dad's personal driver-law. It's normal to know the teacher. Well, what Yifeng doesn't know is that since he left the Sue's group building last time, the whole building's employees have spread the news. Even the cleaning staff know Yifeng, this one person, and said, Yifeng? I know that person. Isn't it the handsome guy who abducted Missy? I've known about this for a long time. Alright, teacher, don't worry about so many little things. What did you learn with Mu Orange these days? Hey, you don't know? No what? Listening to Su Yusin's curious eyes, Yifeng realized that perhaps Su Wanli didn't tell her about Mu Orange being targeted. I'm afraid that she was afraid that Su Yusin would want to be with her best friend after learning about it. Seeing this, Yifeng's brain turned, and quickly said with a harumph, it's just that Mu Orange, she has been distracted by her studies lately, so she didn't attend many classes, and she certainly didn't learn anything. So, Su Yusin believed Yifeng's words and didn't doubt for it, and even gently pursed her lips and boasted, if I were me, I would have listened to the teacher's lectures properly. I wouldn't have acted like Mu Orange. Ahaha. Yusin really is the most obedient. Yifeng also had no choice but to cope on the sidelines. Hey. After the end of the conversation, the clerk also happened to package desserts to bring out. Just at this time, Yifeng, through the transparent plastic paper in the bag, quietly found that he purchased 2 cakes in the clerk's left-hand side. Su Yusin purchased on the right side. So while the clerk and Su Yusin did not pay attention to the situation, he went forward and took the bag in the clerk's hands and exchanged it behind him as fast as he could and handed it to Su Yusin immediately after. I'm sorry, I have to hurry home. The meat I bought on hand still needs to be put in the fridge in time. Well, then goodbye brother Yifeng. I'll be waiting for you. Su Yusin took the bag handed over by Yifeng. Looking at the back of Yifeng leaving, she was suddenly unhappy again. It is true that happiness is short-lived. After Yifeng left, Su Yusin also did not stay down the significance of, but for today to be able to meet Yifeng, this thing she has been very happy. Thought of here, she sat in the car while calculating in her heart, since Yifeng's in the vicinity of, want to create a few times more in some days, chance encounter event it? Okay uncle, let's go back. Yes, Missy. With a roar of the car, it disappeared into the street in the blink of an eye. What's wrong Missy? Is something wrong? Concentrate on driving. The driver in the backseat, after hearing Su Yusin came doubtful voice, he immediately asked with concern. To know their own, this Missy is not only understanding, but also lovely full. Even in the group are people's hearts. Group pet. But did not think that the end of the day the group recognized group pet will be a strange man to abduct, without letting a person heartache. No, nothing's wrong, uncle. You keep driving. Su Yusin's tone gradually calmed down, vaguely carrying a small hint of happiness. Okay, good. Looking at the strawberry ice cream cake in her bag that still gave off a hint of coolness, Su Yusin revealed a happy smile. Brother Yifeng, you're still so nice to me. I love it. I like it. I like it. Ding. Standing outside the door, Yifeng was taking the keychain out of his pocket. Suddenly the door opened, followed by Xia Yuyan standing in front of the door, stretching out her hand towards herself. Give it to me. Yifeng hastened to carry the things in his pocket, squeezed in and brought the door with him, put down the things in his hands and then said towards Xia Yuyan, I think you are floating. Not to say to be careful. Careful. This kind of easy to be found things to remember not to do. I know. It's not that you have so many things in your hands and want to share them for you. Don't be so excited. In short, you should not do anything that dangerous in the future. Do you want all the efforts we made before to be undone? I'm sorry. Looking at Xia Yuyan's fleshly lowered look, Yifeng also knew that he had perhaps said too much and hurriedly handed her the bag in his hand. Nah, got you a treat. See if you like it. Bought it for me? Xia Yuyan hesitated for a moment after a hand took the bag handed by Yifeng. Low mood instantly swept away. Smelled the bag and the strong smell of cake. Mood is also a lot better. Thank you, Yifeng. Well, you go on and eat. It won't be good if it sits for too long. I'll go and organize the dishes and come over later. Hard work. When Yifeng finished packing up the dishes he bought from the mall, he sat on the soft sofa and then let out an exclamation. Ah, it's true that a soft sofa is still the best. Xia Yuyan, who was biting a plastic spoon on the side, nodded thoughtfully, and immediately afterward would lower her head and place her gaze on her expansive bosom. How's it going, Xie Yuyan? It tastes pretty good, doesn't it? It's delicious. Yi Feng, you try it too. Xie Yuyan said and scooped up a piece of chocolate cake with a spoon and placed it at Yi Feng's mouth. Yi Feng quickly leaned his body back and shook his hand to reject it. I won't eat it. Xie Yuyan, you eat it. Yi Feng had not expected that Xie Yuyan would not give him any right to refuse at all, stretching out a hand to pinch his chin and at the same time stuffing the spoon hard into his mouth, forcing him to eat the cake with no choice. Xie Yuyan, you should at least pay attention. This spoon is the one you used. What's wrong? It's not like I have poison in my mouth. What's wrong with eating a cake? Said Xie Yuyan, unashamedly scooped up the cake and brought it into her mouth, not forgetting to sip the small plastic spoon during the process. What are you looking at me for? Do you want another bite? Forget heartburn. Chapter 91. I am not going to give up. Tap tap tap. Accompanied by a sound of footsteps on an abandoned deserted road, a group of people with serious expressions walked towards an abandoned factory in front of them. If you look carefully into the crowd, you will find that this group of people are the Dark Cabinet members who captured Xie Yuyan, and the person at the head is the old man with the goatee who discussed the meeting on that day. Just as the old man and his party had just reached the gate but stopped in their tracks, the old man with the goatee looked down and had a fix, looking into the warehouse and shouting, "Come out everyone, aren't we going to discuss cooperation? How even face are not willing to show." After a few moments a beam of infrared laser shone on the old man's forehead. The surrounding Dark Cabinet members saw this and pulled out the weapons in their hands to look around vigilantly. Protect Lord Goat. But the goat-haired old man still didn't change his color and spoke stoically. Is this your way of hospitality? With that, only a gruff voice rang out from the warehouse. Gecko, put down your gun. This is our guest. The lasers on the goat suddenly disappeared before the words left his mouth. The door to the factory opened in response, and the gruff voice rang out again. And invite the guests of the Dark Court to come in for a moment. Looking at the factory's dark and unaware appearance, the goat side of the cronies spoke up. Lord Goat, should we go in first to explore the reality? No need. The goatee waved his hand. The reason why they do this is just to determine whether we are really a Dark Cabinet. Don't worry about going in, that is. Yes. With that said, the goat lifted his leg and stepped over the tripwire at his feet and idly walked towards the gate. The members around him lifted their legs and stepped over as well. Apparently they had all noticed the traps laid at their feet as well. Upon walking inside the abandoned factory, Goat saw several mercenaries standing at various points with weapons looking at them, while in the center area was a large man sitting on a crate watching them. Upon seeing the old man with the goatee, the big man stuck the saber in his hand back into his stash and slowly walked towards the goat. I'm sorry to have missed you. I've heard of the Dark Pavilion's name for a long time, but when you're out and about, you have to be careful in order to live a long life. So I hope your excellency won't be offended. There's no harm in it. All of you brothers are doing the life of licking blood from the tip of a knife, so it's normal to keep an eye out. The goat had a breezy look on his face and didn't seem to take offense to the man's words. Then I won't beat around the bush. The reason why I want to invite all of you from the Dark Pavilion to come must be that you all have an understanding. Our purpose is very simple. It's to snatch Limu Orange, the president of Lee's group's daughter. So I hope that all of you from the Dark Pavilion will be able to give us a hand. The organization has also explained this matter to us. We can help, but there is one request. Go ahead, old man. Since we have a special mission to perform in Shu City, the only thing we can do is to carry out infiltration missions, and we won't be involved in the main battlefield. No problem. We certainly have some idea of what the Dark Court is capable of, which is why we need your help. Secondly, if the operation fails, you may not give up any information about the Dark Cabinet. If someone leaks, then the Dark Cabinet will take special action. Of course, the man knew what the special operation was that the goat was talking about. Nothing more than removing leakers. Of course. Does the old man have any other requests? No more. The man smiled and nodded, extending a hand towards the goat. Well then, I wish us good luck in our endeavors. Happy cooperation. After saying that, the two groups of people will go towards the deeper part of the factory. The open door of the factory is also slowly closed, as if nothing has happened here. In the evening, Yi Feng looked at the system bar without any progress and the task fell into contemplation. Now a day-by-day time has passed, but everything seems to have stopped. Whether it is Xie Yuyan or Limu Orange's progress is stuck at 89%. Leaving aside the following, do not know what the progress of not to talk about. In such a way down the road they will be alive to consume awe. Although one of the tasks was to kidnap Su Yusen, but at this juncture Yi Feng didn't dare to act rashly. Just Xie Yuyan and Limu Orange's situation at this stage already made it hard enough for him. But fortunately now Xie Yuyan's organization was fading out of view. It wouldn't be long before he himself would be able to relax a bit. Looking at their own item bar: antidote, limit capsule, scapegoat dolls, Yi Feng always feel that there is a trace of concern. The system will give themselves these things may also have its reasoning, but the description of each item sounds like it is used under more serious circumstances. I do not know what side effects it said in the middle of what exactly is. Squeak. Just at this time after the bath, Xie Yuyan wiped her hair from the bathroom came out. When she saw Yifeng wandering appearance, always feel that Yifeng is like a soul out of body general only left an empty shell. Plus before Yifeng inexplicably know themselves and suddenly become powerful fighting skills, she always feel that she in front of Yifeng more and more mysterious up. Yifeng. Ha! After hearing Xie Yuyan's call, Yifeng instantly came back to his senses and turned his head to look at Xie Yuyan who had wet hair. Xie Yuyan, you're done washing? Then I'm also going to take a bath and go to bed. You take an early break. Yifeng. Xie Yuyan suddenly pulled on Yifeng's coat corner, followed by a whispered mutter. Tonight can I sleep with you again? Ahem. Before it was purely because of special circumstances. Sorry, I can't promise you. But Xie Yuyan, don't worry. I'll help you identify a safe place when things are over, and you'll have your own room by then. It's not because of the question of whether there's a room or not. Since Yifeng you do not agree even if it's okay, you quickly go wash up. I'm going to blow dry my hair. Xie Yuyan see Yifeng did not agree, mood is very frustrated. If again like before deliberately wet the sheets, then Yifeng will certainly be suspicious. It seems that the idea of sharing a bed with Yifeng is considered a failure. In fact, in the time with Xie Yuyan, Yifeng also had a heart-touching time, but he understood his own situation, so he also deliberately avoided too much contact with Xie Yuyan. After watching Yifeng enter the bathroom, Xie Yuyan stood in the doorway and stayed for a while before leaving with the hairdryer. The fists in her hands clenched slightly, her mouth muttering up in a small voice, I'm not going to give up. In this life, I'm going to eat you up, Yifeng. Don't want to escape from my hands. Yifeng's evasive measures instead did not dilute the passion in Xie Yuyan's heart, and even more so, it made her ignite her fighting spirit, and one day Yifeng would set himself on fire because of it. Chapter 92, Secret Meetings. Good morning, Yifeng. Early in the morning, Yifeng saw Xie Yuyan in her pajamas on the sofa playing with her cell phone. It looked as if she was watching a video that was being broadcast on the screen of her cell phone. Good morning. What's this to look at with such fascination? Hey. Xie Yuyan flipped the cell phone in her hand and presented the image from the phone to Yifeng. When Yifeng looked closer, he realized that the video playing on the phone was a step-by-step instruction on making food. Making a tutorial? I can't imagine you'd be looking for that to read. What do you mean by that look of surprise? Xie Yuyan was not happy on the spot after hearing Yifeng's words, and raised a small mouth. Well, at least I've been around electronics before, so maybe there are some high-tech products that even you haven't seen before. Hey, I'm just saying. Humph. Then you'll be punished for preparing breakfast today. I'm going to have a good rest and relaxation. No problem. Just get some rest today. Hey. It didn't take long for the two of them to finish their breakfast together. Just then the phone in Yifeng's pocket suddenly rang. Hold on a second. I'll take a call. Yifeng stood up and took out his cell phone and walked to the balcony. Besides, Xie Yuyan's good mood instantly disappeared. Her mouth muttered in a low voice. Really? You don't even let Yifeng go on his day off. You really think he's your servant? Hello? Excuse me. Before Yifeng could finish his sentence, Li Jing's voice came out from the phone. Good morning, kid. President Li? Is there something you want to talk to me about this early in the morning? That's right. I'd like you to come to my office today. I have some things I'd like to discuss with you. I've sent someone to drive down to your apartment, so let's meet up later. Wait. Li Jing seems to be determined to Yifeng to go over. Simply do not give him the opportunity to refuse, and even have prepared the car in advance. Even his own retreat is sealed dead. These higher-ups play power games with dirty hearts. You just fight. Who can fight you in this? Ugh. Yifeng sighed helplessly. He had thought that he could still rest and relax at home today. It seems that he is a life of drudgery. Just as Yifeng had just turned around and was ready to go out, he was startled by Xie Yuyan, who was hiding behind him, and if he hadn't reacted a little faster he would have almost kissed him. Xie Yuyan, you scared me. Why are you walking without making any noise at all? Xie Yuyan didn't answer Yifeng's words. Instead, she looked at Yifeng's cell phone with a displeased face and said, Who called over just now? The president of Li's group called me over now saying that he has something urgent to discuss with me. I guess it's because there's been a progress in the news of the recent surveillance. Yifeng said and picked up the jacket on the back of the chair and put it on himself. I must go as well. If I can root out the crisis at this time I won't have to worry about any changes that may occur later. Xie Yuyan heard Yifeng's words and thought for a moment that it was right, although she did not care about the death of that Limu Orange. But the potential danger of that so-called mercenary corps is very big. If it can be eliminated in advance, then it is also a good thing for himself. Now she has vaguely felt Yifeng's heart of his own resistance has been gradually become smaller. It won't take long to take down Yifeng in one fell swoop. Then, okay, But Yifeng, you have to promise me that no matter what you have to put your own life as your first priority, you know. I'm worried about you. Don't worry. I'm a bigger fan of life than anyone else. Yifeng smiled and patted Xie Yuyan's shoulder while walking towards the door while urging her again and again not to go out. I know. No need to repeat yourself so many times. Be safe on the road. Good. With the sound of the door closing, Xie Yuyan then quickly locked the door, listening to the sound of Yifeng's departing footsteps until the elevator door rang before withdrawing her head, followed by her eyes instantly becoming mesmerized as she slowly unbuttoned her pajamas and walked towards Yifeng's room. Then it's time for dessert after breakfast. Yifeng just walked out of the apartment. Then on the road he saw a man in a suit wearing white gloves standing next to the car door. The moment the man saw Yifeng, he respectfully walked up. It's Mr. Yifeng, right? The president has an invitation. Please also ask Mr. Yi to get on the car. Well, this is directly blocking the doorway of the house R. I'm afraid that if you do not agree to think that this guy must stand on the dais. Go. Yifeng did not say anything more, opened the car door and drilled in. Now he only hoped to be able to finish these troublesome things a little faster, so that he could carry out the next step of the system mission earlier. After all, it's not a thing to be so stagnant all the time. Along with the passage of time, the car eventually stopped in the parking lot of the Lee's group building. And just when Yifeng thought that the driver would take himself to the elevator to Li Jing's office, he did not expect the driver to say to Yifeng, Mr. Yi, please follow me. The meeting place is in a more hidden place. Good. Yifeng did not have suspicions, but instead is the feeling that the situation is likely to be more serious. Even Li Jing is now in a safer place to meet with their own? Immediately after, the driver brought Yifeng to an inconspicuous utility room. Just then the driver took out a blue card from his collar and swept it on the doorknob, only to hear a click. An electronically sensed secret door suddenly opened, followed by two bodyguards armed with weapons standing behind the secret door, and beside them was a security sensor door. It seemed that this place was a secret space that Li Jing used to hide from danger. Whether it was from the security strength or checking the machinery to see, the security level had obviously risen by more than a star and a half. Mr. Yi, then I'll bring you here. Someone else will lead the rest of the way. After the driver behind Yifeng said this sentence, the dark door also slowly closed. After a series of strict inspection, Yifeng finally came to a secret room. After the door opened, Yifeng saw Li Jing, who was sitting on the sofa looking at the newspaper, as well as Su Wanli, who had his hands clasped in his arms with his eyes closed. Mr. Su, I didn't think you'd be there. After hearing Yifeng's voice, like an angry Su Wanli slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Yifeng's eyes are also slightly unkind. But this is also explained. After all, Su Wanli has been well cared for many years. His daughter, just a photo heart, was stolen by Yifeng. Can calmly sit here, is already very restrained. Chapter 93 Emergency Mission, Rescue Limu Orange. Of course I'm coming to something this big. Su Wanli put down his arm. For some reason he always felt that whenever he wanted to pick out some faults from Yifeng but found that he had nowhere to pick out, whether it was his looks or his personality and his ability, he had seen the best of the young generation. Yifeng, take a seat. I'll give you the information I've gotten recently. Okay. When Yifeng took his seat, Su Wanli took out a remote control in his hand, followed by a topographical map of Shu City displayed on the whiteboard in front of the three. Look, this is the latest topographical map collected. As soon as I received the report of an unruly element entering the country, I already set up a covert outpost at every transportation point. But after several days of reconnaissance, the feedback I received was that there was no movement at all. That's why I think there's a high probability that the current group has already hidden somewhere in Shu City, considering that their target would be Nismu Orange. So I purposely searched to find out if there were any empty or abandoned areas in the area where Nismu Orange is located. But the result that I got was that there was nothing at all. Said Su Wanli stood up from the sofa, slowly walked towards the whiteboard, and purposely zoomed in on the place where Limu Orange was, and found that the surrounding area was a big road spreading to the city except for a back mountain. This place where Mu Orange is staying can be described as easy to defend and hard to attack. Old Li and I have already deployed a large number of defenders in every corner of the manor, but whenever they dare to come in, it will be hard to escape. Li Jing, who was listening attentively on the sidelines, glanced back at Yifeng, who was frowning tightly, and seemed to have sensed something, reaching out his hand to signal Su Wanli, who was speaking, to stop, and at the same time said to Yifeng, Yifeng, what do you think? I think, chances are they won't come by land. Not by land? Are you kidding me? Are they going to come down from the sky? Is it possible that they'll come from the sea? Su Wanli is talking about the word sea above. Suddenly found in the distance from the place where Limu Orange lives toward the outside of dozens of kilometers is a road near the sea. If the lawless elements really sneak up from the seaside, then perhaps no one will notice. And so on, reaction to the time has been too late. Quickly go and send a group of people to guard the mouth of Linhai. And if there is any abnormality along the road, directly control it by force. Su Wanli immediately said to the personal bodyguard standing at the door. Yes. The bodyguard nodded in response and turned to leave the room. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Li Jing also nodded with some appreciation. It seemed that specially inviting Yi Feng over today was the right choice. Su Wanli stared at the whiteboard for a long time and finally sighed, alas. From the beginning to the end of his attention has been focused on the land. After all, the coastal place is not at all connected to Shu City. But after listening to Yi Feng's words he noticed that are now peaceful. His own vigilance has also weakened along with it. Luckily everything is still in time. They certainly won't be hitting that at this point in time. As long as we get control of the waterfront before nightfall we'll be a lot safer relatively speaking. It actually feels like they don't have to have it until the evening. Li Jing and Su Wanli were listening to Yi Feng's explanation, only to see that he froze in the middle of his speech, and then stood up from the sofa in a mischievous manner. And the bodyguards on the side also looked at Yi Feng with a wary gaze when they saw this, fearing that he would do something. What's wrong, Yi Feng? Li Jing was sitting up. In his eyes Yi Feng is a very calm person. He can make this look of panic. Must have happened something big. Something's happened. Mu Orange is in danger. What? Before Li Jing could react, Yi Feng rushed to the front of the bodyguard and snatched the pistol on his waist, so fast that he didn't even let the bodyguard react, at the same time yelling, "Prepare the car." The bodyguard who had intended to catch up with Yi Feng called out to him from behind Su Wanli the moment he took a step. "Don't chase, quickly prepare the car. Old Li, stay here and contact the people on Mu Orange's niece's side. This kid must have found something. Good." As an important person, Li Jing naturally could not show his face, and while he called for more reinforcements, he anxiously read Li Mu Orange's name in his heart. Mu Orange, don't let anything happen to you. Yi Feng, who went out, just happened to find the driver who had transported him before. "Quick, take me to Mu Orange Manor there." "But, Mr. Yi, without the president's order." "There's no order. If we don't go any further Mu Orange will be in danger." Hearing the word Mu Orange the driver gritted his teeth. From the look of Yi Feng must be out of something big. Regardless of everything opened the door to start the car. "Mr. Yi, get in." With a roar of a car, it disappeared into the parking lot. Emergency mission, rescue Li Mu Orange. Penalty for failure, erasure of host. Mission reward, unknown. Looking at the system panel surfaced rows and rows of red fonts. Yi Feng has never been so nervous and urgent. When he sat on the sofa and saw this line and line of words surfaced, he first saw the words rescue Li Mu Orange, and realized that something is not right. Most likely now that the gang has entered the manor, and even the people in the manor did not have even the slightest ability to resist. Considering that Li Mu Orange was dangerous, Yi Feng didn't even make a stop and walked out of the secret room. Until now in the car he saw the punishment for failure. "Ha! System, you're really ruthless. No mission for a long time. Once you do it's a big one, right? Teacher." Li Mu Orange's melodious voice rang from Yi Feng's ears, and Yi Feng, who had returned to his senses, looked to his left and right before realizing that he was hallucinating. Recalling the time he spent with Li Mu Orange, Yi Feng's fists clenched even tighter. Even if there wasn't this failure penalty, he wouldn't hesitate to save Li Mu Orange, not for any other reason but because she was his student. As a teacher, if you don't save your own students, do you still deserve to be a teacher? Boom! At this time, another explosion occurred in the manor. The ground is full of debris and burn traces, and from time to time will be accompanied by a few gunshots. The whole manor momentarily plunged into the end of the general. "Well, did you make contact?" Alfred asked, pistol in hand, to the butler who was dialing away. "I can't get through. All the signals around us have been cut off, and none of the people who tried to drive out to call for reinforcements succeeded. This group has special equipment to prevent us from signaling for help." The butler at the side was trembling and whimpering. Obviously this scene really scared him. "Fu." Just then a glutinous voice came from beside Ah Fu. Ah Fu turned around to look and hurriedly said, "Duh, quickly continue to hide. Don't let anyone find you. The president is already on his way here. We will protect you." "Old, where's the teacher?" "Yi Feng must be on his way here as well, so don't worry." Chapter 94, Yi Feng's arrival. Li Mu Orange was curled up in her room with her hands clasped around a fox mask, trembling as she looked out the window at the smoke. To say that it was impossible not to be scared when encountering this at her age, but when Li Mu Orange's mind conjured up Yi Feng's appearance her fear lessened by a few points. "Sensei, make a day too. I'll be waiting for you." Li Mu Orange suddenly thought of something. The locator she used to locate Yi Feng's position was in her cabinet, but whenever she wanted to find Yi Feng's position she only needed to go and get the locator to see it. Thinking of this, Li Mu Orange stood up shakily and took a step in the direction of her bookcase. The sound of gunshots as well as explosions outside the window rang out from time to time, even accompanied by people's shouts and cries. Every sound that rang out was a mental torture for Li Mu Orange. In the end, under Li Mu Orange's insistence she finally walked over to the bookcase, and just as she reached out her hand to pull it open, the balcony door was suddenly kicked open, followed by a man covered in wounds looking maniacally at Limu Orange, who was frozen in place in shock. Yoo-hoo-hoo! Big surprise! The visitor was none other than the gecko of the mercenaries, and at the sight of Limu Orange, who was like a frightened rabbit, he raised a hideous smile. Don't be afraid, little sister. All you need to do is follow me obediently and everything will be over. Limu Orange was scared by the gecko's voice and backed away. Just as Afu, who heard the commotion outside the door, also walked in with a gun in his hand, and the moment he saw the gecko he realized that something bad had happened, and that these guys had already hit the door. The lady must be protected. Afu made a glance towards the butler on the side. The butler understood Afu's meaning, immediately helped Limu Orange to run towards other places. Hey, yeah, that's fun. It seemed that Limu Orange's escape had triggered the gecko's amusement, and that hideous smile looked more and more terrifying, and at that very moment, the weapon-wielding Afu pressed the trigger. With the bang sound of the gun, Afu held his breath and stared at the front of the smoke slowly dispersed, thought that this shot he accurately hit the crazy man, but the room did not have any figure. Afu secretly bad, and hastily prepared to shift position. It is likely that the man crossed their own in the direction of Limu Orange to chase away. Just as Fu had just run a few steps, he only heard a gunshot ring out, and his ears heard a bullet's cracking sound. Not good. Fooled. Afu wanted to roll over to avoid the next bullet, but when he found that he wanted to move his feet when his body was as immobile as if he had no strength, then Afu looked down. Until he found that his abdomen was seeping blood, he realized that he had been shot. Bad. Afu said to himself in a weak tone. The feeling of powerlessness in his body also came at this moment. At this moment he thought a lot in his head, but in the end, he still helplessly collapsed on the ground and lost consciousness, and at the end of his mouth murmured some words. Yi Foam, please, tap. A footstep slowly swept past Alfred. The person was none other than the gecko who had just disappeared. Ch. So what's next for a pleasurable ordeal? Just as the gecko pulled out the dagger in his hand and probed towards Afu's neck, an old voice behind him rang out instantly. Gecko, almost done. Mission critical. The originally excited gecko instantly lost any further interest in continuing after hearing the old man's voice, and stood up to look at the old man with a crooked head. Old man, do you know that the last thing a hunter wants when he's hunting is to be disturbed? I wouldn't mind making you one of my prey if you keep chattering like a repeater next to me. Oh, looks like the chief needs to be informed about you letting your target go for fun. The originally arrogant and domineering gecko's body instinctively trembled for a moment after hearing the old man say the word leader, after which he completely lost the arrogant flames at the very beginning. Okay, I'll just go after it. Don't tell the chief. Hurry up. The signal shielding on Miss May's side is about to fail. We need to evacuate quickly. In the blink of an eye the gecko was gone, leaving the old man standing alone. The old man looked back at the room where Limu Orange was, confirming that there was nothing unusual, and then also left the place. What? Hasn't anyone contacted headquarters? A security officer wearing a bulletproof helmet looked at the direction of the still resounding gunfire inside the manor and shouted to the communication officer at the side with a worried face. Captain, I'm not sure. Now any electronic equipment cannot be used normally. We did not expect this group of people will come around the mountainside from the sea road. Now the road to the city has been blocked, the enemy and snipers. Our people cannot break out. The expression of the correspondent also looks very scared. After all, like them so conditioned literacy excellent people did not even last a few rounds. People's hearts have been broken. The original team that led the team in to protect Limu Orange has long been no news. It can be said that this is a complete and utter massacre. Boom! At this time a car in the mountains was driving towards the direction of the manor at the fastest speed. Yifeng, who was sitting in the back seat, also heard the explosions from the mountains, already gunshots. It seems that the status quo is already very treacherous. No good. The driver, who had been keeping fast, suddenly slammed on the brakes, and with a sharp tire braking sound, the car stopped on the road. What happened? Mr. Yi, the road in front of us seems to be blocked, and falling rocks from the mountains are rolling down to block the way. It looks like it was man-made on purpose. Mr. Driver, please back the car up. I'll just get off here. Is there really no problem, Mr. Yi? Why don't we wait for Mr. Su's people to come? Never again. No. It'll be even more too late if we put it off any longer. Yifeng immediately opened the car door and walked towards the road of the manor without looking back. Mr. Yi must be careful. The driver started the car's engine and prepared to head back in search of more help. Just a few minutes after the car drove down the hill, just as he looked into the side view mirror of the car, he stumbled upon a black figure flashing across the hill. From his viewpoint, the figure appeared to be heading up the hill. By the shape of the black figure, it appeared to be a woman, but when the driver blinked, it disappeared again. Strange. Is it just my eyes? Chapter 95, Rescuing Afuk. Quick! This way! The butler in the manor was running towards the direction of the backyard with Limu Orange, wanting to go through the front door. That was impossible. The best thing to do now was to hide towards a place that was not easy to be found. It didn't take long for the two to run to the backyard not far from the woods in a utility room. The housekeeper, after locking the room, signaled Limu Orange not to make a sound. Followed by an extremely low voice beside Limu Orange said, "Miss, there is a back door behind the utility room that can lead to the back of the Hills Grove. If it really comes to a crisis, miss, you'll sneak out." "It's so, what about you, Uncle Steward?" The housekeeper took a deep breath as if he had made some sort of determination, and seriously looked at Limu Orange and said, "I will try my best to stall these bad guys. If it really comes to an emergency, missy, you can quietly run out. But, time is running out, missy. It's been an honor to serve you all these years. I hope you thrive, missy." The butler smiled faintly at Limu Orange and opened the utility room to take advantage of the opportunity to rush out, followed by a deliberately loud roar. "Big miss, this way." With that, he ran in the opposite direction. Fu, Uncle Butler, Father, Teacher. Limu Orange was still holding that fox mask in her arms and didn't let go, as if as long as this mask was by her side it meant that Jifeng was by her side. Damn, reinforcements haven't been contacted yet? The security captain outside the estate practically gritted his teeth together as he yelled again at the communications officer behind him. "Pass, it's through. I've got a signal." The communication officer wearing the headset eyed the normalized communication instrument in his hand and immediately began to contact the relevant departments of Shu City and initiated a call for help. "That's good. Hold on, guys. Reinforcements will be here soon." Just as the security captain was speaking, he spotted a man in casual attire walking down the road. "Hey, kid, you go quickly. It's dangerous here." Hearing the security captain's voice, Yifeng, who had come to the entrance of the manor, walked over and looked at the surrounding wreckage with an increasingly serious expression. "Where's Miss Lee?" "Missy? Inside it." When in several waves of people who want to rescue Missy did not come back. "I advise the kid you better wait for the support to arrive and then think long and hard." Hey, where are you going?" Watching Yifeng step by step toward the interior of the manor, the surrounding people have all looked at Yifeng with amazed eyes until his figure disappeared in the smoke outside the manor. Cough. Ahem. Awakened from unconsciousness, Ah Fu looked at the shaky ceiling. All over the body cannot make strength. Pungent smoke also makes him breathing difficult. At the same time, a mercenary wearing a smoke mask seems to be ordered to clear the area, holding a rifle slowly toward Limu Orange's room. Just as the mercenary had just reached the doorway of the room, he spotted Fu, who was staring viciously at him with his eyes wide open. Underneath the mask he smiled coldly. "There's still a struggling little mouse. Don't worry, I'll send you on your way." After saying that, the mercenary raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at Fu. Just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, a silhouette suddenly appeared behind him, followed by a powerful leg sweeping towards him. Flop! The mercenary only felt a lightness of his body, and then in the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground. He reacted quickly and realized that he had been attacked, and hurriedly rolled over and raised the gun in his hand, wanting to shoot the one who had knocked him down. But in the next second, his arm was clamped down by Yifeng, and then with a forceful arm wrestle, only to hear a fracture sound ringing out, and the mercenary screamed out in pain. "Ah! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" The rifle in the hands of the mercenary fell to the ground. See the situation. He hastily stretched out his other hand to reach the pistol in front of his chest, but the loss of a hand's ability to act, he was too late. Yifeng took the opportunity to pull out the pistol in front of his chest. Because of firearms mastery skills, in his grip on the pistol will have mastered the use of its skills. Open the insurance, check the bullets whether the loaded. A set of running down the operation of a set of clouds and flow will be the muzzle pointing to the mercenary's other arm, and then he will be able to use it to help the mercenary. The other arm of the mercenary. "No, don't shoot." Bang! Where would Yifeng give him a chance to explain? A shot hit the mercenary's arm, which rendered him completely incapacitated, and intense pain filled his entire body. You're finished. Our leader won't let you go." Before the mercenary could finish his sentence, Yifeng kicked towards his head, and with a muffled grunt, the mercenary fainted completely. "Yifeng, you're here." Ah Fu looked at the extraordinarily clear Yifeng in front of him and let out a soft sigh of relief. "Alfred, you're hurt." "No, it's fine. Just got shot in the small of my back. I had a bulletproof vest on beforehand, so it shouldn't be a big deal." Alfred gasped. Quickly go and save Missy first." She left with the housekeeper. "It's all up to you, Yifeng." Then, Fuck, I'll help you out first. You can't stand the smoke here." Yifeng don't care. Yifeng all of a sudden to help up the shot Ah Fu, running in the direction of the main gate, until he saw his own people feel relieved to put down Ah Fu once again into the manor. "Still no luck? Time is running out," the tall man said to the mercenary beside him as he stood at the back of the manor. It seemed that time was now almost running out. Gecko, what the hell are they doing? Can't find a little girl after all this time? Chief, the shield is not working. The reinforcements from the entire Shu City are now closing in on this place, and the official forces outside of Shu City are also moving. If we don't leave it will be too late. Looking at the instrument showing abnormalities, Mayor's demeanor was becoming increasingly panicked. Since this is the case, our Dark Pavilion will also withdraw first. We are only in a cooperative relationship. What should be done has also been done. I also hope that all of you will abide by the agreement. The goat leisurely stroked his beard and smiled, then led the members of the Dark Cabinet towards the back of the mountain. This time, the Dark Cabinet sneaked up from the back of the mountain, destroying the entire manor's scouting eyes without any of them realizing it, which allowed the mercenary group at the main gate to take advantage of the situation, and cleared most of the manor's defenses in just dozens of minutes. Limu Orange recalled in her mind the bits and pieces of knowledge that Jifeng had taught her, and the original sense of fear was gradually being replaced by courage. Just at this moment she vaguely heard a clicking sound of stepping on a broken tree branch coming from outside the utility room, and immediately tensed her nerves and didn't even dare to breathe out loud. Bang! As the door to the utility room was kicked open, a distorted face poked in, the very same Gecko that had found Limu Orange earlier. Hey, I found you. Chapter 96, he's like a god of killing. As the door to the utility room was kicked open, Gecko realized where there was still a shadow of Limu Orange inside, and there was nothing at all except a pile of miscellaneous things. Hiss, it can't be. Ha, that girl's odor. Curious, Gecko walked into the utility room and realized where the problem lay after noticing that one of the boards in the utility room was left with an irregular gap. Ah, what a cunning little girl, but I love the thrill of the chase. Uncle, said Gecko, slowly opened the hidden door of the utility room and chased after Limu Orange in the direction he left. Yo-ho, worthy of being a resounding tycoon in Shu City. Even the small objects in the house are expensive things of value. As they cleared the battlefield, a few greedy mercenary members wandered around the manor. Anyway, the mission they received was to scout the surrounding area for any other dangerous hidden dangers, and they couldn't go back until they found their target. One of the mercenaries picked up a watch on the ground. According to the brand of the watch, there can be a considerable price. See here, he immediately put into his pocket. The teammate on the side was dissatisfied with the situation and poked the mercenary with the butt of his rifle. Hey, Lao-san, you're not being generous. Ah, a few of my brothers are on a mission and you're doing fine. You're here to pick up the pieces. Lao-san threw a blank stare at the person who spoke, and stood up with one hand opening the butt of his gun. What? You're jealous of the money I've picked up? If you don't like it, you can also pick it up. Anyway, these things will not be confiscated. We are doing is the tip of the knife-licking blood work, in order to earn a little more money. Anyway, that group of bodyguards were Gecko and Old Man to clean up almost. Now must be very safe. Hiss, hearing you say that is also true. Then I'm not a guest. The man had not even finished speaking when a gunshot came from somewhere, and in the blink of an eye a bullet hit the man's head, and he fell to the ground lifeless in a moment. Enemy attack. Lao-san looked at the teammate who was still talking to him in the last second and fell in front of him in the next second even before he reacted. But as a mercenary he also had some kind of combat experience, and hurriedly looked for a good cover to hide with his other teammates as well as took out his gun towards the direction of the source of the sound to return fire directly. Bang! 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 The dusty wall was instantly shot with several bullet holes as the sound of bullets tilted. Cease fire! Cease fire! A mercenary roared loudly. With the sound of his voice, the surroundings also became quiet. Everyone's eyes vigilantly looked in the direction of their shooting. Seeing that there was no more resistance movement at that end, looked at each other. Obviously no one wanted to go to be the so-called unlucky one. A bunch of cowards. The man in the middle of it, who had called a loud ceasefire, spat out the cigarette he was holding in his mouth and took the gun in stride toward the front. No one in his mind could withstand the tilt of so many bullets, not to mention the fact that the wall was almost through. As the crowd watched, the man made his way to the wall unhindered, and as the crowd breathed a long sigh of relief when they thought all was well, even a few came out of the bunker. Ha! People! Bang! Before the man in front of him could finish his sentence, another round rang out from the other side, and he fell in a pool of blood immediately afterward. The few people who withdrew from the bunker hastily retreated back, fearing that they would be the next to fall. Quickly call Zen. Bang! The man who spoke on the probe, like the man before him, was shot by a bullet and drank his hate northwest before he could even finish his sentence. The surrounding people saw the situation, even hastily buried their heads lower. Now they can count on knowing that is considered kick to the iron plate. Before they are not in fighting. Strong people have played, often have come and gone back, but now this is completely one-sided hunting. Even the silhouette did not see the side of the teammates. One after another fell. This take what to fight. Bang! Bang! With a miserable scream accompanying Lao San's ears, He was considered to have completely lost his fighting spirit. To him the place he was now in was a complete hell. Well, reinforcements. Reinforcements. The oldest, who had originally picked up the watch and was grinning, was now no longer grinning, and rushed to pull out the radio contact he had at his chest, and as he was pressing the talk button, a black muzzle of a gun was pressed against the side of his head. There. The radio contact emitted a noisy current, followed by the voice of someone from the regiment. Wang Laosan, what are you doing? Hold down the radio and don't talk. Report on the situation at your place. Wang Laosan raised his head and looked at the handsome man in front of him who was not very old but looked like a god of killing. The pair of deep eyes under the cold face was like a bottomless abyss. But wherever he glanced at him it was a powerful spiritual pressure. Wang Laosan trembled and shivered and raised his hands. Hello? Wang Laosan received a reply. Bang. There. Hello? Wang Laosan? Hello? What happened? The mercenary leader walked over with a serious face, and he could tell something was wrong from the contact's reaction. Chief, something seems to have happened on Wang Laosan's side. The entire previous squad is silent, and the last piece of audio is gunfire. I just heard it. It's from the manor. Looks like we have a guest. Hurry up and tell Gecko to bring the target back. The old man will take the second team and go up first to say hello to that guest. Yes. The old man who was playing with the grenade in his hand stood up with an expressionless face, and with a wink toward the squad members on the side, he took a step toward the manor. Who? Yi Feng looked at the bodies on the ground expressionless breathing. For some reason when he first saw someone fall in his hands his heart was not afraid of nervousness, instead of more calm and collected. Although these people are also deservedly bad people, but he always felt that under the system he became more and more strange, as if it was gradually being wiped out of the human nature, as a machine that will only carry out the task in general. No, we have to go to Limu Orange first. Yi Feng, who had rested for a moment, was taking a pistol from Wang Laosan's hand when a flash shock bomb rolled down to his feet. No good. Buzz. Along with a burst of white light appeared. Yi Feng hurriedly rolled to a bunker next to the tinnitus in his ears delayed to dissipate. Fortunately with his strong body hard to carry this discomfort over. Really, it never ends. Chapter 97 Yi Feng's Injury. Clear the area. With a commanding voice, a well-organized team walked into the area holding each other's shoulders, while the old man at the head of the group still had the pull tabs of his shock bombs in his hand, and a revolver in the other. Looking around at the corpse of one of his own people, the old man let out his words towards a bunker with bloody footprints. Your Excellency must have been entrusted to come here, although I don't know exactly who you are, but the person who can exterminate our entire scouting team is one of a handful of existences here, but I don't think there's any need to send your life away for nothing for the sake of a little girl. I hope that your Excellency will think twice about it. Think about it. Although the old man said so on his lips, in reality, he had already flung his eyes to signal the team to surround towards the sides of the bunker, bound to outflank Yi Feng. After a long time without getting a response, the old man also sensed a hint of something wrong and once again roared loudly hoping to get Yi Feng's exact location. Your Excellency knows that our mercenary troop has never missed a beat, and every mission has been without mercy. If your Excellency is sparing your life please also come out. We guarantee that we will let you go. Got still a silence, which makes the old man also slightly angry. Followed the team toward the front, but just as he inadvertently glanced at the back of the bunker of the broken wall threw a grenade when he immediately realized that something is not right. Immediately called loudly to the team retreat, evacuation, quickly withdraw. Some of the team members who stayed in the back were considered to have reacted quickly and immediately retreated backward with their guns, but the mercenaries in front of them who couldn't retreat in time could be considered miserable. Only to see that the round grenade rolled under the feet of one of the mercenaries, and not waiting for that mercenary to pick up the grenade and throw it out before it exploded in the same place, and with the roar of an explosion the whole area was almost turned into a piece of rubble. Ah! My hand! Help me! Help me! After the explosion wailing and screams echoed in the ears of the surrounding people, the old man reacted quickly and took out his pistol immediately resulting in several incapacitated and shouting mercenaries, while saying sternly to the people around him, whoever is disrupting the military is this end. No one will want to live until that is uncovered. Around the thick smell of blood accompanied by the pungent smell of nitrous smoke all around the people to bring great psychological pressure. This kind of people have not yet seen the loss of several members of the situation where they have seen, although they have a very high combat quality, but the people have not seen what they take aim at? This is completely one-sided slaughter, and they are the lambs in the slaughterhouse. The old man who was extremely experienced in fighting among them also realized that something was wrong. This person knew the surrounding terrain very well and brought them a heavy blow, as if he came to this manor very often. But according to May's intelligence, there was no information about everyone in the manor that could match up with this monster. Is it possible that it is Li Jing's killer weapon? Anyway, now the enemy is in the dark, he is impossible to smother his head to find this so-called monster. so he immediately ordered to lead the team to retreat. But if this person dares to chase up words, he has a way to make him into trouble. Retreat! Retreat to the lair. The old man to the surrounding team members immediately gave the order to retreat. The rest of the team members heard this also breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously step by step back towards the exit behind them. Just as the last person was about to walk out, another gunshot rang out in his flank. A bullet hit his shoulder. The man let out a muffled grunt of pain and hurriedly covered his shoulder and retreated. Who? Yifeng hid in the dark corner watching the withdrawal of the mercenary group finally had the opportunity to rest up against the wall. A long time to transfer and focus on the spirit of the battle has made him physically and mentally exhausted. If this continues, their physical strength will sooner or later be depleted. They must find Limu Orange as soon as possible. The whereabouts of Limu Orange. But in the huge manner want to find Limu Orange is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just as he is clueless at the time of a sudden when he was at a loss, he suddenly thought of something. Since they haven't captured Limu Orange now, it means she is still hiding somewhere. Leaving aside the manor, there is only one place that can delay those people's capture, and that is the woods in the back of the mountain. Chief, Gecko found it. Miss Lee is in the woods at the back of the mountain. Mayor picked up the message from Gecko and told it to the head of the mercenary troop first. The head of the troop squinted his eyes slightly at the direction of the manor, slightly puzzled. Why isn't the old man back yet? Is it hard to dispose of someone? Forget it, let's focus on the little girl first. Mayor, you immediately take the personal guards to help Gecko. Within a limit of 10 minutes I want to see the Lee family's daughter. Yes. Taking off her headphones, Mayor shook her long flowing hair, picked up a submachine gun and led the way towards the woods. Yifeng just put a foot out of the manor gate, suddenly hung in the air, followed by a slow retraction, because he saw a tripwire with a grenade wrapped around it under his feet. If he just put that step out, now I'm afraid that he has already been killed. Just as Yifeng was about to find another way, a sound of a bullet being loaded came from behind him, followed by an old voice. Your Excellency, how do you do at first sight? Yifeng stood still and calmly replied, I don't like this kind of greeting very much. Oh, did I like the fact that Your Excellency nearly wiped out my entire squad at once? The old man pressed the muzzle of his gun against the back of Yifeng's head, for him to enjoy his current situation. You know what? My favorite thing is to step on all of you self-righteous guys, so what if you're more powerful? It's just a removal of some trash, and I'm the truly powerful one. The old man smiled contemptuously. It was obvious that he had killed not a few capable people like Yifeng. It was estimated that his pleasure was to kill capable people like Yifeng, so that he could prove that he wanted to kill these people simply easily. Turn around and I'll make you remember what the man who killed you looked like. Hearing this, Yifeng took a deep breath and slowly turned around to face the old man. Whom are you? The old man was surprised at the time when Yifeng saw the time to reach out and grab the old man's muzzle up a lift. With a bang sound of the bullet hit the ceiling, followed by Yifeng around the old man's body with the other arm of the arm clamped on the old man's neck, wanting to make the old man through the locking of the throat to lose the ability to resist. Cough, cough. The old man clutched the pistol in his hand and wanted to break free, but Yifeng's strength was really much greater than his, and all kinds of fighting techniques to restrict his movements were also very flexible. Whenever he broke a move himself and wanted to shoot, he was again entangled, and in this way his consciousness was gradually passing away. Little kid, you've got a lot to learn. Who expected that? The old man even laughed out at this time. His other hand touched the dagger on his thigh, and immediately drew it out and stabbed towards Yifeng's abdomen. Stab. Chapter 98, this is what you get for hurting him. Well, accompanied by a sound of a bayonet entering the flesh, Yifeng let out a muffled cry. Looking down at the bayonet that stabbed into himself, all of a sudden lost his strength, but the arm that locked around the old man's neck stood like a pine tree rooted in the soil. Kid, you're pretty tough? Then I'll see if it's your life or my knife that's tough. The old man was obviously strangled by Yifeng, a bit out of breath. Even his face turned dark red. In order to make Yifeng completely incapacitated, the hand that he held the bayonet tightly pulled out the bayonet that was inserted in the small abdomen of Yifeng, and crimson blood flowed straight down Yifeng's wound. Well, no, can't fall down yet. The pain in his abdomen almost made Yifeng gasp for breath, but he understood that he couldn't let go of his hand. Once he let go of his hand, he would be declared a complete failure, and he wouldn't be so lucky to wake up from the new world again. Just as the old man's drawn bayonet was about to stab into Yifeng's waist once more, a silver-white blade light flashed in a dark corner, and a pair of stern eyes shot from the direction of the corner. Ah! With Yifeng's cry, his arm once again tightly force strangled the old man's neck. At the same time, the other clamped the old man's pistol of that hand, pressed the top of his head, make the last force toward the side of a break, only to hear a click of a crisp bone-breaking sound. The old man that the arrogance of the flames of the flame also came to an abrupt end. Flop! Yifeng loosened his grip on the old man's hand, and the two fell straight to the ground. Looking sideways at the old man's dead eyes, seemed to be laughing at the fact that he would be buried with him. Who Yifeng could only feel that his body functions were slowly passing away, and everything in front of him became blurred. For some reason he always felt like he saw a pair of deep blue eyes when he just laid down. It should be an illusion. She's still waiting for me. I can't rest yet. For her, for them, for myself. Yifeng slowly tapped out the system with his own consciousness and dragged out the one limit capsule in his backpack. In this instant Yifeng's hand really appeared out of thin air, a white capsule. Looking at this featureless capsule, Yifeng also do not know what exactly will happen if he eats it, but now he has no choice at the critical moment. Immediately picked up the capsule and ate it. Limu Orange was still running towards the depths of the woods. Her original white dress had long been soiled by the mud, and she had deliberately picked some herbs that could remove the smell and smeared them on her body in the process of escaping. Perhaps not paying attention to the thick vines under her feet, Limu Orange accidentally tripped and fell, let out a cry of surprise and slumped to the ground. In waiting for her to try to get up to find that her ankle had been twisted, unable to move half a point. Oh, get up, get up. Even though Limu Orange used her full strength, she still couldn't stand up. At this moment she was completely desperate. Why is it like this? I just want to live happily with my teacher. Why are they all trying to get in my way? Why do all the dangers come to me? Why? Limu Orange raised her head and realized that the place she was currently lying on her back was the very same lawn that Yifeng had brought himself out to enjoy the scenery at that time. Looking at the familiar picture, the extinguished candle in Limu Orange's heart rekindled its flame, and she just lay quietly on that piece of grass feeling the coolness of the breeze, muttering in her mouth, "Sensei, I believe teacher will come to me. I will wait. Forever waiting for you, teacher." Limu Orange held Yifeng's mask tightly in her arms with both hands and raised a happy smile. "Report. Speak." The head of the mercenary corps frowned and looked at the manor for a long time without movement, and his heart was anxious. Just when he thought the old man took care of the uninvited guests, the mercenary beside him ran over with a nervous expression. The perimeter posts couldn't be contacted in any case. Their disappearance was almost instantaneous. It's unknown who did it. It's still under investigation. What? Where did all these mysterious people come from? What is the information intelligence gathering? The regimental commander angrily grabbed the mercenary by the collar, then scattered and threw him out again. "Tell everyone to prepare for a centralized evacuation and retreat as soon as the target arrives." "Yes. No need." Just as the chief had finished speaking, a cold voice came from behind him. The mercenary was about to pick up his gun to counterattack, a flying dagger accurately inserted into his neck, only to see the mercenary fall to the ground with his eyes wide open and unwilling. The head of the regiment looked towards the silhouette outside the stronghold with a grave expression. Without having to think about it, he knew that just in the time it took to have a conversation, all of his own people outside had been cleaned up by this person, and not even a single sound had been made. "Who the hell are you? Just know that you deserve to die," the woman said in a cold voice immediately after taking out the hand to seize the pistol toward the head of the chief pulled the trigger. But engaged in many years of mercenary chief has been prepared, rolled to a tree trunk, also pulled out the hand of the gun toward the direction of the woman to return fire. Bang! Bang! With the sound of a single gunshot, the two men engaged in battle right at the cliff. Ding! Ding! Just as the two men's pistols were pointed at each other's pistols ran out of bullets. Mother asterisk. The regimental commander cursed angrily and was about to pull out his sidearm when a flying knife attacked and stabbed him in the palm of his outstretched hand. "Ah, woman! I'll kill you!" The head of the group pulled out the flying knife in his hand with force, and quickly stepped forward to stab towards the woman. Just as the tip of the knife was about to slice through the woman's navel, her delicate body nimbly dodged away from the head of the group's unwieldy attack, and then swiftly struck out like a venomous snake, and slashed the head of the group's thighs with a knife. Ah! Before the headmaster could react, another slash was made at his wrist, and with the wound, the artery in his wrist was completely damaged, and hot blood gushed out. But the woman still didn't stop until after the headmaster collapsed to the ground. The wounds on his body could be described as a horror-level artifact. Why are you helping? To help them. The woman coldly wiped the blood from her bayonet on his shirt, the shuddering tone echoing in the chief's ears. "I didn't mean to bother you guys, but you got him hurt. So, you all have to die." The woman's light tone was as relaxed as if she had stepped on an ant. Drink. The regimental commander tried to say something, but his eyes widened and went completely silent due to the amount of blood he had lost. This is what you get for hurting him. Chapter 99, Yifeng's Secret. Phew, it's almost time to go to Yifeng's place. Xia Yuyan put her weapon back, but there was a hint of surprise in her eyes, and she couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, "Yifeng, is he really normal?" Xia Yuyan clearly remembers that at that time Yifeng was obviously very fatally wounded. The reason why she did not take action when Yifeng was in danger or because Xia Yuyan hid her selfishness. Looking at Yifeng in front of himself injured is the same as that knife is in the hurt himself. But considering that even if he took action, Yifeng will certainly continue to save Limu Orange. Rather than this, she might as well let Yifeng first injured, so that he also has a reason to take him away. As for that Limu Orange, who cares about her? On the contrary, she can also use the knife to kill people. Why not? Can make Xia Yuyan puzzled. One thing happened. Looking at the blood loss to almost fall into a coma Yifeng, Xia Yuyan is wanting to go forward to rescue quietly while Yifeng away. Suddenly found that Yifeng's palm unexpectedly appeared out of thin air. A white pill, which let just move the leg of the Xia Yuyan immediately will retreat back. What is this? What exactly is that thing in Yifeng's hand? Did that thing really appear out of thin air? Under Xia Yuyan's secret gaze, she saw Yifeng slowly feeding that pill into his mouth. Immediately after that, a scene that made Xia Yuyan feel incredible appeared, only to see that the wounds on Yifeng's body were healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The eyes that were originally about to be closed opened in a mischievous manner, and a powerful aura pressed her to the point that she could barely breathe. Looking at Yifeng, who was completely like a reinforced soldier in a sci-fi movie, Xia Yuyan's gaze was full of disbelief, to the point where she was wondering if she had fallen asleep and was still awake. What's going on here? Why did Yifeng suddenly become so terrifying? Not waiting for Xia Yuyan to sort out the status quo, Yifeng slowly stood up from the ground, looking down at his own hand's open grip before picking up a saber to leave the scene. Each step out of the step is like a heavy weight on the ground to show a massive indentations in the general. Yifeng, he really is unusual. Seeing today's scene that will never be forgotten, Xia Yuyan recalled Yifeng's first meeting with himself, and then recalled himself asking Yifeng why he wanted to save himself when Yifeng's answer was the will of heaven. At that time, Xia Yuyan was still full of disbelief, and now it seems that, is all this really God's will? Yifeng, he really didn't lie to me. This is kind of Yifeng's secret, isn't it? No wonder his fighting ability suddenly seemed like a different person. No wonder his reaction was so dull when I expressed my feelings for him. There's a reason for all of this, isn't there? It all makes sense. The corners of Xia Yuyan's mouth slowly rose as if she had grasped something unimaginable, narrowing her eyes slightly as she began to calculate in her heart. Since Yifeng has an undisclosed secret, then I can also use this so-called secret to enter his heart. When he produces a kind of to cannot leave me, it means that I am the final winner. A good hand of cards cannot be broken. Yifeng's secrets have to be more digging. Fortunately they did not make any reckless behavior before. Otherwise it will be a loss of a lady and a soldier. Yifeng, I'll get you. Both your body and your heart. I'll get them all. Xia Yuyan's first reaction upon discovering Yifeng's strange phenomenon wasn't to want to stay away from these unknown dangers. Instead, she also took a keen interest in Yifeng. It was as if no matter what Yifeng would end up being like, she wouldn't mind, and the desire to take Yifeng for herself would never go away. Just as Xia Yuyan was about to continue observing in the direction Yifeng had left, a dart stabbed towards her chest. Reacting quickly, she immediately drew her saber and blocked it. Clang! What? Reinforcements? But why am I just now realizing it? That's not true. This dart is It's so hard to find where you're going to get what you're looking for. An old man in a white coat squinted his eyes and walked out from behind a tree, while behind him followed several masked men in black who were eyeing Xia Yuyan intently. Not good. Xia Yuyan secretly said something bad in her heart and hurriedly clenched the saber in her hand, looking expressionlessly at the old man in front of her. Cold snake, you're finally willing to show up. I wanted to see how stupid these guys could be, but I didn't expect to run into you, who I've been searching for so hard. Or did you figure out that you want to return to Lord Pavilion's embrace? The goat stroked his beard unhurriedly, and the surrounding members of the dark cabinet surrounded Xia Yuyan. It seemed that Xia Yuyan would have no way of escaping today. Screw the organization. I'm not from there anymore for a long time. When you entered the dark cabinet, you still think you can get out of it? The pavilion master has so much respect for you, but all he got was your betrayal. I think you really can't see the situation. Why can't you just go against the grain? Prick is to be weeded out. The goat shook his head with a regretful expression, and his eyes became stern as he looked at Xia Yuyan. But it's not bad. At least I can see the kung fu of the Dark Pavilion's #1 assassin. Then, the credit for killing you will be taken by the old man. With the goat's command, the members of the Dark Pavilion, including him, attacked her, and Xia Yuyan clenched her teeth in a defensive stance. Don't! Never die here. A happy life awaits me in the future. I'm not a dark cabinet assassin. I'm just a person saved by my providence. Found it. Gecko and his group followed Limu Orange's footprints to a lawn, and looking at Limu Orange, who was leaning against a large tree and looking at himself with a pair of deep eyes, Gecko laughed out loud. Shit. You're giving up already? I thought there would be better games. What a shame. Okay Gecko, almost bring her back quickly, guessing that by this time the blasted rocks are already being cleared by someone, and armed planes from all over are coming towards us. time is running out. The condescending mayor chided the gecko, then continued to contact the head of the lair, but there was no response at all except for the cacophonous sound of electricity. Really? Why can't the headquarters be contacted all of a sudden? Did something happen to the regimental commander and the others? How can that be? What can happen with the old man in the regiment? Those minions can't even get their teeth into it, let alone the others. But I always felt something was wrong, like I was missing something. It must be, Mayor, that you haven't rested well. By the time I finish this job, I'll take you to slaughter a few unlucky people and you'll be happy. Asterisk 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 off. Oldney isn't as perverted as you. Hurry up and go bring Miss Lee here. We have to go. Chapter 100, Rescuing Limu Orange. The gecko slowly walked to the front of Limu Orange, looking down at her. Originally like a proud white swan, Limu Orange is now in this sorry state, which is what the gecko wants to see. Looking at Limu Orange's icy cold eyes, Gecko grinned and laughed in her face. Why do you need to be like this, Miss Lee? In the end the result will be like this. It would be better for you to surrender obediently. There will still be less tossing and turning. Limu Orange clenched her silver teeth and didn't say a word, but her small hand was behind her back, quietly wiping out a pair of scissors, which she still took out from her room to defend herself while the chaos was going on. But at this point Limu Orange heart still retains a glimmer of hope. She firmly believed that Yifeng will definitely come to their side, but now she doesn't have the strength to run any further. If she is caught by these people just like this, Yifeng will definitely be in danger if he wants to save himself, right? Don't! I'm not going to put my teacher in danger. Maybe. This is my destiny. I'm sorry, teacher. Orange didn't stick around until you showed up. I'm sorry. I really want to. I want to see you again. In your next life. Teacher, will you still be with me? Just like in the beginning, enjoying the beauty of nature together on the lawn. Limu Orange closed her eyes, as if she had seen something wonderful, and surprisingly raised a happy smile, while stabbing the scissors behind her back hard into her neck. No good. She's going to kill herself. Gecko didn't think that Limu Orange would still have scissors hidden in her hand, but it was too late for him to stop it, and at this critical moment Limu Orange's hand holding the scissors was suddenly hit by a stone, and feeling the pain she couldn't help but drop the scissors in her hand on the ground. Limu Orange let out a cry of surprise and pain, and the surrounding people were also attracted over by this one stone. Did people who had reached this realm really exist? But when everyone moved their attention to the rear, they found it empty. Nothing more than a breeze blowing across the lawn. Oops, that stone is. Gecko first reacted to the wrongness of the matter and took the lead in picking up the bayonet in his hand and stabbing it in the direction of Limu Orange without looking back. But the feel of the bayonet hitting the target was not at all what he expected. The rest of the people heard the gecko's movement also have quickly turned back to the back, but the people found that the original leaning in front of the tree Limu Orange has long disappeared, and in its place is a man with a serious expression and eyes full of murderous spirit. Ha! The gecko's head stretched forward and looked at Yifeng with an extremely arrogant look, not needing to think to know that these tricks must be Yifeng's work. Kid, are you that much of a fan of heroes saving the day? You know this isn't a fairy tale. Once you're a little inattentive you'll. Without even finishing his words, Gecko clutched his bayonet and slashed at Yifeng's neck, and at the same time, he pulled out the gun on his waist and was about to shoot at Yifeng. Gecko has always been abusive for fun, at the same time is also a cautious person. He knew that the stone was thrown by Yifeng, but to be able to achieve this effect at such a distance, this person must be an expert. That's why the gecko used the means of sneak attack. This is one of his life-saving skills. Ah, you'll be dead. But the crowd, surprised the scene appeared. Before the gecko pulled the trigger, Yifeng just stretched out his fist and slammed his fist to the gecko's face. The speed of the gecko even reacted to the speed of the gecko, only to see the body of the gecko as a deflated ball, like flying backwards, alive and flying a few meters away until smashed into a tree before no movement. Quick! Fire! Mayor, who was standing behind the gecko, panicked for a moment and hurriedly stepped back and ordered the mercenaries around her to open fire towards Yifeng. As the rain of gunfire tilted, Yifeng's original figure standing on the lawn suddenly disappeared, only to appear on the flank of a mercenary in the next second. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, the rest of the people looked towards the source of the sound, only to see that the mercenary fell to the ground with a look of shock. Even the gun in his hand could not be fired in time before he was lifeless. Monster! Monster! This person is a monster! I don't know which voice rang out in the crowd. The people around are more or less shaken inwardly. Mayor saw this and hurriedly shouted to stop. Don't be alarmed. Take down this person's commission, additional increase of 1 million. Hearing that there was a bounty, some people who weren't afraid of death continued to fire with their guns in Yifeng's direction. After all, there will be a brave man who fights for money when there is a heavy reward. I hit it. One of the mercenaries with a rifle saw the bullet hit Yifeng's shoulder with his own eyes, but a scene that made him collapse appeared, only to see that the bullets that entered Yifeng's body couldn't cause a bit of damage to Yifeng at all, and were even bounced out by a pressure. How can The man was in the middle of his sentence when he heard a click. His head turned to the side and fell straight to the ground. Can't beat it. Can't fight at all. Everyone run. Monster. This man is a monster. Asterisk 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 me where? Is this still reality? Lying in the haystack listening to the scattered gunshots and wails outside, Limu Orange couldn't help but shiver. As for why she was lying in the haystack, she didn't even react for a moment, and vaguely remembered that her body suddenly became lighter, and a familiar face appeared in front of her. Senior, teacher, get some rest and I'll take you away later. Looking at Yifeng's somewhat raw expression, Limu Orange naturally did not say much. Listening to the sound of Yifeng's heart like an engine beating, she always felt that today's Yifeng was a little bit wrong with the previous one, but the words that had just come to her mouth still did not come out. In the blink of an eye, he or she was lying on the lawn. Limu Orange was curious to know what was happening outside right now, and at the same time, she was also worried about Yifeng's sudden arrival, and at this time, she preferred to be caught herself rather than letting Yifeng suffer half a bit of harm. Sensei, you must be safe. Limu Orange hugged the fox mask in her arms. Her originally ripple-free heart rippled because of Yifeng's arrival. Looking around at the fallen people all over the place, Mayor's gun in her hand was also thrown to the ground. This was a completely one-sided massacre. You're that Limu Orange's tutor. Oh, I can't imagine that you guys have investigated quite clearly. Yifeng walked faintly to Mayor. No expression could be seen on his face. Clear? We definitely wouldn't have taken this mission had we known of your existence. Mayor lamented and closed her eyes as if she had resigned herself to her fate. The chief will avenge me. Yifeng didn't say anything and reached out his hand to press May's head, and in the next second she fell to the ground. Gov? Why haven't I seen? Forget it. It's better to escort Limu Orange out first. I can already feel my body. It's getting harder and harder. Yifeng looked around for a week to make sure that this appearance of his was not noticed before turning towards Limu Orange. It's a good thing I wasn't found, or I'd have been sent to some kind of institute in this state, right? Chapter 101, Comatose Yifeng. Rustling. Accompanied by a sound that crossed the grass, Limu Orange then watched as the face that made her unable to forget day and night appeared in front of her. Teacher. Limu Orange silently called out to Yifeng. Originally there were many words that she wanted to say, but when Yifeng appeared in front of her, she could not say a word, or rather all the words and emotions were contained in the word teacher. Missy. No. Limu Orange shook her head and gazed into Yifeng's eyes, and after a long time she slowly opened her mouth. Call me Mu Orange. Teacher. That's not good. I'd better get you somewhere safe first. Yifeng felt that Limu Orange's voice shifted a bit strangely, and those deep eyes carried a blazing sight. But whenever he met Limu Orange's eyes he would be charmed in by her attractive pupil color. So in order to avoid Limu Orange's line of sight Yifeng buried his head and wanted to help Limu Orange up, but when his hand had just framed Limu Orange's arm, who would have expected Limu Orange to cry out in pain? Ah, how? Missy, you're hurt? Call me Mu Orange. Limu Orange first deliberately glared at Yifeng, then her attitude softened again. Just now, I accidentally sprained my ankle when I was just running away, so I'm afraid it'll hurt if you try to help me up. Teacher. What about? So, Limu Orange suddenly opened her hands and pursed her small lips as she nudged towards Yifeng. Please carry me out. Teacher. It's okay D. After all, this is a special case. I'm sure the teacher understands things. Without waiting for Yifeng to open his mouth, Limu Orange blocked his retreat. Flop, flop, flop. Yifeng's brain suddenly fainted, followed by nearly kneeling on the ground, and finally took a breath helplessly. If he no longer took Limu Orange to go out quickly, it would not be good if their leader came behind him. Missy, much obliged. Yifeng buried his head and embraced Limu Orange in a princess hug. Limu Orange seemed to be prepared for this and wrapped her arms around Yifeng's neck and stuck her head on Yifeng's chest. Teacher really does feel the most secure now. Well, I'll take you back now. But teacher, your heartbeat is really fast. Isn't there something wrong with this frequency? Limu Orange first thought that it was Yifeng's blushing that caused his heart rate to speed up, but when she felt her heart beating violently as if it was about to pop out, this phenomenon even made her worry for Yifeng. It's fine. Don't worry Missy. It'll be fine. Well, Limu Orange also put away her mischievous mind and quietly stuck in Yifeng's arms, looking at Yifeng's face overflowing with a happy smile. Just as Yifeng was walking towards the main door, a black mass enveloped his face. Looking down he realized that it was Limu Orange who had pulled out a fox mask from her arms and covered her face. Wait a minute. Fox mask? Sure enough nah. As she watched the mask match Yifeng's face, Limu Orange's tone turned a bit quirky, and even Yifeng couldn't grasp her mind. Should I call you teacher? Or should I call you Mr. Fox? Don't be ridiculous Missy. I don't know any Mr. Fox. Yifeng responded without blushing. Hey, don't worry teacher. It's a secret between the two of us. I'm not going to tell anyone else now. Limu Orange said here, wrapping her hand around Yifeng even tighter, stretching her neck to put her mouth against Yifeng's ear, and gently murmured, I don't know why you kidnapped me in the first place, Fox-san, but I know that you've always protected me from the beginning to the end, Sensei, so, please stay by my side from now on, okay? Fox-sensei. Limu Orange, that full of seductive flirtatious breath, pounded in Yifeng's ears, which made Yifeng not only suffered from the burden of the body and the spirit of the double damage, the most critical of their own identity was also recognized by Limu Orange, which made Yifeng even more bitter. Seeing that she was about to arrive at the main entrance, Limu Orange could no longer endure the emotions within herself and stretched out her head towards Yifeng's face and kissed her, which made the walking Yifeng almost not stumble. Duh! What are you doing, Missy? Yifeng could not have expected that Limu Orange would suddenly kiss his cheek, and for a moment he did not know what to do, so his feet walked a few steps faster towards the door. Hey, so teacher has moments of panic. Limu Orange was also 50 steps ahead at this time. After kissing Yifeng a mouthful, her face had long turned peach color, something that happened almost instantly. Teacher, call me Mu Orange. Eventually Yifeng looked at the main entrance, which had long been filled with people from all sides, whether it was the official family or the security personnel, as well as the late arrival of Su Wanli and the others. Even Li Jing had come to the scene with a grave face. It seemed that it was safe so far. Yifeng gently placed Limu Orange on the stretcher bed, looking at the surprised expressions of the people around him, as well as Su Wanli and Li Jing's appreciative glances, and finally Limu Orange's strong affection towards himself. In this instant his heart began to ache violently. Teacher? Limu Orange originally wanted to hold Yifeng's hand to prevent him from escaping, but looking at Yifeng's frowning look, all of a sudden panicked, wanting to reach out to grab the wrong Yifeng, but in the end it was still a step too late. Yifeng almost instantly his body fell into a downtime look. Even the sound of his heartbeat almost stopped, before he lost consciousness. He even saw Limu Orange's eyes wide open and shouting at himself without any regard for his image, and he wanted to pacify her by saying that he was fine, but it looked like something had really happened. Bang! With the sound of Yifeng falling to the ground, he completely lost consciousness. Senior, teacher? Limu Orange tone all of a sudden, no strength, hanging in the air, hand slightly trembling, looking at Yifeng, fell in front of her while she cannot do anything, even the pupils have shrunk. Quickly! Call the paramedics! Hurry! As Yifeng fell to the ground, the atmosphere around him started to get tense again. Su Wanli yelled for the gathered people to make way and arranged for the paramedics to take Yifeng to the car and drive towards the hospital. Li Jing, on the other hand, calmed down Limu Orange, who was about to collapse, trying to calm her down. The scene was thrown into chaos for a while, but this time the riot also announced the end, and everything seemed to return to the way it was in the beginning. Yifeng, please don't be alright. A pair of dark blue eyes were watching closely from a distant hillside, and then disappeared with them a few seconds later. I'm sorry. Chapter 102. Now it's my turn to protect you. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of the instruments echoed in the ward, and through the window of the intensive care unit, Limu Orange looked at the hospital bed that was occupied by a group of white coats. Doctors' faces were filled with sadness. After she witnessed Yifeng unconsciously fall to the ground, Limu Orange almost fell into a collapse. If not rushed, Li Jing told Limu Orange that Yifeng still has vital characteristics and needs to be sent to the hospital urgently. I am afraid Limu Orange will faint on the spot. Mu Orange, you have to believe in today's modern medical technology. Yifeng, he will be safe and sound. Behave yourself. You're also injured. Go back and rest properly, okay? Li Jing, who was standing beside Limu Orange, opened his mouth and said in relief. Limu Orange didn't open her mouth. She just put her hand on the glass window and quietly watched Yifeng. It was obvious that she had already made a reply. Ugh! Li Jing sighed deeply, and at the same time Su Wanli in the corridor came over in a flaming rage. Old Li, the inside of the manor has been cleared, but surprisingly, Su Wanli glanced towards Limu Orange by the window in the middle of his sentence, and Li Jing immediately waved his hand. It's okay, go ahead. Good. Surprisingly, all the people inside were taken care of, but they couldn't have any damage before Yifeng went in. You mean Yifeng alone gave all the mercenaries? That's unclear, but I don't think this kid is an ordinary person. Li Jing glanced back at the stagnant Limu Orange. In fact, when he first learned that Limu Orange was in trouble, Li Jing had already been unable to sit still. It was impossible for him to be able to sit in peace in the middle of a secret room when his own child was in danger. In fact, Li Jing has made the final preparations, and even all the information of their own businesses are ready to exchange for their daughters. But what he did not expect is that Yifeng was willing to risk his own life to save their daughters. We must know that they are just purely for him to open up a home teacher and bodyguard contract. According to reason, he does not need to be so risky. To say that Yifeng coveted his daughter's looks? That was of course impossible. From Afu's previous surveillance, his own ice-cold daughter had even taken the initiative to express her feelings for Yifeng. But Yifeng still maintained a modest appearance. which was one of the things that Li Jing saw in Yifeng. That or Yifeng is greedy for his own property? That is even more unlikely. The previous argument alone has already disproved this question. What else can one think? One cannot say that someone is blackmailing Yifeng's life to ask him to save his daughter? Joking, this is not. Yifeng this little. Ahem. Yifeng I think is very good. To be able to do this for Mu Orange I naturally won't treat him poorly. I will do whatever it takes to heal him. Li Jing coughed twice in the middle of his sentence and immediately changed his words. Yeah, let's just hope Yifeng he can make it through. As time passed by, Mu Orange had been standing by the window and never moved her eyes away, which made it hard for Li Jing to leave. She just quietly stood in the corridor and looked at her daughter. As for Su Wanli, he went to do the aftermath. This time at least he was considered to have captured sporadic a few mercenaries who had suffered lighter injuries when they attacked the manor at the very beginning, but it was a good thing that at least they had saved their lives. Drop. I don't know how long it took. Mu Orange's feet had long since stood unconscious, and finally she saw the doctors surrounding Yifeng start to walk in the direction of the doorway with heavy faces, which made Mu Orange instantly open her eyes wide to look carefully at Yifeng lying on the hospital bed. Seeing Yifeng's face a little pale, the frequency of beating on the heart rate instrument is also lower than normal. This kind of state at a glance feels that at any time there is a life-threatening situation. Mu Orange's heart immediately panicked, stumbling towards the door of the ward. Good thing Li Jing's sharp eyes and hands fast in time to help Mu Orange who almost fell down. Mu Orange, why don't you go ahead and rest? No, I'm going to see the teacher. Mu Orange's messy hair looks a little messy, but from her agitated look Li Jing knows that his daughter is trapped. But he will not make a block Mu Orange in such behavior, so he helped the limping Mu Orange walk to the door of the ward. The moment the door to the ward opened, a white-haired doctor at the head of the room took the lead and walked out, his dignified and solemn appearance instantly becoming a bit more kind and approachable after seeing Li Jing. Hello President Li, I apologize for keeping you and your daughter waiting for so long. For that I deeply hug. Dr. Grandpa, please can you tell me teacher how is he now? Is the situation serious? The flustered Mu Orange simply couldn't wait for the old doctor to say so many polite words, and spoke directly to the key point. This move made the old doctor, who had originally prepared some generous speeches, instantly speechless, but due to Mu Orange's status he naturally didn't dare to show some dissatisfaction, even though he was the best internal medicine doctor in the city. The patient's situation is a bit complicated. After our examination we found that his heart rate is simply too low. Without the help of the instruments we couldn't even feel the patient's vital signs. His body doesn't have any wounds or anything like that present, but it's as if his heart was overused. It simply doesn't function as well as it needs to for normal life. The old doctor also sucked in a breath of cold air when he said this. This kind of condition he had never seen in his many years of medical practice. According to my judgment the patient needs to recover, and for a long time. If we don't take good care of him in the middle of the process, I'm afraid it'll be life-threatening. Life? You mean Sensei will? Mu Orange said to the end of the mouth cannot send out any sound, crossed the door of the doctor and other people, staggering alone toward Yifeng's bed, looking at the eyes closed wearing a respirator. Yifeng, Mu Orange's heart is like a knife cut like pain. Teacher, please, don't leave me, okay? Obviously there are still so many lessons that I haven't finished. Obviously I still have a lot of things in my heart that I want to say to you. And I haven't even been able to properly express my feelings to you. Mu Orange stretched out her soft little hand and gently clutched Yifeng's hand. Until she felt a trace of Yifeng's body temperature she felt a lot more at ease. Teacher, you've been protecting me since the beginning. Now it's my turn to protect you. I'll stay with you until the day you wake up. Mu Orange lifted Yifeng's hand up and placed it on her face, looking at Yifeng's appearance with a slight smile. Teacher's hands are still as warm as ever. Chapter 103, Recognizing Leaf Maple by Scent. Flop, flop. Flop. After a violent heartbeat, Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes, and when he opened his eyes there was always a feeling like he had regained his life. Ha! 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 Yifeng gasped for air, but only realized that he seemed to be wearing something on his mouth after realizing that the air he had exhaled had turned into a mist. Where is this? What happened to me? Yifeng stretched out his hand towards the thing that covered his mouth to touch. After he took it down, he found that holding in his hand is a respirator. And he seems to be lying on a hospital bed somewhere. I'm alive? Yifeng stretched out his hand and touched his still beating heart, vaguely remembered that after saving Mu Orange his heart was like a rotating gear stopped as if a violent tearing sensation spread from his heart. Yifeng did not have time to react and was fainted by the pain. Now it seems that this must be the side effects of that capsule. Looking back it seems to be really consistent with its name. Extreme capsule is quite extreme, although now his breathing is smooth. But the body is like a cell phone without electricity cannot use the force. Perhaps this is also a side effect of it. I do not know that he woke up after this as a few days. Looking around, Yifeng looked at the luxurious single-person wards around him as well as the various instruments that were specially equipped, and he couldn't help but feel a physical pain. It must cost a lot of money to live in this place, right? Although money is not important, but don't deduct it from my paycheck. I'm already in a race against time. Don't put me in debt in the end. Just as Yifeng was adapting to the surroundings, the door of the ward suddenly opened, followed by a silhouette that appeared in front of the ward, and when Yifeng took a closer look, he found that it was the haggard Limu Orange who walked in from the door. Good afternoon, teacher. The aura on Limu Orange's face was as stiff as if it was coated with a layer of wax, and from the language of her behavior it was as if she was a walking corpse, and although she muttered something on her lips, her spirit was already on the verge of collapse. Looked at Limu Orange, greeted, slowly walked in after sitting on the chair next to their own bed. After seeing Yifeng got up, Limu Orange did not feel surprised, as if in her eyes their own look she has been very familiar with the same. Had. Once again there's a hallucination of Sensei waking up, but that's good, at least you woke up, Sensei, didn't you? Limu Orange giggled as she looked at Yifeng. Her lax eyes could see that her current body load was already super serious. If she didn't rest properly her body would definitely be in trouble. Missy, are you okay? Yifeng stretched out his two hands to gently hold Limu Orange's arm and shook it once or twice, but Limu Orange still giggled and looked at Yifeng. Crap, Limu Orange is totally confused. If she is not pulled back from her godly wanderings again it will damage her mind. Yifeng suddenly felt bad, hastily patted Limu Orange's shoulder, but no matter how hard he exerted Limu Orange still did not have the slightest reaction. It seems that this girl has already fallen in too deep. Must take a little stimulating action to let her consciousness back here. Sighs. Mu-chan? Are you okay? Mu Orange? Hey, teacher, you finally called me that. I'm really happy now. The corners of Limu Orange's mouth rose like she liked the way Yifeng addressed himself, and her tone of voice shifted slightly. Mu Orange, wake up. I'm your teacher Yifeng. I'm fine. I'm still alive. Teacher. Alive. Limu Orange's mouth murmured Yifeng's name and repeated it a few more times, and finally that pair of dark eyes finally gained some luster. Teacher is alive? Teacher. A few moments later, the mouth murmuring Limu Orange seems to hear Yifeng's voice, gradually conscious awake. After looking at Yifeng as staring at her eyes, she jumped up from her seat, until she opened her mouth and stretched out a trembling hand on Yifeng's hand before completely awake. This is teacher's hand. It's real, teacher? Limu Orange couldn't believe what she saw in front of her eyes. She couldn't remember how many days it was since that day she stayed by Yifeng's side and waited for him. Until now she didn't even close her eyes. Missy, it's me. I'm awake. Yifeng also spoke out to comfort Limu Orange. Really awake. Teacher, you're finally awake. Limu Orange jumped into Yifeng's arms a split second after saying these words. 1 second she was in a state of elation, the next she was bawling her eyes out. Oh, teacher, you're finally awake. Do you know how worried I was about you? Ever since the moment you collapsed at the entrance of the manor I didn't dare to close my eyes. I was afraid that if I closed my eyes, you would leave me. Oh. Yifeng looked down at the heart of Limu Orange, who was crying more than tears. He did not expect Limu Orange to do this for himself. A warmth surged to his heart. I'm sorry for making you worry for me. Yifeng finished his words and suddenly felt that Limu Orange did not move. Heart trembled and looked down towards Limu Orange, until he found that she was breathing evenly and did not make a sound when he realized that Limu Orange, which was obviously mentally strained and led to overexertion, slept through the night. Missy. Yifeng bent down and wanted to hold Limu Orange on the bed, and he got off the bed to make room for her, but when he exerted himself, he felt that he had no strength in his hands, so he had to keep still and let Limu Orange hold himself, and at the same time reached out his hand and touched her dry hair, knowing that Limu Orange's hair can be maintained very well, in order to own her what has been left behind. This silly child. At sunset in the afternoon, Limu Orange's eyelashes may have been slightly fluttered by the setting sun, slowly opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was Yifeng, who smiled at himself under the setting sun, and this scene was like a freeze frame that will always be remembered in Limu Orange's mind. Old, teacher, am I dreaming? Where do you wake up and dream? Yifeng smiled and flicked his hand towards Limu Orange's forehead until Limu Orange blinked as if recognizing reality before he put his hand back. Sensei, you're finally awake. After pinching his arm and feeling the pain, Limu Orange's dark eyes finally had a bright light, stretching out his hands to hug Yifeng's waist, while burying his head into Yifeng's arms to take a deep breath before accepting the reality of Yifeng waking up. Sure enough, it's Sensei. What smells like a teacher? Are you a puppy? 104. Specialist consultations. Grandpa Doctor, is there really nothing wrong with his body, teacher? After Yifeng woke up, Limu Orange did not just to satisfy his own desire to stick to Yifeng, but immediately and sensibly called a team of experts to come to Yifeng diagnosis. Until a group of white-haired old man will Yifeng surrounded and through a number of equipment check. Almost the whole body of the Yifeng to the whole body to check. This action let Yifeng can be said to have been a small shock. Imagine suddenly came a group of old men will be surrounded and put him as a mouse-like observation, think who will be afraid of it. Miss Lee, I have to say that Mr. Ye's physical quality and other aspects are really good. After the examination of various data, the results show that Mr. Ye's body in addition to some detachment from the weak other than the rest are normal. Only need to be hospitalized to recover for a period of time can be recovered from the hospital. Really? Thank you, Dr. Grandpa. You're too polite, Miss Lee. If there's nothing else we'll leave first. I still hope that Miss Lee can say a few more good words for our section in front of President Lia. After sending off the experts, Li Mu Orange's face of sorrow has completely dissipated. For her, as long as nothing happens to Yifeng is the best result. Li Mu Orange bounced over to Yifeng's bedside and sat down, saying happily, "Teacher, did you hear that? The doctor said that you're not in any serious trouble, teacher, which is really great. It's still up to you, Missy." Only after watching Li Mu Orange's smile gradually solidify, Yifeng was forced to change his words. "It's also thanks to you, Mu Orange. Hey, that's all I should do," Li Mu Orange said and picked up the side of Yifeng's inspection report. Eyes back and forth and the report sheet back and forth scanning, seems to be trying to access some specifics about Yifeng's body. Until in the sight of an item written above the normal function of the report in the hands of a small red face, put down the report and sneak a hee smile. "Duh, ahem. Mu Orange, what are you laughing at? Why does it look like you have such a strange expression?" "Nope, it's nothing. I just wanted to make sure your report was accurate, Sensei." At this moment, the door of the ward suddenly opened, followed by the anxious Li Jing walked in, and after seeing Li Mu Orange's face look much better, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jing originally intended to ask a specialized medical team to always observe Yifeng, but Li Mu Orange insisted on day and night to guard Yifeng. Even rest time is almost no. Eat and drink only casually, eat 1 or 2 mouths will be returned to the ward on the grounds of lack of appetite. Even then Li Jing would like to take coercive measures to bring Li Mu Orange out, but fortunately Yifeng is considered to be awakened. Father, Li Mu Orange lowly addressed Li Jing. From Yifeng came to the hospital what Li Jing did Li Mu Orange also saw in the eyes. So the attitude towards Li Jing also improved a lot more than the initial vice unconcerned. "Mu Orange, do you want to eat something? With Yifeng? Not together?" Li Mu Orange was about to refuse but heard the second half of Li Jing's sentence, all of a sudden stopped his mouth and turned his head to look at Yifeng, who shook his head towards himself and immediately replied, "Teacher, he says it's okay." "Put, Mu Orange you." Yifeng saw Li Mu Orange expressing himself blindly, even wanted to change his words, but his mouth was covered by Li Mu Orange's hand. "Then I'll trouble you, Father, to prepare 2 lighter meals for Sensei and me." "Well, I know." Li Jing nodded his head stiffly. For a moment it seemed as if he had aged a lot, because he had just heard Yifeng calling his daughter's name Mu Orange, and he didn't need to guess to know that it was most likely Li Mu Orange who had forced him to ask for this, right? Li Jing happened to see Su Wanli, who was walking towards the place, as he was walking out of the room after ordering someone to bring the meal. "Old Li, you're out so soon? I just got the news that Yifeng woke up. How's it going?" "It's pretty good. Doesn't look like it's anything serious." "It's good that you're fine. Then why do you have a sad look on your face? Aren't we done?" "Ugh, what are you sighing for? Why don't you just..." Su Wanli spoke and saw something in Li Jing's sigh, a familiar tone that had appeared in Uxin herself. "It's niece Mu Orange's affair with Yifeng, isn't it?" Li Jing did not say anything more, just nodded lightly. "Sure enough. So what do you think, Old Li?" "What do I think? As long as Mu Orange is willing, I won't get involved in what happens to her, as long as she doesn't get hurt. But I'm also quite relieved about Yifeng, so there's no need to consider those." "Then why are you frowning? It's a good thing." "I frown partly because Mu Orange has grown up and she has her own ideas. More importantly because Yifeng." "Yifeng? What do you mean? Didn't you just say that you were relieved about him?" "You didn't get my point. I was trying to say that Mu Orange is interested in Yifeng, but not necessarily that Yifeng is interested in Mu Orange." "You mean Yifeng didn't fancy Mu Orange? How could that be? Mu Orange's niece is so good looking, and you've repeatedly overturned the matchmaking of those powerful families over this matter. Then you don't feel that Yifeng doesn't value this aspect of love affairs at all?" "Yes, this one I can see too." "That's right. What I'm afraid of is not that Yifeng is bad to Mu Orange. I'm afraid that Mu Orange will be sad because of Yifeng." "That's true. It's true that my Uxin is more or less the same as Mu Orange, which worries me." "What? You mean Yusin Shi? Not well. This is not Yifeng, 3 days well. To Yifeng to this child class time. Then I gave her that Yifeng something cannot come. The original good behavior of her can cry and cry a day it. Until I said the next time to make up for the back of her only to be willing to give up." Su Wanli said this also sighed deeply. The two old fathers for their daughter's happiness can be said to be tightened heart. Ha ha, it seems that I am not the only one who has a hard time. My heart is much more comfortable. Okay, old Sue, but the words I can say in advance. The children's own matters to deal with their own. We as parents, there is no need to blindly involved in the right. Don't worry. I'm not a person full of heart. Why do you listen to you and feel that you're getting more and more satisfied with this Yifeng kid? Okay, then you can ask Yusin to let go if you're not satisfied. Ah, Li Jing joked from the sidelines. Forget it then. Yifeng I can see is much better than other men. I'd rather have you Xin and Yifeng together than let the pigs outside to provide for my family's little cabbages. Chapter 105. What the hell's coming in? Back then when the children were just born they were still thinking that if it was a boy and a girl we could still become in-laws. Now it's good. Not only did they give birth to two daughters out but they both fell in love with the same person. This kid is really capable of doing it. Li Jing smiled and patted Su Wanli's shoulder. At the same time he saw the servant carrying 2 bowls of corn porridge and some fried veggie dishes coming towards this place, and immediately said, "Alright, Moo Orange and the girls have to eat too, so let's go for a walk as brothers. And by the way, tell me the information you got." "Good, please enjoy yourselves, both of you." After entering the ward, the maid put the dinner plate on the dining table and retired. Moo Orange saw this and picked up a bowl of corn porridge and picked up some vegetables and came to Yifeng's side. "Sensei, you haven't eaten for a long time. It's time for you to eat something." "Ah, thanks Moo Orange, just leave the bowl to me." Although Yifeng didn't have much strength, but he still had the effort to eat a meal. At the time he was reaching out to take Moo Orange's bowl but was taken back by Moo Orange's hand. "Moo Orange, why don't you give me the bowl?" Yifeng looked at Moo Orange with incomprehensible eyes, but saw something wrong from her innocent eyes. Wavy dash, pinch hey. Moo Orange slightly blushed as she held the bowl, followed by scooping up a spoonful of corn porridge and placing it to her mouth and gently blowing on it. "Moo Orange, what are you?" "Of course it's to help teacher dine." "Teacher, haven't you heard the doctor say that you need to get some rest? It seems like you really don't take your body seriously." "Teacher, wait. Yifeng didn't expect Moo Orange to take the lead in launching a heart at himself. How is it that in Moo Orange's mouth he is similar to a person with limited mobility? "Moo Orange, you've misunderstood. I'll just have a meal, it doesn't really take much." "No way. The doctor's advice is the best help for your teacher's physical recovery, and I won't allow her to experience any more physical discomfort," said Moo Orange to simply not give Yifeng the opportunity to explain the spoon to Yifeng's mouth, and quietly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Alright, teacher, just eat quickly. It's just a meal. What's the big deal?" "Moo Orange, you haven't eaten either, or else we can both eat our own." Well, Yifeng had just opened his mouth to say a word when Moo Orange roughly sent the porridge and the spoon into Yifeng's mouth, almost choking him. "Moo Orange, what's wrong teacher? Is the polenta hot?" "It can't be. I've been blowing cold air for a long time." Moo Orange couldn't wait to take out the spoon and scoop a spoonful of corn porridge from the bowl by himself, and sent it into his mouth without blowing on it at all. "Well, it's not that hot." Cough, cough. Yifeng was shocked by this operation of Moo Orange and didn't know how to speak, knowing that this spoon he himself had just eaten. It's impossible for a big lady to not even notice this. "Moo Orange, this spoon I have touched. What's wrong with that? That's how selfless you should be when taking care of a patient. Did you take the word devotion the wrong way?" It was only after Yifeng's repeated emphasis that he agreed to let Moo Orange feed himself kanji, but the prerequisite had to be a new spoon. "How's it going teacher? Had enough?" Enough. Can't eat anymore." Yifeng hurriedly waved his hand and refused, fearing that what awaited him a second later would be Moo Orange's little flying spoon again. "Ah, you're full so soon. Well then." Moo Orange didn't seem to be enjoying herself yet and looked a little disappointed. "I'm really full." "Moo Orange, you eat quickly yourself. You must not have rested well these days either." "Okay then." Moo Orange then see the situation can only eat up their own rice. But Yifeng does not know is that Moo Orange and eating their own bowl of corn porridge with a spoon cannot be changed. "Do you like kanji a lot, Moo Orange? Why does it look like you're eating it with such relish?" "Ha, no." Moo Orange licked the remaining rice grains on the spoon after swallowing a mouthful of porridge and looked at Yifeng with a subtle look. "That's because I haven't eaten for too long like Sensei La, so I'm a little hungry too." "That's right." Yifeng was not overly skeptical, and suddenly remembered something while Moo Orange was drinking kanji, and immediately asked Moo Orange, "Moo-chan, how many days have I been in a coma?" 3 days? "Didn't I tell you before, teacher? 3 days? Bad." Yifeng suddenly remembered that there was still a Xie Yuyan at home, not to mention that he hadn't gone back for 3 days and didn't know how she was doing. "Cell phone. Where's my cell phone?" "Oh, teacher, your cell phone is on the locker." Moo Orange pointed to the smartphone she had prepared for him at first on Yifeng's cabinet. "Hey!" Yifeng suddenly remembered his original cell phone at home and forgot to take it out. The cell phone that came with it happened to be the one that Limu Orange had given himself. But the key is that this cell phone he has not used much, and even Xiaoyu Yan's cell phone number has not been preserved, so now he can only go back to take a look at it after he recovers. And I hope that this woman won't do anything stupid. What's wrong, teacher? You don't look too good. It's okay, Mu Orange. I thought I dropped my cell phone. It's good to find it. Aha. But in a while Limu Orange will be his bowl of corn porridge drank all. Originally she did not eat a lot of things, but with the help of Yi Feng spoon, every mouthful of corn porridge Limu Orange feel extraordinarily sweet. If it is not the bowl of porridge to drink up, she felt that she can also be enough to drink a big bowl of it. After calling the maid to take away the dishes, Limu Orange elegantly washed up and returned. Suddenly Yi Feng realized that Limu Orange was wearing the same good hospital gown as himself, recalling that when he saved Limu Orange she had nothing but wounds, but it seemed that she broke her foot, so he asked with concern, Mu Orange, do your feet still hurt? Foot? It's fine. I put some ointment on it and it was fine the next day, Limu Orange said and walked to Yi Feng's bedside. Yi Feng was thinking that Limu Orange was going to say goodbye to him and go back to his hospital room, but who would have thought that Limu Orange and him were gazing at each other? Stare, ring and equal to, Mu Orange? Just as Yi Feng opened his mouth to ask Limu Orange who didn't know what she was doing, Limu Orange gently put her hand on the edge of Yi Feng's bedsheet, and in just a moment, she lifted Yi Feng's sheet and drilled into Yi Feng's quilt in a swift manner. Hey, what the hell is coming in? Chapter 106, A Question from Sawani. Yi Feng was originally very calm, and thought that Limu Orange would return to her own ward, but he didn't expect Limu Orange to burrow into the quilt in front of his face. Mu Orange, what are you doing? Yi Feng could feel Limu Orange squirming back and forth under the quilt and immediately lifted the quilt, only to see that Limu Orange was pressing down on his own body, placing his head on his chest, making an expression of enjoyment. Pinch, hee. Teacher's arms are so warm. Yi Feng saw Limu Orange sticking to his body like a plaster. The aroma of the young girl's body drilled into Yi Feng's nostrils, together with Limu Orange's ice-cold and jade-clear face, was destroying Yi Feng's willpower all the time. No. How is it that now my fixation is getting worse and worse? Mu Orange, get down there. No, I want to rest with my teacher. Limu Orange shook her head and hugged Yi Feng's hand even harder, as if to prevent Yi Feng from throwing himself off the bed. Mu Orange, you know what the doctor ordered. Don't you want to be considerate? Well, after hearing Yi Feng say these words, Limu Orange stopped speaking. She also knew that she was having some effect on Yi Feng by playing around like this, so she mumbled in a low voice. Right. I'm sorry, teacher. Please don't hate me. I was just too happy at the thought that teacher was fine. I'm just too happy. That's why I acted like that. I'm sorry. I'll be right down. Looking at Limu Orange as if she was about to cry, Yi Feng instantly panicked and hurriedly spoke. Mu Orange, don't be sad. I didn't say that because I hate you, and I understand Mu Orange's mood that you're happy. So don't blame yourself, okay? Teacher really didn't blame me? No, how? Alright then, thank you, teacher. Limu Orange smiled and stretched his neck to give a light nod with his mouth on Yi Feng's cheek. While Yi Feng was still wondering, he hurriedly slipped out of the bed, put on his boots and then walked towards the outside of the ward without looking back, leaving Yi Feng, who was alone and in a daze. This girl is getting bolder and bolder. Why is she still talking? I'll have to teach her a lesson next time, or she'll fly off the handle. Phew. Yi Feng, who finally laid back on the bed at ease, picked up the cell phone on the cabinet and made a call over to Xiaoyu Yan at home. Although in this new cell phone Yi Feng did not save Xiaoyu Yan's cell phone number, but in fact he has long been remembered. After all, Xiaoyu Yan's cell phone is their own to do well. After listening to the phone has not been connected, Yi Feng slightly puzzled. It is reasonable to say that Xiaoyu Yan usually pick up their own phone is very fast, but this time there is simply no one to answer. It's not like the woman's asleep, is it? Just then the door of the ward was suddenly knocked. Yi Feng hurriedly hung up the call and then shifted his gaze to the direction of the ward door. Come in, Kata. After the door handle was twisted, the person at the entrance of the ward walked in, and at first sight, Yi Feng realized that the visitor was actually Su Wanli. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Hey, look at what your kid said. I can't come to see you. At least Mu Orange niece, I also watched her grow up. You saved her. I can't come to thank you. That's not what I meant. I just didn't expect you to come. Hey, how's it going? What did the doctor say? Let's just say I'm in good health and I'm just fine with the conditioning. It's good that it's nothing serious. Su Wanli's expression turned serious as he spoke. Yi Feng, next I have some questions I want to ask you. I hope you won't hide anything from me. Yi Feng gently raised his eyebrows and slowly sat up from the hospital bed. General Manager Su, you say, am I not a liar? I would like to ask you what your purpose is in approaching Mu Orange? Since you have such superior fighting skills and combat abilities, Why don't you choose a better platform than this and come to take up the position of a tutor instead? A lot of people want to find a gold like you. President Su, you are really looking down on me. I admit that my skills are going to be a bit different from the norm. But the reason why I chose to be a tutor is because the job is safe and the income is quite optimistic, Yifeng said without being humble, as if these words came from the heart. Actually, I don't like that kind of high-risk profession. A well-paid tutor is already enough to make my life good. As for why I want to save Mu Orange despite everything, this depends on whether you want to hear good words or true words. President Su. Oh, you boys have 2 more sets of wording? Tell me all about it. Let me start with the good news then. I am a governess. And since I have been given this sacred and august position, then I have to uphold the duties that come with it. Okay, stop it. Change your heart. Su Wanli hurriedly interrupted Yifeng. Obviously he was impatient with these polite words. The truth is that Mu Orange is a very good child and should not be victimized by these bad people. Although when I first came here Mu Orange's behavior was a bit unsatisfactory, but through later contact Mu Orange also opened up to me. I realized that this child treats the people or things she likes very seriously. She also cares about the people she cares about at all times, but just doesn't show it much usually. So when I heard that Mu Orange was kidnapped I came defiantly. That's all. I know. Su Wanli nodded his head, sort of recognizing this answer from Yifeng quite well. Then the second question. After Yifeng you fell unconscious we cleared the whole scene. We saw the main characters of the mercenary group on the cliffside of the back mountain, as well as some other members, but they were identified and shown to be the work of another person. And there were also the rest of the traces of the fight at the scene. I would like to ask if this was all done by you, or did you arrange it? I was completely unaware of the matter of the mercenary group leader. I was only focused on sending Mu Orange out. That means a stranger did it, but why would he help us? Can't you find some fingerprints and footprints or something? No, this person is very professional and purposely masked these features, so it seems we'll just have to take our time investigating. Well then, I'm done with my questions. Yifeng, just rest. Don't worry about the follow-up. Oldly, he's already taken care of it for you. This time you can be considered our benefactor. Mr. Su, look at what you're saying. I just did what I had to do. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Have a good rest. Sawani waved his hand and left the hospital room. Chapter 107, Xie Yuyan who fled for her life. No one came after Su Wanli left, and Yifeng's heart began to rush after looking at the several missed calls on his cell phone. It is reasonable to say that even if Xie Yuyan is sleeping at this time should also wake up. How until now there is no movement? Will not be out of something, right? Yifeng very much wanted to go back and take a look. After all, Xie Yuyan was now being watched by the dark cabinet and was in danger at any time. However, this body of his really did not have the strength to go down to the ground, which also made him very helpless. By the way, I should be considered to have completed the urgent task of rescuing Mu Orange that the system told me to do earlier. Let's see what happened to the rewards given for the task. Yifeng thought of here hastily called out the system. Sure enough, after opening the panel received 2 rewards. Opened a careful look and found that were rescued Mu Orange distributed emergency mission rewards. There is a Mu Orange progress breakthrough 89% reached 90%. To know that 89% of this progress of their own but stuck for a long time it. Great. Finally some payback. Yifeng is also considered a breath of relief. At least now finally completed a few tasks. Before although has been safe and sound but watched his lifetime and the day-to-day reduction of his heart is also very bad taste. So Yifeng obtained the quest reward for rescuing Mu Orange without stopping. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the urgent mission. The following mission rewards are issued. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 month of lifetime. Unlocking the icon's hidden privileges. And the radar detector. Aha! Another new thing? Yifeng looked at a month of lifetime as quite satisfied, but saw the back of the 2 things that they have not seen at all for a moment does not understand. Never mind. Let's just take all the rewards before checking them out one by one. Thinking of this Yifeng skipped the detailed description of the props and instead obtained a quest reward of 90% of Mu Orange's progress. 90% progress completed. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for gaining half a month of lifetime. Universal key, and skill recuperation. Is that all? It's still pretty good. Looking at almost 2 more months of lifetime at once Yifeng was sort of relieved. But the rest of the rewards himself not only gained new skills, but also new props, so he hastily tapped on his status to check out the new items he had gained. Radar detector, shows the exact structure of the surrounding terrain, facilitating the understanding of one's surroundings, but does not detect the presence of living creatures, range area 100 meters. Just a terrain detection thing is gone? What's more, it's still a disposable prop, which really feels a bit ribbed, and besides, I can't use this thing myself, but at least it is a prop given by the system, and Yifeng had no choice but to put it back. Maybe it will come in handy at some point. By the way, it looks like you've unlocked the iconography or something permissions or something like that yourself. Thinking of this, Yifeng hastily jumped to the interface in the illustrations, and indeed found an independent one for the exploration panel of the illustrations. According to the illustrations, to see like the need to explore something extraordinary. But for some reason Yifeng always felt that this exploration illustrations look so a hint of oozing feeling, and also do not know the system said that the exploration of what exactly is a meaning. The last new item is a skill called recuperation. Click on it to realize that this skill is to regulate their own body functions faster. Just like the cultivation of immortality and the spitting out of the old and the new, it looks as if it is a skill to regulate their own body. Well, this skill is not bad, although he has the skill of strengthening the body to add, but it is only considered to raise the upper limit. If the recovery cannot keep up, then there will still be times of exhaustion. It is just that this conditioning can slowly replenish the lost energy for himself. That's a good skill. Yifeng thought for a moment. He happens to be now not very good physical condition. With this skill to enhance the speed of recovery will certainly be a little faster. Really want a sleepy send pillow. The system is quite humanized well. Yifeng then roughly organized himself to see if there were any omissions, and after checking, he closed his eyes and equipped himself to rest for a while. Let's hope nothing happens to Xie Yuyan. Ha! 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 At this time in Yifeng's apartment building, a person wearing a tightly dressed duck-tongued cap looked back at the apartment door. His eyes filled with endless sadness and anger, turned his head and disappeared in place. After about a while, a few more people came to this place, and after checking the vicinity followed in the direction of that person's departure. There, with the flash of a knife, a bayonet cut the arm of a dark cabinet member. At the same time a bullet traveled past Xie Yuyan's cheek. If Xie Yuyan had been a second later there would have been one more bullet in her head. Stop! Did you not hear the Lord give the order? Don't, chided one of the members around him. What are you doing shooting her in her vitals when His Excellency said she needed to be taken alive? Hold! I'm sorry, my lord. That dark cabinet member hurriedly apologized, but he was still taken aback by Xie Yuyan's extremely fast reaction speed. Is this what top killer Cold Snake is capable of? It's really scary. Who expected that? At this time the goat looked at the surrounded in the middle of Xie Yuyan contemptuous laugh. Cold Snake, you really old. Even bullets have left traces in your face. This if you previously cannot have such a mess. Guh. Xie Yuyan did not answer the words of the goat. She knew that the reason why the goat did not make a move was in order to let himself hand over his physical strength to these minions, and then he had the certainty to make a move to capture himself. To go on like this, he would be caught in the moment. After all, Yifeng does not know how his condition is now. He must not have any accidents again. Don't. I'm not going to lose him. Lose anything anymore. Drink. Xie Yuyan found an angle and launched a fierce attack towards one of the members, and just as she slashed the member's abdomen, a square-shaped throwing object appeared at the goat's feet. A smoke bomb? How could that woman have that? It's hard to believe it's those mercenaries. What a bunch of make it or break it guys. When the goat realized that Xie Yuyan had left a backhand, it was already too late. Xie Yuyan had already disappeared, and the rest of the team wanted to follow up and continue the pursuit, but was stopped by the goat. There's no harm in letting her escape. Now that all the dark cabinet members are closing in here, she can't escape anymore. Eliminate the trail and prepare for evacuation. Yes, run away, Cold Snake. I'll see just how long you can run away. No one will save you. Chapter 108, Unique Couples Clothes. Although Yifeng's physical condition is recovering, but mentally it is still in a more exhausted state. So after consulting the system panel Yifeng fell asleep, and it was at this time that the door of the ward suddenly opened quietly, revealing a pitch-black eye from the doorway. I said, does this need to be reported to the president? Standing outside the special ward, one of the bodyguards looked at their own lady first began to look like a pure and clean appearance towards them, just as they opened their mouths to greet Limu Orange but was prohibited by Limu Orange with a look, followed by their eyes looked at their own lady completely lost the appearance of the lady before, but a face. The look of obscenity quietly opened Yifeng's hospital room quietly peeping up. The most amazing thing was that in their eyes Limu Orange showed an evil smile and finally blended into the ward. The other bodyguard didn't even look at his own Missy, as if he hadn't seen her. If you want to offend Missy you can go ahead and say so. Anyway, next time maybe you'll be transferred to the north to plant potatoes. I'd better pretend I didn't see it. Then, count your blessings. Yifeng in his sleep only felt that his body was hot and dry, as if he was being roasted on the fire as if it was unbearable. In order to figure out the source of this Yifeng also woke up because of this, but when he opened his eyes and realized that he was lying flat on the hospital bed there is nothing special. Today's weather is also a moderate temperature. It will not be so hot at all. Strange? Then why do I feel so parched? Forget it, let's just lift the covers and rest. Thinking of this Yifeng reached out his hand to pull the quilt in front of his chest high and lifted it. Suddenly a mass of black hair appeared in front of his eyes, which scared Yifeng cupped the quilt's small hand trembled. and the quilt was recovered back again. Wait a minute. What did I just see? That's not my chest hair. Look again. Gulped Yifeng and relifted the quilt. When he fixed his eyes, this so-called black hair turned out to be because of their own body lying on a person, but because the thighs were pressed numb so did not feel out just. The scent. It's Limu orange. Immediately after Yifeng completely lifted the quilt, really as he expected. Wearing a hospital gown Limu orange and an octopus like sticking to his chest is sleeping sleep. Isn't this girl hot? That said, when did she come in front of me? Why didn't I feel it at all? Although Yifeng has too many questions in his heart, but now it is imperative to wake up Limu orange on his chest. I do not know how long this girl has slept. If it is Xie Yuyan then I am afraid that he has long been awake because he cannot breathe it. Yifeng seemed to associate it with a bad image and hastily shook it off. Immediately after, he reached out and shook Limu orange's shoulder trying to wake her up. Mu-chan, wake up. Oh, after being shaken by Yifeng for a few times, Limu orange, who was lying in Yifeng's arms, finally showed signs of awakening, and after rubbing her drowsy eyes, Limu orange sat up with her hands propped up on Yifeng's stomach. Ha teacher, you're awake. Good afternoon. Bang. Yifeng stretched out his fingers and knocked Limu orange's head and said, good you big head ah, didn't I tell you to go back to sleep in your own room? Well, teacher, calm down. It's not a big deal. What's the big deal? If the paparazzi or your father sees this, it's going to affect your reputation. Get down. Gee, it won't, and it's not like my father would say anything more. Limu orange stared at Yifeng's handsome face. For some reason the more she looked at Yifeng in this way, the more her heart stirred up, as if Yifeng's body had a special ability to seduce the most primitive desires in his own body. Hey, looking at the silly smile up Limu orange where there is before the appearance of ice-cold jade girl, Yifeng also do not know this girl is not drink what soul soup or something like that lead to with a person like a change, before it is not also quite proud of it? Although this appearance of their own does not hate is it? Well stop giggling, my legs are numb from you. Under Yifeng's good persuasion Limu orange finally sat back to the bedside. It seems that Limu orange was too hot because she buried her head in the quilt for a long time, so much so that the top two buttons of her hospital gown were unlocked, and through the collar that was lifted, Yifeng saw Limu orange's white neck, which was just like a piece of flawless sheep's milky jade, stunning and revealing a luster at the same time. Mu orange, can you tell me how you got in here? Yifeng withdrew his gaze so that Limu orange wouldn't make any more inappropriate remarks and changed the subject. How did you get in? Limu orange's afterglow naturally secretly saw Yifeng's flustered movements, but of course she also knows to stop. If the hunter's desire to attack is too strong and never reveals the cloven foot, the prey will escape. You have to step by step to let the prey fall into the trap without realizing it, and by that time the prey won't be able to escape even if it reacts to the situation. You taught me all of this, teacher. You see, Mu Orange is a good student who works hard. Just walked in, huh? What's the problem, teacher? Limu Orange tilted her head in a puzzled gesture that didn't seem to look like there was anything wrong, which made Jifeng even start to doubt himself. Strange. I'm afraid there aren't many people other than Xie Yuyan who can be this close to me. I was able to detect Mu Orange in the past, but why is it that I didn't feel a single movement this time when even she was in bed? It's probably because my body is weak. Thinking of this, Jifeng also shook his head. It's fine. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Okay. Limu Orange stood up after putting on her boots and stretched, looking back at Jifeng with her hands behind her back and smiling. It's getting late then, teacher. Go have dinner with me. Dinner? That's not a problem. But Mu Orange, don't you want to change your clothes? Hey, changing clothes? Limu Orange first looked down at her own hospital gown, then looked at Yifeng's clothes, and the corner of her mouth raised in a smile. We're not changing. We're patients. We need to wear hospital gowns. That's what we call doing as the Romans do. It's a couple's costume for me and my teacher. I'm not going to change it. Aren't you using that word a little wrong? Teacher, don't worry about so many details. Come on, let's go eat. As soon as Limu Orange grabbed Yifeng's hand, he tried to bring him outside. Wait, Mu Orange, my shoes are still on. Chapter 109, those who can't catch a chance are the losers. Is it really a cafeteria? When Yifeng and Limu Orange came to an exquisitely decorated and luxurious hall, looking at the dishes in the insulated cover that were comparable to those in a high-class restaurant, Yifeng couldn't help but be stunned. And those who didn't know thought that they were having a big meal in a restaurant. Hey, teacher, just pick what you like to eat. These dishes are all food made by a senior chef. Limu Orange skillfully picked up the rice plate and handed it to Yifeng, who was still dumbfounded. Looking at Yifeng's surprised reaction, in his heart he was satisfied. As long as the leaf maple will be pulled into their own comfort circle habit after he cannot stay in the original circle, this is also considered to be one of their own means to be able to retain the leaf maple. Thanks, Mu Orange. I'll just have some light food. After Yifeng picked a few home-cooked dishes, then he looked at Limu Orange, who was staring at himself with an empty plate. What's wrong, Mu Orange? Why haven't you gone to choose your food? Limu Orange secretly noted down the dishes on Yifeng's plate before making a look of returning to her senses and said, "Ah, nothing teacher. Just now I thought of something. Then teacher, you can go ahead and choose a seat. I'll be right over." Good. Yifeng had just sat down when he saw Limu Orange walking over with a bowl of seafood wontons. Don't you eat rice, Mu-chan? Yifeng is eating a piece of eggplant will look at Limu Orange from the empty plate into a bowl of wontons. A moment is still relatively puzzled. I suddenly felt like eating some pasta or something like that, so I ordered a seafood ravioli, but there aren't many dishes in it. Teacher, can I have some food on your plate? Good eye, Limu Orange. Intending to plate all the way to my dinner plate. Isn't there so much fresh food over there that you don't go to hit it? Instead you come to clip the food in my dinner plate? I'm not afraid of wasting food if I eat too much, and I'm only taking a few small bites. You don't mind, do you, teacher? Then how about Mu Orange, you clip first? The rest of the dishes will be mine by then. Limu Orange saw that his calculations were recognized and had to declare defeat with a soft grunt, burying his head alone and eating the bowl of wontons. You girl don't know what you think about all day long. Yifeng stretched out his index finger and gently tapped Limu Orange's forehead, just as he picked up a piece of roast beef and was about to send it to his mouth. Limu Orange, who was originally burying his head in his hands, suddenly stood up from his seat and stretched out his head and bit Yifeng's chopsticks. Looking at Limu Orange, who was biting her chopsticks, Yifeng didn't know what to say. Why did he catch a fish while eating a meal for good reason? Limu Orange chewed with all her teeth in front of Yifeng after biting down the beef on the head of the chopsticks, seeming to express her dissatisfaction with Yifeng's words just now. But naturally Yifeng couldn't say much. But just as he was about to wipe the head of the chopsticks, he was called back by Limu Orange. Sensei, Limu Orange muttered. Obviously in her eyes this action of Yifeng was a blow to her. Do you dislike me that much? No. Mu Orange, you misunderstood me. That's not what I meant. Then why are you like this? Teacher, I'm not taking into account that you're a girl. After all, it would definitely be bad for a girl as good looking as Mu Orange to be seen like this. Yifeng didn't expect Limu Orange's reaction to be that big, so he quickly opened his mouth to explain. In fact, he didn't dislike Limu Orange or anything, but his own identity was her teacher, and besides, such an intimate behavior shouldn't be there, so he was deliberately keeping his distance from Limu Orange. Don't think I'll close my eyes to this matter just because you complimented me. Sensei. Hearing Yifeng's compliments, Limu Orange's anger in her heart instantly subsided by a large part. After all, who can endure their beloved to praise their own beauty? Then everything seems to make sense. The teacher should be embarrassed. Really, it's not like I'm going to say anything, or even use me as chopsticks or anything. It's not impossible. Looking at Limu Orange, who covered her face and lowered her head, Yifeng also didn't know what exactly she was thinking in her heart. Taking advantage of this time, he hurriedly pulled out a piece of paper and wiped the chopstick's head and then self-consciously ate the meal in the plate. After finishing the meal, Limu Orange said goodbye to Yifeng and went back to his room. Seeing this, Yifeng was also relieved. I don't know why, since he saved Limu Orange from the hands of that group of mercenaries. The original Limu Orange, who still had some respect for himself, suddenly changed his temperament, and he always felt that she wanted to be close to him on purpose. Could it be that it was because he had saved Limu Orange from the mercenaries himself, like in the story where the hero saves the beauty, that he had caused her to develop a false sense of favor towards him? It was probably because of that. No way. I have to find a chance to correct Mu Orange's thoughts, or else this girl will get bolder and bolder the further back she goes. Yifeng thought in his heart, happened to walk back to his ward. At the same time, he also still did not forget to give Xia Yuyan call, but still no one answered the call, which cannot help but let Yifeng heart more worried. Xia Yuyan? She will not really have something happened, right? Why don't you just go back and take a look for yourself now? I should have almost recuperated this body as well. Just as Yifeng was about to move to leave the hospital bed, his head gradually started to become dizzy, and this feeling always felt somewhat familiar to himself. Hiss, what's going on? Why are you getting more and more immobile? Is there some side effect of that capsule that isn't finished? Yifeng slowly walked towards the bed by his willpower, finally collapsed on the bed after taking a few hard steps. The tiredness of his body swept over his whole body, but in a few breaths, he let out an even breathing sound. Limu Orange slowly woke up from her room, and when she regained consciousness, the first thing she looked at was the clock hanging on the wall. 5 minutes. It seems that the effect of this little dose is also so powerful. Just sip the chopsticks for 5 minutes wasted. But this is also a way to eliminate a suspicion. Had to do it. Limu Orange took out her cell phone and looked at a message sent before dinner, only to see that it showed the words, "Rice has been specially treated. Do not eat," before deleting it, and then finally tidied up and organized her hair around her ears as well as her clothes before heading towards Yifeng's room. Teacher, I'm sorry, I don't want to be like this, but after today's contact at noon, I'm addicted to staying with you all day long. thinking that you're going to recover tomorrow, so I have to seize my own opportunity, just like you said at the beginning. Those who fail to grasp the opportunity are the losers. Chapter 110 Death of the Night Cat. Tap tap tap. A woman's voice rang out from inside an old building along with a light footstep. Cold Snake, don't hide. You won't be able to escape. Instead of hiding in such a wretched and miserable manner, why don't you honestly come back to the organization with me? And maybe the pavilion master will still deal with you leniently. Remembering your old feelings. After a little while, the stairway slowly emerged a silhouette, through the moonlight under a delicate face from which drilled out, under the cold and serious face, the pair of deep blue eyes like a deep unknown deep sea generally full of mystery. I didn't realize you were here, Night Cat, so it looks like I'm popular. I didn't come here to catch you for a reward. The Night Cat saw Xie Yuyan's appearance. Heart is very bad taste. To know in the Dark Cabinet organization Cold Snake's name is loud and big, even in the whole ranking in addition to the first Cold Snake. The rest of the people are just in order to set off her awesome. She who had been ranked behind Xie Yuyan's tail for many years was naturally filled with endless hatred for this person who had stepped on her head. The Night Cat walked to Xie Yuyan's face without the slightest bit of fear, and the two of their eyes just gazed at each other as a strong smell of smoke filled the air. Xie Yuyan didn't show the slightest expression on her face. She just looked at the Night Cat in front of her and faintly spoke. You've already lost. Ha! Now that it's all over and you're still maintaining that disgusting look, I'll prove to everyone that I'm the top assassin in the Dark Court. The Night Cat's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant several darts were thrown out of her hand. Each dart flew towards Xie Yuyan's vitals at an extremely fast speed. It was obvious that the Night Cat's aim was to put Xie Yuyan to death, so that was probably why she was the only one in this place. Xie Yuyan had long felt a strong killing intent from the Night Cat's emotions. From the beginning she was alert to the Night Cat's every move. When the Night Cat threw the darts she reacted quickly and dodged away. The dodging action was sharp and dry without a trace of superfluous behavior. The moment Xie Yuyan dodged the dart, a dagger stabbed towards her neck. But Xie Yuyan had already prepared for this. As if she was aware of every movement of the Night Cat, she immediately drew a bayonet out of her sleeve to ward off the Night Cat's attack. Clang! The sharp surface of the blade issued a crisp collision. The Night Cat gritted its teeth and clutched the dagger towards Xie Yuyan and continued to exert force. It looked like it wanted to rely on brute force to force Xie Yuyan to reveal a break. Cold Snake, you're really getting weaker and weaker. The corners of the Night Cat's mouth suddenly spread into a smile, looking at Xie Yuyan with a hint of mockery in her eyes, immediately closing her hand and jumping out a distance towards the back. Xie Yuyan heard the Night Cat's words, seemed to notice something wrong, looked down and found that his feet did not know when a rounded object appeared, fixed his eyes and found that it was before the Night Cat threw the darts when the occasion of the attack towards his own intention to leave a dart. Until now only noticed this object. This is micro-detonated bombs. Familiar with the Dark Pavilion weapon, Xie Yuyan immediately saw the role of this object. Looking at the object flashing red light, Xie Yuyan hastily blocked his hands in front of his face, at the same time curled up his body backward, but in the way of the detonation of the time is approaching. But not yet wait for her to leave a few steps of the bomb rose up into the air and instantly burst open. Boom! There was a sudden detonation in the silent night sky, and the birds in the trees outside the old building were awakened by the explosion and flew out of this abandoned area in flocks. Cough! Ahem! Xie Yuyan was pushed against a wall by the aftermath of the explosion, and instantly her entire body fell to the ground. She only felt a sweetness in her throat, and instantly a mouthful of blood was spat out from it. It's really as the Night Cat said. His consciousness is no longer as sharp as his previous self. This is probably because he has lived with Yifeng for a long time, and it's natural to indulge in it. The happy moments with Yifeng gradually surfaced in Xie Yuyan's mind, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose. But I don't regret it. Compared to that, I'd rather be a chef for Yifeng for the rest of my life, and with him I can really feel like a living human being. Leaf Maple. Just as Xie Yuyan's consciousness was gradually lost, the face of Yifeng appeared in front of her eyes, followed by the gradual appearance of a silhouette behind Yifeng. And when Xie Yuyan fixed her eyes on it and found that the person standing beside Yifeng was actually Limu Orange, which made the drowsiness in her body instantly disappeared, and the pair of deep blue pupils contracted fiercely, and stood up with her hands supporting her. I can't imagine you'd be in such a sorry state too. The Night Cat was blissfully unaware that Xie Yuyan had already treated herself as a different person, and at this moment she was still complacent about having hurt Xie Yuyan. Just you or number one? The mission you accomplished before was probably the backdoor that the pavilion master opened for you, right? I thought it was so impressive. You're only good enough to beat the goods of lone wolves and goats. The swollen Night Cat looked at Xie Yuyan with a face of contempt. When she felt bored she was pulling out her pistol ready to result in Xie Yuyan. Although the order given by the organization is to live, but one can completely find a reasonable excuse to fabricate Xie Yuyan's death, so that the name of the Dark Pavilion's real number one assassin will be one's own. You don't even deserve the title Cold Snake. Just as the night cat was about to pull the trigger, the injured Xie Yuyan's hand holding the bayonet moved, and the sharp blade quickly drilled into the night cat's throat like a hissing viper. The night cat's eyes were instantly filled with surprise when she realized that she had been stabbed and wanted to pull the trigger. Who would have thought that Xie Yuyan's hand nimbly wrapped around the night cat's arm? The powerful twisting force almost prevented her hand from exerting any strength at all, and finally with a click, her hand was dislocated. How can? A flicker of regret flashed in the night cat's eyes, but it was too late, and he collapsed to the ground without even finishing his sentence. She had underestimated Xie Yuyan, underestimated the title of Cold Snake, and even more so, underestimated the identity of the Dark Pavilion Killer, and arrogance was always an assassin's deadliest weakness. Looking at the corpse of the night cat, Xie Yuyan did not react too much, her icy gaze gazing at the moon in the night sky. No one is allowed to get close to Yifeng. He's mine. I absolutely can't admit defeat in this place just like that. Early in the morning from the hospital bed woke up Yifeng could not help but yawn. A day's rest now his body has felt abundant power, although last night somehow just passed out. But the effect is still very good. At least their spirit is very good. Chapter 111, Don't Let Father Know. When Yifeng turned over somehow he was holding something in his hand when he opened his eyes again. But what was reflected in front of his eyes was a head of dark and shiny hair, on which there was still a faint hair fragrance. The smell. Mu Orange? Why is she in my bed again? Yifeng hastily withdrew the hand that was holding Limu Orange and sat up from the bed with a mischievous click, and saw that Limu Orange was sleeping with her back to herself and her eyes closed. When exactly was this one again? Does it mean that she was already in bed last night? This girl really is beyond the pale. Rao is a good-tempered Yifeng at this time, also slightly angry. He is angry not because Limu Orange secretly on his bed, but if this one thing was intentional, people see the girl of her age will be out of a big thing. The power of public opinion is enough to destroy a person. He does not want to because of their own momentary carelessness and harmed Limu Orange. Mu Orange. Yifeng reached out and shook Limu Orange's shoulder trying to wake her up. Oh, teacher, don't. Who knew that Limu Orange's mouth suddenly came with such a sentence, which made Yifeng's body instantly stiffen and fixed in place. What on earth did this girl dream about? Teacher, don't leave me. I'll do as I'm told. My aunt, you can at least finish what you're saying. Luckily it's just a misunderstanding. Seeing that Limu Orange was showing signs of waking up, Yifeng shook her shoulder once again, and sure enough after this time Yifeng's touch Limu Orange gradually woke up. After Limu Orange opened her eyes and looked at Yifeng who was looking at her with a serious face, she blinked dully. Hey, teacher, why are you in my bed? Yifeng was about to open his mouth to teach Limu Orange a lesson when he was suddenly blocked by her words. After looking around and seeing his cell phone on the cabinet, Yifeng was sure that he had not slept in the wrong place. Mu-chan, is there a possibility that you're in my bed? What? How is that possible? Limu Orange made an unbelieving appearance and took the lead towards Yifeng. Teacher, you really broke my heart too much. I didn't think you'd lie to this extent to be able to sleep with me. Teacher, I clearly fell asleep in my own bed when I went to sleep yesterday. Except for halfway through when I went down the hall to get a towel from the nurse's sister and then returned to my own bed. I never went into your room during that time. Teacher. Teacher, don't play dumb. This time you've been forgiven because you're a teacher. But don't let it happen again. Limu Orange yawned and prepared to put on her boots and leave, when she was suddenly yanked back by Yifeng picking up the back collar. Good for you, Mu Orange. You're still evil, aren't you? Do you want to look at the sign outside the hospital bed to see which room number it is? And I've been in my room since I ate last night and never went out. Why don't you tell me how I came to be in your hospital bed? Teacher, you really hurt me too much. Limu Orange made a heartbroken look and inclined her head to not look at Yifeng. Only after a long time did she firmly say, well then, since you're still going to be like that, teacher, then please take a look at what this is. Limu Orange stretched out her hand and pointed towards the information bar behind the hospital bed, which showed the patient's detailed file, only to see two big words written on the patient's information, Yifeng. What's wrong? Yifeng looked at the hand raised in the air like a statue like Limu Orange. A moment also have a bottom. Just now also put himself said how ill-intentioned people, but also make a look of sadness. Now was snapped in the face, right? Why has our Miss Lee suddenly stopped talking? Did she leave her mouth in her own hospital room? Oh, Limu Orange, who was still arrogant in her attitude just now, instantly weakened her tone, turning from a sly fox into a soft and well-behaved rabbit, pulling over Yifeng's quilt to cover her nose, only revealing her two dark eyes. Sensei, I'm sorry, now you know to apologize? Indiscriminately framing your teacher? I, Yifeng, am that kind of person. Ugh, I'm sorry. Limu Orange let out a delicate and pitiful voice, as if she wanted to gain Yifeng's sympathy by acting pitiful and cute, and therefore let herself go. Don't get the whole apology routine. Let's start with the whole thing about how you got laid last night. which I distinctly remember wasn't the first time. Teacher, this time it really was an accident. Limu Orange said seriously. I clearly remember being back in my hospital bed by myself last night. But then I don't know why I woke up again in my teacher's bed. Does that mean that you're colluding with the idea that I had nothing better to do in the middle of the night than to carry you to my bed? Is that so? It's not impossible. I think you owe it to your girl. Looking at Yifeng's forehead with a face of black lines, Limu Orange also knew that her joke had gone too far. But the good thing was that it diverted a large portion of Yifeng's angry emotions that were there at the beginning. I'm sorry, teacher. Actually, it was probably because I was too sleepy last night, so I came to your room in a daze. Teacher. Limu Orange looked aside like a child who had done something wrong and muttered as she hid most of her body under the covers. You see, I brought back the towel last night. It was on the cabinet as well. And I'm really very sorry for accidentally coming into your room, teacher. After listening to Limu Orange's words, Yifeng also saw Limu Orange's towel on the cabinet. It seems that this time it was really the wrong room, as she said. But there's still something wrong. Just then, the door to the wardroom was suddenly knocked gently, followed by Li Jing's voice from outside. Yifeng, are you awake? Bad. It's father. After hearing Li Jing's voice, Limu Orange had a jolt. She had forgotten that Li Jing would come to visit her in the morning, and all of a sudden, she panicked and looked at Yifeng with a look of help. Muchan, why don't you tell it to your father? No way. Teacher, guess if my father heard this reason, do you think he would believe it after being in the business world for so long? That's true. What then? I can only ask you to commit yourself a little. Teacher, commiserate? What do you mean? Without waiting for Yifeng to finish his question, Limu Orange rolled over Yifeng's body and lay on the other side, followed by burrowing into the quilt, putting one hand on Yifeng's chest and burrowing her head into Yifeng's arms. Mu Orange, what are you? Shoo, Limu Orange, who was under the covers, whispered. Teacher, don't be so loud. Just avoid father. Don't let him know I'm here, please. Chapter 112, Victim Yifeng. Yifeng, did you hear that? Outside the door, Li Jing's voice sounded again, this time apparently a few decibels louder. Looking at Limu Orange, who had firmly covered the quilt, Yifeng had no choice but to do as Limu Orange wanted. After all, if this was discovered by Li Jing that his daughter was in his room, then something would really happen. Maybe someday I'll be walking home and get knocked out by a bunch of men in black and abducted into a car, and wake up again to a bunch of philosophical muscular men looking at me with smiles on their faces. Ahem. Yifeng seemed to be associating bad images and hurriedly pulled the horrible images out of his mind. Sorry, President Li, I was just getting dressed. Yifeng looked at the doorway of the ward and said loudly, followed by swallowing a mouthful of saliva to turn back and look at the quilt to see if Limu Orange was hiding well. Is it convenient for me to come in now? There's something I want to ask you. Of course, President Li, please come in. The door of the ward opened in response to Yifeng's words just after he finished speaking. Li Jing looked around the ward seemingly searching for something and slowly walked to Yifeng. Looking at the natural-looking Yifeng, Li Jing also found a stool and sat on it. Yifeng, did Mu Orange come to your room just now? No. What do you want with her? Yifeng replied without blushing. It's not much. Just now I was going to go say hello to Mu Orange, but I didn't see her in the hospital bed. I thought she ran to you. It's possible she went somewhere else. Maybe. Aha! Just as Li Jing was about to open his mouth seemingly wanting to say something, suddenly he heard Yifeng let out a grunt and his brows furrowed. Yifeng, are you alright? Why do I see that your expression is not right? Is there something wrong with your body? Li Jing asked caringly. Nothing. It's nothing. I just accidentally choked when I swallowed my saliva. President Li, you continue. Yifeng barely revealed a smile. Just now he only felt a pair of small hands slowly stroked on his belly, like a small snake, like a circle in his own arms. No need to think, also know that it is Limu Orange. This girl did bad things, but of course he didn't dare to act rashly in this situation now, knowing that the person in front of him was none other than Limu Orange's father. If he was found out, I'm afraid he'll be sent to silence him. Well, then, I'll go on. Yifeng trembled a little, and Li Jing's expression became a little impatient. Isn't this kid usually very calm? Why is he like this today? Hold. Sorry, go ahead. Yifeng clearly felt that Limu Orange's hand was actually unbuttoning her own hospital gown one by one, even though he wanted to stop her now. But now he guessed that if he made a little noise, Li Jing would find out, right? In the end, Yifeng could only pray that Li Jing would finish quickly. If he didn't stop Limu Orange, she would get more and more aggressive. Teacher's abs. Limu Orange's sharp nostrils pounded on Yifeng's clothes, and due to being buried under the covers for too long, coupled with the fact that Yifeng's strong smell was drilling towards her nostrils, her head became dizzy and her mind was already full of Yifeng's scent. Hey, I want to keep exploring like this. Father, please tell me more. I won't hesitate to eat you up. Li Jing took a deep breath before rearranging what he said and finally spoke. First of all, I'm very grateful to you for saving Mu Orange. I originally said that I would thank you in person on the day you woke up, but I postponed it to today in consideration of your physical condition. No. I just did what I was supposed to do. Yi Feng's speed of speech became slightly faster because he could feel that Mu Orange was about to unbutton all the buttons of his hospital gown, and his forehead was covered with a slight fine sweat. You brat. Never mind. I actually think so, now that you've just recovered. I do. See if you can accept it. President Li, you say. Considering that you've just recovered from a serious illness, so I would like to temporarily suspend Mu Orange's classes for the time being, and continue them after everything recovers for a period of time. Do you think that's okay? Of course, the salary will be as usual. Before Li Jing could finish his sentence, suddenly Yi Feng's quilt suddenly arched up, and the sudden scene startled both of the talking men. Li Jing was first startled, and just as he thought there was an assassin, he suddenly heard a cry of alarm from under the covers. I disagree. Mu Orange. Father. This I can actually explain. When Li Jing saw clearly that his daughter was sitting in Yi Feng's arms under the quilt, and at the same time Yi Feng's clothes buttons were all open, it was as if he understood what was going on in this instant, and he turned around in a hurry. The rising morning light poured through the window onto Li Jing's back, and he, who still had relatively thick black hair, became incredibly mottled under the glow. Yi Feng opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but looking at Mu Orange in his arms, whose hair was messy and who was still breathing heavily, he realized in an instant that he was afraid that whatever he said now would be useless. All the platitudes seemed to pale in the face of this scenario. President Li. Yi Feng was about to speak out but was interrupted by Li Jing, who had spoken with a lot of energy just now, but now he was as powerless as a frosted eggplant. Yi Feng. Pills are spicy. Pills seem spicy. Yi Feng was thinking that his corpse would be found in some unknown alley tomorrow, but he did not expect Li Jing to say these next words. You must be good to Mu Orange. Huh? Yeah. Li? President Li? Yi Feng looked at Li Jing, who stepped out of the door for a moment without slowing down, even to the point of wondering if he was hallucinating. But just then Mu Orange in her arms suddenly cheered and said excitedly towards Li Jing in the doorway. Thank you, Father. Father is so nice. Said Mu Orange did not wait for Yi Feng's reaction to pounce on Yi Feng, who was sitting on the hospital bed. Clunk. Ouch. No, what's wrong? Yi Feng looked at Mu Orange, whose forehead was almost about to smoke from his own flick, and his heart was speechless. Where did I go wrong? And sophistry. Looking at the beak swore not to admit fault Mu Orange. Yi Feng only felt that he was too good to her, so as a teacher's majesty is not set up at all. On the other hand, Mu Orange, who was enduring the pain and resisting, glared back at Yi Feng with a stubborn face. I'm pursuing the happiness that I belong to myself. Teacher, you don't have the right to stop me. How could I not stop it? I'm a victim. Chapter 113, Residual Bloodstains. In the end, Yi Feng had to end the farce by saying that he would continue to teach classes for Mu Orange. Remember to explain properly to your father later what happened, okay? I know. I'll tell my father thank you for your trust, and I'll work hand in hand with you, teacher. Yay! Looking at Mu Orange, who was looking at herself with a beak of dissatisfaction, Yi Feng sighed deeply. I see that you didn't listen at all. I know. I'll tell my father it's a misunderstanding. It was only under the threat of Yi Feng's stern eyes that Mu Orange finally muttered unwillingly. That's right. Well, it's about time. So Missy will ask you to go back first. Humph. Bad teacher. Mu Orange stomped her foot angrily, but on second thought, the events of today had already been enough to make herself conjecture for many days and nights, before slowly quieting down. Nah, sensei. When Yi Feng raised his head to see what other tricks Mu Orange wanted to play, suddenly two small slender hands held his waist and a soft little mouth kissed Yi Feng's face. Mu Orange. Mu Orange hurriedly fled under Yi Feng's surprise and finally ran to the door before turning back towards Yi Feng with a smile. Thank you, teacher. Mu Orange. The young girl's smile was full of complex feelings, but the face that was like a delicate flower in full bloom made Yi Feng's eyes freeze at this moment, and when he came back to his senses again there was no longer Mu Orange's figure at the door. This girl. Really? Alas. After the second comprehensive examination, the reply was that it was safe to leave the hospital. Yi Feng put on his clothes and walked towards Li Jing's place in order to return home quickly to see how Xie Yuyan was doing. Bang! 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 With the bodyguard's lead, Yi Feng came to an office space in the private area of the hospital, and after Yi Feng knocked on the door, Li Jing's voice came from inside. Who? President Li, it's me. Yi Feng. Yi Feng heard Li Jing's voice coming from the room after a sigh. Come in. Good. As soon as he entered the house, Yi Feng saw that Li Jing was lying on a chair with his eyes closed, and from his expression it seemed that he had not yet come out from the morning storm. That, President Li, actually. I know, Yi Feng, it's Mu Orange on purpose, isn't it? Yi Feng did not answer, but Li Jing already knew the answer. He knew that Yi Feng could not have done that kind of thing. It was just that seeing it was still a bit unacceptable. Say, what's up? I think I'm healthy enough, so it's about time to leave the hospital. Yi Feng replied as such. There's nothing wrong with that. Are you unsure about the fees? I've already done all that for you on this one. That's not what I meant. I came here because I wanted to talk to you. President Lee, about Moo Orange. About Moo Orange? Yes, Moo Orange may have been frightened by this incident, and although on the surface it looks like everything looks normal for her, I still see a hint of panic in her eyes in it, which is probably why she came to me despite being discovered by you. Is that so? I can't believe I didn't notice. That's why I want to talk to you. President Lee, about trying to ask the doctor to prescribe some tranquilizing medicine or medicinal food for Moo Orange before she goes to sleep, so as to help her recover later on, so that she doesn't fall sick. I see. Thank you Yi Feng. Li Jing didn't expect Yi Feng to be so considerate. Perhaps Moo Orange being with him was really a good choice. It's fine. By the way Mr. Lee, I wanted to ask Fu if he's doing better? Don't worry, Fu is out of life-threatening condition. It won't take long for him to be discharged. That's good. I still owe him money. Yi Feng said with a smile. Then President Lee, I will go home first. Please inform Moo Orange when she asks. Okay, do you need a driver to take you? No need to labor. Goodbye President Lee. Yi Feng said and left Li Jing's office. Li Jing looked at the doorway and laughed out in a rare manner, muttering something under his breath. Should I tell this kid to call me Uncle Lee next time? Drip, drip. Yi Feng stood downstairs in the apartment and watched the call, and the cell phone remained motionless after his expression gradually became serious. Something must have happened. Thinking of this, Yi Feng pressed the elevator button without making any stops at all, and as the elevator slowly rose eventually reached the floor where his home was located. With an uneasy heart, Yi Feng came to the door of the house with the key and opened the door without making any stop at all. Looking at the living room and the dark, Yi Feng also became gradually vigilant. After closing the door, his footsteps quietly check up the security situation everywhere. But as he checked all over, whether it is organized sheets, or folded clothes, or in the refrigerator that day also left their own dinner, looks like everything is so normal. But the only abnormal place is that Xia Yuyan is not there. Finally Yi Feng only in the living room table saw Xia Yuyan set up a pair of cell phones. This phone is also exactly their own to her when she bought, but she put it here as is to give back to their own. Could it be that she still chose to leave quietly? Maybe she has a life she's seeking to live? Looking at the several missed calls he dialed from his cell phone, as well as the missed text messages, Yi Feng already knew in his heart that Xia Yuyan had left for at least 3 days or more. Really gone. Well, at least she'll be happy, right? It's naturally impossible to live with someone like me. I'm already destined to have no future. Yi Feng heart mixed feelings. Somehow with Xia Yuyan's time together has made his life more colorful. Now she disappeared, everything seems to have changed a lot. This system, it's really bad. Just as well, maybe this is my destiny. After putting down Xia Yuyan's cell phone, Yi Feng headed to his bedroom to prepare for a good rest. Just as he was lying on his own bed sheets, he suddenly smelled a familiar odor. That smell, is it Xia Yuyan? It shouldn't be. It's been 3 days. If there was a smell, it should have dissipated long ago. Then it also means she's been back within the last day or two. Yi Feng snapped up and carefully examined his bedsheet. And sure enough, under his observation, he saw a faint trace of blood remaining on his bedsheet. Chapter 114 Life with You. This blood. Yi Feng tightened his brows, seeing something strange. If Xia Yuyan really wanted to live her own life, then this bloodstain was a big part of the problem. It seems like something must have happened to her. Could it be that she was found out by the people in the organization she was talking about? But this shouldn't be. How could something happen to her if she stayed at home and was fine? Whatever. We have to at least find her first. Ask all the questions then. Thought of this, Yi Feng immediately out of the room. But when he wanted to go to find Xia Yuyan, realized that he simply do not have any clues to find her. In this huge city, want to find Xia Yuyan, that is like looking for a needle in a haystack. One can't run around like a headless fly. Just how do we find Xia Yuyan's trail? Just as Yi Feng was thinking hard, he suddenly thought of something. It seems that before Moo Orange was in danger, the system was distributing tasks to himself, which was disguised as telling himself to go and save Moo Orange in danger as soon as possible. Does that mean that Xia Yuyan's situation is still relatively safe now? But what if this so-called urgent mission was just issued out of the blue? What if Xia Yuyan was really in trouble? Right at this moment, Yi Feng's consciousness suddenly sounded the system's voice. Ding! When Yi Feng hurriedly opened the system prompts to take a look, sure enough, the system had ordered an urgent task. Urgent mission, rescue Xia Yuyan hiding in the dilapidated building in District 7. Mission reward, unknown. Penalty for mission failure, erasure of the host. Gotta erase again. Why don't you just adjust my lifetime to 1 day? I'm either dying or on my way to dying. Even though Yi Feng was spitting in his heart, the speed at which he stepped out of the gate didn't change at all. Even if there wasn't a penalty for failing the mission, he would have saved Xia Yuyan without hesitation. After all, he had promised her that he would let her lead an independent life. This was his promise to Xia Yuyan. After taking the elevator out of the apartment, Yifeng immediately called a taxi and sped towards there according to the location suggested by the system. At the same time in the old building, Xia Yuyan was hiding in a safe passage full of wounds. In less than an hour after she killed the night cat, the members of the Dark Cabinet organization came one after another, and she knew that this must be related to the tracking device on the night cat. But after becoming an assassin of the Dark Cabinet, the organization will place a tracking chip in the body of the person concerned. And Xia Yuyan had not suffered a lot in order to take this thing off at the beginning. Hiss. Moving her injured body caused Xia Yuyan to suck in a breath of cool air in pain. She knew that she could no longer walk away and it was only a matter of time before she was caught. Looking at the bayonet in her hand, she had wanted to commit suicide several times as a way to free herself, and at the same time and let Yifeng be able to live safely. But when the sharp tip of the knife against her own throat, a wave of unwillingness as well as aggrieved feelings suddenly filled her whole body. Why? Why won't they leave me alone after all this? Am I not even allowed to pursue a little peace and quiet? Why was Yifeng willing to let himself get hurt to save that Limu orange, while he was like a lonely stray cat no one cared about? Yifeng, I miss you so much. I'd like to see you one last time. Cold snake, don't you hide. Eventually you'll be found. Lone Wolf's smug voice came from the old building. Looking at the dead night cat at his feet, a gloating expression appeared on his face. Looking at the blood on the ground from the fight, he also knew that Xia Yuyan must have been injured in the fight. Together with the goat who had come and the crowd of organizers, he walked towards the depths of the old building. I would advise you not to struggle unnecessarily. We are not as stupid as the night cats. Don't you want to live? As long as you surrender in peace, I promise I won't let you suffer. Lone Wolf said as he pulled a small, pungent jar out of his suit, opened it and poured the liquid from the jar onto his eagle claw blade. There was no more sound in the entire building except the echo of the Lone Wolf. Seeing that Xia Yuyan was still undeterred, the goat standing at the entrance gently stroked his beard, revealing a look of leisure and complacency. In his eyes this operation had already been won. Ha! You're so desperate. You've jumped over the wall. Earlier to recognize the reality is not nothing. Now the young people nah. Too impatient. Stab. With the sharp brakes of a car on the road, it stopped at the edge of an intersection. Thank you, master. No need to look for the rest. After Yifeng paid the fare to the driver, he immediately got out of the car, but looking around a deserted building full of abandoned after he momentarily also looked at the eyes. How am I supposed to find Xia Yuyan? Isn't it still so big? Suddenly Yifeng remembered that he had previously obtained a radar reward, and wouldn't it come in handy at this time? So Yifeng immediately took out a pair of electronic glasses through the system, seemingly signaling Yifeng to put them on. Sure enough, when Yifeng put on the electronic glasses, every old building around him showed its structure as well as the overall layout. Such a three-dimensional model made Yifeng a little more understandable, compared to the model of radar detection compared to C. In an old building in the center of the area can be seen on the roof of all the old buildings of the general appearance. This will be more effective and fast to assist themselves to find Xia Yuyan. After turning off the graphic in front of him through his consciousness, the glasses Yifeng was wearing also turned normal. Relying on the consciousness in his mind, he hurriedly ran towards the building that the radar was detecting. Damn! I don't seem to have anything left that can save my life, except for an antidote which seems to be a scapegoat doll. But I don't know what to do with this thing. Forget it, let's find Xia Yuyan first. As long as we can bring her out safely, it would be considered a success. Yifeng, curled up in the safe passage with her consciousness gradually blurring, Xia Yuyan was already about to be unable to hold on. The prolonged bleeding as well as the consumption of her spirit was almost about to gradually break her will. But even so, an inexplicable force was supporting her not to fall. I want to go back to him. I want to cook some more dishes for him. I want to go back to him. I want to cook him a few more dishes. I've learned some new dishes and I haven't made them yet, but it seems like it's all coming to an end. I'm sorry, Yifeng. If I had listened to you, I would have stayed home. But I couldn't leave you alone. Please forgive me, okay? I didn't mean to break our agreement. I want to have my own life too. Life with you. Chapter 115 100%. Hoo. Took a lot of effort to run to the top floor of the Yifeng non-stop began to search through the radar on the three-dimensional model of the display of the specific situation of the surrounding buildings. As expected, directly in front of a building outside, the two dressed in a strange way. It looks like they seem to look out. Do not have to think, also know that inside must be what happened. Xia Yuyan is probably in there, and I'm afraid these people are from the Dark Cabinet. But if you call Li Jing or Su Wanli's help may also cause trouble for Xia Yuyan or even yourself. It seems that you can only rely on yourself to get Xia Yuyan out. I have to admit that although the side effects of the ultimate capsule are hard to bear, but it is really useful at the critical moment. It seems that nowadays the only way is to rely on their own fighting skills to fight those people in close quarters. Even Xia Yuyan is not his opponent. These people must not be powerful. Thinking of this, Yifeng immediately set off in the direction of the building where Xia Yuyan might be. Phew! A member of the dark cabinet standing in the doorway shot a sigh of relief towards the ground, and a teammate beside him couldn't help but inquire at the sight. What's the matter? 3. Looking at you with an expression like you ate a fly without knowing it, you'd think you were dying. New guy? Ha! I'm celebrating the fact that I get to live another day. What do you know? The member codenamed 3 threw a look at the cutie at his teammate beside him. Look, do you know who is trapped in this building? I know. It's not just a killer in our pavilion. Lord Goat has already told us about it. An assassin? Ha! You think it's an ordinary assassin? That person is the Cold Snake, who has a 100% mission completion rate since the establishment of the Dark Cabinet. Her various skills are all above all killers, and she is even called the top killer of the Dark Cabinet. Even your immediate adult, Goat, is ranked at the back of the list. This man is so powerful? That's why you're so ill-informed. The reason you weren't told was so you newbies could be used as a shield. But you're lucky you were at least sent on a slightly cleaner and safer mission. So from what you've said, it looks like it's very safe. The man hadn't even finished speaking when suddenly a silhouette appeared behind the two men, and immediately after, in the blink of an eye, the man was knocked to the ground with a punch. Flop. The third is quite quick to react. Looking at the ground, unconscious newcomer hastily took out the pistol from the pocket. To know this time they perform the task of the place's Shu City. Due to the control is too strict, so they can only bring some small equipment and firearms apparatus and other weapons. In addition to those adults who have a good thing on the body outside of the ordinary killers like them have a pistol is considered a very good. Asterisk. Number 3 was aiming his gun at Yifeng and was ready to pull the trigger. But of course Yifeng could not give him the chance to move away from him. After settling the newcomer, he quickly walked to number 3, kicked at number 3's heel, clamped down on the hand that was gripping the pistol as he couldn't control his balance, and stomped on number 3's neck. Aha! Number 3 gritted his teeth and struggled hard. Looking at Yifeng, who was a stranger in front of him, he probably realized that this person should be the one who helped Xia Yuyan to hide, but he couldn't make any sound at all. This person, strong and terrifying. Cough, cough. As the man struggled to move less and less, he was then incapacitated. Looking at the two people lying on the ground not moving at all, Yifeng snatched the pistol in the hands of the third, and did not even wait to stay towards the depths of the old building. Finally found you, Cold Snake. Leaning against the wall, weak Xia Yuyan looked at the goat and the evil wolf in front of him. His heart could be said to have fallen to a low point. Sure enough, you guys found it after all. Evil wolf coldly smiled. Seems to see Xia Yuyan into this appearance. Heart is very satisfied. Hee. I said you are impossible to escape in my hands. Originally wanted to invite you back properly. It seems you are toast but not eat the punishment. Why not? Xia Yuyan didn't pay any attention to the evil wolf's words at all, but instead recalled the bits and pieces that she and Yifeng had experienced over Leaf Maple. Alright, evil wolf. Hurry up and take Cold Snake back to avoid any complications. We've stayed in this place for too long. It's not too late to leave quickly. Got it. Evil wolf faintly sent people forward to tie up Xia Yuyan. Just then, a few rounds of bullets were shot out from the shadows, instantly knocking down those who approached Xia Yuyan. Bang, bang, bang. There are others. Take cover. The fastest reacting bad wolf immediately backed up to find a place with cover, while touching his hand to a smoke bomb at his back waist. The goat also took out a small bomb of the same type as the night cat from his pocket and threw it in the direction of the source of the gunfire. And the rest of the Dark Cabinet members also took out their pistols ready to shoot. Noticing that something strange was happening, Xia Yuyan clenched her teeth and held onto the wall as she catwalked towards the corner of the passageway. Although she didn't know who the source of this gunshot was, she was at least able to take advantage of the chaos to escape. And as long as there was the slightest chance, she wouldn't give it up. Xia Yuyan, are you there? Just as Xia Yuyan heard a familiar voice drilling into her ears, her footsteps instantly stopped. Looking at Yifeng, who was a wall away from her, she couldn't wait to punch through the wall and then jump into his arms. He's coming. He's really coming. Yifeng, is it you? Am I not dreaming? It's already this time. You still have the mood to dream. Later on I'll go and help you stall this group of people. You take the opportunity to escape. Got it? It really wasn't a dream. A smile surfaced on Xia Yuyan's cold expression, as if she had seen the most beautiful picture. Don't dream or not dream. Do you hear me? Just then Xia Yuyan suddenly heard the sound of a small object crashing to the ground behind the wall. It sounded exactly like the bomb that Night Cat had used at that time, which made her shout out in a hurry. Yifeng, run! What is this? Before Yifeng behind the wall reacted, he only heard an explosion coming from behind the wall. The strong gunpowder blew the wall apart, and in an instant, the whole passageway was covered with dust and emitted the smell of nitrous smoke. No! Xia Yuyan yelled back at the ringing in her ears from the explosion. her pupils trembling as she walked towards the area behind the wall until she saw a bloody hand exposed in the rubble, her eyes instantly losing their luster. 50%, 60%, 90%, 100%. Well, any movement in there? After the goat finished dropping the explosives, the surrounding members were on alert as they walked towards the gap that had been blown open. The gunpowder smoke billowing out from inside momentarily blocked their vision, and just as one of the dark cabinet members was walking towards the gap, a bullet sprayed out through the smoke and dust, striking the man precisely in the vitals. Retreat! Pull back! The goat, who was hiding behind the bunker, immediately commanded orders down, and the members who were ordered to do so fired indiscriminately towards the gap, while retreating in the direction behind them. But their actions seemed to be taken as if they had been fully penetrated, and as a bullet was fired from the gap, they were killed by a single shot wherever they fled to, until the last member fell, and the sound of a pistol empty and hanging up rang out from the gap. Chapter 116. Great, you're fine, she's out of bullets, go on. The goat hiding behind him looked around in the middle of his words and realized that other than the evil wolf behind the pillar, he was the only one left in the entire Dark Pavilion team. The reason why they could be so arrogant just now was because Xie Yuyan was seriously injured, but the sudden change of events made them momentarily unable to defend themselves, and in just a few breaths the people they brought with them had already been annihilated by Xie Yuyan with very few left. Damn, is this woman a monster? How come she's still alive and kicking? Evil Wolf tensed his nerves and stared at the gap, always keeping an eye on Xie Yuyan's movements. The smoke bomb in his hand had already pulled the pull ring, but if there was the slightest mishap, he would use the technique he was most proud of. Snap, tap, tap, with the gap and the flash out of a silhouette, Xie Yuyan from which slowly walked out, in her hand holding a bayonet, and towards her eyes will find that a dark blue lax open pupil covered the entire eyeball, like a dead sea. Any fall into the people will be 10 deaths without life. Sharp-eyed goat looked at the wounds on Xie Yuyan's body is still seeping blood. Through the whole day's pursuit think she must have been at the end of the road. Immediately took out a pistol from his arms, was about to aim at Xie Yuyan to shoot when a flying dagger attacked and plunged straight into the goat's head. How? The goat looked at this scene incredulously. How could he think, but he couldn't understand why Xie Yuyan threw flying daggers that even he couldn't react to, and collapsed to the ground with wide eyes. After watching the goat fall, Xie Yuyan moved her gaze to the evil wolf in a suit and spoke as if looking at a dead man. You're next. The bad wolf didn't say much, but from the terrified look in his eyes it was clear that he was already fearful of this terrifying appearance of Xie Yuyan, and the goat's gun was too far away from him. If he insisted on picking it up instead, he would be actively exposing his weakness. No way. You'll die if you keep this up. I have to fight. Bad Wolf glanced down at the venom-stained eagle claw blade. As long as he could inflict wounds on her, he himself could escape. Those who had been poisoned by this poison would be in pain like a million worms devouring their hearts for a short period of time, and would eventually bleed out of their 7 orifices and die. As for the antidote, there is none. Yeah. The bad wolf threw a smoke bomb towards Xie Yuyan's feet, and as the smoke gas exploded from the concrete floor, Xie Yuyan was immediately enveloped in smoke. Xie Yuyan stood motionless and unresponsive, seemingly waiting for the arrival of the vicious wolf, her 2 eyes gazing ahead listlessly. Shoo! Just then the vicious wolf behind Xie Yuyan suddenly rushed out from the smoke, slashing towards Xie Yuyan's back with the eagle-clawed knife in his hand. Watching the knife in his hand getting closer and closer to Xie Yuyan while she did not take any action made the evil wolf's heart rejoice, as if victory was smiling towards him. But just as the tip of the knife was about to pierce into Xie Yuyan's back, her body immediately reacted, while adjusting her body's facing direction, and a whip kick struck the vicious wolf's belly. The evil wolf ate the pain and was kicked back into the smoke. The powerful force caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Forcing himself to endure the pain, he re-entered the smoke. It's impossible. Facing so many wounds, her strength increased instead of decreasing. It's too unreasonable. What on earth happened? Did she take some kind of stimulant or something? No. This kind of one-sided attack on her back is useless. Only the initiative to attack her front. No protection added. She can only use fists and feet, but whereby their own cuts on the knife to take care of everything. Thinking of this, the evil wolf stabbed towards Xie Yuyan's direction again, this time straight towards Xie Yuyan's belly. Drink! Seeing that he is about to get his hands on her, the bad wolf tried his best to get his hands on her this time. Otherwise it would be even harder for him to kill her when Xie Yuyan is on the defensive. Stab! With the sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh, the evil wolf watched in surprise as his eagle claw blade slashed Xie Yuyan's arm, and as he was preparing to run away, a pitch-black muzzle pointed at him. Guns? At first, the evil wolf was startled by the gun that Xie Yuyan pointed at her head, but reacted to the fact that there were no bullets in her gun at this time and then laughed out loud in triumph. Cold Snake, have you lost your mind? You think I didn't hear the sound of no bullets in your gun just now? Xia Yuyan didn't say anything, just looked at him coldly. I'll see how much longer you can be stable. The evil wolf laughed maniacally, stretching out a hand to pinch the muzzle of Xia Yuyan's pistol and said playfully, "Do you know what's in my knife? A poison that can kill you in a short period of time. If you want the antidote, I advise you to let me go. Maybe I'll tell you the location of the antidote when I'm in a good mood." "So what?" "Oh, scared. Wait, what did you say?" "And, you still have to die," said Xia Yuyan. Pressed the trigger, only to hear a gunshot. The expression of the frozen evil wolf fell to the ground. Until he died he did not understand why Xia Yuyan in the face of poisoning can still be so frank. Is not she before to live and run away? Why is she not even afraid of death now? And where did the bullet in the gun come from? But he doesn't get another chance to figure that out. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Xia Yuyan glanced down at the wound on her arm, not caring in the slightest to throw the gun in her hand by the side of an unmoved dark cabinet member, and walked towards the direction of the gap without turning her head back. Just after Xia Yuyan stepped into the gap, she looked at the bombed ruins for a moment, froze. The original Yifeng revealed his hand at this time but disappeared. She tilted her head step by step to the ruins and fixed her eyes on the ruins, and found that in the corner of the ruins of a person is gasping for breath, staring blankly at their own. 100%, 80%, 50%, 30%. Xia Yuyan's eyes gradually widened. The original eyes of her pupils became normal again, and her lips trembled slightly as if she wanted to say something. "I'm sorry, I wasn't able to help with anything." Yifeng was the first to speak, his tone full of helplessness. Yifeng? It's me. You're okay? It looks like it. But look at the wounds on you." Before Yifeng could finish, Xia Yuyan jumped headlong into Yifeng's arms, followed by the sound of a voice full of tearful sobs. Great. You're okay." Chapter 117, Antidote. It's okay. Yifeng hugged the stiff body of Xia Yuyan. Smelling the smell of blood emanating from her body, he knew that these days Xia Yuyan must have had a terrible time, and couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt in his heart. Why didn't you come here earlier? Xia Yuyan, you're seriously injured. I'll take you to the hospital now. You must hold on. Just as Yifeng was about to move, he did not expect Xia Yuyan to stop her and said with a smile on her face, "It's useless. I've been hit by a poison that looks like it has no antidote." "Nah. Poison? What poison?" "I don't know. It looks like a terrible poison." "Nah. Then why don't you look scared at all?" "Put." Xia Yuyan lay on Yifeng's shoulder and snorted out a laugh, but due to her injuries she coughed violently a few more times. "Fool. Don't you understand? Because you're by my side." Xia Yuyan lifted her head with difficulty and aimed her lips at Yifeng's ear, her tone becoming weaker and weaker. "I thought I would never see you again. Nah. I didn't expect you to be just like that day when we first met, coming to my side when I needed it the most. Now I believe that all of this is God's will." "Xia Yuyan, but you know what, Yifeng? It seems like I can't accompany you to see the new house." "Nah." Xia Yuyan's gasps became more and more pronounced. The powerlessness in her body and the pain from the toxins spreading out made her still struggling to try and finish the rest of her words. "I actually learned a few new dishes to make for you now, but it seems like I don't have that chance anymore." "Xia Yuyan, you wait." "Yifeng." Xia Yuyan interrupted Yifeng and continued, "Can you answer me a question? I just want to hear your answer. You said, have you ever liked me? Even just a little bit? Not too much, just a little?" Yifeng didn't say anything, but eventually nodded. He. Xia Yuyan suddenly laughed as if she had gotten her way, muttering under her breath, "It's me who won it." Just then, Xia Yuyan only felt that her heart was just as the evil wolf had said. A piercing pain caused her to close her eyes, but she still clenched her teeth and behaved herself by leaning into Yifeng's arms. "At least, let me die quietly in the arms of my favorite person." Right at this moment, Xia Yuyan only felt a pain in her shoulder, and when she opened her eyes, she realized that Yifeng was holding a potion in his hand and injecting something towards her shoulder. "Hey, Yifeng, what's this?" This is the antidote. I just picked it up off the ground," Yifeng said without blushing or jumping. "The ground? Picked it up? Then why do you know this is the antidote?" Xia Yuyan suddenly felt a coldness in her heart. The original intense pain was rapidly dissipating, and her wound stopped oozing blood, solidifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. "It has the word antidote written on it." "Oops, whatever." Yifeng threw the syringe in his hand out of the window and wrapped Xia Yuyan in his arms. "Well, feeling better now? It doesn't hurt anymore. But this antidote, why do you still think so much? Maybe they dropped it out of carelessness. Well, let's go home quickly." Xia Yuyan blinked her eyes, seemingly understanding something. "So that's it. I'm sure this is your handiwork too. Yifeng, just how many more secrets have you left undiscovered?" Well, alright, you can rest for a while. Are you alright if these people don't care?" "It's okay." Xia Yuyan's face suddenly changed, and a large portion of the joy she felt just now was suddenly missing. Someone will wipe their ass for them. Home. Back home Yifeng will Xie Yuyan back to the sofa, all the way since he is holding Xie Yuyan, thought of going upstairs to help her up, but was Xie Yuyan refused. Phew, I'm exhausted. Yifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead leaning back on the sofa breathing heavily. Yifeng, are you really okay? Xie Yuyan took the opportunity to lean her head on Yifeng's shoulder and suddenly opened her mouth to ask, it's fine, don't you see that my body is fine? I was only shocked by the aftershocks of the previous explosion. There's nothing serious. Yifeng snorted and casually explained. In fact, he vaguely remembered that the grenade had landed precisely at his feet, and just as he thought that it would end there, the system's voice came out in his head. Ding, the host has been fatally wounded. Automatically use the item prop scapegoat mannequin, that's why you survived yourself, right? Yes. Well, alright, now that the threat has been cleared, Xia Yuyan, you can just rest and relax. No, I'm not done talking yet nah. Xia Yuyan couldn't help but unbutton the buttons on her collar as she spoke. Strange. Why did my body suddenly become so hot? Is it because of the inflammation of the wound? Is there anything else? Aren't we already safe? Actually, I wanted to apologize to you. Apologize? For what? Because I was there that day when Yifeng you went to the manor to save Limu Orange. What? You went too? When? It was after you entered the manor. I didn't want you to get hurt, so I secretly took out the base of that group of mercenaries. And just as I was about to leave I was discovered by someone in the organization by mistake. So that's why. I said why are you being hunted? Didn't I say not to let you mess around? You are really not listening to any advice at all. Yifeng's tone was obviously serious for a few minutes, but Xia Yuyan sounded extraordinarily comfortable. She knew that Yifeng was actually worried about himself. I'm sorry, I just didn't want you to get hurt. Alas. Never mind, let bygones be bygones. You did it out of the goodness of your heart too, but it's all right now. Everything's safe. Xia Yuyan did not say anything, but only lowered her eyes with a complex expression. Also, in the future, don't act on your own without telling me without saying anything. I'll get angry if I find out about it. Hey, got it. Get real with me. Yifeng, you're still so gentle. Xia Yuyan's eyes gradually became mesmerized. Her chest felt like there was a roaring fire burning itself. Even with her strong determination she was about to lose control. Yifeng, it seems like I've become a bit strange. Chapter 118 A Poison in the Antidote. Watching Xia Yuyan talking nonsense again Yifeng also took it for granted and calmly stood up from the sofa. Without the support of Yifeng's shoulder, Xia Yuyan planted herself in the middle of the sofa with a cry of surprise, and looked at Yifeng's exasperated mouth as he left without reminding himself. Really, Yifeng, you don't know how to be compassionate at all. Don't put a hat on me. How come I'd become a bad person in your mouth instead? Yifeng took Xia Yuyan's cell phone and handed it over to her. Next time don't get ahead of yourself like that or I'll have to clean you up. Had ha. Xia Yuyan took the cell phone handed over by Yifeng and put it aside. All of a sudden she opened her arms and jumped into Yifeng's embrace once again. Sniffing Yifeng's scent of a hot heart only slightly improved. How come this woman is the same as Limu Orange? She's become so clingy? Yifeng also did not interfere too much. Let Xia Yuyan rubbing on his chest. Now he just want to rest and rest. Thinking back in the old building, if he did not have the effect of a mannequin, I'm afraid that he would have been. Xia Yuyan, after this time you stay at home without fear and don't go out again, okay? Yifeng, what's wrong? Am I sick? I always feel so uncomfortable. What? Yifeng listened to Xia Yuyan's weak tone of voice all of a sudden became nervous. It is hard to believe that this antidote does not solve the toxin in Xia Yuyan's body, but this thing is the system output of the thing according to reason should not appear accident. That's right. This antidote seems to have mentioned before that there will be side effects once injected. Is it possible that the reason why Xia Yuyan seems to be in so much pain is because of the side effects? Xia Yuyan, where are you sick? Do you have a fever or does it hurt somewhere? I'll go down and buy you medicine. No, it's not the pain. Xia Yuyan rolled over in an instant and sat on Yifeng's lap with her buttocks, facing Yifeng towards his face and exhaling burning breath. So hot. Through the contact of their skin, Yifeng instantly felt that Xia Yuyan's body temperature was like a boiling kettle, and her ruddy face and mesmerized eyes revealed a strong sense of flirtation. Yifeng, my chest is so tight. Can you help me? Really, it's really hard to bear. Xia Yuyan pressed on Yifeng's body making him unable to move, and only now did Yifeng realize the seriousness of the situation. Xia Yuyan, will you calm down first? How about you take a cold shower? Maybe it'll be okay to cool down. It's useless. These are useless. Xia Yuyan shook her head and interrupted Yifeng's words. Her two deep blue eyes flashed brightly staring straight at Yifeng's lips. Yifeng, it's all your fault. Since you're the cause of my parchedness, you're the only one who can put it out. Saying that, Xia Yuyan bent her head down towards Yifeng's lips and kissed him. Xia Yuyan, wait. Yifeng realized that it was not good, and was trying to find a reason to escape from the scene, but Xia Yuyan did not give him any chance to react and leave. Not only did she rely on her weight to prevent Yifeng from getting up, but she also controlled Yifeng's hands so that he could not move. Xia Yuyan, wait. Yifeng inclined his head, swallowing a large mouthful of saliva without realizing it. But when he reopened his mouth he was blocked again by Xia Yuyan. No matter which place he fled to he would always be surrounded by Xia Yuyan's precision. Hissy. Yifeng looked at Xia Yuyan's tender eyes with wide open eyes, also gradually stopped resisting, sitting frozen on the sofa at the mercy of Xia Yuyan. Well, gar, poo chu, ha, hum, hissy, zip, gore. With the passage of time Yifeng also gradually lost consciousness. When Yifeng slowly opened his eyes but realized that he was already lying on his bed, followed by a soft and flirtatious voice in his ears. Yeah. Yifeng, you're awake. Xia Yuyan? Yifeng inclined his head to look at Xia Yuyan, who was lying on the same side as himself, was looking at himself with a smile he had never seen before. What's going on with me? And why are you in my bed? Yifeng frowned tightly, trying to recall what happened before, but no matter what he couldn't remember. He only remembered that he lost himself on the sofa and broke off immediately after. What? I can't lay in your bed, Ak? No, that's not what I meant. Pooh hey. Xia Yuyan looked at Yifeng, who was only a punch away from her, and stole a laugh covering her mouth. Yifeng, you can't renege on your debt. Rely on the debt? Xia Yuyan, what do you mean? Aha! Yifeng still did not understand his current situation when suddenly found Xia Yuyan stretched out, a flawless white smooth and tender arm gently stroked his cheek. You didn't. Yifeng stared wide-eyed before he could finish his sentence. Suddenly a warm delicate body stuck up. Shoo, it's not just me. Why is that? You still have the nerve to say nah. Xia Yuyan gazed deeply into Yifeng's eyes, as if she wanted to memorize his appearance in her eyes, and spoke happily. I can't imagine that you are such a person. Yifeng, to sneak poison into the antidote. How despicable. Poisoning? No. Xia Yuyan, you are mistaken. In fact, this antidote has side effects. But what side effects actually I don't know. Well, I believe you. Xia Yuyan diffidently perfunctorily said, not forgetting to gently pinch Yifeng's cheeks. See Xia Yuyan, this tone of voice. Yifeng also know that she did not believe in himself at all. But now the embarrassing status quo so that he did not dare to move. A slight touch, he can feel Xia Yuyan's smooth and delicate skin. Xia Yuyan. After just a while, Yifeng looked at Xia Yuyan, who was blinking continuously at him, and opened his mouth. Do you know what happened to us? I know, Ak. That. What was that? You say nah. Xia Yuyan suddenly raised a bad smile, narrowing her eyes and pursing her lips. Of course, what's supposed to happen is happening. Seeing Yifeng fixed in place like a wooden statue, Xia Yuyan also pouted until she pinched Yifeng on the face and woke him up before she was satisfied. Really? It's hard not to forget such an important time by this nerd. This guy can't be pretending to deny it. Chapter 119, The Unwilling to Let Down. Hey, Yifeng, don't think about reneging on my debt. This matter is all because of you. I'm the victim. Xia Yuyan, wait. I haven't reacted yet. Reaction? What reaction do you want? Xia Yuyan was also angry by Yifeng's words. Combined with half a day they have been diligently plowing. Yifeng is like a nobody. Now even know nothing. This where she can stand. So Xia Yuyan will caress in Yifeng's face. Hand smoothly pressed his chin. In Yifeng surprised when a mouth kissed up. Well, Yifeng was startled by this sudden kiss from Xia Yuyan. Xia Yuyan, you. What's wrong with me? Me. Xia Yuyan beamed with a lot of dissatisfaction in her heart, and even developed a lot of resentment towards Yifeng. You're the kind of negative person who eats water and scolds the person who digs the well. Thanks to me trusting you so much. No. Xia Yuyan, can you let me run through it first? My mind is really messed up right now. Run it then. If you dare to say a word I don't like to hear, then. Xia Yuyan said and glared fiercely at Yifeng, as if telling him that the consequences would be serious. Yifeng brainstormed for a while. He even thought about all the possible omissions from beginning to end, but seeing that there were no problems, then the side effect mentioned in the system was Mei. Ugh. Yifeng sighed heavily. Where could he have expected that the side effects of the antidote would be this thing? If he knew that he would not have been able to be on the sofa and still be so close to Xia Yuyan. Now it's good. He seems to have really fallen in. Seeing that Yifeng appeared to be accepting the reality, Xia Yuyan also smiled happily, lifting her head and kissing gently on Yifeng's face. Good Yifeng, I'm going to take a bath. You rest for a while. Just leave the rest to me to clean up. No. Xia Yuyan, you wait. Yifeng heard Xia Yuyan's words, instantly realized that she was to get up, and quickly stood up, but he ultimately failed to pull her. Looking at the spring light leaked red-faced Xia Yuyan turned back towards himself to reveal a shy expression. and finally slowly left the room It's true. Sure enough, it's all true. I seem to be real. It's over. Yifeng looked at the clothes that fell on the side of his bed, and lifted the quilt to look at a touch of red on the bedsheet. His brain was as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer and knocked on it so hard that he did not dare to accept the reality that he saw in front of him. What the hell to do about this? Ha! Yifeng, you're clean. Xia Yuyan tied her apron and looked at Yifeng, who walked out from the bathroom with a bath towel with a dull gaze and skimmed her mouth. Why do you always feel that Yifeng's reaction has suddenly become much slower? Could it be that he accidentally hurt him? Washed up. Yifeng shakily sat on the sofa, still holding a slightly moist towel in his hand. It seems that the impact of this incident on him is not small. Really, it's not a relief at all. Xia Yuyan placed the spatula aside, turned down the fire on the stovetop, and slowly walked over to Yifeng's face to take the towel in his hand. How come you were quite smart before and now you look like a dork? You see, you came out without even wiping your hair. Xia Yuyan whispered while wiping the water stains on Yifeng's hair with the towel in her hand. I'll have the meal ready in a few minutes, so you can taste my newfound skills from a few days ago. Xia Yuyan, let's stop this. Xia Yuyan's hand suddenly stopped without moving, then continued to wipe Yifeng's hair. Really, you don't scare me. There are some things I hear that I would take seriously. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Yifeng lowered his head and did not look at Xia Yuyan's eyes. His tone was cold and indifferently different from his previous self. Xia Yuyan stopped moving and cupped the towel in her hands. Why? Why did you say that? Yifeng? Because I can't be with you. Can't be together? Hearing Yifeng's words, the smile at the corner of Xia Yuyan's mouth gradually solidified, and her light-hearted tone came to an abrupt end, and the entire living room was silent except for the sound of stew on the stove. Why? Why did you say that? Yifeng, didn't you all admit that you have a crush on me? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Obviously also promised to let me live the life I want. Could it all be a lie? Xia Yuyan still had some sense, but emotionally she had already collapsed, staring at Yifeng's head after asking several questions in a row and breathing sharply. I can't give you the life you want. Yifeng gritted his teeth and held his tongue for a long time before saying these words. Before he thought for a long time in the bathroom. In fact, he and Xia Yuyan together, he was also very happy. And even whenever he went home to look at the scene of a person waiting for his dinner will make him feel that this kind of life may also be his own dream. But all this is really allowed? But where he has this system for one day, he will not be able to live a peaceful life, let alone a happy life. The reason why he had a good feeling towards Xia Yuyan was why he was unwilling to let her be victimized by himself. Someone like him did not deserve such a good life. So when Yifeng learned that he and Xia Yuyan had experienced something special, what he felt was fear. Fear that he would become intoxicated and harm such a good girl as Xia Yuyan. One has to be responsible for everything about her if one really likes her. And if it's just for a moment's pleasure, then how is it different from those organizations that persecuted her? I'm sorry, Xia Yuyan, I can't be with you. Why? Can you at least give me a reason? Is there something I'm not doing well enough? Or that I'm not as good as the others? I can change all of these. Yifeng, don't be so sure. Okay, just like you said, everything will be fine, won't it? Xia Yuyan was desperately trying to change Yifeng's perception, and there was even a plea in her tone. Why is it like this? Is all the time we spent together a bubble? Yifeng, why are you so desperate? Xia Yuyan, actually. Yifeng raised his head halfway through his words and suddenly saw that Xia Yuyan was staring at herself with her head tilted. No expression could be seen on her pretty face, just like a dummy model in a clothes shopping store. Seeing this, Yifeng shivered. A piercing chill penetrated into his back spine. He had never seen Xia Yuyan have such a strange look. Chapter 120, Ambiguous Relationship. Xia Yuyan? Are you listening? Yifeng was startled by Xia Yuyan's strange appearance, and his voice gradually grew a few points louder. Xia Yuyan didn't open her mouth, but only nodded slightly, looking like she still maintained some sanity. Actually, I don't want to. Yifeng sighed deeply, looking at Xia Yuyan's tone of voice. His heart is not good. The reason why he would be so desperate or because of this system, he did not dare to gamble, and even more so, he did not dare to take Xia Yuyan's feelings for his own to gamble. I'm sorry. Just when Yifeng felt at a loss as to how to answer Xia Yuyan, he did not expect her to take the lead and open her mouth. I'm sorry, Yifeng. It's because I was too emotional. Xia Yuyan? Yifeng looked at Xia Yuyan sitting beside him for a moment without reacting. He did not expect Xia Yuyan to say this sentence. Yifeng, actually you have your own hard feelings, don't you? Xia Yuyan suddenly smiled and reached out her hand to hold Yifeng's stiff palm, the calculations in her heart a few points more certain. Sure enough then, it was good to see Yifeng's tangled eyes. Or else he might have been overwhelmed by his emotions long ago. Xia Yuyan recalled that she was in a hurry to get Yifeng to respond to her feelings, but she had forgotten the mystery of his body. The strange drug taken when one is in danger is one's benefactor on the grounds of providence. and the antidote that suddenly appears after one has been poisoned. I'm afraid that these phenomena that can't be explained are also the reason why Yifeng has been keeping a distance from himself. Although it was as if she was carrying out a feeling similar to a mission, Xia Yuyan could feel that Yifeng's feelings for her were real, and thankfully controlled herself. Otherwise the situation would have been much more serious. Where Yifeng did not notice, Xia Yuyan retracted the hand that was touching her waist and was much more rational after taking a light breath. Looking at Xia Yuyan, who turned into a normal-looking person at once, Yifeng blinked sluggishly, and in his heart, he was glad that nothing had happened. But what was the meaning of the unspeakable secret in Xia Yuyan's mouth? Hard to say? You know all about it? Maybe. Xia Yuyan replied without hesitation, her deep blue eyes blinking quietly as if she had discovered something. Yifeng is saying this because he doesn't have a stable life yet, now fearing that he can't give me happiness, right? Hey! Hearing Xia Yuyan's this word, Yifeng were all for one. Originally still thinking about how to explain, he couldn't help but nod his head when he heard Xia Yuyan's reason. Ah, yes. Oh, so that's how it is. After receiving Yifeng's acknowledgement, Xia Yuyan's fox-like cunning eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of her mouth also sketched out a smile that could not be easily detected. In fact, through Yifeng's initial stammering she understood the reason why Yifeng was so entangled, but he definitely wouldn't tell this secret to himself. So Xia Yuyan went along with Yifeng's intention to take the liberty of interpreting a reason. But this reason had a close relationship with herself. Once Yifeng admitted it in person, it would mean that he had already fallen into the trap that he had set. Perhaps Yifeng himself didn't realize that he had fallen into the pit that Xia Yuyan had dug beforehand, eager to change the topic but omitting other important places. Okay, so is it okay with you if we just get along now like we did before? Xia Yuyan, in order to not let Yifeng rethink the promise he just made, hastily pulled him towards the restaurant place. It's okay. But Xia Yuyan, you really won't mind? After all, we've been through this before. Yifeng instantly shut his mouth in the middle of his sentence, as if he was too embarrassed to open his mouth to speak about what came next. Oh, Xia Yuyan let go of Yifeng's hand slowly around to behind Yifeng, secretly hugged him, while slowly put his mouth to Yifeng's ear, quietly said, What have we been through? Experienced? Yifeng held his tongue for a long time without speaking, and finally sighed. No, nothing. Yifeng, where's that arrogance you had at the beginning? How come you've turned into a soft and weak look now? Oops, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and eat. Yifeng is now really dare not put Xia Yuyan how, although he is to save her. But the antidote matter has caused a bigger farce, knowing that he can only pretend not to hear. Really, how come you don't say a word now like a mope? Xia Yuyan poked Yifeng's face with her beak, and only after the two of them sat down at the dining table and prepared to eat did they stop the farce. Come on, Yifeng, you try my newly learned potato beef stew. Xia Yuyan picked up a pile of beef and put it to Yifeng's mouth. No, Xia Yuyan, you can just put it in my bowl. I'll eat it myself. Well, poof. Seeing the beef successfully stuffed into Yifeng's mouth, only then did Xia Yuyan take back her chopsticks, muttering, Really, tell you to eat and you eat? Where are all the reasons? Coo. Yifeng helplessly chewed for a long time before swallowing the beef and said after pursing the sauce from his lips, Xia Yuyan, you should at least give me a greeting in advance. You're trying to choke me to death. It's not because you're dragging your feet. Yifeng, how nice to be more straightforward. Xia Yuyan rested her chin on one hand, and with the other hand, she took out another carefully selected piece of beef from the pot and put it into Yifeng's bowl. Well, it tastes okay, doesn't it? Well, you don't say. Yifeng ate the beef in the bowl into his mouth while also giving a thumbs up towards Xia Yuyan. Xia Yuyan, the flavor of your cooking is really getting better and better. The sauce you mix is also very tasty. I just don't know why this beef is so hard to chew. It can't be helped. This piece of meat can't be stewed, so I had to cut it into small pieces and cook it a little bit. Saying that, Xia Yuyan picked out another piece of beef and put it into Yifeng's bowl. Alright, Xia Yuyan, don't clip food into my bowl. I'll eat it myself. Yifeng hurriedly interrupted. He always felt that now Xia Yuyan in his life gradually some ambiguity. At first he did not feel out. Now looking back and thinking about it, he found that she is much bolder than before. After that kind of thing happened, is she not embarrassed? At least that's. Alas, it's just that. Yifeng suddenly realized that Xia Yuyan was constantly picking out beef from the pot. But wasn't there beef everywhere in the pot? Why do you have to pick it like this? There is no fat or thin to speak of. Is it hard to believe that there is some other way to eat this beef that most people don't know about? Chapter 121, the cake hasn't been eaten yet. Xia Yuyan, eventually feeling curious. Yifeng opened his mouth. What's wrong? What are you doing? I'm picking out the beef. Xia Yuyan's relaxed tone appeared to be enjoying herself. Even the rice in her bowl had not moved a single bite until now. Pick beef? Isn't it all beef in the pot? There's nothing to pick. Of course it's necessary to pick it out. Look at the parts one picked out are all the essence. Yifeng, you'll have to eat them all later. What? Finish eating? So much? Looking at the layer of small pieces of beef on the surface of the pot, Yifeng couldn't help but widen his eyes. Although his appetite is not small, but so much beef naturally can't be eaten. Not much? Just one. What kind of math are you doing? Couldn't it be that you've been screwed by a merchant? Yifeng said with a smile. Everyone else buys meat by the pound. Where do you get it by the? Suddenly Yifeng didn't open his mouth to speak again, but shifted his gaze to the beef in the pot, only to see him wincing as he stretched out his chopsticks to pick up the beef that had not been selected by Xia Yuyan. The moment he bit down, that soft and delicious flavor blossomed out, completely different from the taste of the beef he had just eaten. Xia Yuyan. Yifeng gulped a mouthful of water before raising his head to look at Xia Yuyan with a horrified expression. This beef that you picked up is from that part? Isn't that obvious? Of course it's bull %. #la. Clunk. A pair of chopsticks slipped from Yifeng's hand. Xia Yuyan, who was still carefully selecting for Yifeng, raised her head to look at Yifeng suspiciously when she saw this. Yifeng, what's wrong with you? What did you just say? What am I eating? Beef. What part of the beef? Of course it's a cow. #la. What's wrong? What's the problem? Big problem. Yifeng stood up from his chair with a slap of his hands on the table, rubbing his hands together. Where did you get this thing? Of course it was purchased online before, and it was delivered to your doorstep with free shipping. How is it? Don't you feel energized after eating it? Oh, Xia Yuyan said as one of Yifeng's hands pinched both sides of her face. My auntie, yeah. Can't you get some normal ingredients? Wouldn't normal beef stew with potatoes be enough? Why are you adding all this weird stuff? What the hell? Xia Yuyan spread her arms and opened Yifeng's hand, disgruntledly pressing Yifeng back into his seat. I think Yifeng, you are the farmer and the snake. I obviously spent so much money to buy it from the internet. Who knows that you even dislike it? If it wasn't for the sake of your body, I wouldn't be willing to buy it. In the end, you're still not satisfied with it. It's too disappointing to me. Xia Yuyan had confused Yifeng with several words in a row, and only after a long time of reaction did he faintly speak. This money, how did you get it? I used your cell phone to transfer it to me. Isn't it still my money in the end? Isn't that the equivalent of using my money? This is what I deserve. I've paid so much for you. Yifeng, washing sheets and cooking, don't I deserve my fair share? I can't imagine that you're such a shameless person. You really are. Too disappointing to me. Is this like that? Only after being forcefully forced to finish her own unique portion of beef did Xia Yuyan return to her normal attitude, sitting on the sofa right next to Yifeng. Yifeng, have you eaten enough? Yifeng threw a wink at Xia Yuyan, then turned back. I'm actually doing this all for your sake. Who told us yesterday? Hey. Stop. I know it's okay. Don't go on. Really? What's there to hide about this? How nice to be open and honest like me. Xia Yuyan saw that Yifeng did not want to continue to talk about this matter. She also consciously closed her mouth. She knew that Yifeng was thinking for himself. After all, his original intention to do so was also to save himself. Yifeng, actually, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. Xia Yuyan suddenly lay down from the sofa and rested her head on Yifeng's thighs before stretching out her hands and touching his face to make Yifeng look at herself. What's going on? Suddenly making the atmosphere so awkward. You don't always ruin the atmosphere. All baked to this point, you can't talk, just shut your mouth. Okay, I won't say anything always. You say your piece and I'll listen. That's more like it. Xia Yuyan paused for a moment while haunted sparkling eyes gazing closely into Yifeng's eyes. Although I know that you might not accept me for a while, Yifeng, I want to tell you that I'm serious. I've been relying on you since the moment you rescued me. I won't be polite to you if you want to renege on your debt. The corners of Xia Yuyan's eyes became moist as she spoke. Although I haven't experienced an ordinary life before, I've only felt that such a life is so wonderful since I met you. You're the one who brought me into this colorful world, so it's up to you to take me along for the whole journey. I don't know how to live every day of my life, but I know that being with you makes my heart happy. Maybe being with you is the single most meaningful thing I've done in this world. The eyes of Xia Yuyan looking at Yifeng were full of reluctance. At this time, Yifeng had long been stunned by Xia Yuyan's words, and was simply unable to answer her words. I won't regret whatever I've been through with you. I just want you to know that no one can change what I've decided. After saying that, Xia Yuyan grabbed Yifeng's head and wrapped his arms around him, only to hear a muffled grunt as their lips overlapped. This time Yifeng didn't resist. Instead he opened his eyes and looked at Xia Yuyan, who had tears in her eyes and showed a sad look while kissing herself. Why is she crying? Is it because you're not being honest about what you went through with her? Time seemed to stand still at this moment. After a long time Xia Yuyan let go of Yifeng's head. After revealing a happy smile towards Yifeng, she slowly opened her mouth. Yifeng, I want to eat the cake. the cake you bought back from the cake store that day. This time Yifeng did not delay or hesitate. He just answered Xia Yuyan immediately. Okay, I'll get it. Well, I'll be waiting for you. You have to wait for me too. Good. Looking at the empty sofa, Yifeng, who was carrying the cake in his hand, froze in place, his mouth murmuring softly, the cake isn't even eaten yet. Chapter 122, the word Xia Yuyan left behind. Jingle bells. After the doorbell of the cake store rang, Yifeng arrived in the cake store that he had been to before. Just as he bought 2 previously purchased cake styles and was about to go home, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out behind him. Yikes! When Yifeng looked back but realized that the source of the sound was none other than Su Yusin, who he hadn't seen in days. Sensei, Yusin, the two said almost in unison. Yifeng realized that this point happened to also be the last time Su Yusin came to buy a cake and coincidentally met again here. Sensei, Su Yusin in the moment of seeing Yifeng steps into the arms of Yifeng. Many days without Yifeng she can be said to eat what have no appetite, and even launched a small temper in the home, well in Su Wanli and her mother under the appeasement to be considered safe. Now Su Yusin, after seeing Yifeng where, can still endure this kind of temptation. Long ago will be a lady of the house and such etiquette left behind. Holding Yifeng dead, not let go. Woo, why don't you go to class, teacher? You know how sad I was last week. That. Yusin, can you let go first? I'm still holding the cake in my hand. Yifeng encased the cake in his hand was touched by Su Yusin to spread. His hands raised above his head to look at the Su Yusin, who touched around on his body and hastened to stop with a voice. This is a public place at least. Listen to me slowly explain to you if you don't understand anything, okay? Su Yusin secretly touched a hand on Yifeng's abs after discovering that the clerk behind the counter was looking at the scene with a red face, which made her also realize that there were more or less some bad influences as well. So she was forced to let go of her hand that was holding Yifeng. Su Yusin took a few steps back and performed a princess salute towards Yifeng, and then apologized. Right. I'm sorry, teacher. I was rude. It's okay, Uxin. I didn't expect to meet you here today. He. I didn't expect to meet you, teacher. Nah. Come to think of it, the first time I met by chance before was in this store. Nah. Su Yusin hemmed and hawed and laughed, and in her heart she had long since decided that it was destined by God that she would meet Yifeng here. How's it going, Uxin? How are you still doing these days? Sure. No good. Su Yusin bit her lip, revealing an expression of dissatisfaction. I've spent the week muddling through without my teacher's class, and if I hadn't met her today, I would have had to eat 3 strawberry ice cream cakes. 3. Yifeng did not expect Su Yusin to take eating a few cakes to restore her good mood as an example to express her dissatisfaction, but then thought that such a cute Su Yusin certainly is also in a cute way is also understandable. By the way, teacher, what were you doing the other day? I asked father and he said you had something important to do. Was it staying with Mu Orange her? Su Yusin's eyes fluttered to the side and spoke out her own little thoughts. The main thing she was unhappy about was still whether Yifeng would squeeze out his time to stay with Mu Orange. Often when she thought like this she would always clench her fists in anger. Well, it's not that, it's just, I was sick so I didn't go to class. Ugh, sick? Is the illness you have? Sensei, a serious one? Hearing this, Su Yusin hurriedly inquired in a concerned tone. From her eyes one could clearly feel the worry for Yifeng. Thank you Uxin kindly. Now my body has completely recovered. There is no big disease. Is a cold or something like that? This is not afraid of infecting you, well please Mr. Su postponed. Yifeng followed Su Yusin's words to add Su Wanli told Su Yusin's words. Obviously naive Su Yusin immediately believed in Yifeng's explanation. When she heard here the resentment in her heart has been better than half. When she heard this, the resentment in her heart was already halfway gone. Instead, she was worried about Yifeng. Is it really alright? Teacher, do you need me to call our family's professional medical team to give you another diagnosis? This way I can also rest assured. Thank you for your kind words, but don't worry, when I was discharged from the hospital, I had a full body checkup, and the doctor already said that I'm fine. Well then, father is really something. Why didn't you tell me that you were sick, teacher, or else I could have come to visit you, teacher. Su Yusin huffed and stomped her foot, obviously very angry with Su Wanli for hiding this one thing. After all, this was a great opportunity to enhance the relationship with Yifeng. Well, Yusin, I have to go back. The cake is enough for today, but don't eat too much, or you'll get fat. I won't. Su Yusin immediately retorted after hearing Yifeng's words with a blushing face. I'm just saying that, but I'll actually only eat 2. Okay, I'm just saying it off the top of my head. I'll see you in the next class. Uxin? Aha, bye teacher. Su Yusin happily waved her little hand towards Yifeng. Seeing Yifeng today she could be considered happy, but when she went back, she would have to look for Su Wanli to settle the score. At the same time in an upscale apartment building, Mu Orange is drinking a mouthful of brewed chocolate milk. walked into the room and opened the monitor from the manor. After the kidnapping incident a moment after the manor but cannot go. They are also in a private building purchased by Li Jing temporary residence. Well, teacher is really something too. You didn't even send me a message to communicate with me for the past few days. Let me come and see what exactly you're doing. Limu Orange looked at the dim sum store shown on the map and froze for a moment. It seemed that Yifeng had stayed here before. But how long had it been and where had he gone? It was really suspicious. Nah. Why don't we just send someone to investigate? No. Investigate the investigation yourself. How? In every corner of the house Yifeng has checked still did not find traces of Xie Yuyan. Immediately after he checked the traces in the room presumed that after he went out Xie Yuyan has left the place. Looking at a cell phone on the sofa, Yifeng remembered that this is exactly what he gave Xie Yuyan to buy, which a cell phone. Looking at the phone below the cover of a convenience sign when he slowly walked forward to take it in the hand. To be fixed eyes carefully looked found that Xie Yuyan left his words. Fingerprints will unlock the door. I recorded your fingerprints while you were sleeping. Remember to read the memo I left you. Xie Yuyan, what are you doing? Yifeng opened his cell phone and then tapped on the memo in his phone, and immediately found a long string of words that Xie Yuyan had left for himself. Chapter 123, False Death Pill. I'm sorry Yifeng. The reason why this time I left without saying goodbye or because I don't want to see you hurt again. It's all my fault. First of all, I apologize to you for my behavior. Not being able to keep our mutual agreement and causing so much trouble that you risked your life for me. I'm really sorry, but you still didn't blame me and even came to my side despite the danger. I was so happy at that time. I was so happy to meet someone like you. In fact, I don't want to leave your side, but as the saying goes, isn't a short separation for the sake of a better meeting in the future? The reason why I left is to deal with my own personal matters. Definitely not because of what you did to me. Don't think of it in a bad way, or else I'll be angry if I find out that you're secretly stalking me. Writing this Xie Yuyan even richly and playfully prepared an emoticon. Oh, carrot, oh, my cell phone is in your possession for the time being. Remember to give it back to me when I come back. You bought it for me. It belongs to me now. And you too. Remember to eat the food in the fridge. Don't forget to cook if I'm not with you. Stupid. Just when Yifeng thought that Xie Yuyan wrote here there is no time but found that there is a paragraph at the bottom of the memo. Only that Xie Yuyan adjusted the font size smaller just to be Yifeng to see clearly, then pursed his lips and laughed. There's more. Don't forget me, or I'll be angry. And if I find out you've forgotten me, will definitely kill you. I swear. Hey. Yifeng turned off her cell phone after making sure to skim through the last message about Xie Yuyan. For some reason he suddenly walked out onto the balcony, feeling the evening breeze slowly brushing against his face, and his expression was slightly despondent. That's good. At least staying by my side is actually the most dangerous option, right? That said, Xie Yuyan's last line was a joke, right? In a shadow underneath Yifeng's apartment building, Xie Yuyan raised her head and gazed at Yifeng's blurred appearance. Her mouth murmured softly, Yifeng, wait for me. When I come back next time there won't be anyone interfering with us, so I can have you with confidence. After saying that, Xie Yuyan's figure disappeared into the shadows, and a tear dripped down the air onto the tiles of the floor where she had just stood. Early the next morning Yifeng walked out from his room, and as per usual habit he opened his mouth to greet Xie Yuyan in the morning. Look at this memory of mine. It's time to return to the beginning again, and it's time to get used to it again. Yifeng, who had adjusted his thoughts, first sat down on the sofa and contemplated. This period of time the fact that happened in is too much. First from Limu Orange was the criminal gang stared at the beginning, and then to Xie Yuyan safe and sound to leave after the midway point is too close, which makes the original tired Yifeng even before they have time to rest properly on the busy again, and their own cards are also in a one-by-one handing over. First of all, using up the limit of the capsule, and then to the antidote and the new acquisition of the radar, which is now their own. He is now broke again. Right, I haven't logged into the system lately, and the quest should be complete, so I might as well see what the rewards are while I'm at it. Thinking of this, Yifeng's mind gradually surfaced the system interface, and sure enough, the very first thing that was displayed was that he had a mission reward that he had yet to receive. The rewards obtained by virtue of the consciousness in his mind also appeared in front of Yifeng. Mission completed. Rewards being distributed. Acquisition of lifetime 30 days. Master key. Just gone? I was waiting to see if there would be any special items or other rewards, but when I looked at my backpack there were no more substantial rewards other than a master key. Just 30 days is 30 days. It's better than nothing. Just when Yifeng thought that everything would be over, suddenly realized that when he finished collecting the rewards of this quest the system informed him that there were still rewards that had not been collected, and when he looked along the location of the rewards he found that it was a change that had occurred in the iconography. Completion of the icon's progress has been averted. The host has successfully avoided the danger. and the progress and survival rewards are being given out. Ha! Survival rewards? A risk to your life? What's all this? The sudden system notification made Yifeng confused. The progress rewards he still knew. It was probably related to Xia Yuyan and Limu Orange. After all, there were only records of the two of them in the entire iconography. Since it's about the iconographic rewards, then the source must appear among them. Thinking of this, Yifeng hastened to focus on the chart above. But after a series of access down, found that in addition to Xia Yuyan's progress breakthrough to an unprecedented 99%, everything else seems extremely normal, and even the newest degree of exploration is also not moving. But just to know the system, but said not only progress rewards, there is what survival rewards, seems to be related to the danger. But since it is a danger reward before in the rescue of Limu Orange when she and his own have experienced the danger of the lack of rewards, why this time Xia Yuyan's mission but has this reward? Is it hard to relate to that 30% progress? But it's not growing. Yifeng, who thought for a long time, didn't understand the reason why the system distributed this reward. Even when he asked the system, there was no response. Seeing that he couldn't find any useful clues, Yifeng had to give up the idea of continuing to search for the time being, and had to return his attention to the task rewards. After collecting both the progress rewards as well as the survival rewards, Yifeng also roughly did a tally. The total reward is about 3 months of lifetime, which is more than half a year after counting the previous time, and the days are getting better and better. In addition to the known scapegoat dolls, there is also something called the false death pill or something like that. Pill of false death. After taking it, the user will be plunged into a day-long false death behavior, during which he will not wake up no matter what he has experienced, and the effect is large, so please be careful when using it. After reading the efficacy of the false death, Dan Yifeng couldn't help but be jolted. Although this thing sounds quite powerful, but it seems that there is no need to take this, right? Why would I fake my own death for a good reason? I'm not comfortable with it. I don't know what the system always give these strange things. Might as well give myself a few more fake death dolls, so that he is also considered to be more of a guarantee. Chapter 124, Some Deviations. Just as Yifeng was organizing his thoughts, suddenly his cell phone rang, and only after he picked it up to see the caller clearly did he realize that it was Fu. Fu, isn't he recuperating from his injuries at this time? Why did he suddenly think of calling me? After pressing the call button on the phone, Alfred's voice came out of the phone. Yifeng, how's your health these days? Thanks for your concern. It's already fine. On the contrary, it's you. Fu. Who needs to take care of your conditioning? It's okay. A hard body like mine can walk off the ground now. Alfred smiled, then continued. This point to find you, it is actually not a big deal. In accordance with Mr. Lee's command, I have already put this month's salary to your account. The overall number of you at that time and the personal point may be the amount of money to the account and your anticipation some deviation, but you do not make a big fuss about it. So that's what this is about. I see. That said, that money you lent me earlier. Yifeng was interrupted by Fu on the other end of the phone before he could finish his sentence. Yifeng, you don't hold this set. My Afu's life are you pick up. Money and so on don't mention. What favor need me in the future, please feel free to say. My Afu frown never people. Listening to the exuberant voice on the phone, Yifeng did not know what to say, but he knew that since Fu said so, he did not need to twist and turn. It would be better to simply agree. Okay, I appreciate your kindness. Don't say anything about helping or not helping, just recuperate from your injuries. Alright then, I won't disturb your rest much. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries and then hung up the phone, Yifeng remembered that just now Fu said in his mouth that his account salary some deviation. Although I do not know how much the deviation is, but since he said that it must be more or less different from the original salary, it's probably because this kidnapping has caused some problems with the Lee Group's money. Plus the amount of money needed to maintain the estate and deal with the media and all the other aspects of it has caused his own pay to be a bit lower. But that's okay, after all, I'm not aiming for the money. I don't care about the salary or anything else, Yifeng said, then opened the cell phone network account. Thought to look at their expenses this month, by the way, to take a look at the salary. Yifeng instantly stupid eyes. Why are there so many zeros in front of my money? Has the currency of this world been devalued? Wait, this seems... When Yifeng fixed his eyes to see but found that this is not at all the so-called what the devaluation of the currency, but in their own original amount of more than 2 zeros, 10 million and 1,000. What? How? How much? 10 million. Yifeng refreshed the funds in the account after confirming again and again, found that $10 million of funds did appear in his account. This moment Yifeng almost dumbfounded. Alfred, you're telling me you call this a little deviation? This deviation is too far off, isn't it? At this moment, in the office of Lee's group, Li Jing was holding a photo frame in his hand and looking at Limu Orange and another good-looking beauty in the photo, when the office door was suddenly knocked. Enter. In Li Jing's flat tone, a company executive walked in through the door holding a ledger. Mr. Lee, please forgive me for interrupting. Just now the company's suddenly missing a bill of 10 million. According to the bill of the transaction of the person to see a private account, the account holder is a man surnamed G. Although this amount of money is not important to our company, but just in case I would like to ask whether there has been a new contract or project did not record? This doesn't need to be recorded. It's just the equivalent of my private account. Yes. Immediately after the executive left, he also put the picture frame back on his desk. A rare smile from the always serious man. Wife Moo Orange is now living happily, and her hatred towards me is not as serious as it was in the beginning. Everything is triggered by this kid. If you are still here, you will definitely fall for this kid. This is one of the few good men. In one of the dessert halls, the clerk was humming a little song as she cleaned the store, when suddenly a doorbell rang at the front of the store. I thought I put a closed sign? The clerk raised her head curiously until she realized that a stunningly beautiful and cold woman had walked in the doorway, and then she immediately straightened up her uniform and jogged to the front of the woman and bent down slightly towards her. Hello guest, I'm really sorry, we've already closed. Please come back tomorrow if you want to purchase refreshments. After the clerk finished speaking, she saw that the woman in front of her still did not move at all, but her eyes were looking around as if she wanted to look for something. Guests. At the clerk's call, the woman then turned those cold eyes on her. Hello, may I ask one thing? Sure guest, but what would you like to know guest? Wasn't there a good-looking man who came here this afternoon who was about this tall? The clerk blinked rapidly at the woman's description, then replied with a slight apology. I'm sorry guest, this range you've given is a bit too big then. Our store has a lot of traffic every day, so if you, guest, are trying to find someone it might be a bit difficult. What about the surveillance? Can I see it? I'm sorry guest, the surveillance words coincidentally our store broke down a while ago. I'm really sorry for giving you a bad influence. The clerk once again bowed towards the woman. It wasn't that she wasn't willing to let the guest in front of her use the surveillance, but that there was indeed something wrong with their surveillance system. It appeared that at noon one day many of the pieces of equipment in many of the districts had briefly malfunctioned, but perhaps it was just the bad luck of their store that it happened to be broken because of this malfunction. Broken? I got it. Thank you. You're welcome guest. Take your time. Looking at the woman who turned around and left gracefully, the clerk didn't pay too much attention, and after walking up to the door and realizing that the closed sign was placed on it, shrugged helplessly and continued to clean up the store. Moo Orange slowly got into the car on the street, and after a deep look at the store from the window, the glass of the car window slowly closed, and with a roar the car sailed away. Why don't we just ask someone to keep an eye on this place? I don't know why I'm always a little concerned. It's an illusion. Chapter 125, White Powder in a Glass Bottle. Went off on another tangent? Yifeng put down the chopsticks in his hands, looking at the empty bowl, fell into a deep thought. Since Xie Yuyan just left without saying a word, he will always be dull from time to time. Do not know what is wrong with him. Why can't you remember anything about that day? Yifeng always feel a little strange. Reasonably speaking, he himself is not poisoned. The body did not appear uncomfortable symptoms. But why that night, such an important moment, he has no memory? According to Xie Yuyan's statement, he was clearly still conscious at that time. He only vaguely felt a strange sensation coming, followed by the loss of all memories about that night. Is there really something wrong with my body? Just as Yifeng picked up the dishes and walked to the sink, he suddenly realized that there was a small transparent glass bottle in the trash can next to the kitchen cabinet. What's this? First of all, Yifeng ruled out the possibility of this gadget being a condiment because the capacity of this glass bottle was really too small, and it did not meet the principle of being a condiment according to reason. Temporarily placing the dishes aside, Yifeng took out the small glass bottle from the garbage bag and carefully scrutinized it, but he did not see anything important from it. It looked no different from an ordinary glass bottle. Looking at the glass bottle wall with some white powder still remaining, Yifeng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This stuff can't be some weird drug, right? Does Xie Yuyan have this in her hand? Yifeng somehow reached out his fingers to the bottle of powder, gently wiped at the fingertips of the curious observation. Found that everything is no obvious characteristics after Yifeng Heart even produced the idea of wanting to put it into the mouth. How about, taste it? It's not going to be a problem. Looking at the fingertips of the powder, Yifeng hesitated for a long time. But he thought of Xie Yuyan's appearance slowly appeared in front of his eyes when he was ruthless to eat it. After eating it, Yifeng did not feel strange place. In addition to the whole quiet house to hear their heartbeat outside, all the movement did not produce. Ahem. I told you I was scaring myself. How could anything happen? Yifeng smiled and stood up. Just as he was preparing to wash the dishes and chopsticks from his finished meal, a dizzying feeling came to his brain. What? This feeling. Yifeng shook his body and finally backed up to the dining chair until he gripped the armrests of the chair before he sat down smoothly. At the same time, his arms and legs gradually lost their strength, while his consciousness became gradually trance-like. Difficult. It's hard. Yi Feng's mouth opened and closed slightly. Just as he was about to say his conjecture, he closed his eyes tightly. I don't know how long it took him to awaken from the table. My head. With a hand pressed against his brain, Yi Feng opened his eyes and looked at the wall clock, realizing that time had passed more than 10 minutes since he fell unconscious. And during this period his body was like a downtime, as if he couldn't receive any aspect of the reaction. And what happened during this period was not clear to him either. Sure enough, the powder in that glass bottle. Xia Yuyan, what she did was all prepared from the start. No wonder it says why I lost this part of my consciousness that day without any warning. This woman was designed from the start. Yi Feng originally thought that Xia Yuyan poison is their own, but did not think that the real poison is Xia Yuyan. This change even let Yi Feng did not come back to God. Ugh. Thinking of this, Yi Feng also did not say anything more. Just a heavy sigh will pick up the glass bottle properly placed on the display cabinet in the living room. When this ninny comes back, I'll have to show her why the flowers are so red. To think that they're counting on my head. Aho. Meanwhile, in a dark and unseen underground place, a person clad in a black cloak sneezed, and then raised his white hand to rub his nose. Aya, is little Feng missing me again? You're so impatient. But don't worry, I'll be back as soon as I've cleaned up all the fish that got in the way of our love. Until then, you have to be good and wait for me. As the black cloak was pulled down again, a pair of deep blue eyes disappeared into the roiling darkness. Looking at a huge sum of money that appeared in his account, Yi Feng squinted his eyes and did not know how to deal with it. Suddenly Yi Feng had a flash of insight, seemingly thought of something and hurriedly put on his clothes and walked out of the room. Hello sir, how may I help you? In a sales office, a salesman looked at Yi Feng, who walked in through the door, and hurriedly went forward to greet him. Hello, I'd like to come and see the house. No problem sir, what are your basic requirements for the house sir? Basic requirements. Yi Feng thought about the fact that he promised Xie Yuyan that he would prepare a house of her own for her, plus the fact that he and she had already gone through that kind of thing. Of course, he couldn't be indebted to her. I want a 3-bedroom, 1 bathroom, separate kitchen and bath. Do you have a suitable one on your side? The salesman's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's a big client. There is. Of course there is. I don't know if you want an existing home or one under construction. Sir, a current home, preferably one you can just turnkey. Yi Feng also do not want to go to special buy a room carefully to decorate it. After all, this is considered Xia Yuyan's own house. To decorate what, also wait for her to come back to their own decisions. Okay, then sir, add one of my contact details on your side. I can contact you promptly on my phone if there is any news. No problem. When he finished dealing with the problems after the sale, Yi Feng had just walked out of the store in front of his feet and was ready to go home, when he did not expect a car to stop in front of him. Yi Feng looked at this familiar car at a glance and recognized that it was Li's model. Is it possible that Li Jing found himself something? But Fu did not tell himself this morning. As the windows slowly came down, Yi Feng's doubts were solved. Good afternoon teacher. Li Mu Orange first greeted Yi Feng after lowering the car window, followed by opening the car door and stepping out of the car. Looking at Li Mu Orange wearing a black long skirt in with the chest red ribbon, have to say with her appearance were what kind of clothes have a kind of cold feeling. But this set of dress looks like carefully prepared. Like, Mu Orange, why are you here? Well, it's a coincidence that I moved to the center of the city because of the manor, and I was thinking of going to my father's company, but I didn't expect to meet you on the side of the road. So it's really fate. Is it really fate? He just went out and Li Mu Orange came here. The timing of this fate is also a little too accurate. Chapter 126, The Little Girl Who Stole the Doll. Yes, that's quite a coincidence. Yi Feng snorted and rubbed the back of his head, not knowing what to say. Why are you here, teacher? Isn't this the sales office? Do you want to buy a house? Li Mu Orange also knew that her reason was a bit far-fetched, so she quickly changed the topic. Looking at the sales office behind Yi Feng, she asked curiously. I just casually came over to take a look. After all, the location of the house I rented before wasn't very convenient, so I thought I'd see if I could find something more cost-effective. So in fact, you don't have to worry about the house. If you don't mind, you can live in my apartment. If you don't mind, you can live in my apartment nearby, and you don't have to worry about money. I'll ask my father to arrange a place for you. Li Mu Orange paused in the middle of her sentence, sensing that her intentions were a bit too obvious, and hurriedly changed her words. No. Mu Orange, you mustn't do this. When Yi Feng heard this, he hastily shook his hands and rejected Li Mu Orange's good intentions. Why? Didn't I think of a good idea for the teacher? Why did you reject my suggestion? Li Mu Orange's face became a little pale, and the same smile that she had initially seen Yi Feng disappeared, and her pair of deep black eyes stared straight at Yi Feng. Mu Orange, listen to me first, okay? I appreciate your good intentions, but I prefer to rely on myself to live a good life. I also understand that, Mu Orange, you were looking out for me, but I also have my own insistence. You will understand me, right? Yifeng detected a hint of something wrong from Limu Orange's tone, as if he had found a spark on a fuse, and extinguished it at the first opportunity. Like Limu Orange's relatively unstable character had to answer her in time. Otherwise it would be bad if she was misunderstood. Well, I know. After listening to Yifeng's words, Limu Orange didn't force herself to go on. She knew what Yifeng insisted on. That is, a person's dignity. Although her own approach was for Yifeng's sake, but for him this kind of special care will make him fidgety instead. So she had to give up. In fact, Limu Orange's starting point was just wanting to stay with Yifeng, but if she had said so Yifeng would have rejected it even more harshly, probably still because of this status of her own. Really, I want to be under the same roof with my teacher, but there's no need to rush. Now I'm the only woman with my teacher. As long as my teacher keeps in contact with me, he'll get used to my presence in his life, and if this continues, he'll eventually win. Now he just needs to wait quietly. Right. This week teacher, remember to come to class, yo. I'll be waiting for you at home, teacher. Classes. But isn't the manner still? Even though the practical lessons are hindered, it's a good option to listen to the theory once in a while. Nah. You'll come, teacher, won't you? This one, since of course. Then it's happily settled. I'll send you the address in your cell phone if you're a teacher. Well, there's no problem. Then Mu Orange, I have to say goodbye first. I have to go buy some ingredients in the market. Ah, okay then. Although Limu Orange very much want to follow Yifeng to his home and taste Yifeng personally made dinner, but from today he took the initiative to go to that accidental encounter. Yifeng has been on the alert. If he insisted on force will only lead to Yifeng's dissatisfaction, so that this will continue to be not their own purpose. Take care on your journey, teacher. See you on the weekend. Well, see you later, Mu Orange. Just as Yifeng had just turned around and walked up a few steps, suddenly Limu Orange behind him called out to him. Right, teacher. I have a question I want to ask you. Problem? What problem? Teacher, do you like sweets? Ah, I'll prepare some when you come to class on the weekend, teacher. That won't be necessary. I'm not used to anything too sweet. Wow. So, okay then. After watching Yifeng's figure disappear from his sight, Limu Orange returned to the street and opened the car door and sat in. The look on his face appeared to be a bit gloomy. If sensei doesn't like sweet things, then why would he go to a dessert store? Guess we'll have to look into it seriously and carefully. Drive. It's Missy. Walking on the way home, Yifeng received the apartment address from Limu Orange in his cell phone, and then turned off the phone after chatting with each other for a few more sentences. Get her. There's a thief. Just as Yifeng retrieved his cell phone, he suddenly heard a shout of catching thieves coming from the front, and following the sound of the voice, Yifeng looked forward to see a grimy little girl holding a ragdoll doll running in Yifeng's direction. The surrounding passers-by have reported to watch the fun. After all, who wants to care about this dirty mud doll? Might as well stand on the side of the road and watch the fun. Yifeng looked at the little girl, almost about to cry out of the appearance, then stood in front of her to stop her. The little girl's head, after hitting Yifeng's thighs, raised her head to look at Yifeng. After seeing clearly Yifeng's appearance, her mouth slightly trembled and said, "Big brother." Right. I'm sorry. Why steal? Yifeng faintly opened his mouth and inquired. Ah, because I wanted to give this as a birthday present for Sister Shin. But I don't have any money. The little girl's voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke, and it was clear from her weak voice and the movement of her head down that she actually knew that her behavior was very bad. But why would she still act like this? Little brat, why don't you run away? At the same time, the clerk behind him also ran over angrily, looking at the little girl with eyes that looked extraordinarily angry, as if he was going to reach out and teach this little girl a lesson the next second. Just at this time Yifeng had no qualms about stroking his hand on the little girl's head, and tenderly said to the little girl, "So you want this thing, ah? I said why you slipped away and ran out of sight. Next time, remember not to do so. It's not good to be misunderstood." Hey! The little girl raised her head in surprise when she heard Yifeng's words. She didn't think that the strange big brother in front of her would help himself. She had thought that she would be viciously scolded. "Big brother, you. But this matter is still your fault first. Go and apologize to this uncle. Next time you can't fool around like this again. Got it?" Yifeng did not care at all about the stains on the little girl's body, gently stroking her dry hair, followed by a tone of voice that deliberately pretended to be somewhat authoritative, which made the clerk, who was still angry, instantly lose a lot of anger. What the hell? I thought it was a thief. Chapter 127, Hope Welfare Center. Yeah, I'm sorry. The little girl still held the doll in her hand without letting go after she made a deep bow towards the clerk, but the little girl's apology could be heard in that sincere tone. "I'm sorry, sir. It's me who didn't keep an eye on my little sister. I would like to double the money for this doll and pay you. Do you think this will forgive the child?" Seeing that the little girl sincerely apologized, Yifeng then stood in front of the little girl and opened his mouth to the shopkeeper in front of him. The matter of double compensation is exempted. After all, this is a misunderstanding. Well, How much should be how much? Okay, I'll give you the money then. After Yifeng handed the cash in his pocket to the clerk turned back and walked back. He only needed to fulfill his duties. He couldn't care about anything else. As for whether this dirty little girl in front of him is Yifeng's sister or not has nothing to do with him. The surrounding onlookers also lost interest when they saw things calm down and left the scene, leaving Yifeng and the little girl behind. Okay, little sister. You can take this doll to your sister, but you have to promise me that you won't do anything that goes against your morals in the future, okay? No, it won't. Don't worry, brother. I'll never do anything like that again. Without the slightest hesitation, the little girl raised her right hand toward the sky and swore. Well, that's good. Where does your family live? Little sister? Let me send you home. Yifeng saw the little girl standing alone on the street. In order to prevent accidents, he decided to help people to help in the end. After all, such a small child walking on the street is also an unsafe thing. Big brother. The little girl seemed to have thought of something when she heard Yifeng's gentle tone and cried out with a wow. Ai. Little sister, you do not cry. There is something you can tell me. See, the little girl inexplicably cried out. Yifeng wanted to stop when it was already too late. Hastily took out a packet of toilet paper from his pocket to wipe the teardrops on her face. Not knowing that Yifeng's actions made the little girl cry even more sad. Big brother, here. Watching Wenwen happily run into one of the orphanages in front of her, Yifeng also understands why this little girl is like this. Originally, after pacifying the crying little girl, she told Yifeng that her name was Zhao Wenwen, and then requested Yifeng to go to her home as a guest. Looking at Zhao Wenwen's appearance, Yifeng could not bear to refuse her, and at the same time curious about why such a cute little girl would turn into this appearance, so he nodded his head to agree. After several kilometers of travel, Zhao Wenwen gradually brought Yifeng to an old street far away from the business district until she saw a courtyard house called Hope Welfare Institute. Ding! A new mission has been detected. Please check it in time. Ha! Yifeng, who had just walked to the bottom of the steps of the courtyard entrance, was dumbfounded the entire time he heard the system's voice coming out of his head. Why is there even a mission? It doesn't look like it's an urgent mission or anything like that, so it's better to take a look beforehand just to be on the safe side. Yifeng, who had opened the system, just stood there dumbfounded, his eyes looking at the new piece of mission displayed on top of the system panel hovering in front of him. Mission, Kidnap Shin Mengli. Mission reward, 30 days of lifetime. Mystery reward, Big Brother? After hearing Wenwen shout at the door, Yifeng also pulled his thoughts back. Sorry, I just got carried away. Is this Shizuku's house? Ta-da! Zhao Wenwen happily jumped in place for a bit, but perhaps again. She thought of something, her face suddenly became scared. Ugh! It's over. If Dean's mom finds out, she'll be blamed. Blame? Yifeng also walked up slowly through the steps and looked at Wenwen like a scared little hamster, reaching out and stroking her head. Why would you blame Raven? Because I snuck out. Raven's voice got smaller and smaller as she spoke, to the point where her voice was only audible to herself. This one, when you don't worry about it, okay? Brother, I will help you to explain to the dean. But you have to promise, brother, first in the future can't appear like this to sneak out of the action. Okay, I promise, brother. Zhao Wenwen's little head shook like a rattle drum, and it was easy to see that she could be very trusting of Yifeng. Then I'll ring the doorbell. Yifeng slowly got up and looked at the electronic doorbell by the courtyard door and hesitated for a moment before reaching out his hand and pressing it. While in his mind he was also thinking about the system's task in the party. Su Yusen's mission has not been completed. How now there is another kidnapping mission? Since it can suddenly receive this mission, could it be that the target of the mission is in this orphanage? Yifeng wanted to ask Zhao Wenwen, but suddenly thought that he had never been to the orphanage, so it would be troublesome if he triggered some unnecessary speculations. It would be better to investigate slowly, and then make corresponding countermeasures after understanding the situation. Ding bells, jingle. After the doorbell rang, after about a while the courtyard door slowly opened and a middle-aged woman with a sad face appeared in front of Yifeng. Hello sir, may I ask you? The middle-aged woman saw Yifeng slightly stunned. Why would such a young man come to this place? Just when she wondered, suddenly saw Yifeng thighs behind the hiding a small body. Looking at the slightly out of the head of a cautious look Zhao Wenwen, women suddenly excited, squatting down, a hand pulled Wenwen will be her into the arms. Agu, where the hell did you kid go? I searched all over but didn't see you in person, but it scared me to death. Mother Superior. Shizuku was also infected by the dean's care, and at her already young age, she let out a woozy cry, all the while mouthing apologies. I'm sorry, Dean's mom. I'm sorry. Yifeng saw all this in his eyes, and in his heart he couldn't help but be a little moved. Listening to Wenwen's words, it seems that this middle-aged woman is the dean of this orphanage. Looking at her appearance to these children is very attached. After a while Wenwen's crying also gradually stopped. The dean also reacted to the sight of Wenwen. Yifeng reached out to hold Wenwen's little hand after a slight bend towards Yifeng. Excuse me sir, I believe you're the kind man who gave Raven a ride home. Yifeng nodded when he heard this. Yes, when she got lost on the street, so I brought her back. Really? This child was originally very obedient. I don't know why she suddenly sneaked out today. I and several other adults searched for her for a long time but couldn't find her. It almost gave me a rush. It's okay, it's good to have the baby back. When Yifeng looked at the woman's anxious expression and her dead hand clutching Wenwen's hand, Yifeng could tell that her words were all from her heart. He's a good man. Chapter 128, Being Rebuffed by Your Kindness. Wenwen, why don't you thank this brother? After discovering that his child is not in any way serious, the dean's face changed from worry to seriousness, and the speed of this change of face spared Yifeng was also startled. Zhao Wenwen didn't explain because she had already said thank you, but continued to open her mouth towards Yifeng. Thank you, big brother. Geez, didn't I say I didn't need to? Just as long as one remembers what I told you today. I'll definitely remember that. Then it's a deal. Oh, aha, alright, look at you dirty little cat looking all gray. Go wash up. But big brother, don't worry, I'm not leaving. Raven, you should listen to Dean. I know. Wen nodded her head and hurriedly turned around and ran towards the courtyard aisle with the Muppet in her arms, perhaps afraid that she was moving too slowly causing Yifeng to leave. Her steps never stopped. The kid is adorable. Yifeng looked at Wenwen's back as she left and said with a smile, they're all cute. Dean followed suit. Sir, would it be convenient for me to get your name? Ah, sorry. Yifeng then realized that he had forgotten to introduce himself and hurriedly said his name. My name is Yifeng. Mr. Yifeng. I understand. The dean smiled and nodded his head indicating that he had written down Yifeng's name. Mr. Yifeng, actually Wenwen made some kind of mistake, right? Make a mistake? How could such a sweet and kind little girl like Wen make a mistake? Dean, you're overthinking it. Hearing Yifeng say this, the smile on the dean's face became more and more kind. From her soft eyes seemed to see through everything. No, the truly kind person is yourself, Mr. Yifeng. You were able to choose to protect Raven when she was in trouble without any concern for yourself, even preferring to lie and harbor her, am I right? How did you know this? It's very simple. The reason why Mr. Yifeng was discovered by me was all because of the way you treated Wenwen. If I'm not mistaken, the bear doll in Wenwen's hand was stolen by her, right? No, absolutely nothing. Raven, she just kept staring at that bear at the booth. That's why I bought it for her. Don't say that, Dean. Mr. Yifeng, you're still lying. Although it's all good intention lies, but you still have to be sincere. Dean, The dean interrupted Yifeng's next words and opened the door to make way for a seat, inquiring at Yifeng. Is Mr. Yifeng interested in coming in for a look? Well, walking down a long aisle, Yifeng followed behind the dean, curiously looking at the surrounding appearance. Although the walls are very worn but cleaned, even the floor is reflective presence. Although you have a kind heart, Mr. Yifeng, you can't take your own kindness to cover up this seemingly unproblematic mistake. You'll end up getting your kindness backfired on you if you keep going like this. But aren't these things a very small thing? I think it would be better to guide them children patiently instead of scolding them harshly. They deserve to be treated with kindness. Mr. Yifeng, this point you are wrong. Kindness to people, this point is not wrong. But you have to know that kindness is to bring hope, to bring warmth. If you have been giving these things at first, these children will be grateful to you. But with the passage of time they will be your kindness to the spoiled. Spoiled after you know what it means? Is it really that bad? It seems that you still don't understand. Mr. Yifeng, that's just it. Maybe one day you'll understand. And when that time comes you'll realize where your mistake is. Here we are. The dean brought Yifeng to a room similar to a classroom outside, only to see the room came out of the melodious and pleasant singing. To be Yifeng walked to the glass in front of the door to look towards the inside, then looked at a woman dressed in clothes similar to the dean is holding a music book to teach the children to sing. These children are the children of our Hope Orphanage. Every year there are unfortunate children who come to this place. In order to be able to avoid the pain and sorrow of these children, we take care of their eating, sleeping and learning, and after these children reach adulthood they are sent out to integrate into society and the lives of normal people. What a marvelous thing to do. Looking at the lively atmosphere in the classroom and the children with joyful faces, Yifeng could not help but be moved by the dean's sense of responsibility. We're also just trying to make these kids' lives better in the future. Are these the only people in the classroom? There are also different classes that some of the children take. After all, there are so many children in the home, and the classes will be separate. So, Yifeng was momentarily in a dilemma. On one hand he was really touched by these children's desire to live. On the other hand he was also sidetracking trying to inquire about the whereabouts of this person named Shen Mengli. Big brother, just as Yifeng and the dean had just left the classroom not long before they saw Zhao Wenwen, who had cleaned her face, bouncing and running in Yifeng's direction. When you run slower. Yifeng hurriedly caught Zhao Wenwen, who pounced over. The dean who was watching from the side did not say anything more and had a slight smile on his face. Hey, where's your Muppet? Shizuku? Why is it suddenly gone? Yifeng after catching one suddenly saw the party all the way to be covered by her tightly. The Muppet has long disappeared. It is difficult to be given to the sister in her mouth before? I've already given the Muppets to my sister, and she was so happy to receive them that she even smiled at me. After Zhao Wenwen mentioned the word sister in her mouth, the dean who was originally wearing a smile on his face also converged his smile, and turned to look slightly depressed, more of a regretful expression. That's good. I'm satisfied to see you so happy, Raven. Just when Yifeng didn't find any clues and decided to come back next time, he didn't expect Zhao Wenwen to suddenly reach out her small hand and pull Yifeng. Big brother, can I ask you one more thing? What is it? Sister, she said she wanted to see you. Your sister? Yifeng was slightly stunned. He did not think that the sister in Zhao Wenwen's mouth would want to see him. Just when he did not know what to do, the dean actually spoke suddenly from the side. Wenwen, Mr. Yifeng is a guest. You've caused enough trouble today. Don't get so carried away. It's okay, Dean. It's just a meeting. I've got plenty of time. No harm done. Chapter 129, Strange White-Haired Girl. Dean Mom, big brother, he has already agreed. You just accommodate it. Zhao Wenwen saw that Yifeng promised himself, immediately made a pitiful look, opened a pair of big eyes and beeped her little mouth and hugged the dean's thigh with a milky voice and pouted. Alright. Since Mr. Yifeng has already agreed, then we'll call it quits this time. But next time when you can't be so capricious. The dean didn't have the good sense to stretch out those calloused fingers and gently tapped Wenwen's forehead, his eyes full of uncountable favor. Looking at this scene, Yifeng couldn't help but remember that the dean of the party had told himself that he couldn't be too kind. But wasn't the current dean's actions kindness? Big brother, Mother Superior promised. Let's go see sister, said Zhao Wenwen's little hand pulled Yifeng towards the end of the corridor and ran. The dean couldn't help but smile as he watched this scene. With such a gentle and kind person, Monique should be a little happier. After passing through a long corridor, Zhao Wenwen then led Yifeng to a quieter backyard garden. The surrounding blooming flowers emitted a faint fragrance, adding a touch of mystery to this originally tranquil place. Through a flower bush, Yifeng vaguely saw a small and delicate figure sitting in a fountain pavilion. But below that figure was an old wheelchair. A wheelchair? Could this kid be physically challenged? Yifeng curiously looked towards the pavilion, and after following Zhao Wenwen around several bends in the road, he arrived at the center of the area at the fountain. Big brother, we're here, Zhao Wenwen whispered beside Yifeng in a low voice. But let's talk a little quieter, yo. Because sister, she doesn't like noisy environments or crowded places. That's why I bought the little bear Muppets for sister as a friend. So that's it. Shizuku was such a good boy. Hey big brother, let's go. As Yifeng got closer and closer to the fountain, the appearance of the young girl on the pavilion became progressively clearer. Sis, Zhao Wenwen softly called out to the young girl in the pavilion, only to see the young girl shudder at the sound, one hand maneuvering the wheelchair to turn around. The voice that was as melodious as that of a lark came out from her mouth. When you've come to at least say a word to me, coming so quietly, but it will scare me. As the young girl turned around, it caused Yifeng, who saw this scene, to be startled. The young girl has a long white hair as white as snow, just like the winter snow seems to be pure, silent, exquisite features, although still looks very young, but after growing up must be a beauty embryo. The most eye-catching belongs to her eyes. A pair of scarlet-like blood-colored eyes and her white hair formed a sharp contrast, like a flower on the other side of the vast snow. Plain eyes revealed a trace of yearning for life. Beautiful. Yifeng stood in place for a moment, unexpectedly forgot to walk up the steps, until Zhao Wenwen's voice issued to call back his consciousness. Sister, do you still like the bear? Of course I like it. Thanks Shizuku. The young girl spoke in a calm tone, reaching out a hand to gently stroke Zhao Wenwen's little head. But her expression and actions could not be seen as any joy or sadness at all. I don't know if it was something that she herself deliberately hid or if this was just the way she looked. Seeing Yifeng slowly walking up, Zhao Wenwen stepped forward and led Yifeng to the young girl. Sister, look, this is the big brother I told you about. Big brother is so nice to me. You, hello. Yifeng looked at the young girl who was staring at him with blood-colored eyes and greeted awkwardly. The young girl's reaction made Yifeng not know how to communicate with her. Thank you, the young girl said to Yifeng in a waveless tone. Although it didn't sound like she was saying thank you, her intriguing eyes covered a lot more. It's okay, Raven's a good kid yet. Yifeng focused his attention on a small bear ragdoll on the young girl's thighs. At the same time, he drew the topic above the ragdoll. Just now he saw a glimmer of light in the young girl's eyes when she looked at the bear ragdoll. It seemed that she liked this gift given to her by Wenwen. Shizuku, did this brother pay for this Muppet? Hearing the young girl's question, Shizuku instantly lowered her head and stammered after a long time. Yes, it was big brother who bought it for me. Really? Do you know how much you owe people for bothering them like that? I'm sorry sis. I just wanted to give you the teddy bear so badly. You. The young girl touched Wenwen's head and eventually didn't blame her, but her gaze went to Yifeng who was looking at her. I'm sorry sir, my sister has caused you trouble. I'll pay back the Muppets. No, there's no need. It's just a Muppet, there's no need. Yifeng wanted to refuse but was interrupted by the young girl's next words. I'm sorry sir, it's my principle, and while my words may make you feel angry, I stand my ground. I'll pay you back for the Muppets. Looking at like a hedgehog will be their own burrs to outsiders. Yifeng did not feel embarrassed. After all, everyone has their own principles, is not it? Okay then. Thank you sir. Sister. Brother, he's good. Raven looked at the tension and tried to explain from the sidelines, but her voice was just too small here. I know that this gentleman is a good person, but when you have to know that we are not allowed to owe favors in our lives because favors have to be repaid. We can't be a heartless person. But if you want to repay this favor you have to be clear about whether or not you have the ability to repay this favor. Raven was clearly overwhelmed by the young girl's preaching, and in her haste her tears were welling up at the edges of her eyes. Okay. Just then Yifeng interrupted everything and squatted down to hold Wenwen's hand. Raven, what you did wasn't wrong. You did this for your sister and that's a good thing, but you also have to realize that we have to do what we can, right? If it's beyond our ability it's easy to do the wrong thing. Ugh. Shizuku didn't do anything wrong? Of course not. Don't you see that your sister keeps the gift that Raven brought to her sister close to her lap? That means your sister loves Raven's gift. So that one thing is a good thing. Mister. The young girl slightly frowned, was trying to refute Yifeng's point of view but did not expect Yifeng to take the lead to interrupt her. Just a sentence will be asked by the young girl's silence. Did you like Raven's gift? Chapter 130, a young girl like a hedgehog. Like, but that doesn't mean. Since you like it, isn't it? Shizuku, her initial starting point was also because she thought you would like this Muppet, so she brought it to you. Sir, you are being sophomoric. Since you have received favors from people you must pay them back. I know what you mean, but if we're going to go by your words, that's the Muppet I bought for Raven, which means there's no problem with the fact that Raven is the owner of this bear Muppet, right? Yes, no problem. Then it's okay for Shizuku to want to give you this bear because you're her favorite sister, right? No problem. Isn't that right? It means that this bear wasn't a favor from the moment I turned my hand to Raven, because the doll was a gift. Well, the still young one obviously didn't understand the conversation between Yifeng and her own sister. She just stared blankly at her little head as long as whoever opened her mouth she would turn her face towards the other. The white-haired girl fought for a while, although it was right to say it like Yifeng, but she didn't have any rebuttal to say this time. In the end, she just stared straight at Yifeng with the expression that was still as calm as water. Why? Why is Mr. doing all this for Shizuku? It's obvious that we're just kids from the orphanage. That's probably because of Shizuku. It's certainly not right for her to make the move she did today, so to make her better so I did it. But Shizuku, she has nothing to do with you, sir? You have no obligation to discipline her so kindly. That's probably because I'm more of a self-mutilator. The young girl was momentarily choked by Yifeng's words, and in the end, she could only hitch the bear ragdoll on her thighs, and her two small hands held the ragdoll's waist to hold it tightly. By the way, girl, although my words will be a bit presumptuous, can I inquire about your name? Raven would be able to address you as sister. I can't follow suit. The white-haired girl's eyes blinked rapidly twice, as if hiding some emotion. It was only immediately afterward that she spoke one word at a time. Shun Mengli. Sure enough, Yifeng instantly knew that this white-haired girl was the target he wanted to kidnap after hearing Shen Mengli's self-introduction. Thinking back to the previous in the street when one unintentionally said the words of Sister Shen, at that time also gave a moment to forget. What's the matter, sir? Is my name weird? Why are you looking sad? Shen Mengli sounded like she was initiating a question, but her tone was not really easy to understand out without going over it in her head herself. Of course not. I was surprised that your name, Miss Shen, would be so nice. It has a very poetic feel to it. And your name, sir? Shen Mengli clenched her small hand around the bear ragdoll a little tighter and steered the conversation elsewhere. Sorry, I haven't introduced myself after all this time. My name is Yifeng, of leaves, maple of maple trees. Yifeng, I remember. Big brother Yifeng, who was on the side, finally interjected, bouncing up and down with Yifeng's name on her lips. Hey, did Shizuku remember what I told you? Be a good boy from now on. I see. Just then a silhouette came from the fountain behind a few people. Mr. Yifeng, so you and Wenwen are here. When the silhouette came over, Yifeng saw the smiling Dean walking over, and she also saw Shen Mengli in the wheelchair carriage. Mengli, you are also here. How is it today's body has no uncomfortable place? Thank you, Mother Superior, for your concern. I'm still as fit as I was before. That's good. It's getting late. Time to get some lunch together. Need a push? No, Dean. I can do it myself. Shin Mengli said and reached out his small hand began to push the wheelchair cart ready to slowly down the slope from the side of the pavilion. And will be this scene in the eyes of Yifeng always feel some danger, so the first to go down the steps, if it is an eventuality that they are at least able to react to it. Perhaps the conversation with Yifeng said too quickly. It is also possible that Shin Mengli in listening to Yifeng's previous words behavior is a little hasty. Fluctuations in the speed of the wheelchair slightly faster, just when the wheel slides to the slope suddenly airborne for a few moments. The loss of the center of gravity of the Shin Mengli is also obviously frightened. The original pair of ripple-free red eyes tightened. Seems to see their next ugly. With the wheel in the air, Shin Mengli's body due to inertia fell toward the ground. Hands covering the face of the dean, as well as the fear of Wenwen are exposed to the performance of panic. Well, in this point Yifeng had forewarned, and hastened toward the direction of Shin Mengli fell first to catch. Look out! Bang! Soft jade into the bosom. Yifeng only felt his arm came light feeling. Seems in the imagination. Shin Mengli's weight is not judged to look like so heavy. Did not even make a buffer action to catch Shin Mengli who nearly fell to the ground. It's okay. Yifeng did not have too much reverie after catching Shin Mengli, but just held Shin Mengli in his arms in a princess hug position. Mengli! Sister! It was only after the wheelchair had slid down the ramp that Dean and Wen reacted by calling Shin Mengli's name. Is everything okay? Yifeng stabilized his body after looking towards Shin Mengli, although he knew that Shin Mengli's body had some problems. But it was hard to say whether something would happen to him if he hugged her like this, so he hurriedly inquired about Shin Mengli's physical condition. I'm fine. Shin Mengli paused for a while before shaking her head to indicate that she was fine. Phew, it's good to be okay. Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief at the sight, so he placed his gaze on the Dean on the side. Dean, could you please push the chair that slid out back in here? Okay. Dean hurriedly pushed the wheelchair back with short steps, during which Raven was pushing the wheelchair trolley with all the strength she could muster. After confirming that there was no mistake, Yifeng gradually lowered Shin Mengli's body and finally brought her back to the car safely. Well, it's all right already. The tense atmosphere disappeared after Yifeng finished his words. Just then Shin Mengli, who was sitting on the wheelchair, suddenly spoke up. Yifeng, thank you, I will find a way. Again, Yifeng interrupted Shin Mengli's follow-up as he spoke. He didn't need to think to know what words this girl wanted to say. I don't need your so-called repayment. I'm only doing this because I don't want you to get hurt or Dean and Shizuku to worry about you. And this isn't a deal or anything like that, so it doesn't need to be seen in terms of a deal at all. Got it? This time Shin Mengli didn't open her mouth to defend herself. Chapter 131 Big Sister Shin Mengli. Then let's set off together. Mr. Yifeng, would you like to visit with us to see where the children eat? The Dean skillfully walked behind Shin Mengli's wheelchair, naturally stretching out his two palms on the armrests at both ends. Well, if Dean doesn't mind. Mr. Yifeng, you're joking. I'm already grateful that you're willing to come and stay with the children, the Dean always said with a smiling expression, while Wenwen was held by Yifeng's small hand, and the few people slowly advanced towards the corridor. Along the corridor soon arrived at the dining place. At this time the children have long been sitting on the rows of benches quietly waiting for the arrival of the Dean. The Dean pushed Shin Mengli came to the free table on the side of the Dean before slowly walked to the center of the cafeteria. Children, this afternoon's snack is cupcakes and milk. So be sure to drink all the milk you can, okay? I'll be angry if the Dean's mom finds out that the bad boy doesn't want to drink the milk. Looking at the children's faces of anticipation, the Dean also smiled and instructed the other teachers in the institution to arrange for the distribution of the next lunch point. And suddenly the dining room overflowed with happy smiles from the children. Yifeng couldn't help but be a little moved as he watched this scene. At this age it should have been a time for them to be happy at home with their own families. But they encountered something that shouldn't have happened. The kids are cute, aren't they? The Dean did not know when he came to Yifeng's side and asked with a smile. Of course, the kids look like they adore you, Dean. You might find it a little confusing that I let the kids call me Dean's mom, right? The reason I still do this is to make these kids feel a sense of belonging to the concept of home. Some of the younger ones were sent here just as soon as they could remember. And whenever I see these kids crying out for their moms, my heart aches. The Dean's tone grew weak even as he spoke, perhaps as if he were going to burst into tears the next second. As long as I can move in this body, I'm willing to spend my whole life trying to get these kids to a better future. And that's all I want. Dean, you are a very honorable man then. Where's the honor in that? I'm just doing what I can. Yifeng looked at the children at the dining table squinting their eyes and happily eating the cupcakes seemed to be infected by them as well. And the corner of his mouth sketched out a smile. I wonder why these children were sent here. Harm. What other reason is there? It's nothing but those who were born and abandoned, or those whose family members passed away for some reason. Any children who have no one to rely on are sent here. Perhaps for them this is their only home. I see. So what was the reason for Raven and the girls, when she was raised by the orphanage because her grandmother, the only family member at home, passed away suddenly? Her parents had passed away one after another due to illness when they gave birth to her, and without relatives to rely on she came here. After saying that, Dean paused for a moment and then continued. It's even worse with Monique, who was living in a happy and fulfilling family. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. One day when she was a child, her parents took her on a drive home by a drunk driver collided with a car. Her parents went long judgment death, and Meng Li's legs also lost consciousness because of the car accident. Until now she is also living in this orphanage by wheelchair. The twine is designed to be broken at a fine point. Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh. Maybe this is fate. Who would have thought that the next second would end up like this? Alright, Mr. Yi Feng, why don't you go eat some too? I see one has been looking your way the whole time. Not for me. I'd rather leave these for the kids. Yi Feng hastily waved his hand and refused. Then could you please get another cupcake for Monique? That child's favorite thing to eat is dessert. Saying that, the dean took out a piece of cupcake from the basket and handed it to Yi Feng, and his eyes also revealed that he was full of love and care for Shin Mengli. Sure. Yi Feng took the cake and then walked towards Wen and Shin Mengli's table. When he just approached the table, Wen excitedly greeted Yi Feng. Big brother Yi Feng, you're finally here. I thought you were leaving. Don't worry, at least not now. Yi Feng also felt that Wen, this girl, was very pleasing to the eye and reached out his hand to gently stroke her head. Immediately afterward, he passed the cupcake in his hand towards Shin Mengli. Shin Mengli obviously did not expect Yi Feng will hand her the cake. At this time she is under a mouthful of milk with surprised eyes staring at Yi Feng. Don't worry, okay? The dean told me to give it to you. It's not my debt. Thanks. After listening to Yi Feng's explanation, Shin Mengli put down her heart, briefly thanked him and took the cake handed by Yi Feng, peeled off the layers of packaging and opened her mouth to bite down. Wen, who is this big brother? How come we've never seen him before? That's right. Sister Mengli also knows. Why don't you give us The curiosity of the surrounding small children was also aroused, and they looked at Yi Feng with eyes of wonder. This is big brother Yi Feng. He's very nice to my sister and I. I'm telling you, today, big brother Yi Feng just caught me in a princess hug. Wen was stretching out her small hand to block her mouth and quietly said something. Suddenly a small slender white hand pulled Zhao Wen back. Before she reacted, a cupcake was stuffed into her mouth. The surrounding children looked back and found that the person who did this kind of thing was actually Shin Mengli. Aha! Wen stammered to say something while eating the cake in her mouth, but she was aborted by Shin Mengli, only to see Shin Mengli put her eyes away to look at the surrounding children and spoke in a flat tone. It's meal time, no mingling. Oh, Sister Monique is on a roll. I don't think so. Sister Mengli must be hiding something from us. I think I just heard Raven say something about a princess hug. I wonder if it's like the storybook where the prince hugs the princess. The surrounding small children also followed the commotion, and Yi Feng could clearly see a rare flash of pink on Shin Mengli's pale face. So it's not facial paralysis. If you all cross your fingers again, I'm not going to tell you any more stories tonight. Ultimately forced to do so, Shin Mengli made her killing move. It was only after hearing these words that the small children around them shut their mouths in unison and buried their heads in their own business. And Yi Feng, who had watched this scene in his eyes, couldn't help but sneer. I can't imagine that this Shin Mengli is still a very intimidating big sister. Chapter 132, will it come again? Yes, it will. After looking around to see all the children honestly burying their heads in their cupcakes, Shin Mengli blinked rapidly, seemingly calming her nervousness. But just as she was about to eat the cupcake that Yi Feng handed to her, she suddenly realized that Yi Feng was staring at himself with a dull expression. The two just stared at each other until Shin Mengli took the lead in defeat. Don't you eat cake, sir? Thanks to Miss Shin's kindness, I'm not very hungry right now. Aha! Shin Mengli nodded slightly before raising the milk in her hand and drinking it, but her eyes didn't dare to look towards Yi Feng again, just when Shin Mengli wanted to put down the glass containing milk. For some reason, the original always calm and quiet her when she let go of the glass in her hand accidentally touched Zhao Wenwen's glass on the side with the back of her hand. Just as the milk glass was about to fall on Shin Mengli's thigh, Yi Feng hastily reached out his hand to hold the tilted glass in time. Is everything okay? Yi Feng turned his head to look at Shin Mengli, who was still in a daze, after confirming that the milk had not spilled. No, it's okay. Shin Mengli slowly withdrew her hand and finally placed it on the little bear ragdoll. Although her words, actions, and behavior had always been so normal, those rapidly flickering eyes had long since revealed the true emotions within her heart. I'm glad it's okay. Be careful next time. Yi Feng felt a shock in his cell phone, so he took it out, and after seeing clearly who the visitor was, he realized that it was the clerk from the sales office who had sent a message to himself today. Ah, it's already this time. Is this the way to go, sir? Shin Mengli suddenly spoke. It's time to go. After all, it's not good to stay here all the time and disturb you and Dean. Shin Mangli did not speak. Yifeng was about to open his mouth to say goodbye. Although it seems that today there is no progress, but at least he is considered to know who the target is. But for some reason Yifeng did not produce a hint of wanting to kidnap Shin Mangli's idea. People have already become this way. I still want to do this thing? Although I want to live. I won't live so much against my conscience. Zip. Right after Yifeng had the thought of not wanting to go for this mission, his head was in a lot of pain as if he had been hit by an electric shock. His expression instantly tightened into a frown. But fortunately the pain was slowly dissipating. It seemed like the system was warning Yifeng in the dark not to disobey the mission it had set out to do. I thought the mission was already great, but I didn't realize that the system you are the real kidnapping and rescuing again. Did you deliberately send me to torture me? No. Just as Yifeng's frown restretched, suddenly heard Shin Mangli make a sound. I said no. Sir, you didn't disturb us. On the contrary, it's with you and today that Shizuku is so happy. Is that so? Yes. Shin Mangli's strength in pinching the bear ragdoll was a few more points heavier, and those crimson pupils stared tightly into Yifeng's eyes, like a flower on the other side of the river blooming in front of Yifeng. Beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Yifeng. It's fine. Then I'll leave if there's nothing else. I have slightly more personal matters I have to attend to. Just as Yifeng had just turned around and was ready to leave behind him, that euphonious voice once again sounded. Although the surrounding area was very noisy, but that unique timbre was extraordinarily clear to hear in the ears. Will Mr. Yifeng still come? What did you say? Ms. Shen? Nothing. It will come. Goodbye for now then. And don't spill the milk again. Yifeng said and then left in the direction of the corridor. While Shin Mangli lowered her head and did not know what she was thinking in her heart. After a long time her lips opened slightly. Bye. Sister. Where did he go? Big brother? Mr. Yifeng, he's gone home. But don't be sad when he said he'd come back to see when. My parents have said this to me before. Mr. Yifeng, it's really thanks to you today. If one hadn't met a kind person like you, I'm afraid something big would have happened. When Yifeng informed the dean that he had something to leave, the dean was adamant that he wanted to personally send Yifeng away. And the two chatted with each other on the way to the outer gate. Dean, I've already said I don't need to say thank you. And I'm happy to have met these lovely children today. By the way, Dean, can I ask you something? Mr. Yifeng, you may speak. There's no problem with the orphanage's expenses, right? After all, there are so many children who need your special care every day. Can you cope with so many expenses? Actually, everything is kinda saying the same thing, I guess. Dean grudgingly smiled. On the one hand, there are occasional concerns from caring people or businesses, and from time to time there are material and monetary donations. On the other hand, the children who are growing up to be independent sometimes beat the money towards the orphanage. Although I have repeatedly told them that they don't need to do so, but you know the result. But none of this should be enough, should it? Sometimes when it wasn't enough we would take out our own salary to make ends meet, and that's how it went. We never wanted anything from the children. As long as they could grow up healthy, that was enough. I see. Thank you, Dean, for telling me so much. You're too polite, Mr. Yifeng. As long as you're willing to come here, I hope the orphanage's doors will always be open for you. Thank you. Then I'll take my leave. Safe travels. After walking out of the orphanage door, Yifeng looked back at the sunset afterglow reflected in the word hope. Heart also felt a burst of warmth. Hope. Sure enough, it's a place that brings hope to children. Turning around after the dean closed the courtyard door, he suddenly saw Wen and Shin Mangli, who had appeared behind him at some point. Monique? What are you guys doing here? Sis says she wants to. Wen on the side was about to say something but was pressed down on her mouth by one of Shin Mangli's hands while saying in a flat tone, I'm just taking Wen, who has finished eating the cake, for a walk. Yeah? Yes, Shin Mangli said as she controlled the wheelchair and turned it around to face Wen beside her. Okay, Raven, let's go to the garden and look at the flowers too. Oh, then why don't you let me finish my sentence? Sister, because you didn't express yourself clearly enough. Next time you don't talk nonsense, okay? So what does it mean to talk nonsense? Looking at the two people who were far away, the dean also showed a look of relief. But more than anything else it was regret and pain. Alas, why did the heavens make a good boy like Mangli turn out like this? Chapter 133, she really wants to learn knowledge too much. Yifeng, who had returned home, took out his cell phone after organizing his emotions. Although what he had experienced at the orphanage had touched him a lot, his own side of the matter could not be left behind. First he had to purchase a house for Xie Yuyan, so that he could be considered to have honored one of his promises to her. After the contact of the cell phone, Yifeng successfully set up a meeting with the staff of the sales office on Monday. Laboring for half a day, Yifeng lying on the sofa, for some reason his mind actually appeared Shin Mangli's appearance. It's really special. That girl's appearance. It's like a white lotus flower out of the mud, holy and pure. If she hadn't experienced that kind of pain, I'm afraid she's living happily with her family now, right? Fate is such an indescribable thing. Drip. Suddenly the ringing of Yifeng's cell phone interrupted his thoughts, and only after he sat up and picked up his old cell phone did he realize that the person calling this time was actually Su Wanli. No, Yusen's class is the day after tomorrow. What's he doing calling me here at this hour? Hello? Mr. Su, what's? Good afternoon brother Yifeng. Hey, Yusen? When Yifeng took the phone far away for a look, he reacted only after determining that it was Su Wanli that was displayed on the caller. Uxin, did you take your father's cell phone to make this call? Aha! Su Yusen on the other end of the phone looked very happy. After all, her voice was instantly recognized by Yifeng. Father went to a meeting again, but he forgot his cell phone, so he pulled this little prank. So, I thought it was something important. Yifeng heard this before he laid back on the bed with peace of mind. What's the matter? Can I come to find brother Yifeng to chat with you if there's no urgent matter? Sure. So what does Hugin want to talk about? Just. Su Yusen became squirmy as she spoke, holding her tongue for a long time before speaking. Thursday and Friday's class. Can you come a little earlier, brother Yifeng? Same as last time? It's not a problem to be 10 minutes early. Not 10 minutes, brother Yifeng. You owe me for the lessons you haven't taken yet, but if you go back and find the time to make up for it, you'll find it very troublesome, right? That's true. It's hard to believe that you have a better solution. Uxin? Is just my proposal as long as the leaf maple brother you early time to come to class. So 2 days counting then just can be poor to go to class time to make up for. So you cannot have to worry about finding other time to make up for the class It's not impossible. Really? Then it's a deal. I'll come find you then. Ni ini. Bye. After saying that Su Yusen hung up the phone, not giving Yifeng any time to react. Wait a minute. Find me then? How? Yusen isn't kidding. And yeah, besides, she didn't know where my house was, so she was probably just trying to convey that she was waiting for me at home. Yifeng nodded self-consciously, but also thought of Su Yusen himself does not seem to have kidnapped, only in through more contact and then find an opportunity. After all, recently out of so many things, now out of the words will be some of the target, or to be safe. It seems that tomorrow's orphanage is not able to go. They have to take the time out to prepare for the preparation of lessons. Always feel that they teach Uxian's knowledge she absorbed is really too fast. She really is not good at learning looks like? How do you feel then Mu Orange sometimes also a little smart Joe. At this time is lying on the bed in their own room. Mu Orange is with Yifeng's mask eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, eyes slightly disoriented. Know that her left hand pinched a photo of Yifeng nap after as if describing the scene of the subtle atmosphere. Yikes. I can't afford to catch a cold. The teacher will be coming to class in a few days, so I have to be in the best of spirits to face him. 2 days have passed. Today is the day that Yifeng rests for a week to prepare for the class. Just as he washes up and prepares to go out under the urging of the alarm clock, he receives a cell phone call from Su Yusen. Why is Yusen calling me at this hour? It's not like she's rushing me, is it? But I already came out 3 hours early. Yifeng couldn't help but hate the capitalist a little more in his heart, but he still patiently picked up the phone. Teacher, are you up? I'm up. I'm not walking towards Uxin. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Wow. Yifeng said and ran all the way to the elevator at the same time hanging up Su Yusen's phone. But for some reason Yifeng seemed to have heard a familiar elevator notification tone on the phone. Why is this elevator sound so familiar? It sounds like my house. Is it possible that I'm hallucinating? Right at this moment, the elevator downstairs also moved up slowly with the instructions and finally stopped at the floor where Yifeng was. Jingle bells. After the elevator let out a beep, the doors slowly opened to both sides, and just as Yifeng was about to walk in, a petite figure walked out of the elevator. Good morning, brother Yifeng. Yusen? Good morning. Wait. Yifeng looked at Su Yusen who walked out of the elevator. His brain went down in a flash. He was still wondering why he always felt wrong. It turned out that Su Yusen didn't know when he even came to the door. Yusen, why are you here? Yifeng, where could have expected Su Yusen, who was on the phone 1 second, appeared in front of him the next second. So it turned out that the elevator beeps he just heard were not wrong at all. I'm not doing this for your sake, brother. When I think of you waking up so early to make up for me, I can't bear to do it. So I come to you for lessons. Am I not being considerate? Su Yusen, who walked out of the elevator door, opened her hands and hugged Yifeng, who had an incredulous face, and at the same time, she kept sniffing her breath in Yifeng's arms like a puppy. Hey, Uxin, can you wait first? I'm not very clear in my head right now. We'll talk about these things when we get into your home. Teacher, it's already class time from now on. We have to save every second of our precious time so that we can memorize the important knowledge. Uxin, don't push me. Wait for me to ask you a few questions first, okay? Well, then you ask, brother. See Su Yusen finally quiet down after Yifeng recovered from the nervous look. Who could have expected Su Yusen for the sake of the class have found their door to come? She really wanted to learn knowledge so badly. Chapter 134, Su Yusin who came to the door. Yusin, did you sneak in here or did you greet your father beforehand? Yi Feng took the lead in asking the most critical point. If Su Wanli did not know the situation Su Yusin sneaked over, then it can be met. If it was found Su Yusin sneaked out of the house, more or less have their own responsibility. Then how to find Su Wanli delivery? Don't worry teacher. I've already talked to my father beforehand. And today it was the driver sent by my father who specially sent me here. Is that so? Yi Feng always felt that this matter could not be passed so lightly. Put Su Wanli there is also absolutely impossible to let his daughter go to other men's homes. However, what Yi Feng didn't know was that Su Yusin did talk about this matter with her father long ago. At first Su Wanli did not agree, until Su Yusin used the method of acting pitiful, which made Su Wanli, who was a daughter's slave, be forced to agree to Su Yusin's request helplessly. Really? If you don't believe me, brother Yi Feng, you can call and ask my father. Seeing Su Yusin, since she had said this, Yi Feng also finally believed her some, and finally helplessly led Su Yusin towards her room. Say, Uxin, how did you know the address of my house? That's easy, just ask your father. It's like this. Yi Feng skimmed his lips, took out the key from his pocket and was about to open the door, when he looked down and saw Su Yusin, who had almost written her anticipation on her face, hesitating again for a moment. What's wrong, brother Yi Feng? Open the door quickly. Seeing that Yi Feng stopped moving, Su Yusin hurriedly raised her head to look at Yi Feng suspiciously, and her demeanor became a bit anxious. Yusin, should we forget about it? I haven't had time to pack my things at home yet, Yi Feng said with some embarrassment. What the heck? I'm a guest visiting my brother's home now. There is no reason for a guest to come and be turned away by the host. But it, since I'm here, brother Yi Feng, just resign yourself to your fate. Seeing the little devil Su Yusin showing an evil smile, Yi Feng knew that if this door was not open today, then Su Yusin would definitely spend the whole day with herself like this. It's just a little bit of a mess. Jingle bells. Ka chow. As the door of the room opened, before Yi Feng had time to pull out the key in the door lock, Su Yusin took advantage of the gap in the door opening to scurry in from it. Whoosh. Uxin, you slow down. Yi Feng watched Su Yusin's swift movements like a cat seeing a mouse, whooshing out of sight. Only after pulling out the key did Yi Feng enter the house and close the door. Yusin? Back at home, Yi Feng looked at a moment east to see a moment west to see Su Yusin produced a question. Their own home is so big, what to see? Stop it, Yusin. Hurry up and sit down. We have to get ready for class. Brother Yi Feng, your home is so clean. Can I go and have a look in the bedroom? No. Yi Feng categorically rejected Su Yusin's proposal. At least some of their own personal clothing in the bedroom. And which girl is strong want to drill to the boys' room? Even if Xia Yuyan is usually on the sofa waiting for their own home, others do not have a good habit of drilling towards their own bedrooms, in addition to the usual washing of their own bed linen washed more often than not. What the heck? Brother Yi Feng is also too stingy. Obviously I've let you come to my room, brother. Su Yusin pouted her little mouth, looking dissatisfied with Yi Feng's refusal. It's not the same, and I didn't ask to go, did I? That's not important. What's important is honesty. See how honest I am with you, brother. Looking at Yi Feng with a black line, Su Yusin also realized that she had to admit that she had obeyed. Otherwise her image of a good girl in Yi Feng's eyes would be greatly reduced. I'm just a little curious about brother Yi Feng's home law. Su Yusin good behavior is sitting on the sofa, two small hands on their skirt thighs to make a good student image, which makes Yi Feng ease a lot. Yusin, do you have your textbooks with you? Just now I saw you seem to come without something in your hand. Brother, won't you just have the lesson plan here? That's true, but can you understand me if I speak directly? Of course. There are some obstacles, but as long as you speak a little slower, brother Yi Feng, I can react. Alright then, sit down for a while and I'll go get the lesson plans. Good. Su Yusin sat obediently on the sofa, shaking her short legs. Today she was dressed as usual in a brightly colored princess dress and a pair of white knee socks in her little leather boots. Ah, so happy. Su Yuxian tilted her head and sniffed the smell of Yi Feng's breath in the room, and her heart was as sweet as eating candied fruit. She even had an idea that she didn't want to go home and live here forever. Being able to live every day in a life full of brother Yi Feng Sen, I'm afraid, is the best time in this world. Blah. What are you muttering about there all by yourself? Uxin? At this time Yi Feng, who brought the lesson plan from the doorway, looked at Su Yusin, who was alone with her eyes closed as if she was enjoying something, but from the way she was almost dripping harlotry it always felt like it wasn't a very good thing. Aha, no, nothing teacher, I was just reviewing the last lesson, where you review the course to review the haram. Although he knew that Su Yusin was lying, Yi Feng didn't pursue the question and sat opposite Su Yusin with the lesson plan. Ahem, if there's nothing wrong then we'll start the class now. Does brother resent me? Su Yusin suddenly spoke up for some reason. Ha, what are you saying, Uxin? How could I possibly dislike you? Then why is brother sitting so far away from me? Su Yusin pouted her small mouth high. Seems to want to rely on this way to let Yifeng sit over. Visible Yifeng half a long time did not move. She eventually could not sit up. Suddenly sat up, pinching the small pink fist from the high down, looking at Yifeng. Rain. Uxin? What are you doing? Yifeng was startled by Su Yusin's sudden rise. He hadn't said anything. Why did she stand up? Oh, since you don't want to move. Brother, I'll do it. Su Yusin said as if she was gambling and walked quickly to Yifeng's side. Before Yifeng could make room for her, she sat down on her butt. Hey. Uxin, you don't lean so close to me. It's not because you have to stay so far away from me, brother, making it seem like I have some kind of odor. That's not what I meant. Then the class will begin now. Su Yusin interrupted Yifeng's words and at the same time moved her butt to squeeze in Yifeng's direction again. Chapter 135, Request from Su Yusin. Uxin. You could at least leave a little bit of space for me. Yifeng looked at the good end of the quite long sofa. Now their own space is only half of the ass. For a moment do not know what to say. Well, who told Brother Fong to alienate me? Su Yusin eventually slowly retreated back, making enough space for Yifeng. Alright, I won't bother my brother anymore. I'll listen carefully. Well, that's a good boy in search of knowledge. See Su Yusin no longer messy toss himself. Yifeng finally began today's course. The course of the lesson, it is also very smooth. Not a moment to the noontime to eat. Did you understand this question, Uxin? You missed it in the last quiz, so remember it this time. I know. Su Uxin nodded thoughtfully as she brought her head closer for a look. It seems like you can't get this type of question wrong on purpose anymore. So let's switch it up for the next exam. Well, it's almost time for dinner at this point. What would you like to eat, Uxin? Do you want us to go down and find a restaurant or something? Hey, the restaurant? Su Yusin raised her head and blinked to make a very entangled look. But she suddenly saw the kitchen area by Yifeng's living room and instantly realized something. Yes, although I don't know what's more to your liking for you to eat, Yusin, so we'll just have to go downstairs and see before we say anything. Actually, I don't want to go downstairs to eat. Don't want to go downstairs to eat? Why don't I order takeout then? No. Su Yusin shook her head and stretched out two hands to hold Yifeng's big hand. Under Yifeng's puzzled eyes, Su Yusin lifted her head to make a look of pity. The golden hair and that lovely look is no different from selling cute above, and added a few points. Although my request might be a bit difficult for my brother, I really want to try the dishes that my brother himself has made. My cooking? Yifeng did not expect Su Yusin actually want to eat his own cooking. Although his own cooking skills are not very good, but by his own standards to measure the words is not bad. However, if it is to Su Yusin such a taste of the food of the big lady cooking, I am afraid that will be disliked words. Let's just forget about it. My handiwork. Not at all. Before Yifeng denied himself, Su Yusin was the first to interrupt him, and turned to indignantly pouring chicken soup for the soul into Yifeng's mouth. Everyone has their own areas that they dabble in, just like brother. In terms of teaching is the best teacher I've ever met. So please brother, don't belittle yourself. No one is born perfect. What's important to me isn't the delicious food. It's eating the meals made by brother Yifeng's own hands. Alright, I'll do it. Yusin, you're praising me to the heavens. My cooking really isn't that good. Ha. Seeing that Yifeng was moved by his words, Su Yusin also showed a winning smile. Looking at Yifeng getting up and walking towards the direction of the kitchen, Su Yusin also naturally followed. What kind of food are you going to make, brother? Yifeng rolled up his sleeves and washed his hands before saying to Su Yusin behind him, I can only do home cooking and other dishes at my level. Yusin, do you have anything in particular you want to eat? No, I love anything my brother makes. You're giving me too much credit for that comment. So how about I make a fish-flavored eggplant on top of a shredded pork with green peppers? Wow, that sounds like a great meal. I'm going to eat 2 big bowls of rice later. Looking at the tone of expression very exaggerated Su Yusin, Yifeng also inadvertently laughed out. I cannot imagine Su Yusin, this girl is still a bouquet king it. Then I hope my handiwork won't let you down. Next I have to deal with processing the ingredients first. Uxin, why don't you go back to the sofa and sit for a while? Later on, the smell of fumes is so strong that I'm afraid it will smoke you. It's okay, sometimes at home I watch occasionally when my mom cooks. Yusin's mother? It seems like I haven't met it yet. Hey, mother, she especially likes to get together with her aunts to play cards and such, so she also only comes home at night time. But my mother, she knows you, teacher. Yes? Did President Su tell her? No la, it was me who told mother. Mother even said that you are a very good teacher. Brother Yifeng. Overrated. Between the two conversations, Su Yusin watched as Yifeng washed and cleaned the ingredients and cut up the vegetables. Watching this scene, she also suddenly opened her mouth and said, Brother, do you need me to help you to play a hand? Mother, cooking time I also often in the help. Oh, no need. This little dish doesn't need any favor from Yusin. but I'll accept your kindness. That's good, abracadabra. Suyu was pleased to see that Yifeng dealt with the orderly and did not bother him, but only on the sidelines from time to say a sentence or two as a way to keep the conversation with Yifeng. Is the teacher usually used to living alone at home? Of course I'm used to it. Living alone for a long time isn't just a habit. So, does the teacher like living alone? Each has its own benefits. At least sometimes it's not lonely if you have company. Being alone is a bit more peaceful. I still prefer A. Sometimes two people are pretty good too. Su Yusen listened to Yifeng's tone, suddenly became a bit emotional, and even thought that Yifeng was expressing his inner emptiness, so she hurriedly asked after him. Then what brother Yifeng means is that you prefer two people living together? That's not clear. It mostly depends on who the people living together are, I guess. Is brother Yifeng hinting at me? Sure enough, I'm the favorite student in the eyes of that brother Yifeng na. Mu Orange, this kind of temperamental person really won't be deeply loved by the teacher. Really, teacher? Even though I want to live together with you, it seems that it's not possible at the moment, at least until we tie the knot. After we tie the knot. After that. Yusen? Ah! Su Yusen gradually realized under Yifeng's call and replied with a shudder. What's wrong, brother? Can I please ask you to turn on the rice cooker once it's raining? It will cook rice automatically after you press the switch. Ah, no problem. Su Yuxin came to the location of the rice cooker with a red face. After pressing the start button, she waved her hands and kept fanning the wind towards her two cheeks, as if this could make her agitated heart quickly calm down. Chapter 136, Drawing a Big Pie. Well, taste my handiwork to your liking? After the last dish came out of the pot, Yifeng carried the plate filled with fish-flavored eggplant and carefully placed it on the dining table. It smells so good. Su Yusen leaned forward, because of her height so much so that she could only prop both her hands on the table to get close enough to smell the plates. Yusen isn't that exaggerated. So sit down and let's get ready to eat. Seeing this, Yifeng hurriedly pushed the dish in Su Yusen's direction so that she could more easily clip on the dishes. Rough tea and hospitality. Brother Yifeng is really modest. Su Yusen was the first to pick up a piece of eggplant and put it into Yifeng's bowl. Brother is the master. The master did not move the chopsticks. How can a guest eat? So this first bite has to be eaten by brother first. In fact, there is no need for these rituals. Uxin. You can eat whatever you want. Yifeng couldn't help but sigh at Su Yusen's understanding in his heart while eating the eggplant in the bowl. It's not bad. I hope Uxin won't hate it. Hey! Seeing Yifeng eating the eggplant in the bowl, Su Yusen also put her chopsticks into her mouth to sip the flavor of the juice of the eggplant. Brother, can I ask you a question? Uxin, you say. Is there something wrong with the flavor of the food? No, my brother's cooking is delicious. Suyu was glad to see the opportunity to pick up another piece of eggplant and put it into Yifeng's bowl, knowing that just now she had a good taste of the chopsticks, and now this action was not intended to be indirectly with Yifeng. Goohehehe, let me add some of my sin to your bowl. Brother, thanks Uxin, but just now you seemed. What I want to ask brother is, apart from me, has Mu Orange ever come to your home, brother? Su Yusen interrupted Yifeng's words that were about to come out of his mouth, and instead brought in another question. Mu Orange? She hasn't been here. Yeah. Su Yusen's tone was very excited when she heard this. In Yifeng's answer she was certain that she was the first girl to come to Yifeng's house. Her emotions were of course unusually excited, but she neglected to mention one point. The object of her question was limited to Mu Orange alone, and it was certainly impossible to think that Yifeng would have contact with women other than them. That means MS. Teacher's first time is mine. Ouch. Suddenly a fist fell from the sky and gently knocked on the top of Su Yusen's head, and when she looked up, she realized that it was Yifeng who had a serious expression. Watch your language. Now be a good boy and eat, no more questions. I know. Su Yusen had tightened up a lot after getting the answer she wanted, and happily ate the meal Yifeng had prepared for her. I don't know why. Originally, these home-cooked food themselves will eat some from time to time, but the taste of Yifeng's cooking is so sweet and delicious. Probably this is the taste of love. Well, thank you brother Yifeng for entertaining me. I'm full. Su Yusen leaned on the back of the chair with a satisfied face and stroked her round little belly. Originally she was all about the staple food supplemented by the dessert-based meal, but today it was a solid meal of a big bowl of rice. Well, after eating so much Uxin, you take a break. We'll continue the lesson later after I clean up the table. Okay. Hard work, brother. Su Yusen obediently cleaned up her dishes and handed them to Yifeng, who took them and nodded toward her, then turned around and walked to the kitchen to wash up the bowls. Su Yusen, on the other hand, put her hands on the dining table and propped up her chin to look at Yifeng's busy back with strong affection. This is the happiest life. It's like a couple's daily life. It's so nice. If only I could stay like this for the rest of my life. Now I'm way ahead of Mu Orange, and it won't be long before I'm even closer to my teacher. When Yifeng cleaned the last bowl in the sink, he who wiped his hands clean turned his head just in time to meet the eyes of Su Yusin, who was eyeballing herself on the table. Yusin? What's wrong? Brother Yifeng. Nothing, I thought you were back on the couch. Hey, it's the same everywhere, as long as you have brother Yifeng. Alright, after the break we should continue with the teaching task. Did you understand all the previous points? Probably, right? Probably? What else don't you understand? UXIN? Just, how many bites of rice should I serve with fish-flavored eggplant? Ouch. Alright, that's all for today's lesson. Yifeng looked at the clock on the wall and stretched before standing up from the sofa. Oh, is it time for class to end already? How did it go by so fast? Su Yusin's small face instantly collapsed when she heard this. Obviously she was also very sad when she heard that she had to leave with Yifeng. Not bad. UXIN, you can feel, so that means today's lesson is very effective. I believe it won't take long for your academic performance to become very good. That's all thanks to your teaching, brother Yifeng. If it were any other teacher, I wouldn't be able to do it. UXIN, you also think too highly of me. I'm only guiding the general direction in your learning process. It mainly depends on your own understanding, Yifeng said, then picked up the jacket folded by the sofa. Since it was time for the class to end, then he also had to send Su Yusin to the car safely and unharmed. But he was curious about why Su Wanli didn't call over to inquire about the situation until now. Couldn't it be that he was so assured of himself? At least he is also a blood and vigor of a normal boy, and Su Yuxin, so cute girl, get along under one roof or more or less some bat it. Brother Yifeng. That, I can come back tomorrow. No way. Yifeng guessed what Su Yusin wanted to say and hurriedly interrupted her words. Today's arrangement is frankly an accident. For Su Yusin's sudden arrival he was completely unprepared. To be able to take classes in his own home has been considered the greatest tolerance. No matter what, he will not happen again. Perhaps afraid that Su Yusin would get into a little mood, Yifeng took the opportunity to add a sentence. If you perform well in the future, UXIN, I might consider it at my discretion, but let's forget about it now. Today is already a broken record, you know? Well, then blah. If I behave well, then brother Yifeng, can you really agree to my request? Sure. Yifeng immediately promised down, drawing a big cake. Who will not, when the time to find a reason is. Chapter 137, Su Yusin playing the victim. Then it's a deal. Yo. Su Yusin reluctantly stood up from Yifeng's sofa, and there was also a disappointed look on her face. I wish I could stay here forever. As Yifeng was preparing to send Su Yusin downstairs, a flash of light suddenly flashed through his mind. It seems that Su Yusin's kidnapping task has not been completed by himself, so should he take advantage of this time to kidnap Su Yusin? And although the system is said to be kidnapped, then they casually find a rope to tie her, and then untie the rope will not complete the task? Even do not need to take risks. After the completion of the matter, only need to give UXIN apologized on the line. This method seems to have not tried it, whether it was Limu Orange or Xia Yuyan themselves or moving the real sword. Thinking of this method that seemed to be able to seize the loopholes of the system to complete the task, Yifeng's heart was delighted, decided to implement it immediately. So he immediately called Su Yusin, who was ready to leave. UXIN, wait. Did you have something to say when you called me, brother? Su Yusin looked back in confusion. I suddenly thought of a little after-school game. Do you want to play it with me? After-school trivia? Although Su Yusin didn't know why Yifeng would say something like he wanted to play a small game at this time, she still nodded her head and agreed. After all, what's not to like about being able to spend a little more time with your sweetheart? Then how do you play the little game you mentioned, brother Yifeng? Well, it's probably just a script like role-playing or something like that. Mainly to expand your thinking skills. UXIN. Yifeng really couldn't find a reason to make it up. He couldn't just say that he was going to take a rope and tie Su Yusin up, right? This would be taken as a pervert no matter who heard it. Role-playing? Yes. Let's enact a script of a criminal and a victim, Yifeng said without blushing or jumping. Next I will use a rope to tie you. UXIN. Who is playing the role of the victim? Up securely, and then you, UXIN, need to act as if you are frightened. Do you understand? Su Yusin blinked dully and looked at Yifeng with an incredulous look. So brother Yifeng is good at this? It's true that all good-looking boys have a little pervert in their hearts, but it sounds so exciting. I don't know why my heart is beating so fast. Su Yusin's heart at this time had already set off huge waves, but in order not to let Yifeng notice it, she only made an appearance of not knowing anything, quietly looking at Yifeng. Then, well, since brother has said so, I'll try my best to cooperate with you, brother. Su Yusin nodded her head obediently. Yusin, worthy of being a good student for your teacher. After receiving Su Yusin's permission, Yifeng nodded down excitedly. Yusin, maybe my next maneuver will be a bit strange. I hope you can cooperate with me well, okay? Good. Su Yusin sat back on the sofa under Yifeng's guidance. Although Su Yusun looked like a good girl sitting on the sofa looking up at Yifeng, unbeknownst to her, her heart had long longed for Yifeng to act quickly. What exactly is the technique that the teacher is talking about? I'm looking forward to it. If I'd known the teacher was going to be like this, I would have told my father I'd come home for dinner. But this is not enough time. Yusun, can you wait a little while? I'll go get a rope and come over to make it work. Later on you try to act like you're scared. I can't imagine that you have such a weird mood, but since you said so, then as the victim, I have to behave properly. I'll do my best. Well, it's really hard for you. Yifeng also knows that he said so more or less strange. At the same time, his heart is also apologizing for such a pure Su Yusun. This behavior of his own is if it is known by Su Wanli that he will be so to his baby girl words, I'm afraid I'll be chopped to pieces by a random knife. Right? Brother Yifeng, can you hurry up? We don't have much time. Okay, I'll get the props now. Yifeng turned to the usual pile of miscellaneous storage box. Will be a thicker hemp rope to take out? For some reason he always felt that Su Yusun just the tone of voice is not the slightest bit surprised. On the contrary, is a kind of urging as well as looking forward to. Is it your own fault? I guess so. Who would expect this? In a few efforts, Yifeng came to Su Yusun's front with a hemp rope in his hand, slightly embarrassed. He said to Su Yusun, Yusun, are you ready? I'm ready. Wait. Just as Yifeng was approaching Su Yusun, suddenly she called out to Yifeng. What's wrong? Just as Yifeng had just finished asking about the situation, he saw Su Yusun reaching both of her hands to her two golden-colored double ponytails on either side of her, and in no time at all she had changed her hairstyle to a pillhead hairstyle, and at the same time smoothed out her princess dress a little bit before she looked at Yifeng. Okay, that way it won't disturb you. Brother Yifeng. Uxin, she really I cry to death. Yifeng looked at such a well-behaved and lovely Su Yusun himself even heart cannot bear, but taking into account in order to task as well as not let Su Yusun suffered behind their own had to be cheeky to do so. So, I'll get started. I'll do my best to hold back the noise. Ahem. In the twine round and round winding in Su Yusun's body, Yifeng also always feel a little strange in his heart. Originally kidnap Limu Orange or Xia Yu Yan he was not hesitant, but now in front of Su Yusun's face kidnapping people, but he was not at all so easy. Feeling the strength of the twine slowly tightening itself, Su Yusun's body emitted a strange feeling. At the same time her small face flushed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally psychologically prepared, she really came to this time but still leaked. Sorry, did I strangle you? Yifeng asked anxiously. No, please be a little more firm, please, this level, it's not a victimization at all. Okay, good. Yifeng swallowed hard. For the first time he felt that kidnapping was so difficult. After listening to Su Yusun's feelings Yifeng slightly used some force, which caused Su Yusun's body to suddenly tremble, followed by a slight trembling of her body that she couldn't help. Boing boing. Rain. Uxin? Are you okay? Looking at Su Yusun with her head lowered and spitting out scorching breath, Yifeng hurriedly expressed his concern, while also observing the system in his mind, but there was still no progress in the task. Strange. What's going on? Chapter 138, Yifeng who was caught in the act. No. I'm fine. Brother Yifeng please continue blah. Although Su Yusun was prepared to be kidnapped, her mental capacity was still not strong. At the moment her face was like a ripe apple, her head was lowered and she did not dare to look at Yifeng. Then, I'll continue then. Yusun you bear with me a little bit, I'll finish soon. Yifeng was also slightly flustered for a moment, and his movements became a bit stiff, and he became even more flustered when he saw that the system's kidnapping task was delayed. What's going on? I've already reached the system's goal as per my previous request, right? How come it's not moving for a long time now like it's having a stroke? Yifeng while thinking about things in his mind but neglecting his own strength, between accidents did not use his ability reasonably, so much so that it caused Su Yusun not a small impact. Su Yusun's turquoise pupils suddenly widened, and in an instant, she buried her head without any movement like a stuffed gourd, and the whole person didn't have any reaction like her brain was down. Yusun. See Su Yusun into this appearance can be Yifeng scared. In a hurry he cannot care about what the task, and hastily will be knotted twine to unravel, which will be Su Yusun to release. However, Su Yusun, even if she was relieved but has long been no longer glowing, her eyes are dull and her body is soft and collapsed into Yifeng's arms. Yusun. Uxin. Don't you scare me. Yifeng was completely flustered this time, and put both hands on Su Yusun's shoulders and shook them back and forth. I don't know how long it took before Su Yusun's lax eyes gradually became clear. Brother Yifeng. Su Yusun slowly raised her head to look at the flustered Yifeng, stretching out her soft and sticky hand to hold up the side of Yifeng's face, smiling foolishly. Yusun, are you alright? Do you need me to take you to the hospital now? Yifeng was really scared this time. Where would he have expected Su Yusin to become like this? And at the same time, he was secretly complaining about why he had to act like this. A hospital? No, it's not necessary. Brother Yifeng, don't be anxious. Just now Su Yusin's eyes fluttered as she said this and looked around, finally speaking in a very small voice. I just felt a little weird. So it was a trance. But it's okay now. Really? Is it really okay? It's really fine. Brother Yifeng doesn't have to worry about me. Su Yusin said and opened her hands to integrate her entire body into Yifeng's arms, feeling the warmth of the young girl's body, like an active bunny, and rubbing so much against his chest every now and then. Although Su Yusin's body type was relatively petite, but her characteristics that defied common sense could be described as a one-of-a-kind existence. If we were to use seawater as an analogy, then Xia Yuyan would be the waves in the storm, Su Yusin would be the gale force winds, and Limu Orange's words, Limu Orange, should be able to use the Dead Sea to describe it. Su Yusin rested her head on Yifeng's shoulder, and a familiar strawberry odor drilled into Yifeng's nostrils. Uxin. Okay, it's almost time for me to send you downstairs. Hey, that's it? Brother Yifeng won't continue? No, won't be continuing. I'm just slightly curious for a moment. Uxin, you mustn't get any strange misunderstandings. What Brother Yifeng means is, this matter today is a secret exclusively between the two of us? Ah, yes, a secret exclusively between the two of us. This way. Su Yusin's sly gaze secretly turned up and down. Then will Brother Yifeng compensate me? Compensation? What compensation? Are you trying to renege on your debt, brother? If what just happened is known by my father. Good. Uxin, you mustn't say anything. I'll give you the compensation you're talking about. Please don't ever spread this matter out, okay? Well, it's okay. Su Yusin's two small hands on Yifeng's shoulders slowly pulled her head away from Yifeng's shoulders, and the two of them just gazed at each other. But Brother Yifeng, you have to compensate me according to what you promised me, yo. Okay, I promise. Yifeng always felt that Su Yusin's well-behaved and lovely appearance was like an instant change of a person, but now without the right to speak where he could still resist, so he could only nod his head and agree. If I had known, I wouldn't have done it. Not only did I let the mission go unfinished, but I also lost myself in the process. So that's it for today, blah blah blah. Let me take my time to think about the compensation. Brother, let's go downstairs now? Okay, let's go then. Poof. After sending Su Yusin, who was humming a small song and was very relaxed, to the street, Yifeng looked at the cars coming from the roadside and let out a sigh of relief. For some reason he always felt that Su Yusin had also become bold from her glutinous appearance. No matter if Limu Orange or Xia Yuyan was the same. Could it be that girls would be like this after having close contact with each other with familiar people? Then I'll be waiting for you at home tomorrow. Mr. Sensei? Don't worry, I will come on time. But Uxin, don't come like today without even saying hello, otherwise I won't entertain you next time. Okay, I know. Su Yusin suddenly came up to Yifeng and waved at him, signaling him to lower his head towards himself. What's wrong, Uxin? Do you have anything else to say? Yifeng had just put his head over, when suddenly Su Yusin stretched her white neck with those strawberry-flavored lipstick lips and gave Yifeng a gentle kiss on the side of his face. That's interest. After saying this, Su Yusin slipped into the car without looking back like a frightened rabbit. With the sound of the car's engine, it was gone with a bang. Yifeng stood stupidly on the street looking at the direction Su Yusin left, and for a moment did not know what to say. It's broken. Something's wrong. Sis. Inside the corridor of the orphanage, a tender child's voice rang out amongst them. When one looked at Shin Mangli, who was sitting at the front door window alone pushing a wheelchair cart, and inquired curiously, Sister, you're here? Ah, just now I looked for you in the garden for a long time. Yes? Shin Mangli reached out her slender hand and gently stroked Wen's head, a sudden desire to see the late sunset, and accidentally looking at it for too long. I see. So, is the evening sunlight nice? It's nice to see. It's like a dream. Maybe it won't be there next time. Chapter 139, Limu Orange's carefully baked pastries. Like a dream? But doesn't the evening sun come every day? The younger raven asked, cocking her head in disbelief. What Shizuku said is true nah, but it's my sister who's confused. Let's go back to the garden soon too. After all, that place is where I belong. Well, when one listened to Shin Mangli's words with a seemingly confused look, in the end, she still simply nodded her head. Good. The evening sunlight coming through the window. After gradually lengthening Shin Mangli's shadow, she returned to the darkness of the corridor. Teacher? Ah. What's wrong with you, Mu-chan? Under a dainty drink, Yifeng, who was looking out of the window and wondering, was suddenly called back by Limu Orange's voice. What do you mean, what's wrong with me? It's clearly you who's not right. Teacher. Limu Orange stood up from her own chair and slowly walked over to Yifeng's side. Under Yifeng's puzzled eyes she put one hand on Yifeng's forehead, while the other hand lifted her own bangs to touch her own forehead. No sign of fever? Mu Orange. I don't have a fever. Yifeng reached out and grabbed Mu Orange's wrist to put her hand down. Then why don't you look well? Teacher? Is there something wrong with your body? Why don't we skip today's class and you take a good rest here for a while? Teacher. Mu Orange's voice was kept small, perhaps for fear of disturbing Yifeng, for fear that he would be annoyed in his heart. It's okay Mu-chan. I just wandered off for a bit. Just went off thinking about something else. Really? Really? Just relax. Then. Well then, if you're not feeling well anywhere, teacher, be sure to tell me. Yo. Well, I believe Mu Orange means well. Are you done with the project? Let me see how well you've taken care of the details of the scene. Yifeng stood up from his chair and slowly walked over to the desk to inspect Mu Orange's subject. Yifeng, who came to Mu Orange's new residence today because the manor could not go at the moment, so much so that now he could only give Mu Orange some knowledge that was relatively considered on a theoretical level, and came up with a question to determine what had happened based on the pictures of the scene. Yifeng's distraction that is still because yesterday in Su Yusen's home can be said to have been tortured. When that day he went to Su Yusen's home will be the little devil Su Yusen to torture bad. Not what to hold yourself from time to time, is what to touch her head, and then do not help is to write the subject in their own legs. This had tortured down almost did not put Yifeng half a life there. If not their own death occurred the day before the binding event, perhaps Su Yuxin will not be so naughty. Looking at the really well-behaved Mu Orange in front of him, Yifeng couldn't help but be touched in his heart. Sure enough, it's still Mu Orange who loves people the most, worthy of being a good student for the teacher. Pressurized will not put bad thoughts on their own body. Unlike Yuxin, that little witch, after mixing and getting acquainted became more and more naughty. Mu Orange blinked curiously as she looked at Yifeng's relieved expression. Teacher? Cough. It's fine. It's fine. I just think Mu Orange you're getting better looking. Hearing this, Mu Orange, who was still in a normal state, instantly looked like a kitten that had its tail stepped on and dabbed up from the chair, like a pressed spring that almost didn't scare the subject out of Yifeng's hand. Mu Orange? Old. Teacher. I'll get. Bring me a little heart. My stomach is a little hungry. Oh, you go on then. I'll see how you're doing with your subject answers. Okay. Mu Orange forcibly pressed down her inner excitement and walked towards the door in a fiery hurry, suddenly getting Yifeng's compliments. She had to cool down properly, otherwise she would be hated if she didn't keep a reserved look in front of Yifeng. Oh, boing. After going out to the bathroom on the first floor, Mu Orange covered her mouth with both hands and screamed, staring at herself in front of the mirror. Mu Orange carefully looked at every corner of her body to see if there were any flaws. Really? The teacher can make my heart beat faster every time so casually tugging on my heartstrings regardless of but there is a serious price to pay. Right. Mu Orange suddenly remembered that their snacks specifically have a snack themselves but added with special herbs. If you have been drinking water then it will inevitably cause Yifeng's suspicion. After all, he is the expert in this area, so occasionally change the style will not be easy to make a mistake. I was planning to have a nice talk with you today and use the special cake tomorrow, but now that you've said that, it would be unkind of me if I didn't show you something. Thinking of this, Mu Orange unscrewed the door handle of the bathroom in the direction of the kitchen. The damaged door handle is suspected to have been forcibly destroyed, so it is judged that it must have been forcibly entered and abducted, and the obvious footprints on the floor judged the intruder to be male, with obvious weight and heavy footsteps. Looking at Mu Orange's live description of the subject, Yifeng couldn't help but nod with an appreciative gaze. Not bad. Mu Orange's progress can be described as a breakthrough growth. It won't be long before she'll be able to stand on her own. Ka-chow. Just then, Mu Orange, who was outside the door, pushed open the door of the room and smiled sweetly at Yifeng after walking into the room with a plate of carefully made pastries. Sensei, would you like to have a snack with me? It's something I made with my own hands. Yifeng wanted to refuse, but when he saw Mu Orange's expectant gaze and she just said it was his own hands to do it, inevitably have to give some face. Cannot let their good students cold heart is not. Then Yifeng immediately nodded his head and agreed. Since it's made by Mu Orange himself, then I have to taste it. This pastry must be very troublesome to bake, right? It's not really that troublesome. The maid will prepare the ingredients, so I just need to follow the steps to make it. Mu Orange said as she picked out a piece of pastry and put it to her mouth to gently bite down. Even though it's been a day it still doesn't taste bad. Teacher, can you help me with some advice? Said Mu Orange while plate of pastries raised to the front of Yifeng, perhaps deliberately arranged. Mu Orange took the lead in picking up a piece of pastry after Yifeng naturally followed the gap she took in the order of picking it up, followed by Mu Orange gleaming under the watchful eye into the mouth. Well, it's nice. Yifeng's eyes widened the moment he ate the pastries. Although he didn't really like sweets, he still gave a thumbs up towards Mu Orange after eating the pastries she baked. The pastries don't taste sweet, but rather a refreshing crunch, and this unsweetened texture tastes great. He. Thanks for the compliment, sensei. Limu Orange stared at Yifeng after he finished the last bite of the pastry. Those dark eyes instantly flashed a bright light. Chapter 140, next time it won't be so easy. What's the teacher up to these days? As she ate the pastries, Limu Orange found a topic to chat with Yifeng. Yifeng also does not want to keep a serious look. For him to treat their students should be attentive, posing a majestic to whom to see it. The teacher's duty is to impart knowledge. Usually the students to live in harmony when there is no need to pretend. Recently, after that incident in the manor, I haven't left the house much. Firstly, I have to take a good rest after walking through the gates of hell. And secondly, living an ordinary life is what I aspire to and pursue. That's nice, Limu Orange said and then reached out his hand to pick up the cup of water and gulped it down. Mu Orange, this looks like my water cup. Yifeng was on the side and was trying to stop it, but within just a few seconds Limu Orange drank all the water from the water cup. How thirsty is this kid? Well, ha! Limu Orange stuck out her tongue and rolled the remaining drops of water around her mouth into her mouth without a single drop. I'm sorry, teacher. I just choked on a pastry and in my haste I just grabbed a glass of water. You won't mind, will you, teacher? I wouldn't mind. But then aren't we indirectly? Hearing Yifeng's voice abruptly stop when he said here, Limu Orange just like the game triggered some mechanism's organ. Whoosh! He tilted his body to Yifeng's front, narrowed his eyes and said in a suspicious tone, What are you trying to say, teacher? Why don't you continue talking halfway through the sentence? Ahem. All in all it's just that men and women are not close. Mu Orange, you as $1,000 lady have to pay even more attention to the details in this regard. Of course I'm not intentionally alienating you. I just want to caution you to pay attention to your image. I know that. I don't get along with teachers like I do in front of outsiders. Teacher is special to me. Alright. It's almost time for the break to end. We need to get back to getting ready for class. Yifeng suddenly stood up from the chair. In order to alleviate the awkward atmosphere he was about to go to the toilet to avoid Limu Orange's strong line of sight. But suddenly a familiar faintness came to his brain. And in the moment he took a step his body was uncontrollable and fell to one side. Luckily, Limu Orange was quick to catch Yifeng who was about to fall. Yikes! Teacher! You're okay. Limu Orange was shocked at the sight and said to Yifeng in a worried tone, while slowly tugging Yifeng's body towards her bed. Hold. I'm sorry Mu Orange. I don't know why I've always been weak lately. It hasn't been like this before. It's alright teacher. It must be because you more or less physically received some effects when you saved me in the manor. That's why you're like this. Limu Orange explained. This situation means that you haven't rested well lately. Teacher, did something happen recently that really affected your mood? Great. Probably. Then that's not right. It's okay teacher. You have a good rest and relax at my place. I'll study on my own while you're resting teacher da. Thank you Mu Orange. You're such a good boy. Yifeng said no longer able to endure the physical fatigue, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Watching this scene Limu Orange then curved up the corner of his mouth. Yifeng carefully lifted to their own bed in a safer position after walking to the windowsill to pull the curtains. The whole room suddenly dimmed a lot. In the dim light, Limu Orange's figure kept approaching towards Yifeng, followed by a rustling sound coming from the side of the bed, as a black dress fell out of the air and fell into a ball. A graceful figure unfolded. Limu Orange opened her beautiful eyes and with a small red face, she headed towards the bed. Teacher, as a good boy, of course I have to ask my teacher for a little reward for being a good boy. Isn't that normal? Since you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Then, I'll make myself at home. I don't know how long. Limu Orange's head from the quilt out. At this time she is opening her small mouth violently breathing fresh air, knowing that she had been in Yifeng's arms for a while, feeling Yifeng's hot body temperature, until the air she breathed was too scarce. Limu Orange had no choice but to stick her head out. It's all the smell of the teacher. I'll treasure this quilt. Limu Orange leaned on Yifeng's shoulder with a happy face as she enjoyed her reward. Just then she raised her head to look at the clock hanging in her room. Really? Why is time always so short? If only the teacher was a little bit closer to me. Why do I always feel that the teacher of this period of time is not quite the same as before? As if she's purposely distancing herself from me? I really don't want to do it. Thinking of this Limu Orange exasperatedly looked at Yifeng's sleeping face. And at this time the unconscious and sleeping Yifeng was oblivious to the fact that his chest had long since turned into Limu Orange's special pillow. No way. A teacher can only be with me. It is now. And it must be in the future. I want to leave my mark on every corner of the teacher. After saying that, Limu Orange stretched out a hand from the quilt to hold the side of Yifeng's face as if she was gambling, while she herself poked out her head and kissed Yifeng's lips hard. Well, the smell of the teacher. It's even stronger. Limu Orange, who was still able to control her brain, lost her mind the moment she kissed Jifeng. A simple kiss alone could no longer satisfy her desire to explore. Limu Orange was like a small snake constantly exploring the mysterious area. Almost every corner she didn't leave behind, until she left her full footprints on the exploration ground before reluctantly leaving. Coo. Accompanied by the two people's lips slowly separated. Limu Orange also powerless, lying beside Jifeng, full of love and looking at Jifeng. Sensei, I'm really losing control of myself. It's all your fault, teacher. I won't allow you to leave so cleanly. If you don't get your act together, teacher, the next time won't be so simple. Speaking of this, Limu Orange's tone seemed a bit hurried, perhaps thinking of a certain image that made her heart flutter. Forget it, it's about time. I'll let you off the hook today. After all, this will definitely arouse your suspicion. With another burst of rustling, the curtains were lifted again, and the warm sunlight splashed into the room instantly became bright again, as if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 141. Limu Orange, who was getting more and more understanding. Head. So heavy. When Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the dazzling sunlight in the room, his body only gained some strength. Well, Yifeng had just opened his mouth and suddenly felt as if he was choking on water, and was hurriedly forced to swallow before sitting up and coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Cough. What the hell? Almost choked me to death. After sitting up, Yifeng only felt his chest stuffy, but when he lifted the quilt and found that nothing happened. But why the chest always feel like something is pressed, and even knocked his chest quite painful. After sitting for a few moments, Yifeng's brain also gradually woke up, but when he looked around the week, he realized that Limu Orange had disappeared into the room. Where's Mu Orange? Yifeng was opening his mouth to utter a few words when he felt his lips tingling, and it became especially hard to just say a few words, but fortunately this bad feeling was fading away. What's wrong with me? Why is it so hard to wake up every time? Is it some kind of terminal illness? Just as Yifeng was puzzled, he suddenly realized that it looked like he had eaten something on the side of his mouth, and when he reached out and grabbed it, he found that it was a thin and silky hair strand. It's Mu Orange's hair? But why is it near my mouth? Probably because it's her bed, and I still have Xie Yuyan's hair on my couch sometimes. Yifeng did not think this was strange. After all, this was Limu Orange's bed, and after treating the hair thing as normal, everything was explained, except for his own numb lips. Strange. Why did I somehow fall asleep every time I was in Mu Orange's house? A terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in Yifeng's mind. Could Mu Orange have done something to himself? But this idea was instantly ruled out by Yifeng. I'm so out of my mind. I can't believe that I would suspect my own student. What part of myself could be worth her doing this? Besides, although Mu Orange sometimes has a very eccentric personality, but now is a lot more understanding, and even in his own unconsciousness when he assisted himself to the bed, and afterward also for his cover. He even went to suspect people. This is not nonsense. Even if you look at it from the worst perspective, both her own water cup and the pastries brought by Mu Orange were eaten by her there. But why was Mu Orange fine? To put it bluntly, this has nothing to do with people. Maybe there's something wrong with my body? It must be this damn Shi system that gave me the trouble. And that limit capsule isn't any good either. Suddenly the door of the room was opened at that moment, followed by in Yifeng's line of sight. Limu Orange was sipping a cup of soda from the doorway. You're awake. Teacher. Upon seeing Yifeng awaken, Limu Orange revealed a slightly surprised expression before placing the soda on her own table and sitting on the edge of the bed. Well, are you physically okay, teacher? It's fine. I don't know why I suddenly fainted. I'm very sorry, Mu Orange, for dirtying your bed. Nothing. Limu Orange shook her head to show that she didn't care about Yifeng sleeping in her bed. Teacher should be overworked to be in this condition, right? Do you need me to call my personal doctor to examine you, teacher? Limu Orange's eyes were filled with worry, and her tone had some caution. No need, Mu Orange. Your kindness is appreciated. Yifeng hurriedly refused to say. His body's condition of their own can no longer understand, but this effect is mostly the aftermath of the capsule. No matter how the modern medicine to check how this is certainly not found out. I probably just stayed up too long lately. I'll pay attention next time. Woo. Teacher, you're really too. At least care more about your own body. Limu Orange's face was a bit ugly, as if she was dissatisfied with Yifeng's behavior like this. Teacher is the most important person beside me. I'll be angry if you spoil your body like that. Sorry for making Mu Orange worry about me. Look, what a sensible child. Shame on you for doubting them. Yifeng was even condemning himself in his heart at this time, completely thinking of Limu Orange as a good boy. Suddenly realizing that he was still lying on Limu Orange's bed, Yifeng hurriedly sat on the edge of the bed while apologizing to Limu Orange. Sorry, Limu Orange. I'm really sorry for using your bed. Why don't I wash it for you now? No. Before Yifeng finished his sentence, Limu Orange suddenly yelled. The sudden words even startled Yifeng, realizing that she was overly emotional. Limu Orange quickly returned to her normal tone. I mean, you don't have to go through so much trouble. It's just a bed. There's nothing to focus on. I'll just change the set myself. Well then. Instead of saying this, teacher, look, it seems like it's time for class to end. Hey, is it? I've been sleeping for as long as I have. Yifeng followed Limu Orange's gaze towards the clock, and sure enough, it had already reached the point of time when the class was over. Mu Orange is so sorry. Obviously there are too many classes I didn't finish in time. Suddenly Limu Orange stretched out her index finger and gently rested it on the side of Yifeng's lips, and then softly whispered, "Really, teacher, how many times do you have to apologize? These small things don't need to be said all the time. So it looks like the relationship between me and the teacher is very rusty. Since Mu Orange you've said so, then I won't be pretentious. That's right. So do you need me to go out with you, teacher? This won't be necessary. Just rest. Mu Orange, I'll leave on my own." "So, okay, but teacher, remember to come on time tomorrow. I'll be angry if something like today happens again." "Okay, see you then, Mu Orange." Bye teacher." After Limu Orange sent Yifeng to the front door, Limu Orange stood at the window and looked at Yifeng's gradually departing back before he hoofed it all the way back to his bed. Wooing. Fortunately, the teacher's residual temperature still has some, while there is still the teacher's strong breath have to cherish more cherish na. Phew. Walking on the way home, Yifeng's entire mental state was not very good. Although he had slept, but his body was still very tired. Such a feeling made him all over the body, also couldn't lift up his energy. Forget it, let's just find a random roadside stall to eat. I won't make it at home if it's dinner. Thinking of this, Yifeng walked toward a barbecue restaurant under his apartment. Chapter 142, I want to go back to you so fast. Hissa. Somewhere in a remote alley, two plainly dressed men were standing by a smelly trash can chatting away. "Man, it's been rough lately. We need to be careful what we do." "You mean the traitor in the cabinet?" "That's not true. She's recently destroyed several strongholds, and even the special ops team that went after her in the first place has been wiped out." "I know about this. Now the pavilion master has ordered to kill her on sight. The key is that she is still the top of our entire killer list. Yes, her codename alone is oozing. Cold Snake. You never know when that person will deliver a painful blow, and by the time you react back it's long past time to restart your life." Okay, stop it. I'm scared just listening to this person right now. It's a good thing that our stronghold is newly established and the location is relatively hidden. Otherwise I would have run away a long time ago. Isn't that so? Who wouldn't run for it? I wouldn't take it even if the pavilion offered more pay. The man shivered as he spoke, pulling his gaze back from the cloudy sky. "Well, it's almost time to come out and move around. We should get back to." Before the man's words fell, his voice suddenly came to an abrupt end. Looking at his teammate whose back was turned, his face gradually became grave. Although his level was not as good as those elites in the killer list, but to be able to become a killer of the Dark Pavilion, then there was no one who was not capable. Something's wrong. The man's look grew more and more serious as he saw his teammate standing still, and just as he was pulling out the pistol in his own pocket, he was not expecting his teammate in front of him to turn his head with a smile on his face. "Ha ha, look at you peeing in your pants. You're sick." Seeing the mess that had been made, the man indignantly reached out his fist and pounded it at his teammate, with a horrible expression as if he wanted to eat him. "Look at you. You're such a wimp. It's a shame you're still a member of the Dark Cabinet." The man's teammate rubbed his shoulder and smiled. Asterisk you. "I don't care about you." The man was also very displeased to learn that he had been tricked, and turned around and prepared to return to the stronghold, but at that moment his back was slightly cold, as if there was a gust of wind. "I'll tell you what. Don't make any more noise and come back to the stronghold with me honestly." The man continued towards the stronghold without looking back. In his subconscious, this commotion was most likely made by his teammates again. Just as the boy had just unscrewed the doorknob of the stronghold, a sound of something heavy falling to the ground came from behind him, and his body just froze in place as his eyes looked with their own eyes to see that inside the door where the light was shining in, there was a manly figure standing right behind him. Stab. After another dozens of minutes of MO, a dark shadow gradually stepped out from the depths of the doorway. Poof. A flirtatious voice emanated slightly from underneath the black cloak. "Let me see." The man in black took a sheet stained with dried blood and placed it in a spot under the light for a closer look. "TSK. Why are there still so many strongholds? That old woman is really something. Can't she gather everyone back together? Save me the trouble of running around by myself. It's a waste of time, okay? With this extra time, I could have gotten closer to Yifeng a few more times." Xia Yuyan seemed to associate her words with a certain wonderful scene and couldn't help but hum softly in happiness. After experiencing it once, it's really different nah. The body is like clinging to Yifeng, desperately want to get him. This is also an expression of love, right? I want to return to Yifeng's side as soon as possible. Xia Yuyan, who had finished organizing her emotions, stretched her back and slowly left the middle of the alley. Guest, you asked for kebabs. After the barbecue store owner placed the plate of meat skewers in front of Yifeng, he busily returned to the store under Yifeng's thanks. Phew. Yifeng picked up a meat skewer in the plate and blew on it. The marinated meat filled with a tantalizing smell under the addition of carbon grilling. Yifeng, who had not finished his meal, could not help but take a big bite off a piece of meat that was nourishing and bubbling with oil at this time, followed by an exclamation of admiration. Ah, it's good to get a little dirty once in a while. At this time Yifeng's cell phone suddenly rang. When he took it out and fixed his eyes on it, he found that it was Li Mu Orange's call. Mu Orange? What are you doing looking for me at this hour? After pressing the answer button, Li Mu Orange's voice came from the other end of the phone. Good evening, Sensei. Good evening, Mu Orange. Is there something you're calling about this late? There's nothing, just want to be concerned about whether you've returned home yet. Teacher, because of what happened today, always feel that teacher your mental state is not very good, so it is very worried about teacher. Hearing Li Mu Orange's words, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart, to think that even now his own students were still concerned about him. So that's how it is. Don't worry, Mu Orange. I'm already fine. Really? That's good. As long as teacher is in good health, I'm relieved. But teacher, are you outside right now? I saw you. Heard a very noisy sound outside of teacher's cell phone. Ah, you're talking about this. I'm having a barbecue under my house right now. Eating barbecue? I see. Does the teacher like barbecue or something like that? Then should we ask someone to grill a whole roasted goat for lunch in advance of tomorrow's class? Then I know. I won't bother you much, teacher. I'll hang up first if there's nothing else. Well, I'll still be on time tomorrow. Okay, I'll be waiting for Sensei at home. Do. As the phone hung up, Yifeng also left everything behind and officially ate the meat skewers on his plate, while Li Mu Orange, who was staying in her own home at this time, loosened her tightly wrinkled brows. It turns out that the teacher is eating downstairs. So long has not moved. I thought something was wrong. The limitations of this locator are also too big. It seems that we have to find a better locator. No, don't leave me alone. In the dormitory late at night, Shen Mengli was trembling and saying something as if she had a terrible nightmare. About a while later, a figure walked over to Shen Mengli's side and let out a regretful voice after pulling the quilt on her body towards her chest. Oh, poor child. Only after the trembling Shen Mengli gradually improved did the old dean who watched the scene head towards his room. Chapter 143, I told you I'd come. How is it, Mr. Yi? The arrangement of this house can be all carefully decorated, and the type of room design is also in accordance with your requirements for comparison. This room is currently the most with your Hope House is the most matching. Standing in a well-furnished house, Yifeng nodded slightly after looking around. Well, it's nice. Turned over a week after, Yifeng also in accordance with the agreement with the sales staff down to a better surrounding environment, convenient transportation, moderate prices in the house. In a number of inspections, this house has been considered to be very in line with the expectations of Yifeng's mind. Then Mr. Yi, you see this side if you pay. Check in now. I'm a little pressed for time and I have to be somewhere else later. No problem, Mr. Yi. After hearing that Yifeng wanted to settle the bill in one go, the salesperson quickly agreed and at the same time took out all kinds of formalities from the briefcase. And after tens of minutes of signing, the house became Yifeng's private property. The funds on this side of the account have been received. Then Mr. Yifeng, if you need any more services, feel free to contact me. I'll excuse myself. Aha. After the salesperson left, Yifeng couldn't help but smile even as he looked at the living room that was almost twice as big as his own home. With a house this big, that woman won't have to worry about not having a home anymore. In the purchase of the house, in fact, Yifeng would like to write the name of the owner of the house as Xie Yuyan, but in the end found that Xie Yuyan in their own here and left nothing that can be used to sign the information documents, and finally had no choice but to take the lead in the house for the time being to buy down. When Xie Yuyan comes back, he will give this house to her. As for myself, still live in that small house. Anyway, his goal has not yet been achieved, and when everything is resolved, he will make other plans. Phew. Sitting on a sofa that was several times better than the softness of his own home, Yifeng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ah, is this the damn luxury life? There's no comparison at all. It's true that once you've enjoyed a quality life, it's hard to go back to a life of misery. Speaking of which, everything was fine yesterday when I was giving Mu Orange a lesson. Yifeng suddenly remembered yesterday when he went to teach Li Mu Orange from the beginning to the end of the class, during which he had been the phenomenon of a normal mental state, from which it seemed to be his body really out of the reason. I was naive enough to think that something terrible would happen, and in the end it seems that I was overthinking it. Yifeng recalled when he was on to the noon course break, Li Mu Orange will bring himself to the kitchen. When he saw the table a whole roasted whole sheep, when Yifeng froze for a moment, or he could expect his previous day is not just casually say just Li Mu Orange for their own preparation of such a very weighty lunch. In the end, In order to thank Limu Orange for her kindness, Yifeng had to stuff his stomach to the brim before Limu Orange gave up. Until now, when Yifeng recalled the smell of barbecue, he wanted to vomit. Although he was grateful for Limu Orange's concern for himself, this concern was really too heavy. It's that time of day. Almost time to go there. The white-haired, red-pupiled girl that Yifeng had met a few days ago came to mind, and a hint of anticipation even arose in his heart. It's so pretty, that girl. Sister, did you name the Muppet Bear? In the pavilion in the orphanage's garden, Wen brought her little head up to the bear Muppet to take a closer look, her two cute little eyes blinking and blinking. Not yet, and I don't know what a good name for it would be. Shen Mengli still had a calm look, leaning her back against the chair and looking at the fountain that kept spewing out water, not knowing what was in her mind. Well, Big Brother hasn't been here for a few days. Sister, do you think Big Brother won't come again? Raven was still a child after all, and spoke her mind quite bluntly. Hearing Wen steered the topic to Yifeng, Shen Mengli was silent for a while, reaching out her hand and gently stroking it on Wen's head. It won't be. Didn't Mr. Yifeng say that he would come back to see Wen again? It's probably because he's been up to something lately. So yeah, alright, it's getting late. Wen, you should go eat, or else Dean's mom will be angry. Shen Mengli intentionally diverted Wen's attention, as if she wanted to draw Yifeng's matter away on purpose. Okay, what about you, sis? Wen, go ahead. Sis isn't very hungry right now. I'll come by myself later. Okay then, bye sis. After saying that, Wen left the garden with one step back, leaving Shen Mengli, who was enjoying the fountain, alone. After Shizuku left, everything around her seemed to go quiet except for the sound of the fountain running. Shen Mengli lifted the bear Muppet in her arms and murmured softly, "You're the only one who will always be with me, right?" Looking at the bear doll that didn't seem to move, Shen Mengli put it back on her lap. Perhaps it was because of her legs. Shen Mengli was wearing a deep black dress underneath her white hair, but from the appearance of the dress it already appeared to be a bit faded. But this did not affect her stunning appearance in the slightest. Perhaps want to go back to the corridor. Shen Mengli, in pushing the wheel, want to fall back when suddenly the wheel slipped to the side of the pavilion slide. Shen Mengli's body suddenly lost balance and fell backwards, but she did not issue a cry of alarm or show fear. As if all this she has been numb as if, but her hand is tightly embraced in his arms, the bear doll dead. Bang! The wheelchair cart rolled down the chute to the side of the garden, but Shen Mengli didn't fall on the ground. Is everything okay? A magnetic voice sounded in Shen Mengli's ears. Listening to this familiar voice, Shen Mengli, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened the fishy red eyes. The one who caught his eyes was none other than Yifeng, who caught himself with his body. Yifeng, mister, is everything okay? Yifeng wrapped Shen Mengli's slender waist tightly around him. Although Shen Mengli didn't exercise, her smooth and soft skin could be felt even through the dress. Mister Yifeng, how did you? Didn't I say I would come? Is it hard to believe that Miss Shen has forgotten my words? Shen Mengli squeezed the bear ragdoll in her hand with both hands while averting her gaze from in front of Yifeng. Thank you, Mr. Yifeng. It doesn't matter. Just wait a moment, Miss Shen. I'll put you back in your chair. Soft jade in the arms. Yifeng holding small and exquisite Shen Mengli toward the direction of the wheelchair car. And Yifeng cannot see the field of vision. Shen Mengli looked at the hand of the bear heart, do not know what to think. Chapter 144, The Unchangeable Shen Mengli. Sit tight? After Yifeng carried Shen Mengli to the cart so that she wouldn't lose her balance again, carefully inquired. Aha! Shen Mengli didn't say a single more word, just a single response. Then I'll let go. After receiving Shen Mengli's response, Yifeng also withdrew his hand from Shen Mengli's arms. After everything returned to calm, Yifeng was about to open his mouth to ask Shen Mengli if he needed to push her into the restaurant, but he never expected Shen Mengli to take the lead. Mr. Yifeng, when did you come? Looking at the young girl's uniquely attractive red eyes, Yifeng reacted after a while and immediately replied. I just came over here too, and only heard from the dean after asking her that you were here place. So I came. After all, didn't we agree that I would come? Shen Mengli just looked at Yifeng and suddenly opened her mouth. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? I'm giving you a hard time. Thud. Right at this moment Yifeng stretched out his hand and gently struck a hand knife towards the top of Shen Mengli's head. Although the force was not great, but it also illustrated the meaning that Yifeng wanted to express at this moment. Can't you girls just accept someone's kindness properly? Why do you have to get so distant? Because I don't possess the ability to have to pay back favors, and trying not to fall like I'm doing now has become an expectation. Who said anything about repayment? I didn't say that. Seeking the help of people will only bring constant trouble to others. I am already in this state. What condition is there for me to ask for those better things? No, you're wrong to think that. Yifeng immediately retorted after hearing Shen Mengli's words. He knew that the current Shen Mengli was like a bird without feathers, looking at the blue sky, but she couldn't do anything. Everyone has their own life path. Facing the severe and difficult road, you should do more to grit your teeth and persevere, rather than stand still. Thank you, Mr. Yi Feng. Your words are certainly very reasonable, but according to your meaning, my choice like this is also my own will, isn't it? I know I don't have the power to sway your mind, but if you don't make a change, how do you know if it will work out in the end? I have tried to change, but the result is no change at all, and all my efforts are nothing but illusions and futile. Miss Shin. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi Feng, my words were a bit much then. I want to be alone for a while now. Can I trouble you to give me this space, please? Suddenly changed face of Shin Mengli let Yi Feng caught off guard. It seems that Shin Mengli's psychological defense is more serious than he imagined. I'm afraid that want to let her change her mind can be said to be very difficult. Yi Feng glanced at Shin Mengli, who skimmed his head and knew that he must not have a chance to talk to her now. No matter what he said, I'm afraid she could not listen to it, so he had to let her be quiet for the time being. Good. Then take care of yourself. I'm going to Dean's first. Yi Feng left the garden without the slightest hesitation after he finished speaking, leaving Shin Mengli, who was staring at the fountain pool, alone. Only after Yi Feng's figure had completely disappeared did Shin Mengli dare to shift her own gaze to the place where Yi Feng had disappeared, and then immediately looked down at the little bear ragdoll in her hand. I'm sorry, big brother. When Yi Feng had just walked into the restaurant, he saw Wen, who was holding a paper folded into 1,000 paper cranes, running towards him. Big brother, you're finally here. My sister and I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Feng gently stroked Wen's hair and said slightly apologetically, I'm sorry, Wen. Brother, I've been a bit busy lately, so I didn't have time to come and see you guys. Wen won't blame me, right? Not at all. Big brother is so nice to Wen and sis and everyone else. How could I possibly be mad at big brother? Raven grinned a bouncy grin, looking perky and cute as she did. Raven, just now you said you and your sister have been waiting for me. How long has this been going on? Just a few days ago then. After big brother left, before sister came from the garden to the front door every now and then to look out the window, and although sister said she was enjoying the view, I knew she was waiting for you to come to her. Big brother. Yes? Yi Feng did not think that in private Shin Mengli would actually make such behavior. This action can be completely inconsistent with the words in her mouth. But why in the end is this? Hasn't she come over, big sis? Wen poked her head out behind Yi Feng to take a closer look and asked quietly after realizing that there was no figure of Shin Mengli. Your sister, she wanted to spend some time in the garden by herself, so I didn't come with your sister. Well then, today's snacks are obviously delicious. Raven looked a little sorry in her tone, but she quickly cheered up again. Big brother, do you want to play a game with Shizuku later? I've got a hide-and-seek date with my buddies. Well, Yi Feng glanced at the dean, who was busy, and refused in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Raven. It looks like you're the only one who's going to be able to play with your little friends. You see, your dean's mom is still busy packing up, so I'm going to have to go and help out. Brother. Shizuku's going too. Wen was still a good boy. As soon as she heard that the dean's mother was in trouble, she immediately put forward the idea that she would also go forward to help, but was rejected by Yi Feng. Shizuku, don't worry about it. Just leave the helping to my brother. You and your little friends have a good rest and relax. It will be easier for Shizuku to come back and help when she grows up. Well then, although Wen didn't understand the meaning expressed in Yi Feng's words, she still nodded her little head in agreement. After Wen parted ways, Yi Feng came to the dean's side, and while helping her to clean up the tableware left behind by the children as well as the trash after the meal, he also spoke. Dean, leave these to me. You rest and relax. Mr. Yi Feng, what are you talking about? You are originally a guest. Where is the time for you to do such a job? Just leave these things to us. It's okay. I'm here to help. It's twice the work for half the effort. Unable to resist Yi Feng's enthusiasm, the dean had no choice but to agree. And just as she and Yi Feng were cleaning up, Yi Feng inquired on the side. Dean, I would like to inquire from you, will the orphanage still take in this child mainly in the future? As far as I know, the condition of the rules here is that when the children reach adulthood they leave the orphanage to find their own lives. Ugh. Hearing Yi Feng say this, the dean sighed deeply, and after she finished picking up the last piece of garbage, she opened her mouth to Yi Feng. Mr. Yi Feng, may I ask if you are free later? Can you come to my office for a moment? I have something I want to tell you. Chapter 145, Request of the President. Mr. Yi Feng, please take a seat. After closing the old wooden door, the dean sat down on the creaking chair and looked at Yi Feng and said in a serious tone, You're right, Mr. Yi Feng. In our area we do have a saying that the children need to leave the orphanage to earn a living after they reach adulthood. And what if it's a child like Shin Mengli? That has to be enforced according to the rules. After a long time, Dean uttered the words reluctantly, then whispered, Actually, I won't hide it from you, Mr. Yi Feng. Mengli, she has been an adult for almost a year now. What? It's been a year already? Hearing the words of the dean, Yi Feng was also surprised. If according to the dean's statement, Then now Shen Mengli should have left the orphanage long ago, but now it is still able to stay in this place. Then it must be the dean. She did something. Yes, but Mr. Yifeng, you have to know that Mengli is like this. How dare I let her leave the orphanage alone? Besides, who would take in a defective person? So I use Mengli for the orphanage handyman position temporarily while Mengli settled in the yard. But this has been almost a year. Again, thick wall will eventually have the wind through the time. The dean said here was full of sorrow. It could be seen that she was really concerned about Shen Mengli. This child, Mengli, has been lonely since she was a child, and because of herself she has also been left with few friends. Although she gets along well with the children in the institution, I know that her heart is like dead, never beating. I've tried and tried to get Mengli out of the haze in her heart, but her obsession is just too deep. I can't do it. The dean lowered his head, and his sad tone made Yifeng's heart feel bad even when he heard it. Dean, there's no need for you to blame yourself. You've done enough for Shen Mengli, but I still can't let go of that child. I've seen Mengli since she was a child, so I really can't give her up. I admit that what I did was unfair to the other children, but, she's also the one who needs love the most out of all the children. To this Yifeng did not continue to speak. At this moment he has long put Shen Mengli's task behind him. This child has suffered things that should not be suffered. If he is still in her wounds on a handful of salt, such behavior and the devil, how different. Screw your system. This mission is for whoever likes to do it. I'm not perverted enough to scourge such a poor girl. Just as Yifeng was about to wrap up and take his leave, the dean suddenly looked up at him. Mr. Yifeng, Dean, can I help you? Faced with the sudden address, Yifeng instantly sat upright. Only you, Mr. Yifeng, are different. Different? What's different? Ever since you came to the orphanage, Mr. Yifeng, Mengli, who was initially unperturbed by anything, has suddenly changed. Just like a few days ago when I found out that she was waiting at the front door window for your arrival, and her usual words were more than ever. So I think the only one who can change Mengli is you, Mr. Yifeng. Me, can't do it, right, Dean? You've been taking care of Mengli for so many years, and I've only met with her only a few times. How could it possibly work? Not at all. Mr. Yifeng, have you forgotten the conversation I had with you earlier? There's a special ability in your words and behavior, as if it's like you can bring hope and life to people. That's why I said the words not to exhibit your gentleness too much. It's, Dean, what you're saying is too unrealistic, isn't it? How can I just be an ordinary person with such an ability? The dean did not continue to explain. Instead, he stared at Yifeng with a serious look in his eyes. Please, Mr. Yifeng, I'm counting on you for this child Mengli. Only you can bring her back to life. Shen Mengli looked at the bear muppet resting on her white legs for a long time. Mr. Yifeng will be angry, won't he? Anyone else who kept denying his words like I did would think I must be hopeless, right? I don't want to burden people anymore. I'm just a burden, a drag on the neighborhood. That's good. So no one will have to worry about me anymore. And as long as everyone distances themselves from me, I can stop dragging anyone down. I'm sorry, Dean's mom. I'm sorry, Mr. Yifeng. I can't change anything. Shen Mengli held the bear tightly in one hand, while her other hand was slightly spread out, and in her hand were several white tablets. This was the disinfectant medicine she had stolen when she was helping with the cleaning, and according to the description of the tablets that she had secretly read, it clearly stated that accidental ingestion would be life-threatening. It seems like it's time to make a decision, and my mother and father would be angry if they saw it. But I can't hold on any longer. I don't want to be a burden anymore. Clutching the antiseptic tablets in her hand, Shen Mengli's small hand also trembled slightly. She knew that this was the fear within her stopping her. It had been like this before. It's gonna hurt, right? Shen Mengli thought this in her heart, but she wouldn't be running away this time. She wanted a relief, a result with self-respect. Shen Mengli glanced fondly at the little bear muppet in her hand. Her lips lightly opened. Let's call you Little Feng. Goodbye, Little Feng. Just as Shen Mengli was about to feed the pill in her hand into her mouth, a large hand suddenly snatched the pill from her hand, and the quickness of this action even made Shen Mengli foolishly eat the air in her hand. Shen Mengli felt that there wasn't anything in her mouth and turned her head to fix her eyes on it, realizing that it was Yifeng glaring at her with a serious face. Yifeng, Mister, what are you doing? Miss Shen? I recently caught a cold, so I need to take medicine. I also hope that Mister will return the cold medicine with to me. Shen Mengli still put on a calm face and looked at Yifeng, but her flustered eyes had already revealed her own nervous and uneasy appearance. Oh, cold medicine? Yifeng looked at the hand of some yellowing pills, while also emitting a pungent flavor. A look at this thing Shen Mengli is long planned. Then it's just as well that I'd had a cold lately, and I'm always uncomfortable. So I'll go ahead and take this pill. Just as Yifeng raised his head and prepared to eat the pill, Shen Mengli, who was sitting in the wheelchair, shouted out in an unusual manner, "Don't!" Yifeng stopped his hand movements and bent down to look at the excited Shen Mengli. This girl is finally not a dead face. This excited look also looks quite cute. What's wrong, Miss Shen? Is there a problem? Chapter 146, Yifeng's Enlightenment. Seeing that Yifeng was about to take the sterilizing tablets into his mouth, Shen Mengli leaned forward and pressed Yifeng's arm. "No can do. Mr. Yifeng, you can't eat this." "Oh, can't it be that you'll be able to take this pill, Miss Shen? Isn't it all used to cure diseases?" Yifeng held the pill tightly in his hand. No matter how hard Shen Mengli broke his fingers, he was indifferent. "No. This medicine is specially designed to deal with different symptoms. Mr. Yifeng, if you take it haphazardly, just how long are you going to keep this from me?" Yifeng at this moment also completely showdown. As early as Shen Mengli from the hands out of the white tablets when he found the state of affairs is unusual. Fortunately he came in time, otherwise it will be a big disaster. "Mr. Yifeng, what are you saying? I didn't understand." Seeing that Yifeng never let go, Shen Mengli also retracted her body. Yifeng opened the palm of his hand, will be placed on the side of his nose. A little smell, with a pungent smell, emanated out of the time. Yifeng will know Shen Mengli mouth of the pill is not at all what the treatment of colds with the drug, which is clearly disinfection tablets. If eaten into the stomach, then the less will trigger discomfort, or even related to the safety of life. "Miss Shen, are you still pretending to be confused with me? I'm afraid you've already prepared this medicine, right?" Shen Mengli saw that her mind was poked by Yifeng and did not move, but instead remained an understated look. "Aren't you going to explain anything?" Yifeng tucked the sterilizing tablets into his coat pocket and slowly walked to Shen Mengli's face, staring at her closely. Feeling Yifeng's serious gaze, Shen Mengli skimmed her head and wanted to turn the wheelchair cart to leave, but Yifeng circled around and blocked her way. "Mr. Yifeng, can you please not sway my thoughts? What I want to do is my own right." "Why? Mr. Yifeng, please step aside. I don't want to answer your question." Shen Mengli hung her head low, that snow-white hair smoothing down her pale cheeks, and even though her tone of voice remained unchanged, a hint of impatience could be felt from the speed of her speech. "Miss Shen, can you calm down for a moment and hear me out?" "Go away. I told you to go." Shen Mengli suddenly yelled at Yifeng, and in a split second, her face changed a look, and her trembling red pupils as well as her body were reacting to the fact that she was now in a very unsettled mood. Yifeng tightly frowned. From Shen Mengli's current performance, she has voluntarily walked into a dead end. This kind of mold himself wants to change her mind is not generally difficult. "Leave me alone. Please, just leave me alone." Shen Mengli realized that her mood swings were a little too big and immediately pushed the cart to leave this place. But just as she and Yifeng staggered away from each other, she did not expect Yifeng to grab her cart from behind. "Mr. Yifeng, please let go. You hate your life right now?" "Of course. Every day of this life is torture for me, and I can't wait to end my life now." "Then why didn't you do it before?" "Because I've had enough of the life I'm living now. It's not even a life to me. It's just living every day, adding to the burden of others." "Actually, that's not what you think." Does Mr. Yifeng like to impose his ideas on others so much?" In the face of Shen Mengli's rebuttal, Yifeng did not go to explain, just turned Shen Mengli's cart and squatted down to meet her eyes. "You actually like this family, don't you?" "Home? I lost my home a long time ago, much less, whether it's Shizuku or Dean or any of the other children in the home." "You actually love them, don't you? They're like family to you, right? That's why you've been hesitating, because you don't want to leave them, right?" "A load of crap. Then why are you still gripping the Muppet Bear in your hand and not letting go?" Yifeng's sentence hit the true thoughts in Shen Mengli's heart, which made Shen Mengli no longer have a reason to defend. She couldn't say that she hated the Muppet Bear that Raven had sent her, could she? Seeing that Shen Mengli's resistance was not too strong, Yifeng adopted a more gentle attitude. After spending time with these girls, this had also allowed him to master some skills of knowing how to appease people, only to see Yifeng looking at Shen Mengli with a gentle tone of voice and spoke. "Miss Shen, you have to know what would Wen and Dean and the others think if you took such extreme measures. What you're doing is tantamount to transferring your own pain onto them. Do you want them to live with the same pain of losing their loved ones as you?" No. I just don't want to be a burden or a liability." Shen Mengli shook her head, trying to explain the behavior she had done. "If I disappeared, Dean wouldn't have to labor so much, and Shizuku wouldn't have to do things like steal Muppets to make me happy for me. I'm the bane. Dean labored because you were there for her, and Raven stole the Muppets because you were nice to her. You're already an irreplaceable part of their hearts. Do you want them to be the next you? Next I?" Shen Mengli heard here the whole person froze in the cart. The gaze also gradually became lax. Fixed eyes found that it was tears have long been wet her eyes. 2 lines of tears from her eyes down the cheeks flowed out. "Yeah, I'm sorry. Tear after tear dripped on Shen Mengli's black dress. Her mouth constantly murmured words of sorry. Yifeng also did not stop her, just quietly waiting aside, waiting for the negative emotions within her to gradually dissipate. The kid has been holding it in for far too long, and it's about time she let it out. As Shen Mengli's sobs became smaller and smaller, her emotions finally sort of calmed down. Well, better? Yifeng took out a pack of paper towels from his own pants pocket and pulled out a piece of toilet paper and handed it to Shen Mengli. Shay, thanks. Shen Mengli took the toilet paper handed by Yifeng and first wiped the tears on the little bear muppet and on the hem of her own skirt. The bear muppet was given to her by Raven, and the black dress was given to her by Dean's mom. They mean a lot to you, don't they? That's why it's all the more important to cherish them. Well, Chapter 147, A Man as Good as Mr. Yifeng must have a girlfriend, right? Thank you, Mr. Yifeng. After calming down, Shen Mengli lowered her head, still not daring to look toward Yifeng. To her ugly state was seen by Yifeng, which made her very humiliated. It's okay, as long as it's all salvaged. That's good, but you mustn't harbor this kind of thought. Understand? To them, Miss Shen, it's enough for you to be safe and sound. Yifeng saw Shen Mengli squirming and thought that she still had some resistance in her heart, so he continued to open his mouth to explain. In fact, I know that Miss Shen, you want to do what you can for the courtyard with your own strength. In fact, you have already done it. Just for example, when educating Shizuku, you're like a big sister who knows how to educate her on how to behave. And at mealtimes, when you as a big sister took care of the children around you so that Dean could carve out more resting time. Isn't that all helping them? I've figured it out, Mr. Yifeng, I understand what you mean. Shen Mengli raised her beautiful eyes and gazed deeply at Yifeng. A look of pearly blossoms and rain caused people to like it very much. I just wanted to apologize to you, Mr. Yifeng. Hey, apologize? Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? Yifeng puzzled to look at Shen Mengli. In his eyes, Shen Mengli before was nothing more than venting his negative emotions. How to count on the point of apology? Because I said such excessive words to you, Mr. Yifeng. Excessive words? Yifeng carefully reviewed the conversation between himself and Shen Mengli just now, and did not feel that one sentence had exceeded. You mean to tell me to go or something? Hiya. I thought, why? What's this little thing? It's just Miss Shen venting her little emotions. I don't really care, though, although it's like this, but I still have to say this apology to you, Mr. Yifeng, no matter how I also said this, Mr. Yifeng must have been very, alright. Just when Shen Mengli was in the middle of her words, Yifeng stretched out a hand and gently rested on the top of Shen Mengli's head, stroking Shen Mengli's silky hair while his mouth was still talking. Miss Shen, you are really thinking too much. I have not generated such thoughts. Oh, a girl as lovely and beautiful as Miss Shen, how could I possibly take this matter to heart? Lovely, pretty. Shen Mengli repeated Yifeng's words in her mouth, followed by a pair of eyes blinking violently. Mr. Yifeng, is he complimenting me? Yes, but how could someone as crippled as me possibly match those two words? He must have said that to comfort me. Aha, that's it. Yes, I won't hide it from you, Miss Shen. When I saw Miss Shen for the first time, I was startled. Without knowing it, I thought it was a fairy who had fallen to the mortal world. Yifeng was also not lying. Shen Mengli's beauty was really like a beautiful picture. No matter who saw this soft and compassionate look of hers would feel pretty. Fairy? Mr. Yifeng is not fooling me. After Shen Mengli confirmed that Yifeng's idea was true, she who had all been quiet suddenly flustered. Her pale cheeks instantly flushed, and within a few breaths, Shen Mengli's face was ripe for the picking. Oh, what are you doing, Miss Shen? Woo! Shen Mengli noticed that her face was emitting hot breath, but she couldn't move the retreating cart to hide secretly, so she could only stretch out her hands like an ostrich to cover her face. Don't, Mr. Yifeng, don't look at me, please. Sorry. Yifeng then realized that Shen Mengli was actually shy. He had not seen her in this manner before, so he quickly stood up from the wheelchair cart and put his hands on the handrail at the back of the cart and asked carefully, would Miss Shen like to go next to the fountain for some quiet time? Bye, please. Phew. Shen Mengli looked at the pool in front of her, and she gradually calmed down after she couldn't see Yifeng's face, but she knew that behind her was Yifeng, so her whole body looked a little stiff. Mr. Yifeng, can I take the liberty of asking you a question? Sure. That's, Mr. Yifeng, you're such an outstanding person. You must have a girlfriend, right? Girlfriend? After hearing Shen Mengli's question, the first time in Yifeng's mind surprisingly appeared Xie Yuyan's figure. The reason why it would be like this is still because he and she experienced an indescribable thing, although he is oblivious to this. I don't know how Xie Yuyan is doing now. I suppose so. Yifeng now cannot say that his relationship with Xie Yuyan, like a tangled ball of wool. In the end, the knot will only get tighter and tighter. There should be? That's a strange answer from you, Mr. Yi Feng. Actually I'm not really sure. Anyway, things are a bit complicated. Well, Shen Mengli looked at Yi Feng's embarrassed face, and for some reason after hearing Yi Feng's reply her heart was very bad, and the bear ragdoll in her hand became chock-a-block. Then who is this happy sister? I'd love to get to know it, to meet someone as nice as Mr. Yi Feng. No. Miss Shen, you flatter me. I don't know where she is now. If she is, maybe she will come back. Maybe it'll come back? Does it mean that girl left Mr. Yi Feng? How could that be? Who would have the heart to leave someone as gentle as Mr. Yi Feng? It's hard to believe that Mr. Yi Feng is the kind of ignorant and innocent boy who has been toyed with by a scummy girl. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. The originally tranquil Shen Mengli could be described as a different person after a violent brainstorming session, and suddenly turned back to gaze deeply at Yi Feng, facing a pair of particularly dazzling eyes looking towards him. Yi Feng could not help but shiver. What's wrong, Miss Shen? It looks like you have something to say. Mr. Yi Feng, sister. Just as Shen Mengli clutched the bear ragdoll in her arms and prepared to open her mouth, a childish voice came from outside the garden, and a closer listen revealed that it was Wen who had rushed in. Shen Mengli instantly stopped what she wanted to say when she saw Wen's voice suddenly appear. At the same time, she turned her head and breathed deeply. Ugh, luckily, I'm glad I didn't tell you. Why do I always panic when I'm facing Mr. Yi Feng? What's the reason for that? Chapter 148, A Closer Call. Sis, Wen ran all the way to Shen Mengli's side, and her sudden appearance made Shen Mengli suddenly startled. Shizuku? What brings you here? Did you enjoy your dessert today? Aha! Today's snack tastes delicious, and I brought one for you too, sis. With that, Raven pulled a bag of date cakes out of her dress. Thanks Shizuku. Shen Mengli received the cake in the hands of Wen. The bag still remains a little warm. Feel here cannot help but let Shen Mengli's heart even more touched. Luckily Mr. Leaf Maple stopped my stupid behavior. Otherwise, standing aside Yi Feng looked at this cozy picture, heart also flooded with a slight smile. In this moment he instantly felt that what he had done was meaningful, and even the system tasks that had been on his mind did not even think about it. Just then Wen lying on Shen Mengli's knee with a puzzled look at the little bear muppet flush with her, looks like seemingly found something, stretched out a finger pointing to the black button eyes of the little bear muppet said, Sister, why are there drops of water on the puppet bear? Is the bear crying? Is it? It must be Shizuku's mistake. Why would a muppet bear cry? Shen Mengli seems to be not able to lie, so when she said this sentence somehow stretched out a hand tightly clutched the corner of Yi Feng's coat, with the pair of deep eyes looking at Yi Feng. Perhaps in her subconscious Yi Feng has become a person worthy of trust in her heart, but this is all she has not realized. Just feeling that the corner of his coat appeared to have been tugged by something, Yi Feng shifted his gaze towards the corridor back and looked down to find Shen Mengli staring at him with a look of help, looking just like a pampered white-furred kitten. What's wrong, Mr. Yi Feng? Wen is asking why there are water drops on top of the bear puppets. Shen Mengli frowned slightly, as if reminding Yi Feng not to tell his embarrassing story. Yi Feng turned back to look at open a pair of big eyes toward their side of the Wen. A moment also cannot think of exactly what reason to perfunctory passed, after a long time before the difficult to open the mouth. It's because your sister drooled when she saw the date cake you brought in Shizuku because she wanted to eat it so badly. Hey, hearing Yi Feng's explanation, Shen Mengli first began to be frozen for a moment. Apparently she did not expect Yi Feng will suddenly say so. Immediately after sorting out the thoughts down suddenly realized that Yi Feng's so-called explanation seems to discredit themselves. This action makes the original quiet Shen Mengli suddenly stormed, constantly pulling the corner of Yi Feng's clothes. Yi Feng, first, Shang, what are you talking about? What do you mean by drooling because you want to eat the cake too much? Wait, Miss Shun, be gentle. My clothes are getting too big for you. Yi Feng two hands pressed their own clothes to prevent Shen Mengli will pull their own clothes big, and Shen Mengli has lowered his head dead hold Yi Feng's corner of the coat did not let go. This scene looks like a pair of small couples flirting like, goo. I can't imagine that Mr. Yi Feng is already so familiar with Mengli already. Just then the voice of the dean suddenly came from the distance, and the two men's movements froze in that instant. Dean's mom, and the heart of the larger Wen did not have this aspect of the discovery. In her eyes Shen Mengli is only in and Yi Feng playful like so did not pay too much attention. But after the appearance of the dean of the she jumped again towards the dean darted away. Did Shizuku have a good time? Happy. The dean stroked Wen's little head while looking at the two of them, Yi Feng and Shen Mengli, with a kind expression, and cast an encouraging look towards the two of them before holding Wen's hand and leaving. Wen, it's time for us to go to class. Come back to play with your sister later after class, okay? Good. As the figures of the dean and Shizuku gradually disappeared into the corridor, The stiffened pair slowly came back to their senses. Shen Mengli slightly raised her head to look at Yi Feng's appearance. Coincidentally at this time, Yi Feng also turned his head downward, and the two people's sights just intertwined. That. Miss Shen, can you put your hand down? If I continue to grab it like this my clothes will break. Mr. Yi Feng is blaming you. Why did you say such strange things? Only then did Shen Mengli release the small hand that clutched the corner of Yi Feng's coat. This is good. See the dean's face that you know the look. Even if he explains how to estimate in front of the dean will be more and more black. Right. This I didn't expect the dean to come at this time. Besides it wasn't you, Miss Shen, who asked me to help you out. Although, that's true. But Mr. Yi Feng's explanation, Shen Mengli said here suddenly closed her mouth. After shaking her head the corners of her mouth unexpectedly flooded with a subtle smile. Perhaps this action even she herself did not realize. Thank you, Mr. Yi Feng. In the end, Shen Mengli's words still ended with a thank you, but this time her tone seemed very relaxed, no longer as unperturbed as before. No relation. Well, after the two had finished talking the surroundings fell silent, and finally it was Yi Feng who took the lead and spoke. Miss Shen, want to take a stroll in the garden? Good. Thank you, Mr. Yi Feng. Although the garden of the orphanage is not very large, but Yi Feng pushed Shen Mengli but enough to stroll around several times. In the end Shen Mengli seems to be afraid to put Yi Feng tired before he opened his mouth to signal to stop. Although the two of them had been speechless in the middle of the circle, Shen Mengli had not let go of her grip on the bear from the beginning to the end. Miss Shen. After Yi Feng pushed Shen Mengli onto the pavilion, he sat down on the bench in the pavilion and met Shen Mengli eye to eye. Is there anything else, mister? Yi Feng wants to tell me? If you have something on your mind, Miss Shen, you can still pour your heart out to me. We're considered friends now, right? Friends. Shen Mengli looked at Yi Feng who had a serious face. She was able to feel a different kind of care from Yi Feng's words. After a short while she gently nodded her head. Good. Since it's as Mr. Yi Feng said in his mouth, doesn't it seem rather rusty for us to be addressed like this? It seems so. So what would Miss Shen like me to call you? Monique. Shen Mengli turned her eyes slightly downward while reaching out a hand to lift the hair behind her ear. Call me Monique. Chapter 149, The Confessional Dean. Monique? I know. Looking at Shen Mengli's suddenly evasive eyes, Yi Feng for some reason was also a little nervous in his heart and suddenly stood up from the stool. But just at this time, Shen Mengli stretched out a hand to once again clutch Yi Feng's corner. Shen Mengli? Well, that. Hearing Yi Feng suddenly call himself this way, even Shen Mengli who was already ready to speak became a bit stuttered. Although her expression and face did not show any shyness, when she felt that Yi Feng looked like he was about to leave but anxiously pulled him back. Mr. Yi Feng, you haven't told me how to address you. I'm sorry, if I'm to be addressed, why don't you just call me Yi Feng? It always feels a bit strange to be called Mr. or something. Is that so? Shen Mengli suddenly turned her gaze to the little bear muppet in her arms, and immediately afterward, she immediately blurted out. Feng. What? Is it okay if I call you Kid? I want to call you Feng. That name? Yi Feng did not think that Shen Mengli would call herself this way. Shen Mengli is afraid that she is the only one. There's nothing wrong with that appellation. Well, then this is kind of a yes from Feng. Of course it's no problem. But Monique, can you tell me why you took that one title? Shen Mengli looked down at the bear puppets in her hands, and then raised her head to gaze at Yi Feng. I'm not going to tell you. On the way home, Yi Feng's mind still floated with the memories of spending time with Shen Mengli today. Although when he left the orphanage, Shen Mengli's appearance was still so bland, but he was able to clearly feel that there was more than one set of anger on her face. There shouldn't be any more accidents. Yi Feng touched the disinfectant tablets in his pocket. Although today seems to have convinced the death-seeking Shen Mengli, but more or less he still has some worries in it. If Shen Mengli is simply coping with himself? If you don't, you should pay attention to it. Thinking of this, Yi Feng turned around and once again walked in the direction of the orphanage. He didn't dare to rely on his own feelings to judge a matter. Not to mention that this could be considered a living life. Mengli, what did Mr. Yi Feng tell you today? To the time of eating dinner, the dean seems to be purposely so end of the rice bowl came to sit next to Shen Mengli's seat, eyes mixed with a hint of laughter. To say that today she saw Shen Mengli pulling the corner of Yi Feng's clothes a scene to detect the state of affairs is not right. Through so many years of her understanding of Shen Mengli, the always quiet Shen Mengli was always a wave of unperturbed about everything, but until Yi Feng's appearance made Shen Mengli change a lot. If she were to look at it from her perspective, it would be that Shen Mengli was more like a living, breathing human being than an emotionless puppet doll. Dean Mom, what are you talking about? Little Mr. Yi Feng just had a conversation with me about 1-1, in which he didn't say anything unnecessary. Alas, Mengli, you have also grown up. You've actually learned to lie to the dean. It really makes my heart ache. The dean made a tearful appearance, and this action caused the guilt in Shin Mengli's heart, who could not lie, to deepen, but a kind of shame also inexplicably surged up. Really, I won't talk to you, Dean's mom. I'm full. Shin Mengli put down the dishes in her hands and pushed the wheelchair cart and left in the direction of the corridor, and the dean who watched the scene actually covered her mouth and secretly laughed. Mengli has finally grown up, and everything seems to be going in the right direction. Phew. Shin Mengli pushed the cart to the familiar garden and stretched out her small hand to pat her cheeks. Her heart flustered like an intricate ball of wool. What's wrong with me? I've never felt this strange before. What the hell is going on here? Kid has also left yet. I wonder when he'll be here next. Shin Mengli's appearance gradually surfaced in her mind, and suddenly she appeared to realize something, even shook her head as if she wanted to shake something out. What's wrong with me? What's wrong? Why does my heart beat so much when I think of Kid? A spell. I must have fallen under some strange spell. I don't know how long it took. Shin Mengli sat in the pavilion looking at the blooming flowers alone after calming herself. Just then a figure walked over in Shin Mengli's direction. Shin Mengli skimmed her head to take a closer look and realized that the visitor was none other than the dean. Mother Superior? What are you doing here? With a smile on her face, the dean sat down next to Shin Mengli, and under Shin Mengli's doubt pulled up her small hand and said gently, "What? Now I come to see the child I brought up with my own hands are not allowed? Or do you want the person who comes to see you to be Mr. Yifeng? Not at all. Dean's mom, don't you dare say that. I'm just curious as to why you came alone." Shin Mengli's voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke, and her eyes drifted to other directions. Alright, let's just say I'm overthinking it then. The dean patted Shin Mengli's small hand, but suddenly his words turned to other topics. Monique, actually, I have something I want to tell you. What's the word? You should have been an adult for quite some time now if you're counting Manhwarecap, right? Yes. Ugh. Dean put the words here, squeezed Shin Mengli's small hand tightly. From her face seems to be very reluctant to the next words to be said. Hugs. I'm sorry, Monique. I have an apology to make before this. Mother Superior, what are you? Although Shin Mengli didn't know why the dean had said that, she could see from the dean's demeanor that it was full of reluctance and pain. In fact, I've been keeping one thing from you, and that is that the children in the institution have to go out into society when they become adults, and the orphanage is not in any way qualified to raise you anymore. The dean's voice was even mixed with a hint of crying. She knew what the next words would mean to Shin Mengli, but she had to tell this matter. Because the dean, I can't let go of Mengli you. And if you are going to be sent away, then the place to go will also be some center for the handicapped. That place is good or bad, I'm not sure at all. In order to be able to let you stay here all the time, I violated the rules of the orphanage. But as it goes on like this, it will still be exposed. And by that time the whole orphanage will be facing a problem that will be enforcement. Chapter 150, She's Lost Her Spirit. When that happens, even if I wanted to protect you, I couldn't do anything about it. Said here the dean even cried out. In her heart she is also reluctant to give up Shin Mengli this understanding of the child, but she knows that if she continues to hide the words will not only let Shin Mengli in trouble, the entire orphanage will be in danger. But Mengli, I can't bear it. You're the child I've brought up since I was a child. How can I bear to push you out with my own hands? But I really don't know what to do. Mother Superior. Shin Mengli looked at the dean, who covered his face in pain. Her eyes also became confused. Just when she thought it was going to be alright, reality hit her head. If she really didn't have the orphanage to fall back on, where on earth was she going to go from here? In this instant Yifeng's figure suddenly appeared in her mind, but immediately she put this thought behind her. No way. Definitely can't drag Feng down. No matter what, I can't drag him down. I know, Dean Mom. Shin Mengli didn't act alarmed and remained the same bland look she had initially, but the whitened fingers could tell that her heart had certainly changed at this time. I've been indebted to your care all these years, and I really thank you for it. In my heart you are like my mom who always takes care of me, and I am not going to have any complaints. Monique, ooh-hoo. The dean cried even more when she heard Shin Mengli say this. Once she clenched her teeth and wanted to fight with all her might to keep Shin Mengli, but she knew that if she did so it would be an injustice to the other children in the orphanage. Mother Superior. First Superior and then Mother. Fulfills her own duties as she should. Don't worry, Mother Superior. I'm sure I'll find a better life. And when I do, I'm going to come back to visit you as often as the other kids who got out of the orphanage. Although Shin Mengli spoke easily, she knew how she could possibly have her own place with just this body, and her eyes followed the tears when she thought that she would not be long before she would be leaving this place where she had stayed for many years. Hey, strange. I told you not to cry. I'm an adult. I should be strong in front of the dean's mom. But I can't help it. Ugh. Shin Mengli this time no longer showed the appearance of unperturbed. When she jumped into the dean's arms and cried out unimaginatively, also heralded her own originally intended to live a new life will be a complete failure. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Obviously. I promised Feng that I'd try my best to survive. Why did it end up like this? I don't know how long it took, but Shen Mengli burrowed her head out of the dean's arms. Monique, don't worry Dean's mom. I'll take care of myself. Shen Mengli's eyes lost their luster, and those dull eyes seemed to be telling her final destiny, but it was just that Dean didn't even notice it. Mengli, I actually told this matter to Mr. Yi Feng, and Mr. Yi Feng he actually expressed to me that he can accept you Mengli. No, who expected that the Dean had just mentioned Yi Feng when he was interrupted by a roar from Shen Mengli. Don't tell Mr. Yi Feng. Don't. Why Mengli? You also know how Mr. Yi Feng is. He can help you. I don't want. I'm not going to make things difficult for Mr. Yi Feng. Shen Mengli raised her head violently, and her tone became more and more intense when she mentioned Yi Feng. Of course I know how good Mr. Yi Feng is to me, but I definitely don't want to add any burden to him, nor do I want to be a burden to him. Mother Superior, do you know how much trouble this crippled body of mine right now will bring to Mr. Yi Feng? I'd rather not know Mr. Yi Feng than drag him down a bit. Absolutely not. Monique, thank you Mother Dean. I'm sorry for speaking so loudly to you. May I have permission to be alone for a moment? Shen Mengli's attitude became even more determined after finishing the topic about Yi Feng. It looked as if she wanted to seal up everything about Yi Feng. Those fishy red eyes revealed a strong cold aura, different from the previous radiant and glittering eyes. The current eyes were like the pair of button eyes in the Bear Muppets, without the slightest bit of business. Okay. I know. Monique, you must tell me anything, okay? Don't worry Dean's mom. I'll be able to handle myself. Please don't worry about Mengli. Ugh. Dean's face looked like it had aged a lot all of a sudden. Until her figure disappeared into the hallway, she had looked back several times, feeling the tranquility within the garden. Shen Mengli's body no longer had the power to support, leaning against the backrest of the wheelchair cart, staring blankly at the fountain, as if a statue was motionless. Mengli. Shen Mengli did not know that all this was secretly hiding in the garden tree behind the leaf maple heard in the ear. The heart not only sighed Shen Mengli's encounter at the same time, but also for her for their own consideration and feel surprised. Obviously they only just know her for a few days, but Shen Mengli, even in order not to trouble themselves, willingly suffer alone. According to the drowning person, no matter what they grab will be as the straw of life dead, and Shen Mengli would rather sink into the bottom of the water, are not willing to let themselves drown together. This action also strengthened Yifeng's confidence in wanting to take her away. I'm sorry Monique, maybe I won't let you get what you want. If you don't want me to help you so much, then let someone else help you. Yifeng seems to be thinking of what a good idea. Looking at a moment will not move Shen Mengli. Easy to roll out of the wall behind the direction of their own home to go. In the evening, Shen Mengli, still wearing a thin black dress to stay in the garden, looking at the moon overhead covered by dark clouds, do not know what to think in the heart. Sister, why don't you go back to your room this late? Suddenly beside her, a childish voice rang out, and when she reacted by quickly turning her head towards the corridor, she found that it was Wen, who was rubbing her eyes and curiously walking towards her. Raven? Why are you still up so late? Shen Mengli asked curiously, not expecting one to come out and hide something next to her fart cushion, as if everything was normal. Chapter 151. I can't sleep. Sis. Wen's milky voice walked to Shen Mengli's side, her two big eyes dazzling under the darkness. Can't sleep? How can you not sleep? Shen Mengli quickly organized herself and gently reached out her hand to place it on top of Wen's head and stroked it, and her tone of voice seemed especially gentle. I couldn't sleep because I had a nightmare, so I wanted to come and sleep with you. Sister. That's right. Shen Mengli narrowed her eyes slightly when she heard this, and suddenly reached out her hands to gather Wen into her arms. Wen. I'm afraid I can't sleep with you tonight. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep with you tonight. You're a big girl now, and you're the big sister to many of the children in the yard. Aha! I'm Sister Raven. Wen hugged Shen Mengli's arm and laughed innocently. It was obvious that she liked the other children calling her sister. I'm going to be so gentle with my siblings like my sister was with me. Good. Then as Sister Wen, shouldn't you protect your younger siblings when they're in danger? Yes, I'll protect my younger siblings. Raven clenched her two pink fists as if she had made some sort of determination. Shizuku is awesome. Shen Mengli's eyes were full of reluctance towards Wen, and in the end, she gently patted her little head to push Wen away from her side. Well, since Shizuku has become a responsible big sister, does that mean that Shizuku should be a little more independent if she goes to bed today? It's not possible for your sister to stay with you all the time. Oh, sis was right. Wen listened carefully to Shen Mengli's words and nodded thoughtfully. Since her sister had said so, then she also had to make a good example of being Wen's sister. I know. I'll try to get over the difficulties alone. Thank you, sis. Well then, Raven, go and rest. It's so late, remember to cover up. Shen Mengli raised her small, powerless hand. and if one looked closely one could vaguely watch her hand trembling from the faint light in the corridor. Shizuku, you must become a qualified big sister. Ah, sorry, maybe I won't be able to watch you grow up. Good night, sister. Good night. Looking at a young figure disappearing into the corridor, Shen Mangli's raised hand gradually dropped. A pair of red pupils gazed at the corridor bubbling with light. Gradually, bits and pieces of what had happened to him at the orphanage from his youth to the present day flashed through his mind. I'm sorry, Shen Mangli murmured, and just as she was about to push the wheelchair towards the depths of the garden, there was a rustling sound from the grass pile in the garden. Shen Mangli turned her head to direct her attention towards the depths of the garden. What's that noise? Is it a stray cat or a bird? At this time, Shen Mangli was not frightened by the sudden movement. To her there was no longer anything that could frighten her. Phew! At the same time a cold wind whipped through the garden, and the surrounding leaves and flowers all swayed and rustled around in response to the wind. So that's it. You guys are saying goodbye to me too? How nice! Shen Mangli slowly pushed the wheelchair towards the depths of the garden. All along this garden was her favorite place to stay. Since it started from here then it would end from here. It's like going back to my roots. Maybe it's a relief for me. After exerting some effort to follow the slope along the side of the pavilion, Shen Mangli moved her buttocks with difficulty towards the pavilion stool while holding the bear muppet in one hand. Hey! Barefoot Shen Mangli sat on a chair in the pavilion and leaned her back against a wooden pillar, and with her other hand, after holding the art knife on the wheelchair trolley in the palm of her hand, she pushed the wheelchair trolley away with a forceful push. Finally I don't have to be bound to you anymore. Shen Mangli looked at the wheelchair car that was pushed away by herself and then suddenly laughed out, but her smile looked so miserable, so sad. The thinly clothed Shen Mangli just sat on the bench, her own bare and delicate legs drooping down, and from a distance it looked like a flower on the other side of the river blooming in the darkness. Ka! With the sound of the art knife pushing out to reveal the blade, Shen Mangli raised the bear in her hand with her left hand and gazed towards it for a moment. I'm really sorry, Mr. Yi Foam. My promise to you might not be realized, letting you down, although our time together was very brief. I don't know why I thought you were such a strange gentleman when I first saw you. It came out of nowhere like a scene from a dream. It's incredible to think about now. Perhaps you is the beauty of my last moments on this earth? Right, like the cicadas chirping in summer, short and nostalgic. Good night, Keed. Just as the art knife in Shen Mangli's hand was slashing towards her neck, the bear ragdoll in her hand unexpectedly fell off accidentally. No! After sensing that the bear ragdoll in her hand suddenly disappeared, Shen Mangli instantly panicked, and the art knife in her hand was thrown on the bench. Beneath the murky clouds, she vaguely saw that the Muppet Bear had actually rolled to the floor of the pavilion, and that she would have to crawl over it herself if she wanted to pick it up. The moment she looked at the little bear Muppet, Shen Mangli did not hesitate to roll down from the bench as if she had lost her soul, and even though she felt a sharp pain the moment she fell down, she still crawled slowly towards the place of the little bear Muppet with both hands. Don't leave me. The disoriented Shen Mangli didn't care if her body was stained by dust or how uncomfortable the cold ground was. In her eyes the bear that rolled down on the ground was her only target. As Shen Mangli got closer and closer to the bear, her little hand finally reached the bear Muppet. The moment she grabbed the Muppet Bear, she held it firmly in her arms, whispering, "Gotcha, got you. I won't lose you, won't." Just then, the moon that was covered by dark clouds was also revealed. The bright white moonlight instantly illuminated the dull pavilion, and Shen Mangli was also completely exposed under the moonlight. As Shen Mangli climbed back to hold the art knife on the bench in her hand, a dark shadow appeared in front of her. Shen Mangli sensed that something had appeared to block the moonlight, and when she raised her head to fix her eyes on it she realized that it was a person wearing a phoenix mask who had appeared in front of her. You're. Chapter 152. Before Shen Mangli could finish her sentence, the masked man snatched the art knife from her hand while stuffing a piece of white cloth into her mouth, followed by a hemp rope that tied her up. Oh, the masked man was obviously very skillful at mastering his specialized techniques, and in 2 or 3 strokes he had bound Shen Mangli. Shen Mangli did not expect a stranger to appear in the orphanage, and the sudden change made her want to notify everyone in the institution in the first place. Ooh-hoo, woo-woo. Shen Mangli desperately tried to shout out, but the white cloth in her mouth made the sound she made too small to wake up the big guy who was far away. At this time, the masked man who bound Shen Mangli saw that his plan was successful, and lifted Shen Mangli up at once as if he was carrying a small chicken, and then immediately walked towards the garden wall. Shen Mangli's head became confused when she saw that the masked man acted as if he was targeting only himself. Who the hell is this man? What is his purpose? Why did he come after me? Before Shen Mangli could think clearly about the doubts in her heart, another black cloth blindfolded her eyes on this. The masked man's movements were very agile, and in a flash, Shen Mangli took Shen Mangli away from the orphanage in the ding. Along with the sound of the room's door closing, Yifeng's system's voice also sounded in his head. The original system's so-called kidnapping task means that the kidnapped person does not realize who the thugs are. The original system of the so-called kidnapping task means that the kidnapped person does not realize who the criminals are. So before you want to rely on the card bug type of way to sue Yusin to tie up the system and did not confirm the task. A moment, I'll explain through. Yifeng locked the door of his room, then focused on the lifted Shin Mengli. At this time she has long had no strength to move. Face mouth issued by the whimpering sound is also much smaller. Looks like it has been resigned to the appearance of fate. This girl, it's a good thing I killed myself this afternoon, or else something would have happened. Yifeng threw Shin Mengli onto the sofa without a good mood, and then immediately reached out his hand to untie the cloth behind Shin Mengli's head. Poof! A bright light shone into Shin Mengli's eyes, and she took the lead in surveying her surroundings after she slowly adjusted to it. Where is this? It looks like the inside of a man's house. What exactly is his purpose? Yifeng condescendingly looked at Shin Mengli, looking from her still so intriguing red pupils. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became in his heart. So towards the top of Shin Mengli's head he struck a hand knife. Well, the strength of the hand knife was not great, but it hit Shin Mengli's head. She was stunned in place and raised her head to gaze at Yifeng with an unbelievable look. Aha, kid, looks like you're not stupid. Yifeng's voice also spoke out afterward, and immediately afterward, he reached out his hand to remove the white cloth that was blocking Shin Mengli. Ha-ah! A crystal clear thread slowly lengthened as the white cloth moved away. Shin Mengli coughed twice before hastily opening her mouth. Why is little Feng you? What? Surprised are you? Yifeng removed the phoenix mask he was wearing, and the handsome and sunny face of the teenager was shown. Sure enough, it's you. Why are you doing this? Shin Mengli looked at Yifeng incredulously, her little face slightly pale from the tossing and turning along the way. That's something I'd like to ask you nicely. Yifeng sat beside Shin Mengli after straightening and arranging his hair on his forehead. Why do you break what you clearly promised me? I didn't. It's just that I won't have the chance to fulfill our pact. Is it just a question of going or staying that's got you down? Aren't we friends with each other? Why didn't you choose to tell me? Because. Shin Mengli's voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke, her head buried low like a small quail. Because I don't want to be a burden to you. Just because you didn't want to be a burden to me you resolutely chose to leave without regard for your friend's feelings? I know my behavior was bad, but. A bean-sized tear dripped from Shin Mengli's eye on the back of her hand. But it's the only thing I can think of. Yifeng handed the bear ragdoll on the side to Shin Mengli's face. Didn't you say it all yourself? Little Feng will stay with you. Little Feng? Yeah, isn't the bear's name Little Feng? Yifeng smiled and shook the little bear muppet in his hand. So, Little Feng won't leave you, and you shouldn't leave it Feng. Shin Mengli received the bear ragdoll handed by Yifeng with both hands and raised her head to look at Yifeng. Kid will always be there for me, right? Right. Even if I would be a liability? You're not the one who's a burden. You're Little Feng's friend. Looking at Shin Mengli carefully opening her long closed heart, Yifeng also replied in a gentle tone. Little Feng. Shin Mengli completely swept away the haze in her heart, and drilled headfirst into Yifeng's arms bawling like a small child. Ooh. I'm sorry. Is it really okay? No relation. Shizuku's always with me too. The night is deep. Yifeng looked at Shin Mengli, who pulled himself by the corner of his clothes and died without letting go, was suddenly in a tangle. After unlocking Shin Mengli's heart, Yifeng carried Shin Mengli to his room, and he who was thinking of going to the sofa himself to make do for the night was suddenly pulled by Shin Mengli, and the request she made was surprisingly to sleep with herself. But, at least I'm a boy. Aren't we friends? Shin Mengli's face in the night cannot be seen clearly, so Yifeng is not good to deduce Shin Mengli is now holding what kind of mentality in the speech with himself. In case he is a little careless step on her fuse can be finished. Of course they're friends. It's just that. It's true that Kid is disliking me. You must hate me with this crippled look. Don't be ridiculous. I'll do it, but just wait for me to get cleaned up, okay? I've been waiting all night to keep you from making a big mess. Say yes. Oh. Shin Mengli heard Yifeng's promise, which loosened her small hand, while not forgetting to threaten. If you dare to fool me, Little Feng, I'll strangle Little Bear, said Shin Mengli. Two hands strangled the neck of the little bear muppet, and was lifted up at once. Okay, I'm telling the truth, believe me. Good. Chapter 153, Shin Mengli, you fool. Phew. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yifeng's heart could be described as particularly complicated. The main reason why Shin Mengli was brought back to his home was that he couldn't bear to see a person who was obviously full of hope for life just fade away in this world. Obviously, at her age, a good life has just begun. But could he really take good care of this young girl with low self-esteem? A day, a week and a month is no problem. But what about a year, 10 years and 20 years? Can I really stay with her forever? Yifeng's mind gradually flickered and passed through Shen Mangli's eyes that seemed to hide all of her heart in them. For some reason when he looked at Shen Mangli's vivid red pupils it was as if he was attracted by something and wanted to free her from that abyss of 10,000 feet. What am I rambling on about? Yifeng shook his head to shake out the distractions in his head. Although the system tied him to the young girls he met through the quest, he did not do anything to fulfill the quest. He wanted to make amends, compensate the girls who were implicated because of himself. But the only thing he could do was to treat them gently. There was no other way. Maybe there's a better way to do it later. Just making them feel like the compensation is enough should satisfy them. Yifeng took a deep breath, instantly confused about the road ahead gradually became much clearer, unscrewed the door of the bathroom and returned to the bedroom. As the bedroom door slowly opened, Shen Mangli's eyes instantly localized to Yifeng's body as if an automatic tracking system had been installed. Little Feng, you're here. Shen Mangli's glutinous voice rang out. Perhaps because of the depth of the night her voice is very small. Small to Yifeng, but wherever a little agitation will not be easy to hear. That. Mangli, is there anything you need that I can do for you? I'm not very meticulous, so if there's anything you need speak to me in time, okay? Well, thank you Kid. Shen Mangli pulled up the quilt to slowly cover her nose and mouth, as if it was because some kind of strange atmosphere made her feel slightly shy. Ahem. So, I'm turning off the lights, okay. As the lights in the bedroom went out, the surroundings went dark in an instant. Yifeng, who was familiar with the environment, pursed his dry lips and sat on the edge of the bed. Because the two of them slept in the same bed, Yifeng specially prepared a new set of quilt and pillow. As for Xia Yuyan's daily necessities, they were packed up properly by him. Although Yifeng didn't really like the idea of two people sleeping together, there was no way around it. In comparison, he preferred to sleep alone in a bed, so that he could be carefree and pose in the bed as he felt comfortable. But now, I'm afraid I'll have to restrain myself. Rustling. Feeling the mattress slowly collapsing downward, Yifeng also covered the quilt. In this instant, the room was filled with a tense atmosphere. Hesitating again and again, it was Yifeng who took the lead to break the silence. Ahem. That. Good night. Well, good night Kid. The two of them just turned their backs to each other who couldn't see anyone's movements. And just when Yifeng was about to close his eyes, Shen Mangli's voice came from his back. Little Feng? What's wrong? Is something wrong? No, nothing. Shen Mangli hugged the bear with one hand and buried her face into the bear's plush head. I just wanted to add one thing. It's okay, just say it. Kid was the first boy I slept with. Shen Mangli's words became smaller and smaller towards the end, but they were all heard by Yifeng. This way. Aha. Shen Mangli opened her own watery eyes, intentionally or unintentionally looking towards her back, although she wanted to turn around but was afraid of disturbing Yifeng, so she breathed without moving, but at least said what was on her mind, so she could sleep completely at ease. Little Maple Night. Right Monique? What's wrong? Shen Mangli stopped her mouth the moment she heard Yifeng open his mouth, while pinching the neck of the little bear ragdoll looking very nervous. Woo, it's my fault. Why are you saying good night all of a sudden? It's obvious that Feng still has something to say, so what's the hurry? Shen Mangli, you idiot. It's just that I wanted to let you know that you don't have to worry too much about the courtyard. I left something in the pavilion. Dean, she'll understand. Okay, so that's all I have to say, and I won't disturb your sleep at this late hour. Good night. After saying goodnight to each other, Shen Mangli opened a pair of big eyes seemingly waiting for something, until after a long time there was no sound from Yifeng. She then closed her eyes tiredly. The morning sunlight shone into the room, and Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. When he wanted to stretch his waist as usual, he reacted to the fact that he was not alone in the bed, so he hurriedly collected his movements, slightly got up and glanced behind him, and after Shen Mangli's body floated evenly, he knew that she should not have woken up yet, so his movements were much lighter again. After lifting the quilt and carefully getting out of bed, Yifeng was about to leave the bedroom to prepare breakfast, but when he looked in the direction of Shen Mangli, he realized that the quilt on Shen Mangli's shoulders had actually fallen off. Fear of Shen Mangli catching a cold, Yifeng cautiously came to the side facing Shen Mangli. When he saw Shen Mangli's sleeping face, after a moment froze in place. Although Shen Mangli's appearance had shocked her several times, she still hadn't adapted to it. The young girl's white hair straight and smooth to the position of the back. Soft white tender little hand is holding the bear doll. The original pale face color seems to be much better. Gradually some signs of redness. Sleeping girl looks like a wonderful portrait, like mesmerizing. Yifeng hastily shook his head to calm down. I can't. I'll be taken for a pervert if I keep looking like this. Yifeng hastily reached out and put the quilt over Shen Mangli's shoulders to make sure she didn't wake up before tiptoeing out of the room. I don't know how long it took. Shen Mangli's lowered eyes slowly raised. and only after opening them back and forth several times did she gradually become conscious. Strange. Why didn't the morning bell ring today? Aren't the kids up either? Chapter 154, Baby-like Skin. Looking at the white-painted ceiling, Shenmengli blinked her eyes, seemingly realizing that something was wrong, and immediately sat up from the bed with a rub. Come to think of it, I'm here at Kid's house. Shenmengli reacted and then hurriedly looked toward Yifeng's position. But when she looked clearly, she found that the other side of the bed where there was Yifeng's figure, leaving nothing more than a piece of folds. Little Feng, he's awake? Exactly when was it? I can't believe I didn't realize. Shenmengli's eyes went black and her heart became more and more flustered. She had actually overslept on her first day in someone's home. Ugh, so embarrassing. Feng, he must think I'm a lazy bum, right? It's all because this bed is so comfortable. No, it's all your fault. Thinking of this, Shenmengli lifted the bear Muppet in her hand and placed it on her lap. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for little Feng you didn't wake me up, how could I not have awakened? It's all your fault, said Shenmengli, lifted up his small hand constantly towards his thighs on the bear Muppet. A fist swung. At the same time the door of the room should also sound open. Yifeng coincidentally at this time also walked in. Monique, I heard movement in the room, so I came to see if you were awake. Little Feng, it's all your fault. After Shenmengli's last punch on the bear Muppet's stomach, she seemed to realize something and slowly turned her head to look at Yifeng, who had a confused look on his face. Why don't you hit it a little longer? Seeing the sudden appearance of Yifeng, Shenmengli was now completely confused, and after loosening the hands that grabbed the bear puppets, she completely collapsed back into the bed. Monique, I won't live. How is it? It tastes good to you, doesn't it? Yifeng looked at Shenmengli sitting on the dining table, who was using a spoon to take small bites of the soup dumplings he had cooked for her. Yummy. Shenmengli narrowed her eyes and curved her mouth towards Yifeng. Despite this, the bear in her hand still didn't leave her side. That's good. If you have any contraindications, Monique, remember to tell me. Oh, I don't have any food I'm avoiding. By the way, don't you eat soup dumplings, Feng? Shenmengli looked puzzled at Yifeng in front of nothing, so he asked curiously. I've already eaten breakfast. At that time to see Mengli you were still sleeping, so I did not disturb you. After all, eat while hot is better. Oh, seeing Yifeng talking about the fact that he was still sleeping, Shenmengli's bowl of soup dumplings suddenly became less fragrant. Accidents. What happened today was an accident. Looking at such a real Shenmengli, Yifeng also smiled. Somehow he always felt that Shenmengli in the time with himself instead became a little more talkative. Also do not know if this is not an illusion. Don't worry, it's normal to sleep in. I still need to sleep sometimes. It's different. I didn't used to be a sleepyhead in the orphanage. I just don't know why I overslept today. Fine. Mengli, will you eat the soup dumplings first? It'll get cold later if we keep talking like this. After Yifeng had washed the dishes and chopsticks, he was turning around when he saw Shenmengli, who had been watching himself while holding a small bear ragdoll. What's wrong, Monique? Kid, will you be tired like this? Cooking for me again and carrying me to the dining table and things like that, while I can't do anything for you. Shenmengli's expression looked a little downcast, which was why she was reluctant to tell Yifeng about her difficulties before. I'm going to have to clean you up if you keep talking like that. Yifeng dried his hands and came to Shenmengli's side, making an appearance of wanting to give her a hand knife. I don't need you to be able to do anything for me. I just want you to get on with your life, and that's enough, okay? But this isn't reciprocal at all. It's always been Kid who's been paying for me. But I can't do anything. Yumaru, you don't have to do anything for me. So be it. Yifeng suddenly turned his words around, and it was obvious that he had thought of some good options. Consider yourself my little secretary on special assignment. Little secretary? Right. Yifeng nodded. After contacting Mengli and Dean Wenwen, I have made up my mind to do what I can for the children in the orphanage. For example, to donate some supplies and organize some love activities and so on. The turnover here will be left to you as a representative. Okay? Feng, you mean you want to do charity events in the courtyard? That's right, but I can't possibly go to the courtyard every day, right? That would add a lot of trouble to the dean. So as a representative, you, Mengli, how about becoming the little secretary? But Feng, you're not even doing this to help. No, this is not a favor. I'm doing all this with conditions. On what terms? The condition is, in order to continue spreading this love, Mengli, you become one of the most critical role. If you do not run, this activity will be no one to take care of this abandoned. So your task is to stay well until you are no longer found in my world. Shenmengli suddenly spoke out to interrupt Yifeng's words, but this sentence made Yifeng freeze. Seemingly realizing that she had spoken what was in her heart, Shenmengli hurriedly found a reason to muddle through. I mean, after you don't see Feng. Because of course I don't know how to carry out what kind of donation campaign because you're not there. Yes, this I really can't disappear. That's why you Yumaru, have to join me in witnessing the children of the orphanage thrive all the time. Oh, good, Shinmengli said and opened her hands to Yifeng. Feng, we should go back to the institution, or else the dean will be worried about me. Thinking back to the party when she was held by Yifeng from the bedroom to the dining room, Shinmengli's heart even had a trace of impatience that could not be easily detected. For some reason when Yifeng's hand rested on her back, her heart was always warm, and there was even a trace of a kind of strange feeling. Alright, then I'll carry Mengli you to bed first. How about we leave when I clean up? After Shinmengli agreed, Yifeng continued to pick up Shinmengli in a princess hug. Because Shinmengli's black dress down were drooping cause Yifeng one of the hand accidentally stroked to Shinmengli calf smooth skin, realized that the wrong Yifeng hastily apologized. Hug, sorry, why are you apologizing? Kid? Nothing. Yifeng suddenly remembered that Shinmengli's legs were unconscious. In order to avoid this problem he chose to keep his mouth shut. But, how come Monique's legs are so soft and smooth? It's like a baby's skin. No way. What was I thinking? Gotta get her into bed soon. Chapter 155, Wearing Socks. It's early in the morning. The director of the Hope Orphanage woke up in his own biological clock. After some dressing, the dean whacked his rear end and headed out toward his room. For the sake of the children's safety, the dean would always walk around the whole yard half an hour before the children woke up, and this became her habit over time. Because Shinmengli was the child that the dean loved the most, she would take the lead towards Shinmengli's dormitory every time she made her rounds with slight favoritism. Considering Shinmengli's mobility, the dean purposely converted a smaller utility room in the former courtyard specifically into a room, so that no one would gossip more. Anyway, it was an abandoned room. When the dean came to the door of Shinmengli's room he found that the door of the room was not completely closed, but instead revealed a slit. Why is the door open? Can't it be that one ran off to sleep in Shinmengli's bed again last night? Filled with suspicion, Dean carefully pushed open the door to the room, but the next scene instantly made her lose her mind. Mengli, accompanied by the house gradually brightened up, but where in the room on the bed was Shinmengli's shadow? Even the wheelchair cart that was usually placed next to the bed had disappeared. In a flash the dean, who was still a little hazy, instantly became awake, striding into Shinmengli's room calling out Shinmengli's name. Monique? Are you there, Monique? Don't you scare Dean out of me. After some searching, Dean did not even find the slightest shadow of Shinmengli. In a hurry she immediately turned around and ran towards the garden. Tap tap tap. A rush of footsteps sounded in the hallway, and after Dean ran deeper into the garden she did find a small wheelchair van parked in the middle of the pavilion, which was a huge relief. After gradually approaching the pavilion, the dean opened his mouth towards the inside and said, Mengli, why are you up so early? You scared me to death just now. To be the dean's front foot into the pavilion of a moment. Suddenly she found that the pavilion, in addition to Shinmengli's wheelchair, in addition to the inside but simply no Shinmengli figure, which let just put down the heart of the dean almost did not a head dizzy past. Mengli! Dean looked around in panic, his furrowed brow almost forming a frown. It couldn't be, because she wouldn't want to find a way out after she told Shinmengli about the rules of the orphanage. No. Where are you? Monique, don't scare me. Thinking that Shinmengli's life would be in danger, the dean was worried and was about to go to the teacher's dormitory to look for help. But just as she turned around and was about to leave the pavilion, she accidentally found that she saw a note on Shinmengli's wheelchair trolley. It's this? Dean picked up the note in his hand and upon closer inspection realized that it contained a crisply written paragraph. Hello Dean. It may already be morning when you find this note. I'm not a bad person. Mengli is in a safe place right now. Please don't worry too much. I'll bring her back safely after breakfast. Please listen to my explanation then. Looking at the word Yi above the drop, the dean's mind gradually surfaced Yifeng's looks. Mr. Yifeng? How can that be? But why did he take Mengli? No way. This is all too weird. I have to report it to the police. What if Mengli's life is in danger? The dean just clutched the note in his hand into a ball and prepared to go to his room to get his cell phone, but suddenly realized that Mengli is now in the hands of Yifeng. In case he is not happy to tear the ticket, what to do? It seems that he can only believe the words left by Yifeng and wait for breakfast before making plans. Mengli, it's Dean, I'm sorry. Monique, right, I'm sorry. Yifeng felt a trace of warmth coming from the delicate body in front of him, and his tone became a little awkward. Feng, you don't have to apologize. It's not like you're to blame for this. I'm fine. Shinmengli hooked her hands around Yifeng's neck and rested her head on Yifeng's shoulder at the same time, and then opened her mouth and whispered, I also accidentally dropped my sandals in the pavilion that night. Plus the light was so dim. Of course you wouldn't have noticed it. Little Feng. Shinmengli didn't seem to have a complaint against Yifeng because she didn't have boots to wear. Instead she obediently stuck to Yifeng's shoulder, squinting her eyes to show a look of enjoyment. Is it really okay? Yifeng seemed to be uneasy and asked again. It's fine. It's not like I can feel my legs anyway, so Feng doesn't have to be overly concerned. Yifeng followed Shen Mengli's calf to her feet. Although as Shen Mengli said in her mouth her legs in addition to a snow white and then no features, but when he saw Shen Mengli's round white jade-like feet but froze for a moment. Why don't you just put your socks on? Socks? That doesn't matter. Shen Mengli didn't know why Yifeng wanted to make himself wear socks, however he still agreed. Aha! Yifeng bent down and gently placed Shen Mengli on the soft sofa, then walked towards his room. Before, when he was taking care of Xie Yuyan, he also bought some daily necessities as well as clothes and other things for Xie Yuyan, and there happened to be a pair of unused women's white socks in the house that he could give to Shen Mengli to put on. Here, these should fit. Feng, my hands are too short to reach my feet, so maybe, only trouble you to put on my socks for me. Shen Mengli said here, slightly inclined her head, although her feet do not have sentience. But the thought of Yifeng to put on socks for himself feels very shy. At the same time, the heart, for some reason there is a want to experience the idea of experiencing this kind of sentience, but that can only think about it. So, okay. Yifeng swallowed his saliva and knelt down on one knee. When he looked at Shen Mengli's feet, he somehow always felt something strange in his heart, and even had a feeling of delight. Phew. Yifeng, who exhaled deeply, slightly expanded one of the socks and aimed it at Shen Mengli's small feet and slipped it in. Although Shen Mengli did not feel it, but her afterglow was closely watching Yifeng's every move. When looking at her feet being held by Yifeng resting on his socks, both sides of her face unexpectedly appeared a faint pink color. If she did not look carefully, she could not find it. White stockings along Shen Mengli's rounded feet slowly upward. In Yifeng's cautious operation, finally put on one of Shen Mengli's feet. Okay, now I'm going to start putting on the other sock. Oh, aha. Just as Yifeng expanded the second sock towards Shen Mengli's small feet, he did not realize that the back of his hand had accidentally touched the back of Shen Mengli's feet. Bad. Chapter 156, Return to the Orphanage. The moment Yifeng touched Shen Mengli's feet, his movements instantly stiffened in place. It's a nice touch, but I'm sure I'll be treated as a pervert with ulterior motives for such behavior. What's wrong, kid? Haven't you put your socks on yet? Seeing that there was no movement for a long time, Shen Mengli thought that whether she was not clean caused Yifeng to feel uncomfortable, and hurriedly turned back with worry. Am I not too clean? How come? Mengli, your geo doesn't stink at all. There's even a faint touch of fragrance. Yifeng was trying to explain a few sentences to let Shen Mengli put down his heart, but instantly realized that his explanation seems to be more towards the perverted side, so immediately changed his words again. I mean it's delicious. Oh no, it's clean. Yes, then please Feng. Realizing that he would go wrong if he continued to talk so carelessly, Yifeng hoofed the other sock to Shen Mengli without stopping, and after that, after making sure that there was no problem, he stood up. Alright, the big job is done. We can leave too. Well, then, I'll be counting on Kid. With the first princess hug, Shen Mengli also opened her hands towards Yifeng, and in order to make it more effortless for Yifeng to hold herself, she also leaned her body forward slightly. Yifeng pursed his lips and picked up Shen Mengli from the sofa. The long white hair of the young girl covered Yifeng's arm, although today he simply did some cleaning, but the flavor of Shen Mengli's body still smells good. Could this be the special physique of the legendary beauty girl? Just at the moment when Yifeng was about to leave the room with Shen Mengli in his arms, Shen Mengli suddenly hooked Yifeng's neck and brought her cherry mouth to Yifeng's ear. Feng, thank you. How many times have I told you that you don't need to say thank you? Why are you always so polite? Mengli, all in all I'll repay you, so you must wait until I'm able to do so. Oh, yes, I'll be waiting. Although on the way to the orphanage, the surrounding pedestrians have cast a wary gaze toward Yifeng, in their eyes as if Yifeng is a lewd perverted man, and Shen Mengli in his arms is an ignorant and pure beauty girl who has been deceived by a bad guy. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Yifeng chose the road less traveled, or else he will be taken as a pervert and arrested or something will be bad. Although it took a big detour, but fortunately Yifeng arrived at the orphanage's front door in time, just when he wanted to knock on the door but was stopped by Shen Mengli. Little Feng. What's wrong, Monique? Yifeng looked slightly puzzled as his hand was pulled by Shen Mengli. The kids will see us if we go in through the front door. Would you please go to yesterday's yard? No problem, but hold on to my shirt. I'll have to flip over later. I'll leave you to it then. Came to the wall of the backyard. Yifeng sank up and looked to the dead end of the wall. Forward slightly running, then stepped on the corner of the wall on one side of a hard pedal. Like a gazelle leaping, General peacefully landed on the lawn in the garden. Hara, so it was you who made the sound yesterday, little Feng? I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Hey, thanks for the compliment. Yifeng smiled smugly, and holding Shen Mengli in his arms, he walked towards the pavilion. As expected, as Yifeng said, Shen Mengli realized that the dean had long been standing in the pavilion with his eyes staring at the corridor. Go tell Dean you're okay, she must be worried sick about you, Yi Feng whispered. Aha! Shen Mengli didn't say anything more, just nodded lightly. As Yi Feng carried Shen Mengli to the edge of the pavilion, Shen Mengli looked at the dean and spoke in a small voice, Dean Mom. Mengli, the originally confused dean, the moment he heard Shen Mengli's voice, trembled as if struck by an electric current and turned his head to look at Shen Mengli with a panicked face. Yi Feng did not say anything more, just put Shen Mengli back on her small wheelchair cart. Just as he was about to open his mouth to apologize to the dean, did not expect the dean suddenly opened his hands to protect Shen Mengli firmly behind him, looking at Yi Feng with a look full of vigilance. Why do you want to take away Mengli silently? What have you done to her? Ah, Dean, actually this I can solve. I'm not going to listen to your nonsense. I thought you were a nice guy, but I didn't realize you were Dean's mom. Just then Shen Mengli interrupted the dean's words with a voice behind her, and immediately afterward propelled the wheelchair to Yi Feng's side, stretching out a hand to hold Yi Feng's hand tightly. Little Feng, he's a good person. Mother Superior, you mustn't misunderstand Little Feng. If it wasn't for Little Feng saving me who wanted to commit suicide, maybe I would have long since ceased to exist in this world by now. What? Mengli, you're going to seek death. Why? Because I feel like I've already caused a lot of trouble for Mother Superior and everyone else in the institution. And I don't want to leave everyone. I don't want to go to a strange world, and I'd rather die in this place of laughter than leave it. Monique, but Little Feng suddenly appeared and saved me. So Mother Dean, you mustn't blame Little Feng. The fault is that I was too willful. Now I already know what I did was wrong. Shen Mengli buried her head, looking very much like a small child who had done something wrong, but her grip on Yi Feng's hand was even harder. Luckily it's all still there. And most importantly, Feng, he'll be with me. He'll be with me forever. Feeling that his hand was held tightly by Shen Mengli, Yi Feng also did not break away from it. He knew that what Shen Mengli needed the most right now was encouragement and help, so he also opened his mouth and said, Dean, first of all, I apologize to you for capturing Mengli under the circumstances that you were unaware of, but I really acted out of the heart of wanting to help Mengli. The reason why I wasn't able to tell you the first time, on the one hand, because at that time, Mengli's emotions were already on the verge of breaking down. If that time then again woke up everyone in the courtyard after being afraid of going wrong. On the other hand, is that Mengli and I are considered very good friends? Under my one night of preaching she would no longer make a silly behavior like the one last night. After organizing her thoughts once again, the dean also understood what happened, and after she breathed a sigh of relief, she bowed deeply towards Yi Feng. I'm the one who should apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi Feng, I misunderstood you. Chapter 157, I will become like my sister. Dean, you don't need to apologize to me. I know you're like this because you're worried about something happening to Mengli, and it was also my poor consideration to take Mengli without informing you. Yi Feng did not take the dean's action to heart. Of course he knew the dean's concern about Shen Mengli. This would be wary of himself no matter who else he was. Monique. Dean put his hand on his chest after putting his heart down for several consecutive strokes before his breathing slowly evened out. It's Dean, I'm sorry. If I could have a better way you wouldn't have acted like this. If it wasn't for Mr. Yi Feng's help I'm afraid I would have regretted it for the rest of my life. Dean looked at the pavilion side of the art knife. Early this morning she found this tool. No need to think, Shen Mengli, this is what to do. No. Dean's mom, don't blame yourself. I was the one who went to extremes. Shen Mengli loosened her grip on Yi Feng's hand and pushed the cart to the dean and hugged her. Mother Dean has been good to me for a long time. Mengli has seen it in her eyes. It was because my will was not strong that I acted like this. Now I have realized my mistake. The one who should apologize should be me. Shen Mengli spoke with a slight sobbing tone, burying her face into the dean's arms and crying out uncontrollably. I'm sorry. Monique, my good boy. Watching the two embracing each other and crying, Yi Feng also quietly left the pavilion. He knew that the next dean and Mengli will have a long time to talk. He should instead give them space. Just as Yi Feng walked to the corridor and prepared to take a walk, a pair of small hands suddenly reached out behind him and hugged his thighs. And when Yi Feng turned his head and looked back, he found that the person who hugged him was actually Wenwen, who ran over from nowhere. Big brother. Wenwen grinned her little mouth, showing her white teeth, smiling sweetly towards Yi Feng. I wondered who it was. So it's Shizuku. Yi Feng placed his hand on Wenwen's head and gently touched it, then squatted down. Shizuku didn't go to class at this hour? I just came out of the classroom and found you in the corridor. Are you here to find your sister? Ah, right. Yi Feng, of course, cannot tell Wenwen what happened to Shen Mengli. The good thing is that the naive Wenwen does not understand this at all. Oh, Wenwen suddenly stood on her tiptoes when she heard Yi Feng say this and waved her hand back and forth to signal Yi Feng's head to go down a little bit, as if she had something she wanted to whisper to Yi Feng. What's wrong, Raven? Go ahead. Just as Yi Feng lowered his head, Wenwen clasped her hands into a circle while placing her mouth against her special trumpet and said quietly, Big brother, can Wenwen ask you for something? Of course I can. What do you want, Raven? Yifeng cannot refuse such a lovely Wen. Besides, Wen is an important introduction to complete their own mission. No matter what she wants to buy or take her to play is not a problem. I want to ask Big Brother, can you come to see sister more often? Shizuku, you're talking about Monri? Tada. Raven nodded dully and continued to explain in a small voice. Because whenever Big Brother you come to the courtyard, sister will be very happy. I don't want to see sister her moping every day. Since Big Brother came, sister's smile has increased yet. Yifeng did not think that Wen's request was actually to let herself accompany Shen Mengli more. And in his heart, he could not help but sigh that Shen Mengli seemed to be really liked by the children in the institution. Raven is such a good kid who knows what she's doing. So Big Brother is kind of saying yes to Shizuku's request? Well, maybe what I'm about to tell you is a little different from what you're asking for. A little difference? What do you mean, Big Brother? Ahem. Yifeng explained after dryly coughing twice. It's just that brother, I would take Monique out of the orphanage. Taking my sister out of the orphanage? What does that mean? Wen obviously didn't understand what Yifeng had expressed, blinking as if trying to review what Yifeng had just said, trying to understand it again. Meaning, brother, I may have to take your sister out of the orphanage too. Just as that Yifeng was about to confess to Wen, Shen Mengli's voice came from the corridor. Big Brother, he's going to take me to therapy law. Sister. Wen heard Shen Mengli's voice, immediately turned around, and indeed found that the dean was pushing Shen Mengli towards this side. Seeing Shen Mengli's, Wen ran forward and hugged Shen Mengli's arm, looking at Shen Mengli with her big puzzled eyes. What do you mean by treatment, sister? It's that Big Brother has found a medical treatment that can make my sister me get back on my feet again. And there may be a long period of time next when my sister can't go back to the orphanage. Can't go back to the orphanage. Wen heard the key words from Shen Mengli's words. Just a moment ago she was still happy, in an instant showed a sad expression. However, when she thought of Shen Mengli's words about going back to treat the loss in her heart, the feeling of loss was slightly eased. No, it doesn't matter. As long as sister can regain her health, Wen I will always wait for sister. Although Wen said so on her lips, but looking at her expression that was so anxious that she was almost on the verge of crying, one could see that in reality she was very reluctant to part with Shen Mengli. Raven. Thank you. Shen Mengli stretched out her arms to take Wen into her arms and said in a gentle tone. From the bottom of her heart she was really grateful to Wen. On the one hand, it was because she had brought herself joy, had been there for her when she was down, and had even brought her Muppet Bear despite the danger. On the other hand, it was because she had brought herself hope, a hope that she never thought she'd see in this life. Thank you, Raven. I really appreciate it, sister. Oh, I'm going to miss you, sis Shizuku. You must get better. Wen sniffled her own nose, her eyes full of unwillingness to part with Shen Mengli. So, sis, will you come back to see Shizuku when you're free? Of course, sis. I'll come to Shizuku and everyone else when I get the chance. So Shizuku must become a qualified big sister. Hearing Shen Mengli's words, Wen clenched her small hands, wiped away the tears that would have flowed out of the corners of her eyes, and nodded her head as she forced herself to hold back her tears. Don't worry about it, sis. Shizuku, I'll become like sis. Chapter 158, Shen Mengli's home. Then, as long as you, Mr. Yifeng, press the handprint on this document form, it means that you agree to become Shen Mengli's guardian. Looking at the front of the document written with a variety of regulations, Yifeng roughly browsed which, in addition to the responsibility to guardianship of the personal safety and health of the guardian, in addition to the need for guardianship without a bad record or improper outlook on the three, can be, if the guardianship of the period were any problem, the guardian has the right to prevent the guardianship of signing the document, and the emergence of the guardian's personal interest in jeopardy under will be if any problem occurs during the guardianship period. The guardian has the right to prevent the guardian from signing the document. The rules and regulations of this world don't seem to be the same compared to your native world. Yifeng stretched out his thumb and dipped it into the red clay, then pressed it against the document of the strip. Feng, here. Shen Mengli's heart warmed as she watched Yifeng's dry and efficient movements, while she handed Yifeng the wet wipe she had prepared in her hand. Ah, thank you, Monri. Yifeng was about to wipe off the red clay mark on his thumb when he didn't realize that the dean had taken another document and placed it on Yifeng's table. Mr. Yifeng, this next document is reversed. Do you see that you need to sign it? Reversed? What does that mean? Yifeng roughly browsed through the contents of the document, and found that the meaning expressed by the dean was that the starting point of the document signed by himself was to protect the ward, but this document was to protect the guardian. The above provisions are more or less the same as those in the previous document, although they contain the opposite provisions, such as that the ward may not injure the guardian and that the ward may not leave the guardianship area without the guardian's knowledge during the period of guardianship. This document has to be signed too? Yifeng looked at the document in his hand and felt very strange. Although the document protects the guardian's own interests, but is this document really necessary to sign? After all, Mengli such a lovely good child. There is a significance of signing it? Shen Mengli, while pressing the handprint of the document signed by Yifeng just now, took a slightly curious look at the document in Yifeng's hand now, but she didn't say a word and didn't know what exactly was in her mind. The guardian of this document can also choose not to sign it. But, Mr. Yifeng, I think it's better for you to sign it. After all, it's still meaningful to have a standard set here. Feng, here. Shen Mengli pushed the red clay chapter next to Yifeng's hand, something that Yifeng could do with a slight stretch of his hand, but Yifeng put the document down at this time. Mr. Yifeng, let's dispense with this document. Monique is a sensible child. I don't see the need to take these regulations as so-called rules. Yifeng handed the paper towel back to Shen Mengli while drying the red clay marks on his fingers. Since Mengli has trusted me so much, I naturally have to trust Mengli as well. Feng. Shen Mengli looked touched after hearing Yifeng's words. Even her tone was a little softer. Or, better sign it? It's okay, Monique. That's enough. Yifeng handed the dean the page of documents at the very beginning. Is that all right with Dean? Alas, Mr. Yifeng, you really didn't take what I said to you earlier to heart at all. Dean put the papers away with a sigh. Then Mr. Yifeng, now you are Mengli's guardian. I hope you can take good care of Mengli. I've really caused you trouble. Of course, the dean knew that Yifeng picked up Shen Mengli out of kindness. After all, to know that Mengli's such a physical condition and who would be willing to take care of her, it was already a good fate that Mengli could meet such a good Samaritan. No matter, don't worry Dean, I'll take care of Monique, and I'll bring Monique back to visit everyone when I get the chance. Yifeng turned his head to look at Shen Mengli, who was rubbing the red marks on her hands after he finished speaking. Is there anything else you need, Monique? Like say goodbye to everyone or something? That's not necessary. It's not right for a sister to disturb the children's lessons, so I'll just leave quietly. Shen Mengli said and put her hand on the armrest of the wheelchair. Little Feng, let's go. Good, then Dean will take our leave. Bye-bye Dean's mom. Well, see you later Monique. After watching Yifeng and Shen Mengli leave the room, the dean didn't have the courage to continue to chase up. After taking out a tissue, she covered her eyes and cried softly. Son, you must be safe. Monique, is there anything in your room that you need to take with you? I'll go get it for you. As he pushed Shen Mengli towards the door of the orphanage, Yifeng suddenly opened his mouth. Taken away? There shouldn't be anything left, Shen Mengli said as she hugged the bear in her arms with one hand and looked up at Yifeng, who was also looking at her. All together. So we're going then? Okay. Just as Yifeng pushed Shen Mengli about to leave the orphanage gate, suddenly Wenwen's voice came from behind him. Big brother. Sister. Raven? Yifeng and Shen Mengli turned their heads in unison, but only after they looked clearly did they realize that the corridor had long been filled with densely packed children, all of whom looked at Shen Mengli with unwilling but blessed eyes. Everyone, you must be happy. Sis, all of us will miss you. Yeah. Sister Monique, we're going to miss you. Big brother must come back to visit us with Sister Mengli. The children have said their own heart towards Shen Mengli said goodbye. Shen Mengli see the situation covered his mouth, can no longer hold back the tears. Whenever an orphanage child left, it also meant that they too had a home of their own. A real home. Apparently, Shen Mengli had also finally found her own home. Mengli, do you have anything you need? I'll go downstairs later and buy it up for you. On the way home, Yifeng pushed Shen Mengli toward the direction of the apartment. Taking into account Shen Mengli's reasons, Yifeng picked the road is also relatively flat and there are not many people on the road. Actually, I don't know what things I need. It always feels like I'm already satisfied as long as little Feng is by my side. Shen Mengli played with the two little hands of the bear, and actually secretly watched Yifeng's every move. Originally she very much did not want the outside world, but for some reason, as long as she stayed with Yifeng, no matter where she was, she felt that nothing mattered. P.S. Thanks to the Yuzu Cook great reward support and other readers great gift support. Gift thank you post sometimes cannot send out. Here a small note. There will be 2 additional chapters tonight, and currently will owe the readers basking in the remaining 3 additional chapters, aiming to pay them off in one go tomorrow. First time I've added so many chapters. Now I don't dare to touch the fish every day. Omega. Chapter 159, Various Flavors. Mengli, I'm sure you have a rough idea of my family's situation. To be honest, my life isn't really that rich. Is this acceptable to you? On the way home, Yifeng pushed Shen Mengli toward the direction of the apartment. During the period, Yifeng suddenly remembered that his own house, according to the actual situation, then the conditions are not even better than the welfare center. The welfare center, at least there are gardens and so on, can rest and recuperate the spirit of the place. But I am afraid that their own home to stay for a long time will be suffocated out of the problem of it. What are you talking about? Little Feng, I'm not choosing because I'm poor or rich. What I see in you, Little Feng, is your character, and whether life is difficult in the future or not, I will always be by your side. Monique, Yifeng did not think that he and Shen Mengli had only been together for a few short days, and she already trusted himself so much? Thank you, Monique, but I'm just saying that off the top of my head. Clothes and food is something I can still do. Feng, I'll do my best to help you. So if you need any help you can always let me know. I'll always stay by your side to provide you with help. Shen Mengli spoke in a small voice, but her tone was full of perseverance and determination. Yifeng could not help but be touched in his heart, as if Shen Mengli was like a little angel from the bottom of the earth to bring a touch of solace in his bad life. Thank you, Monique. Little Feng, you're really... I told you not to be so polite, but now it seems like you're the one who's being so polite. Aren't we friends? As friends, we should support each other to the end. We should help each other. Hey. Sorry. I'll pay attention in the future. It didn't take long for Yifeng to push Shen Mengli back to the apartment floor, and the surrounding sites also looked towards Shen Mengli's direction. Shen Mengli seemed to be feeling something, grasping the bear in her hand and lowering her head, completely lost the initial talkative look, just like Yifeng just started to meet her with that coldness. Right at this moment, an arm suddenly appeared by Shen Mengli's head, followed by Yifeng's gentle voice. Mengli, you can hold my hand if you need to. Oh, shouldn't friends help each other? Feng, Shen Mengli's eyes instantly lit up. Freeing up a small hand to hold Yifeng's hand, the uneasiness in Feng's heart instantly dissipated a lot. As expected, Keed has always cared about me. That's great. Then please. The two just held each other's hands as they walked into the apartment elevator, and it didn't take them long to get home. Monique, why don't you sit by the couch for a while? It's already time for lunch. I'll start cooking as soon as I'm ready. Yifeng closed the door, was about to go to the kitchen, but halfway there, he realized that the corner of his coat was grabbed by a white and tender hand, and turned around to find Shen Mengli who was looking at him. Monique? What's wrong? I also want to do what I can for Feng. It's this way. Looking at Shen Mengli's look of pity, of course Yifeng couldn't bear it and said to Shen Mengli, why don't you pack up the clothes by the couch for me and put them in the bedroom? Monique? I didn't get a chance to pack them yesterday. Leave it to me. Shen Mengli acted as if she had received an order and immediately took action. Seeing this, Yifeng also did not interfere too much with Shen Mengli, and went to the kitchen to start cooking. Feng's clothes. When Shen Mengli pushed the cart to the sofa, she really saw a short sleeve of Yifeng, and after resting the bear on her thigh, Shen Mengli reached out and took the short sleeve in her hand and folded it up in a decent manner. But just as Shen Mengli had just folded Yifeng's clothes, her gaze quietly looked towards Yifeng in the kitchen. Looking at the busy and flawless Yifeng did not have time to look towards his side at all. Shen Mengli refolded the folded clothes and unfolded them again, and in her hand, she looked at Yifeng's short sleeves and launched into a daze. Keed's clothes. It's been washed, but it must still have Keed's smell on it, right? Thinking of this, Shen Mengli's mind couldn't help but recall the image of Yifeng while holding herself to the orphanage. All the way she was smelling Yifeng's flavor. Somehow Yifeng's flavor she did not hate, and even produced a trace of covetousness. Whenever she had the opportunity to be able to smell Yifeng's flavor she had a feeling that she could not control herself. Little Maple. Shen Mengli couldn't help but hold up Yifeng's short sleeve and put her high nose up to smell it. Sniff. Sniff. Ha! Smelling Yifeng's short sleeves in addition to a smell of laundry detergent really has Yifeng's breath. Shen Mengli could not help but small mouth spit out a mouthful of hot air. Although the laundry detergent smell is the majority, Keed's smell is still so obvious nah. But why is there another scent besides Keed's smell? No. There's also a strawberry flavor. No. 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 What's going on here? Shen Mengli is obviously brain overload. Hands dumbly holding Yifeng's short sleeve brain has long been wandering to an unknown place. Monique, did you find the clothes? It so happened that at this time Yifeng also walked out of the kitchen free, which immediately called the dazed Shen Mengli back to her senses. Ah, Feng, can you see if it's this one? Said Shen Mengli, then raised the short sleeves in her hand to show Yifeng. Yeah, that's the one. Yifeng nodded his head and answered. I understand then. I'll just fold it and put it in your closet, Maple. Oh, okay. Lunch is also being prepared. Mengli will wait for a while and we can start eating. Yifeng of course did not see Shen Mengli's small movements just now, and after seeing that everything was fine, he turned around and re-entered the kitchen. Okay. Shen Mengli looked at Yifeng as he walked in, while he himself carefully pushed the cart into the bedroom. Feng's closet. Shen Mengli came to the closet and stretched out her hands to pull it open, and sure enough, in addition to some casual clothes inside were suits as well as shirts, because Yifeng didn't have many clothes, so it looked like the whole closet also appeared to be simple and clear. Shen Mengli turned her head to make sure that Yifeng didn't come before she took out one of the clothes in the closet. I don't know if the flavor of this one is inconsistent with the short sleeve flavor one. With an uneasy heart, Shen Mengli picked up the clothes in the closet and carefully placed them by her nose and sniffed them. Chapter 160, She's shy. Well, this one too. And this one. Shen Mengli after some storm inhalation found that as long as the clothes worn by Yifeng will have a strange fragrance. Some clothes only one kind of clothes. Some clothes at the same time accompanied by several kinds of clothes. Perceived here Shen Mengli hard as if it was hit by a hammer, as if dull and difficult. No, don't. Little Feng is obviously mine. He has promised to stay with me all the time. Always. Shen Mengli tightly wrapped her arms around Yifeng's short sleeves. Her heart became more and more uneasy, as if it was like a pair of big invisible hands had pinched her throat. Even breathing became so difficult. What to do? What should we do? I don't know who the owners of these flavors are, but they must be close to Kid, right? Otherwise, these flavors wouldn't have gotten on them. Can you really compare yourself to them with just this appearance? Shen Mengli's small hand clenched Yifeng's short sleeve, seemingly wanting to retain his own that last bit of sanity. The pair of fishy red eyes suffused with a thick strange atmosphere, like that of the collapsed puppet villain. Mengli? Mengli! Shen Mengli gradually came back to her senses in Yifeng's call, and then she turned her head to see Yifeng standing in the doorway with a spatula in his hand looking at himself before she shuddered and forced the tearing feeling in her heart to be suppressed. Sorry, I just zoned out. Are all the clothes in here Kids? Well, Monique, would you like me to? It looks like you don't look too good. Yifeng was about to walk into the room with his legs, but he was stopped by Shen Mengli's timely call. No need, little. I'll just do this for little Feng. I just thought of something else just now. Alright then, Monique, you put it in and you can get ready to come out for dinner. I'll be waiting for you at the table later. Oh. Aha. Shen Mengli nodded her head slightly. After watching Yifeng disappear from the doorway, she quickly organized Yifeng's short sleeves and put them into the closet, pushing the cart to Yifeng's bedside. Looking at the slightly wrinkled bedsheets, Shen Mengli swallowed her throat, her mind extremely apprehensive. No, the sheets don't even smell like this, do they? Don't ever. With a frightened heart, Shen Mengli left the wheelchair and crawled toward the bedsheet with her small hands, slowly bending down after taking a few breaths of air. Sniff, sniff. After Shen Mengli's head was raised, her cloudy eyes suddenly cleared up a lot, putting her two hands gently on her chest to breathe easily. Also, luckily, Kid was the only one whose bedsheet smelled. It's not too late for everything. Shen Mengli was about to climb back from the bed towards the place of the wheelchair when suddenly she once again looked at the bedsheet. Her pale little face stained with some pink color at some point. Kid's flavor. Why is it so mesmerizing? How about one more drag? Shen Mengli pursed her own lips, first shifting her gaze to the doorway. After determining that there was no Yifeng's figure appearing, she then looked back with a resolute look. Before it's too late. Just one bite. Just one bite. In an instant, Shen Mengli buried her entire face into Yifeng's bedsheet, with violent breathing sounds coming from time to time. Hiss, hoo, hiss, ha. Yifeng's flavor filled Shen Mengli's nostrils with every breath she took. An inexplicable pleasure filled every corner of Shen Mengli's body. When she came in contact with this flavor, she already knew that she would never be able to quit this thing that was addicting her. Although her brain told her to get away from the sheets quickly, Shen Mengli's body could not move, as if it was fixed on the sheets. One bite. Just one last bite. Strong desire took control of Shen Mengli's brain, unaware that just then a cough suddenly sounded outside the door. Ahem. Ooh. Hearing Yifeng's voice, Shen Mengli reflexively stopped her movements, and the entire room was quiet for a moment. White hair drooping blocked the side of Shen Mengli's face. I do not know how long Shen Mengli's head slightly turned to look toward the door, and saw a figure is holding hands facing himself. Little Feng. That. Shen Mengli stammered and didn't know how to explain. She couldn't say that she was addicted to smelling Yifeng's flavor before she acted like this. Right? Monique, are you able to explain what you're doing right now? Looking at Shen Mengli, who was lying on her bed, Yifeng was puzzled, although he didn't know why she acted this way. But now Shen Mengli obviously changed a lot compared to before. Couldn't it be that this was her real character? Ugh. I think that your bedsheet has a familiar smell of laundry detergent. The same detergent that Dean's mom used to use when she washed her clothes. Nah. Shen Mengli murmured in a small voice. Words, although she said so, but her head is still low and dare not look at Yifeng. Then there's no need to be like this. Monri, you asked me to just show you the laundry detergent. Why be so lousy? Yifeng momentarily could not think of what words to describe Shen Mengli. Although her movements just in before he came into contact with the girls have a familiar feeling, but looking at Shen Mengli hate to want to drill into the ground or do not say, I'm sorry. Alright, it's not a big deal anyway. Let's go eat first, okay? Shen Mengli grunted, just as she slowly climbed her body towards the wheelchair. A large strong hand suddenly encircled her waist. Before she could react, her body was picked up. Little Feng. Shen Mengli let out a cry of surprise and smoothly hugged Yifeng's arm. She failed to anticipate that Yifeng would suddenly hug herself. Mengli, why don't I just carry you over there? I think the food will get cold if you keep being so slow. After saying that, Yifeng then wrapped one hand around Shen Mengli and carried Shen Mengli out of the room like a puppy. Eat it while it's hot. Yifeng handed the rice bowl to Shen Mengli, who was sitting on the chair with her head buried. It was obvious that this little guy was still in a shy mode, and he didn't even have the courage to raise his head to meet Yifeng's eyes. Ugh, how is it that all the time Kid sees her embarrassing face? Looking at Shen Mengli's shy appearance, Yifeng also couldn't help but laugh out loud. No, don't laugh. Only when she heard Yifeng's laughter did Shen Mengli raise her head. At this moment her face had long been more flushed than before, and in her heart she was embarrassed and shy. Chapter 161, I won't tie little Feng down. Okay, I was wrong. Monique, just leave me alone. Yifeng looked at Shen Mengli tugging at his own clothes corner, which stopped laughing at the same time and opened his mouth to explain. The reason I'm smiling is because I think Monrique, your face looks better now than before. It's cute. Oh, cute. Shen Mengli's hands involuntarily began to tremble. She simply did not expect that Yifeng would praise himself in front of his own face. Originally still want to have a little playful Shen Mengli, after listening to Yifeng's words like a boiling kettle, completely lost consciousness headlong into Yifeng's arms. Monique? Yifeng, surprised to look at the almost fainted Shen Mengli, a moment of panic. Feeling the hot face of the young girl, Yifeng's chest is like being burned by a blazing fire, and hastily reached out his hand to Shen Mengli to help her right, followed by grabbing her shoulders and began to shake up. Mowgli, wake up, Dreamlight. Well, under Yifeng's shaking, Shen Mengli finally opened her beautiful eyes. Looking at Yifeng's anxious face, she actually laughed. Feng, hey, Monique, are you okay? I'm fine. Shen Mengli stretched out her hands and patted her face, breathing deeply and loudly for a long time before calming down. Feng, let's eat. Good. After finishing the meal, Yifeng then carried Shen Mengli to the wheelchair and went to wash the dishes. At first Shen Mengli said she wanted to do the cleaning with Yifeng, but Yifeng refused, so she pushed the wheelchair out of the room and then went to the living room on the sofa and looked at the way Yifeng was washing the dishes. Kid is always so serious about whatever he's doing. Even if you watch him work all day, you won't get bored. Phew, easy does it. Yifeng dried his hands and then went to the sofa and sat down. Shen Mengli was about to open his mouth to speak. Just at this time the cell phone in his hand suddenly rang. Just a moment, Monique. I'll take a call. When Yifeng pulled out his cell phone, he found that the caller was Limu Orange, and after pressing the answer button, Yifeng raised the phone to his ear. Hello? Good afternoon, Mr. Sensei. A knowing voice came from the other end of the phone, but despite this it was also heard in the ears of Shen Mengli, who was sitting on the sofa. Old teacher? And a woman's voice? Shen Mengli's attention was completely attracted by Limu Orange, and her crimson eyes stared at Yifeng's cell phone, and the original softness turned cold. Good noon, Mu Orange. What can I do for you at this hour? Yifeng opened his mouth and returned. No, I just remembered that teacher's health didn't look very good when she gave me a lesson earlier, so today I called over just to ask how teacher's health is now. So that's how it is. Don't worry, Mu Orange. There's nothing wrong with my body. I should have been too stretched out last time. So, that's good. Would it be possible for Sensei to take a break from his lessons this week? Mu-chan, you mean you don't have to go to class this week? Yifeng's tone was slightly surprised, as if the occasional touch of fish was good for him. Not at all. Without waiting for Yifeng to finish, Limu Orange interrupted him and said anxiously right after. I was thinking of going out with my teacher for a day on the weekend. After all, it's all about work and play. Going out for a day? Does he know about this? Mr. Lee? Father? Of course he knows that. Hereby I can apply to father. He agreed. This. Yifeng pursed his lips and did not know how to respond to Limu Orange, which if placed before then they also agreed. Anyway, they live alone, a little bit of casual can, but now there is Shen Mengli's existence, they can take good care of her, or else people back to the life here and ignore her. This behavior and let her perish on her own, and what is the difference? Just as Yifeng was about to reject Limu Orange, a soft little hand covered the back of his hand. When Yifeng turned his head to look, he found that it was none other than Shen Mengli who was looking at him, only to see Shen Mengli's other hand made a silent gesture to Yifeng, followed by shaking her head, then slowly leaned her body towards Yifeng and whispered by his other ear. It's okay, little Feng. It just so happens that I also want to go back to the institution to talk to Mother Superior about something. I'll explain it to you then. Are you listening, teacher? Limu Orange's voice came out again from the other end of the phone, and it was clear that she was slightly anxious about Yifeng's constant silence. It's just one day, right? Yes, as long as you're free on one of those days. Teacher, I wonder if you can grant me this little extravagance. Then, that's fine, but I'll tell Mu Orange you exactly on what day then. Well, then teacher, we'll see you then. Good. Yifeng put down his cell phone after hanging up the phone. Before he could open his mouth, Shen Mengli on the side asked, Little Feng, who is this sister? Ah, you're talking about Mu Orange, right? She's one of my students, and my current job is sort of a tutor. A tutor? Then what kind of knowledge do you usually teach, Keed? There are various aspects of knowledge, such as the study aspect aka the practical life aspect, but my main job description is still acting as a bodyguard. In that case, that sister must be very grateful to you, Keed. Someone as gentle as you is so popular wherever you are now. Shen Mengli's tone was a bit lost. From her party's condescension she understood that this student of Yifeng's was called Mu Orange, and even addressed with a very intimate name, and that their family must be very rich to be able to hire a tutor. Right? Mengli, you think too highly of me. I'm just an ordinary person. Everyone has their own area of specialization, don't they? Well, what little Feng said is very true. Shen Mengli reluctantly smiled and turned around to take the bear into her arms. Why did you just ask me to say yes though, Monique? I wasn't actually going to go. The reason Keed wants to say no must be because of me, right? Aha. Yifeng didn't make excuses and admitted it graciously. I promised Monri to take care of you. How could I possibly abandon you? Little Maple. Hearing Yifeng's words, Shen Mengli's heart warmed, originally grasping the hand of the bear this time but loosened. After throwing the bear to one side, she leaned her head on Yifeng's shoulder. Mengli? Of course I know that little Feng is good to me, so I won't hold myself hostage to little Feng. In fact, little Feng, you also have a reason, right? Shen Mengli's long white hair fell on Yifeng's arm, like for a piece of pure white snow, clean and beautiful. Chapter 162 Looking at Clothes. Everyone has things they have to do, that's something I know. Just like I want to go back to the institution sometimes to visit everyone. Mengli. Looking at the so reasonable Shen Mengli, Yifeng also felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Thank you, Monique. Don't be in a hurry to say thank you, Keed. Shen Mengli said here with a turn of phrase. The party's understanding she instantly became serious, and unknowingly grabbed Yifeng's arm. Although Feng can be busy with his own business, but the prerequisite has to be that you can't break the contract. Just like Feng, you said you would take care of me. If you don't come back at the appointed time, I'll bite you to death. Shen Mengli thought for a long time, do not know what kind of words to say in order to make Yifeng feel fear, but if said too much and afraid of attracting Yifeng dissatisfaction, finally just popped out a so sentence. Yifeng looked at Shen Mengli pretending to be a fierce look, forced to hold back his laughter, and said, "Don't worry, I will be back at the prescribed time. Then it's a deal." Yo! Shen Mengli thought that she had bluffed Yifeng with her performance, and she still had a hint of complacency in her heart. But Monique, isn't your hand pinching a little too hard? Although Yifeng did not want to mention it, but looking at his arm were pinched out by Shen Mengli a circle of red marks before he had no choice but to say this sentence. Yikes! Shen Mengli immediately loosened her hands with a startled cry and immediately apologized to Yifeng. Right. I'm sorry, Feng. I just got too excited for a moment. Is your hand okay? Of course it's fine. Just a little redness doesn't affect it very much. Shen Mengli at this time will be their own thrown to the side of the bear to carry back. At the same time a hand cupped into a fist in the bear's head gently knocked a little. Mouth murmured in a small voice. Really? Why are you so far away again? You're so disobedient. With the end of the two people's conversation at the same time, the atmosphere in the entire room quieted down. Shen Mengli looked towards Yifeng with her little eyes and found that Yifeng was holding his cell phone and looking at something. Feeling curious, Shen Mengli poked her head over, while carefully saying, "What are you doing, little Feng?" Yifeng noticed Shen Mengli's line of sight is trying to turn off the phone, but his old cell phone is really too stuck. Press a shutdown button are reacting for a long time. Of course, the content of the phone are all being Shen Mengli see in the eyes. Only a cell phone picture appeared of a pretty-faced woman wearing a long, clean, white-colored dress. Well, Shen Mengli withdrew her eyes, burying her head low. Sorry, Feng. I didn't know you were looking at girls. Is she the girl named Mu Orange from just now? It's so pretty looking. After saying these words, Shen Mengli's eyes flooded with a slight mist of water, and even her nose was sour. Mengli, you misunderstood. I'm looking at the clothes. Don't believe me. Yifeng denied in a loud voice. At the same time, he cancelled the picture in his phone, and sure enough, what was written on it was a shopping link recommended by them all. Well, Shen Mengli lifted her head skeptically, and sure enough, as Yifeng's saliva stated, the above was exactly the shopping link for the white dress in the picture. But why are you looking at pictures of clothes, little Feng? I heard from Mother Superior that some people in this world have strange fetishes. Could it be that you, little Feng, are? Not at all. Don't talk nonsense, Monique. Yifeng hurriedly interrupted Shen Mengli's words when he heard this, and explained in order to clear the suspicion that he had a unique fetish. I'm helping you look at your clothes for you, Monique La. Help me, look at the clothes? Yeah, Yifeng said and handed the picture on his cell phone to Shen Mengli to see. I thought Mengli would look great in this white dress, so I was debating whether or not to buy it. but I was afraid you wouldn't like the color, so I kept looking. As Yifeng spoke, he realized that Shen Mengli suddenly jumped into his arms, followed by a wave of wetness into his chest. Mengli, are you alright? Is it because you don't like this color? Then how about I change another one for you? No. Shen Mengli's voice as she watched appeared to be somewhat compassionate and soft, and it was clear that she was crying out in excitement. I'm just so happy that Feng can be so considerate of me. I'm really happy. Monique. Yifeng looked at this girl who was so careful no matter what she did with heartache, and his heart became even more determined to want to take good care of her. At the same time, he reached out his hand and gently stroked Shen Mengli's white hair and opened his mouth to comfort her. Don't cry. It won't look good if you keep crying. Well, Shen Mengli slowly moved her head away and wiped her tears. Looking at Yifeng's anxious appearance also raised the corners of her mouth. Feng, thank you. Looked at Shen Mengli laughed out of the appearance of Yifeng instantly stunned. And Shen Mengli contact down he can know Shen Mengli although the tone of voice can feel her mood at the moment. But want to judge from her expression is not easy. This is the first time he really saw Shen Mengli laughed out of the appearance. It's like a dried up and about to wither flower getting nourished by rain and gradually growing into its most vibrant form. Feng, what's wrong with you? Shen Mengli curiously looked at the frothing Yifeng and raised her small hand and waved it towards Yifeng, her eyes full of doubts. Monique, you just smiled yay. Laugh? Shen Mengli cocked her head and didn't seem to understand the meaning from Yifeng's words. She was merely showing the emotions that she wanted to express the most in her heart. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen you smile so happily. Monique. Yifeng also grinned as he looked at the dumbfounded Shen Mengli. It's beautiful. Very. Shen Mengli this time as if she understood Yifeng's words, once again pinched his arm, while her eyes were constantly glancing away not daring to focus on Yifeng's body at all. Little Feng. Let's just look at the clothes. Well. Yifeng also realized that what he said was a bit over the top, and hurriedly lit up the shopping link in his phone, and was about to hand his phone to Shen Mengli to let her find her favorite clothes, who expected Shen Mengli to put the little bear on the side while she crawled towards Yifeng's arms. Mengli, what are you? Before Yifeng could inquire clearly, Shen Mengli's body burrowed into Yifeng's chest, followed by her turning around with difficulty and sitting in Yifeng's arms, muttering in a small voice, I'm doing this so that I can see more clearly. P.S. Thank you to Yuzu Cook greatly and other readers Basilica gift reward. Thank you post will have to be the day after tomorrow to post. One more chapter is currently owed. Total of 4 chapters owed. We'll add 2 more tonight. Please let go. I'm going to die if I don't get more work done. Chapter 163, Sherlock Holmes Dreams. Ahem. Monique, does it really not matter if it looks like this? Yifeng sniffed the fragrance of Shen Mengli's hair. For a moment even swallowing saliva became difficult. Soft jade in his arms instead made his body become stiff. Although Shen Mengli had a handicap, her figure could be said to have not fallen at all. Where it should be rich, where it should be slender. Although none of them were particularly prominent, but paired with her unique facial features, so the other aspects appeared to be less important. What's wrong, Keed? Is it because you can't see the pictures in your cell phone? Shen Mengli tilted her head up, looking a little puzzled at the way Yifeng's head kept shrinking back, and blinked dully with her 2 hands propped between her legs. Nope. No. Yifeng turned his head in embarrassment. Of course he couldn't tell Shen Mengli that he didn't dare to probe because he was embarrassed, so he said with a strong composure, I think Mengli you are a girl. Naturally you have to know which dress suits you better than I do, so I won't bother you here anymore haha. You can hold the cell phone and look at it. I'm going to take a bath. Hey! Before Shen Mengli reacted to Yifeng an instant hands held her waist and lifted up. In contrast to Shen Mengli is like a small bear puppet in the hands of Yifeng. Little Feng? Under Shen Mengli's surprise, Yifeng whooshed into the bathroom, leaving Shen Mengli on the sofa holding Yifeng's cell phone. Swish! Ha! Phew! Ha! Under the shower, the anxiety in Yifeng's heart slowly quieted down. For some reason, Shen Mengli's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate his heart, and whenever he was gazed at by Shen Mengli's eyes, he subconsciously wanted to avoid it. It's hard to believe that Mengli, she is my nemesis? How can that be? Maybe I'm overthinking it. When he recalled the way Shen Mengli had just sat in his arms and raised her head to look at him, Yifeng's heart became even more nonchalant. Better go out later. Shen Mengli looked at Yifeng's cell phone desktop and pondered for a long time. I haven't touched a cell phone much, but Dean's mom's cell phone should look pretty much the same as Keed's, and the phone book should be this one that looks like a phone box, right? After Yifeng entered the bathroom, Shen Mengli, however, quietly clicked out of the shopping software and looked for some clues on Yifeng's desktop instead. As early as before when Yifeng's clothes carried a strange smell, she had already sensed that something was wrong. And sure enough the one called What's Her Name Mu Orange who appeared first in the back must be one of the sources of the smell. Now suffering from a sense of crisis, Shen Mengli were willing to sit and wait for death. Although the timing of her meeting with Yifeng seems to have been very late, but now she is the one who has the most opportunity. If only daily complaining about their own that ultimately will not have a good result. As soon as she thought of this, Shen Mengli began to investigate the secrets contained in Yifeng's cell phone. And when she clicked on the phone book, she really found that there were many contacts. Ah Fu, Li Jing, Li Mu Orange, Su Wanli, Su Yusin, Xia Yuyan. The contacts in Yifeng's cell phone are not many, a total of so many, which is also disguised in the Shen Mengli to save a lot of time in the investigation. This Ah Fuk must be someone important in Feng's heart. How else would he be at the top of the list? It's not even with his full name. Shen Mengli, who had transformed into a detective, was the first to discover the clues with her superior awareness. She must be the closest person to Feng's side, and must be the first to get information about her. Shen Mengli's mind secretly jotted down Ah Fu's name, while at the same time continuing to explore towards the names at the back of the phone book. Li Mu Orange. Looking at such a familiar name, Shen Mengli's eyes narrowed slightly. She was the one who called Yifeng just now, so the other one surnamed Li should be her parent. After all, Xiao Feng had said to himself that he was a tutor. Then what about Su Yusin and Su Wanli? Could it be that the girl named Su Yusin is also Xiao Feng's student? To have so many formidable enemies. After briefly skimming over the first few people, Shen Mengli looked at the last contact named Xia Yuyan. This person should be irrelevant. Right. Her order is the last. That threat is the least compared to. Or focus on the remaining 3 people first. Holmes' dream and some summary down thoughtfully nodded. At the same time want to see if there is a trace of clues left in Yifeng's cell phone. But in addition to some novel software will be nothing unique. Right at this moment, after taking a bath, Yifeng wiped his wet hair and walked out from the bathroom. Shen Mengli quickly turned off her cell phone and turned around to look at Yifeng. Little Feng, you're done with the bath. Well, how's it going? Did you find the dress of your choice? Yifeng put the towel on the side of the chair at the dining table and took a few steps forward to Shen Mengli's side. I just looked at it, and I actually think that the white dress that Keith is looking at is already pretty good. Really? Then I'll buy this white dress for you. Monique. Oh, well, thanks Feng. Shen Mengli nodded her head slightly and handed her cell phone to Yifeng. Mengli, you are too polite. Didn't we all say no thanks? Hey, I know. Shen Mengli reached out and pulled Yifeng's cuff in the middle of his sentence and tugged on it, wanting to say something but still closing his mouth. Yifeng of course took the scene in his eyes. What's wrong, Mengli? Do you have something you want to say to me? Still, let's just forget about it. How can it be even? Don't worry, just say it boldly and I'll come up with something for you. Yifeng patted his chest as if he was making a promise for Shen Mengli, and it was only when he heard this that Shen Mengli stammered and opened her mouth. I want to ask little Feng for one thing. Just, I want to take a shower. No problem, it's not just washing. Yifeng has just agreed to realize the problem of the matter. Although Shen Mengli and the daily wash or toilet words at least can be resolved on their own home is at least a toilet, and has long been equipped with an independent sanitary pad. But bathing is at least a more difficult thing to deal with. In the orphanage at least there is the help of the director, but he is at least a man of blood. This, what's wrong, Keed? Isn't it okay? Shen Mengli asked with a crooked head as she looked at Yifeng stuttering and afraid to speak. Are there no extra bath towels left? Hey, bath towel? Chapter 164, Water as a Hibiscus. It doesn't really matter if you don't have a bath towel, as long as Keed agrees I can use Keed's. There, yes. Yifeng hastily nodded his head and said, he had just thought that Shen Mengli meant that he needed someone's help. After all, he was a male, so at least there was some granting. So there is. Shen Mengli's tone was slightly disappointed. Alright then I'll trouble Keed to give me the bath towel. Well, but Monique, do you really have no problem with being alone? I mean like helping you push the wheelchair in or something physical like that. It's alright Keed, I'm used to being alone, but I don't seem to have any change of clothes to wear. Can you please help me find a set of clothes? I don't think so at the moment. Why don't you make do with my new clothes? Monique, I bought it before and it's been sitting in the closet untouched. It's okay. But Feng, aren't you going to wear it? You'll run out of new clothes in that case. Yifeng did not care about this and reached out his hands to push Shen Mengli to the bathroom door. It doesn't matter. It's just a set of clothes. Mengli, you can wear it without worry. At that time when your new clothes arrive then come to change it is. Since Feng has said so then I won't be pretentious. Thank you Feng. Shen Mengli had a little excitement in her heart when she thought that she would wear Yifeng's clothes later. Although it was a special case, but Yifeng could give his clothes to himself to wear. How is this not a kind of trust? Just develop that trust slowly and you'll have an advantage yourself. Mengli, wait here for a moment. I'll go get you your clothes and bath towel. Good. Wow. Accompanied by the sound of the shower resounding from the bathroom, Yifeng sat on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, He spotted the little bear Muppet lying on the sofa and reached out to hold it in his hand. We two brothers are really destined for each other. You are called Little Fong and I am also called Little Fong. Mengli is also quite good at naming things. Sometimes I wonder if she is pointing at the Sangha. By the way, he hadn't checked the reward for kidnapping Mengli before, so he'd claimed the reward for the mission first. Thinking of this, Yifeng called out the system and skillfully moved to the taskbar to collect the reward he belonged to. It seems that if I remember correctly, this quest contains a mysterious reward, and I don't know exactly what it is. I haven't encountered such a situation before. After receiving the reward, Yifeng's mind received a reward from the system's feedback. In addition to the 30 days of lifetime, he also obtained something called the marrow restoration pill. The moment he heard the marrow restoration pill, Yifeng couldn't help but widen his eyes, because this pill felt extraordinary just by hearing the name. But likewise, Yifeng also slightly felt a little bit of fear, whether it was the antidote that he had used before or the limit capsule that he had eaten. Although the effect of the things given by these two systems was good, they both had an unavoidable drawback. That's a side effect. One must know that he was almost tortured to death just by the side effects of the ultimate capsule alone, not to mention this powerful sounding marrow restoration pill. However, the system has also given the universal key and the dummy for death and other props. These effects have no after effects. Even the fake death dan that was obtained before did not indicate that there are side effects on it. Perhaps this marrow restoration dan is also the same? With a hint of luck, Yifeng then began to check the specific effects of the marrow restoration pill. Marrow restoration pill. After taking the pill, the user will get the effect of changing the constitution, cleansing the marrow and removing the dirt. And the worse the condition of the body, the better the effect will be. Although the introduction of the marrow restoration pill is not long, just a general glance will be able to remember. But in Yifeng's eyes, this thing is a good thing. This is the equivalent of changing the person's own constitution. And the system did not say the duration of this pill. It seems that it will be permanent. When he thought of this, Yifeng's mind couldn't help but conjure up Shen Mengli's appearance. If this marrow restoration pill was taken by Shen Mengli, would that mean that her legs would be repaired, thus achieving the goal of being able to stand up? Yifeng thought of this, heart cannot help but be excited. If this medulla oblongata has an effect, then does it mean that Shen Mengli can stand up? Tano can stand up. This breakthrough progress is likely to change as her whole life up. Besides, he also owed her a debt, and doing so was tantamount to compensating for the impact on her. At the same time, he was also Shen Mengli's friend. As friends, shouldn't they help each other? Just as Yifeng made up his mind and prepared to help Shen Mengli, he suddenly saw a small line of words below it in the system panel when describing the marrow restoration pill. This is. Yifeng was clearly aware of what this small line meant, and that was the side effects. Side effects. There is a small chance of a change in the body constitution of the person taking it, which has to be discovered by himself. Body changes? What the hell does that mean? Looking at this ambiguous side effects, Yifeng just lit up the hot heart instantly, like being poured a pot of cold water, like extinguished down. System, you're trying to make things worse for me, aren't you? Although I admit that the effects of the props you gave me are instant, but can't you get rid of the side effects? Even though Yifeng complained in his heart, it didn't help. He was only a sword controller controlled by the sword. In the end, it was not up to him to decide how to use the sword. In addition to resigning himself to his fate, the only thing he can do is to try not to use the sword to hurt the people who are involved because of himself. So, should I use it? Yifeng forked his legs and buried his head hesitantly, looking at the floor. Originally, this is an opportunity to let Shen Mengli regain a new life, but now it seems to be more dangerous. If Shen Mengli's body becomes a little uncomfortable as before, it will be too late for him to regret it. How about, get Monique's opinion? Thinking of this, Yifeng slowly raised his head and shifted his gaze in the direction of the bathroom. Hey, is it really okay? Aha! It doesn't matter. Besides, my hair is so long that I have to stand up if I want to blow dry it. But you know my situation, Keed, so I'll have to rely on you for blow drying my hair. After the bath, wearing Yifeng wide clothes, Shen Mengli also pushed the cart from the bathroom to the sofa. She just came out of the bathroom, looks like a hibiscus out of the water, like fresh and elegant. Fortunately, Yifeng's heart is firm enough to come back to God in time. Shen Mengli could say that she didn't need any good-looking clothes as decoration at all. No matter how she dressed up, she wouldn't be ugly. Maybe that was the reason why she could make Yifeng freeze several times. Chapter 165, Yifeng kidnapped by Shen Mengli. Buzz. A hot air radiated out from the hairdryer, which made Shen Mengli, who was sitting on the sofa, squint her eyes to enjoy the comforting moment. Yifeng's hand constantly in Shen Mengli's wet hair between the flick. A shampoo aroma followed the nose. Because Yifeng usually also used the same shampoo, so does not have too much sensitivity to Shen Mengli's hair fragrance. But Shen Mengli's smooth hair and snow-white hair color but let Yifeng some distraction. Well, Shen Mengli leisurely sat on the sofa enjoying the short time. Feng, Buzz. Looks like he can't hear Feng. Shen Mengli opened her drowsy eyes, her wide clothes being blown up from time to time because of the hairdryer. Feng. Shen Mengli's voice was slightly louder. Ha! Yifeng hurriedly turned off the hairdryer after hearing Shen Mengli's voice. He thought that he had made Shen Mengli feel uncomfortable. What happened to Monique? I just wanted to say thank you to Feng. The back of Shen Mengli's head was facing Yifeng's face. Perhaps she didn't have the courage to turn her head around. Perhaps she didn't dare to let Yifeng see her shy appearance. Feng treats me really attentive. Really, I'm really thankful to little Feng. Yifeng, listening to Shen Mengli stammered words, heart also feel a warm. Such understanding girl really let a person feel heartache. Don't worry, Monique. As long as you're willing, you'll have no problem asking me to blow dry your hair whenever you want. Feng. After hearing these words from Yifeng, Shen Mengli immediately hugged the bear, placed aside tightly in her arms, as if this was the only way to ease her excitement at the moment. Monique, your hair isn't dry yet. Let's talk about what's going on later, okay? Aha. Buzz. As the hair dryer was turned on, Yifeng carefully dried every corner of Shen Mengli's hair, while Shen Mengli buried half of her face in the bear's head, her eyes glittering with faint tears. Thank you, Feng. I can't stay away from you anymore. Feng, come and rest. After packing up Shen Mengli's bath towel, Yifeng was walking over from the balcony when he saw Shen Mengli constantly clapping her small hands at the empty seat of the sofa beside her, as if she couldn't wait for Yifeng to sit beside her. What's the matter, Monique? Is there something you're in such a hurry about? Yifeng had just sat down when Shen Mengli threw away the bear to hold Yifeng's arm tightly. Hey, Monique? When looking at Shen Mengli resting her head on her arm, Yifeng was a little embarrassed and wanted to retract his hand, but Shen Mengli's hold was really too tight, and it seemed like she existed to not let herself leave. Kid, don't move. You've done so much, now it's time to rest. I'll take on the responsibility of making it easy for you. Shen Mengli nodded seriously towards Yifeng, as if she was making some sort of determination in her own heart. That won't be necessary, right, Monique? This bit of labor is no problem for me. You don't have to be like this. No, Shen Mengli said more seriously. Feng doesn't have to do anything now. Just relax and leave the rest to me. Shen Mengli said to Yifeng's arm began to massage up. That serious look seems to really want to use their own ability to do something for Yifeng. Well, thank you, Manrik. Yifeng was not in a position to reject Shen Mengli's good intentions, so he readily accepted. Don't worry, Feng. I've massaged Dean's mom a lot. Even she complimented me on my handiwork. Shen Mengli said, then began to massage for Yifeng. It must be said that Shen Mengli did not exaggerate. Her force as well as the massage position are very delicate. Thanks, Monique. I have to say it's really cozy. Yifeng closed his eyes in enjoyment. Shen Mengli saw this and worked even harder. Although there's very little I can do for you, Kid, I'll show up wherever Kid needs my help. So, little Feng, you mustn't be too tired, otherwise I'll be heartbroken. Shen Mengli said the last few words almost no voice, but Yifeng also guessed a rough. The heart side Shen Mengli thoughtful body at the same time is also worried about the party to restore the medulla oblongata. Just whether to tell Mengli it? With her nature will certainly agree. But where the side effects lead to Shen Mengli what happened to the situation, then he will feel guilty for a lifetime. So good girl has suffered enough. They cannot give her disparate. Ahem. Yifeng suddenly pulled his arm out of Shen Mengli's hand, and Shen Mengli looked at Yifeng suspiciously when she saw this. Feng, what's wrong with you? Did I accidentally press something you're uncomfortable with, right? Yifeng reached out his hand in time to stop Shen Mengli's next words. After signaling her to listen to herself, Shen Mengli stared at Yifeng with her choo-choo moving eyes. Why does Feng look so serious? Is he trying to tell me something important? Or does he think I'm too useless and wants to send me back? I don't want to leave, Feng. Don't do it. That Manrik. Feng, don't. Yifeng has just opened his mouth without expecting Shen Mengli with a hugging face like a bug pounced up. To know Shen Mengli at this time wearing clothes but Yifeng, too wide the consequences of the magnitude of the control of their movements. Mengli? Yifeng all of a sudden only felt a darkness in front of him, followed by a body fragrance belonging to Shen Mengli from the collar of his clothes came to his nose. At the same time, due to the fact that he was wearing short sleeves and shorts to Shen Mengli, so that Shen Mengli's silky body passed heat towards his body. Mengli, you calm down first. I can barely speak. Don't. I don't want little Feng to leave me. Absolutely not. No, Manri, you wait a moment. Yifeng only felt that his mouth and nose were blocked by an airtight rag, very difficult. Probably this feeling was like the same feeling that he kidnapped those girls. I never imagined that I would be kidnapped by Shen Mengli. In the end, it was good that Yifeng was strong enough to wrap one hand around Shen Mengli's waist and hugged her up. Only then did he free himself from the tiger's mouth. Yifeng first thing to get out of danger is to keep a deep breath. Fortunately he reacted in time. Otherwise almost suffocated. At the same time cannot help but sigh, although Shen Mengli looks cute for the main. Cannot imagine in her small body contains a great energy. Chapter 166, Don't Run Away. Mangly. Mangly. Seeing that Shin Mangli seemed to be undeterred and wanted to defiantly hold himself, Yifeng hurriedly yelled at her. Shin Mangli sat dumbfounded beside Yifeng. The tears in her eyes were instantly about to flow out, and her mouth kept chanting words like "don't want me anymore." Yifeng saw the situation and felt bad, hastily took Shin Mangli into his arms, stretching out a hand and kept patting her back as if coaxing a small child. Mangli, don't worry first. I'm not going to say anything about leaving you or anything like that. Didn't I tell you that we are friends? Where would a friend leave each other behind? I just have some important words I want to discuss with you. I don't mean to leave you. Yifeng finished this sentence sharply after still gently patting Shin Mangli's back. Until Shin Mangli's violently undulating breathing gradually quieted down, Yifeng slowly loosened the hand holding Shin Mangli. Only after seeing Shin Mangli's expression did Yifeng let out a sigh of relief. The tears that had welled up at Shin Mangli's eyes had already retracted, but her startled expression still looked very uneasy, like a puppy that had been casually discarded, looking at Yifeng with pitiful eyes. Really? Really? Little Feng really isn't leaving me? Of course not. Monique, look, I'm not still with you now. Well. Shin Mangli choked and reached out her hand to pull on Yifeng's coat corner, obviously still very uneasy. It seems like you're still uneasy about it. Dream Lily. Yifeng sighed and then stood up from the sofa. At the same time, Shin Mangli's hand pulling the corner of Yifeng's coat became even harder. The expression on her face also became tense. Yifeng stood up and didn't even make a stop, turned around and hugged Shin Mangli to carry her towards his room. Little Maple. Shin Mangli's body was lighter, and after feeling Yifeng's embrace she pronounced Yifeng's name and seemed to have settled down quite a bit. After gently placing Shin Mangli on the bed, Yifeng sat on the edge of the bed in a smooth manner, and only then looked at Shin Mangli and opened his mouth to say, "This time you should feel relieved. Right, Mangli?" Shin Mangli didn't reply to Yifeng's words and just nodded. "So now can we talk properly? Little. What are you trying to say? Little Feng? Monique, do you want to stand up?" After Yifeng finished those words, Shin Mangli's pair of blood-colored eyes instantly flickered, gazing deeply at Yifeng as if she wanted to see something from his words. "Feng, you say what?" "I said, Monique, do you want to stand up?" "Want. Whenever I want," Shin Mangli answered in response, basically blurting it out without even thinking about it. "But Dean's mom took me to a major hospital once, and the doctor said there was only one way to do it with today's technology, and that was to install a prosthetic leg." Shin Mangli lowered her head looking like she was desperate. "Prosthetics? What's the difference between that and being in a wheelchair? There's a gaping hole in your heart that can never be filled." Looking at Shin Mangli's eyes that gradually became dull, Yifeng extended a hand to cover the back of Shin Mangli's hand. The warmth of her hand made Shin Mangli raise her head. "Feng? Monique, what if, there is something that can restore your body to get back on its feet again, but it will give you side effects that you don't know what will happen, or even ending your life. Would you agree?" After listening to Yifeng's words, Shin Mangli was silent for a moment. She wanted to answer immediately, but she stopped her mouth and shifted her gaze to Yifeng in front of her. "If it were before, I would have agreed to this condition without considering any consequences. But now." Shin Mangli in turn firmly grabbed Yifeng's hand and said with a face full of delight, "Ever since I've had little Feng in my life, I probably wouldn't have agreed, because in my heart little Feng is the most important person in my life." When Shin Mangli finished the sentence, squinted her eyes and raised a smile towards Yifeng. This was the joy she felt from the depths of her heart. "Monique." Yifeng then slowly nodded. "I see. Then I will respect your thoughts, Monique, and thank you for trusting me. But is what you said just now true, little Feng?" Shin Mangli suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at Yifeng, as if she wanted to get some clues from the words coming out of his mouth. No, I was just giving an example." Yifeng, after getting Shin Mangli's answer, he chose not to tell her about this matter, because he would respect Shin Mangli's choice. If he told Shin Mangli about the existence of the marrow restoration Dan again, I think she would be entangled in the confusion because of this. Since he got the answer he wanted, this is enough. "It's, yes?" Shin Mangli's eyes gazed at Yifeng's evasive gaze, and she seemed to see something in it. "Well, I was just talking off the top of my head, but don't worry, Dream Lily, technology is advancing and there will definitely be a better way in the future." Thank you, Kid, for encouraging me." Seeing that Yifeng had changed the topic, Shin Mangli also stopped taking the initiative to talk about the strangeness in Yifeng's mouth just now. But for this reason, she still kept an eye out. There doesn't seem to be much going on today. Why don't you take a nap, Dream Lily? I heard that it's good for the spirit if you take more naps." "Yeah," Shin Mangli replied. "Well, then I won't disturb your rest. Mangli, I'll go out first." Yifeng was getting up to leave, but the corner of his coat was tugged by a familiar strength. "Monique, anything else? Feng, didn't you just say that a lunch break can recuperate your essence?" "Right. Yeah, what's the problem? That won't do for me to rest alone. Kid wants it too." "I don't need to. My essence is good now, so I don't need to worry about you." "Mangli, Does Kid mean she's going to leave me alone again? AI. Mengli, don't say that nonsense. When did I ever leave you behind? You're slandering me. Then, in order to prove his innocence, shouldn't Kid show something to show? Shin Mengli said and stretched out her small hand towards the other side of the bed to give it a gentle pat with her hand. There was no need to think about it to know what the purpose of her doing so was. Mengli, this I really can't sleep. I'm afraid that when the time comes to wake you up again and so on. Or forget it. No way, oh little Feng. Since you're the one who suggested the break, you should be the one to set the example. Otherwise, where would it be so easy to convince the public? So, don't run away. P.S. Thanks for the reward from Yuzu Chef. Chalo, Engel Omega. Much farther away from touching fish. I currently owe another chapter totaling 3, and will add 2 more today. I'm begging you to let me go. I'm really going to die if I stay up all night to write Sigma. Chapter 167, A Bad Nap. Well, I don't know when Yifeng slowly opened his drowsy eyes. After staring at the ceiling for a moment, he suddenly realized that he had just fallen asleep. I vaguely remember Shin Mengli pulling herself to take a nap together, and was not really sleepy, but after Shin Mengli chatted for a while, she fell asleep. What time is it? Yifeng was trying to fumble around on the bed looking for his cell phone when he suddenly felt that he couldn't move his right arm, as if there was something clamping down on him. My hand this is. To be Yifeng fixed eyes suddenly found since sleeping in their own right side of Shin Mengli did not know when to hold their right hand, hooting and hollering up, because Shin Mengli's clothes are too loose. So Yifeng's right hand was squeezed over the unconsciousness. Looking at Shin Mengli has not yet woken up, signs Yifeng move is not immobile is not. At the same time the heart secretly thought that he is not, and Shin Mengli's sleep is not the same quilt? When she drilled into his own quilt? No. If you keep this up, your right hand will be amputated due to necrosis. Feeling the strong squeeze Yifeng eventually had to take to forcefully pulling his hand out. Mengli. Yifeng whispered Shin Mengli's name, hoping to wake up the sleeping Shin Mengli. Who? Shin Mengli, breathing evenly, does not seem to want to wake up signs. Seeing this, Yifeng has no choice but to take forcible measures. Just when he was about to force a little bit out, Shin Mengli slowly opened her eyes. Feng, good afternoon. Shin Mengli's slightly disoriented eyes didn't seem to have woken up yet, and Yifeng took advantage of this time to hastily pull his hand out. Good afternoon, Monique. How are you? Did you sleep well? It's very reassuring, because I sleep well with Feng by my side. The two people's heads were just opposite each other, whispering. Yifeng was the first to notice a hint of something wrong, hastily sat up from the bed. It's good to sleep peacefully. Mengli, you have a good rest for a while. There's no rush to get up. I'll go wash my face and cook the rice. I'll come back to you later. Okay? Feng worked hard. Look at you. Don't be so polite in the future. Okay? Looking at Shin Mengli's lovely appearance, Yifeng couldn't help but reach out and pat her head. Realizing that his actions might not have a good impact, left the bedroom without saying a word. It's true that staying with Kid is very reassuring, nah. Even sleeping is so satisfying, Shin Mengli said to herself, during which she also stretched out her small hand to her mouth and yawned. I wish I could live like this forever for the rest of my life. Stab. A sound of splashing oil came from the kitchen as Yifeng placed the last vegetarian dish on a plate after frying it. Well, with a good balance of vitamins and proteins, and Monri not being a picky eater, that's about it for dinner today. Monri has been awake for almost as long. Yifeng, who had taken care of his dinner, thought of this and headed towards his room. Monique, are you awake? As soon as he entered the house, Yifeng looked at Shin Mengli, who sat up and rubbed his eyes. Perhaps because he had taken a bath in the afternoon and slept after, Shin Mengli's head even warped a handful of dull hairs. Are you done with Feng? The meals are all ready. We can dine now. I'll go and push the wheelchair for you, Mengli. Don't. Shin Mengli shook her head and opened her arms towards Yifeng. The wheelchair cart is outside, and pushing it back and forth would be very troublesome for you, little Feng, so the easiest way is for little Feng to carry me there. You guys, you're getting good at drilling holes. Yifeng lifted his hand and nodded a few times at Shin Mengli in the air, but he did as he was told. For him to take care of Shin Mengli today must be attentive, just like today. A little inattention is easy to accident. Although Shin Mengli, this child, is usually very understanding, but when she panicked up, then anyone is difficult to control. Then, Monique, be careful not to let go. Yifeng made sure that Shin Mengli had wrapped her neck around himself and then picked her up again. Shin Mengli's weight is very light, for Yifeng does not need to use a lot of force, but considering Shin Mengli just woke up, so the movement is also slower and lighter. Feng. Shin Mengli hooked Yifeng's neck just looking at her side face. Somehow she found that in the company of Yifeng her determination is getting weaker and weaker, as if Yifeng's gentleness is corrosive. Little by little is destroying her last sanity. So much. I want to be close to Feng again. Shen Mengli's mind was now full of Yifeng's shadow, and when her head gradually came closer to Yifeng's side face and prepared to kiss it uncontrollably, she did not expect that Yifeng had already placed her on the dining chair. Okay, it's time to start eating. Shen Mengli saw that the duck that was about to come to hand flew away. Her heart was full of regrets, and at the same time, she complained about why she didn't do it earlier. Mengli, in 2 days I'll be leaving to teach my students. Why don't I drop you off at the institution first? I'll come back for you after I get off work. Yifeng picked up his own chopsticks and not moved to pick up a piece of pork ribs into Shen Mengli's bowl. Perhaps in the subtle Shen Mengli has gradually become a sister-like existence. Although in Shen Mengli heart Yifeng is not in the identity of the brother. It's okay Feng, I actually want to stay home, and I can just go to the institution once in a while. The dean is already tired enough. Is it really okay? After so many years I'm still fine. Little Feng, you just need to come back on time and that's enough. That's fine, but I'm not too worried about you being home alone. Monique, how will I know if I don't try? It's a process of acclimatizing myself to life, I guess. Okay, Feng, don't be so serious. Seeing that Yifeng was still a bit uneasy about himself, Shen Mengli didn't get angry, but instead enjoyed the concern from Yifeng. It's dinner time. Can we discuss anything after dinner? I know, it's over. This one's finished too. In a small island overseas, a figure was flipping through a stack of papers in her hand, when suddenly a gust of wind blew over, blowing her crimson hair behind her. But she didn't use her hands to cover it up. She just continued to do the work in her hand. It's finally coming to an end. It's been half a month since I've seen Kid. It's so lonely. Xia Yuyan enjoys the sea breeze on her face. Her mind has long drifted to a faraway place. Yifeng, how have you been? Chapter 168, Sincerely Suyuxin. Monique, are you sure you don't want to go to the yard? Is it really okay for you to be home alone? After finishing breakfast, Yifeng looked at Shen Mengli, who was sitting on the sofa holding a bear and looking at herself worriedly. To be honest, he was still a little uneasy about Shen Mengli. In case something really happened, he would feel very guilty. There's really no problem, La. Little Feng, you've already asked me 10 times. Shen Mengli didn't feel bored because of Yifeng's nagging. On the contrary, Yifeng was so mindful of himself for no other reason than worrying about himself, and to be cared for so attentively by Yifeng. Shen Mengli was too happy to wait. Besides, I have little Feng with me. Shen Mengli raised the bear muppet in her hand to control it and greeted Yifeng. Well, that's fine, but Monique, you keep this. Yifeng said, and then handed Shen Mengli the cell phone that Limu Orange had given to him from the bedroom by the bedside cabinet. This cell phone, as I told you yesterday, has a note in it that it's my number. Call me if you have a problem. Okay? Well, phone, you have to come back early. Shen Mengli took the phone and placed it on her side, her gaze always resting on Yifeng's body. I will. When Yifeng was about to go out, Shen Mengli suddenly called out to him. Feng, I have one more thing to tell you. What is it? Feng, you come closer. Although he did not know why Shen Mengli wanted himself to be so close to her, but still did as he was told. Just as Yifeng squatted down and leveled with Shen Mengli, suddenly Shen Mengli opened her hands and hugged Yifeng, whispering in Yifeng's ear in an extremely low voice, "Be safe on the road. I'll miss you, Monique." The young girl's knowing voice echoed in Yifeng's ears, and only after Shen Mengli loosened her arms around him did Yifeng come back to his senses. I'm leaving. Aha. Looking at Yifeng's ears flushed slightly pink, Shen Mengli secretly raised the corners of her mouth. Feng is shy. Brother Yifeng. Taking a cab, Yifeng arrived at the apartment where Su Yusin was located. Just as he was about to step in through the front door, a lovely voice came from behind him. When Yifeng turned his head back to take a closer look and realized that the visitor was actually Su Yusin, who was carrying ice cream in her hand. Yusin, why are you in? Brother Yifeng doesn't have time to explain. Catch it. Su Yusin anxiously jogged to the front of Yifeng. From her two hands holding the ice cream, Yifeng guessed a rough. Perhaps it is the reason why the time has passed too long. Ice cream gradually turned into water, is slowly flowing towards the back of Su Yusin's hands. Quick! Brother Yifeng, catch it quickly. The ice cream is going to drip. Don't move. Uxin. Just pass it to me. When Yifeng managed to take the ice cream in Su Yusin's hand but was still a step too late, the strawberry-flavored ice cream flowed down the cone onto the back of Yifeng's hand. Feeling the back of the hand on the silk coolness, Yifeng's heart secretly said, finished. To know the ice cream drops in the body, simply wipe off with paper, but it is useless. Do not use water to rinse. Words on the hand will be very sticky. In order to prevent the rest of the ice cream from continuing to drip down, Yifeng hurriedly put it into his mouth and took a big bite, followed by saying vaguely to Su Yusin, whose gaze had been resting on the back of her hand, aluminum heart. Girlfriend stopping the horse? Su Yusin probably had a simple understanding in her heart after she heard Yifeng finish his sentence, and tentatively asked, Brother Yifeng, are you asking me if I have a boyfriend? No. Oh. Ouch. Su Yusin muttered after covering her forehead that was bounced by Yifeng with a brain crash. Looking very dissatisfied with Yifeng's action. Brother Yifeng, why are you hitting me? Obviously I'm seriously answering your question. I said I don't have a boyfriend. Su Yusin's voice is even louder. Yifeng see this heart panic. To know that here is Su Yusin's apartment area entrance. Around from time to time there are people in and out. If that family has the intention to hear told Su Wanli, I'm afraid that tomorrow he will be broken into pieces. Forcibly enduring the stinging coldness in his throat, Yifeng swallowed the ice cream contained in his mouth hard. Uxin, what are you talking about? I was just asking if you had any toilet paper. What's with the boyfriend? Ah. Only then did Su Yusin nod her head in realization. It looked like she really didn't hear what Yifeng had just expressed, but the way her eyes were slightly narrowed as if she was stealing joy didn't look like she didn't hear it. So that's what brother Yifeng meant. I'm sorry. I didn't bring any paper either. It's, well, the ice cream in my hand. Before Yifeng could finish his words, Su Yusin stretched out a hand to hold that hand of Yifeng tightly while interrupting Yifeng's words. I'm sorry brother Yifeng. This matter started because of me. Then I should be the one to solve it for you. Uxin, what do you mean? Why are you holding my? Yifeng looked at Su Yusin with a puzzled expression like a protagonist in a movie plot who resolutely went to his death. Just as he was puzzled, Su Yusin's body suddenly bent down. Rain. Xin? Just as Yifeng wondered what Su Yusin was up to, who would have expected Su Yusin to open her little mouth and pounce on the ice cream's landing spot? Wait. Yushin, this is going to be. Yifeng seemed to understand the reason why she did so, but when he realized it was already too late, because the ice cream on the back of his own hand had long been clean. Su Yusin raised her small head to gently raise her golden double ponytail, smashing her mouth to look at Yifeng, revealing a look of quick to praise me. Brother Yifeng, I've already apologized for you. Oh, see, I'm so sincere, just forgive me. Yusin, you. Alright brother Yifeng, I've apologized, you can't teach me anymore. Where could Su Yusin dare Yifeng to open his mouth? To be honest, she didn't think that she would become so bold, but when her head was hot to make this action, her body received a wave of comfort back. Brother Yifeng's flavor. Love it. Brother Yifeng, let's go to class soon too, said Su Yusin will hold Yifeng's arm and hurriedly walked towards the direction of the home. At this time her face has long been shy red. Su Yusin then small mouth eat their hands of ice cream so as to achieve the purpose of heat dissipation. Seeing Su Yusin so big-hearted, Yifeng naturally can't say anything more, and Su Yusin the same as eating the ice cream in his hand, heart full of helplessness. Chapter 169, Strawberry-Flavored Tea. I'm sorry brother Yifeng, I didn't mean it. As soon as Su Yusin brought Yifeng into the house, Su Yusin suddenly turned around and jumped into Yifeng's arms, and her tone of voice was still mixed with a hint of crying, which sounded very heartbreaking. Yusin, what are you? Yifeng could not have expected Su Yuxin will cry out. Originally also suspected Su Yuxin's this move is not intentional. See Su Yuxin so at Yifeng heart actually reversed a trace of guilt. Maybe Yuxin really wanted to help herself? Besides, how could Yuxin be so understanding and play pranks on herself? She really deserved to die. I actually doubted a student who cared so much about herself. Yuxin, don't cry Yuxin. It's me who misunderstood you. I know that Yuxin actually wanted to help me just now, but the behavior you did was a bit too extreme, you know? My hands are full of germs. I'm just worried that you'll get sick because of it. Really? Su Yusin's two hands clutched Yifeng's lapel, raised her head and looked at Yifeng with those pitiful eyes, and sniffled. Really? Thanks. Thank you teacher. Su Yusin excitedly hugged Yifeng and took several deep breaths before reluctantly leaving Yifeng's side. Okay Yuxin, it's class time now. Let's not think about what just happened either. Okay? Brother Yifeng, wait a moment. I'll go make you some tea. Su Yusin seemed to be trying to make up for her mistake, turning around and running in the direction of the living room. No need Yuxin. I'm actually fine with plain water. No can do. Brother Yifeng is a guest. If I can't even entertain a guest well, I would be derelict in my duties as the master of the house. Su Yusin looked at Yifeng more seriously. Please, brother, wait in my room for a few moments while I bring out the good tea that my father usually serves to his guests. Is this really good? Achoo. Meanwhile Su Wanli, who was working in the company, suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose before muttering in a low voice. Strange, why do I always feel uncomfortable? Speaking of which, today is another day for Yifeng to give Yuxin a lesson, isn't it? Nothing will happen, right? Brother Yifeng, please have some tea. Not a moment later Su Yusin will end up with a good teacup on the table in front of Yifeng. Yifeng saw this and quickly took the cup for fear of burning Su Yusin. Just as Yifeng was holding the teacup, a mellow tea aroma filled the cup. Although Yifeng didn't understand tea, but just by the flavor Yifeng could feel the difference between this tea and ordinary tea. What's wrong brother Yifeng? Is there something wrong with this tea? Su Yusin looked at Yi Feng's doubtful eyes with a red face. Her two small hands moved restlessly behind her back as if she was afraid of something. At the same time, she pursed her lips and a tea leaf suddenly showed on the edge of her lips, followed by quickly swallowing it down. No, there's nothing wrong, although I don't know much about tea, but UXIN this tea. This tea? Not cheap, is it? Right. No, not cheap? Su Yusin blinked her eyes in confusion as she realized that what Yifeng said was different from what she had in mind. Yeah, tea this flavorful shouldn't be cheap, right? Hara. So that's what it means. Su Yusin sat down on the chair next to the desk after patting her chest. This I am not very clear. Only know that this tea father is usually used to entertain guests. Listening to mother said this tea seems to be 10,000 coins a kadiat. How many? 10,000. Yi Feng's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, and immediately put the cup on the table and carefully put it away. Although his current hand is considered to be more abundant, but this does not change the value of this tea. This UXINA. I'll just drink plain water next time. I actually don't drink much tea or anything. Well then, I also find the tea a bit bitter. Su Yusin pursed her lips seemingly hard until she pulled out a candy from her own drawer, opened the package and put it in her mouth before stretching her frown away. Do you want some candy, teacher? The strawberry flavor is delicious. No, UXIN. You can just eat it yourself. Yifeng smiled and picked up the water cup and took a sip of tea, but the strong tea flavor was accompanied by a hint of strawberry flavor. Yusin, this tea. What kind of tea is it? Why do I feel like I'm drinking a bit of strawberry flavor? Su Yusin heard Yifeng say this and took a bite of the strawberry candy in her mouth and said while looking at the subject on the table. I'm not really sure about that. It seems like one time my father accidentally poured tea into a fruit basket when he was reaching for the tea canister, and it probably got some of the strawberry flavor on it. So, that makes it clear. Yifeng nodded thoughtfully and muttered. You don't say. This kind of strawberry tea water tastes quite good. Oh, it's good that you don't hate it, brother Yifeng. Su Yusin's small eyes stole a glance towards Yifeng then withdrew her head. Yusin, so let's start the lesson now. Aha. Feng. Looking at the clock on the wall, Shen Mengli murmured Yifeng's name. An hour has passed since Yifeng left his side. At first Shen Mengli was able to hold the bear in daze, but with the passage of time Shen Mengli's thoughts of Yifeng became deeper and deeper. Feng. Shen Mengli suddenly raised the bear ragdoll in her hand to meet its pitch-black eyes. Yesterday you asked me if I had ever thought about healing my leg. Is it possible that you knew something you didn't tell me? Seeing that you are hesitant to speak you must be hiding something from me. Are you afraid that I will get hurt? Shen Mengli shook the bear in her hand as if she wanted it to answer her, but there was no need to think that this was definitely unrealistic. I'm not afraid if I'll be hurt by this. I'm just afraid that I won't see Feng. I don't want anything without your presence, Shen Mengli said and laid down on the sofa. Her mind conjured up the appearance of her legs healed and living happily with Yifeng, hugging the bear and smiling slightly. This must be very happy, right? Just like father and mother were in the beginning. Alright, let's stop here for today's lesson. But Yusin, you still need to strengthen your calculation aspect. Only last time I taught you the way of solving problems, today you forgot again, Yifeng said and stood up from his seat, handing Su Yusin's signature pen back to her after tapping it. Sorry brother Yifeng, it's all my fault for being too stupid. Chapter 170, Missed Calls. UXIN, I didn't mean to criticize you again. Don't say that. Yifeng hurriedly interrupted. I'm just reminding you a little bit that you've grown a lot now compared to when we first started our lessons. Brother Yifeng has always been so gentle na. Su Yusin couldn't help but laugh softly as she looked at Yifeng's desperate attempts to not lose his way, turning around with her back in her skirt. It's true that my brother is still the best to me. Yushin, do you think I'm gentle too? At first Su Yusin didn't feel anything when she heard Yifeng's sentence, but after a while she immediately reacted that Yifeng's sentence had loopholes. This sentence when made to contain the word also, that meant that there were other people who had also said the same thing to Yifeng in this way. After feeling that she was not the first, Su Yusin clenched her silver teeth, but still tried to make a curious face and asked, wow, why did brother Yifeng say that? Has anyone else said that? There is. I didn't feel much though. Yifeng smiled awkwardly. Looks like it's Mu Orange na. She still won't let go? Doesn't she understand the principle of first come, first served? I've always considered you first in everything, and now this is how you repay me? It's no wonder no one wants to talk to you. I was so blind to choose to become friends with you in the first place. Su Yusin spurned Mu Orange in her heart while walking up and holding Yifeng's arm, as if doing so would make her anger subside a lot. Brother Yifeng, why don't I walk you out? If you bother the security uncle to open the door, then you will need to register and other tedious steps. It will be much more convenient for you if I accompany you, brother. Then thank you UXIN. But UXIN your hand. Yifeng didn't know why Su Yusin's smile seemed a bit uncomfortable. like she was smiling for the sake of smiling. I just want to let brother Yifeng accompany me more often. It's so boring to be alone at home. Let's go then. Yifeng just let Su Yusin go like this. After Su Yusin changed her boots, the two of them walked in the direction of the gate of the villa area. The two of them were speechless on the way. Su Yusin tightly embraced Yifeng's arm, looking very reluctant to leave Yifeng. Brother Yifeng. Can I meet you at your house tomorrow? Thump. After Yifeng heard Su Yusin's words, his heart suddenly paused for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Although it is not a problem to let Zuxin come, but now there is Shen Mengli's presence in the family, so that he has to take care of two people in disguise, and Shen Mengli's physical condition is also not convenient to have the arrival of outsiders. But in order not to let Zuxin be sad because of his own refusal, Yifeng thought of another way to open his mouth. Tell you what, Yusin, it's time to relax after such a long class. How about we go outside together tomorrow? After a few moments, Yifeng saw that Su Yusin hadn't replied, so he thought that she was dissatisfied with his proposal. Just as Yifeng was about to change his words, Su Yusin suddenly jumped up. Yeah, Rain, Uxin? Looking at the cheering Su Yusin, Yifeng did not expect Su Yusin's reaction to be so big. Of course, I've long wanted to go out and play with brother Yifeng, but because my father's control is really strict, I usually don't have much of a chance to be able to go out and play, so that's how it is. Surely this is the kind of joy that the children of big families don't have. It's okay, Uxin. Isn't this time just a chance to go out and have fun? But I don't know what you usually like to do, Uxin, so the experience might be. Not at all. Su Yusin spoke out and interrupted Yifeng. I'm happy no matter what I do as long as I stay with brother Yifeng. Since brother Yifeng has said so, then I'll come to you tomorrow. No need. I'll come find you tomorrow, Uxin. After all, this way, Mr. Su, he will feel more at ease. Otherwise, if he sends his bodyguards to secretly follow us, I think Uxin, you will not feel comfortable playing. Well, seems like it. Su Yusin was completely taken in by Yifeng's words and tactics, blithely not realizing the meaning of Yifeng's refusal. In her heart, she had long been calculating to do many interesting things with Yifeng. So it's better for me to find you, Uxin. Just wait for me at the door then, Uxin. Okay, then brother Yifeng will see you tomorrow. Saying that, the two of them walked to the gate. Su Yusin waved goodbye to Yifeng and then watched Yifeng go away until she saw Yifeng get into a taxi before running towards her home with her little legs. She'll be well prepared for her date tomorrow. As for Limu Orange, it's better to wait to receive the wedding invitations of this young lady and brother Yifeng. Sitting in the car, Yifeng looked at the time display in his cell phone, which showed that sunset was imminent, and in his heart he couldn't help but worry about Shen Mengli at home. It's better to make a phone call and ask for information. I do not know how long until the end of Yifeng's dialing time are not connected to the phone message. Until this moment, Yifeng's heart completely panicked. Nothing's going to happen. Master driver, please drive faster. Thinking of this, Yifeng pressed continue dialing at the same time, said to the driver in the front seat, young man, it's in the city. If you accelerate hastily, I'll raise the money. Hold on to your seat. Handsome, my car is one of the fastest in the whole of Shu City. Shen Mengli, who was lying on the sofa, slowly opened her eyes. Am I asleep? Shen Mengli got up and looked around for a week and found no sign of Yifeng returning. Then she looked out the window at the evening sun. It's already this time of the day and Keith still hasn't returned. He promised to come back as soon as possible. The messy hair covered Shen Mengli's face, and vaguely through the hair one could see some despondency in her eyes. That's right. Feng said to call him when he needed him. Shen Mengli held the bear in her arms tightly as she thought of this, and at the same time fetched the cell phone that was clasped on the coffee table. When turning the phone over, Shen Mengli suddenly realized that the front of the phone's screen was filled with a long string of message notifications, which showed dozens of missed calls, only to see the single word "you" written above the caller. Hey, little phone? When exactly? Shen Mengli subconsciously realized that she might have accidentally put her cell phone on mute so she didn't receive Yifeng's call in time. As soon as she thought of this, she hurriedly dialed her cell phone number back. P.S. Thanks to Yuzu Chef De and Maple Leaf DAW's rewards, the number of extra chapters needed is now 2 more. The total is 3 chapters. Recently, my body can't keep up with the long hours of work, so I'll probably make up for the 2 chapters 10 tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I'm so sorry. Lastly, thank you grandmothers for your support. Love you. Chapter 171, Deliberate Kissing. Just as Shen Mengli heard the sound of dialing just ringing from her cell phone, she only saw the door behind her suddenly open, followed by a figure stumbling in. Ha! The sudden commotion scared Shen Mengli so much that she didn't react for a moment, but when she fixed her eyes on it, she realized that the person who rushed in was none other than Yifeng. Little phone? Yifeng looked at the intact Shen Mengli chest. Long breath. Just off the car he ran back home without stopping. Fortunately, Shen Mengli did not do anything. Mengli, great. You're okay. Little Feng you. Shen Mengli looked at Yifeng, who was full of fatigue, instantly understood something and carefully opened her mouth. Is it because of the phone call? Yifeng didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Sure enough. Right. I'm sorry little Feng. I accidentally fell asleep. And I accidentally put my cell phone on silent. Nervous and almost about to cry out, Shen Mengli was opening her mouth without saying a few words when Yifeng walked up and held her tightly in his arms. This action instantly made Shen Mengli, who wanted to explain guiltily, unable to say a word with her mouth open. Feng, I'm sorry. Shen Mengli similarly reached out and hugged Yifeng, blaming herself for not being able to wake up earlier. Feeling Yifeng's stumbling chest, Shen Mengli's heart was like being pricked by a needle in general pain. She not only failed to be able to properly share the living for Yifeng, also let Yifeng worry about herself so much. Oh, little Feng is sorry. Monique? Yifeng sank his heart and then suddenly realized that his movements were a little too excited. Just as he wanted to let go of Shen Mengli but found that Shen Mengli actually cried out. Mengli, don't cry. Did I scare you just now? Yifeng's body is about to fall back. Suddenly feel aware of Shen Mengli's hands have long held his back. At the same time Shen Mengli also took advantage of this time will be delicate body pressed over. Mengli, let go. I'm going to fall. Bang. With a sound of something heavy falling on the ground, Yifeng let out a light grunt and reached out his hand to protect the back of Shen Mengli's head, while Shen Mengli nearly pressed her whole body weight on herself. Monique, you didn't bump into anything, did you? Yifeng raised his head and looked at Shen Mengli, who was lying on his chest looking at himself with those attractive red pupils, and carefully inquired. Feng, I. Shen Mengli looked at this current posture with Yifeng and a strange feeling filled her whole body. Stretching out her hands on Yifeng's chest, she slowly got up. What's wrong, Monique? Is your body not feeling well? Do you want me to take you to the doctor? Suddenly Shen Mengli stretched out a pair of jade hands and gently stroked on both sides of Yifeng's cheeks. Mengli? No need Feng. I'm just happy. I'm really lucky to have met someone as gentle as Feng. Alright Monique. It's cold on the floor. I'll carry you back to the couch. Aha. Listening to Shen Mengli's compliments that caught him off guard, Yifeng said while standing his body up, while deliberately avoiding the direction of Shen Mengli's head. But it seems that Shen Mengli also thought of this point, likewise avoided the head. But the two did not expect also at this moment the head close to together. Mengli, little Feng? The two were face to face, so close that even the sound of each other's breathing could be heard very clearly. Hug. Sorry. I didn't realize that you two. Manri. I didn't expect you to. Feng. The two awkwardly stared at each other for a moment, then switched directions. But they changed directions at the same time as if they had an invisible tacit understanding, followed by their heads coming together again. Mengli, I didn't mean it. This time Yifeng's body leaned back and seemed to want to hold Shen Mengli up, but Shen Mengli seemed to have made some kind of determination at this time, and reached out her hands to press down on Yifeng's hand that wanted to hold her, while at the same time, she put her own head against Yifeng and took the initiative to come up. Dream. Well, The lips of the two people mingled with each other at this time. Yifeng stared in disbelief at the scene he saw in front of his eyes, looking at Shen Mengli with her eyes closed with her body all the time towards her side to squeeze. Yifeng only then came back to his senses, immediately bypassed Shen Mengli's hands and carried her to the sofa. Shen Mengli slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yifeng's panicked appearance. She realized that she had subconsciously made this action in order to dispel the concerns of Yifeng's heart so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Hastened to explain. Xiao. Little Feng wants to be like this? I don't know what you just wanted to express, but I just want to make you happy. It's. Hearing Shen Mengli's words, Yifeng just to the mouth words had to swallow. According to Shen Mengli's meaning, that is to say that she misunderstood his own just action is to kiss her. In order to make himself happy, she took the initiative to kiss up. Although Yifeng always felt that Shen Mengli's reason was a little too far-fetched, but looking at her already shy and reddened face as well as her fluttering eyes didn't look like she was pretending on purpose. And besides, how could such an innocent child like Mengli have so many small thoughts? Right. I'm sorry, kid. I shouldn't have intentionally imagined things. Something like me worrying you so much and doing embarrassing things to you should really disappear from this world. Shen Mengli lowered her head in a wave of blaming herself, and this action in turn made Yifeng feel guilty. Ai. Mengli, don't think like that. What just happened wasn't just an accident. You don't have to blame yourself so much. No can do. I've done so much to Kid after all. Monique, just calm down and listen to me seriously, okay? Yifeng sat back on the sofa along the ground and said to Shen Mengli in a gentle tone. Since you've said, Dream Lily, that this was an unintentional act on your part, I also understand that you're thinking about it so much because you want to help me so badly, but I really don't want to put that much of a burden on your shoulders because of me. What I hope is for you, Mengli, To think a little more about yourself and not always care about other people's feelings to the exclusion of your own. Feng, you're doing it again. Shin Mengli buried her head and didn't dare to look at Yi Feng. You're going to spoil me like that. What's wrong with pampering an obedient and understanding child like Mengli? Doesn't the dean still favor Mengli in the courtyard? This shows that Mengli has done well enough. Chapter 172, Tool Regicide. So let's just turn the page on today, shall we? Don't have too much pressure anymore. Monique just needs to live for herself. Feng, you're so nice. Shin Mengli nodded like she agreed with Yi Feng's words. Well, I'm relieved since you're fine. Mengli, but next time you must turn on your cell phone ringtone, or else I'll be worried about you. Aha. So that's it then. I should get ready to prepare for dinner too. Is there anything you'd like to eat, Monique? Yi Feng rolled up his sleeves and stood up from the sofa in the direction of the kitchen, but after seeing Shin Mengli not open her mouth for a long time he looked back at her suspiciously. Monique? Ah. Shin Mengli raised her head nervously to Yi Feng and waved her hand. I'm fine with all of it. Just eat whatever you want. Well then, remember to tell me what you want to eat next time. Aha. Watching Yi Feng's figure gradually disappearing into the living room, Shin Mengli raised one hand and gently stroked her lips, seemingly reminiscing about the flavor. I've eaten everything I wanted to eat, so I don't care if I eat anything else. Bang! I'm back. Returning home from work, Sawani looked mentally exhausted as he took off his boots and undid the tie around his neck. Father, when Su Wanli just changed the slippers, he heard a sweet and pampering voice coming from the stairs, and the moment he heard this voice, Su Wanli, who was originally exhausted, could be said to be full of blood. Hey, it's still my daughter who loves her father the most. This little cotton jacket is really warm to wear. Listening to a sharp sound of descending the stairs came, and sure enough, a scene that made Su Wanli feel relieved appeared, only to see Su Yusen running to Su Wanli's front with an anxious look. Ouch, good girl. Run slower. I know you want to do something for your off-duty father, but don't you dare hurt yourself. Su Wanli hemmed and hawed. Seeing Su Yusen getting closer and closer to himself also handed Su Yusen the briefcase in his hand. Father. Su Yusen ran to Su Wanli, did not care too much about the briefcase in his hands, but instead said with a serious attitude, Tomorrow, can I go for a day tomorrow? Oh, playing for a day? Aren't you always looking forward to going to class? Uxin? Why do you suddenly want to play? Su Wanli asked in a puzzled manner, but this was a good thing for himself. At least his own daughter did not put her whole heart on Yi Feng, which he was still satisfied with. Father, don't ask too many questions. Just agree or disagree with me to go play. Agree. Of course agree. But Uxin, you are alone, but it is very dangerous. Do you want father I also take a day off tomorrow to bring your mother's family together? Before Su Wanli could finish his sentence, Su Yusen suddenly jumped up in excitement. Yes, thank you father, but I'm not alone. I'll be going with brother Yi Feng tomorrow, so father doesn't have to worry about my safety. Then it's a deal. I'll go upstairs and pick out some clothes. After Su Yusen finished speaking, she fluttered her little legs and ran up the stairs, leaving Su Wanli, who was holding up his briefcase, alone at the door. Su Wanli froze in place as he looked in the direction Su Yusen had left, and for a moment it was as if he had aged more than 10 years. Dreams. I must be having a nightmare. Feng, are you really not angry? After finishing dinner, Shin Mengli looked at Yi Feng, who was sitting on the other side of the sofa, and muttered, why would I be angry? Manhwa, you're imagining things again? Then why are you staying so far away from me? Kid, you're obviously deliberately distancing yourself from me. I definitely didn't mean that. I'm just afraid of another accident like today. Feng, you're clearly not trusting me like this. Hey, okay, I'll just sit over here. Looking at Shin Mengli, who was almost crying out, Yi Feng had no choice but to sit over. And sure enough, in the moment Yi Feng sat over, Shin Mengli dragged her body slowly to Yi Feng's side. Feng, I just saw that you've been looking at your cell phone. Is there something interesting going on? Yi Feng also did not intend to hide his tomorrow's arrangement from Shin Mengli, and told it without the slightest scruple. It's not that I promised my student today that I'd go out with her tomorrow, so I was just looking on my phone to see if there was anything I could do. Shin Mengli knew that her mutilated body certainly could not get the experience that normal people like that have. As soon as she heard this, her mind gradually floated out of the strange girl embracing Yi Feng playing together, which is like spreading a salt on her wounds. But Yi Feng had always considered Shin Mengli's feelings, so he continued, Don't worry Mengli, when there is time in the future I will also take you to have fun, and you don't care about other people's eyes on you. You are yourself. You don't need to live under other people's thoughts. After listening to Yi Feng's relief, Shin Mengli's heart's uneasiness has at least a little ease, but this still cannot change her inner fear. Although Yi Feng will always be at home with her, but her appearance want to keep Yi Feng is simply impossible. But also where Yi Feng was taken advantage of their own is impossible to stop them. So how could this reassure Shin Mengli? Well, I've memorized everything little Feng said. Then can you please ask Little Fong to send me to the courtyard tomorrow? I'll be waiting for you in the courtyard. Little Fong. No. It's okay? It's fine. But Little Fong, since you spend so much time with your students, then can you spare some of the rest of your free time to accompany me? Don't worry, Monique. I'll be the first to come find you as soon as I'm done with things. Yi Fong spoke solemnly. Well, that's a relief. Wastes. All a bunch of wastes. Far away on a lonely island. A middle-aged woman in gorgeous makeup threw the glass of red wine in her hand to the ground, while the people around her who were kneeling on one knee dared not take a breath. You couldn't even catch a single person in just a few weeks? Even your own strongholds have been terminated. The experts in the entire list are still no match for one of them? Hearing this, the people around buried their heads even lower. No one dared to offend the pavilion master at this time. Speak. You are all mute. A once-trained tool is now rebelling against the Lord. You don't even dare to fart? P.S. Thanks to Yuzu Kitchen's great reward. Currently owe one more chapter for 4. Hey. I'm sorry. Hashtag asterisk and degree Celsius dollar? I don't know what to say. Chapter 173, being capricious once in a while. Pavilion. Pavilion master, rest your anger. Just below the entire palace, a man in a white coat stepped out. Whoa, doctor, do you have any insights? I don't usually see you coming out of the research lab. Are you scared too? The pavilion master asked with a slight curiosity as he looked down at the man who had walked up to him and knelt down towards him. How can that be? That cold snake merely stumbled to victory with her fighting skills. But that's not like my babies. Speaking here, the doctor's bottom seemed to lift a lot, reaching out a hand to hold up his glasses, and continued. I followed your orders, pavilion master, and have researched a large portion of modified test subjects in recent years. This is different from the previous way of spending financial resources and energy to cultivate assassins. The babies injected with the reinforced serums will be able to exert a much stronger strength than the cultivated assassins. Not to mention one cold snake. Even 10 of her won't help. Oh, doctor, your experiment has been successful? The pavilion master was slightly surprised. In fact, as early as a few years ago she already had the idea of creating more efficient dark pavilion assassins, but the speed of Dr's research was really too slow, which made the Dark Pavilion's development very slow. But fortunately, with the existence of Cold Snake, it makes the Dark Pavilion better compared to other assassin organizations. It was important to know that not a single mission completed by Cold Snake had failed, but that also gave the Dark Pavilion's Pavilion Master a sense of crisis. You should know that as Cold Snake's reputation grows bigger and bigger, it also threatens its own danger. Maybe one day Cold Snake was encouraged by other organizations to betray himself, and through the previous observation of Xie Yuyan found that she did have the behavior of wanting to leave the organization. The master of the pavilion, to see the situation, cannot let Xie Yuyan as you wish. So the Dark Cabinet has the first in the list of killers, Xie Yuyan listed as the primary target. But in the capture of Xie Yuyan on the day of the accident, the matter is now Xie Yuyan even find the door. Think also do not have to think that her goal is their own. First, the annihilation of the special operation team, and then the destruction of one stronghold after another. All these signs indicated that Xie Yuyan was trying to wipe out the entire Dark Pavilion completely. Therefore, the Pavilion Master, who felt a sense of crisis, became completely nervous. I can't imagine that the Daily Falcon, too, will be pecked by a hawk one day. Before, she was the one chasing after Xie Yuyan, but now it's completely reversed. However, the Pavilion Master didn't panic too much because of this. Xie Yuyan is just one person. It's hard to believe that she alone can still destroy the entire Dark Pavilion? Ridiculous to the extreme. Moreover, there was now the Doctor's killer weapon, which made the Pavilion Master's heart even more victorious. The moment she captured Xie Yuyan, she was going to take revenge so hard that it wouldn't be enough to kill her by 1,000 cuts. Come on, Cold Snake. I'll show you that a slave can never turn over. Fong. Late at night, Yi Fong had just walked into the bedroom after washing up, and as soon as he entered the room, he saw Shen Mengli sitting on the bed calling his name. Monique, you say, is there anything else you haven't told me? Shen Mengli nodded slightly. Opening her mouth, words came to her lips but did not say them. Monique? Yi Fong noticed Shen Mengli's evasive eyes, walked into the bedroom and came to Shen Mengli's side. Tell me what you want to tell me. Aren't friends supposed to care about each other? Well, then I can say it. Shen Mengli seemed to be afraid to meet Yi Feng's eyes and buried her head low. Say it. Do you have a favorite? Fong? Favorite things. Why did you suddenly remember to ask this? Monri? Little Fong has been so kind to me. I also want to be able to do something for you. Little Fong, even if it's just a small and insignificant thing. Looking at Shen Mengli's stubborn tone, Yi Fong this time did not dissuade her from this idea. He knew that if he persistently rejected Shen Mengli's good intentions, the emotions in her heart will pile up more and more. If there is no proper catharsis, then it is also a kind of damage to the body. Since you said so, Dream Lily, then can I make a small request? Really? I thought Feng would reject me again. After obtaining Yifeng's consent, Shen Mengli pinched the bear in her hand and lifted her head, her originally lightly knitted willow eyebrows spreading out. The reason I keep rejecting Monique is because I don't want you to go thinking too much because of me. But even when I rejected you, you did something secretly, didn't you? Only. No way. I'm very obedient. Really? Then this time I don't think a thank you is necessary. No. Shen Mengli immediately retorted. Oh, Yifeng revealed a meaningful smile and said in Shen Mengli's ear. And who was it that said they were obedient just now? How come you've become so rebellious now? Oh, it's not wrong to be a bit capricious once in a while. Ha ha ha. Mengli, your reason is too far-fetched. No, don't laugh at me. Little Feng, you're just going to bully me. What's wrong with me bullying Mengli? Aren't you still capricious once in a while? Dream Lily? Bad Feng. Shen Mengli raised those eyes with autumn waves. Her small mouth lightly opened like she was saying something, but she didn't make a sound at all. So, Feng, you'll have to bully me for the rest of my life. What are you talking about? Monique? No. Nothing. Hiss. Why does it feel like you're putting a spell on me? You're not a seance master or something like that, are you? Little Fawn. I'll never ignore you again. Sorry. I was just kidding. Who? In the middle of the night, Yifeng slightly got up and looked at Shen Mengli, who was sleeping with a bear in her arms, and couldn't help but smile slightly at the corners of her mouth, and reached out her hand to pull the quilt on her shoulder inward. Now he has been living in this strange world for so long, although with this damned system has been staring at himself, forcing himself to do things he does not want to do, and even asked himself to kidnap these girls who were originally very understandable and lovely, if it is not that he has no way to counterattack, or else the high and low to let this hook trough the system of the original violent death, the ice clear, cold and arrogant Limu Orange, the little sister next door Su Yusen, as well as the rosy and cold Xia Yuyen, and then finally the intellectual and gentle Shen Mengli. Every girl here was a good girl, but the reason why he approached them in the end was for the task announced by the system. It is reasonable to say that after completing the mission, one can wait for the next mission as one wishes or have a free and easy time. But Ji Feng was not such a person from the beginning. He wanted to make amends, to make up for these girls who were hurt by his kidnapping. But, if they really knew what they were approaching them for, they would be hated by then, right? Chapter 174, Spiritual Pudding. Hey! Yi Feng heaved a heavy sigh and felt his throat slightly parched, so he lifted the covers and walked out of bed, with the light footsteps gradually leaving the bedroom. Originally closed eyes sleeping Shen Mengli opened her eyes in a flash. Gollum! Ha! After drinking the cool water he had just poured, Yi Feng came to the balcony. Feeling the cool breeze of the night couldn't help but release the melancholy in his heart. It wasn't a good idea to be bound by this system all the time. He had to step up his efforts to complete quests to get more lifetime. Although it seemed that he already had half a year of lifetime now, half a year was still not enough for himself. Now that everyone except Uxin had unlocked the iconography, Yi Feng had also taken the time to look at Shen Mengli's iconography display earlier. It also had different two progresses on it just like Xia Yuyan and Limu Orange. But before the two of them have always had the progress rewards distributed. But when Shen Mengli's icon as soon as it was unlocked, Yi Feng saw that her progress had already reached a staggering 99%. But this time the system did not give any progress rewards. Or is it that the system rewarded the task to itself when the kidnapping of Shen Mengli task was completed? But in addition to the lifetime inside is this marrow restoration pills. So think about it yourself as a big loss. Ugh, this day is really getting harder and harder. I have to go on another cruise with Yusin tomorrow. And I don't know. And so on. Tour. Yi Feng extracted this keyword and inwardly had already come up with a perfect plan about kidnapping Su Yusin. Since the system's kidnap judgment is only successful when the kidnapped person is not found out who they are, then all he had to do was to tie her up when he was separated from Shin Su Yusin and finally accidentally reveal his footsteps so that Su Yusin could escape safely. And that would be fine. With a preliminary plan, Yi Feng gradually conceptualized a perfect kidnapping process. I'm sorry Uxin. I'll make it up to you afterward. Yi Feng thought of letting such a lovely and well-behaved Su Yusin suffer such treatment was a bit unbearable. But in the end, he still clenched his teeth. Let's hope it all works out. Yi Feng returned to his bedroom after closing the balcony door. And after lifting the quilt to envelop his body all the way in, it suddenly felt how the quilt was suddenly so hot. Yi Feng was feeling puzzled when suddenly a small hand came around from his back waist and hugged him tightly. Since Yi Feng was sleeping in short sleeves, he could clearly feel the temperature of that one hand, even as a soft and delicate body squeezed from his back. It's as animated as a soft ball of pudding rocking back and forth under the waves of a spoon. Monique, hey, Mr. Cub, Mr. Cub? Yi Feng heard Shen Mengli's confused voice behind him for a moment, felt that something was wrong. In will Shen Mengli hold his hand to move away. Yifeng only have space to turn over to see clearly Shen Mengli's situation. When Yifeng turned around he realized that Shen Mengli was lying in her quilt with her eyes closed and huffing and puffing. And as for the little bear muppet in its mouth, it was left under the bed by her at some point. Is it a sleep daze? Yifeng turned over the bed to the bear doll back into Shen Mengli's arms. At the same time she did not know when to lift the quilt for her to cover again. Only after the series of things were done did Yifeng turn around and close his eyes. It was also at this time that Shen Mengli tucked the bear she was holding under the covers. Sorry Dean. For the trouble. Mr. Yifeng, what are you talking about? I'm already grateful to you for bringing Mengli back. Besides, Mr. Yifeng is also an old acquaintance in the eyes of the children in our institution, and you are always welcome here. Thanks. I'll leave you then. I'll be back during the night. Okay? Mengli, won't you say goodbye to Mr. Yifeng? The dean lowered his head and said to Shen Mengli, who was sitting in the wheelchair, only to see Shen Mengli suddenly reach out and hold Yifeng's hand tightly, staring straight at him. Feng, be careful on the road. Well, you be good. Monique, good. After a simple goodbye Yifeng left the entrance of the courtyard. Shen Mengli, on the other hand, watched Yifeng's back for a long time until she could no longer see Yifeng's trail before she withdrew her gaze. Alright Manri, let's get in there too. Okay Dean's mom. Along the way, after greeting some of the children and even one, who was heading to the classroom for her lessons, the dean pushed Shen Mengli to her favorite place to stay in the past, which was deep in the garden of the courtyard. Back again. Shen Mengli looked at all the familiar scenes around her. Heart cannot help but feel some emotion. Somehow in the past her favorite place now again here in turn feel not so perfect. If not because Yifeng has a special situation, she would rather stay in Yifeng's home. Even if you don't have an atmosphere like a garden, staying at home is much more reassuring. Monique, how have you been lately? Mother Superior eased herself down at the edge of the pavilion, concerned about the child she loved the most. Thank you for Dean's mom's concern. Little Feng, he's very good to me now. But what? But it's always been Kid who's made a point of taking care of me, and I can't do any favors to share for him. And just looking at that makes me feel sorry for myself. Looking at Shen Mengli's downcast appearance, the dean also gradually understood how Shen Mengli lived in Yifeng's house these days. Obviously, Yifeng was taking care of her in every way as a way to make Shen Mengli blush. Mengli, you have to know that the reason Mr. Yifeng chose you is not because you are able to share anything for him. His intention is just to let you have a better life. I know all of this, but I know would love to do something for Kid. Ha, looks like you've grown up too. Mengli. The dean saw something in Shen Mengli's expression and said with a smile, how does it feel to have a heartbeat? Sh. What a heartbeat. Dean's mom, don't you talk nonsense. Although Shen Mengli said this on her lips, it was not hard to tell that she just didn't dare to admit it in front of the dean with the way she was holding the bear tightly in her hands. Mengli, can't I tell what little mind you have? According to my judgment, Mr. Yifeng's good feelings towards you are also particularly high. Yo. Really? Seeing the dean say so, Shen Mengli, who was still hiding her small mind, immediately stopped acting, and hurriedly pushed the wheelchair to the dean's front and asked seriously, Mother Superior, please finish your sentence. P.S. Thank you for the reward from Yuzu. I owe you 5 more chapters. I'll try to make it up at the end of the week. Thank you for the support of the readers of the Grandmasters. For me, the Grandmasters love to read this book. I have been very satisfied. Love you. Oh. Chapter 175, Learning. I want to learn. Alright. Monique, don't shake me. I'll just tell you. The dean's arm was shaken back and forth by Shen Mengli, as if it had been plastered with an ointment that could not be shaken off. Looking at Shen Mengli's big eyes that longed for truth, the dean spoke his judgment. Mengli, haven't you noticed that Mr. Yifeng would freeze whenever he looks at you? Hey, yes? It seems like you're still not observing carefully enough. From the very first day when Mr. Yifeng came to the courtyard, I noticed that he acts a beat slower when he sees you. Really? But what does that have to do with Mr. Yifeng having a crush on me? Mengli, then let me ask you, when you and Mr. Yifeng looked at each other, how was your heart? Very happy. Why are you happy? Well, Shen Mengli pursed her rosy lips and murmured shyly, because Feng is looking at me. That's not right, Dean said with a smirk. How is this right? Dean's mom, where are you making it clear? Shen Mengli muttered, her little mouth looking anxious, when she heard the dean say that it had aroused her curiosity. Monique is such a little twit. The old dean reached out and nudged her forehead. This means that Mr. Yifeng is attracted to you. It's very likely that your appearance or personality is very much to Mr. Yifeng's liking, very much to Kid's liking. Shen Mengli's mind gradually floated back to the scene of that day when she had forcefully kissed Yifeng. At that time, she was so focused on her nervousness and enjoyment that she completely ignored Yifeng's performance. I vaguely remember that Yifeng at that time looked like he had a serious expression, but from his reaction it seemed that there was a hint of shyness in it. It's hard to believe that Feng is really Really? Mother Superior, are you telling the truth? Whether it's true or not, this is actually something I can't guarantee, but I can only tell you based on my intuition as a woman. To learn. I want to learn. Whether it's intuition or judgment, I want to learn. A desire called curiosity filled Shin Mengli's entire body. It's just as well. You've reached that age too, Monique. The old dean pondered for a moment and finally agreed. After all, like Mr. Yifeng, such an excellent man is bound to have a lot of competitors at that time. By virtue of the strength of a single, Mengli want to win is afraid to be very difficult, but taking into account that Mengli is counted as his own child, so in order for her to have a better life, he had to let her have the advantage. Dean's mom, I've had a lot of boys chasing after me before, so I won't let you lose at the starting line. Mother Superior. Shin Mengli looked at the original gentle and considerate Dean's mom in an instant as if she had changed her appearance, her eyes full of perseverance. Perfect timing. Yifeng, who came to the door of Su Yusen's apartment, took a look at the time displayed on his cell phone and slowly nodded, looking around and playing with his cell phone after realizing that there was no shadow of Su Yusen. Suddenly the appearance of a message on his cell phone drew Yifeng's attention. A man was brutally murdered in his home by looking at the title's subsequent fonts being blocked. Yifeng's curiosity drove him to continue clicking on it. The moment the message was tapped, the second half of the blocked content was fully revealed. The culprit was a wild mushroom that was picked in the wild. Looking at the title that was fully displayed, Yifeng turned off his cell phone speechlessly. Better to look at the view in the distance. After a while Yifeng heard a sound of leather boots coming from the villa area. Looking for the sound, Yifeng saw a small and delicate figure running from the gate to his position. Brother Yifeng. Only to see Su Yusen wearing a small pink European-style long dress running in their direction. Golden yellow double ponytail with white lace small short socks is like a doll from the fairy tale out of the doll-like cute. I'm sorry Brother Yifeng for keeping you waiting. No matter. I've only just arrived a little while ago. No, late is late for me. Su Yusen held her head closer and gradually walked to Yifeng's side, revealing a serious look. So in order to prevent letting me make a mistake the next time, also ask Brother Yifeng to punish me like last time. Ha? What are you talking about? Uxin. This is just a little bit late and it's too inhumane to be punished or something. If you do something wrong, you should be punished. That's a truth that's been true for ages. And what's the use of having punishment if it's always forgiven? Su Yusen said, raising her hands to caress her face, and murmured in a shy tone. Why don't you punish me with a hemp rope like last time? Brother Yifeng? I think I have to need a good lesson now. Yifeng sighed slightly, and finally used a hand knife with overwhelming effect before quieting down Su Yusen. Oh, Brother Yifeng really doesn't know how to be compassionate. Come on, if it wasn't for Uxin's blind talk, I wouldn't have done this. I don't care. If Brother Yifeng doesn't give a punishment today, I won't stop. This girl wouldn't have awakened some strange fetish, would she? Yifeng sighed under his helplessness. Alright, in that case, then you will be punished. Punish me for what? Penalty Uxin, you go get me a milk tea to drink. Did I just hear you say chit-chat? That must be Brother Yifeng. You're hallucinating. Milk tea. Then I understand. Please wait a moment. Brother Yifeng. Su Uxin nodded and ran all the way to a dessert hall not far from the apartment area. Yifeng looked at this, want to follow up, but was Su Uxin turned back and waved to stop. Just wait for me here, teacher. I'll be back soon. Su Yusen raised her hands and used them as a trumpet and said to Yifeng, saying that she quickly turned around and walked into the dessert store. Jingle bells. As the door to the dessert hall was pushed open, a crisp bell rang out. Welcome. So it's Miss Uxin. I wonder what you'd like to drink today. The sales clerk lady naturally greeted after seeing the visitor clearly, and without thinking about it, she knew that Su Yusen was an old patron of their store. Hi, I'd like 2 strawberry milk teas, one with extra sugar. Yes, please wait. After a while the clerk made the milk tea and packaged it up and handed it to Su Yusen. Thanks. Su Yusen took the punching bag handed by the clerk and turned in the direction of the bathroom. That. Uxin-sama, sure enough, you can leave the milk tea here for now if you need it. It's okay, I just stopped in to wash my hands. Plus one more chapter. Time is a bit late. Still reading the book of the Grandmaster's Early Rest. Oh. Chapter 176. What bad thoughts does Yusen have again? Strange. How come Uxin hasn't come out after so long? I don't see a lot of traffic in the store. Why don't we go over and take a look? Standing in place to wait for a while, Yifeng see Su Yusen a long time did not come out, so some worry. Thought of here will be ready to take a step in the direction of the dessert store. But also at this time the dessert store door suddenly opened, followed by Su Yusen carrying a bag to run toward the Yifeng here. Hey. Su Yusen just ran in front of Yifeng and handed the punching bag in her hand to Yifeng. Brother Yifeng has been waiting for a long time. Just now I went to wash my hands in the middle of the day, so I was delayed for a bit. That's fine. I thought that Yusen, you were in some kind of trouble, was about to come over to you. Really? Brother Yifeng is so good to me. Listening to Yifeng's words, Su Yusen's heart was sweet, and she couldn't help but take out her strawberry milk tea and drink it beautifully. At the same time, she also urged Yifeng, "Thank you for Brother Yifeng's concern. For milk tea, Brother Yifeng, you should also drink it earlier while it's hot." Good. Yifeng also opened the package of his portion of milk tea, but he realized that his milk tea seemed to have been opened, because the plastic switch on the lid of the milk tea was lifted. What's wrong, Brother Yifeng? Is there something wrong with the milk tea? Right at this moment, Su Yusen suddenly snapped, but in reality, her gaze was stuck on the expression on Yifeng's face. Ah, nothing. Probably Uxin opened it and took the wrong one. It's just a cup of milk tea. Besides, what kind of bad intentions does Yusen have? Yifeng thought of this, also took out the bag of milk tea and drank it to his mouth. A strong strawberry flavor came along with it. It was still Su Yusen's favorite strawberry flavor. Ha ha. Su Yusen bit the plastic straw and laughed slightly. At the same time, her face gradually flushed a touch of pink after seeing Yifeng drink it down in a big gulp without a care in the world. By the way, Uxin, do you have any plans today? Of course I did. Seeing Yifeng talking about the key point, Su Yusen also excitedly told her plan. In order to make this day a successful date, Su Yusen could have done her homework well last night. For example, shopping, movies, dinner, and other behaviors that come up on a date she has to carry out once in a while. Brother Yifeng, let's go shopping? Yeah, I've got some things I want to buy too. Yifeng had gone there with the mindset of accompanying Su Yusen to have fun, and it just so happened that he also planned to buy some things. Hey, what are you buying, Brother Yifeng? Some small objects and such, I guess. Yifeng thought of here, suddenly remembered Shen Mengli seems to dress up and the appearance is very simple. Even her long white hair is not hairpin decoration and so on. He also want to not buy some of these small objects to let her happy it. Whoops. Seeing that Yifeng seemed unwilling to tell himself, Su Yusen didn't press the matter further, but secretly kept a watchful eye. Brother Yifeng, we're here. After taking a cab to her destination, Su Yusen bounced to the center of the square, turning to look at Yifeng, heart full of joy. Is this the commercial plaza you were talking about, Uxin? Looking at the surrounding area is full of towering buildings, as well as people coming and going to spend money and have fun. Railing Yifeng also cannot help but marvel at how strong the urban atmosphere of this place. Hey, this place has a lot of places to have fun, nah. Su Yusen walked to Yifeng's side as she spoke and suddenly reached out her small hand to hold Yifeng's hand. Hey, Yifeng lowered his head and realized that Su Yusen had already come in front of him at some point. Rain, Uxin? Brother Yifeng has to protect me. There are so many people around. Of course I have to stay together. Su Yusen narrowed her eyes and smiled while clutching Yifeng's hand even harder. That's true. There are also dangers with so many people. So Uxin, you have to hold my hand well. Don't worry, Brother Yifeng. I will never, ever let go. You can't say that. Right at this moment, Su Yusen sighed, cast her eyes into a large shopping mall. Yesterday, in order to be able to effectively arrange every minute and every second of the time she could spend with Yifeng, she had done her homework. Even the clothes on her body as well as her makeup and grooming were specially and carefully prepared, which was the reason why she came late today. Brother Yifeng, time waits for no one. Let's go to the mall first. Hey, Uxin, you run slower. After saying that, Su Yusen held Yifeng's hand and ran towards the direction of the large shopping mall. Welcome. What Yifeng did not expect was that in the next moment when Su Yusen was pulled into the mall, she seemed to know where to go, as if she did not stop at all and came to a men's clothing store. Rain, Uxin? What did you bring me here for? Really? Brother Yifeng, you've seen it all and still want to ask? Su Yusen muttered and looked at Yifeng and said, since this is a men's clothing store, then of course I'm going to buy clothes for you. Brother Yifeng, buy clothes? Yifeng hastily waved his hand to make an appearance of wanting to leave the men's clothing store after hearing Su Yusen's purpose. No need, Uxin. I already have enough clothes at home. Not to mention, what kind of teacher lets her students buy things for themselves? Suyu was glad to see Yifeng wanted to escape and rushed to the door of the men's clothing store and opened his hands to stop him inside. Yifeng, brother, you do not want to escape. Today is not said to be a day of relaxation. A piece of clothing cannot prove anything. Do you want to reject my heart, brother Yifeng? Ugh. Okay then. Yifeng saw Su Yusen's cruel heart, finally sighed. And then, so stalemate is not a way. He had to think of other ways to return Su Yusen this favor. Hey, let's go then. Seeing Yifeng compromise, Su Yusen also went forward to hold Yifeng's arm toward the men's clothing store. I do not know why Su Yusen just in the stop want to escape Yifeng. The heart actually produced a sense of pleasure. Like the prey by the hunter on the bitter struggle in the end will not help the feeling. Looking at the various kinds of clothes on the racks, Su Yusen didn't know what kind of clothes were more suitable for Yifeng's style. However, she shook her head when she glanced at the exquisitely dressed shoppers in the store. No way. I will never let brother Yifeng come into contact with another woman. Rain, Uxin? Yifeng looked at Su Yusin, who bowed her head for a while and shook her head for a while, slightly worried. Yusin. She's not thinking of something weird again, is she? Chapter 177, a suit of special significance. Let's try this one first then. Su Yusin picked a black suit after further hesitation, because suits usually appeared under more important occasions. For example, in the future, above the wedding with himself. This is also the reason why Su Yusin's first piece of clothing that she bought for Yifeng was a suit. A suit? I don't usually wear this suit. Yifeng scratched his face a little unclear, said, but then thought that this is Su Yusin to pick for himself also cannot spoil people's excitement. So he changed his words again. Uxin, I didn't mean to say that I hate this clothes, I mean that if the suit I also have a set at home. At that time or mu orange hard to. No way. Before Yifeng could finish his sentence, Su Yusin immediately interrupted loudly. This behavior couldn't help but make the people around cast a skeptical gaze this way. There were even some customers who looked at Yifeng with judgmental eyes, covering their hands and whispering. Yifeng saw the situation, trembled, realizing that if he no longer stops Su Yusin words, I'm afraid that it will not be long before the hat uncle to visit himself. Hastily compared to a silent gesture, whispered beside Su Yusin, said, Uxin, don't get excited. If you can't, you can't. I'll wear it okay. Oh, Su Yusin deflated her mouth, her eyes glistening with some tears, and said with a sobbing tone, Really, brother Yifeng? You won't lie to me, right? How could it be? I, Yifeng, have always acted as I said. I'm going to wear this suit today, and you can't stop it. Yusin, I said so. Yifeng picked up the suit Su Yusin had just mentioned as soon as he could, while placing it on his body and comparing it. Well, Yusin's eye is really good then. I also think this suit is very well fitting. Isn't that right? This suit must look super handsome on you, brother Yifeng. In the future hour, Su Yusin realized that her mouth scooper hastily covered her mouth and immediately changed her mouth. Our brother Yifeng has also turned into a handsome young lord na. You girl. Yifeng smiled and nodded Su Yusin's nose, then stood up. Then I'll go into the fitting room first to change. Uxin, will you wait for me for a while? Aha! Just as Yifeng was turning to leave, Su Yusin's small hand pulled his wrist again. Yusin, anything else? Su Yusin stood on her tiptoes and whispered, leaning over Yifeng's ear. Brother Yifeng is really sorry that I lost my temper just now. To me the suit mu orange gave to brother Yifeng is not of the same nature as the one I gave it to him la. That's why I was so serious about it. Please don't hate me, brother Yifeng, okay? I see what you mean, Hugin. It means something different to everyone, doesn't it? Aha! That's what it means. Seeing that Yifeng understood what he meant, Su Yusin hurriedly nodded her little head. However, there was a sentence in her heart that she did not say. Mu orange gave brother Yifeng your suit that's just for servants. Mine is different. This suit is a symbol of our love. I see. Yifeng reached out his hand and patted Su Yusin's little head before turning around and walking in the direction of the dressing room, which made the anticipation in Su Yusin's heart reach its peak. He, my Prince Highness. It's getting closer and closer to the day we'll be together. Yo! After Yifeng disappeared, Su Yusin's mind suddenly gave birth to an idea, squinted her eyes and thought for a while before moving to the other side of the more casual counter. Hi sis, please can you recommend some casual clothes for men? Hiss. Yifeng walked into the dressing room after looking at the price tag on the suit, instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. Although this suit, in addition to the material to feel comfortable, plus some of their own, cannot recognize the logo and then no other characteristics, but the price above has a full 10,000 coins. Is this dress made of gold or is the logo made of gold? How come it's so expensive? Yifeng's heart immediately developed the idea of wanting to ask Su Yuxin to change one, but considering Su Yuxin's urgent appearance just now, it seems that the suit in his hand can't be worn if he doesn't want to. It's just a big deal. The big deal is to wear a little. When the time comes to buy their own bites, it's rare to go shopping with Yusin once. Not to coax her into a good night's action can be difficult to do. Thinking of this, Yifeng's heart is no longer a burden, and immediately took off his jacket and put it on the hook of the locker room, and put on the suit in his hand. Rustling. After Yifeng completely changed into the suit and took a look at the mirror in the dressing room, the original youthful appearance of the young man in the suit, the temperament of the instantly matured a lot. It really looks like what Su Yusin just said, like a nobleman of a big family. However, Yifeng himself did not feel any change. For him to say even if he put on a white undershirt he will not have the slightest problem. That'll do, won't it? Yifeng straightened the collar of his suit, unscrewed the door of the locker room and walked out. The moment Yifeng opened the door, he suddenly felt some resistance in front of him, and then heard an ouch. It's broken. He hadn't opened the door and bumped into someone. Realizing this, Yifeng hurriedly stepped out of the room, wanting to confirm how the situation was with the person outside the door. But why was the voice so familiar? Sorry about how fast I just opened the door. When Yifeng saw the person standing outside the door he was stunned in place. because the person outside the door was no other than Su Yusin, who was holding a pile of clothes. Yusin, brother Yifeng. Uxin, why are you outside the door? It's not because you're too slow, brother Yifeng. So I came over to see if you had any accidents. Su Yusin muttered her little mouth and said, while her eyes widened as she looked up and down at Yifeng's suit. Well, sure enough, it is very good at Yifeng brother's wedding clothes. As a fiancé, I must be the first to appreciate. Wow, brother Yifeng, this dress really suits you. It looks much more handsome than before. Thank you Uxin for the compliment. But just now I looked to see if the price of this dress is a bit too expensive. Expensive? My daily pocket money is more than that. So don't worry, brother Yifeng. As for the price, I've already paid for the clothes in advance. When the time comes, brother Yifeng, you just need to take it away. Did you already pay for the clothes Uxin? Actually, I can just pay for the clothes myself. Yifeng did not anticipate Su Yusin's speed to be so fast. When he said he wanted to make a payment but was interrupted by Su Yusin again. Brother Yifeng really hasn't been awakened yet. As a gift you should accept it properly. Otherwise I'll be angry. Chapter 178, because you're too tempting. Alright, price and all that today. Brother Yifeng, don't be obsessing about it. Speaking here, Su Yusin shoved the pile of clothes in her hands into Yifeng's arms, a wry smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Yusin, these clothes are. Yifeng looked down at the pile of clothes in his hand and estimated that there were at least dozens of pieces, and an ominous premonition slowly rose in his heart. These clothes are all casual clothes. After all, brother Yifeng, you can't go out wearing a suit every day. Although I don't know what colors and patterns you like, these are all limited edition clothes. So I bought them for you. What? I bought them all. It's still limited. Yeah, it's just a few pieces of clothing. It doesn't cost much. Yifeng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner shock. However, upon careful consideration, Limu Orange and Su Yusin's identities as well as their family backgrounds were suddenly relieved again. The others were already at their limit with just a slight outburst. Alright, brother Yifeng, you should quickly go inside and change your clothes. I'll wait for you outside. Su Yusin somewhat anxiously pushed Yifeng's back in the direction of the dressing room. Uxin, don't push me. I'll just go change. With the locking sound of the locker room door ringing out. Only then did the rustling sound of changing slowly come out from inside. Su Yusin stomped her little foot in exasperation at the sight. Really? To change clothes brother Yifeng has to lock the door. What's there to be afraid of in a big man? It's not like I'm going to eat him. Ugh. Looking at a pile of clothes in the storage box, Yifeng suddenly felt his head was big. In fact, he did not like to go out much, but rather more inclined to the feeling of squatting at home. After all, before he came to this world, he was a pure home squatting lover. After randomly picking a casual dress, Yifeng unlocked the door and walked out towards the door. Su Yuxin saw the sound coming from the locker room and looked back behind her, and she saw Yifeng standing behind her. How about it, Yusin? I think the clothes inside are all pretty much the same. Wearing one to make a sample should be enough, right? Su Yusin did not think that Yifeng acted so casually, while Yifeng did not pay attention to quietly put a string of keys from nowhere into the pocket, followed by two small hands crossed his waist and said to Yifeng, brother Yifeng, are you that casual? At least these clothes are specially chosen for you one by one. You just take my good intentions for granted? This, in a word, no. If you don't try them on one by one, how can I know if they're suitable for you or not? So please hurry up and go in. Okay, I'll go. Uxin, don't push me. Yifeng had no choice but to agree to Su Yusin's request, and when he thought that there were still so many clothes he hadn't tried, a wave of fatigue spread throughout his body. Only after seeing Yifeng walk back into the dressing room did Su Yusin stop there. After comparing an okay gesture towards the clerk slowly nodded her head, switched the sign that the store was open to closed, and walked out towards the outside of the store. Obviously this was all Su Yusin's handiwork. After confirming that there was no disturbance from outsiders, Su Yusin took out her keys and turned toward the direction of the locker room. Why is this short sleeve pink? Did Yusin really choose her clothes well? Looking at his body wearing a pink body shirt printed with cartoon characters, Yifeng was about to take it off when he heard a sound coming from outside the door. Sorry, this room is occupied. Yifeng thought that there were other customers trying on clothes, so he carefully reminded. Ring, click. But the next sound Yifeng heard felt wrong, because it was clearly the sound of a key being inserted into a door lock. What's going on here? Could it be that some big guy snuck in here with a special fetish and wants to do something to me? As soon as he thought of this, Yifeng hurriedly reached out his hand and tightly pressed the door to prevent the people outside from coming in. Feeling a push outside the door, Yifeng's speculation in his mind was also much more certain. There must be a stingy man outside the door who was craving his body. If he triggered any defeat CG himself, he would be disgusted for the rest of his life. Listen up, pervert outside the door. If you dare to take a step into the room, my Yifeng's fists are not vegetarians. I'm not a pervert. At this time outside the door suddenly sounded Su Yusun's voice. Yifeng heard this voice, froze in place. A moment, did not react. Also in this gap Su Yusun saw the opportunity to bring the body to the force of a squeeze will open a doorway drilled in. Hey Shu. Hey. Uxin. You stay here for a while. Brother Yifeng doesn't have time to explain. The moment Su Yusun drilled in, she pressed her delicate body towards Yifeng's arms. Feeling this warmth, Yifeng instantly stiffened in place. Ha! Su Yusun buried her head into Yifeng's chest, breathing heavily. Those big emerald green eyes staring straight at Yifeng's chest. Huffing. Rain. Uxin? Looking at Su Yusun, who was in a somewhat strange state, Yifeng held Su Yusun's shoulders and asked with concern. Yusun, are you okay? Brother Yifeng. I. Looking at the small face read Su Yusun, Yifeng always feel that the atmosphere is somewhat subtle. When he wanted to push Su Yusun, did not expect Su Yusun with the loss of sanity like lifting the t-shirt drilled in. Ha. Yusun, stop it. Just as Yifeng was about to lift Su Yusun out, who expected Su Yusun to run towards Yifeng's collar one by one, just like a little hamster running around. Dang. Only to see Su Yusun's little head grow out from Yifeng's collar, and at the same time also made a look of extreme excitement. Yifeng looked at Su Yusun, who was close by, and closed his eyes, doing deep breathing. Uxin. If you keep being naughty, I'll have to use my exclusive stunt. Oh, then I'd like to see what you can do to me. Brother Yifeng. Bang. Oh, Brother Yifeng, you don't know how to be compassionate at all. On a bench inside the mall, Su Yusun covered her head and pouted. Yusun, you're so mean. Do you see what you've just done? It's not because you're too tantalizing, Brother Yifeng. P.S. Extra first chapter. We'll continue with another chapter later. Currently 03 chapters. OVO. Chapter 179, Nowhere to Run. Looks like you need a tap on your little head. Uxin. Yifeng moved his wrist in front of Su Yusun and looked at Su Yusun with a fierce smile. Woo! Su Yusun scooted her but towards the other side of the bench as if she had received some kind of shock. Obviously Yifeng's pounding on her in the locker room had worked wonders. I just want to get closer to you, Brother Yifeng. More often. There's no such thing as a Uxin you're so close to. Did you drill your head out to be a two-headed ogre? Hey. Su Yusun also realized that her previous actions had gone a little too far, but she didn't want to be like this. But for some reason sharing a room with Yifeng, her heart instinctively inspired a potential, urgently wanting to get close to Yifeng. Yusun, you need to reflect on yourself. I think I've pampered you too much. Yeah. So Brother Yifeng, you have to punish me in order for me to realize where my mistakes are. Su Yusun said here, leaning her two hands together, making an appearance of wanting to turn herself in. Come on, Brother Yifeng. Please don't take into account the affection between us. A bad boy like me should be punished properly. Okay, Uxin, don't say things like that again in the future. I know Uxin is a good kid. Really? It wasn't until Yifeng said these words that Su Yusun's originally crafty gaze instantly converged. It was like a fox had suddenly turned into the appearance of a white rabbit. Brother Yifeng, you're not funny like that. I'm just being honest. Uxin is the most energetic girl I've ever seen. Really? Su Yusun moved her body to Yifeng's side again, tilting her head with a serious gaze at Yifeng. Does Brother Yifeng mean that I am a very special girl in your eyes? Yifeng thought carefully. According to the aspect of each person's personality and behavioral habits, they were quite special. Then it is also true for those who are individually split up and counted. Yes, Hugin is special. Hey! Su Yusun laughed foolishly again, but whenever she heard Yifeng say this about himself, the joy in her heart was inevitably not hidden. By the way, Uxin, are those clothes you mentioned really okay? You can rest assured about this, Brother Yifeng. The clothes that I bought, I have long since had the store clerk pack them up and send them to your doorstep. Brother Yifeng. Actually, Yusun has too many of these clothes. Otherwise. Alright, Brother Yifeng, I'm almost rested. Let's continue moving forward. After passing through the promenade, Su Yusun then led Yifeng to a movie theater. Yusun, are we going to see a movie? Yes, recently a movie came out that I'm very interested in, so I really wanted to bring Brother Yifeng to see it with you, but yet I never had the chance. But today I don't think I'll be missing it. I can see that you really like this movie. Uxin. So what's the name of this movie? Call it Nowhere to Run. Nowhere to Run? Why does it sound like a suspenseful movie? Do you like this genre? Uxin? Not at all. It's actually about. Su Yusun was about to give Yifeng the science, but suddenly thought that she couldn't dramatize it at this time, even though she had already seen it many times. The significance of bringing Yifeng here was different, because what was told in the movie would be crucial to whether or not she would be able to get along well with Yifeng in the future, and it was also a good opportunity for her to observe Yifeng's attitude towards the plot of the movie. it speaks of? Yusin, could it be that you've already read it? Yi Feng inquired curiously. No, before has seen this movie promo just some memory. So Yi Feng brothers want to listen? It's okay Uxin. After all, we're both going in to see it later, so it's the same whether we talk about it or not. Alright then, brother Yi Feng, wait for me for a while. I'll go buy a bucket of popcorn to eat while I relieve my boredom. Yusin, why don't I just go? I've already busted your butt enough today. I've said that you don't need to care about it. Brother Yi Feng, you don't need to be so clear about the expenses. Because sooner or later we'll be together forever. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. Then Yusin, just take it all as a break for a while. Just leave the popcorn to me. Okay then. Su Yusin finally agreed. According to the love manual she read inside has said, love needs both sides to give, so that the love is also more long-lasting. It didn't take long for Yi Feng to walk over with a large bucket of popcorn as well as 2 cups of happy water, and it just so happened that it was also time for the ticket inspection. It was as if Su Yusin and Yi Feng had a heart-to-heart. One of them took the happy water, and the other handed the movie ticket in his pants to the other. Pinch hey. Su Yusin also noticed this, and after nodding slightly towards Yi Feng, she handed the movie ticket in her hand to the ticket inspector. It was hard to come to the exhibition hall according to the seating plan. Yi Feng looked around and found that there was not even a single figure around except for himself and Su Yusin. What's wrong, brother Yi Feng? What's wrong? Su Yusin seemed to have anticipated everything and took a sip of happy water after sitting in her seat. Yusin, are you noticing something wrong? I'm even wondering if we're in the wrong showroom. Why does brother Yi Feng think so? Didn't we specifically confirm the numbered seats in the exhibition hall when we were in the showroom earlier? But Yusin, look around, there isn't even a single person around. Hey. Well, at least the mall is full of people, but it's quiet as hell here. It probably happens to be because no one is watching the show at this time of day. Isn't that better? Spending only $2 ticket dollars is the equivalent of covering the entire movie. Su Yusin said and reached out her hand to pull the corner of Yi Feng's coat. Alright brother Yi Feng, sit down. The movie is about to start. Okay then. Perhaps he was being overly sensitive, and what Yusin said wasn't unreasonable. Come on Yushin, I'll give you the popcorn. Hey, brother Yi Feng, aren't you going to eat? I'll just have a few bites now and then. I'm not particularly hungry right now. Then, well, you have to watch the rest of the movie carefully, brother Yi Feng, but I'll be supervising you all the time. Although he didn't know what Su Yusin meant in her words, Yi Feng still agreed. The subject matter of the movie was generally acceptable to him as long as it wasn't boring. Stab. As the lights dimmed and the entire movie hall went quiet, the two just turned their attention to the movie. P.S. I'll add a second chapter, and I'll make up the remaining 2 chapters 10 tomorrow. Chapter 180, Delicious Popcorn. Honey, I'm not going to let you get away. In the scene, a sultry-looking woman is holding a scalpel against the body of a man bound in the basement. The man's mouth was gagged with rags and his eyes were wide with rage as he looked at his girlfriend in front of him, a kind of anger and disbelief filling his entire body. Why did my trusted girlfriend turn out to be like this? Divorcing my family, picking on my friends, screwing up my career, only to show up out of the blue to comfort me when I'm at the lowest point in my life, never showing a hint of abnormality or getting tired of my occasional anger until... It wasn't until after everything that was holding her back was gone that she bared her fangs to herself. Seeing this, Yi Feng shivered as if he had been stimulated by something. The female lead in this movie seems to be suffering from a mental illness called sickly love, right? No wonder she acted like that towards the male lead. It's scary to think about it now. It's a good thing I don't have people like that around me, or I'd be in for a real old-time crime. Thinking of this, Yi Feng lightly breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly became much more comfortable. But suddenly he realized that Su Yusin, who had been hugging and eating popcorn before the start of the movie, had not moved by this time. Could it be that Yusin was mesmerized too? Yi Feng sneakily inclined his head to look at Su Yusin, but the next scene almost scared him alive, only to see Su Yusin curving the corners of her mouth to reveal a bizarre arc, staring straight at herself with wide eyes, the popcorn in her hand hanging in the air like she was putting all her attention on herself. Yeah, Maple, brother. Su Yusin opened her small mouth and read Yi Feng's name in an extremely oozing tone, and a cold and piercing breath stuck in every corner of Yi Feng's body like an ice pick. Yi Feng's body was instinctively scared to get up from his seat when he saw this. Just at this instant, Su Yusin's small hand grabbed Yi Feng. Hey, did I scare you, brother Yi Feng? Yusin, you. Only after hearing Su Yusin's normal tone did Yi Feng come back to his senses and turn his head back. Seeing Su Yusin with a look of pleasure, his heart was both ashamed and angry. Good you, Yusin. You even dared to tease your teacher. Yi Feng then realized that he was fooled by Su Yusin's performance, sat back in his seat and skillfully drew out his hand knife wanting to give the mischievous Su Yusin a scoop on her little head. But Su Yusin seemed to anticipate what Yi Feng wanted to do. hastily grabbed a handful of popcorn and stuffed it into Yifeng's mouth. Oy vey. Well, aluminum. Aluminum core. Yifeng could only feel a bunch of popcorn constantly going to his mouth. Kawawu. Only to see Su Yusin covering her mouth and sneering. Yifeng subconsciously realized that something was wrong, but his mouth was blocked by the popcorn, had to chew down all the popcorn. At the same time, he reached out his hand to stop Su Yusin's movements. Click click click. Uxin don't. After eating the popcorn that prevented him from opening his mouth, Yifeng also finally had a chance to speak and hurriedly opened his mouth to stop Su Yusin. But Su Yusin had long been aware of it, holding the popcorn bucket in one hand and sidling to the other side, squinting her eyes and falling into her own world. Delicious. The flavor of the popcorn. It's so delicious. At the same time, a loud noise rang out on the movie screen, resounding with the screams of the hero. Ouch, my little ancestor, yeah. Yifeng saw that he was still a step slow, hurriedly drew off the toilet paper in his pocket and handed it to Su Yusin. Yusin, hurry up and wipe your hands. How could you? Ha hoo. Su Yusin didn't take over Yifeng's toilet paper to wipe up until she turned back to her senses. And even though her heart was already excited beyond belief, her face still made an exasperated expression. Humph. The popcorn, I've given you a bite of it. Brother Yifeng, aren't you satisfied yet? The rest is all mine. I'm not going to give it to you. Brother Yifeng, am I running for popcorn? Uxin, where do you feed popcorn like that? Strange place? Su Yusin spread her hands, pretending to be uninformed, and said with a crooked head, there's nothing strange about it. Surely there's nothing strange about the fact that you're destroying evidence here. Swish. Just then the movie also showed the full end of the show, and the drab showroom lit up. Is it over? Su Yusin changed the topic and handed Yifeng the popcorn bucket in her arms after jumping off the seat. Brother Yifeng, then let's go. I'll go to the bathroom first to wash my hands. I'll be back later. Saying that, Su Yusin disappeared into the exhibition hall like a gust of wind, leaving behind Yifeng, who was sitting alone in his seat. Ugh, that's why I don't like shopping. Looking at Su Yusin, who bounced over from the movie theater corridor, Yifeng still nodded towards her little head. Brother Yifeng has been waiting for a long time. Uxin, you can't be so big-headed in the future, you know? You should be a bit more reserved, even though I'm your teacher. But, is this Brother Yifeng hating me? But a cute little princess like Yusin looks even sunnier with a big grin. Looking at Su Yusin, who was about to cry out in the next second, Yifeng quickly changed his words. I knew Brother Yifeng was the best to me. Su Yusin took Yifeng's arm and walked towards the outside of the movie theater, where there is still just sadness. The speed of changing face is a masterpiece. Uxin, there's something I want to say to you. After walking out of the movie theater, Yifeng's expression still looked a bit serious. Although Su Yusin, who was like an imp, despite sometimes making things difficult for herself, Yifeng knew that Su Yusin was actually good for herself. But like just now, it seemed a little too intimate, just like Limu Orange did to herself before, which was never acceptable. Yusin, you have to realize that not only are you my student, but you are also the big miss of the Su group. So in sum, flop. Just as Yifeng was lecturing Su Yusin, he only saw Su Yusin jumping headfirst into his arms, and his tone was not as playful as before. Brother Yifeng, actually I know all of this, I just don't want to be so far away from you. Brother Yifeng, for me, as long as Brother Yifeng can accompany me, that's my greatest extravagance. And today being able to come out and play with you, Brother Yifeng, is already the happiest day for me. Su Yusin didn't have any small movements this time, simply lying in Yifeng's arms to make a calm appearance. Brother Yifeng is not just a tutor to me, but it's more like my best friend and favorite. Brother Yifeng. Chapter 181. Uxin. Yifeng did not push away Su Yusin, who jumped into his arms this time, but quietly stroked Su Yusin's golden hair and breathed. Well, it really is Uxin. Even the shampoo has a light strawberry scent. Brother Yifeng. So Uxin saw that there was no movement from Yifeng for a long time, thought that she had embarrassed Yifeng again with this action, so she slowly pulled her head out. I'm sorry, I'm being capricious again. Don't think like that, Uxin. It's enough for me as long as you're happy. Looking at the baby-faced Su Yusin, Yifeng smiled and reached out to pinch her fleshy little face. Though Yushin, sometimes you do a little pranking, but as long as it's not too much, it's not out of the question once or twice in a while. Yifeng. Suyu was pleased to see that Yifeng was not at all impatient with himself, and the tension in her heart gradually calmed down quite a bit. Thank you. Hello you too. I'm the manager of this store. What can I do for you? After a short rest on the bench, Su Yusin came with Yifeng to a restaurant in the dining area of the mall. Under Yifeng's strong persuasion, Su Yusin gave up the idea of eating in a private room. Just as Su Yusin was looking at the menu, a man in a dress came to the table and said in a respectful tone, Su Yusin put down the menu and looked at Yifeng and asked, Brother Yifeng, do you have any dishes you want to eat? I'll just eat whatever I want, so I'll just order whatever I want. After Yifeng nodded, Su Yusin said to the manager after roughly browsing through the menu. Then please all the dishes in this store. Wait. Yi Feng snatched the menu in Su Yusin's hand as he heard this. Uxin, you ordered too many dishes. How can just the two of us finish it? It's not because I don't know what kind of dishes you like to eat, brother Yi Feng. Just in case I'll simply order all the dishes once. Su Yusin had her hands resting on her chin looking at Yi Feng's anxious appearance happily, her two little short legs swaying back and forth on the chair. Ahem. Yi Feng looked at the manager after flipping through the menu and said, I'll just have a steak and a cold broccoli. Yes sir. What about the honorable lady? The manager slightly nodded his head and then moved his gaze to Su Yusin. The reason why he would personally come to receive the duo is because just based on Su Yusin's clothes, it is not difficult to see that this is a rich girl. Can be in this restaurant to do the manager's position is more important or in the keen observation of this aspect. I'll have a spaghetti bolognese and a strawberry-flavored ice cream cake. Yes, please wait a moment, both of you. It was only after ordering that Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Yusin, how come your way of ordering food is just as big as Moo Orange's? Although I know you're thinking of me, it's too much. I'm not like Moo Orange. Yi Feng's words seemed to have poked Su Yusin's pain point, and she spoke out to retort. It seemed that any topic that had anything to do with Li Moo Orange she didn't want Yi Feng to bring up. I'll listen to brother Yi Feng's words. So, can you not mention Moo Orange in front of me again in the future? Hey, but Uxin, aren't you and Moo Orange good friends? Su Yusin continued to speak after a moment of silence. I just don't want you to compare me to Moo Orange, brother Yi Feng. I know that Moo Orange is better looking than me, and her family is better off than me. Even the tutor, brother Yi Feng, you were found by her. That's why I don't want to hear Moo Orange's name. Someone like me is no comparison to her at all. No. Just then Yi Feng spoke. Hey, brother Yi Feng? It's not like what you said yourself Uxin. To me Uxin you and Moo Orange are but very different. Yi Feng comforted Su Yusin like a gentle big brother, and he didn't expect Su Yusin to think this way in her heart. Yushin has a very cheerful personality and is as gorgeous as a butterfly frolicking in the flowers. It also brings joy to people, so don't ever hold that thought again, okay, brother Yi Feng? Su Yusin sat on the chair and stared straight at Yi Feng. Her eyes also reflected Yi Feng's appearance. Only after a long time did she narrow her eyes and smile towards Yi Feng. Ha. I like brother Yi Feng the most. Hearing Su Yusin's words Yi Feng did not feel anything unusual. In his heart Su Yusin is like his own sister, like cute. Sometimes also do mischief to himself. So this sentence is also treated as an expression of gratitude and other words. By the way brother Yi Feng, what do you think of today's movie? As soon as Su Yusin thought that she still had the most important thing she hadn't asked Yi Feng about, she incidentally covered up the sentence she had just said. A movie. Well, plot-wise, I don't mean that. I mean what do you think about the character Yi Feng? You mean what the heroine does to the hero? Aha! Su Yusin nodded with an expectant face. In this case, Yi Feng thought for a while speaking his inner thoughts. Personally, I don't like it too much, because this kind of like with forced possessiveness doesn't consider the other party's feelings at all. And this kind of love is also doomed to be not long-lasting. And in the end the end of the Uxin you have also seen. This is simply considered to be the worst possible ending. But it doesn't feel like a bad ending to me. Doesn't the heroine still get the hero in the end? Uxin, this idea of yours is just wrong. First of all, illegally imprisoning someone and causing mental effects is not allowed according to the law. Moreover, if the two are in the way of lovers, that's all the more reason to understand each other instead of doing such extreme things. But it's all the fault of this male lead who got entangled with the other female supporting characters. Yeah, then he who got this result deserves it. Su Yusin muttered, while looking at Yi Feng with a hint of odor mixed in her eyes. Strange, why does it feel cold behind me? Yi Feng moved his body and then continued to explain, but Uxin, didn't you realize that every time it happened in the plot it was a misunderstanding? The hero wants to explain to the heroine is the heroine did not listen in the heart, which led to further rupture of their relationship and caused a big trouble. Oof. Su Yusin pouted and looked at Yi Feng, not knowing what she was calculating in her heart. Damn it, it seems that brother Yi Feng isn't the type of person who has a special fetish, but why did he do that to me at home before this? I don't get it. Chapter 182, Sewer Escape. Hey, are we leaving already? But the sun hasn't set yet. After finishing the meal, Yi Feng took Su Yusin to the outside of the mall. According to Yi Feng's words was that he had to go home in the afternoon to prepare for the lesson so that he wouldn't make any mistakes when he gave Li Moo Orange a lesson tomorrow. I'm sorry Uxin. As you know right now I'm teaching both you and Moo Orange, so it takes a little longer to prepare for the lesson. Ugh, but obviously there's so much more we haven't done, Su Yusin said with a downcast expression. She also planned to go to the amusement park with Yi Feng next, and the two of them rode the Ferris wheel at the time of sunset, and subtly expressed her feelings to Yi Feng when the Ferris wheel reached the top. Now it seems that everything is in vain. I'm sorry Uxin, Even though I would love to continue playing with you Xin, I don't have much time left, but I promise you that in the future whenever we have time we'll also have a happy swim like today, okay? Well then. Of course Su Yusin wouldn't lose her temper with Yifeng at this time, even though there were 100 reluctances in her heart. In the end, she had no choice but to compromise. But brother Yifeng, you must contact me when you're free, or else I'll order another table for you to eat all the food. Su Yuxian raised her pink fist signaling that Yifeng would have serious consequences if he deceived himself. Don't worry Yuxian, I will honor our agreement. Then I'll excuse myself for now. Yuxian, remember to contact me when you arrive home. Aha. Su Yusin nodded and waved her little hand towards Yifeng to say goodbye. Obviously she had overlooked one thing, and that was that Yifeng would never be able to leave her side without her being safe. Watching Yifeng's back disappear into the crowd, Su Yusin also sighed and prepared to return home. Really, if only Limu Orange wasn't in this world, that way I could spend all day with brother Yifeng. When Su Yusin thought of the sight of Limu Orange staying with Yifeng tomorrow, her heart could be very hard. No. I have to find a way to monitor Yifeng's every move. If Limu Orange forcibly hijacks my brother Yifeng, that would be bad. Someone of her character might really do something like this. Su Yusin hurriedly walked towards the side of the road that was less crowded from the mall so that she could quickly get a cab. Today in Yifeng out to play the Matershi, but specially in Su Wanli said no bodyguards and so on. So home also have to go back by themselves. Just as Su Yusin walked to the street and was about to stop a cab coming in the distance, suddenly a large hand with a moist pad covered her mouth. Su Yusin's blue eyes instantly widened. As a great lady she certainly knew that she was being targeted. Well, no. Help! Brother Yifeng. Su Yusin instantly thought of Yifeng's appearance, forcefully breaking the hand of the person who covered his mouth to break free. But how can her strength alone be the opponent of the kidnappers? Coupled with inhaling too much gas into the paddles of the cause soon fainted. Yifeng saw Su Yusin by their own fainted instantly relieved. While no one around the discovery of a hand will Su Yusin hugged up, quietly into the side of the alleyway. I'm sorry Yushin. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yusin opened her tired eyes with difficulty, and after feeling a blur, she gradually woke up. This is. Su Yusin looked around and realized that she was chained to the side of a sewer pipe, listening to the sound of dripping water, as well as the little mice that scurried east and west from time to time. Her heart instantly became afraid. Yikes! After Su Yusin's shriek, a figure wearing a rabbit mask gradually walked out. Hello Miss Su Yusin. Who are you? The masked man smiled and slowly walked over to Su Yusin. It's quite obvious that I invited you here, Miss Su, because I have something to ask. Something to ask for? Is that your attitude? Su Yusin frowned tightly and struggled hard, but she eventually gave up after realizing that it was useless. I order you to release me quickly or you will regret it in less than a day. It seems that our Miss Su has a lot of stamina, but I don't regret it. Being able to martyr myself with Miss Su is also a good choice. Bah! Who's going to martyr themselves with an ugly bastard like you who doesn't even dare to show his face? I'm sure Miss Su would like to leave safely as well, right? After all, you have important people too, don't you? Su Yusin also gradually calmed down after a moment of silence. As soon as the masked man said the words about the important person, Su Yusin's face no longer had a childish aura. Instead, it inspired a kind of seriousness of being a big lady of the upper echelon. So let's talk about your terms, shall we? The reason why you brought me to this place, you have an agenda too, right? Oh, I can't imagine that Miss Su accepted it so quickly. It really surprised me. The masked man seemed to sense something when he spoke, and his speech became faster. My condition is simple, and that is, I hope that you, Miss Su. Suddenly there was a violent noise coming from the sewer, and the masked man's attention was immediately drawn to it. What a guy! As the echoes of the sewers gradually let up, there was no more movement except for the occasional squeak of a rat. The masked man felt bad and pretended to be scared as he pulled out a key to unlock the chains on Su Yusin. Go! I'll kill you if you dare to play any little tricks. As the masked man was in a hurry to bring Su Yuxian to another place that was not easy to be discovered, he deliberately exposed his back to Su Yuxian, and right under Su Yuxian's body there was a narrow cave. Don't pull any tricks, or else watch out for me. Just as the masked man spoke, Su Yusin's body's fatigue dissipated quite a bit, and immediately saw the opportunity to drill in towards the cave's location. What? Little brat, you come back here. The masked man hesitated half a beat to turn back. Want to catch the escaped Su Yusin when it has been a step too late. Watching Su Yusin escape from the cave will be angry roar. But it was too late. Su Yusin had already run out towards the other side. Who? Su Yusin gasped for air and ran towards the end of the sewer. Suddenly a glowing staircase appeared in her eyes. Looking at this scene, Su Yusin, as if she saw the light of day, exerted her last strength to crawl towards the sewer. Don't! Never get caught! P.S. I've added one more chapter. There's still one left, so I should send it out later. Finally, I'm going to finish adding more. Oh. Chapter 183, The Unspeakable Truth. Phew, this is finally done. Yifeng slowly took the mask off, while throwing the outerwear and mask on his body into the sewer. Looking at the cave where Su Yusen had escaped, Yifeng's heart was also mixed at this time. Gotta get out soon. One more person to compensate in the future. Jingle bells. With a cell phone ringing, Yifeng, who was standing not far from the mall, put his cell phone call through. Hello? Oh, ooh-hoo. Rain. UXIN. What's wrong with you? Brother Yifeng, can you come find me? I don't know where I am right now. Su Yusen's cries came from the phone, and the more Yifeng listened, the more his heart stung. Okay, Yusen, you send me the location, I'll be right there. Just as Yifeng was about to move to turn off the phone, Su Yusen hurriedly spoke. Don't! Brother Yifeng, don't hang up, please. Su Yusen spoke with a slight sobbing tone. Even her voice became a little shaky. Well, Yifeng just faintly said a good word and stopped talking. The burden in his heart nowadays was increasing with the kidnapping of the girls, which had also caused a lot of damage to his spirit. After a few minutes, an MO about Yifeng according to Su Yusen sent over the address into a hidden narrow road. Can look around or not found Su Yusen's traces, so the cell phone will be placed on the mouth. Call up Su Yusen. Yusen, I've arrived. You can come out now. Brother Yifeng, I'm behind you. Hearing Su Yusen's trembling voice, Yifeng looked back. He found Su Yusen hiding inside a cardboard box, slightly poking out her blonde hair. Yusen! Yifeng saw this and quickly walked over. After coming to the edge of the carton, he saw Su Yusen, who was curled up in the box holding her knees and shivering. Yusen! It's okay already. Brother Yifeng. Su Yusen stood up from the carton after seeing Yifeng, followed by a jump into Yifeng's arms and completely bawled. Oh aha! Brother Yifeng. I'm so scared. I'm afraid I'll never see you again. Brother Yifeng. Oh. Holding Su Yusen in his arms, Yifeng heart the more bad taste. Su Yusen's every tear is like a knife into Yifeng's heart, saying that he would protect Su Yusen while scaring her into this state. This brother of his was really bad. I'm sorry UXIN. As time passed, Su Yusen's crying gradually became quieter. Brother Yifeng, why are you apologizing to me? Brother, you didn't do anything wrong. Su Yusen wiped the tears from the corner of her own eyes and looked at Yifeng with a curious gaze. Because, in the end, Yifeng's heart still chose to tell Su Yusen the truth, because he really couldn't suffer such destruction against his heart. Even though he said in his heart that he wanted to compensate Su Yusen, the substantial damage he caused to her had already happened. If he left Su Yusen with any psychological shadow, he would not let himself go in this lifetime. Instead of telling UXIN frankly, it would be better to tell her. Even if Su Yusen scolded herself or wanted to disconnect from herself, just telling the truth was already enough. Because I'm the one who really hurt Yushin. Yifeng finally spoke up, bowing his head and closing his eyes to wait for what happened next. Hey! Su Yusen was slightly stunned after hearing Yifeng say this out loud, and was instantly stunned in place. What did you say, Brother Yifeng? I didn't seem to hear you just now. I said that the one who kidnapped you, UXIN, was me, and the one who plotted this kidnapping operation was also me. How could it be? Brother Yifeng, don't say you're laughing. I know, brother, you want me to not be shadowed by these things, so that's why. Really? UXIN, what I said is all true. The culprit who caused you to become like this, UXIN, is me. Stop it, Brother Yifeng. It's not funny. Su Yusen seriously looked at Yifeng, beamed. But when she saw that Yifeng had been closing his eyes, seemed to be waiting for something as if he hadn't moved. Bunny masks, sewers, I did it all. Upon hearing Yifeng say these keywords, Su Yusen's face stiffened for a moment, and the entire alley was plunged into a deathly silence. Cheat, right? Why? Su Yusen looked at Yifeng with a puzzled expression, as if she wanted to get an answer from his words. Why are you doing this, Brother Yifeng? Is it because there's something about me that annoys you? Hearing Su Yusen's trembling voice, Yifeng opened his eyes and looked at Su Yusen, who was gazing at himself. Hugin, I'm sorry. No, don't apologize. I don't want to hear you apologize, Brother Yifeng. I just want to know the truth. Why did you do this, Brother Yifeng? Why? Su Yusen's mouth kept asking why, because she only wanted to hear this answer. She was afraid that Yifeng had contacted her just for this purpose, and that the previous and even today's time together was all a sham. I'm sorry, Hugin. I have secrets I can't tell. Secrets that can't be told? Even I can't tell it? Yifeng didn't answer Su Yusen's question, but he also gave his answer in disguise. Could it be that you already had this idea for today from the very beginning, Brother Yifeng? Su Yusen's emerald green eyes gradually became dull, and the previous sunny and lively also became dead. Yes, deception. It's all a lie. Su Yusin shook her head in disbelief at what had happened today, as if a beautiful fantasy had suddenly been shattered. The only thing left behind was the cruel reality. Just as the color of Su Yusin's eyes suddenly became pitch black, suddenly she thought of a detail that was as hopeful as the only twinkling star in the night sky. So, why did Brother Yifeng tell me the truth? It's reasonable to say that there's nothing wrong if you pretend not to know, right? Because I don't want a child as good as you. Uxin. To suffer. When Su Yusin heard this, her eyes brightened up quite a bit. Immediately afterward, she continued to ask, then according to what you mean, Brother Yifeng, you let me go on purpose as well? Aha. Then why do it? Sorry. See Yifeng shut up. Su Yusin also noticed the anomaly. Looks like Yifeng is not want to say. But, can't say. Chapter 184, a favor owed to Su Yusin. Brother Yifeng. Just when Yifeng thought that Su Yusin would leave without saying a word or angrily scold himself, he did not expect a pair of warm little hands to stick to his face. Rain. Uxin? Yifeng looked at the calm-faced Su Yusin in shock, his heart filled with surprise. Brother Yifeng must have his own hardships too, right? I don't believe that Brother Yifeng is a bad person. But in the end, didn't Brother Yifeng still choose to confess? This means that Brother Yifeng already has an answer. Su Yusin said with a smile. I'm satisfied with this answer. At least I know that Brother Yifeng's feelings for me aren't false. That alone is enough. Yusin. Looking at Su Yusin, who was like a little angel, even Yifeng could not help but be moved. With a sour nose, he looked at Su Yusin with a touched face. I can't imagine that you also have such a soft side, Brother Yifeng. Su Yusin ruffled the hair around her own ears and hugged Yifeng, whose body was stiff. Brother Yifeng, I've already forgiven you, so don't think like that in the future, okay? In my heart you will always be my brother Yifeng. Yusin. Thank you. Yifeng also raised his hands to hold Su Yusin gently. The long period of inner entanglement had already made it hard enough for Yifeng. Now with Su Yusin's comfort, the hazing Yifeng's heart suddenly dissipated a lot. But Brother Yifeng, since this has happened, does that mean I've caught you in the act? Su Yusin suddenly laughed badly after leaving Yifeng's embrace, as if she had come up with something funny in her little head. Aha! Then Brother Yifeng must behave better, or else, my forgiveness will be taken back. Good. So, Su Yusin reached out her hand and took Yifeng by the hand, leading him towards the outside of the mall. There are still a lot of things left to do next. Brother Yifeng can't think of escaping again this time. Su Yusin's attitude was like a good medicine, healing Yifeng's heart that had been tormented by the system during this period of time, and at the same time, her lovely and pure character also brought relief to Yifeng. Ugh, what a shame. At the time of sunset, Su Yusin and Yifeng were sitting on one of the outdoor benches, holding the milk tea they had bought to enjoy the evening sun slowly falling between the buildings. I'm sorry, Hugin, I didn't realize there was a trip to the playground scheduled. After Su Yusin temporarily forgave Yifeng, she said she wanted to go to the amusement park to play, but in the end, because of the lack of time arrangement so that can only be in the mall around the general stroll. It's okay, Brother Yifeng. In fact, it's the same for me wherever I look at the sunset. The most important thing is that you are by my side. Although there were some misunderstandings today, I believe that after the misunderstandings are cleared up, it will be a better life, right? Well, thank you, Hugin. Brother Yifeng. Su Yusin sipped a mouthful of milk tea, contentedly wiggling her calves, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. Nah, Brother Yifeng. I want to. Is it okay if I want to rest my head on your shoulder, Brother Yifeng? Sure, as long as you don't mind. Hugin. Don't mind. How could I mind? Then I'll make myself at home. Su Yusin slowly tilted her head after saying that, until after sticking on Yifeng's shoulder her expression revealed a wave of happy smile. Acting like a couple like this, it seems that what happened today is a new opportunity for me instead. Speaking of which, shouldn't I thank Brother Yifeng for giving me this opportunity? Brother Yifeng. What's wrong? I'm not going to tell anyone about today, including my father and mother. Ah, then thank you Uxin. But well, Su Yusin said here the words turned, tightly hugged Yifeng's arm while lips almost pasted on Yifeng's ear. Uxin. It's too close. It's useless. Oh, now Brother Yifeng, your handle is in my hand. Now no matter what you say it's useless. Seeing that Yifeng seemed to stay in place as if he was resigned to his fate, Su Yusin also got more and more aggressive. Brother Yifeng, you know, since I chose to keep this secret for you, shouldn't you show it too? Gulp. Yifeng swallowed a mouthful. Somehow he decided to tell the truth to Su Yusin after how the development of events more and more strange, but in the way of his own fault in the first had to nod yes. It's time to show. Then does this mean that Brother Yifeng you owe me a favor? Ah? Well, Yusin, as long as the conditions you give are within my reach, I'll oblige you. Then it's a deal. Yifeng brother, don't forget it. Yifeng felt that if he stayed with Su Yusen like this he was afraid that there would be more things that he could not say, so he quickly opened his mouth and changed the topic. By the way Uxin, can I ask you for something? Could it be that brother Yifeng still wants to wear that cute rabbit mask and martyr himself with me? Su Yusen's little head has been rubbing on Yifeng's shoulder. Obviously before this Su Yusen was still shaking with fear. How come it has changed so much now? No, I just want you to accompany me to a place la Uxin. Hey, a place? Su Yusen's brain quickly began to turn at this instant, and a location kept flashing in her mind. Hotels, motels, alleyways, sewers, hey. Su Yusen thought of this and reached out her hands to caress at her cheeks, swaying her body back and forth, and her little face became hot. Although there isn't quite enough time. But as long as you want to, brother Yifeng, I'll go with you wherever you want. Well, then let's go now. Now. In such a hurry? Su Yusen blinked her own eyes in panic and lowered her head in a flash. But I don't have it on me. It's okay Uxin. Just leave it to me. Hey, so you've been preparing for this for a long time, brother Yifeng? Yifeng looked at Su Yusen suspiciously. How always feel that he and Su Yusen chatting is not on a channel. But considering that Su Yusen's time is running out, there is no time to explain. Taking Su Yusen towards the center of the mall. P.S. I meant to finish the extra chapter yesterday, but I accidentally fell asleep. We'll make up for it today. Very sorry. Chapter 185 Gift from Yifeng. Give me a moment to rein in. I'll be back in a moment. Yifeng stood outside a gift store and said to Su Yusen beside him. But Su Yusen was as if she was intoxicated in her self-consciousness and did not move at all. A strange laugh came out of her mouth from time to time. He. Hey. Brother Yifeng. Looking at Su Yusen's strange behavior, Yifeng also had no choice but to bring her to a resting chair, while he himself walked in the direction of the gift store. Hello, welcome. Hello, I'd like to buy some small jewelry or something for girls as a gift. After walking into the store, Yifeng told the shopper what he wanted to buy. No problem sir, please follow me. Under the guidance of the shopping guide, Yifeng was brought to an area selling various kinds of exquisite gifts, and then Yifeng began to select them after saying thank you. I don't know what they like, but it wouldn't be a surprise if I asked. So why don't we just make a selection roughly based on their preferences? After some selection, Yifeng nodded slightly after looking at the wrapped pile of gifts. This red butterfly glazed hair clip is for Mengli. This black onyx bracelet is for Mu Orange. And this pink strawberry gemstone ring is for Uxin. Once the three gifts were determined, Yifeng shifted his gaze to the last light blue pendant and his eyes instantly became despondent. Yu Yen. Hello sir, these jewels total 1 million coins. The shopping guide took a look at the price displayed on the cash register and pursed her lips. To know that Yifeng this guest but she received, just based on these jewelry counted down the share is already a small number. At the same time Yifeng's attitude has become more respectful. Just swipe your card. Thanks. Well, please take your time, sir. Just after Yifeng received each and every beautifully packaged jewelry shopping bag, he walked in the direction of the store, knowing that Su Yusen is still waiting for herself outside, and it looks like she is not in good condition. Thinking of this, Yifeng's steps will be even bigger. Well, brother Yifeng, you're so bad. Su Yusen suddenly came back to her senses after sucking in a mouthful of saliva, and realized that Yifeng's figure had long since disappeared beside her. Hey, where's brother Yifeng? Wait, it seems that brother Yifeng just walked into the store. But this store doesn't sell small boxes? I remember some convenience stores can buy it. Just as Su Yusen was about to walk into the store, she suddenly saw Yifeng walking out with a bunch of bags in his hands, and immediately called out Yifeng's name and pounced on him. Brother Yifeng. Flop. Yifeng, who just walked out of the store, still carried the gifts he bought in his hand, knowing that the reason he could spend so much money to buy it ruthlessly was also because he wanted to make up for these girls who were affected by himself through a little bit of atonement. Suddenly listening to a sharp footsteps, Yifeng raised his head and realized that it was actually Su Yusen who was sitting on the bench running towards his side. Yusen, you wait. Before Yifeng could even finish his words, Su Yusen drilled into Yifeng's arms like a cannonball, while tilting her head and beeping at Yifeng, who was holding the shopping bag up high. Really? Brother Yifeng, where the hell have you been? Do you know that every minute and every second of time is precious now? Yusen, calm down. Didn't I just tell you that I need to buy some things? Brother Yifeng, what you want to buy is not available here. Gotta go to the convenience store. Really? Convenience store? These jewelry stores don't have convenience stores? Jewelry? After hearing that Yifeng's meaning didn't seem to be what she had thought in her head, Su Yusen first froze for a moment, and then shyly and angrily pressed her own little head against Yifeng's chest, while also constantly stretching out both fists to knock Yifeng. Ugh, really? Brother Yifeng, you're so stupid. I'm ignoring you. said Su Yusin, then pretended to be angry appearance, hands clasped chest, turned around angrily, stomped his feet. The heart secretly scolded Yifeng's as wouldn't at the same time also for their own nonsense and feel shy. After looking at Su Yusin, some strange performance, confused Yifeng carrying shopping bags do not know what to do. But looking at Su Yusin, red face, also do not know what to do. Well, seeing that Yifeng behind her was slow to move, Su Yusin couldn't help but start to worry in her heart. Brother Yifeng won't be angry because of his little temper, will he? If I had known, I wouldn't have said that. Ignoring Brother Yifeng or something like that, why would I say it? Su Yusin, you're such an idiot. Just as Su Yusin was about to turn back to apologize to Yifeng, suddenly a shopping bag slowly descended in front of her eyes. It's... Su Yusin raised her head to see Yifeng standing behind her and nodded towards her with a smile. Take it, Uxin. It's a gift I bought for you, although it may not be much to you. Not at all. Only to see Su Yusin reach out her small hand to take the shopping bag into her arms, and turned to look seriously at Yifeng and said, as long as it's something given to me by Brother Yifeng, I'll treasure it no matter what it is. Yusin, thank you. Ha. Saying that, Su Yusin looked into the shopping bag with a curious gaze, but could not see the jewelry inside except for an exquisite small box. Brother Yifeng, can I open it now? Of course you can. It's now something that belongs to Yushin. Aha! Su Yusin couldn't wait to unwrap the shopping bag, followed by opening the box containing the jewelry under her expectant gaze, only to see a carved gemstone ring the color of a strawberry appear in the box. When she saw this scene, Su Yusin opened her mouth in surprise, and at the same time, she did not forget to raise one hand to cover her shocked appearance. This is, well, it's a gift. It's a wedding ring. Bang! As a familiar knock sounded, Su Yusin then covered her little head again and muttered with dissatisfaction as she looked at Yifeng. Yifeng, brother, you really are. Why are you bullying me again? Uxin, please watch your wording. What the hell is a wedding ring? This is clearly a gift from me to you. Yifeng almost didn't spit out blood from Su Yusin's words, and he didn't know what this girl was actually thinking about day after day. So it's a gift. Su Yusin's eyes looked a little disappointed, but on second thought her gaze flickered to Yifeng. Brother Yifeng. Looking at Su Yusin, whose tone was not right, Yifeng felt bad in his heart. Oops, the little devil's out again. Chapter 186. What's wrong? Looking at Su Yusin, who had a weird smile on her face, Yifeng expected in his heart that it must not be a good thing. I want you to put this ring on me with your own hands. Brother Yifeng, okay? Su Yusin's red face looked at Yifeng with an expectant look. That's not a problem, but isn't it enough for you to put it on yourself? Yusin, it's not the same. What it represents is different. Su Yusin muttered. Since this ring was given to me by you, Brother Yifeng, then Brother Yifeng should also put it on for me, and that would be considered complete. Well then, Uxin, you give me the ring. No. Seeing that Yifeng had agreed to her request, Su Yusin excitedly handed the ring to Yifeng, and immediately afterwards stretched out her petite hand towards Yifeng's front. Then I'll trouble Brother Yifeng. Yifeng held Su Yusin's palm with one hand, while the other hand took the ring and slowly aimed it at Su Yusin's finger and threaded it through. Only after making sure that there was no sign of it falling off did Yifeng put his hand back. Great job, Uxin. See if it fits. Fitting. It fits so well. Su Yusin lifted her hand and placed it in front of her eyes, revealing a satisfied smile. To her, this ring was not only a gift, it was more like a token of love handed over to her by Yifeng. Su Yusin looked back and forth at the ring in her hand. No matter how it looks extremely like, finally reluctantly put down her hand after holding Yifeng's arm. Brother Yifeng, thank you for the gift. I love it. It's good that you like it. Uxin. Then it's about time for me to take you home. What the heck? Brother Yifeng, you want to get away from me so quickly? It's true that you just hate me. How come? I'm worried about your safety, Uxin. It's so late for Mr. Su, he'll be worried about you too. Well, really? Of course it's true. I just want to get you back safely. Hey. Su Yusin curved the corners of her mouth and laughed out happily. She knew that the feelings Yifeng showed were genuine. Brother Yifeng, actually don't need to. There's already a chauffeur coming to pick me up at this hour. Brother Yifeng, you still have to go to Limu Orange's class tomorrow, right? I won't take up so much of your time. I'm already very content to be able to spend so much time with you today. Brother Yifeng. Yusin. Alright, Brother Yifeng, just please take me to the driver's place first, okay? I still want to stay with you, Brother Yifeng, for the last part of the journey. Yifeng smiled and nodded his head, faintly uttering a good word, and the two of them walked towards the road. Missy, the master has been waiting for you for a long time. After a while, a black car stopped in front of the two, and as the door opened, a man in a suit walked down from the driver's seat. Alright, Uxin, you've suffered today too. Go home and get some rest, okay? Yifeng pulled open the back seat door, signaling Su Yusin to go in, but Su Yusin still stood in place, seemingly waiting for something. Yusin, Anything else? Looking at Su Yusin, who had been staring at herself without moving, Yi Feng curiously asked, "Brother Yi Feng, thank you." The moment Su Yusin finished the sentence, suddenly stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around Yifeng's neck, followed by a gentle kiss on Yifeng's cheeks, and then she drilled into the car without looking back. Watching a roar of the car quickly drive away, Yifeng covered his face. His heart was very mixed. "Yusin, this is considered. Forgive me, brother Yifeng." Su Yusin looked at the ring on her finger and reached out her small hand to gently caress it, but she couldn't be happy in her heart, because she discovered that when Yifeng came out of the gift store, he didn't just have one bag in his hand. According to Su Yusin's observation, she found that putting aside her own, the number of bags had actually reached a full 3. So were the gifts in this bag all for Limu Orange? Or was it? There was someone else. No way. Obviously. I only had a breakthrough in my relationship with brother Yifeng today, and I definitely can't let anyone get the jump on me. I have to know every move about brother Yifeng like the back of my hand. There might be something more obvious to discover. Phew. Yifeng gently exhaled, carrying the gift bag in his hand. He got into a cab and then drove towards the location of Hope Welfare Center. Poof. Limu Orange was alone in her room humming a relaxing tune. It looked like she was in a good mood. She didn't need to think about it to know that it was because Yifeng would be coming here tomorrow. Hey, I'm torn. In order not to be discovered by the teacher, I can't even use the herbs lately. But this course alone is not enough. And why do I always feel that the teacher's distance is gradually pulling away from me? Limu Orange put down the fox mask she was wearing on her face. It was obvious that she was already in love with whatever Yifeng had. In her mind, she kept thinking about the previous scene where she pranked Yifeng while he was sleeping. Her eyes closed and she didn't know what she was thinking. Teacher is staying at home alone today. Is she a squatter? That's great. I wish I could live in teacher's house, so I could be with teacher every day. Tick-tock. Just as Limu Orange was rambling, her cell phone rang at this time. Only after she put her mask away did she place her cell phone to her ear. "Missy, found out some news." Alfred's voice came from the phone, but there was a hint of hesitation as well as nervousness in his tone. "Oh, as expected of you, Alfred. Those other people for a while did not find any traces. Say to me to hear it? About that dessert store. But Oni-chan, this matter I think it's better to forget it." Fu's stuttering voice came from the phone, and it was clear that his heart preferred not to let Limu Orange know the news he was going to say next. "Alfred, all I want to know is all, and I want you to think about it for the sake of your job. I'm sorry, Missy. I'll tell you all I know." Fu did not hesitate to choose to tell the truth, while secretly apologizing to Yifeng in his heart. "I'm sorry, Yifeng, it's not that I don't want to help you. After a recent investigation I found out that this store has a member that the store takes great care of." "Oh, who is it?" "This person. Missy, you know. I don't want you to beat around the bush. This member is Miss Su." Chapter 187, Shen Mengli who received gifts. "Monique, are you really not eating?" After dealing with the dining situation of the children in the institution, the old dean came to the garden and looked at Shen Mengli who was looking at the flowers alone and asked in a small voice, "If you don't want to eat something, Mr. Yifeng might have already used his meal. This would be bad if you starve your body." "It's okay, Dean Mom. I'm not very hungry yet." Shen Mengli revealed a rather forced smile before withdrawing her gaze, her hands resting on the wheelchair, not knowing what exactly was on her mind. "Mother Dean, do you think little Feng got stuck in traffic on his way back? Or is he still eating now? It's this time of the day and he's still not back. Could something have happened?" "Don't worry, Mengli. Mr. Yifeng will definitely come back since he said he would be back soon. But I don't know why my heart keeps pounding." Shen Mengli lowered her head, not daring to say the next words. "Monique." The old dean was also anxious in her heart when she saw Shen Mengli's appearance, but just then a figure swept past her. "Mother Superior. I miss little Feng so much, but I don't want to disturb him at this time. I'm afraid he has something important to do, so he didn't come back." Shen Mengli looked at the gradually darkening sky and said with a downcast expression, "I don't know how little Feng he is now. Must be having a lot of fun with that big lady. I want to go play with little Feng too." Right at this moment, behind Shen Mengli's back, Yifeng's voice suddenly sounded, "Kano, as long as you want to. Mengli, it's no problem to go anywhere." "How can that be? Little Feng, you don't see where I can go with this look." "Hey." Shen Mengli seemed to have realized something after saying this and hurriedly turned back to look behind herself. Sure enough, at some point Yifeng was smiling and staying behind himself. Little Feng? Good evening, Monique. Did you miss me?" Little Feng. "You heard everything?" "All heard. Also, and please forget it now." Shen Mengli bent her head low like a nervous little quail, never daring to look Yifeng squarely in the eyes. "I'm so sorry. Why did I embarrass myself in front of Feng again? What a coincidence. Whoa, yet I remember it so well. No, please also stop talking about it. Little Feng, or else." or else I won't go back. Shin Mengli really couldn't think of any reason and finally had to find one to threaten Yifeng with herself. Alright, I won't say it is. I just didn't expect Mengli that you would have so many rich psychological activities behind the scenes. Little Feng, please stop saying that. In just a few words, Shin Mengli's voice was as sharp as a kettle of boiling water, and at this point, she was already shy to the extreme. Okay, I'll stop. Yifeng smiled and held the push handle of Shin Mengli's wheelchair with both hands, and turned to the dean who had an anti-smile on her face. I'm sorry Dean for keeping you waiting. Monique is really in your care today. Mr. Yifeng, this is their words. I'm already happy that you can bring Mengli to meet me today. Besides, the doors in the orphanage are always open to you. You can come here no matter when. Thank you Dean. It's been a long day. Then I'll take Mengli away first. Yifeng nodded his thanks towards the dean, and then immediately squatted down to look at Shin Mengli, who had her hands covering her face, and said, Monique, is there anything else you want to say? No. Shin Mengli murmured and whispered. We'll leave you then. By the way Dean, I've put some small gifts on your desk. These are for the children in the institution. Mr. Yifeng, you're too polite. Then I'll thank you for the children first. Dean. Bye. Dean's mom. Shin Mengli's fingers slightly forked a gap and looked at the dean and whispered, Yumaru bye. Roll. After returning home, Shin Mengli's shy face gradually dissipated, pursing her lips like she was ruthlessly determined to look back at Yifeng directly. What's wrong Monique? Little Feng today. Did you have fun? Happy? Well. Hearing Yifeng's feedback, Shin Mengli lowered her head in loss, and her eyes that were full of hope became cloudy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sure enough, Kid would be happier without me. To him I'm just. Just then a shopping bag appeared out of nowhere in her gaze, which then interrupted Shin Mengli's thinking. It's this? Shin Mengli raised her head in shock to look at Yifeng who was smiling at her. Obviously she was surprised by Yifeng's move. A gift? For you? For me? A gift? Shin Mengli's eyes widened and she froze for a moment, then quickly blinked her eyes to try to calm down. But the surprise that suddenly came to want to calm down is not so easy, and to bring their own surprise is still their favorite person. Hey, why? Why did Feng give me a gift? It doesn't make sense. Shin Mengli put her hands on her chest and became overwhelmed as she looked at the gift bag in front of her. What? Do I need a reason to give you a gift? Aren't we good friends? Yifeng saw that Shin Mengli had been hesitant, so he simply took the gift bag back. Forget it, thanks to my good intentions to buy it for you. Since you don't want it, Mengli, then I'll just throw it away. The moment Yifeng finished those words, Shin Mengli suddenly stretched out her hands and snatched the gift bag back, followed by tightly wrapping it into her arms. No, whoa, didn't you hate it, Manhwa? Why are you taking it back now? Who said nasty? I just didn't think that little Feng would be so nice to me, and even made a point of giving me a gift when it was obvious that I hadn't done anything. But I didn't even have a gift to give back to little Feng at all. Shin Mengli said here, almost about to cry out, somehow in contact with Yifeng. In the past, Shin Mengli, who had no reaction to what she encountered in the past, is now getting richer and richer in her emotional side. Gifts and such are merely a way of expressing one's feelings. It's not like they're a necessity. It's enough for me to just think that you'll be happy. Mengli. Yifeng looked at Shin Mengli's careful appearance. Heart could not help but feel a trace of heartache. At the same time reached out his hand, could not help but stroke Shin Mengli's white hair. Well, obviously it's a happy day. Won't you open the gift to see what it is? Monique? Chapter 188, is it good? Aha! Shin Mengli nodded her head in response and took out the gift bag in her arms, opening it step by step in front of Yifeng. Little Feng, this is. Shin Mengli opened the bag and stuck her head over to take a closer look, and discovered that at the bottom of the bag was a square jewelry box. It was not difficult to see the preciousness of such items just by its external decoration. No. Yifeng had thought that Shin Mengli would be full of excitement and open the jewelry box, but he had not expected Shin Mengli to fold the gift bag and stuff it back into his arms. What are you doing this for, Monique? Full of doubt, Yifeng looked at staring at their own Shin Mengli, momentarily froze in place. Where he would have expected Shin Mengli will be this reaction. It's hard not to buy their own hair clips she does not like. Just as Yifeng was at a loss, Shin Mengli opened her mouth to explain, this gift that little Feng bought is very expensive, isn't it? Although I don't know how much it's worth. I know it must not be cheap just based on the pattern on it. So, I can't accept little Feng's gift. But why? It's something I gave to Mengli as a friend. Why should I refuse it? There's no relation between our friendship and the price, right? Because it's just too expensive. I didn't mean to refuse the gift you gave me. Little Feng, the place that little Feng is living in right now, odds are that it's rented, right? Since life is already difficult for you, little Feng, it's all the more reason why I shouldn't let you spend money for me. Shin Mengli felt that what she said made sense and even nodded to herself. Stretching out her soft hand, she pulled the corner of Yifeng's coat and tugged slightly. I'm sorry little Feng. You'd better return this expensive jewelry. I know that little Feng is very good to me la. In fact, I'm already satisfied with just this. Mengli you are. Listening to Shen Mengli's words, Yifeng's heart was also moved. He did not think that Shen Mengli for their own sake to this point. The heart also has countless touched. It's okay Monique. Just take this gift. No. When Shen Mengli wanted to refuse again, Yifeng directly exited and interrupted her. This gift when I bought it was already non-returnable. It's not responsible for leaving the counter, it's a store rule. What? Can't you return it? Aha. Yifeng smiled and nodded, handing the gift bag back to Shen Mengli. And Monique, you don't have to worry about my funding. Everything is in my plan. Feng, Mengli, if you don't take it again, then I'll give it to someone else. Oh. Shen Mengli, who had wanted to continue to shirk her duties, instantly grabbed the gift bag to death after hearing Yifeng utter this sentence, fearing that Yifeng would snatch it away. Don't! This is from Feng. It's for me. Hey, that's not right. Seeing Shen Mengli finally accept it, Yifeng also turned around and walked in the direction of the kitchen. Well, Monique, you sit by yourself for a while and I'll go get dinner ready. Well, looking at Yifeng who disappeared in front of her, Shen Mengli slowly raised the gift bag in her hand and hesitated for a moment, seemingly thinking of some bad picture before resolutely taking it out. This is a gift from Feng. It can't be given to anyone else. Absolutely not. Looking at the small box in her hand, Shen Mengli's chest gradually became thumping. What will Kid's gift to me be? Why is there a feeling of great anticipation in my heart? Shen Mengli slowly opened the box after swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and what immediately caught her eye was a hairpin made of red glaze. It's a hairpin? Ahem. Just as Shen Mengli was wondering, the sound of Yifeng's cough came from behind her. When she heard Yifeng's voice, she was so scared that she almost didn't throw out the jewelry box in her hand. Junior, little Feng, aren't you in the kitchen? How come you're here so soon? I didn't come here to see if you like this gift, Dream Lily, because I bought it without discussing it with you beforehand. I wanted to see your reaction. So beautiful. Shen Mengli was very careful to take out the glazed hairpin in the box, looking at the crystal clear appearance and the crimson color, like a blooming delicate flower is generally beautiful. It looks just as dazzling as Shen Mengli's eyes. Kid, can I really wear this pretty hairpin on my head? Although Shen Mengli asked this question to Yifeng, but from the way she tightly held the hairpin in her hand and from the beginning to the end of the eyes have not moved from the hairpin, it is not difficult to see that the party still hold the gift back. Shen Mengli has changed this idea. Of course there's no problem. From now on this hairpin is your own property. Dream Lily, what you want to do with it is your business. Yifeng said with a smile. It seems that on the mouth said nasty Shen Mengli body but very honest, well, just look at a glance has already loved. His own vision is still very good. Then Monique, I'll go ahead and fry the food. You wear it yourself. Feng, wait. Suddenly Shen Mengli spoke out and called out to Yifeng who wanted to leave, and the tone that followed was mixed with a hint of shyness. I want you to let Feng see if I look good in this hairpin. No problem. Good. Shen Mengli excitedly took the hairpin and put it on the hair above her ear. With careful calibration, Shen Mengli slowly loosened the hand holding the hairpin. After determining that the hairpin was worn securely, Shen Mengli first raised her eyes and quietly glanced at Yifeng, and then cautiously raised her head. However, her eyes flickered to the side. Feeling a little nervous, she also reached out and ruffled the hair hanging down by her ears, and softly said, How was it? Is it good? Seeing that she didn't get a reply from Yifeng for a long time, Shen Mengli was also flustered. Little Feng, is it because I don't look good with this hairpin on? I've seen you not reacting for so long, so why don't I just take it off? Just as Shen Mengli put her hand out ready to remove the hairpin on her head, a hand suddenly clamped down on her wrist. Little Feng? Shen Mengli looked at the way Yifeng was staring at himself without looking away, and felt a little worried in her heart. It can't be because you don't look good that Kid wants to take it off herself, can it? I'm sure it's better for people like me not to wear these nice jewelry. It was at this moment that Yifeng opened his mouth and slowly spoke. Good looking. Shen Mengli blinked dully after hearing Yifeng's comment. What did you say, Feng? That's nice. Chapter 189, come on. You've become a bad guy. What? Oi. It's good, is it? After hearing Yifeng's comment, Shen Mengli, who originally had a calm tone, became nervous all of a sudden and tried to break away from Yifeng's hand, trying to cover her face. Aha! I'm flattered by Feng. I'm so shy. Of course. Yifeng nodded his head, affirming his words. I have to say that Mengli, you wear this hairpin is simply like a fairy that came down from the sky. The fresh and unadulterated look of not falling into the mortal world is really beautiful. Well, Feng, don't praise me like that. I'm not as good looking as you say. Shen Mengli had wanted to cover her face in case Yifeng found signs of her blushing, But she found that no matter how much she moved her hand, Yifeng acted as if he had forgotten what he had done, and tightly grasped her wrist without letting go. In the end, she could only tilt her head to the side, not daring to look directly at Yifeng. When Yifeng from Shin Mangli's stunning slowly back to God, only to find that their hands do not know when to grasp. Shin Mangli did not release. At the same time, looking at Shin Mangli face, a reddish red will know that their actions are a bit too much, and hastily loosened the hand back. I'm sorry, Monique. I was just looking too mesmerized for a moment, so I didn't notice my hand. I'm so sorry. No, it's okay, I don't mind. Shin Mangli mosquito fly voice alone muttered, listening to Yifeng just words into the heart also uncontrollably excited. Thank you, Feng. I'm very happy with your gift to me. Ah, I'm glad you're satisfied. Then Monique, I'll go to the kitchen first. Ahem. Yifeng also realized that the surrounding atmosphere had become a bit strange and hurriedly changed the topic. Self-consciously, he walked over in the direction of the kitchen. Well, it was only after Yifeng's figure completely disappeared that Shin Mangli slowly let out a breath. Only after patting her chest did she gradually relax. However, Yifeng's previous sentence about how nice it looked was already stuck in her mind and lingered. Good looking. Keith says I look good. Hey. Shin Mangli thought of the picture of the party, could not help but laugh out. Realized that he did not control his emotions. Shin Mangli immediately covered his mouth. Looked back to determine that Yifeng did not find himself giggling before pushing the wheelchair to the kitchen. Stab. With the completion of a simple scrambled egg with tomato, Yifeng also put the dish on his plate. As he turned back and prepared to place the dish on the table, he suddenly saw Shin Mangli staring at himself with unblinking eyes. Mangli, are you hungry? The food will be ready soon. I'm not very hungry yet. I just wanted to come and see Feng. Oh, yeah. Right at this moment, a sudden sound of stomach hunger was issued, only to see Shin Mangli's delicate body shudder and quickly blink her eyes as she explained. I'm really not that hungry. Gulp. Feng, you have to believe it's not me. It's it. Shin Mangli, red-faced, lifted the bear muppet in her arms, and at the same time pinched the bear's stomach. Right. That's right. That's it. Dream Lily, isn't your reasoning a bit too far-fetched? Oh. Seeing that Shin Mangli looked like she was about to cry, Yifeng also hurriedly followed her words down when he saw this. Yes, that's the sound the bear made. I'm not ashamed to say that Dream Lily found the culprit in a flash. Bad Feng. Shin Mangli closed her eyes and spat out her tongue at Yifeng, and hurriedly pushed her wheelchair to flee away. It looked like she wanted to leave this embarrassing place. Monique, is the food not good? Why do you keep looking at me? Yifeng sat at the dining table looking slightly puzzled at the way Shin Mangli kept staring at himself. No, I want to eat with Feng, so that's how it is. It's fine. You don't have to follow so many rules in my place, Mangli. Just feel free to do as you please. That's not what I meant. Shin Mangli slowly pushed the wheelchair to Yifeng's side, then brought the rice bowl on the dining table over and murmured in a small voice. I mean I want to stay with Feng and eat. When he felt that the distance between Shin Mangli and his arm was almost only a fist, Yifeng said with slight embarrassment, Monique, are you sure you want to be this close? My arm. No, I know. Shin Mangli put down the rice bowl in his hand in frustration, and slowly pushed the wheelchair to get farther and farther away from Yifeng, and saw the scene where Yifeng could still refuse Shin Mangli, and had to hasten to agree. Don't, Mangli, you come back. I'm just saying, it's okay to be a little closer. Yifeng stretched out his hand to stop Shin Mangli's hand, but if he looked closely he would find that Shin Mangli's hand was not even holding on to the rollers that propelled the wheelchair. Really? Can it really be closer? Keed won't talk about me, right? Shin Mangli looked at Yifeng, who was desperately trying to redeem himself in front of her with wide eyes, looking like an ignorant girl who was bullied by the bad guys. How could it be? Where you want to eat is your own right. Mangli, how could I possibly interfere? Hey, Mangli, what are you doing? Yifeng said halfway to see Shin Mangli's support hands looks like want to come down from the wheelchair, but in addition to the wheelchair around there is no longer any space for her to sit down, so he hastened to stretch out his hand to protect Shin Mangli. Hey shoo! Shin Mangli let out a deep grunt, and with both hands exerting her strength under Yifeng's protection, she picked a place to sit down, and then immediately managed to shift her position under Yifeng's stunned eyes. Since you said so, little Feng, if I don't follow your words then wouldn't I be disrespecting you? So, I'll sit here. Dream Blaze. You stop it. Yifeng looked at Shin Mangli, who was sitting on his lap with a relaxed face, and got nervous all of a sudden, not for any other reason, just because he felt Shin Mangli's delicate body as well as the soft body. Quick, sit back down quickly. How can you sit on my lap? How am I supposed to eat? Yifeng's hands naturally do not dare to touch Shin Mangli, so he could only open his mouth to persuade. But Shin Mangli, where is so easy to yield, since she has reached this place. Want to drive her down, that is impossible. Only to see Shin Mangli lightly furrowing her willow brows, looking as if she had been greatly angered. Feng, what do you mean? It was clearly you who said I could sit wherever I wanted, and now you're backtracking. What do you take me for? I'm someone who is so easy to call and call. Yi Feng opened his mouth to say something, but looked at Shin Mengli's eyes that almost hated himself to death and consciously closed his mouth. Come on, you're still the bad guy. Chapter 190, Gradual Warming. Monique, isn't that a little bit not very nice of you? Yi Feng couldn't help but skim his lips as he looked at Shin Mengli, who was sitting on his lap with a bowl of rice and eating with gusto. How is it not so good? I'm just following what Kid said. It was you yourself, little Feng, who said it was fine to eat anywhere. Although Shin Mengli spoke with great vigor on her lips, it was not difficult to see that the current her was very shy with her red little face. But why exactly she dared to stay on Yi Feng's lap and didn't want to come down in such a shy situation was unknown. Although the words are like that, but Mengli, you have to at least let me have a bite to eat. At least I'm a cook. Where would a cook starve himself to death? Don't you think so? Put. Listening to Yi Feng's humorous words, Shen Mengli, who had been forcibly pretending to be serious, broke into a fit of laughter. After placing the rice bowl in her hand on the dining table, she turned her head back and looked at Yi Feng with a serious look. Feng, you're really too. How could I let you starve to death? Shin Mengli tilted her body towards Yi Feng's chest. Listening to Yi Feng's thumping heart, Shin Mengli's mouth raised an imperceptible arc. It's true. Dean's mom was right. Kid really has a soft spot for girls like me. So happy. Mengli? Smelling the aroma of the young girl's hair fluttering, Yi Feng also carefully swallowed his saliva. To him, Shin Mengli looked even more soft and compassionate after wearing the hairclip, while also revealing a heartwarming feeling. No, we have to hurry up and get Monique down to sit down. I won't be able to keep still if we keep going like this. Monique, you want to go rest on the couch for a while when you're done eating? Yeah. Shin Mengli also didn't want Yi Feng to starve. For him, she preferred Yi Feng to be healthy. But Kid, can you please carry me to the couch? Somehow I can't get any strength out of my body. Shin Mengli did not tell a lie. When she lay on Yi Feng's chest after smelling Yi Feng's breath, she had already lost all her strength, relying on Yi Feng to support her body. Is that so? Then, Mengli, can you hold on to my clothes? Later I'm afraid you'll fall. Okay, I'll trouble you. Feng, well, hold on tight then. After feeling Shin Mengli's small hands gently clutching his clothes, Yi Feng easily embraced Shin Mengli, feeling his body in the air, while Shin Mengli kept gazing at Yi Feng's face with her big crimson eyes. Little Feng, always so patient. No matter how much I play with him, he'll always accommodate me now. So happy, really happy. As Shin Mengli was slowly put down by Yi Feng, her body also sat on the sofa. Feng, Kid, what's wrong? Maple. Looking at Shin Mengli, who kept calling his name but didn't continue to say it with a crooked head, Yi Feng didn't have the good sense to stretch out his hand and pinched Shin Mengli's face. And feeling the smooth and delicate skin as well as the tender flesh on his face, Yi Feng hastily pulled his hand over. He was afraid that he couldn't control and stopped for a moment. Mengli, you have to say things when you call my name. Otherwise, how do I know if you need my help? Aha. Little Feng, you should go eat soon too. Seeing that Shin Mengli finally subsided, Yi Feng sat back down and ate his meal. But unintentionally he realized that Shin Mengli's gaze had been lingering on his own body, even though he didn't feel anything before being gazed at by Shin Mengli like this. For some reason when Shin Mengli looked at himself now, there was always an indescribable flavor in his heart. It's like happiness? Due to being watched by Shin Mengli at all times, Yi Feng ate all the rice in his rice bowl in 2 or 3 bites. As he placed the dishes on the dining table and prepared to clean up, suddenly he remembered something and immediately sat up from the dining chair. That is, the dress that he had previously ordered online for Shin Mengli to wear as well as the clothes that Su Yusen had bought today had already been placed in the courier acquisition place in his building. Thinking that he hadn't gone to pick it up for a long time, Yi Feng hurriedly walked towards the front door. At the same time, he also said to Shin Mengli behind him, Monique, I'm going to pick up a delivery for the clothes I bought for you earlier. I'll be back soon. Clothes? I know. Feng, pay attention to safety. Don't worry, it's just in a hallway. Said Yi Feng opened the door to the room and walked out, leaving Shin Mengli sitting on the sofa in solitary contemplation. It's so much. Yi Feng looked at the courier office. Almost a large part of their own express cannot help but draw a corner of the mouth. So many clothes they have to monkey years and months to wear out. Uxin by also too much it. Under the helplessness, Yi Feng had to fold up all the express boxes about himself in one breath, and after picking up with both hands, he slowly carried the express boxes towards his home. Bang. Phew. Yi Feng let out a long breath, placing the express box in his hand on the ground. Feng, all these things? Shin Mengli looked at so many boxes slightly stunned. Her heart vaguely had a generalization. These were all bought by Uxin when she was shopping with her today. It was all told to her that she didn't need so many things, but it ended up like this. Really, buying so many things doesn't make things difficult for us. It's not like the teacher owes them anything, so he suddenly owes them a favor that needs to be returned. It was obvious that Shin Mengli had already brought her perspective into Yifeng, unintentionally speaking even with the word we. Little Feng, we can't just owe people favors. It's like having a handle on someone else. This way if we meet someone with a good intention, they will do bad things to you. Little Feng, the dean's mom said that you can't accept things from others, even if you have a good relationship. Don't worry Monique, I'm still in control of that. Yifeng didn't expect Shin Mengli to care so much about herself and smiled as he walked up and sat beside her. But if it's like what you said Monri, then if I've been so nice to you Monri, does that mean I have to be mean to you? This. Shin Mengli blinked her eyes in panic like a frightened white rabbit. First, she glanced at Yifeng, then immediately looked at her hands resting on her thighs. If that's what you think, little Feng, I'll do it for Feng. I can still put up with it for a little while. Hey, Chapter 191, Paper that cannot hold fire. Dream Lily, did you misunderstand something about what I just said? Yifeng helplessly looked at the expectant Shin Mengli and said, what I mean to say is that Monrique, you are wary of everything though, and that one thing is fine. But Dream Lily, you also have to realize that there is still a good side to this world. I know this one. Shin Mengli's eyes locked with Yifeng and said in a sweet tone, Feng is to me, is the most important person and the best side. Mengli you. That's why I want to protect little Feng properly. I will never lose little Feng, so little Feng shouldn't lose me either, okay? Shin Mengli interrupted Yifeng's words. At the end of her words her eyes were flooded with water mist. It could be seen that when she said this sentence perhaps she already knew that she could only rely on her powerless words to try to retain Yifeng's feelings for herself. Just at this time, Yifeng's big hand slowly helped Shin Mengli's head. Looking at this was brought back gradually from their own confusion to now open heart. The heart also feel a wave of relief. Good. Aha. Shin Mengli was obviously satisfied with Yifeng's answer and slowly poured her body in Yifeng's direction. Only after falling on Yifeng's shoulder and looking at Yifeng's lack of intention to move did she press her whole body weight over. Feng, what are you going to do with these clothes? This, probably have to wear it. After all, this is also a little bit of Xin's heart. Besides, she's just as cute and understanding as you. Mengli, why don't I introduce you two to each other sometime? I'm sure you'll be able to become good friends. Really? I'm also looking forward to what that Xin sister will be like. Shin Mengli nodded slightly. Even though she knew that she wanted to fight against a big miss of a consortium that was impossible, but Yifeng was her only one. No matter what, she could not possibly hand Yifeng over to anyone. If she couldn't guard Yifeng herself, she wouldn't let anyone hurt Yifeng. Monique, it's about time. I should go and get the dishes done. Can I trouble you to sit by yourself for a while? Good. Shin Mengli obediently put her head back, looking at Yifeng's distant back clutching her skirt in her hand. If I could stand up, maybe Feng would like me more? Why didn't Kid continue halfway through her previous words? I had a nagging feeling that about my leg. Little Feng had something to say to me. Miss, you can never keep calm. All my investigation is also just a preliminary understanding. About Yifeng and Miss Su Yusen, whether there has been a crossroads, this thing is not yet able to nail the nail. So everything has room. Meh. An icy cold snort from Limu Orange interrupted Afu, who continued to dissuade him. Room for maneuver? What leeway do you think there is to speak of? Su Yusen, I know her very well. That day she jumped up and down like a manic monkey when she saw her teacher. Not to mention the fact that they appeared in this place ever. I don't need to guess to know that she was aware of the teacher's existence. And it was after Sensei and I met. Limu Orange on the phone reached out and clutched the sheets on the bed. And her original good mood because Yifeng was about to give a lesson for her dissipated instantly. Feeling Limu Orange's tone on the other end of the phone become more and more oozing, Afu also tried to calm Limu Orange down. Missy, actually, Afu just opened his mouth before he could say a few sentences. Limu Orange's end hung up the phone. Noticing that things were not right, Afu immediately chose to call Yifeng. Oops, Missy, is she going to? No, something will happen. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Listening to a busy tone coming from his cell phone, Afu was like falling into an ice cave, and the cell phone resting on his ear drooped down. It's over. Hello, Mu Orange? What can I do for you at this late hour? Yifeng, who had finished washing the dishes, was sitting on the sofa chatting with Shin Mengli, when suddenly a phone call broke the beautiful atmosphere. Shin Mengli looked viciously at the cell phone in Yifeng's hand, as if she was complaining about the person who made the call. Good evening, teacher. The reason why I'm calling you so late is because I have something I want to ask you. Listening to the calm tone of Limu Orange on the phone, Yifeng somehow felt that there was an intriguing flavor in Limu Orange's words. Why don't you wait for me to ask me about it tomorrow when I'm in class? Mu Orange? That's not up to you. Teacher, I want answers now. All of a sudden Yifeng felt that Li Mu Orange's tone became unusually cold, just like when he had just met her. Then, Mu Orange, you ask, what exactly is so urgent? You must know this, teacher, too. Li Mu Orange paused when she said this. It seemed to be waiting for Yifeng's answer. If you say it now, sensei, it might be okay, yo. After hearing Li Mu Orange finish his sentence, Yifeng fell into silence for a moment until he felt his cuffs being gently pulled before gradually realizing back. Looking at Shen Mangli, whose face was full of worries, Yifeng nodded slightly towards her to indicate that he was fine. But how could Shen Mangli not see the gravity of Yifeng's face right now? In her heart, she hated what was called Mu Orange and at the same time couldn't help but be filled with worry for Yifeng. I'm sorry, Mu Orange. I really don't know what you're trying to say. Sure enough, Sensei is mesmerized by her. Li Mu Orange's voice on the other end of the phone faded, sounding like she had given up on something. Looking at the fox mask in her hand, Li Mu Orange's eyes became gradually blurred. Why? Why did you lie to me, teacher? Isn't it me who should have been with the teacher all along? Why did you go to work for Su Yuhsin as a teacher, and harboring her? That's not true. The teacher must have been coerced by Su Yusin in some way, or she must have been seduced by something. The fact that the teacher was willing to save me from such a dangerous situation means that she has me in her heart. That must be the case. Nah, teacher, are you secretly teaching other students behind my back? Suddenly Li Mu Orange's words changed and brought the topic to the aspect of classes. This one certainly doesn't. You know, Mu Orange, you're the only student I have at the moment. Yifeng immediately replied, knowing that Su Yusin could have previously had an assurance with him that he couldn't inform this matter to Li Mu Orange, although he didn't know why. As he was afraid of being detected by Li Mu Orange that he was hesitant in answering. Yifeng did not even have the slightest hesitation in telling it. P.S. Thanks to Yuzu's great reward support Redheart, we'll add an extra chapter tonight. Oyster de Oyster Oyster. Chapter 192, A Fuxulong Incident. After Yifeng replied, the telephone end completely fell into a dead silence, until after a few seconds to see the phone no sound. Yifeng thought it was a signal problem, opened his mouth and called Li Mu Orange's name. Mu Orange? Are you still there, Mu Orange? Strange, is it not me here? Yifeng was muttering these words in his mouth when he suddenly realized that the call on his cell phone had been hung up at this time. Well, it looks like there's something wrong with the signal. Just after Yifeng dialed towards Li Mu Orange's phone again but found that Li Mu Orange's cell phone had already been turned off at this time. Hey, what's wrong, phone? Seeing Yifeng put the cell phone down, Shen Mangli only opened her mouth up in a noisy manner. Looking at Yifeng's puzzled expression, she followed suit and cocked her head. No, nothing, I guess it's just me. Just as Yifeng was about to turn off his cell phone in preparation for waiting for tomorrow's class to ask Li Mu Orange what he would say next, just then a text message was sent to Yifeng's cell phone. It's, Yifeng muttered after looking at the person shown on the letter writer as Afu. What's Alfred doing looking for me at this hour? Just after Yifeng said the word Afu, Shen Mangli, who was sitting next to Yifeng, seemed to have sensed something, and sat up straight in a flash, with two small hands grasping Yifeng's arm and his small mouth slightly open like he wanted to say something. Afu, did this person still show up? Then, let's see what the person who made Kid care the most is really like. At this moment, Shen Mangli was seriously scary, looking at Yifeng's cell phone with full attention, feeling that the reaction of Shen Mangli beside himself was a bit abnormal. Yifeng turned his head to look at Shen Mangli, who was frowning lightly, and asked curiously, Mangli, what are you going to do with this serious look? How do you feel that you are a little out of place? Who is it? Shen Mengli's vocal tone rose several notches, assuming an attitude of being ready to die with the enemy at any time. Who the hell is that Alfred? I won't let her take you away from me. Ha, Monique, you stay a while. Let me slow down first. Hearing Shen Mangli's words, Yifeng only felt that his thoughts were completely messed up by her. What, snatch away or not? And what does this have to do with Afu? No way. Little Feng, you can't go and be with her. You clearly promised me that you would take good care of me. Shen Mengli's series of words instantly caused Yifeng's brain to race, and just as she was about to open her mouth again, Yifeng promptly interrupted her next words. Mengli, you wait first. Let's talk about everything slowly, okay? Let's start with Fu. Why would you say Fu would steal me? There's no connection between this. Little Feng, you're still sophomoric. Fu is the most ranked existence in your address book in Little Feng. So that means that the person you see the most in Little Feng is her. And now she's even more affectionately addressed than everyone else. And you're still saying that there's no contact. After speculating down, Shen Mengli said it in one breath. Due to the speed of speech is too fast, even some lack of oxygen. So much so that hands holding Yifeng panting breath. But that pair of strong eyes always stared at Yifeng unwillingly. She must be more important to Kid than me, right? Monique. Actually what? Actually, Alfred, he's a guy. Sure enough, Kid, you're finally, hey, a man? After getting Yi Feng's explanation, Shen Mengli's face turned pale, as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue and frozen place. Only after a long time did she slowly open her mouth. Alfred, is it a male? Right. Oh, Suddenly this also made a look of wanting to fight to the death with people. A moment to collapse up. Helplessly fell on the soft sofa behind the face into despair. Why am I not a boy? Ha? Listening to Shen Mengli's 8-pole words, Yi Feng was really confused by her brain circuits. Reaching out his hand, he yanked the collapsed Shen Mengli up. What are you saying about a male body? Mengli? What on earth are you thinking? Can you make it clearer? Little Feng, do you really want me to lift off your last piece of shaming cloth? I've already given you face. When Shen Mengli saw that Yi Feng still had an undying look, she became completely annoyed and drank towards Yi Feng. I kind of know why you look so gentle all the time. Little Feng, so you like men. But don't worry, little Feng, I won't give up even if you like men. Shen Mengli's eyes reddened as she said this. Obviously when she got this news her heart was also very sad. Yi Feng pressed one hand against the other hand that was transformed into a hand blade, his mouth softly chanting. You must not get angry. This is a misunderstanding. Goodness is like water. A calm heart is calm. Don't worry Feng, I will help you keep this secret. But I still think you should prefer girls. After all, there is no need to endure anymore. Bang. Phew. Yi Feng looked at his hand blade and put it back in an unforgiving manner, and his mouth continued to chant, guilty as charged. Oh, little Feng, are you planning to kill and kill? Mengli, if you say one more word now, I will not hesitate to sew your mouth shut. Oh. Seeing that the situation was finally under control, Yi Feng stretched out his hand and rubbed Shen Mengli's forehead. Although his own force was not great, Shen Mengli's forehead was still slightly red and swollen. I'm sorry for hurting you, right? Actually, I was forced to do so. Who told Mengli that you wouldn't listen to my explanation? Little Feng just bullies me. The tears in Shen Mengli's eyes skittered straight to the surface, and she really looked as if she had been wronged. I'm sorry Monique. I apologize to you for being so unreasonable just now. Tell you what, why don't you hit me too? So it'll be fair. Good. That's what you said. Little Feng. When Shen Mengli saw Yi Feng make this request, her churlishness instantly dissipated, and she turned to put on an expression of having succeeded in her plan. It is not difficult to see that Shen Mengli has long known that her understanding of the matter of Afu was just a misunderstanding, but she did not expect to be able to fish for Yi Feng again on this. Well, Mengli, just let your horse come. Yi Feng, will do what I say. Good. Then Feng, you close your eyes first. Close your eyes? Why? Geez, where did you get all those questions? When I tell you to shut up, you shut up. Shen Mengli looked a bit anxious and took the initiative to reach out her hand to try to close Yi Feng's eyelids. Okay. I'll close. In the end, Yi Feng also had to cooperate with Shen Mengli and slowly closed his eyes. P.S. Thank you to the Origin Demon Lord for the extra reward. One chapter is currently owed and will be posted tomorrow. Ugh. How the additions are becoming more and more frequent. Boo medicine Chapter 193, Fuk who blames himself. Shen Mengli looked at the closed eyes of Yi Feng. Heart is still a little worried. Raised a hand in front of Yi Feng's eyes back and forth for a moment to make sure that Yi Feng did not find out before the hand slowly retracted. Feng, are you sure you didn't open your eyes? Really won't open my eyes Mengli, why don't you just give me a quickie? I still have things to do later. Yi Feng thought that just now Afu had also sent him a text message that he hadn't had time to read yet. Probably something related to Limu Orange as well. Stinky little Feng. Will just leave me out. When Shen Mengli saw Yi Feng urging himself on, the emotions that had been brewing dissipated into thin air. Looking at Yi Feng, who was quietly waiting for his retaliation, Shen Mengli narrowed her eyes and slowly probed towards Yi Feng's head. As Shen Mengli gradually approached, Yi Feng felt that he smelled a familiar aroma, and he did not need to think about it to know who the owner of this smell was. However, this aroma made Yi Feng feel a hint of something wrong, because it indicated that Shen Mengli was very close to himself. This made Yi Feng have to urge Shen Mengli once again. Monique, okay? Mo waited for a while, but what responded to Yi Feng was a silence. The lack of movement for so long couldn't help but make Yi Feng feel puzzled, while quietly opening his eyes to reveal a tiny slit. As the gap opened, Yi Feng also vaguely saw Shen Mengli's face appeared in front of him, but the distance was extraordinarily close. But if he moved a little bit, he would touch Shen Mengli's head. Monique? Yi Feng tried calling Shen Mengli's name while quietly observing Shen Mengli's every move. Sure enough, under Yi Feng's call, Shen Mengli was already indifferent and just stared straight at Yi Feng with those extremely mesmerizing eyes. Feeling that the atmosphere around him became slightly off, Yi Feng also opened his eyes immediately. However, Shen Mengli did not get angry because Yi Feng did not keep his promise. Instead, he shrunk his head over, and then pursed his lips and smiled. Monique? Why don't you? I wouldn't do this to Kidnap, so I'm not going to do it. Listening to Shin Mangli's words, Yifeng couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Shin Mangli's gentle character brought him a lot of peace of mind. Monique, thank you. Okay, why are you being melodramatic at this time? Little Feng, don't you still have to reply to the message? Then I'll leave you alone, Little Feng. By the way, I'm going to take a shower now. Okay, do you need my help? It doesn't matter. I can handle it on my own. Shin Mengli shook her head and extended her hands towards Yifeng. But I'm in serious need of a hug from Feng right now. Otherwise poor me will have to climb into a wheelchair. Leave it to me. Yifeng smoothly hugged Shin Mengli's slender waist. Shin Mengli also slowly wrapped her arms around Yifeng's shoulders, and the two bodies were just tightly stuck together. Air cough. Shouldn't you be slanting your body? Dream Lily? It's not good for me to hold you that way. Can't you hold it like this? I think it's much easier to hold it on the front than on the side. Shin Mengli tried her best to explain. In fact, compared to Yifeng's princess hug, she enjoyed the two of them embracing each other head on even more. This would not only allow her to be in close contact with Yifeng, but would also satisfy the small flutter in her heart. So, okay. Under Yifeng's difficult action finally carried Shin Mengli to the wheelchair, and then after saying a simple goodbye to Shin Mengli, he came to the balcony alone. Just after Yifeng took out his cell phone and was ready to read the message from Afu, a call came over. Could it be Mu Orange calling? When Yifeng looked at the caller clearly, he realized that it wasn't Li Mu Orange who had hung up earlier, but Afu who had sent a text message over. After seeing the phone call from Afu, Yifeng vaguely had a bad feeling in his heart. Since Afu had chosen to call himself, it meant that the situation was a bit serious. With the thought of what would happen in his mind, Yifeng at the same time picked up the call from Afu. Drop. The moment the call was answered, the voice of Alfred's anxious and disturbed voice came from the other end of the line. Yifeng, are you listening? I'm listening. What's wrong, Alfred? Look how anxious you are. Didn't you see the text I sent you? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. What's the matter, so flustered? It's the first time I've seen you so nervous. Geez, don't be cheeky. Something's really wrong. Seeing Afu's serious tone, Yifeng also stopped talking politely and waited for Afu's following. Missy, she found out about the fact that Miss Su was taking your class. I was going to tell you in advance so that you could be prepared, but your phone has been occupying the line. No matter how much I called you couldn't get through. So that's why I edited a text message to you. What? Mu Orange found out? When did that happen? Yifeng suddenly realized after getting the news from Afu's mouth. The reason why Li Mu Orange would suddenly call himself turned out to be for this reason. Just now she also said so because she knew the news that she gave Su Yusen a lesson, and specially called over to want to give an honest explanation. Now it seems that his own answer from the beginning was wrong. This is really going to be a big deal. After realizing the seriousness of the situation, Yifeng hurriedly inquired to Afu. When exactly did this happen? Why would Mu Orange know? Hey! Afu let out a heavy sigh, as if he was complaining about himself while expressing his apologies to Yifeng. Speaking of which, it's still my fault. Missy always felt that you were distracted when you were with her. Yifeng, before, so she asked me to look for clues about your trail. At that time, after I reported on my work, Missy focused her attention on a dessert store. Through careful investigation, it was discovered that there was a potential customer in this dessert store for a long time, and that was Miss Su. Immediately after that, Missy started a thorough inventory as if she had changed into a different person, and just today, she already knew everything. Afu said here more and more self-blame. The reason why he reported Yifeng's trace truthfully or because he hoped that his own Missy will be with Yifeng. This is also a little bit of his selfishness, but he didn't expect that because of this selfishness of his own instead of harming Yifeng. I'm sorry Yifeng, it's me who didn't tell you in time in advance. No, this is not the time to talk about this. How is Mu Orange her now? Missy basically stays in the apartment every day, and I'm the one who guards the apartment downstairs, or I wouldn't have found this opportunity to tell you. But when I called Mu Orange she turned off her cell phone. Fu, you go and confirm how Mu Orange is doing. Before Yifeng could finish his sentence, a noisy sound rang out from the phone, followed by Afu's voice. Missy, why are you here? Chapter 194, something big is going on. Watching a black shadow slowly walk out from the apartment building, even the well-trained Afu did not notice it. If it wasn't for the automatic sensor light in the building coming on, he might still be apologizing to Yifeng. Alfred, who are you calling? Li Mu Orange's cold voice rang out, and upon hearing this tone, Afu's back couldn't help but send a cold shiver down his spine. Although Li Mu Orange's expression did not show her mood at the moment, but serving as Li Mu Orange's bodyguard for many years, Afu certainly knew that Li Mu Orange was now like a flammable and explosive barrel, but wherever the slightest spark appeared, serious consequences would occur. Missy, what am I? I don't want to ask a second time. I'm calling Yifeng. Alfred instinctively stood up straight and gave an account of what had happened, which was a rule he had to do as a bodyguard. Oh, you're still in the mood to chat at this late hour. Is it possible that you're happy because you've tricked me? Limu Orange laughed coldly. Those dark and deep eyes were just like a streak of unmoving swamp, but anyone who stepped into the swamp would slowly be swallowed up by it, only to see Limu Orange slowly stretching out her hand towards Afu. And it didn't take much thought to realize that she was asking Afu to hand over her cell phone. Ahem. Afu pretended to cough hard a few times before handing over the cell phone with both hands to Limu Orange in front of him. Of course, Limu Orange knew what kind of trick Afu was playing. It was just sending a signal to Yifeng. None of this mattered anymore. What's wrong, teacher? Why do you want to get up and call at this hour? With Limu Orange's voice ringing, Yifeng on the other end of the phone was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to speak. And he didn't expect that Limu Orange would be here at this time. Good evening, Mu Orange. I have something I want to talk to you about. Good evening, teacher. Limu Orange is still rich and educated. Point toward Yifeng said peace. Immediately after the words turn, cold tone even through the cell phone. Yifeng can also feel the body burst of coldness. It's already so late. It's not good for you to bother me at this time. Teacher, is it? So let's talk about anything tomorrow, okay? Mu Orange, it's actually all. Teacher. Limu Orange interrupted Yifeng's explanation. Or more so, she didn't want to listen to Yifeng's explanation at all right now. Tomorrow, talk to you again, okay? Yifeng also realized that at this time, Limu Orange was no longer as gentle as before, so he had to agree with her. Good. Well, I hope you're on time, teacher. Good night then, teacher. Good night, Mu-chan. After Yifeng said good night, the phone was hung up. Yifeng's taut nerves only loosened. Looking out the window at night, color heart can be described as extremely complex. Bad. This is really something big. But why did Mu Orange react so strongly? Wasn't Yusin and Mu Orange close friends? At this moment, Yifeng's mood became more and more impatient, as if a big invisible hand had clutched his heart as if he couldn't breathe. What is wrong with you? Why do I always feel nervous and uneasy? Is it because I've been working too hard lately? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Suddenly the sound of a drop of water falling on the ground sounded. Yifeng turned around in a hurry after hearing it, and saw that Shin Mengli was wearing the new white dress she bought for her, and the white hair that was still sticky with a few drops of water slid down like a dazzling galactic waterfall. Monique, you're done washing. Well, I saw that there was something strange about your expression, Feng, so I came over to take a look. Nothing happened, right? Shin Mengli hugged the small bear grip from the sofa and asked in front of Yifeng in a small voice. All the movements were so careful, because she had an intuition that Yifeng was walking slowly towards the depths of the cliff, just that he hadn't realized it yet. Of course it's okay. Looking at the little angel Shin Mengli, Yifeng's uneasy heart gradually calmed down. Putting away his cell phone, he walked back inside. Come on, it's time to go blow dry your hair, Monique. Seeing that Yifeng was unwilling to say what was in his heart, Shin Mengli's eyes were slightly lost, but she still tried to show a smile to Yifeng. She knew in her heart that what Yifeng needed most right now was quiet. Buzz. Along with the hairdryer being turned on, Shin Mengli's soft and smooth hair was also blown up by the warm wind. Enjoying the warm breeze and the caress of Yifeng's big hand, Shin Mengli tilted her head like a kitten whose fur was being smoothed and swayed slightly from side to side. To her, even Yifeng's gentle touch could make her happy for the whole day. Only after ensuring that there were no signs of wetness in Shin Mengli's hair did Yifeng turn off the hairdryer switch. Well, Monique, you go ahead and go to bed. I'm going to take a shower later as well. Okay, thanks Feng La. Alright, good night then? Aha, good night. After the two said good night to each other, Shin Mengli then pushed the wheelchair to the bedroom. If it was according to the past, she definitely wanted Yifeng to carry himself back to bed, but today it is better not to disturb him too much. It's beautiful na. Shin Mengli looked at her hand in the glazed hairpin mouth corner, raised a happy smile. In the orphanage she had most only borrowed the dean's hair rope, let alone other what good-looking jewelry. Although Shin Mengli said on her lips that she didn't want it when she received Yifeng's gift, but as a girl, where would she turn down the opportunity to make herself look good? And the most important thing is to show it to the person she likes the most. I'm going to collect this hairpin for the rest of my life. The image of Yifeng giving the hairpin to himself emerged in Shin Mengli's mind, and carefully placed it next to the bedside table, followed by slowly climbing onto the bed with the bear in her arms. In just a bed. Shin Mengli raised his head and looked at the door came crashing water before gradually moving his body to the position where Yifeng slept slowly, at the same time lifting Yifeng's quilt drilled into the phew. After taking a hot shower, Yifeng let out a long breath after wiping himself off. Today he can be considered to have messed things up. I think that tomorrow when he gives Limu Orange a lesson he will definitely receive her hatred. After being entangled in a lot of things, he alone leaned back on the sofa and stared blankly at the ceiling. What's all this about? Yifeng has just finished dealing with Uxin's matter. Now Limu Orange is in trouble again, and he hasn't even had time to send his gift to compensate. The most critical or because Limu Orange's character is not like other people so good coaxing. It is not easy to have a great progress now a pole and hit back. How can not call the heart tired? Chapter 195, The Tangled Yifeng. Tomorrow it's better to go over and properly apologize to Mu Orange. As long as it's properly explained I'm sure Mu Orange will understand. Yifeng recalled that Limu Orange's character had become cheerful under his own teaching. Perhaps tomorrow he would be able to solve everything if he brought full sincerity. It's getting late. It's time to go to bed. After sorting himself out, Yifeng got up and turned off the bathroom lights. Due to the sudden disappearance of the light, Yifeng walked towards his bed with his awareness and small range of visible ability. After closing the door slightly, Yifeng looked at Shen Mengli's quilt without any movement, so he guessed that Shen Mengli had already fallen asleep at this time. In order not to wake up Shen Mengli, Yifeng quietly stepped to his bedside, slowly sat down before lifting the quilt to lie in. Just as Yifeng had just wrapped himself into the quilt, a warmth emanated from the quilt and sheets wrapping around his entire body. Strange, why does the blanket feel so warm? Even if I just took a shower, I can't get warm that fast, can I? At the same time, Yifeng's body suddenly bumped into something as he moved towards the bed, followed by a cry of alarm coming from the quilt. Yikes! The quilt has become a quilt? The frightened Yifeng saw this and hurriedly lifted the quilt. At the same time took the cell phone that he had placed next to the head of the cabinet. With the weak light he was able to see clearly what this quilted spirit actually was. Only see Shen Mengli hiding in the quilt to Yifeng blinked that watery eyes. The bridge of the nose and face has long been stained with a touch of scarlet, and because Yifeng lifted the quilt, Shen Mengli only small mouth breathing fresh air. Monique, why are you under my covers? What are you doing hiding here? Yifeng where can expect Shen Mengli will hide in his own quilt. Originally tired day's sleep by Shen Mengli so scared completely awake. Shen Mengli put her hands on her chest not daring to go and look directly into Yifeng's eyes, and said in an almost inaudible tone. I was afraid that little Feng would catch a cold if he took a bath and went to bed. So I warmed up the bed for you in advance. Warm the bed? Well, because there's only so much I can do for you. Feng, listening to Shen Mengli's words, originally wanted to open his mouth to teach Shen Mengli's Yifeng was silent for a moment, looking at Shen Mengli who was illuminated by the light of his cell phone with his head down. Yifeng also hurriedly turned off his cell phone. Mengli Yifeng put down his own quilt and gently covered it for Shen Mengli, and in no time Shen Mengli's little head burrowed out from the quilt. Right. I'm sorry little Feng. I scared you, didn't I? I wanted to tell you beforehand, but when I saw that you were late in entering the house, I accidentally dozed off. Monique, don't you apologize to me. Yifeng sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Shen Mengli who was looking at himself with warmth in his heart. He knew that Shen Mengli was trying to bring solace to himself in his own insignificant way. Sure enough, it's true that you're just as kind and gentle as a little angel. Manri. Speaking here Yifeng's tone also became softer. For some reason his eyes felt a burst of sourness. Shen Mengli should not have to do this for himself, but should be to them to atone for their sins is their own right. A moment of tenderness accustomed to, but he forgot what tenderness is. Hey, little angel. Listening to Yifeng's comment to herself, Shen Mengli covered her face shyly. However, her fingers quickly revealed a slit. As Yifeng was smiling towards herself, she wouldn't miss this wonderful moment. Feng, I'm not as good as you say. I just don't want you to work so hard. Shen Mengli slowly sat up with her hands on the bed, looking deeply at Yifeng in front of her with those red pupils that never got tired of looking at her. Unconsciously Shen Mengli stretched out her hands towards Yifeng who was frozen on the side of the bed, and gently stroked both sides of his cheeks before tilting her head and smiling sweetly. I don't care what will become of this world. I only hope that you, little Feng, can stay by my side. I'm already satisfied. Monique. The two people's heads were so close to each other. No one opened their mouths to interrupt this beautiful atmosphere during this period of time. In the end, Shen Mengli couldn't help but move, slowly pressing her delicate body towards Yifeng's chest. Listening to Yifeng's intense heartbeat, the corner of her mouth revealed a curved arc. Feng, can you grant me a capricious request? Capricious request? What is it? I want to get rid of your body's exhaustion for you. Little Feng, what do you mean? Monique, a massage or something? Well. Shen Mengli turned her words here and raised her head to bravely meet Yifeng's eyes. The eyes of the two people just gazed at each other. Yifeng also seemed to sense a hint of something wrong. His body instinctively wanted to retreat, but he was still a step too slow. Monique, you wait. Well, only to see Shen Mengli stroking his chin with both hands. Raising her head she aimed a kiss at Yifeng's lips. Feeling Shen Mengli's lips, Yifeng's body felt as if an electric current had passed through it, and he sat motionless on the edge of the bed. Shen Mengli also seems to have no excessive understanding of love affairs, relying solely on his intuition, and Yifeng just stalemate. Yifeng at this time only feels Shen Mengli body has a kind of unexplainable attraction to make his brain empty body cannot move. Suddenly his mind flashed through a beautiful silhouette. His eyes also gradually become clear. Suddenly left Shen Mengli's side. Monique, looking at the way Yifeng stepped backward. The shy Shen Mengli also thought that Yifeng was doing the same thing as herself. And with her head lowered, she murmured, "Little Feng, this is my first kiss." After a long time without any movement, Shen Mengli also slowly raised her beautiful eyes. But she found that Yifeng's expression was unusually strange, like regret for having done something wrong. Feng? In Shen Mengli's call under Yifeng also gradually from her words back to God. Looking at a face of tenderness, Shen Mengli heart can be described as a mixture of flavors. Right. I'm sorry, Monique. Looking at Yifeng who had a tangled face, Shen Mengli also seemed to see a hint of clues from his face, and her heart felt as if she had been stabbed by a dagger. However, she still put on a fake smile at Yifeng. It's okay, Feng. My original intention was also just for you to stop being so burdened. Can I trouble you to come over for a moment? After Shen Mengli finished these words, Yifeng did not take another step forward. At this moment his heart became more and more complicated. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 198, Shen Mengli's counterattack. Seemingly seeing that Yifeng was a bit off, Shen Mengli didn't back down because of this, because she knew that this was her only chance. If she didn't grasp it properly, Yifeng might never be able to stay close to herself again like today. Absolutely. Never be able to back down. As expected by Shen Mengli, Yifeng was quietly moving towards the door. If he didn't stop him with his own words, he would surely open his mouth to find an excuse to stay away from himself in the next second. Monique, I'll start. Feng. Shen Mengli interrupted the words that Yifeng was about to say and patted towards the quilt beside herself with gentle eyes. Sit next to me. Will you? No. Monique, I want to be alone for a. Sit. Me. Sighed. Shen Mengli frowned tightly and her tone was much higher. It was not hard to see that in order to retain Yifeng, Shen Mengli showed a character that she usually did not have. Looking at Shen Mengli who had serious eyes, Yifeng took a deep breath. In the end, he came to Shen Mengli's side helplessly. Monique, just tell me what exactly is going on directly. I think between us. While Yifeng was talking about his inner feelings, Shen Mengli suddenly stretched out her hands and pressed Yifeng's head. Monique, does Feng trust me? Believe it? Why? Then please also relax, Feng. Will you leave everything to me? Listening to Shen Mengli, Yifeng's mind could not help but recall the image of being so close to Shen Mengli just now, and he hastily refused. This is better to forget about it. Mengli, you are at least a big girl. Between us. Shoo. After Shen Mengli stretched out her fingers on Yifeng's lips, she slowly pressed Yifeng's head to flatten him in her embrace and said in Yifeng's ear with a tiny voice, I know that little Feng has been under too much stress lately, but I can't bear to see you. Little Feng, damage your own body due to stress. I just want little Feng to be healthy. I'm already satisfied. Monique. Yifeng lay in Shen Mengli's arms, tilted his head and looked at the gentle-faced Shen Mengli, and his originally taut heart gradually relaxed. There's not much I can do for you, Kid, but I'd give anything for Kid's health to make you suffer a little less. So Kid, can you please just relax? Seeing that Yifeng did not say anything, Shen Mengli's heart also gradually had a bottom. Using her fingers to gently massage Yifeng's temples, and continued to speak her heart in a gentle tone. Feng, don't feel embarrassed about this. To me Feng is like my dearest family member who takes care of me. Since you have given me a family-like feeling, I will naturally treat Feng like a family member as well. To be able to meet little Feng in the course of my life is by far the happiest thing that has ever happened to me. Monique. Under Shen Mengli's sugar-coated bombs, Yifeng's heart's defenses were completely disintegrated. So quietly lying in Shen Mengli's arms, sniffing the good smell of her body, Yifeng's consciousness also became trance. The bodies fatigued with Shen Mengli to bring their own relaxation more and more, until finally insisted that he could not go on completely fall asleep. Feng. Shen Mengli lowered her head and looked at the sleeping Yifeng, patting her chest and finally breathing a sigh of relief. She knew that if she did not call Yifeng back in time, she was afraid that an invisible wall would form in the future with Yifeng. This was not the result she wanted. But the good news is that everything managed to be salvaged. Shen Mengli gently stroked Yifeng's cheeks while her small mouth gently opened. Who is it? Who exactly is that person in little Feng's eyes? That person must be very important to Kid. Thinking of this, Shen Mengli's heart once again transmitted pain, because she knew that she had come too late, and in her heart she secretly envied this woman who was thought of by Yifeng, but it looks like she abandoned Kid. Which means, I still have a chance. Just approach Feng slowly until he lowers all his guard against himself. When that time comes, even if that person comes back, it won't help. Shen Mengli clenched her fists as if she had made up her mind about something. I'm going to make me the only one left in Feng's eyes. Clang! A dagger fell to the ground to make the sound of metal collision. Looking for the sound only to see a cloaked silhouette in the hands of a bloodstained dagger, and on the opposite side of her is a sea of oozing blood. Ha! Ha! Xia Yuyan looked at the only living person kneeling in front of him and gazed at him with eyes that looked at miscellaneous pieces of trash. Is this all you've got? Genetic mutation is nothing more than that. Ha! Could it be that you really think so? Cold snake? The man laughed coldly and raised his head. From the look of his eyes at this time he was already dying, but even at this time he can still laugh out. The pavilion master has said that she is waiting for you on the island. Everything will be settled there, and then you'll realize that going against the dark pavilion. Stab. As a blade light flashed by, Xia Yuyan turned towards the outdoors without making any stop at all. This was the last stronghold of the dark pavilion, and now there was only one goal away from victory, and that was the place that she had once loathed the most. Feng, wait for me. This is the last step. You must have been very lonely without me all this time, right? But it doesn't matter. After I come back, we'll be together every day, every night, every day. Seemingly thinking of some fond memories, Xia Yuyan's icy face unexpectedly overflowed with a cold smile. It looked like a begonia blooming in the snow. It's weird how I always feel like my chest is clogged. It's like I'm about to lose something. It's probably an illusion, right? As a ray of sunlight in the early morning shone through the window, Yi Feng, who felt dazzling, slowly opened his eyes. But what came into his eyes was not his own ceiling, but a sweet smile from Shen Mengli. Good morning, Keed. Good morning, Monique. The moment he saw Shen Mengli, Yi Feng seemed to realize something and hastily propped his body up. When Yi Feng turned his head and looked, he realized that he was still lying in Shen Mengli's arms, and Shen Mengli was also posing with her arms around herself without changing her movements. Mengli, you were like this the whole time last night. Aha. Why? Didn't I tell you yesterday, Xiao Feng, that I would do anything for you? So please Xiao Feng, don't leave me, okay? Chapter 197, My life is over. Monique. Yi Feng looked at Shen Mengli, who was acting as a pillow herself in order to give herself a good rest, and his heart had long since set off huge waves. It must be that since last night, Shen Mengli had been resting on her pillow all night without closing her eyes, and until now she was smiling towards herself. Monique, you didn't have to go this far for me. Where's the sense in Maple paying for it herself? As friends, we have to help each other. Friends. After hearing Shen Mengli's definition of himself, Yi Feng's heart also slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Since that happened yesterday, Yi Feng's heart still has some unspeakable diaphragm. He simply does not know what kind of mentality to look at Shen Mengli. What? It looks like you don't want to be friends with me by the way you look, little Feng? Of course not. Aren't we friends now? Yeah, very good friends. Yi Feng do not know why. Always feel Shen Mengli's words revealed a strange feeling, but now the lump in his heart is also considered to be solved. As long as Shen Mengli did not think to other places, everything is still the same. Although Yi Feng told in his heart that he and Shen Mengli are just good friends, but when after last night's special night, Shen Mengli's weight will be in his heart to expand infinitely. Shen Mengli seemed to have expected this, and after watching Yi Feng's diaphragm of herself disappear, her rapid breathing calmed down. This indicated that her plan of Yi Feng's possession had been successfully implemented, and as long as she took every step carefully next, the person in Yi Feng's eyes in the end would be herself. Mengli, you haven't closed your eyes all night, now you go to sleep. As soon as he thought that Shen Mengli's situation at this moment was very dangerous, Yi Feng also threw away last night's embarrassment and whispered a reminder to Shen Mengli in front of him. Well, but Feng is going to teach your students, right? Yes, there was some accident, had to go and explain things. But Monique, are you really okay with this? After Shen Mengli heard the concern from Yi Feng, her original tired sleepiness instantly cleared up a lot, and her heart was as sweet as if she had eaten candied fruit. However, in order to be able to have more contact with Yi Feng, she still pretended to be weak and opened her mouth. No, I'm fine. Feng, you don't have to worry about me. I can take care of myself. After Shen Mengli finished saying this, she also slowly raised her hands on Yi Feng's chest and gently pushed it, as if she wanted Yi Feng to leave herself. Mengli, how can I rest assured when you're like this? Are you physically uncomfortable? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Yi Feng looked at Shen Mengli's frail appearance like a small flower that is wilting, where there are other thoughts. Taking advantage of Shen Mengli's daze to pick up the confused Shen Mengli. Yikes! Feeling the body in the air, Shen Mengli exclaimed in shock and clutched Yi Feng's collar tightly with both hands, and then after realizing that this was Yi Feng's action, she felt relieved, hurriedly patted Yi Feng's shoulder to signal him to put himself down. Feng, don't put me down. But Monique, I told you I'm fine, I'm just too sleepy to sleep. Shen Mengli looked at Yi Feng's worried face and snorted out a laugh, wrapping her arms around Yi Feng's neck and burying her head in it. It's okay, I'll just sleep it off. Really? Is it really okay? Can Feng promise me a small request? Could be. I want Qi to hold my hand until I fall asleep, okay? Looking at Shen Mengli, who was pampered in his arms, Yifeng pursed his lips and spat out a single word. Well. After Yifeng put Shen Mengli on the bed again and tucked her in, Shen Mengli looked at Yifeng with her head on the side. Her small hand clutched Yifeng's palm and wouldn't let go, and her eyes spoke of thousands of feelings. Feng. I'll be waiting for you to come back. Good. In this way Shen Mengli slowly closed her eyes after firmly remembering Yifeng's face. Not a moment later her breathing became even. Just as Yifeng was ready to leave he looked at Shen Mengli as if she had dreamed something wonderful. The corner of her mouth raised a happy smile. She was his sugar and he was her light. Finally, after making sure that Shen Mengli was asleep, Yifeng slowly put Shen Mengli's small hand under the quilt and quietly left the bedroom himself. After placing the bread and milk from the refrigerator on the table, Yifeng quickly washed and packed up his own clothes before leaving the room. Just as Yifeng put his hand on the door handle of the room door, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly turned around and walked towards the direction of the living room. Looking at the gift bag placed on the coffee table, Yifeng muttered, "I almost forgot about this. I don't know if Mu Orange will like this agate bracelet." Meanwhile, inside a room in a high-class apartment, a young girl with long black hair was sitting on the sofa in the hall, gazing at the fox mask held in her hand and humming an eerie tune, as if she was looking forward to something. Looking at the high-class apartment in front of him, Yifeng somehow always felt some sense of awe in his heart, and his body looked very uncomfortable. Probably an illusion, right? With this mindset, Yifeng walked towards the building where Mu Orange was, and it didn't take him long to see Afu standing at the entrance of the apartment. "Yo, good morning, Alfred." Afu indifferently glanced at Yifeng and withdrew again, not at all as warm and funny as before. Just spoke faintly. "Missy is waiting for you. Hurry up and get up there. What's wrong with you today? Did something happen last night? Is it hard to believe that Mu Orange docked your paycheck?" When Afu saw Yifeng approaching his side, he subconsciously took a few steps backward. "And please don't interrupt my work if there's nothing else. I don't have time to fool around with you." Seeing that Afu was as if he was possessed by something dirty, Yifeng also noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Knowing that last night's Afu had told him to apologize properly to Mu Orange, but today he had turned into this appearance. He opened his mouth in a small voice. "Something happened? You blinked if something happened." The moment Yifeng finished those words, he only saw Afu's eyes flickering like an engine's engine, while the corner of his mouth twisted into an arc that an ordinary person couldn't reach, as if he was telling Yifeng that there would be a hell ahead of him. Gulp! Yifeng swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty after the cold hairs on his body also stood up. Suddenly he felt a blazing line of sight, looking up in the direction, only to see that Mu Orange was standing by the glass window gazing condescendingly at herself. Her eyes were covered by a mass of black lines, so that it was impossible to tell what she was feeling at the moment. "My life is over." Chapter 198, Until the day the agreement is dissolved. "Go on up. Don't make Missy wait." Afu, who was on the side, gazed into the distance and whispered through the corner of his mouth towards Yifeng with his mouth closed. Are you sure it's really safe?" Yifeng hesitated for a moment to stop in place, did not dare to go forward. To know that he was touched Mu Orange's mold. He is now past is not in the find yourself unhappy well. "Sorry Yifeng, you don't have a choice this time. Missy gave a death order not to let you take half a step out of here." Afu remained indifferent, like an emotionless robot. Mu Orange must have used some horrible method to turn Afu into this. "And what if my personal safety is in question? You do realize that you're illegally imprisoning me?" Afu on the side glanced at Yifeng, knowing that he was actually trying to get more information into his mouth, but he had already received a serious warning once. According to what Mu Orange said last night, if there was a next time he would shake himself into a beggar. Although Yifeng was his savior, but one size does not fit all. Afu's duty was to serve the Li family, so he could only carry out Mu Orange's orders unconditionally. "Don't waste your efforts Yifeng. If you say something nice maybe Missy will still be able to calm down. The longer you drag it out like this, the greater the possibility of something unexpected happening." "Nice words. All right. Thank you. Ahem." After finally hearing a hint of a clue in Afu's words, Yifeng took a deep breath and buried himself into the stairs of the apartment. With one heavy step, Yifeng also arrived at Mu Orange's door. Panicked Yifeng lowered his head and gripped the gift bag in his hand, and then took a deep breath and stretched out a hand ready to knock on the door. Just as Yifeng's hand reached midair when he did not expect the door to suddenly open, followed by wearing a black silk-side dress, Mu Orange quietly looked at him. Mu Orange, good morning." Responding to Yifeng is from Mu Orange's indifference, and before that kind of enthusiasm is simply a different person. And even Yifeng has a kind of tricky with Mu Orange when they first met. Mu Orange? Yifeng smiled faintly with a thick face and stretched out his hand towards the stiff-faced Mu Orange in front of him and waved his hand. "Come in." Mu Orange didn't seem to want to talk much with Yifeng, turning around and walking into the house on her own. Seeing that Mu Orange at least agreed to enter the house by herself, Yifeng also let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that his relationship with Limu Orange was not so far gone that there was no way out. Raising his leg and burying himself inside, Yifeng turned back and closed the open door of the room, at the same time standing at the front door of the apartment as if he had gotten some kind of signal. Ah Fu immediately lifted the cover of the security button on the side, raised his head and glanced in the direction Yifeng had left, and sighed deeply. Alas, Yifeng, you take care of yourself. As the security button was pressed, a roll-up door slowly fell down, finally completely isolating the inside and outside of the apartment. Fu shook his head regretfully and left the apartment entrance without looking back. Yifeng, who stayed inside the house at this time, was oblivious to what was happening outside, and with difficult steps, he came to Limu Orange, who was putting the sugar cubes in the coffee machine. That, drink, coffee or juice? Me. Limu Orange turned around with her coffee and hated Yifeng. Then she stopped paying attention to Yifeng and walked to the sofa in the living room alone. Bad. Mu Orange is really angry here. Yifeng of course learned that he was at a disadvantage and smiled awkwardly as he sat down opposite Limu Orange. In order to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Yifeng took the lead in introducing the topic. What actually happened? Fun? Ha? WH. What? Isn't it fun to tease me? Limu Orange's eyes never stopped on Yifeng from the beginning to the end, shaking the coffee cup in her hand and lowering her eyes, looking very disappointed in Yifeng. No, absolutely not. I never had that idea. In order to avoid Limu Orange's misunderstanding, Yifeng said decisively. Ha, do you think I still trust you? I'm afraid my trust is like a discarded piece of rotten paper in your eyes? Not at all. Don't think that way, Muchan. How about being someone's teacher? Doesn't it make you feel happy? Did the dessert taste to your liking? Listening to Limu Orange's successive verbal attacks, Yifeng, who couldn't say anything back at all, was also very stifled in his heart, knowing that Limu Orange didn't even give herself a chance to explain herself. Wouldn't that be the purpose of coming here, just to be counted down by her? It's really delicious. See, your mouth is stuck open. Do you need me to use pliers to pry it open for you? Limu Orange's stern gaze looked at Yifeng, but just then Yifeng suddenly interrupted her. Mu Orange, can you listen to me explain to you properly? Explanation? Now that it's all come to this, do you think your weak explanations have any effect? Roughly, the mud man also has 3 points of fire. Yifeng at this time also gradually have a little bit of anger, but in his heart, he knows very well that anger and impulsiveness alone cannot solve the problem. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly realized that Limu Orange, who was looking at the coffee, seemed to be staring at herself with her afterglow. Besides, her whitened fingers looked like they were very tense to be caused in such a way. So that means, I see, Miss Lee is not going to treat me well, is she? Ha? What words are you saying? Shouldn't I be the one to say that? In that case then Miss Lee will cancel the signed agreement. What? Cancel the agreement? The coffee cup in Limu Orange's hand spilled a few drops of coffee under the blanket cushion next to the coffee table due to trembling, and the original pair of eyes that still had some spirituality in them instantly became dull, and the two empty black eyes gazed deeply at Yifeng. You, what did you say? I said. Yifeng looked at Limu Orange, suddenly became oozing appearance, originally wanted to continue to try to see what else she would react, immediately dismissed the idea, and hastily changed his words to say, I said that as a teacher even if you hate me. Mu Orange, I won't break the agreement. Yifeng turned his attitude around and said righteously to Limu Orange. It looked like Limu Orange was the one who violated the agreement. Hey, Limu Orange, who was originally about to get up. After hearing Yifeng's words and after a careful thought in her brain, she suddenly froze for a moment, and her eyes became slightly more awake. Mu Orange, have you forgotten? The agreement I signed before clearly states that as long as Mu Orange you don't take the initiative to cancel the agreement, then I'm still your teacher. Yifeng continued while the iron was hot. So even if Mu Orange hates me, I'll stay with you until the day the agreement is dissolved. Chapter 199, Alarms from the System. Oh, after hearing Yifeng's slightly melodramatic words, Limu Orange quickly reacted. She took a small sip of coffee in front of Yifeng. According to what you're saying, Sensei, that means if I voluntarily break the agreement. Limu Orange said here, suddenly got up, slowly walked to the back of Yifeng, stretched out a slender jade hand on the shoulders of Yifeng, delicate figure low down with lips to the root of Yifeng's ear, spit warm breath. Does that mean that you'll be able to be alone with UXIN, teacher? How? Yifeng bluntly denied, feeling the aura from Limu Orange, his head ducked to the side, turning back to look seriously at the stiff-faced Limu Orange. He said, Mu Orange, you and UXIN are both my students, so how could I possibly? A teacher's name for UXIN is really nice. Did you keep calling her name when you were alone with UXIN? Looking at Limu Orange, whose mouth corners were rising, Yifeng always felt that her smile was mixed with a hint of weirdness. At the same time, for some reason, a system alarm sounded in his head. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. What's going on? Why is the system sounding an alarm? Is it possible that something dangerous is going on? Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't wait to open the system and stood up and circled around in front of Limu Orange in one go. Seeing Yifeng's nervous appearance, Limu Orange thought that she had guessed what was in Yifeng's mind, so much so that Yifeng was anxious to escape from here. With a cold snort, the last trace of hope in her eyes faded away. Run away, teacher. I'll show you what happens when you betray me in the end. A misbehaving teacher will have to be cleaned up before she realizes what she did wrong. But the next thing that Limu Orange did not expect was that Yifeng did not walk in the direction of the gate but gradually approached towards himself. Limu Orange was feeling puzzled when suddenly Yifeng picked her up in a hug, frightening Limu Orange so much that she instinctively wrapped her arms around Yifeng's neck. Hey, Mu Orange, you stay still for a moment. Yifeng looked out the window of the living room with a tight brow, knowing that if there is danger, the only thing that can cause a threat is the unknown things outside the window. The main thing is that he didn't even find out where the danger was, so he had to move Limu Orange to a safe place. Senior, teacher, under Yifeng's sudden embrace, the heart of Limu Orange, who had originally solidified into a piece of cold ice, warmed up, as if she was about to fall into the ice cave and was pulled back by a strong hand. There's no time to explain, Mu Orange. I'll talk to you later. Yifeng hugged Limu Orange and quickly ran towards her boudoir while doing his best to block his body in front of Limu Orange. After some tossing and turning, Yifeng gently placed Limu Orange on the edge of the bed, while he himself turned around and closed the bedroom door tightly, while coming to the window and pulling the curtains up. This operation made Limu Orange instantly realize something, and her originally pale face gradually became rosy. Teacher, this is going for. Why was it so sudden? Is it possible that it's because you're trying to use this as a way to put your anger to rest? No way. There was no way that Su Yusen's matter could be muddled in this way. At least twice. Oh no. 3 times. Right. 3 times. As the alarm sound in Yifeng's mind gradually disappeared, the stone hanging in Yifeng's heart finally fell. Phew. Yifeng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and found a chair to sit down. When he was about to explain to Limu Orange, suddenly saw that Limu Orange was gazing at himself with a strange gaze. At first, Yifeng thought that it was his movements that scared Limu Orange. Who would have thought that Limu Orange reached out her small hand towards her side and patted it, looking like she was signaling Yifeng to sit over. It's okay, Muchan. I'll just sit here. Teacher, are you sure you want to be on the chair? Although I have no experience, but as long as teacher doesn't mind, I'll promise you anything. Limu Orange quickly blinked her soulful eyes, seemingly trying to hide her inner petulance. But she knew very well in her heart that those who didn't dare to take a step would never make progress, and she was going to be the first one to eat crabs. What chair, don't you mind? Mu Orange, what are you talking about again? Yifeng is wondering. Suddenly Limu Orange patted the hem of his skirt and began to undo the straps on the shoulders. Yifeng saw the situation and realized that something was wrong and arrow stepped in time to stop Limu Orange's action. Mu Orange, what are you doing? I didn't think you'd be so eager, but since you want to take the initiative, I'll be waiting for you. Limu Orange pursed her lips and smiled towards Yifeng. Her charming face paired with her cold and clear look made Yifeng's heart tremble, but by virtue of his strong willpower, Yifeng threw the distractions in his mind out of his mind and sat down next to Limu Orange. Mu Orange, you misunderstood. How could I act like this towards you as a teacher? This kind of joke is not allowed in the future. Got it? Looking at Yifeng's serious appearance, Limu Orange's originally slightly warm face instantly collapsed. 2 small hands clenched the bedsheet. The indignation in his heart has reached the peak. Sensei, you think it's fun to tease me like this, don't you? I didn't tease, Mu Orange, you listen to me first, okay? Actually, enough. I don't want to listen to any more of your explanations. Teacher, I've had enough. Limu Orange interrupted Yifeng's words with a chorus. At this moment she no longer had any patience to negotiate properly with Yifeng. Mu Orange. Seeing Limu Orange's extremely unstable mood, Yifeng's heart tightened. In the end, Limu Orange is the first girl he met, and his life is also considered Limu Orange's in a sense. So when he saw Limu Orange in this state, his heart was also very unfavorable. Just in the moment when he froze, Limu Orange's body suddenly jumped towards him. Feeling the attack of the soft jade in his arms, Yifeng's body suddenly stiffened on the edge of the bed. If in accordance with the usual that he would have pushed away Limu Orange or break free, but for some reason his heart always has a kind of ominous premonition. And Limu Orange, who was pouncing on Yifeng's embrace, saw that Yifeng showed no signs of struggling, and slowly withdrew the electroshock needles in her palm into her cuffs, closing her eyes and enjoying the warmth from Yifeng. Mu Orange. Aha. Listening to Limu Orange's more calm tone, Yifeng then spoke in a fine voice. Now would you like to hear me explain it properly? After a moment, Limu Orange's head burrowed towards Yifeng's arms, as if she was trying to find a comfortable position. Good. P.S. Last night updated the platform. I do not know why the platform in the group display does not come out. Asked the customer service said not yet open, obviously before can be used. Recently the platform group temporarily invisible message. If there is anything also please move to the nest. Chapter 200, Yifeng's speculation. In fact, I didn't think I would be UX science teacher at the very beginning, when I received the news that Mr. Su had something for me. When I went to the Su group building, Mr. Su offered to let me serve as UX science tutor, and because Mr. Lee and Mr. Su knew each other, it was not easy for me to push back, and that's why I agreed to Mr. Su's conditions. Yifeng will come and go roughly told to the arms of Limu Orange, two hands naturally hanging down, looking at the arms without the slightest movement of Limu Orange then continued. As for why I didn't tell you about this matter, it's still because I was afraid that it would affect Mu Orange's condition of your studies, and I heard you. Su Yusen said that Mu Orange you and her are good girlfriends so it was just left alone. Listening to Yifeng's explanation Limu Orange also collected a lot of news from among them. First of all, Su Wanli's understanding of Yifeng has a high probability of being told by Su Yusen himself. That is to say, before his own poor health in the hospital that day Su Yusen has already played the calculations of Yifeng, and the one who can make Su Wanli take the line to contact Yifeng is also his own father. Secondly, Yifeng just said that I'm afraid to affect their own learning and so on. I'm afraid it is also false. According to their own understanding of Su Yusen she is a white-cut black dark woman, on the surface pretending to be a good girl image. In fact, and their own a little bit similar to that in order to achieve their own goals will make at all costs means. Is that so? Sensei. Yes. So Mu Orange you don't have to worry. You are my most important student how could I leave you? Yifeng reached out his hand to touch Limu Orange's hair and said in relief. The most important student. Limu Orange sat up after taking a deep breath in Yifeng's arms and gazed at Yifeng with her deep black eyes. Then I would like to ask teacher. Who is more important between me and Su Yusen? Thud. Limu Orange's sentence was like a heavy hammer hitting Yifeng's heart. Well, Mu Orange actually I don't think there's a need to compare you and Su Yusen. In my eyes you're both my students. As a teacher I'll uphold a fair attitude. Who is more important between me and Su Yusen? Of course, Limu Orange knew that Yifeng was being perfunctory and repeated his words once again, this time with a tone that was even more coercive than the last time. It didn't give Yifeng a chance to sway from side to side at all. Looking at Limu Orange's cold eyes Yifeng knew that Limu Orange's implication was to let himself choose a person between her and Su Yusen. But where she did not get the answer she wanted I'm afraid that he would be very dangerous. Couldn't it be that the system's previous alarm sound came from Mu Orange? Yifeng thought carefully and realized that his conjecture has a high chance of being correct. To say that the safe place Limu Orange this residence is certainly the safest existence. Of course, it is impossible to exist in the presence of thugs and other dangers. But can in that situation to stimulate the system's alarm sound also means that the person in danger is not Limu Orange, but their own. But how could Limu Orange have the idea of harming himself? These days since the contact can be said that Limu Orange in addition to the character of a hint of obstinacy other aspects are still very good. Then why will? Gulp. Yifeng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Limu Orange who was looking straight at him and carefully opened his mouth. Of course you're more important Mu Orange. Yeah. After Limu Orange heard Yifeng's answer the originally serious expression instantly relaxed a lot. Once again put her delicate body into Yifeng's arms. It was not difficult to see that she was very satisfied with Yifeng's answer. Sure enough I knew it. Sensei is the best for me. Ah ha ha ha. Seeing Limu Orange return as before, Yifeng also finally took a breath of relief. In his heart, he was glad that he was still safe while extending his hand to pat Limu Orange's shoulder. Mu Orange, my stomach doesn't feel too good. Can you allow me to go to the bathroom first? Ha? What's wrong with you, Sensei? Hearing Yifeng say that he was not feeling well, Limu Orange raised her head violently and put her hand on Yifeng's stomach with a worried face. Do you need me to call a personal doctor over? It must have been your stomach from eating at Su Yusen's. I knew those junk foods she ate weren't clean. No, it's just simply that my stomach is a little upset, and a trip to the restroom will help. Yifeng laughed awkwardly and stood up from the edge of the bed, saying to Limu Orange while walking towards the door. Mu Orange you take a little rest. I'll be back later. Yes Sensei, I will always. Been waiting for you teacher. Limu Orange tilted her head and smiled sweetly towards Yifeng. One like a delicate black rose, especially that pair of mesmerizing eyes, as if they had a strange magic power. With Yifeng's departure, the smile on Limu Orange's face gradually disappeared. Spread out his palm a small electronic needle appeared in front of him, looked at the words written on it only for animals, put it back into his pocket as if nothing had happened. Su Yusen, worthy of being my former best friend, your tactics are truly disgusting. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the status of a big lady. There are some things you don't deserve. Ha, ha. Yifeng who came to the bathroom gasped for breath after making sure to lock the door well with his hands propped up on the sink. No, Mu Orange's matter was put aside first. This matter of the system alert had to be investigated properly. There was no way a child like Mu Orange would harm me. Yifeng was certain of his intuition in his heart, and immediately called out the system panel that hadn't been opened for a long time. Swish! After the system panel appeared, the first thing to be displayed was the unclaimed mission rewards from the previous kidnapping of Su Yusen. But vaguely, a faint red light could be seen around the panel. Now of course Yifeng did not have the mind to look at the reward. After skimming over the quest rewards, he saw the red light flashing on the icon bar. Looking along the source of the light, Yifeng found out that the icon was different from the previous abnormalities, only to see that of the 2 rows of Mu Orange's progress. Both progresses were displayed as 99%. The most special was the second progress that was flashing red. The scarlet font was as horrible as oozing blood. No matter how you looked at it, you felt uncomfortable all over. What exactly does this progress represent? The top is probably the progress accumulated while being together with Mu Orange. Then could it be that the bottom is the anger value piled up by not being together? The thought of a boss rage slot similar to that in the game's mechanics, but any progress that reached 100% meant that the boss would fall into a frenzy, which would have a terrible effect on the subsequent battles. So that alarm was trying to tell me to spend more time with Mu Orange so she wouldn't get angry? After all, angry girls are the worst to coax. Yifeng nodded his head up and down with his eyes closed, obviously feeling very satisfied with his speculation. Chapter 201, Fresh Juice. Then later on just need to have more contact with Mu Orange more often to lower the so-called alert value. And at that time one can turn the danger into a blessing. That's probably what it means. Thinking of this, Yifeng also had a clue. Unscrewed the bathroom door and walked out. Just after Yifeng went out, he saw Mu Orange who was squeezing juice. Seemingly hearing the movement of Yifeng opening the door, Mu Orange looked slightly flustered and looked back at Yifeng who was looking at him and hurriedly walked over. Teacher! Mu Orange, are you juicing? Looking at the fresh orange juice in the glass, Yifeng reached out his hand and pointed towards there. Yes, sensei. I'm sorry that I threw my face at you when sensei was here today. That's why I specially squeezed a cup of juice for teacher as a way of apologizing. And I hope that teacher will forgive me for my faults today. It's true that Mu Orange is still a well-behaved child as long as her emotions don't fluctuate. Seeing Mu Orange's face of self-condemnation, Yifeng waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Mu Orange, you don't have to take this matter to heart. I also understand your feelings. Not telling you the truth, this is also my fault. How could I blame you, Mu Orange? Teacher! Mu Orange guffawed and turned around to hand the squeezed juice to Yifeng in front of her. Teacher! This is a small token of my reparation. So drink it if you don't mind my bad temper today. Teacher! Yifeng took the orange juice in Mu Orange's hand without even thinking about it. And in doing so, he was in effect telling Mu Orange that he had not taken what she did today to heart. Aha! Looking at the juice on the floating a touch of water bubbles, Yifeng did not care too much, because the machine mixing juice bubble phenomenon is normal. Back a million steps, Mu Orange is so understanding and considerate girl, will not harm himself? Similarly, Yifeng raised the glass in his hand and immediately drank the orange juice in front of Mu Orange. Unbeknownst to him, this action ignored Mu Orange in front of him. Only Mu Orange stared straight at Yifeng with a wry gaze, and every time Yifeng took a sip of juice, her breathing became more and more rapid. Well, it's worthy of Mu Orange's freshly squeezed juice. Even the flavor is quite a bit better than the ones from the stores outside. Teacher, you're kidding. I just threw the oranges into the juicer. There are no other steps. But since you said so, I'd like to thank you for the compliment. Mu Orange smiled and took the cup that Yifeng finished drinking from. In her afterglow she realized that there was still a distinct white powder remaining on the wall of the cup. Instantly covered the bottom of the cup with her small hand, followed by squinting her eyes at Yifeng. Teacher, I'm going to wash the cups. Can I please ask you to wait for me in my room? Teacher? Mu Orange, if you don't want to wash the cup this thing or I'll do it. After all, this orange juice is also what I drink, isn't it? It doesn't matter, teacher. There's no need to push it around when it's just a little thing. Well, that's true. Then Mu Orange, I'll go up first. Call me if there's anything I can help with. Okay, teacher, just need to stay in the house law. After looking at Yifeng's figure leaving the living room, Mu Orange breathed a sigh of relief, threw the cup into the kitchen's garbage bag and then simply tied it in a knot, washed her hands and then took out a freshly scented lipstick from the cupboard, and pursed her lips after simply applying it. Well, almost. Originally, I wanted to slowly develop a relationship with my teacher and finally spend a beautiful day with a romantic confession, but now it seems that I have to speed up the progress. So I'll give up the romance first and leave the most important step in developing a relationship. First to cook the raw rice, and then bite by bite to eat, or too late. Ka. After seeing Mu Orange return to her room, she came to her desk and said to Yifeng, who was opening the window on the side. Teacher, so shall we start the lesson now? Wait, Mu Orange. Yifeng turned around and called out to Mu Orange, who was about to sit on the chair. His eyes were a bit fluttering. looking as if he had something to say to Limu Orange. There's something I want to give you before class. What is it? Limu Orange didn't expect Yifeng to suddenly call out to him, but thinking of a head like Yifeng's that was just like a wooden head didn't expect too much from his words. Just then Yifeng put his hand into his pocket and immediately took out a box wrapped by red silk in front of Limu Orange. Looking at the box Yifeng took out in his hand, Limu Orange could tell at a glance that the box was a certain expensive brand of luxury goods, and her eyes, which were originally unperturbed, widened at once. This is the gift I prepared for you, Mu Orange, because I didn't know what you like, Mu Orange, so I bought one for you along the lines of what I thought. Yifeng was about to bring out the gift he had prepared for Limu Orange. Who would have expected Limu Orange to suddenly reach out and cover Yifeng's mouth? Well, Mu-chan, shoo. Limu Orange put her other hand on her own mouth and gave a silent gesture to Yifeng. Teacher, do you know what people who receive gifts hate the most? God. Bun. Yifeng's nostrils were filled with a good smell of hand cream. In order not to let his lips accidentally touch Limu Orange's hand, so he opened his mouth and spoke with extra care. I hate it when other people tell the gifts inside without learning what they are, so there's no sense of surprise. No. Yifeng pressed Limu Orange's hand down and opened his mouth to explain. Because a big lady like Mu Orange, you must have become accustomed to some luxuries, so I thought it would be better to tell you about it face to face, since that's all my funds would allow me to do. Not at all. Limu Orange immediately shook her head and denied Yifeng's words, reaching out with both hands and grabbing one of Yifeng's hands and gently resting it on her heart. Yifeng first blushed in his old face, but when he realized that there was no more sensation other than the touch of the fabric of the dress, he immediately felt quite relieved. Maybe that's one of Mu Orange's strengths, at least. Won't panic. Watching Yifeng's expression change from panic to calmness later on, Limu Orange narrowed her eyes in puzzlement. However, considering the fact that time was running out, she also put Yifeng's micro-expression behind her. In a brisk tone, she said to Yifeng, Teacher, can you feel it? My heartbeat. So that's why for me no matter what the gift is as long as it's given to me by my teacher, I love it. Because the meaning is different. Teachers are important people to me in my life. Speaking here, Limu Orange slightly curved the corners of her mouth towards Yifeng and smiled wryly. So, can I unwrap the gift that sensei gave me and take a look at it? Chapter 202, Limu Orange's Punishment. Of course. After all, it's a gift specially prepared for you, Mu Orange. It's your own right to open it. Well, I'll take it. Limu Orange carefully took the red silk box handed by Yifeng and opened the box in front of Yifeng. Immediately after, a delicate agate bracelet appeared in Limu Orange's eyes. Even though Limu Orange, who was already not a fan of this kind of luxury goods, froze in place when looking at the agate bracelet. Mu Orange, do you not like it too much? Why don't I buy you something else some other time? Beautiful. Limu Orange interrupted Yifeng's words with a voice, while stretching out her delicate hand to take out the bracelet from the box. Thank you, teacher. This bracelet is the best gift I've ever received since I was a kid. Limu Orange tied the onyx bracelet tightly on her wrist, while also shaking it in front of Yifeng. How's it going, teacher? Was it good? Well, it's pretty. Yifeng smiled and nodded towards Limu Orange. But Mu Orange, you're talking too much. This bracelet is at best just a piece of jewelry. How could it possibly compare to other expensive things? I can't agree with you when you say that. Teacher. Limu Orange crossed her waist and leaned forward, looking at Yifeng unhappily. The value of a gift isn't measured in terms of money, but in terms of thought. It's like if I were to give you, teacher, a villa, versus if I were to give you, teacher, a piece of clothing that I personally picked out for you. There's definitely a different meaning between the two. There's no need to hesitate. Yeah. So, then, of course, we'll pick a big, luxurious villa. Yifeng said this without even thinking about it. One more second would be a disrespect to money. Only to see Limu Orange's face quickly covered with a black line, narrowing his eyes and staring at Yifeng with a kind gaze. Teacher turned out to be so realistic. People is not according to the teacher you mean no matter who. As long as the money to give enough teachers can sell themselves? That's not necessarily true. If it's a girl like Mu Orange who is both good looking and powerful wanting me to betray myself any way I can. Yifeng was still joking, but gradually he realized that Limu Orange's eyes became more and more strange as she looked at herself, like an eagle circling in the sky had caught its prey. Oh, the corners of Limu Orange's mouth rose after hearing this, and she pounced her body on Yifeng when he didn't react. Hey, Mu. Yifeng was about to open his mouth to make his intentions clear when he did not expect Limu Orange to also pounce towards him at this moment like a hungry wolf. Flop. In this way, the two of them collapsed on the bed one after another, and when Yifeng reacted, he found that Limu Orange's hands were propped up on both sides of his head, and a strand of long black hair was pasted on the side of his face. Mu Orange? What are you doing? Quickly, get up. Hey, but it was you yourself who said it was okay to betray yourself no matter what. Isn't this just what you wanted me to do? Goo, that was actually me talking about it. How can I not understand what you mean, Moo Orange? Sending goose feathers for thousands of miles. Gifts are light. I know all this. Yi Feng realized that he appeared to have played it off and hurriedly explained. It was important to know that this move by himself and Moo Orange was very dangerous right now. Teacher said it was a joke, but I took it seriously. What should I do? Why don't you help me? Teacher? Moo Orange, stop it. It's not good if the joke goes too far. Oh. Feeling that the atmosphere around him had become subtle, Yi Feng hurriedly assumed his identity as a teacher and reached out his hand to knock Moo Orange's head and said seriously, "Ha ha." Moo Orange also moved her body away from Yi Feng when she heard this, covering her mouth and snickering as she looked at Yi Feng. I can't imagine that teacher still has such a scared side. Nah, I'm just also doing the same thing I'm doing. Ahem. Well, it's about time for fun and games. Yi Feng was sitting up from the bed. Suddenly his head again came a familiar feeling of dizziness, and this time the feeling of dizziness was even worse than usual. Seeing this, Yi Feng hurriedly covered his head and pinched his arm at the same time in an attempt to wake himself up. As for Moo Orange, who was at the side of the end of the fight, looking at Yi Feng's appearance seemed to be prepared for this. Reaching out his hands to support Yi Feng's arm nervously said, "Teacher, what happened to you?" "It's okay, Moo Orange. I seem to be getting dizzy again." "Dizzy again? How can that be? There must be something wrong with your body." "Teacher, wait for me here. I'll call the private doctor right now," Moo Orange anxiously said by Yi Feng's side. While spreading her hands that were holding Yi Feng, she turned around to walk towards the outside of the house, but was pulled back by Yi Feng's hand. "Teacher?" Moo Orange turned her head to look at Yi Feng, who was shaking his head around, and asked worriedly. No need. Moo Orange, I'll be fine with a little rest in this condition. Calling a doctor or something is too big of a deal." At this moment, Yi Feng could barely even speak clearly, and the voices in his mouth became blurred. "What then? Don't scare me, teacher." Moo Orange stomped her foot in worry, seemingly at a loss for Yi Feng's current condition. "Don't worry, Moo Orange. It's okay." Yi Feng used his last strength to pull Moo Orange back to the bedside, and finally closed his eyes and collapsed on the bed, losing the last trace of consciousness. Moo Orange, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, froze as a whole and stretched out her delicate hands to push Yi Feng, who did not move. "Teacher, are you still there, teacher?" What responded to Moo Orange was silence. After making sure that Yi Feng was accidentally unconscious, Moo Orange also completely uncovered the sheepskin that was draped over her body, and her eyes looked at the unconscious Yi Feng with affection. "Teacher, I had planned to take my time with you, but the reason why I did everything is on your own shoulders. Teacher, why did you go and give Su Yusen a lesson? Is she worthy?" Moo Orange said and pressed her body towards Yi Feng's chest. Listening to the wonderful melody of Yi Feng's heart beating, her hands also held Yi Feng firmly in her arms. "Don't worry, sensei. No one can take you away from me, but considering that you violated the treaty between us, I'm going to use the appropriate punishment on you." Speaking of this, Moo Orange put her two small hands on her heart and closed her eyes as if she was feeling something. "Nah, did you hear that, teacher? My heart is beating because of you. It's like we're playing a love waltz now, constantly resonating, constantly intertwining." Chapter 203, The Honest Moo Orange. Wow. With the sound of a curtain tugging, it was followed by a rustling sound of changing clothes. Through the faint light coming in through the window, Moo Orange's petite body was fully displayed, a head of dark and shiny scenery standing beside the bed. "Although, I would love to witness it with you, sensei, but I can't hold back any longer. Just in case there's a complication, I have to do this, but I'm sure you'll understand me when the time comes. Teacher, right?" Moo Orange took out the little treasure that was hidden under her pillow beforehand after laughing twice, and looked at Yi Feng with a red little face. I'm ready. Oh, Shen Mengli couldn't help but exclaim as she watched a drop of blood oozing out of her finger fall onto her white dress skirt. "Ah, Feng bought me the clothes." Shen Mengli, after taking her finger that was accidentally cut by the knife into her mouth with a face of fleshly pain, took a touch of redness on her white dress to both sides to take a look. "I was just trying to cut the bread. Why are you so clumsy?" Shen Mengli said with a beep. Suddenly her heart ached as if it had been grabbed by a big invisible hand. Shen Mengli couldn't help but cover her hands over her chest while burying her body low. "It hurts. Why does my heart hurt so much?" About a while Shen Mengli's heart pain slowly dissipated. When she raised her head again, white skirt has long been wet with tears. "Hey?" Shen Mengli looked incredulously at her unstoppable tears. Her heart was full of doubts. Why am I crying? Why? It's so hard. Little Feng. Shen Mengli murmured Yi Feng's name, and her body couldn't help but fall towards the gate. "Little Feng, where are you? Little Feng." Flop. Shen Mengli's body collapsed on the cold ground, and the wheelchair trolley on the side also tumbled to the ground. And then Shen Mengli's consciousness gradually became blurred, and she collapsed on the ground and fainted. "Oh, is this love?" Although, there are some obstacles, but as long as one adapts to it, there will be a happy life nah. Right. It's true that life has gotten better and better. One person's life is really still not as good as the company of two people. And with sensei really everything has become different. Who? Teacher. Teacher. Limu Orange tightly wrapped her arms around Yifeng's neck and buried her head into his shoulder, and her originally dark eyes flashed brightly at this time. After an unknown amount of time, Limu Orange and Yifeng lay on the bed together, tilting her head to look at Yifeng whose brows were furrowed. Limu Orange smiled and stroked his brows for him. Teacher, I knew it. I made the right choice. Both you, your charisma, and even your vigor are unique existences. The scorching breath hit Yifeng's face. Limu Orange lazily stroked Yifeng's cheek. At this time she was as weak as a puddle of soft mud. I don't know how long it took for her to sit up with difficulty propping up the edge of the bed. Sensei's about to wake up too. Gotta get up soon. Just as Limu Orange was preparing to get out of bed by perseverance, the scene before her eyes shocked her jaw off. How? Teacher, is he so scary? Oh, no, we have to follow our own body's measurements. And we definitely can't neglect it because of a small momentary gain. Gulp. Right. Teacher didn't give up. So where's the reason for me to give up? I don't know how long it took, but Yifeng, who had been unconscious for a long time, gradually awoke. I thought that I would feel sick today as usual, but I never expected that my body would be exceptionally comfortable this time. It was as if the blocked veins had been opened up all of a sudden. Unprecedentedly smooth. Strange. Why is it not as hard today? Right. Where's Mu Orange? Yifeng looked around and realized that he was lying on Limu Orange's bed and there was no shadow of Limu Orange in the room at all. Thinking of this, Yifeng also sat up and prepared to get out of bed to look for Limu Orange. Just as his feet were standing firmly on the ground, he suddenly felt light under his feet and had to exert a lot of effort to stand firmly. However, Yifeng only took this as an accident. Mu Orange, Yifeng, who came to the living room, called out Limu Orange's name, and his heart was slightly worried. Just then he drifted off and heard the faint voice of Limu Orange coming from a guest room off to the side. Old teacher, I'm here. Mu Orange. At first Yifeng thought that Limu Orange was in some kind of accident, and immediately opened the door of the room and quickly walked in. However, when Yifeng stepped into it, he found that Limu Orange was wrapping herself up tightly to reveal a small head looking at herself pitifully. Mu Orange? What's wrong with you? See, with the morning completely like a different look of Limu Orange, Yifeng curiously asked. He is just asleep. How Limu Orange change is so big? What exactly happened? I'm fine, sensei. I'm like this because I got sleepy after sensei went to bed, so I took a nap in the guest room. But Muchan, you don't look too good. Nope, I'm fine. Teacher doesn't have to worry about me. I just slept for so long that I have no strength left in my body, so I'm resting here for a while. No strength? Although he didn't know exactly why Limu Orange was able to sleep without any energy, but Yifeng thought that after he passed out, Limu Orange should have exerted a lot of effort to push himself into bed, and perhaps it was at that time that caused Limu Orange to become this appearance. Yifeng couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart when he saw this and stepped closer to Limu Orange when he was about to care for her. Who would have thought that Limu Orange excitedly stretched out her hand to stop Yifeng's step forward? No, don't come over here, teacher. What's wrong, Mu Orange? Am I that scary? It's not like that. I'm just so tired. Well, it's getting late, so you should go home first. I'll be waiting for you in the apartment tomorrow. Teacher. What? Is it all time for class to end already? Yifeng took out the cell phone that Limu Orange had given him and glanced at the time, realizing that he had slept longer than usual this time, and it was already time for class to end even before class started. While feeling surprised in his heart, he hurriedly apologized to Limu Orange. Like, this behavior is not a water lesson. As a teacher myself, where is the water lesson? Chapter 204, Fainting Shinmonli. Yifeng apparently did not realize that Limu Orange's physical condition was not right, walked up and sat on the side of Limu Orange's bed, who expected Limu Orange to be as if she was stimulated by something. After Yifeng approached herself, she shivered, and looked at Yifeng with a slight fear in her eyes. Old teacher. No. You should go back soon if there's nothing else. I've already forgiven you today, teacher. If there's anything, we'll talk tomorrow, okay? Mu Orange, are you sure you don't have a problem? Why do I feel like you have a problem? It's not a problem. Teacher, you should go. I just want to get a good night's sleep now. Limu Orange's tone carried the meaning of urging. Yifeng saw that Limu Orange gave himself an expulsion order, also helplessly shrugged his shoulders and stood up from the bedside. All in all, although there were some accidents today, but fortunately they were solved safely, and Limu Orange's attitude also changed a lot, although it looked a bit strange as all. Then, Mu Orange, you take care of yourself more safely. Yifeng took a deep breath to say goodbye to Limu Orange and turned toward the outside of the guest room. Well, Goodbye, teacher. Limu Orange pulled over the quilt, just revealing a pair of eyes. After watching Yifeng's figure disappear, she collapsed on the bed powerlessly. At the same time took out her cell phone and pressed a button before lifting the pillow to place a piece of rag in front of her eyes, the corner of her mouth showing a satisfied smile. Su Yusin, what are you comparing me with? I've been the first to taste the teacher's flavor, and it's delicious. A two-faced person like you can only end up as a loser. Do you think I should tell you about what happened today? Obviously Limu Orange at this time the mood is very good. The original accumulation of anger also in the day with Yifeng get along with the complete release. Have to say Yifeng in a sense, or a unique medicine. This symbolic fabric has to be collected immediately, so that I can recall the good times of today at all times. Limu Orange said here full of motivation, despite looking soft but still lifted the quilt hard to get off the ground, and finally holding the wall limped out of the living room. Drip, drip, drip. At the same time the automatic door at the back of the apartment building opened with it under the induction, and Ah Fu, who was originally standing outside the apartment building worried about Yifeng, breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing this situation. Missy looks like this as the anger has subsided. Also do not know how Yifeng subdued Missy. I'm afraid that Yifeng is the only one who can make Missy obey. It happened that Yifeng also walked out at this time. For some reason he seemed to have heard something strange when he was just about to walk to the door, but after seeing Ah Fu, he didn't take it seriously. Alfred, Yifeng, you came out. Congratulations. Why do you talk like I'm going to fall in it? You guys can't hope for the best for me. Yifeng blared at Ah Fu without any good humor and continued to walk forward. Missy's anger is gone? I guess so. Mu Orange knows about the existence of the Su family's eldest daughter. I'm being forced to do this. Yifeng sighed heavily. Don't you dare say that. You don't know how scary Missy's face was yesterday. I was afraid of your blood splattering on me. Asterisk 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 you. I'll leave if there's nothing. I don't know why I always feel so sore. Okay, be careful on the road. Watching Yifeng gradually disappear from his sight, Ah Fu couldn't help but mutter something in a low voice. Strange. How does Yifeng's face look quite a bit paler than it did this morning, although his essence is much better? Probably he was scared by Missy too. Ka-ching. In the moment Yifeng opened the door and walked into the living room, he looked at the doll room and couldn't help but feel puzzled by it. Although it wasn't the first time Shen Mengli was in the house, it looked like she hadn't even turned on the lights. It was reasonable that even if she was sleeping, she shouldn't have slept for so long. Yifeng, who felt that something was wrong, gradually walked toward the room, and just as he came to the living room he saw Shen Mengli, who was unconscious on the floor, and the wheelchair that had been overturned at some point. Mengli, Yifeng exclaimed with a shock in his heart, crouched down and hurriedly picked up Shen Mengli, who had fallen to the ground, and turned toward the bedroom. Well, as the sky gradually darkened, Shen Mengli, who had been unconscious for a long time, gradually awoke. Opening her fishy red eyes and looking around, she didn't react for a moment. Shen Mengli sat up in a daze, propped up on the mattress. In addition to some pain in the head, the chest was unusually stuffy, as if it was blocked by something. I seem to remember passing out all of a sudden, but why am I in bed? Just when Shen Mengli murmured, a footstep suddenly came from the living room. Feeling surprised, Shen Mengli also shifted her gaze to the door. Under Shen Mengli's gaze, Yifeng's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Looking at Yifeng's worried face, Shen Mengli also blinked dully. Little Feng, when exactly did you come back? Mengli, you're awake. Yifeng saw Shen Mengli's condition as normal before getting relieved, slowly walked to the bedside to sit down and then stretched out the back of his hand to lift Shen Mengli's bangs, at once pasted on. Feeling the temperature transmitted from the back of Yifeng's hand, Shen Mengli's small face also slightly reddened. Well, there's no sign of fever. After confirming that Shen Mengli did not faint due to fever, Yifeng also slowly put his hand down and looked at Shen Mengli with a gentle gaze and inquired in a small voice, Mengli, is there any discomfort in your body? No. Shen Mengli shook her head. Through Yifeng's actions couldn't help but feel that Yifeng could be said to care more and more about himself. Her heart couldn't help but be warmed up, and she looked at Yifeng to inquire. Feng, am I fainting? Yes. When I got home I saw you on the floor. Monique, can you tell me exactly what happened? Why did it turn out like this? Well, I'm not really sure. Shen Mengli shook her head, recalling today's noon when she said with her head down, I remember I was using a fruit knife to cut bread, but somehow I got distracted and cut my finger. Looking at my bleeding finger, I wanted to go and get some paper to wipe it off, but I don't know why it hurt as if something important had been taken away from me. And then it became like this. Bleeding. Fainting. Listening to Shen Mengli's explanation, Yifeng pondered a little. Dream Lily, you're not getting bloodsick, are you? Chapter 205, A Bad Smell. Hey, bloodsick? Right. Based on the only thing that's suspicious about the statement you just made, Dream Lily, that's the condition that happened only after you were injured. So I deduced that you should have gotten this way because of blood sickness. Yes. Thinking of this, Shen Mengli nodded thoughtfully. So listening to Yifeng seems to be no problem. Then lifted the quilt in front of Yifeng. Monique? Feng, I'm sorry I messed up the clothes you gave me. Shen Mengli looked at his dress on a smear of bloodstains lost. To say that her favorite things aside from the bear puppets is Yifeng gave himself clothes and hair clips. However, she only wore it for a short time before the clothes were soiled, and her heart was very difficult to bear. Feng, I didn't mean to. Fool, it's just a piece of clothing, you don't need to say that. And it's also something that you can't control, Mengli. How could I blame you? Yifeng reached out his hand and gently stroked Shen Mengli's white hair and said gently, besides, as long as you're safe and sound, Mengli, it's already enough. Feng. Shen Mengli looked at Yifeng with affection, opened her arms and couldn't hold down her inner emotions and pounced towards Yifeng's arms, feeling the breath brought by Yifeng's body only to feel a lot of peace of mind. But just as her head was buried in Yifeng's abdomen, she suddenly frowned, as if she noticed something wrong, and hurriedly raised her head up to gaze deeply at Yifeng. Monique? Looking at Shen Mengli's serious expression, Yifeng also put down his hand that was touching Shen Mengli. His tone was full of doubts. Feng, did you do something today? Hey, why do you ask that? Monri? Because you have an aura that doesn't belong to you. Little Feng, Shen Mengli calmly explained. A breath that doesn't belong? Ah, I know. Yifeng suddenly remembered that when he was unconscious, he was lying on Limu Orange's bed and slept through it. Perhaps the odor that Shen Mengli smelled was from Limu Orange's bed. Immediately, he told Shen Mengli about this matter. Feng, you're unconscious? Hearing this, Shen Mengli's pupils shrunk violently, as if she had discovered something. The expression was nervous as she looked at Yifeng. Right. It's strange to say. I don't know why I always get dizzy for some reason when I'm giving Mu Orange a lesson, but sometimes there's no sign of it. But my body doesn't react in any strange way, so it's just gone away. Shen Mengli's eyes darkened a lot at once when she heard this, and it seemed that she had gathered a lot of information from Yifeng's words. So she pushed Yifeng's chest and said, Little Feng, you, why don't you go take a shower first? No matter what, the smell on you is really bad. Ah, that's right. Sorry, I'm on my way. Yifeng awkwardly touched the back of his head and laughed. Being disliked by Shen Mengli like this, his face was more or less untenable. Hurriedly stood up from the edge of the bed. But before Kid goes over, can I trouble Kid to push the wheelchair over for me? Monique, you're going to? Just now when I woke up I could already smell the aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. I haven't eaten anything for a day, so I'm a little hungry. Shen Mengli blinked her eyes rapidly. Apparently the words coming out made her feel a hint of shyness. Ah, no problem. Just a moment, Monique. I'll go now. Not a moment later, pushed the wheelchair car, Yifeng came to the front of Shen Mengli. Taking into account their body odor, Yifeng also did not carry Shen Mengli to the wheelchair. Just single commanded a few sentences after going to the bathroom. Well, after hearing the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom, Shen Mengli took the bedside bear and sat it on the wheelchair cart, pushing the wheelchair out of the bedroom very carefully. As soon as Shen Mengli arrived in the living room, she saw the meal wafting hot air on the dining table, but she only glanced at it briefly before continuing forward to the outside of the bathroom door. Shen Mengli looked at Yifeng, who was just separated from herself by a wall in her heart. She did not know what she was thinking, but she quickly looked to the side of the basket containing the clothes. Seeing this, Shen Mengli's eyes also slightly narrowed. The smell of Xiao Feng's clothes above is that girl named Limu Orange. Right, but why is there something strange about the smell? It's like a kind that shouldn't appear under normal circumstances. Moreover, Little Feng said that he had been unconscious for a while, which means that Limu Orange is most likely the culprit who put Little Feng in a coma. It's just that Little Feng trusted her too much, thus ignoring this. Damn it! Each and every one of you bad women are plotting against Little Feng. It's really too bad. Shen Mengli exasperatedly smashed the bear in her arms and indignantly looked at the bear and muttered, And you, Feng, you're too trusting of them as well. Often it's these people who are the ones who hit you the hardest. Why don't you have any defenses at all? It really pisses me off. If it wasn't for my physical defect, I wouldn't have let Little Feng go into the tiger's mouth. Shen Mengli became even more angry at the thought, raising her pink fists to keep hitting the bear muppet, thus ignoring the sound of the shower in the bathroom that had been turned off. Obviously I'm the one who cares about you the most. Why don't I get this special treatment? Little Feng, you're really biased. Shen Mengli suddenly realized that a hot mist was coming in front of her after she said this, and in an instant, her petite body was fixed in place. Looking at Yifeng, who appeared in front of her wrapped in a white bath towel, she stopped talking for a split second, and the whole atmosphere was filled with embarrassment. What special treatment do you want, Monique? In the end, it was Yifeng who broke the silence and spoke somewhat embarrassedly. Shen Mengli did not answer Yifeng's words and slowly turned her wheelchair to leave the bathroom door, not even squeaking a word during the time. Alright, I said I won't take it to heart. Don't worry about it, Monique. Eventually under Yifeng's kind words Shin Mengli finally agreed to come out from the quilt barrier to eat. But that ripe face is not difficult to see that now she is still diaphragmatic about what just happened. I'm sorry Feng. I shouldn't have muttered about you behind your back. Didn't I say it's fine? On the contrary, I still think it's funny that you're doing this to me. I never thought that you have such a cute side to you. Mengli, Yifeng, who was carrying the rice bowl, smiled, and at the same time clamped on a piece of ribs and put it into Shin Mengli's bowl. Don't just eat you also clip a bit of food to eat Chapter 206, Mengli, do you want to stand up? I'm sorry Feng. Shen Mengli, who was sitting at the dining table with chopsticks clenched in her hands and hadn't been moving, muttered in a low voice with her head buried low. I didn't mean to talk about you behind your back. Harm. Yifeng waved his hand at this situation, obviously not taking Shin Mengli's words to heart at all. Mengli, you are always so cautious. Do we still need to consider this in our relationship? Don't say such polite words in the future. Won't that make us look rusty? Feng. After listening to Yifeng's words Shin Mengli didn't have a great reaction. Instead, it was an attitude that had already expected Yifeng to say this. Lifting his head to look at Yifeng opened his mouth. Sure enough, Mother Superior was right. Hey, what did she say to you? Monique, Dean? Keed is always so gentle. Really? Shin Mengli put her chopsticks on the bowl and huffed and puffed as she pushed the cart to Yifeng's side, waving her pink fist at Yifeng looking fierce. Do you realize that there is a lot of malice in this world? It's especially dangerous for a gentle person like you. Little Feng, maybe some people have already fooled you around. Monique, I didn't mean for you, little Feng, to speculate about the people around you. I just hope you won't be fooled by people with ulterior motives. They are relying on your gentleness and kindness to act recklessly, Shin Mengli said excitedly. Her words were full of caring for Yifeng. Yifeng naturally also felt Shin Mengli's good intentions and smiled as he nodded towards Shin Mengli. Thank you Monique. I'll keep an eye out. Since it's good that you realize what your problem is. Keed might think that I'm a bit long-winded, but I just don't want you to get hurt. Keed, Monique is also very gentle. This gentleness of mine is only for little Feng. If it were anyone else I wouldn't have said such a thing. Then could it be construed that your treatment is unique? Monique? Unique. Shin Mengli repeated the words from Yifeng's mouth. Her scarlet face spoke of the shy emotions of a young girl. Shin Mengli neither admitted nor refuted, but only brought the dishes on the table, burying her head and saying vaguely, eat, good. Looking at the shy Shin Mengli, Yifeng also couldn't help but smile. He knew that Shin Mengli was very good to himself, and so was he. The two are like people who support each other in this world. No one can leave anyone. Monique, well, Shin Mengli had just taken a small bite of her meal when she heard Yifeng calling her, and was turning her head around when she saw Yifeng gazing at her the whole time. Hey, little. I can't believe Keed kept looking at me. So happy. But it looks like Keed wants to say something, but why does he look so hesitant? What's wrong Keed? It looks like you're thinking about something, right? Seeing that Yifeng did not open his mouth, Shin Mengli then realized that maybe what Yifeng said next would be a bit serious, put down the bowl in his hand and grabbed one of Yifeng's hands with both hands, and then clutched it tightly in his hand. Don't worry little Feng, everything will be fine, and I'm here with you. As long as Keed needs help you can call me anytime, anywhere, as long as it's something I can do, it's no problem. Shin Mengli smiled sweetly as she said this, as if she was encouraging Yifeng to tell the truth. Dream Lily, do you really want to listen? Maybe what I'm going to say next has a lot to do with your future. It's okay little Feng, even the most undesirable things back in the orphanage I've already figured it out. I won't be offended by either outcome now. Shin Mengli seems to be ready, sitting in the wheelchair waiting for Yifeng's opening, although the mouth said so. But Yifeng is still able to see from Shin Mengli tightly clenched his hand at this time she is not so at ease with what she said on the mouth. Monique, why don't we just? No. Shin Mengli frowned emotionally very excited. Hands pressed Yifeng's thigh, attitude resolute said. Since Feng has brought this topic up, where is the sense in taking it back? Whatever the situation is I'm ready for it. Please also tell me word for word. Little Feng. Okay then. Under Shin Mengli's re-emphasis, Yifeng also put all his concerns behind him and looked at Shin Mengli seriously and said, Monique, you want to stand up? Jingle bells. At the same time Li's group's building, Li Jing was dealing with his own business on the desk. At the same time the phone in front of him suddenly rang. Originally did not intend to answer Li Jing after glancing at the caller. Instantly will be in the hands of the thing stopped, and hurriedly will be connected to the phone and put the phone on the ear. For no other reason. The caller was none other than his own daughter, Li Mu Orange. Mu Orange, why did you think of calling me at this hour? Is there something? Just as Li Jing's tired face piled up a smile unanticipated, Li Mu Orange's icy tone rang out. Why? Ha? Mu Orange, see if you can make this clearer. Good. I'd like to ask father why you arranged for the teacher him to give Su Yusin a lesson? Su Yusin. You mean, under Limu Orange's mention, it was as if Li Jing knew what Limu Orange was talking about in the dark. It was nothing more than the fact that he had arranged for Yifeng to become a teacher for Su Yusin without Limu Orange's knowledge. There's actually a reason for this. At that time, Yifeng wasn't teaching with good results, so Su Wanli asked me to let Yifeng continue to teach this child Su Yusin on weekends. I thought that since Xin is your good friend there shouldn't be any major problems, so I just... Not a big problem? Ha, isn't this still a big problem? Obviously the teacher is only giving me a lesson alone. It is Su Yusin she saw the teacher so she wanted to snatch him away from me before doing so. Now it's good. Father, you not only didn't reject Uncle Su but also helped Su Yusin. You are really my good father na. Mu Orange. Li Jing was also momentarily speechless after listening to Limu Orange's words, because of course he knew that Limu Orange's attitude towards Yifeng was a little different, but Su Wanli was after all a good brother who had been born and died with himself back then, and besides, although he knew that his daughter had a lot of good feelings towards Yifeng, but what Yifeng was showing at the moment wasn't the performance of having an amorous relationship, which showed that Yifeng was not interested in this aspect. If his daughter wanted to pursue unattainable happiness despite everything, she would end up getting hit on the head. In the end, he only cared about Limu Orange alone. Chapter 207, The Two Who Crossed Hearts. Why did you do this, father? Why did you settle this matter so hastily without consulting me at all? I'm sorry, Mu Orange. Because old Sui also instructed me before not to affect your mood in class because of this one incident. That's why. Father, am I not important in your eyes? No, Mu-chan. Enough. Father, there is no need for further explanation. Limu Orange's icy tone interrupted Li Jing's words, and her words were filled with overwhelming disappointment as well as complaints towards Li Jing. Things have happened, and it's too late to go back. I only hope that no matter what happens in the future, Father, you will not intervene or ask questions, and I will only do whatever it takes to achieve what my heart desires. After saying this, Limu Orange hung up Li Jing's phone, and the entire office was momentarily plunged into dead silence. After an unknown amount of time, Li Jing slowly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Ah Fu, keep an eye on Mu Orange for me. Don't let her do anything stupid. Report to me at the first sign of anything going wrong, okay? Yes, master. What? What did you say? Feng. Shen Mengli's dismayed eyes stared at Yifeng, as if the words Yifeng uttered were like the dawn in the darkness in her heart, and a trace of hope was mixed in her incredulous heart. Would you say yes if I said I had a way to get you on your feet, Monique? Shen Mengli thought of many possibilities, but did not expect this most impossible thing to happen in front of her. Even at this moment how she hoped that Yifeng was joking. There must be some price, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have a tangled look like this. Little Feng, Shen Mengli tried to inquire. Yes, the reason why I didn't tell you about this possibility in time, Monique, is still because it has a force majeure condition. Sure enough, Shen Mengli pondered a little for a while. At this time she had long since disregarded eating, and was preoccupied with this crucial matter. Feng, can I inquire if this force majeure condition is affecting me? Yes. Thinking of the marrow restoration pill that had been explained in the system backpack before, Yifeng didn't dare to look at Shen Mengli at all. So that's it. Shen Mengli also fell into silence after hearing this, but after a few moments she continued to speak. But Kid, I have a question I need to ask you. That is, if this treatment is taken, will I lose you, Kid, because of it? Losing? Me? Right. Lose Feng. Shen Mengli nodded seriously, and it could be seen that she could be said to care very much about this point. So much so that her hands were resting on her thighs with her nails hard embedded in her palms, and her originally rosy face also looked slightly pale. This, rather not. Yifeng thought about the fact that this marrow restoration pill would only produce certain special effects on the user, and did not record any instructions about himself, and only replied after confirming it again and again. Really, it really won't affect you in some way. Little Feng. Shen Mengli's tone suddenly became excited, and her eyes were filled with firm conviction. Yes, it doesn't affect me. But it can be of great concern to you. Mengli, little Feng, you mean if there's an accident, I won't be able to see little Feng anymore? Yifeng did not answer Shen Mengli's query because he could not guarantee what kind of changes would happen to Shen Mengli after taking the marrow restoration pill. I don't know. In the end, Yifeng just faintly said these three words. Then I have no more questions. Just when Yifeng thought that Shen Mengli would choose to give up, he never expected that she would agree. Shocked, he looked at Shen Mengli, who had a strong face. Mengli, are you serious? What if some side effects cause you to develop a physical condition? It's okay, Kid, because I have no worries anymore. That's why I'm full of longing for this unknown change. Shen Mengli spoke out to pacify Yifeng, looking like she was ready to change herself at any time. In fact, you also know that with this appearance I'm actually still a liability. Some of the difficulties in life would still be nothing without little Feng's help. Like this afternoon. If it wasn't for Little Feng's return, I'm afraid I would've. Mangly. Suddenly Yi Feng's heart seemed to be stabbed by a sharp blade-like pain, and immediately spoke out to interrupt Shen Mengli's later words, taking Shen Mengli, who was sitting on the edge of the wheelchair, into his arms. Don't say that. Monique has always been important. Whether it's for this world or for me, it's an extremely important existence. So I'd like to ask you to stop saying these self-destructive words, okay? I chose to tell Dream Lily about this matter you more or hope. Feng. Shen Mengli did not expect Yi Feng to suddenly hug himself, but looking at this scene she seemed to feel that she had made this decision correctly, opening her hands and burrowing into Yi Feng's arms to feel the intense warmth. It's like I said to you, Kid, I don't even care about what will become of me before and after I change. For me, Xiao Feng is the most important thing of all. Regardless of the outcome or not, as long as Kid is by my side I won't regret it. So, I also asked Kid to dispel her worries, because I also want to hang out with you, cook with you, and stay by your side when you need company the most, just like normal people do. Kid, Monique, so Kid, please don't take me into consideration, okay? This change I need so much, not only for myself, but for you, Kid. Shen Mengli's simple language was full of emotions covering her feelings towards Yi Feng. Even at this time she hugged Yi Feng with more force. I know, but Monique, let's wait until we've eaten before we talk about all this, okay? Well, Mengli, actually I'm not that good. You don't have to force yourself, so what if you're in a wheelchair for the rest of your life? Yi Feng, have said that I won't abandon you, now and in the future. I understand what Feng means la, and I also know that Feng is good to me. Shen Mengli inadvertently clamped on a piece of meat and put it into Yi Feng's bowl, and her eyes were full of unwillingness to give up on Yi Feng as well as a different emotion. But I also want to make a little change, even if it's insignificant or crashing to the bottom, but there's always something to try, isn't there? I'm not afraid that something bad will happen, because I believe that you, Little Feng, will always be with me, right? Aha. The concerns in Yi Feng's heart were also slowed down by Shen Mengli's true expression of affection, and his original uneasiness was calmed down a lot. Yeah. No matter what difficulties I encounter, just face them with Monique and I won't leave her even though the final result is not satisfactory. Because Monique will be with me too, won't she? Chapter 208, it's going to be okay. So, what's the method you're talking about? Feng, can I learn about it? After eating, the two sat on the sofa. Shen Mengli holding the bear puppets in his arms looks very nervous. Do not need to see. Also know that although Shen Mengli said on the mouth is fine, but really to this crisis is still afraid. Yi Feng naturally also found Shen Mengli's not right. Monique, are you okay? Me? Of course it's okay. Shen Mengli pretended to be strong and nodded her small head, showing a forced smile towards Yi Feng. Don't worry, Feng, I've been through so much, and this incident certainly won't break me. Monique, actually, you're upset, aren't you? Seeing Shen Mengli's head buried low like an ostrich, Yi Feng's heart was also very unfavorable. He knew that Shen Mengli did this because she wanted to show her good side to herself, but Shen Mengli's slightly trembling body had long revealed the worry in her heart. Is he right or wrong to tell Mengli about this method? Little Feng. After a while, Shen Mengli murmured, yes, even though I have Kid by my side. But I'm still so scared. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A few drops of bean-sized teardrops slid down Shen Mengli's chin on the back of her hand. At this moment, she could no longer withstand that torment in her heart, and raised her head to look at Yi Feng in a pitiful manner. If I hadn't met you before, Little Feng, at that time I was thinking that even if I disappeared into this world, I'm afraid it would be a relief. But now my view is completely different from before. Shen Mengli choked, her words full of reluctance towards Yi Feng. Now that I have Feng's company, it fills me with hope and happiness for my future life. But I'm not willing. Obviously there are many meaningful things that I haven't done with Little Feng yet. I'm not going to use this crippled body to make Little Feng take care of me all the time. I also want to be able to do something for Little Feng once in a while, even if it's insignificant. Yi Feng looked at this girl who had her eyes full of herself, and the tangle in his heart became even bigger. While wanting Shen Mengli to get better on one hand, on the other hand, he was more fearful of the side effects of this elixir. If he had caused Shen Mengli to undergo any indelible changes because of this elixir, then it would be useless for him to regret. Feng, Shen Mengli, of course, also saw what Yi Feng was thinking in his heart and wiped the tears from his cheeks and continued. Will you put your arm around me? Just healing time. Yi Feng did not reject Shen Mengli, nor did he bother to ask her why she did it, but just opened his mouth alone. Is it okay? Well, if I can be in Feng's warm body, even if something does change, I'm already satisfied in this life. Maybe this is fate. Shen Mengli revealed a fake smile, then shifted her gaze to Yi Feng in front of her. May I? Good. Yi Feng without a trace of hesitation to Shen Mengli stretched out his hands, holding her waist to hold her into his arms. In turn, Shen Mengli also cooperate with Yifeng, along with Yifeng's forced to tighten his body to Yifeng's arms to drill. Perhaps just to do this point are able to let her uneasiness reduce a lot. Rustling. After finding a suitable position, Shen Mengli rested her head in front of Yifeng's shoulder, raised her head and looked at Yifeng's handsome face. Her small face could not help but blush. Well, I really can't resist Keed's close contact. I don't know why my heart beats so fast whenever Keed touches me. Is this okay with Monique? Yifeng lowered his head and sniffed Shen Mengli's hair fragrance, because he could not see her expression only through Shen Mengli's movements to determine her mood at the moment. But just in case, Yifeng still whispered and asked Shen Mengli's feelings. Well, it's warm. Keed's arms are more comfortable than a cart. Ahem. Hearing Shen Mengli's words, Yifeng's old face flushed. Shen Mengli's soft body seems to be as soft as cotton candy. I'm afraid that Shen Mengli likes to hold the bear puppet so much for the same reason. Then Monique, I'll tell you about this law now. Oh, good. Actually, this method is also something I got from a mysterious person by chance. Mystery man? Who is he? After hearing Yifeng's statement, Shen Mengli was a bit curious and tilted her head to look at Yifeng with a puzzled look on her face. Well, this mystery man. Yifeng of course will not tell Shen Mengli about the system. This secret is definitely for him to take into the coffin. But in order to let Shen Mengli have some confidence in this treatment, Yifeng had to make up a relatively credible reason. Another time when I was on an escort mission, I saved a masked man by mistake. In order to express my gratitude, he gave me an elixir, saying that this elixir had the effect of being able to heal a badly injured body, but it had the disadvantage of producing a side effect in the body of the person who took it with no idea of what would happen. Considering this, I have also kept this elixir. Is that it? So amazing, right? At that time, I also thought it was incredible, but I also had some concerns, knowing that in terms of current medicine, the only way to repair your injuries, Mengli, is to take a special method. But then, I'm well aware of that, Keed. That's why the words of this mysterious person made you reluctant to speak up until now, Keed, right? Aha. Then, Feng, do you know the name of that mysterious person? Not sure. All I heard after he disappeared was grapefruit or something. Chalo, a friendly cameo. Yuzu? Not sure. Yeah, that's why it's incredible. Well, Shen Mengli said to Yifeng after a moment of silence. Little Feng, can you show me what that elixir looks like? Of course. Then Monique, please wait for me on the couch for a while. Good. Carrying the lightweight Shen Mengli back to the sofa, Yifeng took a deep breath and walked into the bedroom. Immediately after, in the blind spot of Shen Mengli's field of vision, began to rummage around the cabinet to make some noise. In fact, relying on the system panel in his mind, Yifeng has long held the elixir in his hands. Looking at a small, black and unattractive ball, Yifeng hesitated for a moment, and the appearance of Shen Mengli's party crying in his mind eventually stood up and walked out of the bedroom. It's got to be okay. Chapter 209, It was an accident. Keed. The moment she saw Yifeng walk out from the bedroom, Shen Mengli did not focus on Yifeng's clenched fists, but opened her arms as if she was waiting for Yifeng to take her into his arms once again. To say that Shen Mengli enjoys nothing more than Yifeng's embrace. Whenever she feels Yifeng's hard body is like a thick and cozy little home sheltering her from the wind and rain, blocking all the dangers. Hold me. Even if it is with Shen Mengli with a period of time, Yifeng. In the sea, Shen Mengli on their own pampered look heart or swing for a moment, only because Shen Mengli's soft sticky voice and that lovely appearance is really a plus, which no matter who I am afraid to do cannot top it. Yifeng took a step to the side of Shen Mengli and hugged her on his lap, and Shen Mengli reached an invisible cooperation with Yifeng, without even needing to speak. She consciously wrapped her arms around Yifeng's neck. Feng, is it ready? Are you really going to do this though, Monique? There's something I want to say to you before that. I also have a lot of things in my heart that I want to say to you, little Feng. Well, let me start. Shen Mengli suddenly interrupted Yifeng, her eyes filled with determination. Good. Thank you, Keed. Shen Mengli pulled over Yifeng's neck and hugged him tightly. Actually, I've always enjoyed staying with you, little Feng. I also want to go shopping for clothes with you. I also want to pick out nice gifts for little Feng. And I also want to go to many places I've never been with little Feng. So I'm going to do it no matter what. When I get up, little Feng, will you be willing to accompany me to these places? I do. Yifeng also hugged Shen Mengli in his arms. He did not know what would happen next. Shen Mengli, feelings from the bottom of his heart he naturally felt, not even with consideration, agreed to Shen Mengli words. For him, one more hope also means one more hope. Ha ha. Shen Mengli laughed happily and hugged Yifeng to death without letting go. Alright, I've said everything I wanted to say. Do you have anything else to say, little Feng? I want to say to you, Mengli, that no matter what kind of thing happens, I will be firmly by your side. Don't be afraid. Everything is with me. Aha. Shen Mengli nodded excitedly and slowly loosened her hold on Yifeng, shifting her gaze above the black pill in Yifeng's palm. Is it the elixir you mentioned? little Feng? Yes. So, come on. I'm ready. After saying that, Shen Mengli slightly opened her small mouth towards Yifeng. Without having to think about it, she knew that she was signaling Yifeng to feed the elixir into her mouth. This time Yifeng didn't have any more hesitant movements. Regardless of success or failure, he would take care of Shen Mengli. In his heart, Shen Mengli had become an irreplaceable part. As the black elixir flowed into Shen Mengli's mouth, her head lay quietly in Yifeng's arms waiting for the effects to kick in. At the same time, Yifeng didn't make any noise. The two just stayed with each other, feeling the silent atmosphere. Hey! As one of Shen Mengli's voices was issued, Yifeng, who was tensing his nerves, instantly grabbed Shen Mengli's shoulders and nervously asked, "What's wrong? Mengli, are you alright?" I'm fine. It's just that nothing happened." "Nothing happened? How can that be?" Yifeng was surprised to look at Shen Mengli's white and tender calves, and instantly moved his gaze back after looking at the round and reddish little feet. Monique, do you want to touch your knee with your hand yourself to see if there's a reaction?" "Okay, I'll try." Shen Mengli hesitated for a moment after a hand cupped into a fist and placed it lightly on his knee and knocked hard, but the result was not even a little reaction. "Feng, it seems it doesn't work?" Shen Mengli shook her head to indicate that there was no effect, and her mood was low with a little bit of peace of mind after the robbery. "Doesn't work? How? How is it possible? There must be something wrong in that step." Although the system was usually pitiful, but the effects of the things given were still there. But for some reason this time nothing happened after Shen Mengli took the elixir, which was just too weird. We can't say the system guy still has counterfeits, can we? Just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, Shen Mengli suddenly felt a warmth coming from her belly, followed by the warmth that was pooled together separately, turning into a stream of warmth, rushing towards Shen Mengli's circumference in all directions. Boing! Shen Mengli softly said, only to feel weak. Straight to Yifeng's arms fell. Mengli! Seeing Shen Mengli like this, Yifeng, who was still wondering in the last second, reacted by wrapping his arms around the powerless Shen Mengli and said with a tense expression, "What's wrong? Is the medicine kicking in?" Yes. Shen Mengli weakly collapsed into Yifeng's arms, and even her tone of voice was 3 times weaker. "Just now I suddenly felt warmth in my body, like a flowing stream of water pouring over my entire body. It's not a painful feeling to say the least, it's just a little strange is all. It's good that the person is fine. It looks like the medicine is doing its job. You must tell me if there are any changes next, Mengli, okay?" Shen Mengli pursed her lips and looked at Yifeng's anxious appearance and laughed out in front of Yifeng. "Feng, you're worrying about me? Nonsense. How could I not be worried about you? The person who gave you this elixir was me. The person who picked you up from the orphanage was also me. And the one who kidnapped you and packed you away was also me. How could I possibly abandon you at this time? That's the best thing I've ever heard. Okay, don't be playful. Be serious." Yifeng reached out his finger and gently poked Shen Mengli's head to signal Shen Mengli to be quiet. Got it. As the cheerful atmosphere dissipated, Shen Mengli quietly lay in Yifeng's arms, feeling the effects of the medicine. The warm current that dispersed out was like washing the impurities in her body, and an unprecedented relief came out enthusiastically. Shen Mengli couldn't help but let out a light hum. Suddenly she realized that she had made a sound, hurriedly shifted her gaze to Yifeng. Looking at Yifeng's evasive gaze, her face quickly covered with a red veil. "Little Feng, it was an accident." Chapter 210, A Sudden Sensation of Pain. Ahem. I didn't hear anything. Yifeng coughed awkwardly twice. He also did not expect Shen Mengli to suddenly make this sound. "Feng, don't laugh." Shen Mengli pouted and glared at Yifeng, closing her eyes to feel the warmth. Seeing that Shen Mengli looked like she was meditating, the joking Yifeng also stopped, quietly embracing Shen Mengli in his arms to accompany her. His heart has long had an answer. Regardless of Shen Mengli's outcome, one would not abandon her. As time passed, the warmth in Shen Mengli's body grew stronger and stronger. But just at this instant, a wave of pain came from all over her body. Ooh! Shen Mengli had wanted to forcefully endure the pain not to disturb Yifeng, but where could her small body so easily withstand such pain, and eventually exclaimed out in shock. Monique? Originally still quietly waiting for Shen Mengli's body to recover, Yifeng was suddenly stunned by Shen Mengli's cry of surprise, lowered his head and looked at Shen Mengli, who had a frown on her willow eyebrows, and asked with concern, "Is something wrong?" The veins and bones in my body hurt as if they were being disassembled and then reattached." Shen Mengli gritted her silver teeth and said to Yifeng with difficulty. From her expression, she could tell how unbearable the pain of the medicine was. Bones being taken apart and reattached. Could this be the effect of the medicine? Yifeng was judging something to himself. From the very beginning of the warmth as well as the current phenomenon similar to restructuring, there was a role in improving Shen Mengli's physique in the underworld. But he couldn't bear to see Shen Mengli suffer from such pains. Every cry of alarm from Shen Mengli was a heavy blow to him. Feng, am I? Something's going to happen? Shen Mengli was trembling as she uttered these words. In her feelings it was like the torture before death. Painful and agonizing. I don't want to yet. I don't want to leave little Feng like this. Don't say that, Monique. By my judgment you're actually getting your life back. Oh, What? Regained life? Yes. Yi Feng nodded affirmatively and hugged Shen Mengli in his arms hard, wanting to use this to ease the pain in her body. Mengli, listen to me analyze this for you. Wasn't that initial warmth like it was cleansing the impurities in your body? After all, the filth that's been piling up for so long has to be unclogged and unblocked before you can proceed with the subsequent treatment. Well, seems to make sense. Think carefully then, Dream Lily. The pain in your mouth just now was a pain in your meridians and bones. Then it also means that it is helping you to change in a better direction. What Keed means is, I don't have to leave little Feng? Fool, why are you still thinking about this when it's so late? Yi Feng reached out and touched Shen Mengli's head, after which he said seriously, don't worry Monique, you'll be fine, trust me, okay? Well, I've always believed in Keed. With Yi Feng's encouragement, Shen Mengli only felt that the pain in her body had eased quite a bit, and with the only remaining strength in her body, she wrapped her arms around Yi Feng's neck and put her head up when Yi Feng failed to react. Hey, Dream! Yi Feng initially thought that Shen Mengli was uncomfortable somewhere again, and was about to open his mouth when he was blocked by the oncoming cherry mouth. Ooh-hoo! Yi Feng stared wide-eyed at Shen Mengli, who suddenly kissed up his heart as if he was flustered by a deer. Sweet lips and teeth like ripe cherries. Not only has a fresh flavor also accompanied by a sweet and moist taste, Yi Feng's soul is like being hooked as if for a long time without reaction. It wasn't until Shen Mengli hit Yi Feng's face with a searing snort, which made him slightly more awake. Ha-woo! Yi Feng took advantage of the sudden wakefulness and hurriedly moved his head away from Shen Mengli's face and looked at Shen Mengli with a surprised expression. Monique, you are? Ha! Ha! At this time, Shen Mengli was no better. Under the confusion she followed the devil-like kissing to Yi Feng, until the two had separated. She realized that she even forgot to breathe. Little Feng! Shen Mengli gasped petulant breath, gazed deeply at Yi Feng. Snow-white silver hair was still stained with some wet sweat. It looked like a budding gardenia. Feng, I don't know exactly what's going to happen to my body later. I just don't want to leave my regrets behind. And I think this will make my pain slightly better. Is that it? Looking at Shen Mengli's delicate appearance, Yi Feng did not know what to do. In addition to the fact that he had been holding Shen Mengli for a long time so that his arm was a little stiff. At the same time, in order to avoid Shen Mengli suddenly attacking himself like just now, Yi Feng picked up Shen Mengli and walked towards the bedroom. And at this moment, Shen Mengli was still in the stage of trance. That one image of kissing Yi Feng just now kept reappearing in her mind. Little Maple. Like Feng. In less than a moment Yi Feng gently placed Shen Mengli on the bed in the bedroom and couldn't help but feel a big sigh of relief in his heart. To know that Shen Mengli's cute but mixed with flirtatious look almost let the tough-minded Yi Feng break. In his eyes nowadays can let his heart be disturbed by someone. I'm afraid that there is only one person. Shen Mengli. Shen Mengli, who was lying on the bed, was still suffering from the pain, and her mouth kept murmuring Yi Feng's name. Seeing this, Yi Feng seemed to be responding to Shen Mengli in general and put his hand on Shen Mengli's hand. When Shen Mengli's hand just touched Yi Feng's fingers, she clutched Yi Feng's big hand as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and the two of them held their hands together like this, quietly waiting for the final result. Time passed minute by minute, and the pain that Shen Mengli showed at the beginning became gradually better. However, her mental state could be described as weakened to the naked eye. Even the degree of force in her hand that clutched Yi Feng was much less. Feng, after an unknown amount of time, Shen Mengli's voice suddenly came out. I am. Yi Feng clutched Shen Mengli's small hand tightly after hearing her voice, and Shen Mengli seemed to know that Yi Feng had been accompanying her, and weakly opened her eyes. The first scene that came into view, Shen Mengli saw Yi Feng with messy hair, and at the same time, it was not difficult to see from Yi Feng's anxious and uneasy demeanor that up until now, Yi Feng had not taken it lightly. Chapter 211. The pain I just felt seems to be slowly fading away. Shen Mengli felt the little by little changes that occurred in her body and told Yi Feng without the slightest concealment, while the worry in her heart gradually dissipated with the pain. Looks like the medicine is working. Yi Feng was also relieved to see this, and looking at Shen Mengli's hair that was wet with sweat, he couldn't help but get up and walk towards the living room. Just as Yi Feng had just sat up, he was pulled by Shen Mengli's small hand. Where are you going, Feng? Seeing that Yi Feng wanted to leave, Shen Mengli took advantage of the gap between Yi Feng's rising and pulled Yi Feng's cuffs with what was left of his remaining strength. Feeling that his back was pulled by a weak force, Yi Feng hurriedly turned around and gently patted the back of Shen Mengli's hand with his hand in a warm voice. Mengli, don't be nervous. I just saw a lot of sweat coming out of your head and wanted to go get a handkerchief to wipe it off for you in case you caught a cold. No, don't. Feng, don't go. It's okay. Shen Mengli slightly shook her head. Did not want to let Yi Feng leave. the pair of flashing tears red pupils staring at Yifeng, as if afraid that the next second Yifeng will disappear in front of her eyes. See Shenmengli so strong Yifeng also had to agree to sit back on the edge of the bed, at the same time with the cuffs of the clothes gently for Shenmengli wiped away the sweat on the forehead. Well, feeling Yifeng's meticulous care, Shenmengli's heart was like a kitten's paw scratching. This is different from the previous orphanage Dean's mother treating herself differently. Yifeng's care is more than enough to bring a feeling of love, warmth accompanied by sweetness. Yifeng looked at Shenmengli has a small hand of redness feel a surprise, to know that when she met with Shenmengli her color is like the wind swaying constantly tender flowers. A little some of the wind and grass will be dangerous seems, but in their own home a little conditioning a few days, Shenmengli's color is also much better. Thinking of this Yifeng also revealed a pleased smile. At least now see Shenmengli in their own here life is very good. Just when Yifeng shifted his gaze to Shenmengli again, he realized that Shenmengli had fallen asleep at some point. Looking at the sleeping Shenmengli, Yifeng also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This meant that the pain in Shenmengli's body had completely dissipated, and the next step was to just wait for Shenmengli's body to recover. Thinking of this Yifeng slowly stuffed Shenmengli's small hand into the quilt and covered Shenmengli with the quilt. Looking at the young girl's tranquil appearance, Yifeng's mind conjured up the image of Shenmengli suddenly kissing herself just now, which made Yifeng couldn't help but purse his lips. What was I thinking? Yifeng's old face reddened as he put the cluttered thoughts behind him and tiptoed out of the room. He had to make some nourishing meals for Shenmengli before she woke up. I'm this. When Shenmengli opened her eyes and realized that she was on the sofa in Yifeng's home, when she slowly sat up from the sofa but realized that Yifeng was actually not by her side. Little Feng? Little Feng? Shenmengli anxiously looked around and called out Yifeng's name. But what responded to her was nothing but dead silence and her own echo. Seeing that there was no figure of Yifeng, Shenmengli followed the devil and crawled towards the ground. Why? Xiaofeng, didn't you say you wouldn't leave me? Why aren't you by my side when I need you the most? When Shenmengli's body was about to fall on the floor, she suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the closed bedroom door. Little Feng? Feng, are you somewhere? Just as Shenmengli's body was about to hit the ground, she actually realized that her legs had felt an icy coolness from the floor at some point. This is? Shenmengli's pupils shrunk, incredulously looking at her legs, using her hands to pinch her fleshy calves, and sure enough a feeling of being touched came from the inner side of her calves. My legs. Got feeling? Shenmengli let out a cry of shock and reached out her hand to cover her mouth in an attempt to calm herself down. It was at this moment that Yifeng's figure appeared in her mind. Right, now is not the time for legs. By the sound of it Feng is still in the bedroom. I'm going to find him. Thinking of this, Shenmengli stood up with her hands holding the sofa trembling, and moved step by step towards Yifeng's bedroom. As he got closer and closer to the bedroom, what had been a muffled voice gradually became clearer and clearer. Ha! After hearing the commotion coming from the bedroom, Shenmengli's whole body was like a bolt from the blue, and the original sense of joy piled up by standing up was washed away and dropped by the commotion in front of her. No way. It's definitely not like that. Little Feng, he promised to stay with me. Despite Shenmengli's disbelief on her lips, her hand was already on the doorknob, her red eyes revealing a terrifying red light. Squeak! As the door of the room slowly opened, Shenmengli was stunned by the scene in front of her. In front of her was Yifeng, who was confined to the bed and biting the cloth. At this moment he was showing a terrified expression and casting a pleading expression to Shenmengli, while at the side of the bed stood three silhouettes, but she could not see the appearance of those three silhouettes. Just when she was stunned by this scene, the three silhouettes seemed to have realized her existence and turned their heads to look at Shenmengli, only to see that one of them pulled out a sharp scalpel from nowhere, slowly walked to Shenmengli's front and handed the scalpel to Shenmengli's front. Immediately after a familiar voice sounded, Shenmengli knew that the black mass of silhouettes in front of her was none other than Yifeng's student, Limu Orange. Mengli, it's thanks to your teacher that he's obedient. I have to admit that your contribution is the greatest amongst the few of us. So well, we've decided to share Yifeng's first blade and give it to you. You guys, what do you guys mean? Hey, didn't you already know this? Didn't we agree that if Yifeng was captured, the person who contributed the most would have the first right to choose? Be the first to choose? Choose what? Is that even a thought? Of course. As Limu Orange's small mouth opened, Shenmengli next only felt a sense of dizziness come over her mind, and her eyes were gradually enveloped in a black mist. No! Shenmengli opened her eyes and sat up from the bed in an instant. This action almost scared Yifeng, who was sitting on the edge of the bed and looking at Shenmengli, into a jolt. Monique? Chapter 212, Senses. Mengli. Yifeng originally wanted to go up and ask Shenmengli what happened, but when he looked at Shenmengli's gaze had been staring at himself and showed a kind of frightened appearance, which made Yifeng just to the edge of his mouth words and put back. No, don't turn into that. Shenmengli suddenly stretched out her hands and clutched Yifeng's wrist, and her two pupils trembled as she said, "Feng, don't go any further. They are dangerous. Very dangerous. Mengli, is it a nightmare?" After making sure that Shen Mengli was not in any serious trouble, Yifeng cautiously inquired, "I've just been in the house and haven't been out. And who are these girls you're talking about? Monique?" "Yes." When Shen Mengli was about to say what she saw in her dream, she suddenly realized that even if she told it, according to Yifeng's understanding, she definitely wouldn't believe it. Even she herself didn't quite believe it, but this kind of dream was too realistic, as if she was there. "No, nothing, it's just like what you said, Feng. I had a nightmare." In the end, Shen Mengli still chose to hide this dream in her heart. As for the truth or falsehood of this dream can only be slowly speculated with the development of time itself. "That's good. How are you feeling now, Monique? Your leg, has it gotten any better?" "Well, let's see." Shen Mengli lifted the quilt covering her body as soon as she heard Yifeng's words, and as a pair of white and flawless legs were displayed, Yifeng, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, stood up with some embarrassment. How's it going?" Shen Mengli first used his own body to feel a bit, trying to move slightly in bed to judge whether his legs have signs of activity, but the result is still as dead as the initial. No effect yet, but maybe it's not time yet? There's still a chance. Shen Mengli reluctantly showed an easy smile in order to not let Yifeng feel discouraged for himself, but in the end, he could still feel the sense of disappointment in her micro-expression. "Is it true that it still doesn't work?" "That's right. I'm afraid it's a pipe dream to try to cure a situation like mine." "How?" Yifeng muttered under his breath. Although the system sometimes always pokes some moths out, but it gives the props and such things are real. Since the instructions will have the effect of marrow cleansing, then it is reasonable to say that Shen Mengli is not to have no reaction at all. Monique, it's a bit sudden, but can I ask you for something?" Looking at Yifeng's wriggling appearance, Shen Mengli asked curiously, "Of course, but what exactly are you going to do, little Feng? How to see your expression is a bit wrong." "Ahem. Well, it depends on whether or not you can accept it." "Mengli." Yifeng coughed twice to show his embarrassment, then sat back on the edge of the bed. "Mengli, can you let me touch your leg?" Seemingly feeling that there was some instability in the words he uttered, Yifeng immediately added another sentence. "I just want to try to see if you can feel your legs." "Mengli, don't misunderstand me. Touching your leg." Shen Mengli quickly blinked her eyes after hearing Yifeng's request. The original frustration in her heart was completely eliminated by Yifeng's sentence, and turned to be more filled with a sense of shyness. Seeing Shen Mengli reacted so violently, Yifeng also realized that his sentence was a bit too frivolous. Maybe because of his sentence Shen Mengli took himself as a hooligan, so hastily waved his hand and apologized. "Sorry Mengli, when I just said nothing. This kind of request to say is really a little excessive." Suddenly Shen Mengli's weak voice interrupted Yifeng's words, only to see Shen Mengli's small face flushed at a speed visible to the naked eye, shifted her gaze to the other side and looked at the night scene outside the window and said, I think what Kid said makes sense. It's not rigorous to rely on my general feeling alone, and since Kid's purpose is to help me, I understand all of these truths. So, it's okay." Froze for a moment Yifeng after a long time to react from Shen Mengli's words. He also did not think that Shen Mengli promised to be so fast, but obviously already could not care so much. Since it was he who let Shen Mengli eat that marrow restoration dan, he also has the obligation to cure Shen Mengli's legs. "So, you'll have to feel your legs carefully for sensation next dream, Lily. I'll try to avoid some unnecessary misunderstandings." Well, after receiving Shen Mengli's permission, Yifeng also focused on Shen Mengli's legs, and immediately afterward gulped his saliva. As the atmosphere became anxious, Yifeng also completely blocked out the distractions in his mind and began to check Shen Mengli's condition. How's it going? Did your knee react?" "Hey!" Feeling the residual warmth coming from Yifeng's palm, the originally shy Shen Mengli turned her head around all of a sudden and looked at Yifeng with a surprised expression. "There! I felt the warmth of your palm, Feng." "Really?" Hearing Shen Mengli's feelings, Yifeng said with delight. At the same time, he also poked and prodded Shen Mengli's glowing skin. "What about now? Can you still feel it, Monique?" I can feel it." Shen Mengli was so excited at the moment that she had already shouted out. Not only her expression, but even her tone showed great excitement. "Feng, can you try again?" I haven't felt any sensation coming from my thighs for a long time." "Well, rustling. Well, can you feel it all?" Yifeng did not know why. The original firm conviction was instantly collapsed after his hand touched Shen Mengli's skin. The soft jade-like texture came from his hand, and even had some feelings of love. "Well, it can all be felt. Just what? I just don't know why I can't move my legs." In this case, Yifeng pondered for a moment, temporarily giving a conjectural answer. "Mengli, you see, if that could be the case, Because you haven't moved the behavior of your legs and feet for a long time. So much so that for a while you don't know how to control it. But now that perception and other aspects have returned as before. It means that this elixir also has a gradual improvement process. Maybe after a while you can walk off the ground like a normal person. Aha! I believe in Feng. Now seeing Hope, Shen Mangli was naturally overjoyed. And at the same time had some heartburn because of Yifeng's touch earlier. Keed's hands are like magic. I don't know why, but I always feel something. Enjoy. Chapter 213, She Who Doesn't Want to Get Better. How's it going? It's so warm. Feeling Yifeng's big warm hand, Shen Mengli had long ago put her mind to one side, when she reacted to her wrong words before she stammered and changed her words. I didn't mean anything else. I just meant that I can feel the temperature in my legs. Shen Mengli's voice became smaller and smaller until finally it was almost inaudible. So, that's good. Yifeng also realized the subtlety of the atmosphere and hurriedly pulled his hand out. At once the entire bedroom fell into silence. After a few moments, Yifeng was opening his mouth to say a few words in order to break this awkward atmosphere. When it happened that Shen Mengli also spoke. Monique I. Little Feng I. The two looked up and locked eyes, and before long both snorted out a laugh. Ha ha. Shen Mengli stretched out her fingers to wipe the tears from her eyes and pursed her small lips. This is kind of an understanding between Keed and I now. Ah. You go first, Monique. Yifeng scratched the back of his head a little embarrassed and said, Strange. How do I always feel that I have become so twisted after spending a lot of time with Mengli? Okay. I want you to help me get off the ground for a walk, is that okay? Feng? I want to feel what it feels like to have both feet on the ground. That's not a problem. Wait a moment, Monique. I'll get your slippers. Aha. Looking at Yifeng, who left the bedroom in a hurry, Shen Mengli took the little bear muppet next to her pillow and looked at the cute appearance of the bear with the corners of her mouth slightly curved up. It's like I'm dreaming. I thought I'd never be able to stand up in my life. If I do get up, Keed will be happy for me. Shen Mengli's pupils suddenly shrunk when she spoke at this point, as if she had associated it with some bad scene. If I really stand up, doesn't that mean I'm a normal person in Feng's eyes? Then he won't care about himself as much as he did before. Shen Mengli thought of the joy in her heart here was gone, and only felt a pang of fear in her heart. No way. Absolutely not. If that's the case, then maybe Feng won't hug me anymore, or blow dry my hair, or sleep in the same bed with me. At this moment, Yifeng also walked in with a pair of slippers, and after placing them by the bedside, he stood up and turned his gaze to Shen Mengli, who was looking at himself. Okay, Monique. I've got the slippers. Do you need me to help you up now? Ah, good. Shen Mengli hesitated for a moment and nodded towards Yifeng. Then I'll trouble Feng. That's okay. Yifeng helped Shen Mengli up and immediately stood in front of her and said somewhat nervously. Then Monique, please lift your arms up. Is it okay if I stand up with my arms around you first to get used to the feeling of touching the ground? Okay. Shen Mengli raised her arms up according to Yifeng's instructions, and her initial joy was replaced by a face full of sorrow. Yifeng thought that Shen Mengli was worried about not being able to stand up, so he spoke out in relief. Don't worry, Mengli, it will be fine. Said Yifeng, body bending hands around Shen Mengli's body, slightly force her up, and Shen Mengli's feet also touched the ground. Came a cold and ice feeling. How is it? Can you stand still, Mengli? Since Yifeng was holding Shen Mengli in a posture, so of course he couldn't see Shen Mengli's movements and could only judge whether Shen Mengli stood up by virtue of himself through the force on his body. Shen Mengli naturally will not miss the opportunity to get close to Yifeng. Her hands wrapped around Yifeng's neck and almost integrated her body into Yifeng's body. At the same time, her legs were slightly trembling, and she looked like she could only rely on Yifeng's support to barely stand. But without Yifeng as her crutch, she would lose her center of gravity and fall down. Phew! Shen Mengli was relieved to see this instead, and was even a little happy in her heart. At least she could continue to be with Yifeng as usual for the time being. Little Feng, I can feel it. Well, it's just, I still can't stand up without Feng's help, but I can feel both my legs and feet. Just a moment, Monique. I'll carry you to the living room and we'll talk later. After listening to Shen Mengli's self-description, Yifeng's heart also had a rough idea. Considering that Shen Mengli's body still needed to be replenished, he picked Shen Mengli up as usual and walked towards the direction of the dining table. Shen Mengli, on the other hand, was sticking to Yifeng's chest as usual, and although there was some guilt in her heart towards Yifeng, to her Yifeng was everything to her, and she just wanted to stay with Yifeng and that was all. Come on, be careful. Yifeng gently carried Shen Mengli on the dining chair, and just as he was about to sit back in his seat, Shen Mengli's hands that were hooked around his neck did not let go. Monique, it's almost time to let go. Ooh. Little Feng, will you dislike me? Just then Shen Mengli suddenly opened her mouth, her tone full of melancholy as well as sadness. Mengli, how could I possibly dislike you? Why are you saying that? Yifeng reached out and put Shen Mengli's hands down, pulled his chair over, and the two of them just sat with each other. Because I used something so good, but my body doesn't fight to recover so slowly. To me it's like I wasted this precious elixir. Don't you dare think that. Monique. Yifeng touched Shen Mengli's head to comfort her. First of all, Monri, you have to realize that in today's world you are the only one who can be sentient again, which is already a very big step up from before. Besides, just like what you just said, Dream Lily, as long as I support you, didn't you just stand up? After so long both feet on the ground for more or less a slow familiarization process, as long as a little exercise will surely slowly recover. Really? Shen Mengli raised her head and looked at Yifeng with a pair of extremely attractive red pupils that brought a great desire for protection. That's for sure. I'm sure it won't be long before you'll be able to be just like a normal person. Mengli, I'm sure the guys at the orphanage will be happy for you by then. What about you? Feng, how would you feel? Well, Yifeng said and stood up, turned around and walked behind Shen Mengli. In the case of Shen Mengli's confusion, Yifeng served the fish soup boiled in the kitchen to Shen Mengli's front. I'll raise Mengli you to be white and fat, and then you'll be the prettiest girl in the whole world. How's that? It's heartwarming, isn't it? Looking at the bowl of fish soup that was wafting hot air, Shen Mengli only felt a sourness in her nose and finally smiled. Well, it's heartwarming. Chapter 214, The Same Important Person. Suck it. Shen Mengli drank the fish soup that Yifeng had specially boiled for himself, and the original coolness from just waking up was swept away by the steaming bowl of fish soup. Did it taste okay? I don't usually make much soup. Just a simple tutorial from the internet. It was delicious. The bowl of fish soup was the best soup I've ever had in my life. It's not as exaggerated as what you said. Monri, Yifeng said here suddenly as if he thought of something, shifted his gaze to the fish soup that was wafting hot air. His thoughts had long drifted to other places. If it's Yuyan, then she should make it taste even better than I do. It's been so long and I haven't even heard a word, so I'm slightly worried. Little. Shen Mengli put the soup bowl in her hand back to the dining table, was about to open her mouth, but she realized that at this time, Yifeng's thoughts were long gone, and his expression revealed a touch of nostalgia. Feng, he's once again. Who is it? Who is that person? Is it that Limu Orange? It must be her. It was only when little Feng came back today that he looked like this. It's not allowed. Absolutely not. It's obvious that this is the time for Kid and I to be together, so thinking about other people during this time is absolutely not allowed. Shen Mengli also inevitably had some anger in her heart, and reached out her hands to hold Yifeng's cheeks, forcibly breaking his head over. Hey! Yifeng felt a pair of hands caressing his cheeks and gradually came back to his senses. Monique, what's wrong? What were you thinking about so intensely just now? Little Feng? You didn't respond even though I called you several times? Shen Mengli said with a calm face, in order to not let Yifeng see the thoughts in his heart, so he pretended to be serious. Yes, I'm sorry Monique. I just got carried away and thought about something from before. What happened in the past? Can Kid tell me about it if it's convenient? Well, Yifeng's mind floated to Xie Yuyan's figure, and eventually shook his head. I also don't know if Xie Yuyan will come back. As for the words of understanding, it is better to wait until later. I'm sorry Monique. This is better. Shen Mengli slowly lowered her hands that were touching Yifeng, and the voice of her tone was slightly 3 times less. Is it important? To Kid. Yifeng pondered for a moment and nodded towards Shen Mengli. Yes, she's someone very important. Just like you. Monique. Same. After hearing Yifeng's explanation, Shen Mengli's body, whose eyes were originally dull and lifeless, trembled slightly. Feng was just saying that I'm as important as that person. Then it also means I'm the later. Shen Mengli thought of this as if a flame had been lit inside, and her dull eyes were refilled with light. Just, as long as I stay this close to Kid, I'll surpass that guy one day. I'm going to tip the scales in Kid's favor towards me. Feng is also the most important person to me. Shen Mengli suddenly exited and held one of Yifeng's hands, and her gentle tone rang in Yifeng's ears. That's why little Feng doesn't have to worry. No matter what changes happen in the future, I'm the only one who won't leave you. Little Feng, ever. Monique, thank you. Jab. In the middle of a dark corridor, the last huge body fell to the ground. The dust around him was slapped up, and even the earth shook slightly. A thick aura of death filled the surroundings, and the smell of blood and gunpowder filled the entire hall. Xia Yuyan gasped as she looked at a man wearing glasses who had fallen backwards in front of her. Those light blue eyes were like a deep sea full of mystery, to devour anyone who waded into it. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The long knife in Xia Yuyan's hand had long been stained with blood, and at this moment she was like a messenger returning from hell, reaping the rewards of being given the order to end. No, impossible. No way. The man wore broken glasses to look around the defeated giants, to know that is his pride and joy of genetic warriors. In such a harsh environment, in front of the woman was only one person to clear the entire island. Guards are included in their own research results. I'm going to study you. I must study you. Your body must have research value. At this moment, the man stood up holding the floor as if he was possessed, holding a syringe in his hand as if he wanted to extract Xia Yuyan's blood to use it for research. Ha! It's true that none of the people who stay in this filthy place are worth saving, including me. Xia Yuyan swung the long knife in her hand after saying this to herself, but the blood that had almost dried on the blade flowed down once more. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Okay. Xia Yuyan turned her gaze towards the woman sitting in a seat in the Great Hall, and immediately walked over slowly with her steps. Now, it's time to settle the score between us. Cold Snake. The Dark Pavilion Master propped his hands on the armrests with his fingernails sliding dead center on the seat made of mahogany, looking at Xia Yuyan with hatred as well as disbelief in his eyes. I should have killed you straight away in the first place. Regret? Ha! Seemingly sensing his fate, the Dark Pavilion Master leaned back against the seat's backrest as if he had resigned himself to his fate. Do you think if I had let you go in the first place, you would have come to me? I will die. How could it be? The Dark Pavilion Master snorted, clearly disbelieving Xia Yuyan's words. You killed me with just one person and yet you say you're going to die? It's too much bull asterisk yet. No, on the contrary I have you to thank. Without your plan behind me maybe I wouldn't have met him. Xia Yuyan seemed to have thought of something good as a smile lifted up on her bloodstained face. He's the only thing in this world that I have left to live for. Him? Ha! I can't imagine that a top assassin would actually sink to a man. It's ridiculous. That's the end of it. Xia Yuyan said here in her heart even more urgently want to return to that home. Back to Yi Feng's arms. When she thought of Yi Feng's appearance, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but spread a smile. It was like a red rose blooming in a pool of blood, delicate and deadly. Ha 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 ha. Right at this moment, the Dark Pavilion Master sitting in his chair suddenly laughed out loud, a hideous smile as well as a twisted face, completely venting his hatred towards Xia Yuyan. I'm afraid you'll only see him in your next life. Go to hell. With that, the owner of the court opened a hidden box on the armrest and aimed a button to be pressed instantly. Chapter 215, The Game Between Yi Feng and Shin Mengli. At the appearance of the box Xia Yuyan had already sensed it, and immediately threw the long knife in her hand towards the Pavilion Master's head, but it was already too late. With a piercing sound, the Dark Pavilion's Pavilion Master disappeared into the world, but from her dead-eyed and even teasing expression, it was not difficult to see that she had left a backhand against Xia Yuyan. Zip! Listening to the subtle sound of fire coming from under her feet, Xia Yuyan also understood the Pavilion Master's attempt. There must be a lot of gunpowder buried under her feet. She was trying to die with herself. Drink! Xia Yuyan droned out, stomping on the ground with one foot while curling her body up, reducing the force of the ground impact after the explosion as much as possible while moving farther towards the center of the explosion. Sure enough, without waiting for Xia Yuyan to leave for a while, a violent energy came from the depths of the ground, and with the sound of explosions, the ground burst into pieces. A huge shockwave overturned the entire ground. Fortunately there was a hard floor as an impact shield for Xia Yuyan, but Xia Yuyan's body was still pushed out by the shockwave. Crackle! After an unknown amount of time, Xia Yuyan woke up from the floor listening to the sound of a burst of flames burning. At this time, her clothes had long been stained with dust, and blood was oozing from some parts of her body. No! You can't pass out or you'll lose too much blood. Xia Yuyan forced the sleepiness in her head and bit her lip as she stood up with difficulty. Luckily, her body did not have the problem of being unable to move. And alone, she took steps towards the place where there were medical supplies. Every time a more intense drowsiness struck, Xia Yuyan bit her lips harder and harder. It wasn't until her lips were finally bitten out of blood that she overcame the sleepiness in her head. Yi Feng, he's still waiting for me, and those stinky foxes are still eyeing my Yi Feng. I mustn't fall at this juncture. Obviously success is right in front of my eyes. I must hold on. Relying on her remaining consciousness, Xia Yuyan eventually found the place with medical supplies. Through skillful bandaging and medication, Xia Yuyan was relieved. Closing her eyes, her mind drifted back to the night she had left, and her face couldn't help but flush a ruddy red. Yi Feng and I are just right for each other now. The understanding between us matches well, especially the symphony played out by intertwining together. That was my best time. Yi Feng, I don't know if you miss our days together, but don't worry, this time I won't let you be alone. I won't let you be alone. Little Feng, you'll have my company on the road of your life in the future, and I'll accompany you all the way to the end. Forever. Looking at Shin Mengli's excited words, Yi Feng smiled and nodded. To him, Shin Mengli was just expressing her gratitude to herself. When Shin Mengli's health is good, he will prepare a house for her, so that she can also enjoy the life of ordinary people like Xia Yuyan. Maybe then the two of them could even generate some topics of common interest, and in doing so become good sisters like Limu Orange and Su Yusen. As for myself, after he eliminated this damn system, or had enough lifetime, he could find a quiet place to live alone. Otherwise, maybe one day there will be some kind of emergency mission or something like that. It's better to avoid it as much as possible. One is still relatively life-thirsty. Thinking of this, Yifeng stretched his back, and the vigor in his heart increased again. This scene was watched by Shen Mengli but did not ask. She always felt that Yifeng had some unknowable secret. Feng, I drank it all. Ah, so fast? Mengli, do you still want to drink one more bowl? The soup that replenishes the body drinks more to recover faster. I'm sorry Feng, but I really can't drink anymore. Shen Mengli lowered her head and touched her soft little stomach, as if telling Yifeng that she was full. Ah, then forget it. Let's rest for a while and get ready for bed. When I finish my last day of classes for my students for the weekend again tomorrow, I'll have time to continue my rehab for you, Monique. Shen Mengli could not help but show a look of anticipation at the thought of Yifeng holding himself tightly and assisting his body not to fall down. To know the usual Yifeng most will use the princess hug way to embrace their own, but like face to face such a way today is still the first time. Summarize the experience of course or face to face the best. Little Feng, in fact, I think we can do the rehabilitation training now, and I've just finished the fish soup just in time to consume the food. This way you're absorbing nutrients and getting exercise at the same time. Okay then, but let's just stand for 5 minutes, okay? Otherwise it's late and I'll be late tomorrow. Why did Yifeng set a time of 5 minutes? The reason was still that he felt that this position was too intimate, coupled with Shen Mengli's soft body and that look that made him nervous. 5 minutes was already considered the limit of how much he could control his mind. If a beautiful girl with white hair and red pupils fell into his arms, anyone would blush a little. Good. Shen Mengli certainly didn't have the luxury of asking for too much and immediately agreed. For her every second she fought for now was crucial. She wanted to take Yifeng away completely before another important person in his heart appeared. Ahem. Mengli, are you standing still? Stand firm. Now start the clock. Then, standing beside the sofa, the two of them hugged each other like before. Shen Mengli obviously enjoyed this very much. His head to Yifeng's arms, and Yifeng, in order to not let Shen Mengli's center of gravity shaking, had to use his hands to hold her waist. More or less this action is also somewhat ambiguous. At first Yifeng also asked Shen Mengli can not back against the wall and other ways to let her stand up, but the result is that without Yifeng's help she is not dare to stand up, also have no strength to stand up. Finally, Yifeng had to give up. Flop, flop, flop. Listening to Yifeng's heartbeat gradually accelerating, Shen Mengli also realized that Yifeng was relying on his inner fortitude to keep holding on bitterly. It seems that he had to make some small moves. This is like a game between two people. He was playing the attacker, while Yifeng was playing the defender. So just what kind of strange tricks do you have to use to make Yifeng collapse? Shen Mengli thought for a long time and finally raised her head. Feng, what's going on? When he heard Shen Mengli's call, Yifeng lowered his head. At the same time, Shen Mengli suddenly hugged Yifeng tightly. Feng, can you hold me a little tighter? I'm so cold. Chapter 216, this is enough for many meals. Cold? How can it be cold? It's not like there's a cold wind or anything in this house. I don't know. Maybe it's a side effect of the medicine you mentioned before. Little Feng. It's not impossible. Under Shen Mengli's intentional guidance, Yifeng then blamed it all on top of the side effects of the elixir. Then why don't I carry you back to bed first? Monique, let's do the exercise next time. That's not good. Shen Mengli immediately opened her mouth to reject Yifeng's proposal. She wouldn't just give up. It's not easy for me to have feeling in my legs today, and to be able to stand up on little Feng. I can't slack off on this because of one day's decadence. Shen Mengli looked like she had made up her mind and glared at Yifeng with a determined look. Is it really okay? Yes, Shen Mengli said, not giving Yifeng a chance to choose at all, and once again pressed her body tightly in front of Yifeng's body. Listening to the sound of Yifeng's pounding heart, Shen Mengli closed her eyes and made an expression of enjoyment. It turns out that holding little Feng from the front is so comfortable. I really want to hold little Feng for the rest of my life and never let go. Monique, aren't you hugging a little too hard? Yifeng supported Shen Mengli's body at the same time. He felt Shen Mengli's hand wrapped around himself especially hard. This action made his body almost reunite with Shen Mengli. Actually, I'll just hold on to your shoulder. Monique, there's no need to get that close. So it's healing time now. If Keat interrupts in the middle of the treatment it will double the healing time. Just let me stay still for 5 minutes. Okay then. Thinking about Shen Mengli's body, Yifeng eventually chose to remain silent, allowing Shen Mengli's embrace. He himself looked his attention elsewhere. As time passed by, it was almost time for the two of them. Just as Yifeng was about to exit to remind Shen Mengli, he saw Shen Mengli release her hands from holding him in advance, and in order to prevent herself from collapsing, she held Yifeng's arm tightly and smiled faintly at Yifeng. It's almost time. Feng, let's go back to the house. Ah, good. Yifeng reacted by placing Shen Mengli on the bed as usual, while he himself went to the bathroom to prepare for a bath after explaining some things. Hoo-hoo. Shen Mengli, who was lying in the warm blanket, slightly moved her feet, although for the moment she could only swing slightly, but the thought that she would finally stand up like a normal person made her heart excited. Just on top of the fact that she was able to become healthy, she already had a lot of backbone. Knowing that there was more than one person who had been in contact with Yifeng, if she was still as sickly as she was before, she must not even have the slightest chance of winning. Although her own strength is thin, but at least now, she had the ability to fight against it. However, Shen Mengli firmly believed in her heart that she would be the one to stay by Yifeng's side, and as long as she followed such an intimate development, Yifeng would eventually be inseparable from herself. Feng, Xia Yuyan slowly opened her eyes, her nostrils still filled with the unpleasant smell of gunpowder. However, after treatment, her physical condition was already much better. Thinking that the only roadblock blocking her now had been completely uprooted by herself, Xia Yuyan's cold face smiled. Yifeng, finally everything is over. Now I can come back to you, and there won't be anyone to disturb the life between us in the future. I don't know if you are doing well now. Did you eat properly while I was away? Will those brats take advantage of my absence to plot against you? It was only after the scourge was resolved that Xia Yuyan had the leisure to think about Yifeng's side. The thought that in her absence, those stinking foxes would enthusiastically come forward without any knowledge of death. Her heart was extraordinarily upset. Clenching her teeth, she took one step towards the outside of the room. Before returning to Yifeng's side, there was one thing she had to do. Ding! Checking member identification information. With her memory, Xia Yuyan came to a coded gate with an identification system, and in her hand was a ring taken from a finger under a certain stone slab in the ruins. After touching the end of the ring to the scanning system, a mechanical sound came from the panel with just a drop. Recognition successful. Opening gate, boom! As the hard and massive iron door opened, a long corridor appeared in front of Xia Yuyan. However, Xia Yuyan seemed to be unsurprised by this, and walked towards the inside at her own pace. This is it. Xia Yuyan narrowed her eyes as she looked at the residence in front of her that almost looked like a luxurious private palace. This is probably where all the treasures of that woman's piles of possessions are. Xia Yuyan walked into the residence and looked around. Whether it was on the bookshelves or the storage cabinets, all of them were placed with golden luxury goods or exquisite decorations. The entire residence was almost full of these things. Even the doorknobs of the doors were trimmed in gold. I really want to bring them all to Yifeng if I can. Although I don't know how much it costs to buy a house. These things should be enough, right? Xia Yuyan of course did not know that just one of these things alone was enough to buy a room. The only price she was clear about was still the price of food that she had previously learned from Yifeng. I should be able to buy a lot of meat and vegetables. Yifeng always leaves me meat and good food every time. What an idiot. As soon as she talked about Yifeng, the corners of Xia Yuyan's mouth couldn't help but rise. It was as if she was only interested in topics related to Yifeng. But how do you take all that stuff with you? Xia Yuyan closed her eyes and pondered for a while, but in the end, she still had no idea. Just as she was at a loss, she suddenly saw a tiny gap left behind a mural. Feeling surprised, Xia Yuyan walked up and took down the mural, and sure enough, there was a safe behind the mural, and the safe has a groove that looks just right to put the ring in your hand. With the insertion of the ring, the safe was instantly unlocked. As Xia Yuyan opened it up, a golden card appeared before her eyes. It's Xia Yuyan, who had done the mission before, had an impression of this card, which seemed to be globally recognized as a card with the ability to spend money, and this kind of gold card could only be held by people with status and power, and the funds in it were all regular and legal to use. It seems that this card is the only one that can be taken out of the entire residence, and anything else is either not channeled properly or can't be taken. Xia Yuyan pondered for a while, biting her lip with some meaty pain. What a pity. All these dashas are enough for Yifeng to eat cow/% hashtag it for a long time. Ugh. It's better to destroy them all. It's not worth it if other people with ulterior motives top it. Chapter 217 Redskin Duck Shen Mengli. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As Yifeng finished his shower and walked out of the bathroom, he wiped his wet hair while walking in the direction of the bedroom. Now that Shen Mengli's physical problems had been solved, he himself was also considered to be relieved. Although the side effects of that elixir were still unknown now. According to the current situation, as long as nothing went wrong it was a good thing. Well, life has been relatively peaceful lately, but I don't know why the girls in the icon are stuck above 99% progress. Is it like a game where you have to unlock some condition in advance to be able to do it? The progress bars below are mixed, some high and some low. And what the hell is that exploration value? After so long there's no movement at all. It's totally just touching the stones to cross the river. Yifeng, who pondered for a few moments, ended up not getting any clues, and finally glanced at a ball of quilt with his back turned to himself before letting out a sigh of relief. It looked like Mengli should be asleep, and this time there would never be an awkward scene like last time. Thinking of this, Yifeng also felt a burst of sleepiness. Tomorrow he still has to give Limu Orange another day of classes. He is completely without rest time. Yifeng lifted the quilt and got into bed. Just at the moment he was about to close his eyes, suddenly Shin Mengli's voice sounded behind him. Feng, are you still awake, Monri, or did I disturb you? Yifeng turned his back when he said this and looked at a pair of scarlet eyes looking at him before realizing that Shin Mengli had also turned her body around. No, it wasn't Kid who disturbed me. I've been waiting for little Feng to come back since the beginning. In the darkness, since they couldn't see each other's expressions, so much so that they could only judge their emotions by their tone of voice. I told you, Monri, you didn't have to wait for me. It's time for bed. Feng. Shin Mengli suddenly opened her mouth to interrupt Yifeng's words, followed by a stammer. I don't know why, but I'm still a little cold. What? Still cold? It shouldn't be. Yifeng was a little surprised to lift the quilt, and then confirmed that the temperature in the room was not very low before continuing. Monique, are you having another side effect attack? It should be. After answering Yifeng's question, Shin Mengli's eyes fluttered to the side, but quickly retracted. Little Feng, can you help me? How can I help with that? Do you want me to put my blanket over you? What? That's it. Yifeng also did not have time to explain to Shin Mengli, immediately removed the quilt from his body to cover Shin Mengli. After ensuring that there was no leakage problem, Yifeng nodded his head. Well, is it a little warmer now? It's not. It's more than warm. A fine sweat has started to break out on my body. Of course it was impossible for Shin Mengli to say this out loud. Her intention was just to sleep under the same quilt as Yifeng. But what about you, Feng? You'll catch a cold like this, Shin Mengli said with some concern. Why don't you and I? Little Feng. It's okay, Monique. I'm a very fit body. Besides, I don't feel very cold. It's enough to sleep like this. On the contrary, Mengli, are you still cold? Do you need me to give you another layer of clothes? No need. Shin Mengli exhaled burning breath while holding the quilt open with her hand, looking like she was already hot and could hardly breathe. Well, that's good then. Good night then, Monique. You can call me again if you need anything. Feng. I'm still cold, Shin Mengli once again said with a weak breath, looking no different from dying. What? Still cold? Then, Mengli, wait a moment, I'll go get extra clothes. Yifeng was about to get up and get out of bed when a small hand pulled on his coat in time, only to see Shin Mengli exhale a cloudy breath and say to Yifeng, Feng, actually, I think it's fine just like today. Extra clothes are useless. Today? Yifeng thought back to what had happened before this, and it took him a while before he could react. What do you mean, Monique? A hug? Shin Mengli wiped the fine sweat on her forehead and nodded in reply. No way. It's absolutely not okay. Yifeng refused without even thinking about it. It would be fine if it was like normal, but Manoi, we're sleeping. That's just too sensitive. It won't work. Well, okay, I'm sorry Feng for being talkative, Shin Mengli replied in a low voice, followed by turning her back to Yifeng with difficulty, and immediately after that, her body began to tremble violently, and it really looked like she was extremely cold. Monique. Yifeng hesitated as he looked at Shin Mengli, who was shivering straight. It looked like Shin Mengli's side effects were becoming more and more serious, but he refused her when she needed help the most, and he clearly promised Shin Mengli that he would protect her. But Mengli is at least a girl, so if she touches it like that it's really… Oh, Shin Mengli's voice suddenly interrupted Yifeng's thoughts. It looked like she was really suffering from the cold. Seeing this, Yifeng could no longer care about any contact and opened his mouth to say, Mengli, just now I thought about it. In fact, as long as the distance is controlled a little bit it's not impossible. Shin Mengli did not answer Yifeng's words in time, but broke the silence of the night after a while. But I'll cause a lot of trouble for Kid if I do this. It doesn't matter. I promised Mengli that you would take care of you. If I can't do anything about letting you suffer such devastation, wouldn't it go against my original intention? There shouldn't be any problem if you control the distance a little. Well then. At this time Shin Mengli was like a red skin duck that had been hung on a steamer and cooked. Her hot face was radiating heat. Fortunately Yifeng opened his mouth at this time to make a statement. Otherwise she would really pass out if she went on like this. Then I am out of line. Yifeng timidly lifted his own quilt until he hesitated after putting his hand on Shin Mengli's quilt. It can't be helped. I had to do it for Monique's body. After successfully self-hypnotizing, Yifeng lifted the quilt with a burst of energy. It so happened that Shin Mengli also suddenly propped up her hands to face towards Yifeng. Monique, you turn around. Puff. As if relieved, Shin Mengli rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Yifeng. Even though there were still some beads of sweat hanging on her body, she would never let go of her hands again. At least until tomorrow morning. Chapter 218 Bridges to Increase Affection. Hey, are you sure you're cold yourself, Mengli? Why do I feel like you're sweating from the heat? The moment Shen Mengli hugged herself, a heat wave surged towards Yifeng's position. Shen Mengli's petite body that hugged Yifeng paused for a moment before she stammered. No, it's not hot, but these sweats are cold. Shen Mengli interrupted Yifeng's words, and then without caring about her image hardened herself into Yifeng's arms. It's much warmer now. Although Shen Mengli was sweating a lot of fine sweat, Yifeng didn't smell a bit of odor. Instead, there was a faint fragrance. Is this the special physique of a beautiful girl? Or, it's the reason for that elixir? Just in this gap between Yifeng's thoughts, Shen Mengli also found a more comfortable angle to stop her movements. Little Feng, will you dislike the smell on me? How? You're all smelling good. Monique, no problem anyway. Yifeng originally wanted to say that Shen Mengli's body smelled good, but when he was about to blurt out his words, he realized that I'm afraid that it was a little bit improper for Shen Mengli to say so he immediately changed his mouth. No questions asked. Shen Mengli naturally heard Yifeng say the word fragrance and moved again after making sure that she was not disliked by Yifeng. Okay Monique, if you keep this up I'm going to get squeezed out of bed by you. So warm. Feng, how soon will you be back tomorrow? Just as the atmosphere became quiet Shen Mengli suddenly opened her mouth and changed the topic. Still coming back at the same point in time as today. What's the matter with you, Monique? Well, there's slightly something I'd like to ask of Kid. Yifeng's came from Shen Mengli's murmuring voice, and since the two of them were so close for the first time, so much so that the hot breath of Shen Mengli's speech kept pounding on the side of his neck, causing Yifeng's body to become a little stiff. It's okay, just tell me what you need Monique. I wanted to reach out to you when you weren't at home, Feng, so I could feel a little more at ease. So, hearing Shen Mengli's words Yifeng also nodded. The scene of Shen Mengli's fall today could scare him badly. It seemed very necessary to prepare a cell phone for Shen Mengli that could contact him. Wait a minute, speaking of cell phones, don't you have 2 cell phones? Just give one to Shen Mengli. Monique, I have an idea. Hey, did Feng think of it so quickly? Aha. Yifeng nodded his head and told his current situation. Earlier when I was giving a lesson to one of my students she had given me a cell phone. I usually bring it over there when I'm in class, and usually leave it at home at all times. Why don't you use this cell phone to contact me? Dream Lily? What about your cell phone? Feng, my cell phone is older and I'm used to using it. So, I want to use Feng's cell phone. Shen Mengli suddenly spoke. Yifeng froze for a moment after hearing Shen Mengli's words. His initial intention was only to think that his cell phone was too old. I'm afraid that it would be inconvenient for Shen Mengli to use it. But he didn't expect that Shen Mengli actually offered to use his own cell phone. So he hurriedly explained. But I'm a cell phone Monique, you might not be able to use it very much. It's okay. Shen Mengli's small face rubbed against Yifeng's chest, then said in a warm voice. It's enough for me to use Feng's cell phone, and I'll only use this when I'm contacting Feng La. Well then. Seeing Shen Mengli insisted on this Yifeng naturally could not say anything more. Stretched out a hand and touched Shen Mengli's head. It's getting late, time for bed. Well, good night Kid, good night dreams. Yifeng was about to say good night to Shen Mengli, when suddenly Shen Mengli's face came up, followed by a quick kiss on the side of Yifeng's face, then shrunk her head back. It's a good night salute. I learned it from fairy tales when I was a kid. No, there's no need for that. You don't have to be like that. Monique. Yifeng pursed his dry lips with some embarrassment, while always feeling if Shen Mengli had been a little too close to himself recently. Good night. Shen Mengli didn't agree or reject Yifeng's words, and after saying a straightforward good night, she didn't move, but the small hand that hugged Yifeng was extraordinarily hard. Aha. After a long time there is no movement. Yifeng also only toward the ceiling breathed a sigh of relief. The body in the arms of his heart is always panicked very naturally do not dare to move, as if being imposed on the stasis like motionless. As time passed, Yifeng also slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Unconsciously his hands also tightly embraced Shen Mengli in his arms. Everything is so peaceful and quiet. Well, a ray of sunlight outside the window shone through the gap in the curtains, and Yifeng's eyelids gently moved slightly for a few moments before opening his eyes. When Yifeng opened his eyes, what came into his eyes was Shen Mengli, who also had her eyes open and she was staring at herself, and Yifeng, who originally still had a bit of hazy sleepiness, instantly came to his senses. Mengli, you're awake too. Well, I've just woken up as well. I didn't realize that there is an inexplicable tacit understanding between you and me. Little Feng. Shen Mengli covered her small mouth and sneered. In fact, as early as before dawn she had already woken up, during which she had been watching Yifeng's sleeping face until now. Feng, I'll be watching over you all the time. All the time. Ahahaha. It's almost time to get up and eat breakfast. Can I trouble you to loosen your grip? Good. Shen Mengli obediently loosened her hold on Yifeng. She knew that she couldn't play pranks too many times, otherwise Yifeng would be wary. Being obedient to Yifeng once in a while also laid the foundation for the future growth of the relationship. Good morning, Kid. Well, good morning, Monique. Yifeng followed the edge of the bed and got off the bed. For some reason after Shen Mengli let go of himself without hesitation, he actually had some feelings of reluctance. This strange state of mind made Yifeng's attitude towards Shen Mengli a few points more complicated. What's wrong, Kid? Shen Mengli looked at Yifeng, who was sitting on the edge of the bed with his back turned to himself without movement, and asked with concern, which made Yifeng, who was lost in thought, stand up at once. It's fine. I just wanted to ask Monique if there's still any discomfort in your body, any more of this so-called side effects or anything like that. Well, Shen Mengli's crafty eyes blinked. It was obvious that she was prepared to use this side effect as a bridge to increase the affection between herself and Yifeng. Not yet. Chapter 219, a Limu orange killed in the middle of the road. Ding, ding, ding. As a crisp electronic ringtone sounded, Yifeng handed his cell phone to Shen Mengli. Mengli, I've already adjusted your cell phone ringtone and contact information for you, so if there's anything you need to do, you can just call me directly. But during class time you'd better text a bit more securely. Got it? I know. Thanks phone. Shen Mengli received the cell phone handed over by Yifeng with both hands, secretly rejoicing in her heart. On the one hand, it was because the one she was using had traces left by Yifeng, and on the other hand, she could learn more information about Yifeng from his cell phone. Well, I've already prepared the noon meal in advance for you. Mengli, you must take care of your body. Oh, don't worry Feng, I will. Shen Mengli smiled sweetly at Yifeng and raised the small hand of the bear ragdoll in her hand and waved it at Yifeng. Then, Feng, take care on your journey. You girl. Looking at Shen Mengli, who had become cheerful due to her health, Yifeng couldn't help but reveal a smile with relief. Being able to watch Shen Mengli gradually move in a good direction was also a good thing for him. After saying goodbye to Shen Mengli, Yifeng walked out the door. Hey! After sending Yifeng out the door, Shen Mengli poked and prodded her white and delicate thighs. Once again, after determining to be conscious like yesterday, Shen Mengli slowly pushed the cart and sat on the sofa to study Yifeng's cell phone. Feng's contacts are still the same, and the call logs are normal as well. Are there any places that I haven't noticed? Shen Mengli kept clicking on the albums, text messages and other icons in Yifeng's cell phone also did not find any clues. Just when she thought there were no clues, suddenly found an icon called browser. Ha! What's this? It looks like you can browse something. I've used Dean's mom's cell phone before, but I've never seen this before. With a curious mind, Shen Mengli clicked on Yifeng's browser. With some inconsequential news or advertisements and other pop-ups, Shen Mengli will probably have an understanding of this. It looks like a TV browsing through all sorts of stuff. Shen Mengli roughly browsed through. Suddenly she found an icon in the middle of the screen that said my favorite. Just like a treasure hunter who had found a treasure. Her eyes instantly flashed up. This is the thing that little Feng is most interested in. Unconsciously Shen Mengli issued an exclamation of surprise, could not wait to reach out and point down. What's wrong? Why do I always feel like I'm being spied on by someone? Yifeng, who walked out of the apartment, shivered coldly, and always felt some uneasiness in his heart, but did not find the reason. Just then, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng. Just as Yifeng was about to leave on the wrong side but realized that the person standing in front of him was actually Limu Orange, who was wearing a housecoat. Good morning, teacher. Hey, Mu Orange, why are you here? Just as Yifeng was surprised, Limu Orange suddenly stretched out her hand to take Yifeng's arm, followed by leaning her head on Yifeng's shoulder, whispering in Yifeng's ear. Shoo, teacher, please keep your voice down. I snuck out. It's not good if someone finds out. What? Mu Orange, why are you doing this? Didn't I tell you that you're in danger? I'm sorry, teacher. I just wanted to come and see you. Limu Orange lowered her head apologetically, and her tone seemed a bit lost. I thought you'd be happier. Teacher. No. Mu Orange, I don't mean to blame you. I'm just worried about your safety. I understand what you mean, teacher. It's just that I'm a little uneasy in my heart. Limu Orange hugged Yifeng's arm tightly. After yesterday's incident, Limu Orange's body also got better. After collecting the symbol of love between herself and Yifeng, even when she sleeps her mind is full of Yifeng's figure. But at the same time she is worried about Su Yusen's appearance. In order to come up with a method to deal with Su Yusen, therefore she almost didn't sleep for a night. Worried early in the morning, she unknowingly came under Yifeng's apartment building, fortunately with the help of the detector. When she saw Yifeng's position moving, she also walked over from the side of the apartment towards Yifeng's position. Looks like the teacher is still living alone. And I don't know what I'm worried about. You child. What if Afu finds out and tells your father? Mu Orange, you shouldn't have such an anxious nature. I know, teacher. It won't happen next time. Limu Orange nodded her head slightly like she was making an obedient good student appearance. Well, Then Muchan, have you had breakfast? Limu Orange didn't say anything and just shook her head towards Yifeng. Yifeng stretched out his finger and gently tapped on Limu Orange's head inside before leading Limu Orange towards the nearby breakfast store. Teacher, where are we going? Limu Orange hugged Yifeng's arm and asked curiously. This was the first time she and Yifeng chatted together outside of their home. This was what people called dating? Thinking of this, Limu Orange's icy little face actually slightly reddened, and she couldn't help but hug Yifeng's arm a little harder. Mu Orange, why don't you go find a seat first? The store in front of us is a breakfast store. Didn't you not have breakfast? Although our place isn't as exquisite as Mu Orange's breakfast for you, but you have to fill your stomach first. Okay. Limu Orange nodded and let go of her hand. Hearing that Yifeng was so concerned about himself, he also sat down obediently on one of the benches of the breakfast store in front of him. Phew! Yifeng let out a mouthful of turbid air. How could he not expect Limu Orange to kill at his own doorstep? But fortunately she didn't act like Su Yusen did last time. Otherwise Meng Li's matter would have been known. It was better to do more than less. Yifeng didn't want to cause more trouble, so he hurriedly left the apartment entrance with Limu Orange as well. Roughing it, Muchan, you don't mind, do you? After buying a cage of Xiaolongbao, Yifeng carried a bowl of soybean milk and put it in front of Limu Orange. Looking at the food that was wafting hot air, Yifeng handed disposable chopsticks to Limu Orange. Thank you, teacher. Limu Orange took the chopsticks and raised her head to look at Yifeng. Aren't you going to eat, teacher? Me? I ate at home a long time ago. Who knew I'd run into Mu Orange you? Yifeng shrugged his shoulders somewhat helplessly, but then pointed towards the soy milk. Eat it while it's hot. It's no good if it gets cold. Chapter 220, Duties of an Important Person. Limu Orange looked at the Xiaolongbao and soybean milk on the plate in front of her, then raised her head and looked at Yifeng, who was sitting across from her. What's wrong? You don't like it, Mu Orange? No. Limu Orange shook her head and picked up a Xiaolongbao and put it on her mouth. It's the first time in my life I've ever dined in a place with this kind of fireworks, and it feels pretty good now that I think about it. Yifeng also knew the meaning expressed by Limu Orange. Of course an honorable young lady like her wouldn't dine in such a place. Limu Orange seemed to be afraid of Yifeng misinterpreting her meaning. After saying this, she hurriedly put the buns on her chopsticks back into the bowl and explained up towards Yifeng. Teacher, don't misunderstand my words. What I mean is that eating together with the teacher no matter where. I know what you mean, Mu Orange. It's nice to experience something you haven't once in a while. Yifeng waved his hand to show that he didn't care about Limu Orange's words, while looking at the buns that were still wafting hot air and urging them on. Alright, Mu Orange, you eat quickly. Being cold is not good for your body. Well, thank you, teacher, for understanding. Limu Orange nodded slightly, then picked up the bowl of small dumplings, gently bit on a mouthful, and then chewed a few mouthfuls and found that it was not as difficult to eat as he had imagined, but instead, the fragrance overflowed, very delicious, and he could not help but eat a mouthful of small dumplings into his mouth. Well, it tastes pretty good, doesn't it? Aha! Limu Orange bulged her small mouth and nodded towards Yifeng, but soon she realized that her behavior was a bit out of character, and reached out a hand to cover her small mouth and lowered her head and started chewing in large gulps, until she completely swallowed the bun in her mouth and then lowered her hand. I'm sorry, teacher. I was rude in the heat of the moment. What's wrong with that? Mu Orange, you don't need to be so formal. What's the point of being so elaborate between the two of us? Yes, nah. It's all so close after all. What did you say back there? Mu-chan? No, it's nothing. I'm saying that you're making a lot of sense. Sensei. Alright. How about tasting the flavor of the soy milk? I don't know if you like sugar, Mu Orange, but if you think the flavor is too bland you can add some more. Good. Limu Orange took a sip of the soy milk on the table and said after pursing her lips, the flavor is perfect, and the rich soy flavor is subtle too. Fit is good. Looking at Li Mu-song, who was in a very different state from yesterday, Yifeng was finally relieved. Although I do not know how Limu Orange for Suyuxin between the matter, but now since she did not mention, the probability is put down. They are not good to ask the two of them how the relationship is. Just so plainly go on is also a kind of way it. Right, teacher? Limu Orange opened her mouth to inquire as she took small bites of Xiaolongbao. How are you feeling today, teacher? Is there anything uncomfortable? That's not true. I'm even a bit more refreshed, probably because I'm well rested. So, teacher's body is very sturdy. Mu Orange, you used the wrong word. How can this be called sturdy? It's clearly healthy, right? Yes, it's health. Limu Orange buried her head low when she said this, looking afraid that Yifeng would see something. After a while, after breakfast, Yifeng took Limu Orange to take a taxi to the address of the apartment, during which he launched a verbal education to Limu Orange, who was sitting beside him. Mu Orange, although I know you're eager to experience some life that you haven't been exposed to, but actions like sneaking out like today won't be allowed next time, okay? Well, I was willful today. I'm sorry, teacher. Yifeng did not expect Limu Orange to be unexpectedly obedient today. In addition to secretly come to find himself today outside of what he said, she did not refute. Are well-behaved to listen to. Is Mu Orange possessed? She's not usually like this. Mu Orange? What's wrong with the teacher? Upon hearing Yifeng's call, Limu Orange raised her head obediently to look at Yifeng, not even saying a single superfluous word during that time. Mu Orange, don't you want to say something? Say something? What do you mean by that, sensei? What about being a little more active as usual? I didn't understand the meaning you expressed yet. Sensei. Limu Orange put her hands on the front of her skirt and slowly fell towards Yifeng's shoulder while Yifeng was surprised. Mu Orange? Teacher. Is this considered active? No. I don't mean that. I mean Mu Orange. Didn't you have your own opinions before? So now you do whatever I say. This makes me a little uncomfortable. If you're a student, you should listen to your teacher. Besides, I don't know what to do in the future, but I'll do my duty as an. I don't know what to do in the future, but I'll do my duty as an important person. No. Yifeng was clouded by Limu Orange's words. Vaguely he only felt that he and Limu Orange were not on the same channel. Sensei, can I ask you a favor for a moment? Suddenly Limu Orange's small mouth came to Yifeng's ear and whispered. I got up a little early this morning, so I'd like to take a nap for the ride in the car. Can you let me lean on your shoulder for a while? Teacher? This is not a problem. But Mu Orange, at least you are also the Li family's eldest miss. If we are like this, if someone with a heart looks at us, it's okay, teacher. I'll just lean back a little bit, okay? Well then. Thinking that he was in a car and that the driver was also concentrating on driving, Yifeng had no choice but to nod his head and agree. The moment he agreed, Limu Orange's head leaned on his shoulder. The young girl's black hair flowed straight down her shoulder, and the vague scent of her hair also came from the side, which made Yifeng have to look his attention out of the car window. Strange. Why do I always feel that my power of determination is getting weaker and weaker? The old me didn't have so many emotions. Is it possible that it's because I've spent so much time with these girls? Thinking about some trivial things in his head. With the passage of time until the driver's bang arrived, Yifeng reacted and woke up the sleeping Limu Orange. Mu-chan, wake up. We're already downstairs in the apartment. Teacher. Alright Mu Orange, let's go down first. We'll talk about what's going on later. Looked at the open mouth of Limu Orange half a long time, did not speak. Yifeng suspected that she is still not awake, so opened the door of the car immediately. Took Limu Orange walked down the car. Chapter 221, Victimizing Yourself. After the two of them got out of the car, Yifeng led Limu Orange towards the front door of the apartment. At this time Limu Orange seemed to have not yet recovered from the rest. Even walking was staggering. Just then Yifeng suddenly saw an anxious face appear at the door of the apartment, and when he looked at it clearly he realized that it was Afu who was looking at him. Alfred? Goo, my goodness. So Missy is here with you. Afu glanced at Limu Orange by Yifeng's side before he let out a sigh of relief and stared at Yifeng with a somewhat complaining look. Yifeng, why did Missy run away to you? Just now. I've searched all over without seeing Missy's figure, and almost reported it to the master. I'm the one who's going to the teacher's place. Limu Orange rubbed her bleary eyes and opened her mouth to explain. This has nothing to do with the teacher, and the debriefing is not necessary. Got it? It's Miss. After receiving Limu Orange's order, Afu helplessly glanced at Yifeng, seemingly worshipping Yifeng to teach Limu Orange, and then returned to his post. Come on, teacher. Let's go inside. Good. Just as soon as the two of them returned to the house, Limu Orange suddenly turned around and hugged Yifeng in front of her. Mu Orange? Teacher, I'm sorry. I was too willful today and secretly hid from my teacher to come to you, and I also caused you a lot of trouble. I'm really sorry. Yifeng wanted to wave his hand and say it's fine, but when he thought of Afu's eyes just now, the words came to his mouth and then put it back, and turned to speak. Mu Orange, you are able to realize your own mistakes and that's still very good. Today's matter, next time don't do it again. If you want to come to Mu Orange, just let me know in advance. Got it? Aha. Seeing that it was about time, Limu Orange also loosened her arms around Yifeng, then turned around and walked towards the coffee machine. Would you like something to drink, teacher? Coffee? Juice? Plain water is fine. I don't really stand drinking flavored ones early in the morning. Well, then, teacher, why don't you go upstairs, and I'll come back later. Good. Yifeng did not feel that there was anything wrong, and it was impossible to suspect Limu Orange, and in his heart, while thinking about finishing the class quickly, he was worried about Su Yusen's matter. Now that the matter of himself tutoring Su Yusen was still known by Limu Orange, he didn't know if there was any good communication between the two of them. I always feel that there is something wrong with the good friends they both talk about. What kind of good friends hide things from each other? After Yifeng went upstairs and left, Limu Orange looked at the cup of coffee and plain water in front of her, and then looked at the powdered medicine packet she had slipped out of her clothes pocket, and narrowed her eyes slightly. Since we've already taken the lead in laying a good foundation, this method can come to an end. If it wasn't for Suyusen's appearance I wouldn't have used this tactic. I also want to be with my teacher for real, although my body has gradually adapted to it. Even, I'm a little more attached to my teacher, but I don't want a teacher who only sleeps. That's not the kind of love I want. Thinking of this, Limu Orange immediately tore open the medicine packet and poured it in one go into the coffee cup. My teacher said that to get rid of the suspicion of being a suspect, you have to make yourself the victim so that you can clear your name, and I remembered all that. After making sure that the medicinal powder was sufficiently incorporated into the coffee, Limu Orange walked up the stairs with 2 cups in her hands. Teacher, your water is ready. Limu Orange handed the white water in her hand to Yifeng, while drinking the coffee in her own cup. This scene spared Yifeng was stunned. Mu Orange, isn't your coffee bitter when you drink it like that? It's okay teacher. I'm used to it. I'm drinking coffee mainly because I'm so sleepy today. I don't want to be distracted while the teacher is in class. Look at that. Such heartfelt words for the sake of learning. Who else can I give this third best student to? After listening to Limu Orange words Yifeng heart quite touched, but still to Limu Orange to express no relationship. Mu Orange in fact there is no need to be like this. If you are sleepy go to sleep can be. Our course is honestly at present also some verbal knowledge experience. Even if it is missing so a class, time is also enough. Do not worry yourself out physically. You see I fainted yesterday the probability is that the load is overloaded. So be sure to calm your mind. Teacher is still so gentle. Limu Orange put her hands together and pursed her lips, her heart warming at Yifeng's words. I know what teacher said. I won't force myself. On the contrary you too teacher don't force yourself if you're not feeling well teacher. Good. Then let's start the lesson now. Aha. Time passed quickly as the two discussed a thing or two about survival every now and then. Teacher, what do you think should happen if there is only one prey and many hunters? Well, Yifeng thought carefully for a moment and finally came to a conclusion. The first and most important thing is not to be impatient. If at the beginning you disorganize yourself because there are more competitors this is a big no-no. Aha, and then what? Limu Orange's eyes flashed brightly and made a show of listening attentively. Secondly, it needs to be fast and furious. There can be no hesitation, no mercy, and no beating around the bush. Otherwise one will fall behind, and when the time comes, one may become a loser because of a small mistake. The last and most important point is, that is, luck, pregnancy, luck, gas? Right. Yifeng nodded deeply. Mu Orange you must be feeling incredulous about this statement of mine, right? Why is luck the most important thing? That's because when the prey is being chased by multiple hunters, it doesn't have time to think so much, but if it thinks a little bit, it will probably be targeted by the hunters. That's why it'll only run away, but it'll always run to a certain place where there are hunters, and if it happens to be picked up by someone else, that's the reason why it's bad luck. So to summarize, the most important thing, luck. So, Limu Orange nodded thoughtfully. Obviously Yifeng's words had benefited her greatly, but that's just some of my insights. Like I've always said to you Mu Orange, a teacher is just a guide, and it's still up to you how the path should actually go. I see teacher. Thanks. Before Limu Orange could finish her sentence, her body fell straight towards the floor behind her. Mu Orange. Chapter 222, Her methods are cruel. Fortunately, the quick IG phone caught the falling Limu Orange, which prevented Limu Orange from falling to the ground. Mu Orange, what's wrong with you? Yifeng held Limu Orange who had fallen into his arms with a panic look. Limu Orange fainted in this manner almost without warning. Looking at Limu Orange, who had fainted with her eyes closed, Yifeng hurriedly carried Limu Orange onto the bed. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and made a call to Afu. Hello? Alfred, what's wrong Yifeng? Shouldn't you be giving Missy a lesson at this time? It's not time for class anymore. Mu Orange she suddenly fainted. What? Missy has fainted. Just wait a moment. I'll call the private medical team from the condominium management area over right now. Well, please. With the sound of a busy line Yifeng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Turning back to look at Limu Orange breathing evenly feel very surprised. Why? It didn't look like Mu Orange had fainted due to ill health, and her face didn't look like she was reacting to pain. So why did she suddenly become like this? Although Yifeng was puzzled, he was afraid that it would be very difficult to find the factors why Limu Orange fainted. It's just that, it's better to wait for Afu to bring the doctor here. It's really strange. Yesterday I fainted, today Mu Orange fainted. Is there some accident in this room? Standing beside Limu Orange's bed, Yifeng confirmed that nothing unusual had happened to Limu Orange and then searched her house, trying to find some clues about Limu Orange's coma. Just as Yifeng had just walked up to Limu Orange's desk, he actually saw the mask he had worn when he had kidnapped Limu Orange on the side of the desk's cabinet. Mu Orange, she still has this mask. It's ridiculous to say that I never thought that I would meet Mu Orange in this way nowadays. Yifeng skimmed his lips. Suddenly he noticed that under the mask seemed to be placed Li Mu Orange's previous notebook, which recorded the large column of herbs that he had taught Li Mu Orange to recognize when he gave her lessons earlier. I don't know if Mu Orange still remembers so many herbs now, such as the hemostatic herb that reduces swelling and stops bleeding, as well as the antidote herb that removes toxins and clears heat, as well as the paralyzing. Right at this moment, a bell rang from the apartment door. This made Yifeng, who was still mesmerized by Li Mu Orange's notebook, immediately come back to his senses. I didn't expect Afu and the others to arrive so quickly. Worthy of being a private residential doctor, they are just as efficient, Yifeng said as he opened the door to the room and walked down, turning back and not forgetting to glance at Li Mu Orange's condition. As Yifeng came to the gate and opened it, the anxious-looking Afu and several doctors in white coats were seen outside the door. How is she, Missy? Nothing happened, right? Well, it seems to be stable, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Good. Hearing Yifeng's answer, Afu let out a big breath, knowing that he was arranged by Li Jing to protect Li Mu Orange. If something really happened to Li Mu Orange, he definitely could not get out of it. Then please, doctors. Afu nodded slightly to the several doctors behind him, and those doctors walked into the house as if they had received a mission, heading towards the room where Li Mu Orange was. Just as Yifeng was about to follow him, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. When Yifeng turned around to look, he realized that it was Afu, who had a grave expression on his face. What's wrong, Fu? It doesn't look like you're looking particularly well. Yifeng, I have something I want to talk to you about. Is it convenient to take a step to talk? What are you guys getting all serious for? So let's go to the living room and talk. Good. As the two of them came to sit on the sofa in the living room, Afu looked up at the upstairs and realized that there was no movement before looking at Yifeng. Yifeng, what do you think? How is she, Missy? Mu Orange? It's quite good. This is something I would have felt bad about in the past. But Mu Orange nowadays is already very understanding. That's what you're answering from a teacher's point of view, and I'd like to hear what you have in mind for Missy as a layperson. Ordinary people. Thinking back to the days that Li Mu Orange had experienced over with himself, Yifeng thought carefully for a while before speaking. Mu Orange is a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Although it's difficult to even have a conversation when you first get to know her, but after getting familiar with it, one will realize that she cares for the people she knows well. So, Yifeng, you mean you don't hate Missy? Nasty? How can that be? Whether it's as a teacher or as a friend, Mu Orange I won't hate. Yifeng closed his eyes, skimmed his mouth and smiled as he continued. Although Mu Orange may not manage her emotions very well at times, I believe that under my tutelage I can still slowly smooth out her edges. By the way, has President Li's relationship with Mu Orange improved now? It was okay at first, but now there's been some more drama. It's because of Suuxin, isn't it? Yes. Seeing that Yifeng had poked and prodded him bluntly, Afu then simply answered as well. Sure enough, after receiving Afu's answer, Yifeng also confirmed his thoughts even more. It looks like there was some kind of friction between Mu Orange and Uxin that caused the relationship between the two of them to break down. Obviously, when Mu Orange was hospitalized earlier, the Uxin she ran into was the one who went to visit Mu Orange, right? They were pretty close back then. What exactly happened to make their relationship stiff? I'm afraid I can't find any answer if I ask directly. Can only slowly to deduce the Yifeng. Afu seemed to have made up his mind about something and suddenly stood up from the sofa, calling Yifeng's name excitedly. What's up, Afu? There's something wrong with the way you kid is looking at me. I'll tell you in advance. I don't have a dragon's yang. Not really. I meant to say. Just as Afu was about to blurt out, the door to Li Mu Orange's room suddenly opened, followed by the doctors. Don't worry about it. Miss Li just fainted from overwork. She will be able to wake up later. After examination and instrumentation, there is no danger to the person. Okay, please doctor you guys. Alfred, I'll go up first. We'll talk about anything after class. Yifeng also put Afu's words behind him at this time, turned back towards Afu and said that he was going to take care of Li Mu Orange and left, leaving Afu standing alone and motionless. I meant to say that I told you to watch out for Oniai-chan. Her methods are brutal. When Afu finished this sentence, Yifeng has long been gone. Afu shook his head and then slowly left the living room. Chapter 223, The Reason for Their Argument. Li Mu Orange gradually woke up from the bed. The first thing she did after she opened her eyes was to look for Yifeng's figure in the room. And sure enough, she found Yifeng sitting on the chair beside the bed, looking at her worriedly. Mu Orange, you're awake. Teacher. Li Mu Orange slowly got up by holding onto the bed and swayed down with one hand covering her forehead, which was still feeling a bit dizzy. Mu Orange, you lie down first. Seeing Li Mu Orange in this state, Yifeng, how dare he let her get up, stretching out his hands to press Li Mu Orange's shoulders to press her back to the bed. Right now your health is not very stable. It's dangerous to get up so hastily. Teacher. Limu Orange lay on the bed with a complicated face and looked at Yifeng, looking at Yifeng's face as if he had made some kind of determination and took a deep breath. What did the doctors say? Do I have a serious disease? Don't talk nonsense. Mu Orange, your body is fine. It's just that you overworked and fainted. That said, how did you overwork yourself? Have you been thinking about something recently? Yes. Every night I can't sleep, and it's uncomfortable to be alone in this empty place. That's true. Even though this is considered a high-class apartment, it's still a far cry from the manor. Yifeng nodded his head in agreement, and in his heart, he felt that Limu Orange had a point. Only if he were in his place, he would definitely love this place, because he liked the quiet and undisturbed environment the most. Maybe it's because of that. I'm sorry, teacher. It looks like we won't be able to make it to class today again. It's fine. Mu Orange, your body is important. If you feel uneasy sleeping in this apartment, why don't you call your friends to come over once in a while? Yifeng suddenly brought the topic to his friend. On one hand, he wanted to understand why there was such a big change between Limu Orange and Su Yusin. On the other hand, he thought that if he relied on himself to make the two of them return to a friendly relationship, then it would be considered as a compensation to Limu Orange. A close friend is also a meaningful part of life, just as he or she is a friend who has made friends with Monique. I'm sure Monique would feel the same way if it were her. Phone. When will I be able to remove the name of friend? I don't want to keep wearing the name of friend all the time. If it's too long I'll get used to it myself. Shen Mengli looked down at the little bear muppet in her arms. Her mood could be described as very complicated. Whenever Yifeng leaves his side, it also means that Yifeng's feelings have increased a few more points with those few outsiders. If this goes on for a long time, if something really happens one day, there is no place to cry for himself. At the thought of a woman she had never met before holding Yifeng's arm and looking at herself with a mocking smile, the pink fist in Shen Mengli's hand squeezed tighter. No way. We must find the method that will allow Feng and I to quickly add to our relationship. Looking at my favorite in the phone, Shen Mengli clicked without hesitation. Well, it's... Looking at Shen Mengli, who was full of novels in Yifeng's browser collection, the hanging finger couldn't help but freeze in the air. What? Could it be that Keith, his favorite, is just novels? He's too boring a person. Shen Mengli exasperatedly pinched her pink fists. It was obvious that she herself had thought wrongly, so she blamed Yifeng for her shame and anger. It wasn't until the little bear muppet was knocked to all fours by punch after punch that Shen Mengli stopped her rain of punches. Calm down. This guy Feng is simply a piece of elm. It seems that it won't be possible without properly opening up holes for him. Just as Shen Mengli was about to close the browser and look for any more clues, she suddenly found a photo that had been uploaded to her personal space. What's this? Shen Mengli, who saw the news, was like unearthing a treasure, staring at the space with her eyes wide and unblinking. The moment her delicate fingers clicked open the photo album, the picture inside spared her a moment of bewilderment, only to see that the person in the picture was none other than himself. And by the layout of the scene, it was himself in the pavilion of the orphanage complaining about Yifeng when he didn't come to visit him. It's my picture. Shen Mengli blinked her beautiful eyes incredulously, looking surprised by this scene. At the same time, her heart was like a blazing fire had been ignited, burning her heart with excitement. Oh, ugh. Shen Mengli tightly hugged the bear muppet in her arms, momentarily excited beyond words. Even words could not be spoken. At the same time, Shen Mengli's small face quickly covered in a scarlet red. Even her legs were involuntarily shaking. Is this true? Keith would actually take my picture secretly. Really? It's so humiliating. The incoherent Shen Mengli used one of her hands as a fan and kept fanning the cold air against her hot cheeks in an attempt to use it to calm herself down. But when she thought of Yifeng's scene of secretly filming herself, her heart couldn't be still, and her body inexplicably stirred up a dry heat. I want to see Keith soon. Teacher, you're talking about Su Yusin, right? Limu Orange's face, which was still slightly smiling, instantly stiffened, but considering that Yifeng was in front of her, she only didn't lose her temper that much. Yes, Mu Orange, I didn't mean to say that. It's because when I was giving Su Yusin a lesson she told me that she said, Mu Orange, you're her best friend. Yeah, used to be best friends, Limu Orange said with a cold smile. Of course this scene was all seen by Yifeng. Mu Orange, can you tell me what argument happened between you and Su Yusin to become like this? Teacher, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Limu Orange furrowed her brows. Obviously she didn't want to answer this question from Yifeng. Mu Orange, I really don't know. You were already reluctant to talk about each other when I was giving you both lessons. I'm still trying to help you guys out by asking out so much. Yifeng nodded with certainty. Friends are very important people in one's life. One can't afford to lose a close friend because of some unprovoked argument. Yeah. Teacher. After Limu Orange heard Yifeng's words, she realized that Yifeng was really unaware of the real reason why he and Su Yusin had an argument, and it seemed that Su Yusin didn't tell him either. Actually, Su Yusin and I became like this mainly because Limu Orange didn't open her mouth when she said this, but instead turned her gaze to Yifeng in front of her. Chapter 224, Strange Shadow. Because of me? Seeing Limu Orange's gaze that was deeply gazing at him, Yifeng also probably guessed what Limu Orange wanted to say and stretched out his finger to point at himself. What does the teacher think? Seeing Yifeng's silence, Limu Orange did not say it outright. Instead, she continued to ask Yifeng rhetorically. She wanted to see Yifeng's reaction for herself. That's right. Yifeng knew that Limu Orange's words were tantamount to telling himself the answer. How could he not expect that the person who really destroyed the friendship between Limu Orange and Su Yusin was actually himself? But why is it like this? Could it be that it's because I gave you lessons in Mu Orange that your relationship broke down? It's not the classes, but rather because the teacher is special. Special? What's so special about me being just an ordinary guy? Yifeng laughed mockingly, looking like he didn't believe this answer of Limu Orange in his heart. But looking at Limu Orange's expression that hadn't changed from the beginning to the end, Yifeng's face froze. Sensei's special is just a different meaning to us. As you said in your mouth, Sensei, everyone approaches things differently and the results they get in the end will be different. After hearing Limu Orange's words, Yifeng's mood could be said to be even more complicated. However, considering that one of his students was staying by his side, he could never be too emotional. Since this conflict was caused by himself, then he also had the obligation to bring this conflict to a resolution. Mu Orange, I have a request. I don't know if you'll answer. Of course I said yes. Limu Orange answered without even thinking about it. I'll agree to whatever you want to do as long as it's a teacher's request. No matter what it is. Oh, it's this way. Yifeng paused for a moment. He always felt that there was some strange odor in Limu Orange's words, but he couldn't tell from her serious expression. It should be that I'm thinking too much. Mu Orange has always been helping me silently. How could I have such thoughts? Throwing out the distracting thoughts in his head, Yifeng continued to speak. I would like to ask Mu Orange that you accompany me to Su Yusin's house on Thursday. Is that okay? What's the point of going to Su Yusin's house? Teacher, are you trying to make me reconcile with her? Yes. Since you were once close friends that broke up because of me, then it's also my responsibility to mend your relationship or I'll feel guilty. Yifeng's eyes were filled with determination, and at the same time, he felt regret for quietly tutoring Su Yusin before. Was it possible that he could have avoided the breakup of their relationship if he had told Limu Orange openly? Until now Yifeng didn't realize that it wasn't because of the reason caused by him tutoring Su Yusin. The real reason lies in himself. Limu Orange closed her beautiful eyes and thought for a long time and nodded after a moment of hesitation. Okay, teacher, I promise. Phew, great. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief when he got Limu Orange's consent. In his eyes it seemed that Limu Orange's words meant that she still had nostalgia for Su Yusin's feelings, which meant that there was still room for maneuver. But at this time Limu Orange is not because in Su Yusin to repair the relationship before agreeing to Yifeng's request. In her eyes Su Yusin is just a cheating vixen. The reason why she agreed to Yifeng's request on the one hand is because no matter what Yifeng wants she will give him, even including her own everything. Since she has already got Yifeng as a person, then the next thing to get is his heart. What she loved wasn't Yifeng's good-looking body, although that was part of the reason, but more deeply it was because of Yifeng's heart. It was he who lit up the world in the midst of his own bleak days and who gave himself a new life. On the other hand, it is because of Su Yusin. Su Yusin is a person she knows very well. The main reason why they can become good friends with each other is because they have the same character, and Yifeng is just the fuse that ignites their character. Now that she had learned about the fact that Yifeng would give Su Yusin a lesson, Limu Orange naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to let Yifeng and Su Yusin be alone together. It was like giving away the duck in the hand to someone else. She wasn't that stupid. Luckily, Yifeng was only being intimate with himself right now, and a latecomer like Su Yusin would never be able to catch up with the relationship between her and Yifeng, with just her as a competitor. Wouldn't it be easy to win it yourself? Don't worry, Mu Orange. I will make you and Su Yusin reconcile. Then please, Sensei. The two men looked at each other and smiled, both harboring different ideas. Aha! Shen Mengli supported the armrests of the wheelchair with both hands and stood up with force. Just as she had just gotten up without holding on for a while, she once again fell back helplessly onto the cushion of the wheelchair. Who? Shen Mengli reached out and touched her thigh, not looking bereft that she hadn't stood up. Great! This time I can keep standing for a while without Feng's assistance. At this rate it won't be long before my leg slowly recovers, right? The corners of Shen Mengli's mouth curved up slightly, and from her hopeful eyes she seemed to have seen the scene where she stood up. I'm going to go to so many places with Feng when we get on our feet. I'm going to do so many things, but before that have to need to pull little Feng's heart towards me. I don't know why it always feels as if he's intentionally avoiding me. Never mind. It looks like it's getting late. I'd better send a message to little Feng to see how he's doing, right? Sooner or later you stinking vixens won't have a good ending. Just as Shin Mengli took out Yifeng's cell phone warmed in her arms, a sense of vertigo ensued, and before she could react she realized that in front of her eyes was a cloud of black fog. It's this? Without waiting for Shin Mengli to be surprised, she realized that she was lying on the bed in Yifeng's room. At this time, she was fluttering in Yifeng's arms, while at this time, Yifeng was looking at the door with a horrified face. Feng, what's wrong with you? Shin Mengli saw Yifeng's fearful appearance, her heart trembled, patted his face, but there was not the slightest reaction. Just as she was puzzled, she followed Yifeng's gaze and slowly looked toward the door, and the scene in front of her instantly stunned Shin Mengli, only to see a tall silhouette is gazing at herself. Although she cannot see the face of the silhouette in the doorway, but she can see from the silhouette's aura that this person is very dangerous. In this instant Shin Mengli's sense of hearing suddenly disappeared, while she could only see the black shadow in front of her lips lightly opened, as if saying something. Suddenly, a sharp blade flew toward his neck.